Luo Qingshue's rank ability, Frost Soul. The excited shout of the no. Two high school principal instantly shattered the dead silence of the awakening queue and set it ablaze with commotion. Damn. As expected of Goddess Luo, she actually awakened in rank ice ability. How is Su Chen supposed to fight her 3 days from now? Looks like the childhood engagement duel between Goddess Luo and Su Chen in 3 days is bound to be annulled. Not necessarily. What if Su Chen also awakens in rank ability? Are you dreaming? Do you think rank abilities grow like cabbages by the roadside? Our whole Jiangbei province has only produced this one in years. If Su Chen can get a rank, it'll already be like his ancestors are blessing him. Just hope he doesn't lose too miserably. Amid the noisy adulation, Luo Qingxue stood on the platform, her expression still as cold and distant as ice. She only tilted her head slightly, her complicated gaze sweeping over the boy waiting in line below, then turned gracefully to step down from the awakening platform. Principal Wang Donlai put away his smile and waved downward with a stern look. Quiet, the awakenings continue. Next, Class 6 Grade 12, Lu Chuxue. Below the platform, Su Chen's brows knit slightly. And rank ability, huh? So our 3-year appointment set to be decided 3 days from now has already been cranked up to this level before it even begins. He sighed inwardly. Luo Qingxue had already soared into the heavens as a transmigrator. He ought to have some dignity of his own, shouldn't he? He lowered his head, staring at the childhood engagement contract between him and Luo Qingxue in his hand as his thoughts drifted far away. Su Chen, a transmigrator, had died of sudden exhaustion 3 years ago after staying up all night reading a Zihongxi web novel and then awakened in this martial world where ferocious beasts ran rampant and the whole populace awakened abilities. Here everyone could awaken abilities to fight beasts and protect home and country. 3 years ago, just after he transmigrated over, he was immediately pressured by the Luo family to hand over and tear up the childhood engagement contract. This was equivalent to the girl publicly breaking off the engagement with the boy, and utter humiliation. What man could docilely accept that? As the saying goes, better to go hungry than lose one's pride. Su Chen refused outright and set a 3-year appointment. When he turned 18, today 3 days after his awakening, they would fight a decisive duel. If he lost, he would hand over that sheet of marriage contract. If he won, then whether the engagement stood or not would be his to decide. Cheng'a rivers change course in 30 years. Don't bully the poor when they're young. I believe you'll awaken a good ability. Behind him, the small and skinny Han Xiaoli patted Su Chen's shoulder in encouragement. Su Chen turned his head to look at one of his few brothers, half friend half tagalong, and smiled faintly. Let's hope so. May my fate be decided by myself, not the heavens. The next second, a mechanical chime rang out in his mind. Ding. Living transmigrator detected. Slaughter system has now bound to host. Su Chen froze for a moment, then his eyes lit up with delight. System bro. The golden sheet of every transmigrator web novels had not lied to him in the slightest. From now on, his fate would be in the hands of the system, not the heavens. This system is the slaughter system. The host need only kill humans or beasts to obtain slaughter points, which can be used to allocate attributes. When the host accumulates enough slaughter points, there will also be special rewards. Congratulations to the host for receiving a newbie gift pack. Reward qualification to awaken in rank dark type ability. Reward companion spirit weapon, rank Death Reaper Scythe. Reward 1000 slaughter points. The system's voice flowed into Su Chen's ears like celestial music. Su Chen's eyes blazed with excitement. He quietly clenched his fist. 3 days from now he would finally have the capital to fight Luo Qingxue. And rank ability, there were not many of those in the entire Longhua. He did not know why the system had chosen a dark element for him, but what did that matter? Please, those who wielded the dark were impossibly cool as well. Mysterious, cunning, dangerous. On top of that, there were 1000 slaughter points and a companion spirit weapon. This was the pace of a meteoric rise. Just as joy surged within him, Principal Wang Donlai's voice from the awakening platform shattered his thoughts. Next, Class 6, Su Chen stepped forward for awakening. Su Chen took a deep breath, suppressing the tumult within his chest, and walked straight toward the awakening platform. His steps grew almost light. Rank dark type ability, here I come. Come on, Cheng'a. I'd trade 2 centimeters off my little brother downstairs if it means you awaken at least in a rank. Han Xiaoli shouted encouragement from behind. Su Chen glanced back, deeply moved. Good brother. I'll keep that in my heart. As Su Chen prepared to awaken, the entire sports field once again burst into noisy excitement. After all, he was the man who had a childhood engagement with Goddess Luo, the freshly awakened rank ability user. Because of that, Su Chen's presence had never gone unnoticed, and now his awakening drew even more attention. Reaching the awakening platform, the principal spoke gently, his expression kind. Su Chen, don't be nervous. All you need to do is place your hand on the awakening stone. Su Chen nodded without hesitation and reached out to touch the stone. In an instant, a tense atmosphere spread. No one knows what this kid will awaken. Let's hope for at least a rank, someone murmured. The homeroom teacher at his side spoke with heartfelt concern. He had been Su Chen's homeroom teacher for 3 years. The boy could be mischievous, but his heart was not bad. If he awakened a low-level ability and was defeated by Luo Qingxue, his mentality might shatter and his life could be ruined. It all depends on his luck, the principal echoed. As the two spoke, a dangerous aura suddenly swept over them. The Class 6 homeroom teacher stared at the awakening stone now radiating dark light and exclaimed in excitement, "Look! This dark glow definitely means a dark-type ability and the rank isn't low. More than that. This ability is definitely a rank or higher, the aura alone makes my heart tremble." Wang Donglai's face was alight with jubilant excitement. Heaven truly favored Chuancheng no. Too high. First Luo Qingxue with its rank ability, could it be that Su Chen was about to follow? If so, their resources next year would multiply several times over and he could line his pockets a few more times. No, he corrected himself, could distribute more cultivation resources to the children. At that moment Su Chen's eyes snapped open, black shadows surging like tides within his pupils. In an instant the entire world seemed to lose its color. It was as if an invisible giant hand pinched out the light. The sports field plunged into dimness. Wang Donglai's face flushed red, his breathing growing rapid. A phenomenon, this is definitely a phenomenon. And rank ability beyond doubt. Awakening accompanied by such a phenomenon could only belong to rank. The students below the stage were utterly dumbfounded. Many involuntarily took a step back. Just standing within this darkness felt like being stared at by death itself. Suffocation clung to them like a shadow, cunning terror, death, countless illusions pricked at their nerves like needles. Even Luo Qingxue, usually so composed and frosty, unconsciously furrowed her delicate brows. "Srank, is it? Oomph, that brat really lucked out. But don't worry, miss. It's most likely just dark type, nothing that can amount to much. In 3 days' time miss will surely win." Luo Qingxue ignored the butler's words, her gaze instead fixed blankly on Su Chen. Meanwhile, upon the awakening platform, shrouded in dead silence and thick darkness, a throne of shadow slowly condensed out of the void. Su Chen sat down upon it, his right leg casually crossed over his left knee, hand gripping the Death Reaper scythe. He lifted his chin slightly, his gaze like tangible shadow sweeping across the crowd, the corner of his lips curved in a faintly lazy arc. In that posture he no longer resembled a student who had just awakened. He was more like a nightbound sovereign returning from the endless dark, a king of shadows seated upon his throne overlooking all living beings. With that single motion of sitting, the crowd below completely lost control. Numerous girls felt their legs go weak, cheeks flushing, eyes shimmering with near-obsessed fascination. The boys were full of envy, who dared say dark-type users weren't cool now. As the strange phenomenon gradually faded, the awakening device clearly displayed Su Chen's newly awakened power, Su Chen's class ability, Shadow Monarch. Seeing this, Wang Donglai was so overwhelmed with excitement that he could barely contain himself. He suddenly grabbed the homeroom teacher of Class 6 beside him, lifted her into his arms and planted several fierce kisses on her red lips, his elation overflowing beyond all restraint. Although the earlier anomaly had given him some mental preparation when he personally confirmed that Su Chen had awakened in class ability, the surge of emotion in his heart still rose like a turbulent tide he could not suppress. To have two class ability users appear at once was truly a heaven-sent blessing. "We're really in luck." The Class 6 homeroom teacher, cheeks flushed with embarrassment, murmured, "Principal, it seems you didn't brush your teeth." Wang Donglai coughed twice in embarrassment, hurriedly set the teacher back on her feet, then turned toward the students and shouted at the top of his voice, "Su Chen! Class Dark Element ability, Shadow Monarch." The audience instantly erupted like boiling oil. "Hiss, and class Dark Element ability. Looks like the duel 3 days from now will be quite a show. Exactly, a clash between class powerhouses. This kind of battle is an unseen-a-lifetime spectacle for us. We absolutely have to watch it properly." "You're wrong about that. And class Dark Element ability can't compare to class Ice Element ability. It's even weaker than in a class Thunderfire ability. The destructive power is miles apart." "Exactly. Dark Element abilities are only good for sneak attacks and gathering intelligence, they can't even get on stage. Think about it, has any Dark Element ability user ever truly shone in the spotlight? It's always the Thunderfire and Ice Element powerhouses who dominate. Besides, Su Chen is just an orphan. How could he possibly compare with Miss Luo's family background? At most the duel in 3 days will just be a bit more entertaining to watch." Many people muttered sourly, jealousy spreading through the air like an invisible haze. After all, Su Chen not only had a childhood engagement with the school beauty Luo but had also awakened in class ability. He was practically the winner of life itself. How could people not be greenied? Hearing the chatter below the stage, Wang Donglai patted Su Chen on the shoulder and comforted him, "Kid, ignore their nonsense. And class Dark Element is still class, it's in no way inferior to the others. Principal, do you also think my class ability is weaker than Thunderfire and Ice Element abilities of the same tier, even inferior to a class Thunderfire ability?" Su Chen asked in return, seeing how he phrased it. Wang Donglai was momentarily at a loss for words. I didn't say that," he stammered. After a brief pause he confessed, "Fine, in terms of raw powers, class Dark Element abilities are indeed weaker than Thunderfire Element abilities. But I have high expectations for you, kid. Come to my office later and collect the class Prodigy resources." The class Prodigy resources were prepared specifically for those who had awakened class abilities. By the same logic, a class ability users could enjoy a class resource subsidies. Su Chen merely smiled faintly. Rest assured, Principal. In 3 days I will prove just how absurd it is to claim that dark element abilities are weaker than other abilities of the same rank. Weak dark element abilities. That was sheer nonsense. The truth was simply that people had no idea how terrifying the true power of darkness could be. In his previous life and some of the comics and anime he had read and watched, dark element ability users were overwhelmingly powerful to the point of leaving one speechless. What etched itself especially deep in his memory was that line, "Rise Shadow." Now that he had crossed into this world and awakened a dark element ability, he was determined to change everyone's perception of the darkness. All that talk about darkness being fit only for assassinations and infiltration, only for recon missions weaker than Thunderfire, he would overturn every last bit of it. He would make the dark element synonymous with violent, annihilating sorcery. Good lad. I'll be waiting for you to make your name in a single battle 3 days from now. Wang Donglai patted Su Chen's shoulder again, his eyes filled with encouragement. No matter what, class ability user was the school's precious treasure and he was determined to protect him well. Su Chen nodded. At that moment a blue light screen appeared before his eyes. Name Su Chen. Ability S, Shadow Monarch. Realm Awakener. Combat skills none. Innate spirit weapons class, Scythe of Death. Cultivation method, basic ability cultivation manual. Slaughter points 1000. System, does this plus sign mean I can allocate points to level up? He asked inwardly. Yes, host. The plus sign indicates that you can allocate points to upgrade, the system replied. Then can my ability be upgraded to S class? Su Chen asked curiously. In this world the highest ability level one could awaken to S class, though there were rumors that S class abilities existed. Naturally, the higher the ability tier the better and the more formidable. Yes. You only need to spend 100000 slaughter points to upgrade your ability to S class. In addition, your Scythe of Death requires only 50000 slaughter points to be upgraded to an S class innate spirit weapon, the system answered. Su Chen was elated at first, but his mood quickly deflated. The good news, his ability could be elevated to S class. The bad news, it required 100000 slaughter points. The revolution had yet to succeed, he still had to strive on. Next he would have to leave the city to hunt down demonic beasts and accumulate slaughter points, grow stronger in 3 days from now, crush Luo Qingxue, restoring glory to dark element abilities. Though he could also earn slaughter points by killing people, he couldn't just slaughter others without reason. Closing the panel, Su Chen stepped down from the stage, planning to wait until the awakening ceremony ended before going to the principal's office to claim his class resources. Before he could leave the stage, Wang Donglai grabbed him. By the way, Su Chen, have you noticed your dark element trait yet? Su Chen turned his head puzzled. What do you mean by trait? A trait is a unique special ability possessed only by elemental abilities its class or above. Generally, its class elemental ability will have one trait, Wang Donglai explained. For example, our Lungwa's Immolation, his class lightning ability, has a trait that makes its destructive power several times greater than that of others' class lightning abilities. That is what a trait is, Wang Donglai concluded. The strength of elemental abilities of the same rank sometimes depended entirely on how powerful their traits were. Hearing this, Su Chen felt the knowledge in his mind expand once more. He gathered dark element in his hand, the black energy flickered and danced in his palm. What then was the trait of his own ability? No need to rush, Su Chen. The trait of an elemental ability has to be slowly explored, Wang Donglai reassured him. Su Chen nodded gratefully. Thank you, Principal. I'll head down first. Wang Donglai waved with a beaming smile. Go on. As Su Chen stepped off the stage, he immediately noticed many girls staring at him with infatuated eyes. He was a bit puzzled. He might be somewhat handsome, but surely not to such an extent. What he did not know was that the image of him seated upon the throne just now had already captured the hearts of countless girls. Han Xiaoli ran over excitedly. Brother Chen, you looked insanely cool sitting on that throne just now. Ha ha, those extra 2 centimeters of mine weren't wasted, right? You truly are my blood brother. Su Chen said, giving his shoulder a heavy slap. Han Xiaoli chuckled slyly and said in a deliberately coy tone, actually I could be your girlfriend too. I can take a trip abroad and change my sex. Brother Chen. He crooned in a mock-sweet voice. Su Chen's mouth twitched. Sure, just remember to get yourself remade into a 48E. I can't let my brother suffer, he teased. Han Xiaoli stared at him in confusion. Are you serious? His expression seemed to say. You really must be starving, Brother Chen. Han Xiaoli protested. Su Chen answered with a playful slap. As he looked up, he saw the Luo family's steward walking toward them. Su Chen, you've done quite well. Here's the deal, the duel 3 days from now will be cancelled. As long as you agree to marry into the Luo family and take the Luo surname, our family will provide you with resources to cultivate, the man said. The steward Luo Hai looked down his nose at Su Chen with an air of condescending charity. Shadow Claw. Su Chen lowered his head and chuckled softly, come, step closer. Luo Hai snorted disdainfully and stepped forward. Haven't you been infatuated with my young mistress all along? Now you're granted the chance to marry into our family, don't be so ungrateful. Su Chen's gaze turned icy, his clenched fist shot forward like a thunderclap tearing through the air toward Luo Hai's face. A muffled thud echoed, the force struck before Luo Hai could even react, sending him staggering backward under its sheer momentum. Ah! A shrill agonized scream pierced the air as several teeth flew from Luo Hai's mouth spattered with blood. Who do you think you are, strutting around like some arrogant lord in my presence? Do you really think I'd stoop to marrying into your treacherous, ungrateful Luo family? Luo Hai's cheeks flushed crimson with humiliation and fury. How dare you strike me? What of it? Striking you is exactly what I'll do. Su Chen raised his leg and delivered a brutal kick straight to Luo Hai's chest. With a heavy crunch, Luo Hai was launched backward, slamming hard onto the ground. He scrambled upright, his latent ability flaring to life, crimson light pulsing across his body. Su Chen, you've utterly enraged me. Then come at me, do your worst. Do you truly believe you'll survive assaulting an rank prodigy? In Longgua's rank, awakened prodigies were protected by the strictest legal safeguards. Anyone found guilty of harming or attacking such a prodigy would be sentenced to death without appeal. Luo Hai's fists tightened slightly. You. What did I just forget? If he truly fought back now, not even 8 lives would suffice to pay the price. What did I do? Go on, try me. Instantly deflated, Luo Hai stared in disbelief. How had Su Chen transformed so drastically? Where had that quiet, obedient boy vanished to? Yet pride still burned within him. You've squandered your chance. You, an orphan with no lineage or support, you'll be humiliated beyond measure by young Mistress Luo in 3 days' time, groveling on the ground like a broken dog. Enough. A cool crystalline voice cut through the air. Instinctively Luo Hai lifted his head and froze upon seeing Luo Qingsheng. Mistress. Apologize to him. Her tone grew glacial. Mistress, why must I? Before he could finish, terror seized him. Ice had silently spread across the floor around him. His face paled. I'm sorry, I beg your forgiveness. He couldn't comprehend it. Why was his own mistress so furious on Su Chen's behalf? Why did she care for this man at all? Su Chen wore an expression of utter contempt. What an ugly, repulsive visage. Luo Qingsheng lifted her gaze. After the duel in 3 days we shall have no further ties, none whatsoever. Agreed, I welcome it. Before him stood Luo Qingsheng, dressed in sleek athletic attire, her long shapely legs gleaming beneath the light. Her skin was flawless and luminous, her eyes clear and profound, her delicate brows like distant mountain ridges, her lips soft and cherry red. Truly she deserved her title as the school's most celebrated beauty, though his memory of her felt strangely hazy. Though betrothed since childhood, their engagement had been nothing more than a promise sealed by their parents years ago. 18 years earlier, Su Chen's parents had sacrificed their lives to save Luo Qingsheng's parents during a monstrous beast assault, binding the two families in deep, enduring friendship. Later, both families welcomed children in the same year, Su Chen and Luo Qingsheng, and to honor that bond they arranged the child betrothal. Yet the original Su Chen had been introverted and timid, while Luo Qingsheng remained aloof and reserved, leaving them nearly estranged over the past decade. 3 years ago, Su Chen had transmigrated into this world only to learn his parents had perished in a beast tide. The Luo family wasted no time in demanding the engagement be annulled. In recent years, the Luo family had surged to prominence, rising swiftly as one of Chuan City's most elite clans. Luo Qingsheng withdrew a spatial ring from her sleeve. This is compensation for Luo Hai's offense. Was this gift coerced by your ungrateful parents or offered of your own volition? No compensation was ever unwelcome. Her parents had been saved by his own, yet after his parents' deaths they offered no aid, only severed all ties and demanded the annulment. Was that not the very definition of a heartless, ungrateful wretch? The memory ignited white-hot fury in Su Chen's chest. He would make her parents repay him, not once but 100-fold. Luo Qingsheng paused in silence before shifting the subject. In 3 days I expect you to fight with full strength, hold nothing back. Within her own heart, disappointment and cold sorrow lingered toward her parents. Rest assured, I intend this battle not for you but to show your ungrateful, contemptuous parents exactly what they've thrown away. This duel was never about Luo Qingsheng, it was aimed squarely at the Luo couple who had scorned and dismissed him. Luo Qingsheng gave a soft wordless hum and departed. Luo Hai scrambled up and scurried after, her tail tucked low. Incredible, brother Chen, you're legendary. Han Xiaoli drew near, thumb raised high. Flattery won't earn you favors. Go complete your awakening ceremony, I'm heading to the principal's office. Got it. Han Xiaoli replied cheerfully. The two parted ways. Alone, Su Chen walked onward, opening his system interface to allocate cultivation points. System, advance me 1 tier, first level. Ding. Advancement requires 100 slaughter points. Confirmed. At Su Chen's command, the holographic interface shimmered and pulsed. In moments his cultivation realm ascended from Awaken 1 to Tier 1 Level 1, and within his meridians a faint yet distinct core of primordial energy coalesced. In this world, martial cultivators advanced through 10 tiers, each subdivided into 10 minor levels. Huff. System, advance me to Tier 1 Level 3. Feeling power surging through his veins, Su Chen issued the command once more. Ding. The host has spent 500 slaughter points to advance to Tier 1 Level 3. Instantly every cell in Su Chen's body seemed to sing with exhilaration, as though immersed in pure unadulterated rapture. This sensation surpassed even the slow natural progression gained through traditional cultivation methods, deeper, richer, infinitely more intoxicating. Exhilarating. Spend once, thrill once. Spend endlessly, thrill eternally. Indeed, investment yielded true power. Su Chen clenched his fist and summoned shadow essence anew. This time it was denser, darker, more profoundly resonant. Excellent, excellent. How many slaughter points are required to reach Tier 1 Level 4? Su Chen asked inwardly. Ding. 400 slaughter points required. Hearing the prompt, Su Chen hesitated, then chose to withhold advancement and closed the interface. Those 400 points would be better invested in combat techniques, far more vital to battlefield efficacy. Next he examined the spatial ring Luo Qingsheng had given him. A remarkably valuable artifact. Probing its contents, his eyes lit up instantly. Inside rested not only premium-grade primal stones but also several rare bone-refining pills of superior grade and a handful of spirit source fruits glowing with irresistible allure. Good heavens, this haul was priceless. Even a single spirit source fruit commanded astronomical demand, each worth no less than 5 million blue star credits. Altogether the value neared 10 million. Is she attempting to atone for her parents' guilt? Su Chen mused quietly, slipped the ring onto his finger, smoothed his clothes and strode purposefully toward the principal's office. Time blurred until finally the awakening ceremony concluded. Principal Wang Donglai entered his office to find Su Chen seated calmly waiting. Principal, waiting for you has left me withered like a flower. Ha ha ha. Blame yourself, you've caused quite the stir. Schools across the city have offered exorbitant sums to acquire your enrollment records. Transferring and shrank students' enrollment brought immense prestige, not only aiding recruitment but guaranteeing renown should the student rise to greatness. So you refused all offers, truly unmoved by fame or fortune. Principal Wang shook his head. Not refused, merely underpriced. Raise the bid further and I might well reconsider. Su Chen. A high martial version of the pay more guy. Ha ha ha, just teasing. Let's speak seriously now. Principal Wang sobered instantly. He poured Su Chen a cup of tea, then placed 2 ancient dark-hued combat manuals before him. These are your rewards for achieving Shrank Awakening. The first is a Shadow Affinity Technique, Tier 2 Abyssal Demon Mire. It conjures a swamp-like demonic quagmire beneath the enemy's feet using Shadow Essence. Once ensnared, escape becomes impossible. The second is likewise a Tier 2 technique, Shadow Claw, allowing the user to condense razor-sharp claws of Shadow Essence for lethal. Which will you choose? Hunting outside the city. The more the better. The more the better. Su Chen's eyes sparkled as he stuffed 2 volumes of battle techniques into his pocket. One must seize the opportunity when it arises. These 2 second-tier battle techniques are not ordinary, their market price far exceeds 2 million. The levels of battle techniques range from 1st tier to 9th tier, with higher tiers boasting greater power and astonishing prices. The school has really invested heavily this time. Wang Dong looked at Su Chen's greedy expression and teased, if you were to become an official you would surely be a great corrupt official. Speaking of which, he pulled out a card from his pocket and handed it over, saying, this is also a reward for you, there are 500,000 in the card. Buy what you need with it. Oh principal, this is too embarrassing. He pretended to decline politely, but his hands were honest as he took the card and stuffed it into his pocket. Wang Dong glanced at him and took a sip of tea, smoothly changing the topic. Which university are you planning to apply to? Why do you ask that? There's still 10 days until the college entrance examination, right? In this world, the 10th day after the awakening of supernatural abilities marks the college entrance examination. Though it's called an entrance examination, it is essentially just a formality. The crucial factor is still based on the level of one's supernatural ability for admissions. The reason for such a tight schedule is to facilitate students entering the academy quickly and receiving unified education and training guidance. Yes, there are still 10 days, but soon your phone is likely to be bombarded, and in the coming days you'll also have to meet those academy mentors who are coming to recruit you in advance. Principal, you didn't leak my phone number, did you? Well, it couldn't be helped. This year our Chuan city suddenly produced 2 level supernatural beings, creating quite a stir which has already attracted the attention of the 5 major academies. Su Chen listened, feeling speechless. Wouldn't that mean his phone would really be bombarded? Let's skip the phone calls. When the recruitment mentors come in person we can see what conditions they offer first. Phone conversations lack sincerity. This way might be better. They are likely to arrive on the day of your duel with Luo Qingsno. You can gather information about the 5 major academies in advance. Wang Dong nodded and gave his suggestion. Principal, could you elaborate on that? Wang Dong pondered for a moment and slowly said, the 5 major supernatural academies in our long country are Magic Martial Academy, Jingwu Academy, Beiwu Academy, Guangwu Academy, and Junwu Academy. Among them the most prestigious are the Magic Martial and Jingwu Academies. The others are also top tier. When the admissions directors of the 5 academies arrive you can make your choice based on the conditions they offer. Su Chen stood up and said, thank you principal for the explanation. I'll consider these matters when they arrive. Naturally, whoever offers more benefits, he would choose that academy. Wang Dong waved his hand with a smile, saying, it's a small matter, go ahead, focus on your cultivation and prepare wholeheartedly for the duel with Luo Qingsno in 3 days. Regardless of winning or losing, treat it as a valuable experience. Winning might be a bit difficult. Luo Qingsno is the daughter of the Luo family with the best cultivation resources and battle techniques in the city. Su Chen nodded, turned and opened the office door. Just as he was about to step out, he suddenly stopped, saying, losing. That's impossible for me. Wang Dong laughed and shook his head, this kid is really cocky. But when he sensed the aura emanating from Su Chen, he couldn't help but freeze. First year, 3rd level. He rubbed his eyes, doubting whether he had seen it wrong. After a long while, Wang Dong shook his head, he must have sensed it incorrectly. How could it be possible to reach the 3rd level of the 1st tier right after awakening supernatural abilities? It must be a fluke. He definitely misread it. Upon exiting the school gate, Su Chen eagerly took out the 2 volumes of battle techniques, found a quiet corner and began studying them. Ding! Detected 2nd tier battle technique Shadow Claw. Points can be allocated for upgrades. Ding! Detected 2nd tier battle technique Dark Abyss. Points can be allocated for upgrades. System. How many points are required to reach the beginner level? In Su Chen's understanding, battle techniques also have proficiency levels: beginner, minor success, major success, perfection, and true meaning. The higher the proficiency, the greater the power and the more skilled the application. A technique requires 200 points to reach the beginner level. The total for the 2 techniques is 400 points. System. Upgrade both techniques to beginner level. Su Chen issued the command. As he did so, the proficiency of the 2 techniques began to rise rapidly. In the blink of an eye, they had already reached the beginner level. All the details of the 2 techniques were deeply imprinted in Su Chen's mind like a branding iron. That sense of familiarity felt as if he had cultivated for several years, even decades. Every detail of each action and every trace of power utilization flowed as naturally and smoothly as breathing. Su Chen smiled with satisfaction. This feeling of one-click upgrades is truly delightful. Next, it's time to find a place to test the power of these 2 techniques. The vast horizon is my love. Under the green mountains, flowers are blooming. Just as Su Chen was immersed in the joy of enhancing his techniques, his phone suddenly rang. He took out his phone and saw it was his second uncle calling. Hello uncle, why did you suddenly think of calling me? Little Chen, I've heard that you awakened your supernatural abilities today. Quickly tell your second uncle what type of supernatural ability you awakened. Su Chen chuckled. Uncle, I awakened its level dark attribute ability. How about that? I didn't embarrass you, did I? Su Tianfeng is Su Chen's second uncle. Since Su Chen's parents passed away 3 years ago, the two have been relying on each other. Su Tianfeng treats Su Chen like a son and always thinks of him first when he has something good. After awakening this level ability, he naturally wanted to share this joy with his second uncle at the first opportunity. You brat, you didn't awaken a low-level ability and are just trying to make your second uncle happy, did you? Awakening its level ability is not that easy. Su Tianfeng clearly didn't believe him. Second uncle. Su Chen was about to explain when he was interrupted by Su Tianfeng. Little Chen, there's no need to lie to your second uncle. No matter what ability you awaken, your second uncle won't look down on you. With me around, you won't go hungry. Su Chen felt a lump in his throat. Second uncle, thank you. Only his second uncle treats him this well. No one else in the world is as good as his second uncle. Without his second uncle, a child feels like a weed. Ha ha, you brat, why are you being so polite with your second uncle? Not to mention, I'm going outside the city to hunt monsters later, and I'll bring you back some good meat in the evening. Let's have a good drink together. Su Tianfeng said with a smile. Upon hearing the words hunt monsters, Su Chen immediately perked up. Second uncle, can you take me along? Killing monsters can earn slaughter points, and Su Chen had long wanted to test the power of his newly learned techniques and that level companion spirit weapon, the Death Scythe. Brat, what are you doing butting in? Monsters are not child's play. Su Tianfeng said Come on second uncle, I've awakened my abilities now. Just let me go and see. I promise I won't run around. I'll definitely follow your orders. Not run around, follow orders. That's impossible. Su Tianfeng was silent for a moment but ultimately softened and helplessly agreed. Alright, I'll take you to take a look, but you must promise not to run around, understand? Received, sir. Quickly send me a location, I'll come right away. On the other end of the phone, Su Tianfeng hung up. In a few seconds, a location message was sent. Su Chen looked at the location on his phone, scanned the code to unlock a shared bicycle, hopped on and sped towards the designated location. A wager between 2 teams. Inside the Luo family residence. I hear you've given Su Chen some cultivation resources. Luo Dongshan fixed his gaze on Luo Qingsno and demanded. Yes. Her tone was icy and detached. Luo Dongshan opened his mouth as if intending to say more, but ultimately swallowed his words. Fine. A few resources are trivial, consider them repayment for the debt owed to the Su couple who once saved our Luo family. What harm could there be in bestowing such resources upon Su Chen as mere charity? Those meager resources paled beside the immense investment the Luo family had poured into Luo Qingsno's cultivation. In his eyes the outcome of the 3-day pact remained utterly certain. Hearing her father's words, Luo Qingsno felt a wave of visceral revulsion rise within her. How could any material offering possibly offset the life debt owed to the Su couple? Yet he remained her father. "I'm returning to my room," she said coldly, and turned away. "Don't rush off." Luo Dongshan raised his voice. "Just now all 5 major academies called their mentors will arrive in Chuan City in 3 days, ready to extend formal offers to recruit you. Coincidentally, that day also marks your decisive duel with Su Chen. I expect you to perform flawlessly, to let the academy mentors witness your true strength. The mentors would surely observe the duel first before extending their recruitment terms." "Yes. I will." Luo Dongshan sighed at his daughter's aloof demeanor. "Don't blame me, child. Since ancient times, marriages have honored parity of status. How could an orphan like Su Chen ever be worthy of our Luo family? Even if the Su couple once saved us, I shall compensate him generously with resources that alone suffices as recompense." Luo Qingsno closed her eyes, her expression twisted with disgust. "Filthy. I refuse to listen. Let it be filthy then. Even if you hate me, so be it. I only wish to secure a better path for you. On the day of the duel you shall be the protagonist, and so shall our Luo family." Her victory over Su Chen before the 5 academies would catapult her into fame. And the Luo family, riding the tide, would forge alliances with greater powers and ascend to new heights. Luo Qingsno remained silent, eyes shut, turning without another word and walking away. As for the duel 3 days hence, uncertainty clouded her heart. Should she deliberately lose, or give it her absolute all? Watching her retreating figure, Luo Dongshan shouted aloud, "Send word immediately, announce the arrival of the 5 academies for enrollment and the duel between Miss Luo and Su Chen. Let every influential sect and faction bear witness." That day his daughter would shine as the undisputed center of attention, and so would the Luo family. At the city gate crowds ebbed and flowed. Brother Tianfeng heading out for beast hunting. Li Hangshan greeted Su Tianfeng and his party of 4. "What about you, Hangshan? Are you also assembling a team for the hunt?" "Indeed, Brother Feng. Why not join forces? We'd watch each other's backs." A false smile played across Li Hangshan's face. Su Tianfeng frowned. "No need, we'll hunt separately. It's simpler that way." "Don't play hard to get, Su Tianfeng. I call you brother out of respect, don't take it for granted." "How dare you speak like that?" One of Su Tianfeng's teammates leapt up, fury blazing across his features. "Oh. I simply enjoy speaking this way, any objections?" Li Hangshan planted his hands on his hips, radiating arrogance. "Fine, you may speak however you please." Su Tianfeng signaled his men with a glance and turned to find another spot to wait for Su Chen. The principle of yielding belonged to the contented. Conflict with such a man was unnecessary, retreat when possible was wiser. "Hey, don't leave, Brother Feng," Li Hangshan hurriedly called out. "Last time I lost our wager, shall we make a new one?" Has Brother Tianfeng grown too timid to accept, turned into a cowardly turtle? Su Tianfeng hesitated, then turned back. "Speak. What's the wager?" He'd intended to yield, but when provocation escalated, restraint became obsolete. "We'll race to see which team slaughters beasts of higher total value before sunset. As for stakes, I'll wager a peerless bone refining pill. You'll stake the weapon I lost to you last time." "Agreed." As Li Hangshan spoke, he produced a golden pill and waited idly in his palm. Su Tianfeng's eyes flickered with longing. Peerless bone refining pill. With it, his third-round bone refinement stood a real chance of success. But glancing at his 3 teammates, his gaze dimmed. Doubt filled his heart. Their team's overall strength lagged far behind Li Hangshan's, the odds of victory hovered near 0. "Uncle, accept his challenge." Su Chen arrived beside Su Tianfeng and clapped him gently on the shoulder. Seeing Su Chen, Su Tianfeng's face lit with relief. "Xiao Chen, you're here." "Yes, uncle, accept it. Trust me." Gazing into Su Chen's unwavering eyes, Su Tianfeng clenched his teeth. "Li Hangshan, I accept." "Perfect, you've got 5, we'll field 5 as well." If his nephew faced no fear, what reason did he have to hesitate? At worst, he'd lose a single battle weapon. Li Hangshan smirked thinly at Su Chen. Well, if it isn't little brother Su Chen. Tell me, what low-tier ability did you awaken?" "Oh, I awakened the idiot perception ability. Whoever I look at instantly becomes a colossal fool." Su Chen met his gaze unflinchingly. Fortunately, this fool had no inkling of Su Chen's true ability. If he knew, he might well refuse the wager altogether. Since he remained ignorant, why not raise the stakes and fleece him further? Not bad at all. Sounds rather amusing, actually." Li Hangshan had barely finished speaking when he suddenly recoiled. "Who are you calling an idiot?" "I didn't name anyone, I merely see idiots," Su Chen shrugged, feigning innocence. Li Hangshan faltered. Was there disturbingly logic in that retort? But rage soon drowned his confusion. "Damn it, stop playing word games. Do you want a beating?" "Li Hangshan, enough. If you lay a hand on Xiao Chen, you'll have to go through me first." Su Tianfeng stepped forward sharply shielding Su Chen. Tension crackled, swords drawn, breath held the air itself poised to ignite. Yet Su Chen remained unruffled. My, such a fiery temper. Are you truly that angry? Then let's raise the stakes further. Should you win, I'll kneel and apologize and hand over this rare spatial ring freely and without reservation. How does that sound? Li Hengshan's eyes locked onto the ring gleaming on Su Chen's finger, greed flared fiercely within them. Even the most common spatial rings began at 7 figures, this was pure profit. Agreed, deal sealed. Su Chen sneered faintly. No need to rush, your greed is showing. Now what will you add to the pot? Li Hengshan withdrew 2 mid-tier bone refining pills. I'll kneel and apologize and add these pills. Fair enough. Not enough. Li Hengshan's face flushed deep purple, he pulled out a graded battle weapon. Satisfied now? Yes, that'll do. The wager stands. A smug grin curled Li Hengshan's lips. Ha ha ha. Today I'm going to strike gold. Brothers, let's go. Time to teach this wastrel his first lesson in life. Su Tianfeng's team was old, weak, and now burdened with a newly awakened reckless novice Su Chen. Victory was impossible. Come nightfall he'd humiliate Su Chen mercilessly, deliver a lesson this foolish boy would never forget. Su Tianfeng's eyes brimmed with worry and confusion. Xiao Chun, just what are you planning? Uncle, I told you already, I awakened in shrinkability. This wager. Guaranteed victory. Su Tianfeng still looked deeply skeptical. Xiao Chen, truly. You awakened in shrinkability. The first drop of blood. Do you think I can deceive you, second uncle? Just wait for the sunset to see that guy bowing to you in apology. In his heart he couldn't tolerate being bullied, and even less could he bear seeing his second uncle bullied. Su Tianfeng furrowed his brows slightly, still looking half believing, but with a concerned tone he said, even if we lose this time with second uncle around, I will bow for you. Did you hear that, you little brat? Don't hold on too hard. Second uncle, why say such discouraging words? Let's hurry, hunting the demon beasts is our top priority. As Su Chen spoke he gently nudged Su Tianfeng from behind. Thus the 5 of them organized their gear and walked toward the city gate, heading straight for the perilous demon beast wilderness outside the city. Several hundred years ago a tremendous upheaval suddenly descended and the once gentle flora and fauna mutated into ferocious demon beasts. To resist these terrifying monsters humanity united to build high walls isolating the demon beasts outside the city. Meanwhile a group of individuals with special abilities emerged to combat the demon beasts. However, the reality is harsh demon beasts often possess strength that can easily crush human ability users of the same level, and only those with high-level abilities can take on or even surpass their ranks. The group arrived at the city gate, and after the guards conducted a thorough inspection they finally stepped out of the city. Everyone, which area should we hunt in this time? Su Tianfeng took out a regional map. This map detailed the distribution of demon beasts outside Chuan City and kindly marked safe and dangerous routes, providing great convenience for those hunting outside the city. It included areas suitable for beginners ranging from the 1st to the 5th rank, as well as general areas for most people from the 5th to the 10th rank. I suggest we go to the Withered Wood Forest. If we want to outdo Li Hengshan this time, that's our only chance. But isn't that place too dangerous? I heard that the highest ranked demon beast in the Withered Wood Forest has been a 4th ranked demon beast. Can we handle that? If we don't go, how can we possibly defeat that bastard Li Hengshan? We have to take a risk to have hope. The previously speaking team member was somewhat excited. All right. Stop arguing, listen to me, let's go to the Withered Wood Forest. Su Tianfeng decisively made the decision. To win they must take risks and hunt high-level demon beasts without a gamble. Where would the opportunity come from? Upon hearing the captain's orders the other 3 nodded in agreement despite their concerns. Xiao Chen, why do you seem so excited? Su Tianfeng casually turned around and saw his nephew eager and ready, making him wonder. In his understanding, normal people should feel fear and trepidation when facing ferocious demon beasts for the first time. But why was his nephew so different? Of course, second uncle, I can't wait to hunt the demon beasts myself. Su Tianfeng smiled helplessly, then I really want to see what powerful ability you've awakened to make you so eager to show off. But when it comes to hunting demon beasts you should just stay back and watch, don't be impulsive. This kid probably awakened a high-level ability, which is why he was so anxious to showcase himself. But after all, he had only awakened for a few hours and he had not even broken through to the 1st rank. Wanting to hunt demon beasts was simply a fantasy. Alright second uncle, let's talk about it later. When it's time to hunt I must make second uncle and the teammates see me in a new light. To prove myself. Good, let's go. Destination Withered Wood Forest. With Su Tianfeng's command everyone quickened their pace towards the Withered Wood Forest. Along the way the road was rugged and uneven, surrounded by endless desolation and ruin. The weeds on both sides of the road grew wildly, spreading recklessly, and occasionally some large demon beast skeletons could be seen. Soon Su Chen and the others finally arrived at their destination, the Withered Wood Forest. Before them lay a desolate site with half-a-man-high weeds and leaves intertwined. As soon as they stepped in, they saw several decaying rats feasting on a corpse, producing a bone-chilling crunching sound. Stay alert, Su Tianfeng whispered while the team members behind him tightly gripped their weapons, wary of their surroundings. He turned back and instructed, Xiao Chen, you stay here. Then he spoke to the team members behind him, surround and attack these 4 decaying rats. The 3 nodded slightly and quietly approached the feasting decaying rats with Su Tianfeng. Watching this scene, Su Chen's hands involuntarily clenched slightly and an uncontrollable excitement surged within him. System. Do you have a detection function? With a detection function, it would be easier to ascertain the realm of the demon beasts, facilitating smoother hunts. Ding. Detection function activated. The host may now investigate demon beasts and characters. The system is awesome. Then Su Chen concentrated his mind and initiated detection on the feeding decaying. A faint blue light curtain appeared before his eyes. Name decaying rat bloodline ordinary realm first rank 4-fold attribute poison note killing grants 20 kill points. Looking at the detection results, a glint of greed flashed in Su Chen's eyes. This was a chance for 20 kill points. 20 for 1, 200 for 10, 2000 for 100. If he could kill 5,000, he could evolve the Death Scythe. Thinking it was easy, but in reality it would be difficult. 5,000 in this area might be wiped out. Su Chen sighed quietly, watching the 4 work together to surround and kill the 4 decaying rats. Second uncle was at the first rank 5-fold and the 3 at the first rank 4-fold should be able to handle it easily. Old 2, use your abilities to control them. Old 3, amplify. Su Tianfeng stood ready. Understood. The 2 acted simultaneously. A green beam of ability spread like ripples, steadily landing on Su Tianfeng, enhancing his agility. Another person waved his hand, summoning a pile of large rocks to trap the 4 decaying rats. Seeing this, Su Tianfeng gripped his greatsword, ability strength enhancement. He flashed forward, his greatsword shimmering coldly, striking down in succession, directly killing 3 of them. But just as he prepared to strike the last one, that decaying rat flashed a fierce look and its body dove into an underground hole, swiftly darting towards their back. Su Tianfeng inwardly cursed, his heart tightened. Turning around, he saw that the decaying rat had already reached within a few meters of Su Chen, leaping high, its sharp claws glinting coldly as they aimed at Su Chen. His pupils constricted sharply, face filled with terror. Xiao Chen. Get out of the way. How could Su Chen, who had just awakened his abilities, possibly be a match for this first-rank 4-fold decaying rat? In the midst of their panic as they rushed forward, Su Chen remained calm. Raising his hand, a gigantic shadow claw formed from dark elements descended from the sky, carrying a terrifying pressure, and struck down on that decaying rat. Squeak! With a shrill scream, the decaying rat was crushed into a bloody mess, blood splattering everywhere. At this moment, all 4 present stared at Su Chen in shock, their eyes wide as saucers. What? 1-hit kill. First rank 3-fold. Is it really In's great ability? Their hearts were like roller coasters. Just moments ago, Su Chen was in imminent danger, hanging by a thread, yet in the next second he effortlessly killed a first-rank 4-fold decaying rat with 1 claw. Tianfeng, is your nephew really just a few hours into awakening? What kind of joke is this to possess such ridiculous strength after just a few hours of awakening? A wolf pack in pursuit. Su Tianfeng felt a flicker of bewilderment. Had he misremembered the timing of his nephew's awakening? Otherwise, how could the boy already have reached first-order 3rd rank? Moreover, judging by the signs, his nephew had truly awakened an S-class shadow affinity. He gazed innocently at his teammates behind him. Don't ask me, I have no idea. The 3 men instantly turned their gazes towards Su Chen, eyes sharp with curiosity, as if silently demanding, young man, what on earth is going on? At that very moment, a system notification chimed beside Su Chen. Slain corrupted rat, first order 4th rank, 20 slaughter points. He murmured to himself, not bad at all. Onward and upward. And that shadow claw technique, wasn't it utterly magnificent? A descending claw strike from the heavens. Who dares claim shadow affinity is weak? He lifted his gaze, meeting the 4 pairs of wide-eyed childlike stares, and asked, why are you all staring at me like that? Because of you, you brat. When exactly did you awaken, and how did you leap straight to first order 3rd rank? Su Tianfeng would sooner doubt his own memory than believe Su Chen had awakened his ability today. After all, reaching first order 3rd rank on the very day of awakening was unprecedented across Longhua. Just today, Uncle 2, I told you already I awakened an S-class shadow affinity. Surely you must believe me now. Su Tianfeng scratched his head, awakening today, then ascending to 3rd rank within mere hours. A sharp intake of breath escaped him. This boy bears the aura of an emperor tobe. Baffled, he abandoned further speculation and strode forward, sweeping Su Chen into a firm embrace. You brat, truly an S-class shadow affinity. Of course. Otherwise, why would I have challenged you to that wager? Ha ha ha. Excellent. 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 Su Tianfeng thumped Su Chen's back hard, then his expression softened, clouded with quiet sorrow. If your parents knew you'd awakened an S-class ability, they'd be overjoyed. Our Su family has produced an S-class awakened one. Alright, Uncle 2, let's talk about something cheerful, Su Chen interjected quickly, unwilling to let the mood darken. True enough, I'll take you for a foot massage to celebrate when we return. Uncle 2. Is that foot massage legitimate? Su Tianfeng tapped Su Chen lightly on the head. What nonsense are you thinking? Of course it's legitimate. The three teammates crowded closer. Hey Xiao Chen, any sweetheart yet? My little sister's 13, no objections right? Let's arrange an engagement. Get lost. 13. Do you want to go to jail? Brother Su, if you don't mind my being 40, let's swear brotherhood. From this day forth I'll call you Big Brother. Before them stood a prodigy gifted with S-class awakening, destined to become a sovereign force. How could they resist forging a connection? Su Chen flushed slightly flustered. Auntie-uncle, you needn't go to such lengths. Rest assured when I rise I'll never forget. These men had fought side by side with his uncle for over a decade. Hearing those words they exchanged knowing smiles and wisely withdrew. Su Tianfeng turned face stern. Enough, you're scaring my nephew. Then softening he looked at Su Chen. So, will you hunt with us or go solo? Solo, I'd like to hunt more. Su Tianfeng had expected as much. He handed Su Chen 2 vials of source energy restoration serum. Xiao Chen, take these. When your source energy runs dry this will restore it swiftly. Elemental awakened ones consume source energy most voraciously, think of it as mana. Like mages they expend mana to cast techniques, likewise awakened ones burn source energy to unleash battle arts. Source energy expands naturally with cultivation advancement and may also be augmented through rare spirit herbs and specialized cultivation methods. Su Chen accepted the vials. Then I won't stand on ceremony, uncle, to stay safe. If you meet a beast you can't handle just call me. Brat, you're lecturing me now. Just watch your own back. Off I go. With that Su Chen vanished in a blur. Old Su, you've got yourself quite the nephew. Absolutely. Don't hoard him selfishly, my little sister needs a match. Or failing that, I'm still 45 and perfectly capable of fathering children. Su Tianfeng's lips twitched. Enough, hunting beasts comes first. Yet his tone brimmed with unmistakable pride. How could he not, when blessed with such an extraordinary nephew? Brother Hong, do you really think we'll beat them? A nervous subordinate asked Li Hengshan's team. Li Hengshan raised his blade and cleanly severed a cat demon's head. Of course we will, their team is full of elders, invalids and cripples. Well, except for one youngster. Beating them is child's play. Then I'm at ease, Brother Hengshan, your might is unmatched. The subordinate gazed adoringly, then glanced toward the short heavily wrapped figure trailing behind. What about him? Li Hengshan's cold gaze locked onto the figure. Boy, I've brought you outside the city walls. From here on survive or perish on your own. How dare you? I paid you, you promised to let me hunt demons alongside you. The figure shouted, fury blazing across his face. Li Hengshan sneered, fool. Beyond the city walls I am law. Say another word and I'll discard your corpse in the wilds. You. The man trembled violently with rage. What you? If you don't vanish now, corpses are common fare out here. Paying me to escort you beyond the walls was generous enough, wanting to join the hunt. No such luck. The man spat venomously. Just wait. Then rose and stalked away. Ha ha ha, dying of laughter. Just wait. Sounds like a girl. Li Hengshan roared with laughter. Right, Brother Hengshan, what's next? The subordinate hurried to ask. Hunting demons of course, and later I'll pay Su Tianfeng's team a personal visit. A sly glint flashed in Li Hengshan's eyes, the wager never forbade stealing prey. Let fate decide which unlucky soul from Su Tianfeng's team he'd encounter first. Slain Phantom Cat first order 3rd rank, 15 slaughter points. Slain Sky-piercing Rat first order 3rd rank, 15 slaughter points. After parting ways Su Chen dispatched over a dozen beasts, effortlessly dominating foes of equal rank. Unaware he had ventured deep into the withered woods where guttural roars of powerful beasts echoed intermittently. Just as Su Chen prepared to seek his next quarry, a piercing wolf howl rent the air. Awu. Drawn by the cry, Su Chen looked up, and there atop a windswept ridge stood a Gale Azure Wolf. Name Gale Azure Wolf. Lineage none. Rank 1st order 5th rank. Attribute wind. Note as a pack-dwelling creature slaying one yields 30 slaughter points. A 1st order 5th rank opponent. Worth testing my limits. A spark of exhilaration lit Su Chen's eyes as he whispered to himself. The sound of bubbling filled the air. As Su Chen was about to take action, he noticed that the Grey Wolf was showing signs of wanting to flee. Would he let it escape like this? This was worth 30 slaughter points. In his eyes there were only slaughter points, just like a dog only sees a treat. Su Chen activated the dark elements and the deep black dark elements swirled rapidly in his gaze like a vortex. Dark abyssal pool. In an instant beneath the feet of the Gale Wolf a magic pool formed from dark elements suddenly appeared as deep and terrifying as the abyss of hell. The Gale Wolf was startled by this sudden change, trembling all over. Just as it wanted to flee, it realized that its limbs were already trapped and unable to move. At that moment of sheer terror, a shadowy claw made of dark elements howled down from the sky. Boom! With a thunderous sound, the shadowy claw heavily struck the Gale Wolf. This series of attacks left the Gale Wolf utterly defenseless. It was covered in wounds, blood pouring out and staining the surrounding ground a dark red. The Gale Wolf suddenly turned its head, glaring fiercely at Su Chen. It let out a reluctant roar exerting force in its limbs and surprisingly broke free from the magic pool lunging towards Su Chen. You still have the strength to stand. Not bad. Su Chen's eyes narrowed, he closed them slightly and the black dark elements surged wildly in his hands, flickering like black flames. In an instant a deathly magic sickle made of matte black metal accompanied by black mist was summoned forth. The edge of the sickle blade shimmered with dark streams of light resembling congealed blood fire, each flicker seeming to whisper the language of. The long black metal handle displayed interwoven dark silver patterns with ancient runes faintly visible on the grip. At the center of the sickle's head was embedded a dark red crystal radiating a ghostly light like the eye of death. Su Chen opened his eyes, his gaze falling upon the nearly 2-meter-long deathly magic sickle before him, a satisfied smile creeping onto his lips. Is this the Shrank accompanying spirit weapon? Just holding it I can feel its overwhelming power. He gently swung it and the black dark elements scattered around like brilliant stars, leaving behind trails of black light in the air, dreamlike and ethereal. Looking at the charging Gale Wolf, Su Chen's expression turned icy as he swung the sickle. Puff. One body, two halves. Host kills a first stage 5th level Gale Wolf, slaughter points 30. Su Chen grinned excitedly, exclaiming, refreshing. This magic sickle was simply exhilarating to use. So handsome and powerful, who wouldn't love it? The deathly magic sickle paired with his dark abilities was truly invincible. Of course, great power also came with great consumption. In the previous battle he had only unleashed 2 combat techniques and his source energy was already running low. Suddenly he remembered the few spirit source fruits gifted by Luo Qingsheng. He quickly took out the spirit source fruits from his storage ring and examined them carefully. Spirit source fruit, consuming it can permanently enhance source energy slightly. Looking at the spirit source fruit before him, about the size of an orange and emitting a faint golden light, Su Chen gasped, what? Permanently enhancing, this is really a good thing. Without hesitation Su Chen picked up a spirit source fruit and took a bite. The fruit was sweet and fragrant, instantly filling his body with a warm flow. Next he devoured all the spirit source fruits in one go. Feeling the surging source energy within him, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. At this moment his source energy was likely doubled compared to before. With this he could unleash several more combat techniques. He stored the Gale Wolf's corpse in his storage ring and then walked towards the small hill where the wolf had howled earlier. Upon reaching the small hilltop he gazed into the distance and saw a dozen first stage 3rd level and 4th level Gale Wolves frantically attacking a golden protective shield. Within that protective shield there was a small figure tightly wrapped up. No wonder that Gale Wolf howled earlier, it was looking for help to attack this person below. After all, wolves are pack animals skilled at hunting their prey. Should he save that person? Su Chen's inner conflict raged, but eventually he smirked, revealing a wicked smile. A dozen Gale Wolves meant several hundred slaughter points. If he missed this opportunity it would be gone forever. Saving someone was merely incidental, slaughter was his true path. Gripping the deathly magic sickle he casually held it behind him like the arrival of the Grim Reaper and slowly walked towards the wolf pack. Inside the protective shield the person being attacked by the wolf pack, Shi Yaoyao, was filled with despair. She regretted her decision to come out to hunt beasts without permission. She should have listened to her father and waited until her cultivation level was higher before venturing out. Curiosity after all killed the cat. Just as she was about to give up hope she caught a glimpse of Su Chen atop the hillside, dressed in black with a black hood over his head, the deathly magic sickle held casually behind him, walking towards her step by step unhurriedly. Whoa whoa. It's over, I'm really going to die now, even the Grim Reaper has come for me. But upon closer inspection she found something amiss. How could this Grim Reaper look so handsome? She closed her eyes slightly using the perception technique she had learned, trying to sense the identity of the approaching figure. The result of her sensing left her filled with confusion. The good news was that the newcomer was a human ability user, the bad news was that the opponent was merely at the first stage 3rd level. Facing a pack of 3rd and 4th level wolves it was undoubtedly like hitting a stone with an egg. Hey! Run! Don't come over here, she shouted loudly, hoping to save at least one life. Upon hearing Shi Yaoyao's bubbly voice Su Chen couldn't help but feel puzzled. Where exactly was that sound coming from? With Shi Yaoyao's shout the Gale Wolves all turned to face Su Chen. Greed sparkled in their eyes, clearly seeing Su Chen as a sumptuous buffet. Whoa! The leading wolf sounded the attack horn first, with 2 wolves leaping at Su Chen like arrows released from a bow. Su Chen remained calm, unfazed. He gently raised his left hand and a shadowy claw descended from the heavens, instantly forming and striking one of the wolves, sending it flying. The wolf screamed in midair, crashing heavily to the ground lifeless. With a fierce swing of the deathly magic sickle in his right hand, a flash of black cold light crossed and the other wolf was directly cut in half, blood splattering and landing on Su Chen's face, adding an air of terror and mystery to him. Kill a first stage 3rd level Gale Wolf, slaughter points 15. Kill a first stage 4th level Gale Wolf, slaughter points 20. My slaughter points, here I come. Su Chen let out a chilling laugh, no longer passively defending but charging into the wolf pack with the deathly magic sickle. With every swing of the sickle a flash of black light accompanied it, coupled with the entry-level shadowy claws. Cries of anguish echoed throughout the wolf pack. In less than a few minutes only 2 Gale Wolves remained. The greed in their eyes had long vanished, replaced by endless fear. They couldn't help but wonder who was truly the prey and who was the hunter. Who surrounded whom? They no longer had the courage to fight and turned to flee. Want to run? Chen slammed his hand into the ground and the ground instantly cracked open two dark abyssal pools rapidly forming beneath the paws of the two gale wolves trapping them firmly. You howled at me and still want to run. There's no such good fortune. He lightly leaped in front of the two gale wolves swinging the sickle and within 2 strikes the two gale wolves fell silent. Kill a first stage 4th level gale wolf slaughter points 22, I'm striking it rich. With this wave added to his previous kills his slaughter points had reached 480. Moreover some valuable parts of these beast corpses could fetch a good price. This was all pure silver. Just small change. Chen stored all the slain beast corpses in his storage ring ready to leave. Meanwhile Shi Yaoyao beside him was filled with shock and confusion. She couldn't help but wonder who on earth was this. Just now she had told him to run away. Yet the person before her had single-handedly wiped out the entire wolf pack. Could it be that he really was the Grim Reaper come to life? Beasts and humans are not of the same kind. And come here. A bubbly voice in Chen abruptly halted in his tracks, silence. And if you use that bubbly voice again it'll slice off your crown chakra. Oh dear, how could you possibly save someone and just walk away? And Shi Yaoyao hastily switched to a high-pitched boyish tone, the voice of her childhood, ridiculously incongruous. What else did you expect? You're hardly a beauty, did you plan to offer yourself in gratitude? Chen swept his gaze up and down the figure before him shrouded head to toe shorts like, clearly unhinged. How else could one wrap oneself so absurdly? And Shi Yaoyao opened her mouth to retort, but paused, eyes darting sideways. Granted in no beauty, but I can pay you. Ahem, why didn't you say so sooner? I don't ask for much, just a modest goal will do. And Shi Yaoyao's eyes widened. Modest goal. Was that even Blue Planet vernacular? And that's not modest. And didn't you just say you'd pay me, and even if I did, surely you wouldn't demand that much? Shi Yaoyao stamped her foot. And enough, and done teasing you. Don't delay my hunt for demonic beasts. Chen waved dismissively and turned to leave. Wait. She hurriedly called after him. Though I can't pay you that sum, I can give you a cultivation method for shadow arts. Truly not. Flash of sharp light flickered in Chen's eyes. Shadow arts cultivation methods were exceedingly rare, and currently he wielded only a rudimentary hetero-energy technique. Mastering a shadow arts method would elevate him far beyond his present state. And absolutely true, he'll hand it to you upon returning to Chuan City. Shi Yaoyao declared with unwavering conviction. How do I know you're sincere? You're wrapped tighter than a mummy. And Shi Yaoyao pulled out her phone. Here, let's add WeChat first. She then produced a spatial ring and gave it a light shake. You saved me, I won't shortchange you. The supreme bone forging pills and supreme source stones inside are yours. One hand held her phone, its screen displaying a WeChat QR code, the other clutched the spatial ring. Chen stepped forward, snatched the ring, swiftly pocketed its pills, then scanned the QR code with his own device. A delightfully soft kawaii avatar appeared on screen. Chen eyed Shi Yaoyao skeptically. You're not, and her heart lurched, tension coiled tight. Had he guessed? You're not some fraud who stole this cute picture pretending to be an innocent girl to scam naive boys online, are you? And Shi Yaoyao froze, utterly bewildered. Since when had she become a con artist? You. Arg. I'll pummel you into oblivion. She brandished tiny fists. NTCH. You. Pummel me. Don't waste my time hunting demonic beasts. Chen cast her a disdainful glance, hoisted his demon sickle and prepared to depart. And Shi Yaoyao dashed ahead, blocking his path. You will not leave. What now? Try to stop me again, I'll cleave your skull in two, swear it, and then go ahead, cut me down. She stood defiant, reckless as shattered porcelain. Well, who do we have here? Isn't this the prodigal son himself? Nas they bickeredly. Hangshan approached with a mask of false cheer, his gaze cold, predatory. Had been drawn by the howl of wolves, only to find upon arrival the very man had expelled from his team, the dim-witted second brother, standing beside the prodigal son. Ah, the great fool himself. What business brings you to your grandfather? Chen smiled faintly. And humph. Without Su Tianfeng shielding you, you dare insult me. Hand over that spatial ring now. Or I'll snap both your legs. Emily. Hangshan loomed arrogant, swaggering, his face a canvas of smug triumph. And fortune favored him. His first target was the weakest member of Su Tianfeng's team. Just as Chen opened his mouth, Shi Yaoyao leaned close and whispered, let's flee. He's at first order 6th rank and no flight. I intend to split his crown chakra open. But he's first order 6th rank. Shi Yaoyao couldn't resist, urging again. And relax, I've got this under control. Hearing his certainty, Shi Yaoyao clenched her teeth and chose to trust him. Fine. If you slay him, he'll give you a 3rd rank shadow combat technique too. Whoa, dead serious. Do you two have history? And we do? I paid him to guide me hunting demonic beasts, but the moment we left the city he cast me out. The memory ignited her fury, her face flushed crimson. And utterly unscrupulous. Fear not, brother, he'll handle this NSU. Chen thumped his chest confidently. Only then did he realize the man had once belonged to Li Hengshan's team. No wonder he looked familiar. Hey, could you two whisper slightly less? Do I look invisible? Planning to kill me? Oh, I can't breathe from laughing. Li Hengshan doubled over, eyes dripping with scorn. Two newly awakened hetero-energy cultivators daring to slay him, a first-order 6th rank master. Nonetheless, their opponent cheated. And is that so? Su Chen sneered. System allocate points now ending. Consumed 400 slaughter points. Host's cultivation rank ascended to first order 4th rank. And humph. Ungrateful fool, don't blame me if 2 more souls join the void. Li Hengshan's expression hardened, yet before he could strike his limbs locked rigid. And he glanced down. Black mist swirled at his feet, coalescing into a sinister abyssal pool. What is this? Panic flared across his face. And this is where you meet your end. NSU. Chen surged forward, demon sickle raised, then brought it down in a single lethal arc. Damn it! Li Hengshan desperately raised his long blade to block, terror etching every line of his face. And crack and thud and 2 sounds rang out one after another. Ah, impossible. My Grady longsword shattered on first contact. Li Hengshan stared, disbelief twisting his features as the blade snapped clean in 2. He collapsed, clutching his severed arm, eyes wide with horror and despair. Su Chen pressed the demon sickle's edge against his throat. Jiangji, so weak. I'd hoped you'd last longer. And you, how could you be this strong? How could you possibly be first order 4th rank? Li Hengshan's eyes bulged. And wait, and was this truly a cheater? And hadn't Su Chen just awakened? How had he already reached first order 4th rank? Nan Su Chen's hetero-energy, was it truly S-class? Only now did he grasp the catastrophic depth of his miscalculation. You've yet to learn half of what lies beyond your ken. But I'll spare you if you recite pi to 10,000 decimal places. Li Hengshan, was this the most despairing death imaginable? And Su Chen, you cannot kill me. Murder is illegal. Kill me and you'll pay dearly too. He pinned his hope on the law, begging Su Chen to fear consequence. And screw your laws. Murder is illegal, but slaughtering beasts like you, that's cosmic justice. Su Chen's gaze turned feral, he struck. The blade severed Li Hengshan's head cleanly. And murder illegal. Irrelevant when the victim was no human but a beast. And slain first order 6th rank beast, 60 slaughter points. And seriously, did you plan this system? Killing humans yields twice the slaughter points as killing demonic beasts. NSU. Chen stared at the system, prompt, speechless. And clearly the system was nudging him toward bloodshed. Yet this first taste of taking life stirred no panic within him, only a quiet electric thrill. 10 rounds of golden bones. Wow. What kind of supernatural ability do you have? Shi Yaoyao looked at Shan Su Chen with sparkling eyes filled with admiration and longing. What kind of supernatural ability is this? How can it be so powerful? Oh, it's an S-level dark ability. Seeing his nonchalant demeanor, Shi Yaoyao was momentarily speechless. This is an S-class ability. How many people have dreamed of possessing such immense power, yet he treats it so casually? But upon reflection something felt off. Could it be that you just awakened this year? If not, then what? Hearing this answer, Shi Yaoyao felt as if the sky had fallen, overwhelmed by a tremendous shock. Her father had told her that those who could cultivate to the first stage on the first day of awakening were already considered exceptionally gifted individuals, while those who could reach the second stage were rare prodigies. But what was with this guy? How could he be at the 3rd stage? To prevent misjudgment, she endured her shock and carefully sensed again. Indeed. She had miscalculated before. It was not the 3rd stage but rather the 4th stage. Just a moment ago he was at the 3rd stage, and in the blink of an eye he had already reached the 4th stage. How can you be so outrageous? Already at the 4th stage. When comparing people, it truly can make one feel inferior. She had just awakened today and was still only at the 1st stage. It's just luck, just luck. Su Chen casually replied, then squatted down to rummage through Li Hengshan's belongings. His hand rummaged through Li Hengshan's pocket and a golden pill caught his eye. Superb bone refining pill significantly increases the speed of bone refining when consumed. What the hell? Superb bone refining pill. You should know that pill source stones and potions are also strictly classified. Inferior, low-grade, medium-grade, high-grade, superb. Currently in the market of Chuan City there are only a few high-grade bone refining pills available for sale. And a high-grade bone refining pill can sell for 200,000 to 300,000. As for the superb bone refining pill, it is practically priceless and extremely hard to come by. After all, the better the quality of the bone refining pill, the faster the bone refining process. The first stage is also known as the bone refining realm, which requires the aid of techniques or pills to refine one's bones. Each round of refining makes one's bones sturdier, laying a solid foundation for future cultivation. Currently the strongest in Long Country have only managed to refine to 9 rounds. Of course there is a legend of the 10th round of bone refining known as perfect bone refining. Those who have undergone perfect bone refining will have their bones emit a dazzling golden light incredibly hard akin to gold, hence referred to as golden bones. However, that exists only in legends. Thinking of this, a strong impulse surged in Su Chen's heart. With the existence of a system, he wanted to try perfect bone refining. However, he still hadn't completed even one round of bone refining. Once he returns, he will need to prepare to start refining. Bringing his thoughts back, he also found 2 medium-grade bone refining pills and a grade combat dagger on Li Hengshan. These items combined were worth around several 100,000. Adding the superb bone refining pill and the combat dagger, the total value was nearly 1 million. No wonder people often say gold belts for murder and arson. The speed of wealth accumulation is indeed fast. Hey! What's your name? Shi Yaoyao asked from behind. Su Chen. What? You are Su Chen. Do you know me? I don't know you, but I've heard that you seem to have caused quite a stir with the Luo family. That's about right. What about you? Shi Yaoyao smiled mysteriously. I won't tell you. Come find me tomorrow and I'll tell you. I won't go. I don't have that much time. For Su Chen, killing the demon beasts was the most important task at hand. If you don't come, then don't even think about getting the dark cultivation method and the 3rd level dark combat technique book. Su Chen rolled his eyes at her. Come on, what time and where? Before 10 a.m. Tomorrow at the city lord's mansion. Su Chen looked at her curiously. You seem quite wealthy. Could it be that you are the child of the city lord? No. I just live near the city lord's mansion. She hurriedly explained, trying to conceal her true identity. Alright then, I'll hunt the demon beasts. You do as you wish. Su Chen picked up Li Hengshan's head and stored it in his storage ring, preparing to continue hunting demon beasts. Hey! Let's go together. Shi Yaoyao followed closely like a little tail. Evening. At the city gate. Su Tianfeng, how many demon beasts did you hunt? Li Mengya Jr. in Su Tianfeng's team asked loudly with a contemptuous smile. Su Tianfeng's face instantly turned ugly. After Su Chen left, they had encountered a first-stage 7th level Gale Wolf King. This had kept them in a state of evasion with no chance to hunt any demon beasts. He helplessly took out the corpses of less than 10 demon beasts. 4 putrid mice totaling less than 8,000 and a few bloodthirsty crows totaling 6,000, only 1,4,000. This is really too trash. Li Meng ruthlessly mocked, then raised his voice. Brothers, show ours. The 3 of them together took out the corpses of demon beasts totaling about 15, worth around 2,000. Su Tianfeng, when one gets old they become useless. My big boss hasn't even arrived yet and you can't compete with us. If my big boss comes, wouldn't he just rub you on the ground? What are you so proud of? Our Shao Chen hasn't returned yet. No way. You are actually counting on a newly awakened awakener. Stop joking around. Hurry up and wipe your forehead, bow and apologize. Li Meng really couldn't understand why these 4 had pinned their hopes on a newly awakened awakener. It's not like he could bring back a bunch of prey to turn the tide right. Yo, who's so arrogant? Su Chen walked over with a calm expression. You little brat weren't scared away and you dare to come back, that's rare. Scared away? How could I return to let you bow and apologize? As soon as he said this, Li Meng couldn't help but laugh wildly. Brothers. Ha ha ha. He actually said to make us bow and apologize. Before his laughter faded, Su Chen waved his hand, pouring out all the prey from his storage ring. In an instant, dozens of demon beast corpses piled up like a mountain before everyone. This. How can there be so many? Li Meng's laughter stopped abruptly, his face filled with shock and disbelief. Su Tianfeng was also stunned by the mountain of corpses. He initially thought it would be quite good if Su Chen brought back a few corpses. But unexpectedly there were dozens. Moreover, among them were quite a few first-stage 5th level demon beasts. He looked at Su Chen in disbelief, wondering when his nephew had become so powerful that he could even kill first-stage 5th level demon beasts. Laugh, keep laughing. This is absolutely impossible for you to have killed. You must have bought them with money, intentionally posing here. Li Meng still refused to believe the reality before him, shouting hysterically. In his view, Su Chen was just a newly awakened supernatural ability user. How could he possess such strength? Su Chen couldn't be bothered to waste words with him. With a thought, the Death Scythe instantly appeared in his hand, resting directly on his neck. Now. Feeling the threat of death, Li Meng felt a chill rise from his feet, spreading throughout his body. He involuntarily swallowed. You can't kill me. Brother Hengshan will be back soon. He is a true dragon. Your big brother, are you talking about him? Su Chen casually lifted the head of Li Hengshan, which still bore the traces of fresh blood. Li Meng's pupils constricted sharply, the color drained from his face as if his feet were nailed to the ground, unable to move. Did my brother die? This Su Chen before him could easily kill his own big brother. Fear engulfed him like a tidal wave and his eyes darted around, calculating how to cope with the sudden crisis. As if resolved, he viciously kicked Li Hengshan's head away. Master Su. Don't speak recklessly. Li Hengshan is not my big brother. I have long severed ties with him. Since revenge is impossible, I will choose to join the other side. Chen remarked. You change faces so quickly. Li Meng immediately knelt, his face filled with a fawning smile. Greetings, big brother. Then he quickly turned to his followers behind him. Hurry up and greet Master Su. The other two exchanged glances, then slid on their knees with a thud. Master Su. Master. Daddy Su. I certainly don't have you ungrateful children. Aren't you going to apologize? All right. The three of them felt as if they had received a pardon and immediately turned around, heavily bowing to Su Tianfeng. They sincerely bowed 3 times. Master. We were wrong, we shouldn't have mocked you. Su Tianfeng was slightly taken aback. Don't follow people like Li Hengshan in the future. Of course, Master. We will definitely do more good deeds in the future. For instance, helping old ladies cross the street. No, helping old ladies cross the street. Alright, leave your valuables and scram, but you can also hate me to take revenge on me. Su Chen waved his hand impatiently. How dare we, Master? Well, leave right away. The three of them, as if relieved from a great burden, quickly placed their pills and weapons down, then dashed away. Revenge on Su Chen. Are they looking for death? To dare attack and shrank ability genius their entire family wouldn't be enough to pay for it. Xiao Chen, today you truly brought glory to your second uncle. This is just the beginning, good times are still ahead. Su Tianfeng smiled with satisfaction. Good. Then a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. Xiao Chen, you killed Li Hengshan. Don't worry, he attacked me first. The Dragon Kingdom imposes a death sentence for attacking shrank ability users. I merely struck first and reported later. Su Tianfeng gradually set aside his worries after hearing this. Then let's return to the city tonight. We too will have a good drink. All right. Su Chen replied, looking back. We're at the city gate now, so let's part ways here. All right, my savior, see you tomorrow morning. Shi Yaoyao bounced into the city gate, her face radiating excitement and anticipation. She was already imagining what Su Chen's reaction would be when he learned of her identity. After dinner. Looking at the towering skyscraper before him, this was the trade union of Chuan City. Weapons, beast corpses, pills, potions, everything could be freely traded here. Upon entering the lively hall, Su Chen quickly followed the guidance to the 3rd floor beast sales area. Hello, what can I assist you with? The receptionist wore a professional smile. Do you accept beast corpses here? Yes, we at the Jujia Pavilion offer the fairest prices for beast corpses. Just show me what you have and I'll estimate the price. I have quite a few corpses to sell. Do you have a storage ring? A few I could take out. But dozens would be too much to carry. The receptionist revealed a trace of barely perceptible disdain at Su Chen's words. A young lad at most could hunt a few beasts in a day. Claiming to have hunted quite a lot. Surely he is boasting. Manager, there's a person here selling beast corpses and claiming to have quite a few. He needs a storage ring. The receptionist raised her voice, calling to the side. Coming. Manager Li Yanfang walked out, her high heels clicking, her figure swaying. She glanced at Su Chen, taken aback by this unfamiliar face. You're the one wanting to sell a lot of beast corpses and need a storage ring to pack them. Is there a problem? No problem, just that it's not good behavior for a young brother to deceive people. Su Chen, slightly impatient, tossed out the storage ring. See for yourself if I'm deceiving you, and by the way, help me calculate the price. Li Yanfang accepted the storage ring and probed inside. Just a glance made her previously disdainful expression freeze. Inside lay dozens of beast corpses. She quickly twisted her slim waist and poured a cup of tea, her face adorned with a fawning smile. Esteemed guest, let's chat slowly. Are you planning to sell all these beast corpses at once? The receptionist stood dumbfounded. She felt like a clown. This person really took out dozens of beast corpses. Su Chen took a sip of the tea. Yes, sell them all at once. You calculate how much it is. Alright, esteemed guest, the market value of this decay rat is generally several tens of thousands, while the price for the swift wind wolf is high. How about a total of 850000? Su Chen silently calculated that price was about right. Okay, you take the beast corpses, return me the storage ring. Don't rush, esteemed guest, I assume you have a team behind you, right? Without a team, how could you possibly take out so many beast corpses to sell? It's likely you have a team. It would be good to connect now and continue selling beast corpses to me later. I hunted them all by myself. Just settle the payment and don't waste my time. Li Yanfang chuckled lightly, still carrying a hint of astonishment but with a few doubts. An esteemed guest, by yourself can't possibly hunt so many beasts in a day, and the 6th-tier beasts were all killed by you. Isn't it a bit excessive to boast? What if I'm not boasting? Su Chen raised his gaze. If I'm not boasting, you'll round up the 850000 and give you 2 million. Dark elements flickered in Su Chen's eyes, a murderous aura enveloping the air. The Death Scythe was summoned, the black scythe resting directly on her neck. Now. Do you still think I can't kill a 6th-tier beast? Feeling the aura of death, Li Yanfang's face turned pale. She swallowed hard. I believe. The moment the scythe rested against her neck, she truly felt she might die. Su Chen withdrew the scythe. Then you can transfer the money, remember, 2 million. Li Yanfang transferred Su Chen's beast corpses and handed over a bank card. The password is 6 zeros, there's 2 million inside. Su Chen accepted it and stood. How do I get to the pill hall? It's on the 3rd floor. Good. As Su Chen left, Li Yanmei felt increasingly familiar. After a long while she suddenly realized that the person just now was Su Chen, the newly emerged Shrank ability genius of Chuan City. As the manager of this trade industry, she naturally needed to keep track of new geniuses to network. But what puzzled her was how Su Chen was already at the 4th tier. Didn't he just awaken today? And now he was already at the 4th tier. She was certain she hadn't misjudged his aura fluctuations. Not only was he at the 4th tier, but he could also hunt 6th tier beasts. If that person was indeed Su Chen, then Chuan City had produced a true dragon. Sister Yanfang, who was that person? A nearby employee curiously asked. He is a true dragon. Li Yanfang murmured, her eyes filled with regret and unwillingness. Had she known to dress more provocatively, perhaps she could have had a wonderful night. It would be good to establish a relationship with this dragon about to soar. The second round of bone tempering is complete. Leaving the area for the sale of magical beasts, Su Chen quietly calculated while holding his bank card. The 5,000,000 blue star coins given by the principal along with the 2 million inheritance left by his parents after their sacrifice totaled nearly 5 million blue star coins. Su Chen let out a slight sigh. Now all that is left is money. Following the guidance sign, he arrived at the area for potion sales. The air was filled with a faint herbal aroma and various potions were stored in bottles. In no time he purchased 15 high-quality bone tempering pills, spending 3 million blue star coins, and then headed toward the training room. Arriving at the reception of the training room, Su Chen politely said, "Hello, please open a training room for me." The receptionist smiled slightly and asked softly, "May I ask what your cultivation level is so I can recommend a suitable training room for its foundation establishment level 1 4th stage?" After pondering for a moment, the receptionist said, "How about the lowest level class training room? It can improve the efficiency of using supernatural abilities by 10, allowing for better absorption of the world's source power to enhance your level, and it also has simulated magical beasts from the 1st stage 1st level to the 5th level for training, priced at 1,000,000 blue star coins per hour. Let's open an E-class room, is that okay?" E-class, huh? The price is 2,000,000 per hour and it won't be very useful for you. I suggest you stick with the F-class. The receptionist patiently explained. "Just open the E-class for me 3 hours, Su Chen said with an undeniable. On one hand he wanted to seize the time for cultivation and bone tempering, and on the other he wanted to test the virtual magical beasts of foundation establishment level 1 6th stage, so he could only choose the E-class training room. "Alright then, cash or card?" the receptionist asked helplessly. "Card," Su Chen replied, handing over his bank card. The receptionist respectfully took the bank card, and after completing the transaction she also handed back an E-class training room card. "Turn left up ahead." Su Chen took the card and said thank you. After walking a few steps he arrived at the door of the training room. He scanned his card to enter and a strong sense of technology hit him. Inside the room various precision instruments flickered with soft lights. "Dear user, hello, I am your AI assistant Xiaoyi. Please let me know if you need anything." A sweet voice suddenly rang out, startling Su Chen. "Wow, technology has advanced this much now. Help me simulate a foundation establishment level 1 5th stage scorpion type magical beast. Generating for you, please wait." 2.5 seconds later a ripple appeared in the air ahead and a virtual simulated iron-armored scorpion slowly materialized. It was as large as a small car, its armor glistening coldly, and its hard shell seemed capable of withstanding all attacks. "This is really convenient." Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Without hesitation he quickly formed hand seals and the abyssal demon pool instantly formed beneath the iron-armored scorpion, trapping it firmly. Meanwhile in the sky above the shadow claw appeared, accompanied by a howling wind striking fiercely at the iron-armored scorpion. Under this series of attacks the foundation establishment level 1 5th stage iron-armored scorpion instantly became weak, covered in wounds. "Not bad, crossing a small boundary. A full set of combat skills can bring it to this state," Su Chen nodded in satisfaction, quietly It should be known that he was only at S-level supernatural abilities right now and his combat skills were only at minor success. If he reached S-level abilities and perfected his combat skills, how terrifying would that power be? Then Su Chen tried the foundation establishment level 1 6th stage iron-armored scorpion. This time after a full set of combat skills the iron-armored scorpion was clearly not heavily injured. Seeing the situation Su Chen's eyes narrowed. Summoning the death demon scythe he shouted slash. The scythe carrying a fierce momentum swung down sharply towards the foundation establishment level 1 6th stage iron-armored scorpion. With a pu-chi sound the hard shell of the iron-armored scorpion was easily shattered, revealing a deep wound. Indeed it has to be the death demon scythe. Su Chen felt emotional. This companion spirit weapon was now his strongest means. After all, only when a level or higher supernatural abilities awaken can a companion spirit weapon emerge. And in the entire dragon country very few have been born with companion spirit weapons over the past few centuries. This is because companion spirit weapons can greatly enhance combat power, and a companion spirit weapon of the same level can crush the same level of battle soldiers. Come again. Seeing that the iron-armored scorpion dared to resist, a cold light flashed in Su Chen's eyes as he swung the scythe again. In less than a minute the iron-armored scorpion was dead. So refreshing. Su Chen exclaimed excitedly. As for the Foundation Establishment Level 1 7th-stage magical beast, he temporarily did not consider it, as it would likely only cause minor injuries and would take time, lacking any challenge. However, what disappointed Su Chen was that he still did not know the characteristics of his supernatural abilities. Forget it, it will appear when the time is right. Then he took out the high-quality bone tempering pill, preparing to begin bone tempering. He sat down on the ground, swallowed the high-quality bone tempering pill in one go, activated the basic supernatural ability cultivation method, and began to refine his entire skeletal structure, aiming to achieve the first round of bone tempering. The effects of the high-quality bone tempering pill rapidly took effect, and in an instant Su Chen could clearly feel his bones being tightly gripped by an invisible giant hand, being reshaped bit by bit. A faint caw-caw sound emerged from between his bones, and the muscles continuously contracted and tightened with the changes in his bones. The piercing pain caused beads of sweat to continuously slide down his forehead. Time passed slowly, and Su Chen endured the excruciating pain, gritting his teeth to persist. An hour later he felt a tremor throughout his body. The first round of bone tempering is complete. Although an hour seemed short without the high-quality bone tempering pill and the subsequent consumption of 3 high-quality bone tempering pills, it would have taken several days to complete this first round of bone tempering. Moreover, the difficulty of each round of bone tempering gradually increases. Otherwise, how could the average bone tempering progress in the entire Dragon Country be at the third round? System opened the panel. Su Chen took a moment to catch his breath and said, Name: Su Chen, age 18, cultivation level Foundation Establishment Level 1, companion spirit weapons level Death Demon Scythe, combat skills 2nd stage Abyssal Demon Pool beginner, 2nd stage Shadow Claw beginner, techniques basic supernatural ability cultivation method bone tempering, first round kill points 500. Note: the little chicken is taking off. Looking at the remaining 500 kill points, these were obtained after hunting down Li Hengshan and other magical beasts in the afternoon. But just as Su Chen pondered which attribute to allocate points to, the plus sign behind the first round of bone tempering left him somewhat bewildered. System. What does the plus sign behind bone tempering mean? Su Chen asked in confusion. You can allocate points using this system. To allocate points is non-toxic and has no side effects. Only 200 points are needed to advance to the second round of bone tempering. Don't hesitate, act now. Whoa. Damn, why didn't you say this earlier? Su Chen couldn't help but curse. Now perfect bone tempering is guaranteed. Whether allocating points all the way up or tempering it himself, as long as he reaches the 9th round he can directly allocate points to achieve the 10th round and obtain perfect golden bones. Moreover, he participated in this process himself, which as labor earned. The difference is clear. System. Allocate my bone tempering points to the second round. Consuming 200 kill points, host successfully enters the second round of bone tempering. As the system prompt sounded, Su Chen felt as if all his bones were being shattered and reassembled in unbearable pain. But after the pain, his entire skeletal structure became even harder. Su Chen felt inwardly that point allocation at the press of a button is truly worth having. Looking at the remaining 300 kill points, his gaze fell again on the 2 combat skills. Should he focus on perfecting Shadow Claw or Abyssal Demon Pool first? The embroidered ball to choose a husband. Ultimately, Su Chen lightly pointed, choosing to invest in the Shadow Claw. Between attack and restraint, he decisively prioritized offense. Attack is the best defense. Consume 300 slaughter points. Shadow Claw successfully reaches a minor success in an instant. His proficiency with the Shadow Claw sword as if he had used it thousands or tens of thousands of times. He tried to demonstrate it, and not only did the Shadow Claw's power increase significantly, but its attack range also became broader. Su Chen nodded in satisfaction, closed the panel, and grasped the exquisite source stone given by Luo Qingxue, preparing to begin his cultivation. This source stone appeared like a black crystal containing boundless energy. Inside it harbored a vast amount of pure source power, capable of greatly accelerating a cultivator's absorption of the world's source energy and enhancing their realm. For those with extraordinary abilities to elevate their cultivation, they must operate a unique cultivation technique, drawing in the wandering source power from the heavens and earth into their bodies and converting it into their own realm. Although Su Chen could invest points to level up, unfortunately he lacked slaughter points, and the nocturnal monsters were difficult to deal with. Therefore he decided to cultivate peacefully at night and hunt monsters during the day, acquiring slaughter points to invest in upgrades. Once he reaches the second-tier blood condensation realm, he would gain night vision. He could hunt monsters freely every day, crazily investing points to level up, sweeping aside others of the same age. High Martial Volume King. With this in mind, Su Chen took a deep breath, sat cross-legged, and activated the foundational extraordinary ability cultivation technique. The surrounding air slightly rippled, and strands of invisible source power gathered like threads, entering his body and flowing gently through his meridians. Meanwhile, in the Lord's mansion. Daughter, how can you be so willful, running around everywhere? You have worried your dad sick. Shi Yuanshan looked at his daughter with a face full of worry. Shi Yaoyao huffed, pouting, who asked you to worry? It's not like you haven't forced me to participate in the embroidered ball to choose a husband tomorrow without my consent. I don't want to. A flicker of anger flashed in her eyes at the mention of this. Shi Yuanshan sighed helplessly. Oh daughter, this is a family tradition from your mother's side, we have no choice. Just treat it as a formality, after all I can't bear to see you truly get married. Shi Yaoyao turned her face away in a fit of pique. Too late. I already have someone I like, and I'll be getting married in a couple of days just to make you mad. What? You have someone you like? Who is it? Quickly tell your dad I want to see which lad has such the ability to catch your eye. Upon hearing this, Shi Yuanshan immediately perked up. I won't tell you. Shi Yaoyao stuck her tongue out playfully. In truth, she didn't even like him, it was merely an acquaintance. She said this just to tease her old dad. Yaoyao, my good daughter, just tell your dad who it is. Not unless you give me some cultivation resources. Speak, what do you want? Whatever your dad can get, I will definitely get it for you. I don't want much, just a cultivation technique for the shadow ability you obtain from the secret realm, and a third-tier dark attribute combat technique will suffice. This, daughter, isn't what you're asking for too much. Upon hearing this, Shi Yuanshan revealed a hint of difficulty on his face. Oh. Then I won't tell you. Shi Yaoyao said, pretending to leave. Alright, my precious daughter, I will get it for you soon, okay? Shi Yuanshan reluctantly conceded. After all, they wouldn't use the shadow ability cultivation technique in their family, and as for a third-tier dark attribute combat technique, given his status and strength, it wasn't impossible to obtain. Hee, it's a deal. Then since dad has agreed, which lad is it? The one who will receive the embroidered ball tomorrow. Shi Yaoyao displayed a victorious smile, bouncing away. Shi Yuanshan gazed at his daughter's departing figure and thought, good heavens, it seems our family's prized cabbage is truly going to be besieged by pigs. I will see which pig it is tomorrow. Is it the yellow-haired one with ghostly fire? At 10 o'clock at night, the moonlight poured like water, quietly illuminating the streets and alleys of Chuan City. Chen slowly walked out of the cultivation room, having bought a meat sandwich on his way home. After all, food is the priority for the people. The house he lived in was located in an old community. Although somewhat worn, it was clean and tidy, the only asset his parents left him. Chen opened the door, walked inside, and placed the food on the table. Just as he was about to relax and take a shower, he heard the sound of a message notification from his phone. Ding ding ding. He took out his phone and saw a string of messages from the person he had saved earlier. Cute bunny, hey. It's 9 o'clock, I woke up to pee, cute bunny, hee. It's 9:30, I woke up to poop, cute bunny, Chen. It's already 10 o'clock, wake up. Chen couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Is this person for real? Chen. The other party almost immediately replied, you finally replied. Following this, several images appeared on the. Chen took a closer look. One of the images was a third-tier dark attribute combat technique, Shadow Bat Strike. In another image, there was a cultivation technique for the shadow ability. In addition, there were some exquisite bone refining pills. Chen couldn't help but swallow hard. While this person really didn't waste my rescue, being so generous. Chen, Dad. At this moment, in a bedroom of the Lord's mansion, Shi Yaoyao was lying on the bed holding her phone, unable to help but laugh at the messages Chen sent. This person is truly money-oriented. He got so excited over such a little thing. Calling dad is useless. You have to call mom. Chen 66. I'm not a junior from the academy, and you should be a girl, right? Chen speculated that the other party was most likely a girl from her previous behaviors. It was too similar. Good heavens. Did he indirectly become a hero, saving a beauty? Although the plot is a bit cliché, it's truly delightful. I won't tell you. Remember to come to the Lord's Mansion's gate tomorrow morning. Alright, I will definitely go for that combat technique. Then it's settled. Good night. Good night. After exchanging good night, Chen closed his phone, took a shower, then lay down in bed ready to sleep. Overall, today's gains were quite substantial. Not only did he receive a transfer of several million, but his realm and bone refining also showed significant improvement. With this in mind, he smiled in satisfaction, closed his eyes, and quickly fell asleep. The next morning, the sun shone brightly. Chen walked on the way to the Lord's Mansion, feeling somewhat curious. He saw many people rushing in the same direction, their faces filled with excitement and anticipation. Hey little brother, what are you all going to the Lord's Mansion for? Don't you know? Today Lord Shi Yuanshan's daughter Shi Yaoyao is holding an event to throw the embroidered ball and choose a husband. I'm planning to give it a shot. Maybe I could become a son-in-law. The young man said this with a hint of longing on his face, and then quickened his pace towards the Lord's Mansion. Throwing the embroidered ball to choose a husband. Chen was taken aback. Isn't this something that only happened in ancient times? He didn't expect it to still exist in this era. He finished the hand-grabbed pancake in one bite, a sense of curiosity rising within him, deciding to join the excitement. He had a recollection of the name Shi Yuanshan. He was one of the strongest in Chuan City, having reached the 6th-tier realm and held a high prestige in Chuan City. As for his daughter Shi Yaoyao, Chen had only heard of her name and was not clear about her appearance. In his mind, he even speculated that she might be an ugly duckling. Otherwise, why would they resort to such a method to choose a husband? One more thing, Chen strongly suspected that the person he saved yesterday was Shi Yaoyao. The generosity of her actions and her mention of the Lord's Mansion led him to such a conclusion. No way. No way. Now that he's here, he definitely needs to obtain that combat technique. As for what Shi Yaoyao looks like, he didn't really care. She's not his partner nor someone he likes. Why bother caring? He looked ahead. Combat technique, here I come. Slaughter points are necessary, but having powerful combat techniques is also crucial. It would be worth it to casually swing by and obtain a strong combat technique. The crowd gathered beneath the city Lord's Mansion surged like a tide. A surprised voice suddenly came from the crowd. Even the young master of the Li family is here. He is a genius who has awakened a class ability. Many young masters from powerful factions have gathered here. Alas, it seems we have no chance today. I wonder what the requirements for the selection are. Instantly many people who came with a glimmer of hope felt deflated, their faces filled with disappointment. Haha, young Master Li is here too. Shi Yuanshan warmly greeted him below. Hello Uncle Shi, I just came to try my luck and see if I could forge a connection with the young lady of the Shi family. Li Tian wore a confident smile and said politely, how has your cultivation been recently? I am not talented, but I have already reached the first level of foundation establishment and am preparing to break through to the second level. When Li Tian spoke, his chest slightly puffed out and his eyes were filled with pride. Achieving the second level of foundation establishment in just 2 days is indeed exceptional among his peers. Not bad Xiaotian, I have high hopes for you. Shi Yuanshan praised politely. Thank you Uncle Shi, I will treat Yao Yao well in the future. Li Tian earnestly promised. Shi Yuanshan was taken aback. I was just being polite and you took it seriously. He maintained his smile. Haha, please, I will head up first. After saying this, he quickly left under the pretense of an excuse. Li Tian looked at Shi Yuanshan's departing figure, the corners of his mouth slightly lifting. It seems Uncle Shi has a good impression of me. Today he would undoubtedly be the most dazzling person in the crowd. No matter how the embroidery ball was contested, his realm would definitely crush the competition. Yao Yao, what are your requirements for your future husband? Tell Mom and I will help you find someone suitable and then you can throw the embroidery ball to the right person. Shi Yao Yao's mother Li Yulan said softly, her eyes filled with concern. Mom! Can't I decide for myself? Yao Yao, the news about the selection has already spread, so many people have come. Mom just wants to find you a good Mom, don't worry about me, I already have someone I like. I knew you were just trying to fool me, I know your character well enough. You can ask Dad if you don't believe me. Shi Yao Yao pointed at Shi Yuanshan who had just returned. Yuanshan. Is what Yao Yao said true? Li Yulan turned to look at Shi Yuanshan. Shi Yuanshan shook his head and not quite sure, but Yao Yao said that the person who catches the embroidery ball later will be the one she likes. As he said this, a hint of anticipation flashed in his eyes. He wanted to see which young master could catch his daughter's eye. Although Li Yulan was skeptical, she still said, since Yao Yao has someone she likes, I want to pose it. It's about time to take her through the process. However, he felt somewhat helpless. Had he known his daughter liked someone, he wouldn't have made such a grand announcement about the selection. Shi Yao Yao couldn't wait and rushed out first. I'm going to take a look. Yao Yao, you haven't even grabbed the embroidery ball yet. Shi Yuanshan and Li Yulan hurriedly picked up the embroidery ball and followed her. Arriving at the top of the city lord's mansion, Shi Yao Yao looked down at the crowd. The mass of people below made her pause for a moment. It's just a selection of a husband, why are so many people here? As Shi Yao Yao appeared, nearly everyone in the crowd had their eyes lit up. I've long heard that the daughter of City Lord Shi is as beautiful as an immortal, and seeing her today it truly lives up to the reputation. Indeed brothers, I'm really not a lullicon. Now no one will judge me right. Alas, I wonder who will be lucky enough to catch the embroidery ball today. It will likely be those young masters from powerful factions. That's about right, catching the embroidery ball definitely requires some strength. Shi Yao Yao ignored the discussions around her, anxiously searching for Su Chen in the crowd. However, after searching round and round, she still couldn't find that familiar figure, and a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. Could it be that Su Chen didn't come? What a bad guy. Miss Shi, what are you waiting for? It's time to throw the embroidery ball right. Li Tian elegantly spoke, trying to attract Shi Yao Yao's attention. Shi Yao Yao didn't even glance at him, still focused on searching the crowd. At that moment, she suddenly saw Su Chen leisurely walking from a distance, and her face instantly lit up with joy. It seems you still have a bit of conscience. However, upon thinking again, she felt something was off. No, it's because of that battle technique that's charming. Su Chen must have come for that battle technique. Meanwhile, Li Tian, seeing Shi Yao Yao smile after he spoke, secretly delighted in his heart, the corners of his mouth involuntarily lifting, thinking it was his charm at work. Little did he know, in Shi Yao Yao's heart he was merely a comical clown. In the distance, Su Chen finally squeezed through the layers of people and reached the front, finally seeing Shi Yao Yao above the city lord's mansion. He was slightly stunned, secretly marveling she is not an ugly monster but a cute little girl. Shi Yao Yao had her playful twin ponytails, and her fair rosy face glowed softly under the sunlight, resembling flowers blooming in them. Her big watery eyes were like clear lakes, pure and bright. Below her dainty straight nose was a slightly upturned cherry mouth. She wore a simple white cartoon t-shirt paired with denim shorts, exuding youthful vibrancy and cuteness. At that moment, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. Is the person I saved really Shi Yao Yao? Upon seeing Su Chen, Shi Yao Yao mischievously made a funny face. Seeing this, Su Chen was certain that she was the one he had saved. One mouth battles all. Shi Yao Yao hurriedly returned to the back, anxiously sending a message to Su Chen. Shi Yao Yao, you must grab the embroidered ball later, I don't want to be matched with other men. Su Chen stood at the foot of the city, and the notification sound of his phone rang. Seeing the message she sent, a wicked smile crept across his lips. He replied, I usually go with the flow unless you beg me. Shi Yaoyao bit her lip, a trace of annoyance flashing in her beautiful eyes. The Su Chen was truly a rascal. He actually wanted her, a dignified young lady, to beg him. Shi Yaoyao, am begging you, after this is done I will grant you one request. Su Chen pondered for a moment, quickly tapping on the screen. Fine, no problem. Seeing Su Chen's reply, Shi Yaoyao smiled in satisfaction. She asked Su Chen to grab the embroidered ball, but in truth it was to escape the matchmaking and marriage arrangements her parents had planned for her. She intended to have a fake romance with Su Chen, as she did not want to marry or fall in love so early. Living freely as a single person was much better. Moreover, it was highly likely that no man could enter her heart. She carefully put away her phone and went to the top of the mansion, looking down at the crowd below, calling out, throwing the embroidered ball now. 3, 2, 1. As soon as she finished speaking, Shi Yaoyao threw the embroidered ball directly towards Su Chen. The embroidered ball traced a beautiful arc in the air, raising the hearts of everyone present filled with curiosity. Who would seize this ball, symbolizing luck and fate? The couple Shi Yuanshan and his wife also watched with curiosity who was their little princess interested in. As the embroidered ball was thrown, the surrounding young men's eyes lit up, leaping into the air and shouting loudly, mine. They leaped high, stretching their arms in an effort to touch the embroidered ball flying in the air. Li Tian sneered disdainfully, his eyes filled with contempt. They are all little brothers. He activated his special ability, leaping high like a bolt of black lightning, a finger almost touching the embroidered ball while taunting the crowd below. Only the strong deserve to possess this embroidered ball. However, just as he finished speaking, a shadow darted past below, and before anyone could react, it had snatched the embroidered ball. Su Chen landed steadily, tightly gripping the colorful embroidered ball. The ball still carried a faint fragrance lingering at the tip of his nose. All were merely newly awakened individuals, and his realm far surpassed theirs. With greater strength, it was naturally expected that he could jump higher and snatch it from them. Seeing the embroidered ball snatched by Su Chen, everyone turned their gaze towards him. Who is this? He actually managed to snatch it from young Master Li. He looks a bit familiar. Oh. I remember now, he is the one who has a betrothal with the Luo family. Su Chen. So it's him. Isn't he already betrothed to the Luo family? Why is he here trying to snatch it from us? Li Tian's expression instantly turned extremely ugly. Su Chen, you are already betrothed to the Luo family. I hope you can give me this embroidered ball, otherwise don't blame me for being rude. Su Chen listened, casually playing with the embroidered ball, provocatively saying, what if I don't? Then don't blame me for being rude. The essence of snatching the embroidered ball is just about the act of snatching. Li Tian's gaze hardened. Just as he was about to make a move, he heard a wave of gasps around him. Damn! What a huge black claw! Li Tian was startled, instinctively looking up, only to see a gigantic shadowy claw descending with a fierce momentum, heading straight for— Boom! With a loud crash, the shadowy claw fell heavily, and Li Tian was directly smashed into a deep pit, dust flying everywhere. Su Chen raised the embroidered ball high, loudly calling out, who else wants to snatch it? For a moment, those who had originally been eager to try were all frightened and retreated, their faces filled with terror. Li Tian among them could be considered outstanding, yet he was unexpectedly taken down by Su Chen in one move. If they didn't want to lose their lives, they dared not easily step forward. One claw shaking the crowd. At the Lord's mansion, Shi Yuanshan narrowed his eyes slightly, a trace of shock flashing in his eyes. It's actually a second-tier battle skill, Shadow Claw, and at the proficiency of lesser success. His tone was filled with astonishment. Just awakened the day before, and he had already cultivated a second-tier battle skill to the realm of lesser success. It's important to note that even amongst level ability users of the same rank, it would take several months to cultivate a second-tier battle skill. But this Su Chen actually achieved it in less than 2 days. He now confirmed that the person his daughter Yaoyao mentioned was indeed Su Chen. Shi Yaoyao watched Su Chen catch the embroidered ball steadily in his imposing demeanor that intimidated the crowd, muttering to herself, he's quite handsome. Just as she was about to jump down, she heard a commotion among the spectators. A person with a marriage contract is still here to snatch the embroidered ball. How shameless. No wonder the Luo family wants to annul the engagement. Perhaps the Su Chen's misconduct was discovered. Exactly, even though Su Chen is an S-level ability user, he still doesn't deserve Luo Qingshui, let alone the daughter of the city lord Shi. TCH Sour Grapes, a mere S-level ability user can easily take you down. Stop spreading false narratives, don't talk nonsense without knowing the truth. Listening to the harsh discussions around him, Su Chen curled his lips into a cold smile. His parents had saved the lives of the Luo family couple back then, yet now they were turning against him. Truly disgusting. Just as he was about to retort, he saw Shi Yaoyao jump down from the city lord's mansion. Su Chen. Catch me. Ah. Seeing this, Su Chen's heart tightened and he quickly stepped forward, catching her steadily in a princess embrace. Feeling the softness in his arms, Su Chen momentarily became dazed. Have you had enough touching? Shi Yaoyao's voice pulled Su Chen back to reality. He awkwardly coughed twice and smiled. Ahem, not yet. You. Shi Yaoyao glared at him but wasn't really angry. She broke free from his embrace. She turned around, her gaze sharply directed at the gossiping crowd. What are you all complaining about when you have no skills? Su Chen, an S-level ability user, is a height you will never reach in your lifetime. Sour Grape saying Su Chen doesn't deserve Luo Qingshui. In my eyes, the Luo family doesn't even deserve to lick Su Chen's feet. And also, I think Su Chen and I are well matched, so no need for everyone to worry. After saying that, she lightly pecked Su Chen on the cheek while standing on her tiptoes. Su Chen was stunned by Shi Yaoyao's sudden action. The anger in his heart instantly dissipated, replaced by a warm current rising within. This girl. She's not bad at all. Originally, those who spoke ill of Su Chen were thoroughly shamed by Shi Yaoyao's merciless rebuttal, lowering their heads and daring not to make a sound. Indeed, as an S-level ability user with a beautiful and bold woman like Shi Yaoyao admiring him, his life could be considered exceedingly blissful. Shi Yaoyao's face turned slightly red, her eyes carrying a hint of shyness. I'm still not thanking this young lady. She was also a bit flustered. This was her first time having such intimate contact with a male. In a moment of anger, she acted so boldly. Su Chen softened his voice. Thank you, miss. Shi, I owe you a favor. It's nothing. If you hadn't saved me yesterday, I would have definitely been chewed to the bone by that monster. So I should be the one thanking you. When it comes to helping a benefactor in need, one naturally should lend a hand. The notion of a romantic relationship is a farce. Listening to her words, Su Chen felt a surge of indescribable emotions within, and a smile that seemed to mock yet not mock appeared at the corner of his lips. The laughter was about the unspoken gap between people in this world. He saved Shi Yaoyao, and in return she stood sincerely by his side, disregarding the peculiar glances from others offering her help. Yet his parents had once saved the Luo couple, but what they received in return was a complete reversal of truth and ingratitude. It seems that saving you was indeed worth it. Su Chen said in a calm voice. Of course. You could say that saving me was a huge profit. A playful smile radiated from Shi Yaoyao's face. Ahem, Yaoyao, you two should pause for a moment, we can chat later. Shi Yuanshan watched his precious daughter chatting enthusiastically with Su Chen, a hint of sourness rising in his heart. That feeling was as if the little cotton-padded jacket he had carefully nurtured was about to be snatched away. Shi Yaoyao made a cute face at her father and cheerfully responded, oh. Shi Yuanshan ignored his daughter's mischief and turned his attention to the crowd of onlookers. Ladies and gentlemen, the selection of a son-in-law today has come to an end. I have arranged a luncheon at the Sunshine Hotel nearby. Those interested may proceed there. Now please disperse in an orderly manner. Initially, the crowd wore faces of disappointment, feeling that their trip was in vain, having gained nothing. However, upon hearing Shi Yuanshan's arrangement, the gloom on their faces cleared instantly. The Sunshine Hotel was a 5-star luxury establishment. Enjoying a meal there was not a loss at all. Taking photos and posting on social media could also show off. Just as everyone turned to leave, Su Chen suddenly called out loudly, wait. The crowd paused in surprise, turning back to look at him with puzzled expressions. In 2 days I will duel with the Luo family. By then all truths will be revealed. I will make certain individuals understand that it is the Luo family who does not deserve me, Su Chen. At these words, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone was awed by the powerful aura emanating from Su Chen, momentarily unable to speak. The youthful vigor of the boy was vividly displayed at that moment. Looking at Su Chen before her, Shi Yaoyao couldn't help but snort lightly, asking, hey, do you really have confidence? Confidence. What I desire is an absolute crushing victory. By the time of the 3-year appointment, with his speed of improvement, he would at least reach the 5th layer of the first stage. What could Luo Qingshan possibly compare with him? His goal was not merely to slap Luo Qingshan's face, but to slap the faces of the ungrateful Luo couple. Such grandiose words, but I believe in you. Trust shone in Shi Yaoyao's eyes. She naturally believed in Su Chen. He was already at the 4th layer of the first stage, and the Shadow Claw had just reached the minor achievement stage. Just ask how many people in the entire Dragon Kingdom could achieve such a feat. Yaoyao, take Su Chen to the City Lord's mansion. We need to have a good chat. Shi Yuanshan commanded. Got it, Dad. Shi Yaoyao turned to Su Chen, her eyes sparkling with laughter. Let's go, Xiaochenzi. Su Chen smiled in agreement, teasing, tisk, Princess Yaoyao. Shi Yaoyao covered her mouth and chuckled softly, then walked side by side with Su Chen into the City Lord's mansion. Luo family residence. Oh. Su Chen actually went to participate in the selection of the City Lord's daughter. He even made such grand claims. Luo Dongshan raised an eyebrow slightly, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes as he listened to his subordinate's report. Indeed, master. Moreover, he defeated the Li family's young master Li Tian in one move with a minor achievement level 2nd stage Shadow Claw. Do you think that in 2 days his duel with the young lady will? What? The Shadow Claw has actually reached minor achievement. Luo Dongshan suddenly stood up. Today is only the 2nd day since Su Chen awakened, and he has already cultivated the Shadow Claw to minor achievement. How could he cultivate so quickly? What about his realm? Have you investigated that thoroughly? Master, we do not have detailed information regarding his realm. However, it is highly probable that he has devoted all his time to battle skill cultivation, which is why his battle skill has progressed so rapidly. Listening to the steward's explanation, Luo Dongshan frowned slightly, feeling it made some sense. But upon further thought, it seemed unreasonable. The speed of battle skill cultivation was too fast. It was already quick to enter, yet he had reached minor achievement. But soon he calmed down, a hint of malice flashing in his eyes as he said, go and bring me the 11th battle weapon, the frost sword, that I cherished for the past 2 days for Qingshan to use during her duel with Su Chen. Master. Using an A-level battle weapon for the young lady won't it attract comments? What does it matter? If Chen has one I will let him use it too. Unfortunately he does not. Sometimes background is also a form of strength. Just blame him for being an orphan with his only uncle living off hunting monsters. In order to be safe he had no choice but to resort to this strategy. With the support of the A-level battle weapon his daughter's strength would surely rise to another level. You are right master, there is no rule against the opposing side using them, so why should we care if they don't? The steward quickly agreed. Alright, go and bring that weapon to the young lady. The steward nodded and was about to turn to leave when Luo Dongshan called out, on the day of the duel also find a reason to invite Su Chen's uncle to watch. Isn't Su Chen boasting that the Luo family is unworthy of him? Then isn't it reasonable to invite Su Chen's uncle to witness his defeat? Seeing his only relative witness his failure, Su Chen would undoubtedly feel terrible. He wanted to humiliate the Luo family, so let's see if he has that ability. Yes master. City Lord's mansion. Shi Yuanshan and Li Yulan sat at the head seats, their gazes fixed intently on Su Chen and Shi Yaoyao, the atmosphere somewhat oppressive silence spreading through the air. Dad, why did you call us here? What's the matter? Shi Yaoyao finally couldn't hold back and was the first to break the awkward silence. What do you think? Speak, what is your relationship with Su Chen? It's a romantic relationship. Su Chen was taken aback at her words, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. What the heck? How did it suddenly become a romantic relationship? Just as he was about to ask he saw Shi Yaoyao making faces at him, her eyes full of hints. Seeing her act this way Su Chen's heart stirred and he roughly understood what was going on. Simply put, it was most likely her family urging her to marry, so she used him as a shield pretending to be in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Su Chen, is what Xiaoyao said true? Shi Yuanshan's gaze was fixed intently on Su Chen, his eyes revealing a hint of probing. Yes, at present we are in a romantic relationship. Helping her this one time, just this once. Shi Yuanshan looked at the two, his eyes filled with doubt. He couldn't believe that these two were genuinely in a romantic relationship, it surely was an act. However, since his daughter had said so he had no choice. Let her be. By the way Su Chen, what is the matter with your engagement with the Luo family? This is a bit complicated. If the city lord has time you will understand in 2 days at the second middle school. Shi Yuanshan nodded slightly, realizing that the rumors about the Luo family withdrawing their engagement with the Su family were not due to Su Chen's lack of ability, there must be other hidden reasons. Xiao Chen, how is your cultivation going? At this moment Li Yulan asked. The first layer, 4th stage. Since she had asked, Su Chen felt it inappropriate to hide it. Moreover, he had never intended to conceal his strength. He had worked hard to slay monsters and level up, why should he hide? Li Yulan smiled and nodded softly, saying, not bad, you've already reached the 4th stage of the first layer. But the next second she seemed to realize something and abruptly stood up, exclaiming, what? You've already cultivated to the 4th stage of the first layer. The shadow ability cultivation method. Shi Yuanshan suddenly stood up from his seat. What? You're already at the 1st stage 4th level. Su Chen touched his nose, a faint smile appearing on his face. Is there a problem with that? Shi Yuanshan and Li Yulan exchanged glances, both showing a hint of surprise. Both of them were thinking, this kid usually seems low-key, but he must be pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. What problem could there be? If they had awakened their abilities at 18 the next day they would have revealed their presence in class at the 1st stage 4th level. The 1st stage 4th level is something that a level or above ability users can only achieve during the college entrance examination. The more powerful ones might reach at most the 1st stage 5th level. How outrageous could you be? Shi Yuanshan cleared his throat, still a bit surprised. You must know it's only been just over a day since you awakened yesterday morning. Such a speed of cultivation even the talented individuals carefully nurtured by those old monsters in Kyoto and Motu probably can't compare. With that thought a sudden idea surged in Shi Yuanshan's mind. Su Chen might actually reach the 2nd stage by the college entrance examination in 9 days. But soon he shook his head again, feeling that this was unlikely. The improvement of realms is relatively easy at first, but it becomes increasingly difficult later on. It's just luck, pure luck, Su Chen casually responded. Oh, Xiao Chen is really hard-working, unlike our Yao Yao who doesn't like to cultivate at all. You'll have to take good care of her in the future. Li Yulan said with a smile, her eyes filled with admiration for Su Chen. Su Chen, diligent in cultivation and handsome, possessed level abilities and his speed in combat skill training was also rapid. Such a young man would undoubtedly become a formidable power in the future. Although she could see that the relationship between her daughter and Su Chen might be fake, what did it matter? A fake could still become real. This son-in-law she was quite satisfied with. Su Chen felt a bit uncomfortable under Li Yulan's gaze, which was as if she were looking at a son-in-law. If they found out he had a life-bound spirit tool, what would happen? Ahem, I will, Su Chen replied. Aunt Yulan. What aunt? Call me auntie. Li Yulan pretended to be angry and glared at him. Alright auntie, Su Chen quickly corrected himself, displaying an obedient smile. Ah. This child is really obedient. You chat here for a while, don't leave at noon, auntie will cook for you personally. Li Yulan nodded in satisfaction, speaking enthusiastically. On the side, Shi Yaoyao looked at her mother's enthusiastic demeanor, feeling a bit dazed. She thought to herself, this is bad. My mother really sees Su Chen as a son-in-law. Shi Yuanshan shook his head slightly at this scene, then looked at Su Chen. Xiao Chen, can I have a private word with Yaoyao? Sure, City Lord Shi, you can chat first. Su Chen tactfully stood up. Su Chen, wait a minute, take this first. Shi Yaoyao suddenly spoke, tossing over a storage ring. Su Chen received the storage ring and opened it to find a third-tier dark combat skill, a shadow ability cultivation method, and some top-grade bone refining pills. His eyes brightened. Thanks. No need to be polite, this is what I promised to give you. Shi Yaoyao smiled and then looked at her father. Father, go ahead, what do you want to talk about? What do you think? Be honest, how did you meet Su Chen? Shi Yuanshan asked seriously with a stern face. Yesterday I went out to play and ended up surrounded by a pack of wolves outside the city. He saved me by chance. What? You actually went outside the city yesterday? Upon hearing this, Shi Yuanshan's expression changed, filled with worry. What else could I do? It was boring inside the city, I just wanted to see the world outside, she replied. But you can't go alone. The beasts are very ferocious. My silly daughter, I'm glad you're okay. Shi Yuanshan sighed in relief, his affection for Su Chen increased a bit. He didn't expect this kid to have saved it. See, it's all fine. Don't worry. Shi Yuanshan glared at her and then said, I think Su Chen is quite a good kid. If you have feelings for him, let the fake romance turn real. Shi Yaoyao's face turned red instantly. Father, what are you talking about? I don't want to date, let alone get married. Shi Yuanshan shook his head helplessly. All right, suit yourself. A forced fruit isn't sweet, it all depends on my daughter and Su Chen. Shi Yaoyao stuck out her tongue and said nothing more. Arriving outside the mansion, Su Chen looked at the third-tier combat skill, Eclipse Shadow Bat Strike, in his hand, excitement glimmering in his eyes. He used the detection function to examine it. Eclipse Shadow Bat Strike condenses dark elements to form countless shadow bats to attack the opponent. Then he took out another shadow ability cultivation method and examined it again. Shadow ability cultivation method, only non-shadow ability users can cultivate this method. Cultivating it can greatly accelerate the absorption of source power and training speed. Additionally, one can fuse with their shadow for training, achieving twice the result with half the effort, or separate the shadow to let it cultivate and feed back to oneself. Su Chen breathed a bit hastily, silently praising in his heart. This shadow ability method is truly amazing. Letting his shadow cultivate and feed back to him while he hunts beasts for kill points. With this, who could possibly compare to him? Su Chen. System, start learning Eclipse Shadow Bat Strike and Shadow Ability Cultivation Method. Su Chen silently thought. Ding. Learning successful. In an instant, the methods regarding how to operate, separate and condense the shadow were clearly etched into his mind. As for the Eclipse Shadow Bat Strike, he had already learned it, though he had not yet reached the level of proficient application. Now he just lacked kill points to enhance his abilities. He had a grand goal in mind, to develop the shadow ability into a devastating mage as powerful as a summoner. Just as he was excitedly thinking about future plans, a voice came from behind him. It's time to eat, Su Chen. Su Chen turned around and responded, okay. Then he stood up and walked towards the mansion. Arriving at the dining table, 7 or 8 fragrant and delicious dishes were neatly arranged on the table, emitting a tempting aroma. Xiao Chen, I don't know what you like to eat, so I just made some randomly. See if it suits your taste. Li Yulan asked with a beaming smile, her eyes filled with anticipation. Su Chen picked up his chopsticks, grabbed a piece of braised pork and smelled it in front of his nose. The aroma was delightful. He took a bite and the braised pork was tender and delicious. Su Chen showed a satisfied smile, praising, Auntie, your cooking is really delicious. The best way to compliment someone on their cooking is to eat more. Li Yulan felt particularly pleased by the compliment and glad you like it. My Yaoyao says my cooking is terrible every day. As she spoke, she shot a glare at Shi Yaoyao. Not at all. Maybe she's just gotten picky after eating Auntie's delicious cooking every day. Su Chen quickly defended Shi Yaoyao. Li Yulan nodded in satisfaction and said, you have such sweet words, eat more. Okay. Su Chen was about to grab more food when he heard Li Yulan say, Yaoyao, don't only think of yourself, serve Xiao Chen some food. Shi Yaoyao pouted, internally lamenting, this is bad. My mother really sees Su Chen as her son-in-law. What should I do? Though somewhat reluctant, Shi Yaoyao still served Su Chen a piece of meat, her face showing a bit of a pout. Su Chen felt a bit helpless as well. He hadn't expected things to develop like this and could only accept it with a wry smile. Su Chen, which ability academy do you plan to attend? Shi Yuanshan asked at this moment. Leaving the city for the second time. Just pick whichever academy offers the most generous rewards. Is that so? Then be sure to let us know once you've made your choice. I was thinking perhaps Yaoyao could attend the same academy as you. He had two motives in saying this. First, if his beloved daughter Shi Yaoyao harbored any fondness for the young man before him, Su Chen, perhaps a blossoming romance might unfold, culminating in a fine union. Second, and more importantly, he knew his daughter's temperament all too well. In those chaotic, heterogeneous cultivation academies, she would inevitably find herself at a disadvantage. If Su Chen could look after her there, he would rest far easier. Agreed, I'll inform you Uncle Shi as soon as I've decided on an academy. Su Chen replied politely, then asked, are there any criminals or beasts scheduled for execution soon? After all, killing yields slaughter points. Dispatching a few convicts shouldn't be considered excessive. Shi Yuanshan furrowed his brow slightly, gazing at Su Chen with quiet puzzlement. I confess I feel some dread toward taking life, so I thought I'd try it just to overcome this inner barrier. Su Chen spoke with solemn sincerity. Beside him, Shi Yaoyao blinked rapidly, inwardly scoffing. That doesn't sound right. Dread toward killing. When he slew Li Hengshan, his exhilaration had been palpable, playful even, not a trace of fear in sight. After a moment's reflection, Shi Yuanshan said, several rogue beasts are evading capture within the city and members of the Blood Beast cult are slated for execution the day after tomorrow. If you wish to confront your fear, practicing on them would be perfectly acceptable. Really? That's excellent. By the way, what exactly is the Blood Beast cult? He'd heard the name before, but its true nature remained obscure. At the mention of the Blood Beast cult, fury blazed instantly in Shi Yuanshan's eyes. The Blood Beast cult is a band of utterly deranged fanatics. Some joined out of dissatisfaction with their meager awakened abilities, others crushed beneath life's unbearable weight sought refuge in its realm. There the cult's grand high priest employs forbidden rites to infuse beast blood into their bodies, granting them a monstrous hybrid state, part human part beast. In that form their physical prowess and strength surge dramatically. Yet once empowered they unleash chaos, skulking like vermin in shadowed alleys, hunted and reviled by all. Listening to Shi Yuanshan's detailed account, Su Chen's understanding of this high cultivation world deepened once more. Though he'd been transmigrated here for 3 years, many of the world's deepest secrets still eluded him. Yet at that moment a curious notion flickered across his mind. Would slaying a hybrid, neither fully human nor wholly beast, yield 2 slaughter points? At the thought, anticipation kindled within him for the coming execution. Thank you Uncle Shi for the clarification. Shi Yuanshan waved dismissively. No need for formalities, but let me offer one earnest admonition: uphold justice always and without compromise. I understand perfectly Uncle Shi, I carry my own moral compass within my heart. Ha ha ha, excellent. Report to me at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. I'll escort you to the execution grounds, those wretches shall be yours to deal with. Shi Yuanshan laughed heartily. I'm deeply grateful Uncle Shi. Inside Su Chen was already jubilant, these were pure unadulterated slaughter points. Before long a lavish midday meal concluded. Uncle Shi Antli, I must take my leave, I have matters to attend to, Su Chen said respectfully, rising to his feet. Su Chen, take care on your way home, and do visit again whenever you can, Li Yulan said warmly. Of course Antli, I'll certainly return, especially for such a magnificent feast. Young man, train diligently. I eagerly await your future achievements. Shi Yuanshan stepped forward and gently clapped Su Chen on the shoulder. I will Uncle Shi, then I'll bid you farewell now. Su Chen smiled courteously and turned to depart. Shi Yuanshan and Li Yulan exchanged glances, then looked toward Shi Yaoyao beside them. Yaoyao, go see Su Chen off. Shi Yaoyao lowered her head modestly and murmured, yes, I'll go. The two walked side by side toward the gate. Ah, this Su Chen, the more I see of him the more I admire him. Li Yulan's voice carried a gentle note of concern. Indeed, he's a fine young man, a rare talent. Whether their bond deepens, however, rests entirely on fate. Shi Yuanshan nodded faintly, his gaze shimmering with quiet expectation. The couple turned and re-entered the residence. I'm truly sorry, I hadn't expected my parents to behave this way. Shi Yaoyao glanced at Su Chen with mild embarrassment. There's nothing to apologize for, I rather enjoyed it. Su Chen smiled warmly. Shi Yaoyao lifted her eyes, puzzled. What do you mean by that? He offered a mysterious smile. Nothing in particular. Just that uncle and aunt, she made me feel warmth I haven't known in ages, and they're genuinely kind people. Compared to the loathsome visages of the Luo family, this single day at the Shi residence had been an uncommon balm to his spirit. A soft blush rose to Shi Yaoyao's cheeks. What did he mean? Did he fancy her? Was he courting her? And if so, should she accept? Wait, no. Hadn't they agreed from the start to a mere pretense, a sham courtship purely for appearances? Su Chen, don't tell me you've fallen for me. Let me be clear, I'm not interested in romance right now, so please don't develop feelings for me. Her voice trailed off, hushed by a delicate flush. Oh no, no, no. It's Uncle and Aunt Shi I admire, not you at all. Su Chen teased deliberately. Truth be told, he felt no romantic stirrings toward Shi Yaoyao, not yet. Shi Yaoyao's face flamed crimson, mortified and flustered. You. Seeing her reaction, Su Chen bolted. Goodbye, Miss Shi. She clenched her fist, shouting after him, next time I see you I'll pummel you. Then she paused, realizing with a pang that at merely first order first rank she stood no chance against him. Clearly rigorous cultivation was essential, lest she fall irrevocably behind. From now on, 2 extra minutes of training daily. Make it 3. Leaving the Shi residence, Su Chen didn't head straight home. Instead, he resolved to hunt beyond the city walls. It was only noon, the afternoon stretched before him ripe for use. At the city gate he was halted by the same 2 guards who'd met him before. Chen, you may have awakened in steer ability, but it's been less than 2 days. Better stay indoors and cultivate diligently. The beasts beyond the walls are formidable, dangerous even. One guard counseled gravely. With less than 2 days since awakening, Chen's cultivation level couldn't possibly exceed first order first rank. How could he hope to contend with wild beasts out there? Precisely. You're a treasure of Chuan City. If anything happened to you outside, the loss would be incalculable, added the other guard, nodding in agreement. Chen listened to their concern, then gently shook his head. I'm merely stepping out to enjoy the scenery. I'll return shortly. There's no danger. Enjoying the scenery was mere pretext. The real aim was hunting beasts to accrue slaughter points. The two guards exchanged a glance. Are you certain you wish to go out? Thank you for your kindness, but I truly mean only to stroll and return safely. No peril awaits me. Very well, should danger arise, return immediately. Still uneasy, the guards repeated their warning once more. Chen gave a thumbs-up, passed through the gate and unfurled the map of Chuan City's outskirts he'd purchased earlier, searching for a relatively safe hunting ground. In the end, he resolutely chose the fallen leaf forest. The beasts in this area were all above the first rank 4th level, and the danger was self-evident. However, the higher the rank of the beasts, the more killing points one could earn. The greater the storm, the more precious the fish. Following the route indicated on the map, he sped forward like the wind. The two guards watched as Chen's figure disappeared, sighing helplessly. I really hope he can return safely. We have already advised him kindly, but he wouldn't listen, so we can only let him be, one of the guards said with a worried expression. Who can say otherwise? With his level ability, he should be cultivating at home instead of running off to hunt. Now we can only pray for his safe return. The other guard echoed, viewing Chen as an ignorant young fool. Then the two straightened their clothes and continued to stand guard, meticulously checking everyone entering and leaving the city. Not long after Chen left, 2 men in black quietly exited the city. Are you sure Chen has left the city? One of them asked coldly with a sinister look in his eyes. Absolutely, Lord Huang Yuan, I saw him leave with my own eyes, the other replied respectfully. Huang Yuan frowned slightly, contemplating for a moment. Very well, if we can capture him, there will be a heavy reward. Thank you, Lord Huang Yuan. As long as you can say a few good words for the elite disciples in front of the envoy, I will be satisfied. Rest assured that is only natural. A cold smile crept across Huang Yuan's lips and a hint of cruelty flashed in his eyes. Why should these people be the only ones to awaken level abilities? These so-called prodigies deserve to die. Exactly, these prodigies deserve to die. Their level abilities should belong to us. The eyes of the two were filled with madness and jealousy. Huang Yuan clenched his fists, his joints turning white. Let's go meet this fool who went hunting the day after awakening. He doesn't fear being killed directly. The other man, Zhu Kuan, hesitated for a moment and cautiously asked, My lord, should we call the envoy to join us? What envoy? Just the two of us is enough. Huang Yuan scoffed disdainfully. But my lord, Chen is a prodigy with level ability after all. Zhu Kuan still seemed a bit worried. Huang Yuan's eyes were filled with contempt. He just awakened yesterday. At most he is only first rank 2nd level. I am already first rank 7th level and you are first rank 5th level. Who do you think will win? Upon hearing this, Zhu Kuan suddenly understood. Yes, although he has level ability, the gap in rank is there. Now Chen has nowhere to escape and they can enjoy this achievement alone. You are brilliant, my lord. Zhu Kuan said with a flattering smile. Let's go look for lower-ranked beasts in the surrounding area. The two quickly advanced towards the designated beast zones. Host killed a first-rank 4th level shadow cat, killing points 20. Host killed a first-rank 5th level gale dog, killing points 25. Upon arriving at the fallen leaf forest, Chen struck swiftly and 2 beasts fell into a pool of blood. Just as he prepared to hunt the next beast, a system prompt suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding. Congratulations, the host has accumulated 1,000 killing points. Special rewards have been stored in the system space. In the next phase, accumulating 1,000,000 killing points will yield a special reward. Chen was momentarily taken aback, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He eagerly looked into his system space where a massive egg lay quietly. This egg was as large as 2 or 3 ostrich eggs, entirely black, exuding a mysterious aura. Without hesitation, Chen activated the inspection feature. Mysterious egg will hatch a young beast that recognizes the host as its master in 10 days. Looking at the egg before him, a strong curiosity surged within Chen. What on earth would this thing hatch? Would it be a majestic dragon? Or a noble phoenix? Or perhaps some other powerful beast? Thinking of this, Chen's heart raced. If it could hatch a dragon, he would soar right away. The feeling of becoming a father was exciting to think about. Chen stored the egg back in the system space and his anticipation for the 1,000,000 killing points special reward began anew. However, the most important thing now is to earn more killing points. With the magic sickle in hand, a bloodthirsty smile crept across Chen's face. Killing points, here I come. Host killed a first-rank 5th level gale wolf, killing points 25. Host killed a first-rank 5th level heavenly mouse, killing points 25. On Su Chen's panel, killing points continuously flowed in like stars in the night sky. Hours passed and the killing points finally reached 500. System raised my rank to first rank 5th level. Spent 375 killing points. Host's rank successfully raised to first rank 5th level. Su Chen was taken aback, a look of confusion on his face as he asked, wasn't it said that 500 killing points were needed? When I asked the system earlier, it clearly stated that 500 killing points were required to raise my rank. The host has trained to 25 progress of first rank 5th level, thus the system will naturally reduce the killing points required for the upgrade. The system's voice echoed in his mind. Alright. I love you, system brother. Su Chen laughed excitedly. With the help of the system, he was determined to dominate the entire high martial world. Upon reaching first rank 5th level, a fierce glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes as he prepared to settle accounts with that rock giant The rock giant crocodile hadn't dared to act when it saw he was too weak, but now he was confident enough. Holding the magic sickle, Su Chen strode towards the direction of the creek. Before long, he arrived at a distance from the creek where he spotted the rock giant crocodile. Su Chen's gaze sharpened as he activated the inspection feature. Name: Rock Giant Crocodile. Bloodline: Ordinary. Rank: First rank 7th level. Attributes: Water rock, no tough skin and thick flesh. Killing it can yield 80 killing points. Upon seeing that slaying this rock giant crocodile would yield 80 killing points, Su Chen's battle intent ignited. He suddenly raised his hand and a huge shadow claw appeared out of thin air, howling with the wind as it slammed towards the rock giant crocodile. With a loud bang, the hard rock covering the rock giant crocodile shattered into pieces, blood gushing out. The rock giant crocodile was immediately enraged, glaring with blood-red eyes as it frantically searched for the source of its attack until it spotted Su Chen not far away. It looked at this first rank 5th level kid with disdain and confusion in its eyes, as if to say, a mere first rank 5th level, nobody dares to provoke me. It opened its massive jaws, exerting force with its limbs as it leaped towards Su Chen. Kneel! Su Chen shouted angrily. In an instant, a dark abyssal magic pool appeared out of thin air, tightly binding the rock giant crocodile's limbs. The rock giant crocodile roared furiously. How could a mere magic pool possibly trap it? It exerted force, struggling madly, and finally broke free from the magic pool's restraints, lunging at Su Chen with murderous intent. Seeing this, Su Chen shook his head slightly, a hint of admiration flashing in his eyes. Indeed, the rock giant crocodile was formidable in terms of strength and defense. But this was exactly what he desired. He loved challenging powerful opponents. With a thought, the death magic sickle appeared in his hand and he swung it fiercely towards the rock giant crocodile's massive jaws. Thud! Blood gushed out like a fountain as half of the rock giant crocodile's jaw was directly severed in two. Su Chen's eyes were filled with provocation. Come again. The rock giant crocodile in pain quickly retreated, forcefully slamming its front limbs against the ground, causing several sharp rock pillars to erupt from the earth, instantly trapping Su Chen in the middle. Looking at the trapped Su Chen, the rock giant crocodile's eyes glinted with a cruel light. It intended to tear this detestable human into a pile of minced meat. But Song Long envoy. It roared, surging forward like a black hurricane. Yet the panic and terror it had anticipated on Su Chen's face never appeared. Instead, what met its gaze was Su Chen's glacial abyssal stare, cold, detached, as if regarding a lifeless corpse. That sudden chilling gaze tightened its heart with alarm. Instinctively it bellowed in fury, raising its massive palm high before slamming it down toward Su Chen with murderous intent to crush him into pulp. Su Chen's expression remained stern and unyielding. In his hand, the death demon sickle radiated an eerie sable luminescence. Still think you can trap me? Utter delusion. With a violent sweep of his arm, he unleashed the sickle, its force irresistible, shattering the colossal boulder outright. Shards exploded outward, the once unyielding stone disintegrated into fine dust. In swift succession, Su Chen struck again. The sickle's shadow carved a sinister arc through the air, precise, lethal, aimed directly at the leaping forelimb. A sharp, brittle crack echoed, the rock crocodile's forelimb severed cleanly in two. Wrenched off balance by agony, the beast let out a thunderous, earth-shaking shriek before crashing heavily to the ground, shaking the very soil beneath it. No trace of pity flickered in Su Chen's eyes. He raised the death demon sickle high above his head, and drove it deep into the rock crocodile's body. Muscles coiling with explosive power, Su Chen wrenched the blade sideways, splitting the monstrous form cleanly in two. Crimson blood erupted like a torrential crimson rain, splattering across the death demon sickle, enhancing its aura of dread and savage. Host has slain a Tier 1 7th rank rock crocodile. Slaughter points 80. Su Chen exhaled sharply, retrieved the carcass into his spatial ring and nodded in quiet satisfaction. A Tier 1 7th rank beast, hardly worthy of fear. In close combat, the death demon sickle became the scythe of death itself, invincible in his grasp. At range, the synergy between Shadow Claw and Abyssal Demon Pool was flawless, none dared provoke him lightly. Su Chen withdrew a source energy restoration elixir, tipped his head back and drank it in one gulp. Then he settled cross-legged where he stood, closed his eyes and began restoring his dwindling source energy. Far away atop a distant tree, Zhu Kuan scratched his head. How did this kid wander into such perilous territory to hunt spirit beasts? Has he lost all sense of self-preservation? Perhaps he simply got lost, Huang Yuan replied, a flash of envy glinting in his eyes. Look where he's sitting, what an absurd S-class Awaken talent. How could someone so foolish even awaken in shrank ability? His inner jealousy burned fiercer still. No need to worry, soon I'll personally slap him a few times and teach him some humility. Right. Zhu Kuan chimed in eagerly. Don't bother telling me. Huang Yuan sneered, his eyes flashing with malice as his ability activated, a faint azure radiance shimmering around him. Gale speed. Lithe and silent, he gripped his dagger and slipped stealthily toward Su Chen, every step featherlight, every motion predatory. Meanwhile, Su Chen sat motionless, eyes closed, immersed in recovery. Suddenly a faint rhythmic rustling, leaves crushed beneath careful footsteps, reached his ears. His eyes snapped open, cold and sharp as shattered ice. In that same instant the death demon sickle materialized in his grip, its black light flashing across the air. Clang! A crisp metallic ring split the silence as Huang Yuan's dagger struck the sickle, sparks bursting forth. You actually sensed me. Huang Yuan's eyes widened in genuine astonishment, he hadn't expected Su Chen's reflexes to be so razor-quick. Su Chen stared at the intruder, brows slightly furrowed. He provoked no one, why this unprovoked assault? Such conduct defied all martial decorum. He activated his perception ability. Name Huang Yuan. Affiliation Elite Member Blood Beast Church. Ability Rank D, Gale Speed. Cultivation Realm Tier 1 7th Rank. Bone Tempering 3 cycles. Note infused with the essence blood of a Gale Sanglong wolf entering half-beast form dramatically enhances speed. Slain 120 slaughter points. At a glance Su Chen understood, the Blood Beast Church. Vermin incarnate. And seeing that bounty of 120 slaughter points, he knew this man would not leave alive. Su Chen, choose now, kneel and beg for mercy before dying, or die instantly. Me. Die. Su Chen arched a brow. I'd rather ask how you'll die. His gaze hardened, fingers clenching the death demon sickle, he swung it downward in a lethal arc. Huang Yuan instinctively raised his dagger to block. Crack. The blade shattered cleanly in two. Impossible. My rank D battle weapon, so easily broken. What rank is that weapon? Huang Yuan staggered backward, hastily widening the distance between them. Only then did he register Su Chen's aura, Tier 1 5th rank. His pupils contracted sharply, shock flooding his mind. Tier 1 5th rank. How could he possibly advance so swiftly? Worthless battle weapon, daring to challenge my spirit artifact. Pathetic. Dark energy flared in Su Chen's palm, abyssal demon pool erupted, ensnaring Huang Yuan in its inky bottomless maw, pinning him utterly immobile. Su Chen advanced slowly, death demon sickle gripped tight in his right hand, each footfall echoing like a hammer blow upon Huang Yuan's heart. Around him swirled a killing intent so frigid, so absolute, it heralded the arrival of death itself. Zhu Kuan, no more hiding. Huang Yuan cried out desperately. Die. From behind Zhu Kuan lunged, great saber cleaving toward Su Chen. Crimson blood energy coiled around his body, his ability fully ignited. Yet Su Chen seemed prepared. He raised the sickle, clang. The great saber clashed against the black blade. Before Zhu Kuan could react, a perfected shadow claw manifested overhead, then plummeted with crushing force. Zhu Kuan managed only a single gurgling scream before the claw smashed him into a ruin of gore, never even activating his half-beast form, collapsing unconscious, or worse. Zhu Kuan. Huang Yuan's pupils dilated, wide eyes blazing with fury and despair. He glared at Su Chen. By what right do you kill him? What authority do you possess to take his life? Rage blazed in his gaze, his hands twisted into wolf claws, black fur erupting along one arm, a looping tail whipping behind him. Clearly he had entered half-beast form, radiating raw feral power. Should I wait for him to kill me first? Are you utterly insane? You killed him, you will die. Taste my half-beast form. Huang Yuan stomped hard, shattering the abyssal demon pool's hold. His speed surged beyond prior limits, ghost-like, unpredictable, unnervingly agile. Wolf claws slashed forward, trailing shrieking gusts of wind. Su Chen smiled faintly. Perfect, I'll test it on you. Eclipse bat assault. Dark energy flared violently in his eyes as he condensed a massive bat of pure shadow energy within his palms. The bat spread its wings and scattered into countless butterflies-eyed eclipse bats swirling endlessly in the air. They surged forward like a black tempest, descending upon Huang Yuan in relentless waves. He slashed wildly with his claws, trying to dispel them. Yet each time they dispersed, they reformed instantly. What is this? Panic seized him. Shadowfangs sprouted from the bat's maws, gnawing at his flesh until he was lacerated head to toe, blood streaming freely from dozens of ghastly wounds. Never underestimate dark energy. With his last reserves of source energy, Su Chen launched Shadow Claw, slamming Huang Yuan deep into a cratered pit. The Eclipse Bat assault dissolved, its maintenance demanding unsustainable reserves of source energy. Powerful, yes, but too costly. He'd need either a higher tier cultivation art for source energy enhancement or rare spirit herbs to sustain such techniques. Huang Yuan spat a mouthful of blood. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I'll serve you as slave, as beast, as anything you wish. Fine. Then tell me, who sent you? No one sent me. His eyes darted frantically, then steeled with resolve. The envoy. It was that Songlong envoy who dispatched me. That Songlong envoy. Su Chen stored the name away, a sliver of lethal intent gleaming in his eyes. One day I'll break him utterly. Unaware that Songlong envoy scoffed inwardly, what nonsense. Am I that doomed? Execute the prisoner. Then where exactly is your hideout? I don't know. The hideout changes every week, I truly have no idea. Su Chen gave a slight nod, his gaze flashing with icy coldness. With a whisper of wind, the demonic scythe slashed like black lightning, severing the man's head. No useful information extracted. Then don't blame me for ruthlessness, kill points are the only tangible. Before arriving, this man had swaggered in, arrogantly declaring he would let Su Chen choose his own manner of death. Now he groveled in abject supplication, an utterly nauseating spectacle. Su Chen wrinkled his nose in disgust, stripped Huang Yuan of every valuable item and prepared to depart. After all, the blood beast cult operated with uncanny stealth, no one could be certain whether others still lurked nearby. This ordeal struck him like a heavy alarm bell resounding deep within his heart. Without sufficient life-preserving means, venturing beyond the city walls was sheer folly. Even if he did leave the city, he would need to disguise himself meticulously and hunt with utmost caution. Damn it, I will eradicate the blood beast cult root and branch without mercy. Su Chen cursed inwardly, then turned sharply and hurried back toward the city. Hours later, dusk settled upon the gate, sunlight bled across the earth, stretching long slender shadows. Well, if it isn't Su Chen returned alive, teased the city gate guard, visibly startled. Oh. Does my survival inconvenience you? Su Chen shot him an exasperated glare. No, not at all. Just worried for you, that's all. Without another word, Su Chen tossed Huang Yuan's severed head at him. You're standing guard, consider it a gift. The guard stared dumbfounded at the head rolling at his feet. Su Chen. This is. His name is Huang Yuan, a would-be assassin sent after me. I cut him down. I recall there's a bounty for slaying blood beast cult members. The two guards exchanged stunned glances. They'd long heard of Huang Yuan, ruthless, infamous for massacring an entire family, now a wanted fugitive ranked at First Order 7, and yet had fallen so easily beneath Su Chen's blade. Su Chen Sr., truly. Was this you who struck him down? His voice instantly softened into reverent deference, eyes wide with awe. If not me, then was it you who did it? Su Chen snapped impatiently, already turning toward the gate. The two guards exchanged another glance, then stammered hastily, forgive our petty hearts, Senior Su Chen, we spoke rashly behind your back, calling you reckless and impetuous. Shame flooded their faces, they nearly wished the ground would swallow them whole. They'd misjudged a noble spirit with base suspicion, slandering Su Chen as reckless, yet he bore no grudge, even gifting them a head for bounty. Enough. Your initial warnings were well-intentioned, go claim your reward, treat yourselves to a fine meal. Su Chen waved dismissively, his tone softening. Indeed, for an ordinary civilian newly awakened with ensrank ability to rush into the wilds the very next day to hunt monstrous beasts, that would be recklessness incarnate. But Su Chen was different, he had the system as his divine patron. Thank you, Senior Su. On the day of your duel with the Luo clan, I shall cheer you on in person. The guard declared, elated. Su Chen waved casually. As you wish. They glanced at each other once more and declared in unison, whoever dares speak ill of Senior Su Chen, well, bite them until their lineage ends. Agreed. And I curse their mothers, may grocery prices rise every time they shop. Back home, Su Chen sank wearily into his chair, staring at the 400 kill points glowing in his palm. He immediately invested every last point into corrosive shadow bat assault. Instantly surging power roared through his veins, the technique surged past its threshold, attaining entry-level proficiency. His mastery sharpened, fluid, instinctive, while the summoned shadow bats grew fiercer, more potent. Oof. Let tomorrow bring more condemned prisoners and more kill points to harvest. Su Chen sighed softly. With each advancement required kill points multiplied exponentially, thousands, even tens of thousands, no trivial sum. Shaking his head, he stilled his mind and began circulating the shadow ability cultivation method. First, he dissolved into darkness, surrounding shadow essence surged like living currents, flooding into his body at unprecedented speed. Next, he attempted to split his shadow, to let it cultivate alongside him. As he channeled the method, dark essence churned violently around him, coalescing slowly into a figure identical to his own. But the moment the silhouette solidified, Su Chen gasped for breath, sweat beading across his brow. Not yet, I'm still insufficient. Splitting the shadow remains beyond me. His cultivation realm was simply too low. Yet Su Chen shook his head, not with frustration but calm resolve. This shadow ability cultivation method held immense latent potential, not merely one shadow but 10, 100 each, accelerating cultivation exponentially. At that thought his spirits soared, he devoured several large bowls of takeout rice, cheeks gleaming with oil. Stuffed and sated, he collapsed onto his bed, ready for sleep. Tomorrow's executions would conclude swiftly, then full preparation for the Luo clan confrontation would begin. Anticipating the coming battle, a surge of fiery zeal ignited within his chest. He had no reason to lose. The next dawn, at the Abnormality Management Bureau's rear execution grounds. Xiao Chen, here's today's list of condemned. Take a look. Shi Yuanshan handed Su Chen the scroll, his expression tinged with quiet concern. Su Chen unfurled it, 15 names stared back at him. Their ranks spanned from First Order 4th tier to First Order 9th tier, and beside each name their crimes were starkly recorded: rape, premeditated murder, and several members of the Blood Beast cult. Moreover, 10 three-eyed demon rats, each hovering near First Order 5th tier, were also slated for execution. Su Chen calculated silently this batch alone would yield no fewer than 1,000 kill points, the single 9th tier convict alone worth 200. And what of second order targets? At least double, 400 kill points. Ahem, uncle, she please remember me for such opportunities next time. Shi Yuanshan frowned, faintly puzzled. Was this youth eager for slaughter? Hadn't he been told to overcome psychological barriers to killing? Still he nodded. Very well, I'll inform you promptly. Anything I can do to assist I will do so without reservation. Even if Su Chen bore no connection to his daughter, Shi Yuanshan would support him. This young prodigy was the city's brightest star, his future limitless. As they walked, they reached the execution grounds. Dozens of second and third order bureau agents stood vigilant around the perimeter, eyes sharp with alertness. The 15 convicts knelt bound and gagged upon the bloodstained earth, awaiting judgment. Deputy Director Li Goen of Chuan City's Abnormality Bureau hurried forward upon spotting Shi Yuanshan face alight with forced cheer. Lord Chengju, your presence honors us. We failed to greet you properly. No formalities necessary, Shi Yuanshan replied with gentle dismissal. Li Goen then turned toward Su Chen behind him. This must be Su Chen, the rank awakened. Truly a paragon of talent. Deputy Director, greetings, Su Chen offered politely. Li Goen nodded. Then today's executions fall to you, young Su Chen. After all, Su Chen was an rank prodigy, his future brilliance undeniable. Courtesy cost nothing. No trouble at all, I'm the one imposing upon you. Su Chen replied modestly. Li Goen smiled faintly, just as a bound convict suddenly bellowed defiantly, a mere boy executing me. What kind of man is that? Let him fight me fairly, face to face. He was like the Grim Reaper. Li Goen had barely opened his mouth when Su Chen raised a hand. Deputy Director, leave this to me. He strode toward the convict. You said you wanted to fight me fairly and squarely. Exactly. So afraid. Then you're no real man at all. The hot-headed youth impulsively accepted. What better way to go than trading one life for another? Su Chen nodded faintly, a chilling frostbitten smile curling at the corner of his lips. Very well, very well, very well. The death-reaping scythe materialized in his grasp. You dare call yourself a man? Dare you even speak of fairness when you crept through the rain to rape and murder students? The words had scarcely left his lips when two streaks of shadow sliced through the air. The convict's arms flew off in opposite directions, blood erupting in crimson arcs. Aha, you don't follow martial virtue. The man screamed, staggering off balance before slamming face-first into the ground. Su Chen planted his boot squarely on the man's visage and spoke without mercy. A wretch like you dare speak of martial virtue? Descend to hell. With a single brutal sweep of his arm, the man's head tore from his shoulders. Su Chen hated nothing more than those who preyed upon the innocent. Especially young girls in the bloom of their youth. Shi Yuanshan watched from afar, inwardly exasperated. Wasn't he supposed to be overcoming his psychological barrier to killing? This wasn't restraint, it was the cold, unblinking descent of a god of death. His gaze drifted to the death-reaping side wreathed in shifting shadows and fell into deep contemplation. Could it truly be a soul-bound divine weapon? Su Chen stretched his limbs. Just as he prepared to unleash slaughter anew, a black business sedan roared onto the scene and halted with surgical precision before the execution ground. The door swung open. A woman of extraordinary poise stepped out, followed by a white-haired elder. The elder Lu Dong bowed deeply before Shi Yuanshan, Lord City Master. Has the Lu family come today to observe the executions? Shi Yuanshan gave a slight nod. Indeed. My young mistress Awaken this year, my master sent her here first to confront criminals, to steal her heart before hunting monstrous beasts. Lu Dong explained. Shi Yuanshan nodded again, his gaze shifting to the woman behind Lu Dong. This is Miss Lu then. City Master, greetings, Lu Yan offered a delicate smile. Excellent, excellent. But I'm afraid, Miss Lu, you've arrived a moment too late. The convicts have already been entrusted entirely to Su Chen's judgment. A flicker of displeasure crossed Lu Yan's eyes as she turned toward Su Chen, who stood poised to strike once more. Jealousy surged within her. Him again. Had it not been for him and Luo Qingshui, she would surely have ranked second among Erzhong's most celebrated beauties. Yet because of them her spotlight had dimmed to near obscurity. She was after all the daughter of the prestigious Lu clan, and her awakened ability was a rare rank talent. How could she possibly be overshadowed by an ordinary commoner? Su Chen, what are you doing here? Lu Yan stepped forward. Su Chen paused mid-motion. Hearing the voice behind him, he turned and recognized a vaguely familiar face. After a moment's recollection, Lu Yan, a classmate. He knew little of her and cared even less. What else would I be doing here? Killing, of course. His reply was ice-cold. With a single arc of his scythe, another head rolled. Lu Yan clenched her fists, fury blazing hotter with every breath. At school Su Chen and Luo Qingxue had stolen every ounce of attention meant for her. Now he dared steal her execution targets. Unforgivable. Su Chen, those men are bound. What skill is there in slaughtering them helplessly? You claim to be an rank ability user, then let them fight you fairly. Or are you too cowardly? She folded her arms, a triumphant smirk playing across her lips. Afraid to accept. Pathetic coward. She was certain he'd refuse. 3 days since awakening, how could he possibly stand against first-tier cultivators ranked 5th or 6th level? Let him steal her execution targets. Let him steal her spotlight. In moments he'd surely stammer, I dare not. At that thought her lips curled upward. Su Chen halted mid-step, brow furrowing. Was Lu Yan unhinged? He hadn't provoked her, why this sudden irrational outburst? He'd intended swift decisive slaughter, but now his resolve shifted. The most devastating rebuttal to such baseless provocation was to prove, to her very eyes, that what she deemed impossible he could accomplish with effortless mastery. Lifting the death-reaping scythe, Su Chen declared, afraid. Why should I be? Lu Yan blinked, astonishment flashing across her gaze. He'd accepted. So impulsive, so foolish. Very well, let the convicts teach him a lesson. Big brother Su Chen is so amazing, fight them fairly for me, won't you? Her tone dripped with mocking condescension. Su Chen sneered, the tip of his scythe locking onto the most ferocious of the convicts, a first-tier 9th-level cultivator. Besides you, let the rest join in. Fighting one alone held no thrill. To fight 10. That wasn't arrogance born of weakness, it was supremacy forged in strength. The 9th-level convict merely glanced at Su Chen, then closed his eyes unmoved. Around him the others cracked their knuckles, eager to pounce. To them Su Chen was merely a reckless fool, blinded by pride, egged on by a woman daring to challenge them all at once. The Ability Management Bureau officers escorting the convicts exchanged anxious glances, turning to Li Goen for guidance. Li Goen in turn looked to Shi Yuanshan, hesitant, uncertain. City Master. Let it proceed as Su Chen commands. Shi Yuanshan paused, then spoke. Clearly this young lady harbored resentment toward Su Chen. Yet he trusted Su Chen implicitly. If that scythe truly was a divine artifact, these convicts stood no chance. Li Goen nodded sharply and barked, unbind them. Lu Yan's face lit up with glee. She'd only meant to provoke, never imagined he'd rise so fiercely to the bait. Now he'd be beaten to pulp, how delightful. She fumbled for her phone, eager to record his humiliation for the entire school. Kid, you're lucky. We'll get to beat you bloody before we die. Brothers, take him down. With a roar, over a dozen convicts charged Su Chen as one. He remained rooted, still as ancient pine, eyes utterly devoid of fear. The instant they closed in, his scythe slashed, thwip 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 thwip. A volley of muffled thuds echoed as the frontmost convicts were cleaved cleanly in two at the waist. Kill points flooded Su Chen's system like a rising tide. The remaining convicts recoiled, faces twisted in raw terror. What kind of weapon was this, so terrifying? Damn it, let's finish him together. Another snarled, summoning a razor-sharp wind blade. But in the next heartbeat a colossal obsidian-black shadow claw erupted from the sky, crushing him flat into crimson paste. In an instant the dozen were reduced to fewer than 10. He's a demon, he's the Grim Reaper. Run! They shrieked, wheeling about to flee. They'd mistaken him for a clown, only to realize he was the Reaper. A cruel icy smile curved Su Chen's lips. His black trench coat billowed wildly in the wind as his voice descended like a verdict from the abyss. Run. Do you truly believe you can escape? Shadow Claw. Abyssal Demon Pool. Eroding Darkness Bat Assault, activate them all. Since tomorrow marked the end of early admissions, he would soon depart for new lands, no need to conceal his strength or hold back any trump cards. As the martial techniques erupted, the fleeing convicts instantly plunged into endless agony and despair. Their shrieks rose and fell in waves, echoing across the execution ground. This death, steeped in terror and hopelessness, was far more lethal than ordinary execution, forcing them to savor the torment of fear in their final moments. They were wrong, catastrophically wrong. Su Chen casually severed the last convict's head with a sweep of his hand, then hurled the still bleeding skull straight toward Lu Yan. Aha! Lu Yan stared at the severed head suddenly thrust before her eyes, her face drained of all color, and she screamed in sheer terror. Her entire body trembled violently, her legs buckling as she instinctively staggered backward. Disbelief and dread flooded her gaze, and within her mind echoed a desperate cry: how could Su Chen possibly be only first order 5th rank? And yet, he slaughtered peers of equal cultivation so effortlessly as if slaughtering chickens. The black trench coat clinging to Su Chen was already saturated with blood, crimson stains blazed starkly against the dark fabric. Clutching his demon scythe, still dripping crimson, he advanced step by deliberate step toward Lu Yan. What are you afraid of? Shall I carve down a few more to amuse you? Lu Yan recoiled in panic as Su Chen closed in, then suddenly slipped, lost her balance, and collapsed hard onto the ground. She scrambled backward, frantically gasping, "Don't come near me! Don't come near me!" In her eyes Su Chen was no longer human, only a merciless blood-soaked demon who killed without blinking. Fool! Pray you never cross my path again, or each time we meet I'll beat you soundly. People like Lu Yan arrogant beyond measure needed harsh discipline to learn humility once and for all. Su Chen. How dare you threaten the young mistress and terrify her like this? Lu Dong roared. Little Dong, what exactly do you think you're about to do to my future son-in-law? Shi Yuanshan stepped forward unhurriedly and clapped Lu Dong firmly on the shoulder, applying subtle but crushing force. A sharp brittle snap echoed, unmistakably bone-fracturing. Ugh. Lord Mayor, I beg your mercy. Lu Dong groaned in pain, immediately surrendering. Ah, good, you've learned your lesson. Now take your young mistress and leave immediately. A knowing smile flickered across Shi Yuanshan's face. Any astute observer could see clearly Lu Yan had provoked Su Chen first, using goading words as bait. Had Su Chen been anyone else, she might well have succeeded, preening in triumph. But to bully the man destined to become her own father-in-law? Not a chance. Yes, sir. Lu Dong dared utter nothing more. He hastily lifted Lu Yan, who now trembled uncontrollably, her wits scattered, and rushed her into the carriage, fleeing in utter disgrace. Su Chen, you've done magnificently. Dispatch the final convict and the caged demonic beasts, then follow me. Shi Yuanshan regarded Su Chen with evident satisfaction and smiled. Watching Su Chen now, he found himself growing ever more eager to bring him home as his daughter's husband. Su Chen bowed respectfully. Thank you, Uncle Shi. Then slowly he approached the First Order 9th rank cultivator. The man raised his head, the light in his eyes strangely serene. To die by your hand is no regret. Before him stood a youth who had utterly reawakened something long buried and forgotten within his heart. Yet it was already too late, irretrievable, irreversible. In your next life, strive to be a good man. Su Chen borrowed a sword and pierced the man's heart with a single clean thrust. Then he dispatched the remaining three-eyed rat demons. Thus the execution concluded at last. Gazing at the 2,300 slaughter points displayed in the system, Su Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. With these slaughter points he could finally enhance his strength. Su Chen returned to Shi Yuanshan's side and smiled, saying, "Let's go, kid. I have something to ask you in the car." Su Chen nodded and was just about to get in the car when Li Goen, the deputy director of the Ability Management Bureau, hurriedly spoke up. "Su Chen, may I ask if you would consider joining our Ability Management Bureau after graduation? I will contact my superiors immediately to secure the best treatment for you." Li Goen's eyes were filled with anticipation and desire. Su Chen's earlier performance was truly shocking, and he firmly believed that Su Chen would achieve great things in the future. Su Chen shook his head slightly, saying, "It's too early to talk about this now. Let's discuss it after graduation." Li Goen's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment, but he quickly handed over a business card, saying, "If you need anything in the future, feel free to call me. If you think I'm not qualified, I can have my superior contact you personally." Not being able to recruit Su Chen on the spot was undoubtedly a huge loss for him. "Alright, if I need anything in the future, I will contact you." Su Chen took the business card and got into the car with Shi Yuanshan. Li Goen watched their departing figures and sighed helplessly. Clean up the execution ground. In the car. "Su Chen, do you really need to overcome your fear of killing?" Shi Yuanshan looked at Su Chen with great interest and asked with a smile. Su Chen coughed awkwardly twice and said, "Ahem, seeing the heinous crimes committed by that criminal earlier made me feel that there's no need to overcome it." Shi Yuanshan clearly did not believe Su Chen's words, but he did not press further. Everyone has their own secrets and he did not want to interfere too much. "So your realm wasn't also a lucky improvement? The third-tier battle skill I just gave you was also just luck?" "Yeah, it was just luck, nothing more. Yesterday during training I got a bit carried away and the battle skill just improved. My realm also inexplicably went up like that." Su Chen was fabricating reasons. Shi Yuanshan shook his head helplessly, a faint smile appearing on his face. This kid never spoke a word of truth. There was no such thing as luck, it was most likely the result of his diligent practice day and night. Truly a hardworking and earnest child. However, even with hard work the speed of his cultivation was somewhat absurd. He then asked his final question, "That magic sickle of yours isn't a companion spirit weapon, is it?" "Yes, it is, City Lord Shi." "What level is it?" "S level." City Lord Shi nodded repeatedly, his face filled with delight. Good. You really are hiding something deep. Currently there are fewer than 10 people in the entire Dragon Nation known to have awakened companion spirit weapons. The power of companion spirit weapons far exceeds that of ordinary battle weapons, and ordinary battle weapons cannot damage companion spirit weapons at all. Su Chen touched his nose, feeling somewhat embarrassed. He hadn't intended to hide it deliberately, but when he goes to the Ability Academy he should still be a bit more low-key. "Uncle Shi, you flatter me. I merely awakened by chance." Shi Yuanshan looked at Su Chen. "You kid, not a single truth in your words. Have you figured out your ability traits yet?" Su Chen shook his head. "Not yet. Don't rush, take your time. Hunt more monsters, only through real combat can you discover the truth." I will, City Lord Shi. I truly look forward to seeing you shine when you arrive at those ability academies." City Lord Shi remarked. Given Su Chen's current cultivation pace and overall strength, he had already far surpassed the children of those old fogies in Kyoto and Magic City. In previous years the title of the first genius was either taken by someone from Kyoto or someone from Magic City. This year it was time for a change. I am also looking forward to it, Chen said with determination. An overwhelming victory is far less satisfying than a match against a worthy opponent. Defeating those geniuses from Chuan City is hardly a feat. His goal is to defeat the top geniuses of the entire Dragon Nation. After all, to recreate the glory of the Dark System, small skirmishes won't suffice. If one is to fight, they must fight the elite. Welcome to the 3-year agreement. You brat, once you enroll in the Ability Academy, make sure to tell me right away. He originally thought that matters between Chen and his daughter would purely depend on fate. However, after spending time together today, his desire to unite them grew stronger. Chen wore a sincere smile on his face. This is for sure, City Lord Shi, you can rest assured. Good lad, take this. Shi Yuanshan handed over a brilliantly colored red jade stone. This jade stone has a significant background. It will automatically activate a fire shield capable of resisting 5th tier attacks when you encounter danger. Moreover, as soon as the jade shatters, I will sense it and rush to find you. Chen's eyes sparkled with surprise. Then, City Lord Shi, I won't be polite. This jade stone was undoubtedly a timely gift for him. With it, his means of survival increased. What are you being polite for? You are a treasure of our Chuan City. Shi Yuanshan laughed as he patted Chen on the shoulder. Chen nodded and continued to ride back with Shi Yuanshan. As night fell and the lights began to shine in the residence of the Luo family, daughter, how has your training been recently? Tomorrow is the 3-year agreement between our Luo family and Chen. Luo King's cold expression showed little emotional fluctuation. I have currently reached the first layer, second stage, and my combat skills are also continuously improving. Not bad. Remember to use the grade weapon that the steward gave you. For this 3-year agreement he had spent a fortune. A grade weapons start at millions. Luo Qingxue nodded slightly. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first. Looking at his daughter's cold and distant attitude, Luo Dongshan sighed helplessly. Don't worry, daughter, as long as you win against that brat tomorrow, I will compensate him with all the resources he desires. Tomorrow's battle the Luo family absolutely cannot lose. Luo Qingxue gently closed her eyes and softly replied him. Yet her heart was filled with turmoil and struggle. In truth, she wished to lose. After all, the Luo family owed Chen far too much over the years. But if she truly lost, what would become of the Luo family's honor? She really didn't want to give it her all, and she knew that even with the resources she provided, Chen should still be inferior to her in terms of realm and combat skills. Her heart was in constant conflict. Should she win or should she lose? By the way, remember to guard against that brat. His second-tier combat skill has already reached minor completion and he has likely spent most of his time training in combat skills. Luo Dongshan suddenly reminded her. Luo Qingxue was momentarily stunned. In just 2 days he had achieved minor completion in his second-tier combat skill. How could it be so fast? A wave of complex emotions surged within her. Chen must have been training hard day and night these past few days. Thinking of this, a barely noticeable glimmer flashed in her eyes. Whether to deliberately lose the match or win through her strength, it seemed she already had her answer in her heart. Even if not for the family, you should think about your parents. Luo Dongshan called out from behind. His last words struck Luo King's heart like a heavy hammer. Luo King's body stiffened slightly, her fists clenched as she paused for a few seconds before resolutely leaving. Little girl, thank you for your hospitality. Chen sat in the restaurant looking at Shi Yaoyao across from him with a relaxed smile. Shi Yaoyao gulped down a large mouthful of orange juice and wrinkled her nose, huffing. I don't want to treat you, it was my father who insisted I come find you. Speaking of which, what did you go do with him in the morning? As soon as he returned, he insisted that I keep in touch with you more often. Shi Yaoyao wore a helpless expression. Now her father was treating Chen as a potential son-in-law just like her mother did. If you really didn't want to treat me, would you have come all the way to invite me for a meal? Shi Yaoyao was momentarily speechless from his rebuttal. Upon reflection, it did seem to be the case. She usually wouldn't do things she didn't want to, no matter how others persuaded her. So does this mean she actually wanted to come find Chen? You. Shi Yaoyao hurriedly changed the subject. Do you need me to go to your 3-year agreement with Luo Qingxue tomorrow? What do you need to go for? Chen looked at her with some confusion. Think about it, if I go to the scene tomorrow, you defeat Luo Qingxue, and after the match I bring you a bottle of water, just think about how impressive that would be. Shi Yaoyao's eyes sparkled, filled with pride. She was the school belle of the first high school. If she could bring water to Chen in front of everyone, he would definitely be at her mercy. That does sound pretty great, but I don't need it. Shi Yaoyao was suddenly stunned. You don't need it? You should say you need it. Then beg me and I might just go with him in a good mood. Hurry up and beg me. Shi Yaoyao put her hands on her hips, looking angry. Chen shook his head with a faint smile. No need. You're bullying me. Shi Yaoyao was so anxious that tears were almost coming out. All right, I beg you, will you go tomorrow? Chen coaxed helplessly. Shi Yaoyao pouted, looking proud. That's more like it. But I'm not going. Who told you to bully me just now? All right, then I guess I'll have to find someone else. Which school belle is prettier, the one from the 3rd high school or the one from the 4th? Su Chen teased her on purpose. No way. Who said I'm not going? I will definitely be there tomorrow. Shi Yao Yao panicked. Su Chen looked at her adorable appearance and shook his head with a faint smile. You're being contradictory. Saying that he stood up. Alright, I have to go back. I've already paid. See you tomorrow. Su Chen stretched his back preparing to go back and improve himself. At least you have a bit of a conscience knowing to pay the bill. See you tomorrow. Shi Yao Yao's mood instantly brightened, her face radiating a brilliant smile. Su Chen did not turn around, just waved his hand. Pay attention to safety on your way back. Shi Yao Yao finished her last sip of orange juice, bouncing up going home. At this moment her mood was exceptionally joyful and her steps felt much lighter. Returning home, Su Chen closed the door and opened his panel. Aside from abilities and spiritual tools that couldn't be enhanced for the time being, everything else could be improved. Moreover, he had sold the demon beasts he hunted yesterday and some low-grade weapons for a total profit of 2 million. He used all his savings to buy a third-tier movement-type combat skill, Shadow Flick. Shadow Flick transform into a shadow moving a certain distance forward. The higher the proficiency, the farther the distance. System upgraded to the beginner level. 300 kill points consumed. Shadow Flick has reached the beginner level. 2000 kill points remaining. Now increase the realm to the first layer, 6th stage. Su Chen gave the command without hesitation. 600 kill points consumed. Realm increased to the first layer, 6th stage. 1400 kill points remaining. Upgrade Dark Abyss Devil Pool and Shadow Bat Strike to minor completion. 300 kill points consumed. Dark Abyss Devil Pool successfully reached minor completion. 800 kill points consumed. Shadow Bat Strike successfully reached minor completion. 300 kill points remaining. In an instant Su Chen felt the power surging within him. He clenched his fists tightly, feeling the enhancement of his strength. The range control of Dark Abyss Devil Pool became even stronger and the number of bats conjured by Shadow Bat Strike increased and became fiercer. Meanwhile, Shadow Flick could now teleport within a distance of 10 meters. Looking at the remaining 300 kill points on the panel, Su Chen sighed slightly. Whether upgrading his realm or enhancing combat skills, the required kill points were increasing. Especially as time goes on, the difficulty and consumption of upgrades grow exponentially. System opened the attribute panel. Name: Su Chen. Cultivation method: Shadow ability. Cultivation method: ability S rank, Shadow Monarch realm, first layer, 6th stage. Bone tempering, 2nd cycle completed. Companion spirit tool S rank. Death Scythe techniques, none. Combat skills: 3rd tier Shadow Bat Strike minor completion, 3rd tier Shadow Flick beginner, 2nd tier Shadow Claw minor completion, 2nd tier Dark Abyss Devil Pool minor completion. Bag Mysterious Egg. Looking at the panel, Su Chen clenched his fists. If tomorrow the Luo family is unkind, don't blame me for being unjust. 100-fold return. The blazing sun of June hung high in the sky, casting its scorching and dazzling light, illuminating the entirety of Chuan City No. 2 High School with a brilliant glow. At this moment, the campus of No. 2 High School was bustling with excitement and anticipation. Above the main gate, a bright and eye-catching banner hung high, proclaiming the welcome of the 5 major ability academies. Principal Wang Donglai of No. 2 High School, dressed in a sharp suit, stood neatly at the entrance with the school's leadership team eagerly awaiting. Curious students surrounded both sides of the gate. This year No. 2 High School is truly blessed by Su Chen and Luo Qingxue to have the 5 major ability academies come for early recruitment. The class supervisor remarked, feeling proud to have a talent like Su Chen. Indeed, we can only say that heaven favors No. 2 High School. Last year we had none and this year we have 2, both from the elemental system, which is quite strong among rank ability users. Wang Donglai's face beamed with pride. The other leaders and the academic director nodded in agreement. This year No. 2 High School and even the entire Chuan City were receiving accolades because of Su Chen and Luo Qingxue. Just as everyone was conversing, a deep rumbling sound approached from afar and 5 military vehicles slowly entered the crowd's view. Principal Wang Donglai quickly adjusted his attire, his expression becoming more serious. The 5 military vehicles steadily parked in front of the gate and 3 men and 2 women stepped out. His isn't that Zhao Tianyun, the director of the gun department of the Magic Capital Ability Academy known as the Next Generation Gun Saint, someone in the crowd whispered in surprise. And there's Long Zhan from the Military and Martial Ability University, who slayed a 7th tier royal level monster with his own 7th tier body. Wow, these folks are all renowned figures. I'm really envious of Su Chen and Luo Qingxue. Luo Chu Jinong from the Capital Martial Ability University is here too. The students' eyes sparkled with admiration and envy. Principal Wang Donglai quickly stepped forward. Welcome representatives of the 5 academies to our school for recruitment. It brings great honor to us. Not at all, it's also thanks to Principal Wang's excellent guidance, replied Li Siwei, the representative of the Broad Martial Ability Academy, with a smile, his tone carrying a hint of humility. Alright, enough with the pleasantries. Where are Su Chen and Luo Qingxue? Zhao Tianyun from the Magic Capital Martial University spoke impatiently. Zhao Tianyun, you still have that fiery temper. Chu Jinong from the capital remarked with a light laugh. What? Does your Capital Ability Academy have no one else? You send just you to recruit new students. Zhao Tianyun retorted, not backing down, his tone tinged with provocation. What are you two arguing about? We're here to recruit new students, not to listen to your bickering. Lu Fanlan, representative of the North Martial Ability Academy, frowned and spoke with some dissatisfaction. Zhao Tianyun and Chu Jinon each snorted coldly, stepping aside, refusing to look at one another. Principal Wang Donglai stood in the middle, a hint of an awkward smile on his face. Caught in between these powerful figures, it was hard to offend anyone. Esteemed representatives of the academies, I believe you've heard that our Su Chen will have a duel with Luo Qingxue today. Why not head to the practice arena first and conduct recruitment after their duel? Principal Wang Donglai suggested, trying to break the awkward atmosphere. Upon hearing his suggestion, the representatives nodded in agreement. They had heard beforehand that the two were to have a duel. This match would provide a good opportunity to assess their strengths and adjust the recruitment criteria accordingly. Let's follow Principal Wang's arrangement, shall we? Li Siwei said gently. Then please, representatives, follow me. Principal Wang Donglai gestured for them to enter, then led the 5 representatives of the ability academies towards the practice arena. Upon reaching the practice arena, Principal Wang Donglai handed over 5 sets of materials to the representatives. Esteemed representatives, here are the profiles of Su Chen and Luo Qingxue, along with information on other students from our school and other martial arts high schools in our city. The 5 representatives received the materials and began to peruse them, discussing amongst themselves. It's rare to see a commoner awaken in S-level ability, but unfortunately today he has to face Luo Qingxue, who has the support of S-level strength. It's going to be quite tough for him. Lu Fanlan frowned, her tone slightly regretful. The other 4 representatives nodded in agreement, echoing her sentiment. Dark abilities have always been somewhat lacking, weaker than elemental abilities like ice, lightning and fire, with relatively less control. Moreover, commoners certainly do not have the same resources and background as those from powerful families, which undoubtedly put Su Chen at a disadvantage in this duel. Esteemed representatives, please excuse me for a moment, Principal Wang Donglai said with a smile, then turned and left, returning to the school. Lord Shi, what brings you to our no? Too high today? Principal Wang Donglai asked, puzzled. Shi Yuanshan had always been low-key, not showing off, so why the sudden visit today? It was likely due to the representatives of the 5 major ability academies. I must watch the match of my future son-in-law, of course. Principal Wang Donglai was stunned. Future son-in-law. The image of Su Chen flashed rapidly in his mind. Could it be Su Chen? He asked in surprise, are you here for Su Chen, Lord Shi? Yes. Am I not allowed to go in? Of course you can, Lord Shi, please. Principal Wang Donglai quickly gestured for him to enter, his heart secretly astonished. He never expected Su Chen to be the future son-in-law of Shi Yuanshan. This truly caught him off guard. He thought to himself, in 3 days he conquered a city. Lord, I call Su Chen, remember that. Shi Yuanshan nodded and walked into the campus, heading towards the practice arena. Afterward, many influential figures gradually arrived, all prominent individuals from Chuan City. Principal Wang Donglai looked at this scene, sighing helplessly. It was likely the Luo family was promoting this behind the scenes, trying to use today's opportunity to climb higher. He couldn't help but feel a bit sorry for Su Chen, as one person had to fight against an entire family. How could that be easy? At the school gate, Su Chen was enjoying a fried dough stick, savoring every bite. Looking at the array of luxury cars and military vehicles before him, he couldn't help but click his tongue. Wow, is it really necessary to make such a big deal? Brother Chen, you're finally here. Han Xiaoli ran over, panting, a look of urgency on his face. What's wrong, Xiaoli? Su Chen paused his actions. Brother Chen, I need to tell you not to get angry. Han Xiaoli said hesitantly. A sense of foreboding surged in Su Chen's heart. What is it? I just saw that the Luo family brought your second uncle to watch today's match. Hearing this, Su Chen's expression instantly darkened and his fists clenched tightly. What a Luo family! Bringing his second uncle here is nothing more than wanting him to embarrass himself in front of his closest kin. They want him to be trampled under Luo King's feet to see his family's pained and pleading expression. If he didn't have the system, wouldn't he truly have become the target of their humiliation and mockery? Thinking of this, a spark of anger flashed in Su Chen's eyes. In today's battle, he not only had to win but also make Luo Dongshan kneel and apologize publicly. Brother Chen, don't be angry. I believe you can win. Han Xiaoli said hurriedly, seeing Su Chen's angry demeanor. Su Chen chuckled lightly. I want just win. I will crush them completely. It will surely be a 100-fold return. We are no longer entangled. Han Xiaoli was full of trust, saying, I believe Chen Gu will definitely win. I would trade my entire life of being single for Chen Gu's victory. Su Chen gently patted Han Xiaoli's shoulder and replied, Hey, you shouldn't say such things lightly, besides I am bound to win. Alright, I unconditionally believe Chen Gu will win. Han Xiaoli's smile grew even brighter. However, beneath that seemingly assured expression, his heart was tumultuous with worry, like waves crashing relentlessly. Alright, it's time to go in. Just as they were about to step through the school gate, a cool voice called out from behind Su Chen, Can we talk privately? Su Chen paused for a moment, slowly turned around, and was met with the sight of Luo King's cold yet stunning face. Sure. Han Xiaoli, being perceptive, smiled at the two and turned to leave. The two walked side by side towards a quieter area, and the atmosphere around them felt somewhat tranquil. Luo Qingxue suddenly stopped, slowly turned around, and said, In this competition I hope you win. I will yield to you then. You don't need to hold back, I hope you can give it your all or else you won't even be able to take one of my moves. He had already discreetly assessed her Luo Qingxue was merely at the first level of the second stage. Although reaching the first level of the second stage in just 3 days of awakening was commendable among her peers, it was insignificant in Su Chen's eyes. Luo Qingxue furrowed her beautiful brows, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. In her memory, Su Chen was not such an arrogant person. The boy before her seemed worlds apart from the naive Su Chen she remembered. Do you really want me to give it my all? Of course it's the best choice for both you and me. He didn't harbor much malice towards Luo Qingxue. What he truly despised was Luo Dongshan, the treacherous and backstabbing person. Have you really made up your mind? Yes, I've made up my mind. After today's battle we will have no further entanglements. With that, Su Chen turned and left, leaving Luo Qingxue standing alone. Luo Qingxue watched his departing figure, her beautiful eyes filled with confusion. What has this young man experienced to undergo such a huge change? She sighed softly and made her way towards the training ground. At this moment the training ground was packed with thousands of people, bustling and lively. Not only were there representatives from various influential factions within the city, but also members from various organizations, as well as a group of students from other schools. After all, rank ability users' duels were rare and no one wanted to miss this precious opportunity. Dear representatives, I am Luo Dongshan, the father of Luo Qingxue. Luo Dongshan approached the representatives with a beaming smile. The representatives from Jingwu and Mo merely glanced at him without speaking, their eyes carrying a hint of disdain. Li Siwei smiled politely and said, it is thanks to the efforts of the Luo family that such an outstanding daughter has been raised. Oh no, it's all her own merit, Luo Dongshan quickly responded with humility. Li Siwei nodded slightly, saying, I look forward to the duel between Su Chen and your esteemed daughter. Ha ha ha, my daughter will surely satisfy everyone with her performance. Luo Dongshan laughed proudly. Li Siwei nodded slightly and fell silent, focusing intently on the arena. Seeing the representatives' reactions, Luo Dongshan wisely turned to leave. Has Su Chen's uncle arrived? He quietly asked the steward beside him. Yes, he's sitting over there. The steward pointed towards Su Tianfeng's location. Luo Dongshan glanced in the direction the steward indicated and upon seeing Su Tianfeng snorted lightly. Well done. It's all thanks to the family head's good guidance, the steward quickly flattered. Luo Dongshan waved his hand and the steward took the hint to retreat. At that moment several heads of major factions gathered around, eager to curry favor with Luo Dongshan. In their eyes today, Luo Qingxue would undoubtedly win and the Luo family would soar to new heights because of it. Only Su Chen was destined to be the stepping stone. Luo family head, you have such a wonderful daughter. After today your family will surely reach new heights. Indeed, Luo family head, I believe our two families can become even closer in the future. Luo Dongshan felt immensely pleased listening to these flattering words, his smile growing more self-satisfied. This feeling of being sought after by the crowd was intoxicating like fine wine. Rest assured, when my Luo family reaches new heights I will not forget any of you. Today his Luo family would undoubtedly be the star of the show, shining brightly. In the distance Shi Yuanshan watched Luo Dongshan's smug demeanor and shook his head gently. The Luo family will probably soon face a steep decline. Father, where is Su Chen? I can't see him. Shi Yaoyao curiously looked around. I don't know. Well, see him once Principal Wang gives his customary opening speech and the competition officially begins. Shi Yaoyao sighed in boredom and muttered softly, if it weren't for Su Chen I wouldn't have come to this bustling training ground. As people gathered in large numbers, the atmosphere in the training ground reached its peak. Wang Donglai stepped up to the podium and shouted, welcome everyone to witness the duel between Su Chen and Luo Qingxue, and we also welcome the representatives from the 5 major ability academies. Now let us invite the duel contestants Su Chen and Luo Qingxue. The referees on the platform were already prepared. On the preparation stage, Luo Qingxue was the first to step down the stairs and walk towards the arena. Her icy beauty shone even more radiantly under the sunlight, instantly attracting countless gazes. Luo School Bell will win. Luo School Bell will win. Go Luo School Bell. Women are not weaker than men. While Luo School Bell is invincible. The cheers surged like a tide, deafening in their intensity. This girl looks quite impressive. Zhao Tianyu nodded slightly, a gleam of admiration in his eyes. Indeed, this is likely to be a crushing victory, Li Siwei remarked, his tone carrying a hint of certainty. Ice abilities surpass dark abilities, and as the daughter of a powerful faction, Luo Qingxue enjoys strong backing while Su Chen is just a lonely orphan. His chances of winning are indeed slim. Don't rush, Su Chen hasn't even taken the stage yet, so why the hurry? Chu Xinong interrupted. Seeing that Luo Qingxue was ready in the arena, Wang Donglai shouted again, now let us invite Su Chen to the stage. However, after the announcement the preparation stage was empty. Everyone was taken aback, their faces revealing confusion and surprise. Just when everyone was bewildered, the doors of the training ground slowly opened. Su Chen, clad in black battle attire, walked toward the arena like a king in the night. Looking at the multitude, there was not a trace of panic in his eyes, only calmness. He scanned the crowd and upon seeing his uncle waving at him, a warm smile spread across his face as he waved back. Su Tianfeng's face was filled with concern as he shouted loudly, go for it, Xiao Chen. Su Chen smiled and nodded, giving him a reassuring look. Subsequently he walked straight toward the arena. This kid gives me a very mysterious feeling. Chu Jinong murmured to herself. Who do you think will win? Lu Fonglan broke the surrounding silence. Probably that girl. After all, she has a powerful background and it's rare for a civilian disciple to defeat a disciple from a prominent. I agree, Zhao Tianyun said calmly, his tone filled with certainty. Most likely it will be a crushing victory for the girl over that boy. Why do I feel that the boy will win? Chu Xining's opinion was entirely different from the others. The four of them turned to look at her in unison, and Zhao Tianyun couldn't help but chuckle. A disciple from a prominent faction, especially one with ice abilities, how could he possibly lose to an ordinary boy with dark powers? How about we make a bet? She was also a wielder of dark powers. The dark energy radiating from that boy gave her an indescribable sensation. Before him she felt like a trivial pawn while he stood as a towering king. Although she didn't understand why this boy gave her such an intense sense of oppression, she chose to trust her instincts. Alright, what do you want to bet on? Zhao Tianyun crossed his arms. If you win I will give you anything you want. If I win you owe me a dark technique of at least tier 5. How about that? Fine, Chu Jining, today I will let you see reality clearly. It is far more difficult for a civilian to defeat a disciple from a prominent family than to ascend to the heavens. Then let's wait and see. Chu Jining clenched her fist slightly. Boy, you better put in some effort. On the arena, Su Chen in a black battle outfit stood in stark contrast to Luo Qingxue in a blue gown, one like a king of the night, the other like a fairy on a frozen plain. The referee glanced over the two and asked, "Are you ready?" Okay. Their voices almost echoed in unison, carrying different emotions. The referee stepped back a few paces, positioned at the edge of the arena, and then announced loudly, "The match officially begins." At his command, icy light flickered around Luo Qingxue as the blue glow in her eyes intensified like two brilliant sapphires. Absolute zero. She gently blew the snowflakes in her hand, and instantly countless snowflakes fell like white spirits dancing in the air. In the blink of an eye, the entire ground was covered with a thick layer of solid ice, chilling to the bone. Even Su Chen began to slowly encase in a thin layer of ice, and soon he transformed into a frozen statue, motionless. Luo Qingxue observed the scene and felt a hint of confusion. Why wasn't Su Chen doing anything? Did he just concede? Thus, under the immense pressure of absolute zero, Su Chen stood silently on the arena like a sealed statue. In an instant the whole place fell into silence, everyone wide-eyed, unable to believe what they were witnessing. What is Su Chen doing? Why is he so still? Did he just lose? TCH, I told you Su Chen was no good. I didn't expect him to be so weak, taken down in one blow. Ha ha ha, exactly. Luo Dongshan felt a secret sigh of relief upon seeing this scene. He had thought Su Chen would have some impressive skills, but was surprised at how pathetic he was. Indeed, even with N-level ability he was just a waste. But just as everyone thought the match was over, that ice statue suddenly moved. With a series of crisp sounds of crack crack, the ice on Su Chen shattered instantly into countless fragments, scattering everywhere. A cold smile formed at the corner of his mouth. The match has just begun. Seeing this, Luo Qingxue's brow furrowed tightly. She retrieved the A-grade weapon Frostblade from her storage ring and gripped it in her hand. Ice Blade Slash. A sharp sword energy mixed with bone-chilling cold shot towards Su Chen. However, Su Chen remained unfazed, showing no panic. He slowly extended his right hand, dark elements gathering and flickering in his palm. Moments later, a gigantic Death Scythe appeared out of nowhere, exuding a chilling dark aura. Facing the incoming Ice Blade Slash, he casually swung the scythe in his hand, easily deflecting the sword energy as the cold power dissipated around the scythe, failing to harm him in the slightest. Just observing from afar, I can feel how terrifying this scythe is. Luo Qingxue's expression changed drastically as a wave of intense fear surged within her. But before she could think further, a massive black shadow claw suddenly appeared from the sky, descending directly towards her. Just as she intended to use her powers to evade, she was horrified to realize that her body couldn't move. Looking down, she saw her feet had unknowingly sunk deep into a dark magic swamp, black mist wrapping around her legs like tentacles, preventing her escape. Boom! A tremendous sound echoed like thunder on the arena. Blood splattered and Luo Qingxue coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, her body flying back like a kite with a severed string. Her clothes were completely torn away by the immense force, replaced by an A-grade battle armor that sparkled with silver light. It was precisely because of this armor that she avoided disability and death. Luo Qingxue stared at the boy before her, her beautiful eyes filled with shock and disbelief. How could he be so strong? Looking at the powerful aura radiating from Su Chen, she bitterly smiled at herself. She had lost. Utterly, with a 6th tier cultivation, it was no wonder he could shatter her ice seal. It turned out the fool had always been her. She had arrogantly claimed she would go easy on Su Chen. Truly absurd. A deep sense of powerlessness surged within her, wishing she could just collapse here. With this scene unfolding and Su Chen's cultivation aura fully revealed, the entire arena fell into shock. Am I seeing this right? Su Chen defeated Luo Qingxue in 2 moves. And she's wearing a great armor. No way. What a joke. Su Chen has reached the 6th tier already. What does that make my 1st tier cultivation that I worked so hard to achieve? Wow, he looks so cool, Su Chen, and that thing in his hand, could it be a birth spirit weapon? Isn't background also a form of strength? How come Luo Qingxue was so easily defeated? At that moment all the students in the arena erupted in excitement. The originally one-sided support instantly flipped. Su Chen was now the only true god in their hearts. Incredible. Unbelievable. This was truly astonishing. This kid must be mine. Zhao Tianyun excitedly thumped his thigh, his eyes sparkling with excitement. To think he reached the 6th tier just 4 days after awakening, an unprecedented achievement. The known record in Long Nation was reaching the 6th tier by the 10th day after awakening. Yet Su Chen has created a new record, rewriting history. Moreover, all the techniques he displayed had reached a small mastery level. Such a prodigious talent can no longer be simply called a genius, he is an absolute monster. I wonder who just confidently said that girl would win. Xu Zhining's eyes were still full of shock, her voice carrying a hint of teasing. This boy is not just strong. Even if you brought out those carefully cultivated kids from the Kyoto Demon City, they probably wouldn't be a match for him. Additionally, she secretly suspected that the scythe in the boy's hand was very likely a birth spirit weapon. Cough cough, I must have been blind just now. Anyway, this kid, don't you all fight me over him or I will get angry. Xu Zhining chuckled lightly. Then let's see if you have that capability. In stark contrast to the two, the other 3 representatives from the Ability Academy were already eagerly calling the principal, requesting the highest level of recruitment treatment. This is just too outrageous. Achieving such feats in just 3 days is truly unprecedented. If they could recruit Su Chen into the school, they would undoubtedly win the championship in the upcoming Ability Academy competition. Final choice. On the other side, Luo Dongshan slumped in his seat like a puddle of mud, his complexion as pale as... His eyes were filled with despair and unwillingness, echoing repeatedly in his heart, "It's over, everything is over." How could that orphan Su Chen be so powerful? This honor should have belonged to the Luo family, it was supposed to be theirs, yet it was taken away by a powerless orphan. How could he accept this? His eyes were bloodshot, filled with madness as the frenzy surged beneath the surface. The forces that once fawned over him now retreated like they were avoiding a plague. It was true what they said: when you are strong everyone flatters you, when you are weak even dogs disdain you. On the arena, Su Chen walked step by step toward Luo Qingxue. He raised the Death Demon Scythe high above his head like a pronouncement from the Grim Reaper. "You have lost." Luo Qingxue's lips curled into a bittersweet smile. Lost? I'm sorry. In this battle she was utterly defeated with no power to fight back. The one who should say sorry is not you. Su Chen suddenly turned his head, his gaze piercing towards Luo Dongshan in the audience. He pulled out a marriage contract from his pocket, his voice cold and powerful. "Old dog of the Luo family, what else do you have to say today? From the beginning your Luo family was unworthy of my Su family. Unworthy of me, Su Chen. 18 years ago my parents risked their lives to save you and your wife, yet you showed no gratitude, and 3 years ago after my parents passed away you came to annul the engagement. You took some insignificant resources and thought you could humiliate me, injuring my second uncle. You even deliberately spread rumors that I Su Chen acted inappropriately, which led to the annulment by the Luo family. Today I Su Chen hereby annul this marriage contract with your Luo family. You Luo family do not deserve it." As soon as the words fell, the red marriage contract in Su Chen's hand was violently torn apart, the pieces fluttering like snowflakes in the air, gradually disappearing from sight. 3 years ago, shortly after he crossed over, his parents tragically sacrificed themselves, and soon after the Luo family came to annul the engagement. That blatant humiliation still lingered in his memory. His second uncle stood up for him, confronting the Luo family, yet was injured and mocked, told he could only live by hunting. Today he would make Luo Dongshan pay 100-fold for his past actions. Only the victor has the right to speak. In an instant the gazes of the crowd turned like torches, aimed squarely at Luo Dongshan. Wow, so the Luo family is this kind of despicable person. I will never buy their products again, absolutely disgusting. How shameless. They saved your entire family, yet you are ungrateful. It would have been better to save 2 dogs, at least dogs wag their tails in gratitude. Luo Dongshan must apologize to Su Chen. Apologize. 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 The crowd was filled with righteous indignation. Luo Dongshan's actions were utterly outrageous. The surrounding forces also expressed their stance, distancing themselves from the Luo family. So the head of the Luo family is this kind of person. Let's not have any dealings in the future. Luo family head, let's terminate our business too. I don't want to collaborate with such an ungrateful person. As Luo Dongshan listened to the tide of mockery around him, he felt utterly powerless, as if all his spirit had been drained. Everything was over for him. It was he who had created this situation, and it was too late for regrets. Luo Dongshan, go apologize to Su Chen, at least try to salvage the last bit of dignity for your Luo family. Shi Yuanshan spoke up. Luo Dongshan's eyes were hollow like a walking corpse, and he numbly nodded him. He leaped onto the arena, looking at Su Chen, the one who had brought him ruin, his eyes devoid of hatred, replaced by deep remorse. If it weren't for being blinded by power and money, none of this would have happened. He knelt on one knee. I'm sorry, Su Chen, it was I, Luo Dongshan, who wronged you. I apologize to your parents. His heart was filled with guilt, feeling that he deserved to die 1,000 deaths. You do not deserve to mention my parents. You do not truly know your wrongs. You only know that you are finished. Su Chen glared at him, his eyes filled with disgust. I am unworthy to mention Brother Su. I am sorry to him. Luo Dongshan clenched his fists filled with regret. You owe apologies to many people. Su Chen turned to his second uncle shouting, Uncle come. Su Tianfeng looked at this scene with a complicated expression, slowly walking in front of Su Chen. Little Chen. Su Chen's gaze was icy. You should apologize to my second uncle. Back then my uncle also hunted beasts together with my parents, among whom was you, Luo Dongshan. Now you mock those who fought alongside you. It's truly disgusting. Luo Dongshan looked at Su Tianfeng, feeling numb all over his lips, trembling. Tianfeng. I am sorry to you. After speaking he prepared to kneel and clasped his fists in apology, but was stopped by Su Tianfeng. Su Tianfeng sighed, his eyes filled with emotion. Dongshan, you really shouldn't have. Su Chen struggled to calm his anger and kicked him aside, sending him tumbling and spitting blood. From now on the Su family and your Luo family shall have no more ties, all debts severed. After saying this, Su Chen led Su Tianfeng down from the arena. In this battle Su Chen as a commoner completely defeated the aristocratic family, achieving unprecedented glory. And Luo Dongshan on the other hand suffered complete defeat, losing all face with his family's future shrouded in darkness. This was what he deserved. Luo Qingxue looked at her disheveled father, her expression dazed, losing her direction in her heart. She slowly approached, helping Luo Dongshan up, feeling somewhat numb. Let's go home. Wang Donglai watched all this, unable to help but sigh. Truly self-inflicted suffering cannot be lived through. Then he announced loudly, Su Chen. Victory! If today the one standing on the arena was not Su Chen but any ordinary class awakener, they would have long been suppressed by the Luo family, having no chance of rising again. Yet Su Chen relied on his own strength to defy fate and create a miracle. Just as Wang Donglai turned around to discuss recruitment, he discovered that the representatives from the 5 major ability academies had already vanished, all rushing towards Su Chen. It was easy to guess they were going to compete for this unparalleled genius Su Chen. Wang Donglai revealed a gratified smile. Our second high school has finally produced a true dragon. In the principal's office, Su Chen and his second uncle were surrounded by the representatives of the 5 major ability academies. Su Chen, come to my Magic City Ability Academy. I guarantee you can change your girlfriend every day, absolutely no repeats. Zhao Tianyun said boldly. Su Chen looked puzzled. What kind of good thing is this? Zhao Tianyun, do you think Su Chen would be interested in your pathetic conditions? Exactly, Su Chen, come to my Military Martial Academy. We have plenty of rations and can give you SS level admission treatment. As soon as these words came out, the principal beside them couldn't help but gasp. The SS level treatment is the highest level of treatment, meaning Su Chen would enjoy unparalleled resources and training. It seems our second high school is really going to gain a great reputation this time. Upon hearing this, Zhao Tianyun immediately became displeased. I told you not to compete with me, can't you understand? Su Chen, come to me for SS level treatment and I will personally teach you and take you as my closed-door disciple. Su Chen remained calm. What conditions can the other 3 representatives from the ability academies offer? He understood the principle of comparing prices. The Blood Barbarian Bull Demon Cave is in chaos. The other 2 representatives immediately stated, we are the same, offering SS level treatment. Given Su Chen's current potential, he absolutely deserves the highest SS level treatment. Wang Donglai was startled upon hearing this. There were actually 4 SS level treatments. This was unprecedented. Only the children of those ancient beings from the capital or the demon city are worthy of SS level treatment. Su Chen's gaze slowly shifted to the last representative waiting for her bid. Upon seeing her, he couldn't help but feel a bit surprised. Chu Jini was dressed in a tailored women's suit cut elegantly with smooth lines. Her skin was as fair as snow, delicate as silk, and exuded a warmth akin to mutton fat jade. With a slight smile at the corner of her mouth carrying a hint of an elusive charm, the faint wynard eyeshadow at the corners of her eyes added a touch of allure to her originally cold and stunning demeanor. After a brief moment of silence, Chu Jini said, I can offer you SS level treatment along with 2 other things you desire. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's eyes lit up. This condition was simply too good. I need a technique that can enhance the source energy within my body as well as a dark attribute combat skill of 5th rank or above. I wonder if that is possible. Su Chen stated his requirements. For him, a technique to increase source energy was precisely what he needed most urgently. As for the combat skill, naturally the more powerful the better, so that he could exert greater influence in battle. After listening to Su Chen's demands, Chu Zini's heart began to waver. On one hand, these requests were indeed somewhat excessive. However, on the other hand, she felt that Su Chen might truly have the capacity to create value far beyond these. After a fierce internal struggle, Chu Jini ultimately made up her mind, saying, all right, I agree. However, as soon as she spoke, Zhao Tianyun beside her looked on in shock. The capital's Ability Academy actually offered such a high bid. Chu Jini, you are being somewhat reckless. The demands you agreed to are sufficient to recruit and rank ability student. Zhao Tianyun thought Chu Jini had gone mad. Even if Su Chen was powerful now, who could guarantee that he wouldn't face unforeseen circumstances in the future? The path of martial arts is not always smooth sailing. Chu Jini actually placed all her bets on Su Chen alone. Facing Zhao Tianyun's inquiry, Chu Jini felt a bit flustered but still responded, so what? Seeing this, Zhao Tianyun sat back down in his chair saying, I want to see how you explain this to the principal when you return. The other representatives witnessing this sight helplessly and stood up saying, since Su Chen has decided to join the capital's ability academy, we shall no longer disturb you. Their faces were filled with regret. This kid Su Chen has great potential. Unfortunately, their highest authority was only SS level treatment. They had no means to offer more. Suddenly Su Chen called out loudly, wait. The crowd stopped in their tracks, turning to look at Su Chen with expressions of confusion. Su Chen. Did you change your mind? One person curiously asked. Su Chen shook his head saying, I just hope that when you recruit Luo Qingxue you won't view her through colored glasses. Her father is her father and she is herself. The two cannot be mixed together. The one at fault has always been Luo Dongshan, and Luo Qingxue even sent him millions in resources, sincerely apologizing. Like attracts like. It can only be said that she was born into an unfortunate family. The four exchanged glances and nodded in unison, casting appreciative looks at Su Chen. They then turned and left, leaving Su Chen and Chu Jini standing in place. Chu Jini revealed a faint smile saying, Su Chen, sign this enrollment application and some related agreements and you will officially become a new student of our capital's Ability Academy. Su Chen heard this and took the enrollment form and the SS level treatment contract, picking up the pen to sign his name with a flourish. Alright teacher Chu, Su Chen said, handing the signed documents back to Chu Jini. She accepted the documents with satisfaction, smiling as she replied, welcome Su Chen. From now on you are officially a member of our capital's Ability Academy. Su Chen humbly said, I am also very honored to join your esteemed school. However, just as Chu Jini was about to say something further, her phone suddenly rang. She hurriedly answered the call, her expression instantly turning serious. There is chaos at the demon cave next to the capital. Yes, I understand. After hanging up, Chu Jini said, Su Chen, something has suddenly come up at the school. I need to rush back to handle it. Do you want to come with me to the capital? Let's wait a few days, I haven't made arrangements here yet. Not making arrangements was one aspect, and on the other hand he was planning to hunt some demon beasts before leaving. Alright, on the day of the martial examination in a week I'll send someone to pick you up. As for your enrollment rewards, they will be given to you when you arrive at the Capital Academy. I have urgent matters to attend to, so I must leave now. The turmoil in the demon cave necessitated her return to quell the chaos. 300 years ago the source power from the universe swept through Blue Star, causing mutations in flora and fauna, turning them into demon beasts. Additionally, other races emerged from spatial rifts in the underground, forming 3 major demon caves. The demon caves require regular purges, otherwise those from other races will emerge to wreak havoc. Moreover, near the capital's Ability Academy is the second largest demon cave, home to the blood barbarian bulls. She didn't expect that so soon after the last upheaval another incident would arise in the demon cave. Could it be that the blood barbarian bulls from the underground have sent reinforcements? Su Chen felt a bit puzzled. Teacher Chu, why are you in such a hurry? There has been a riot in the blood barbarian bull demon cave. I need to return to organize the students for the purging operation. Listening to her, Su Chen, curious about the demon cave, asked, can you explain to me what the demon cave is? Chu Jini smiled and shook her head. It's a bit complicated to explain. You can ask your principal beside you. For now I must go back. Someone will come to bring your admission notice in 7 days. After saying this she swiftly turned into a shadow and left. Watching her depart, Su Chen turned to Wang Donglai saying, Principal, can you explain this to me? 300 years ago the source power from the universe descended upon Blue Star, causing the mutation of demon beasts and awakening human abilities to become ability users. Moreover, several spatial rifts were generated underground on Blue Star, leading to races from the universe sending their kind to the depths of Blue Star, thus forming demon caves. However, because the spatial rifts can only accommodate beings of up to 10th rank, this has prevented Blue Star from being destroyed. Su Chen nodded, slightly understanding now. However, he was not concerned about that. Instead, he was wondering if killing those beings would yield points. System. There should be right. Ding. Yes, theoretically those beings can be considered both human and demon. Su Chen relaxed. This was good. The beings in the demon caves are more densely packed than the demon beasts outside. However, at this moment Wang Donglai suddenly turned and said, the spatial rifts underground are continuously expanding. Within 5 years they will be able to accommodate beings above the 10th rank. At that time Blue Star will be in grave danger. Our Blue Star needs a superpower house. Wang Donglai sighed. If no one breaks through to above the 10th rank in these 5 years, then Blue Star will be doomed. Su Chen clenched his fist, a sense of crisis rising within him. He estimated that in 5 years he could definitely reach the 10th rank, right? The fastest in Dragon Country to reach the 10th rank seems to be 18 years. With the system 5 years shouldn't be too much to ask, right? A step away from the golden bone. There will be super strong practitioners. Perhaps Wang Donglai merely shook his head. It's not easy to find super strong practitioners. If there were any, they wouldn't have been absent for 300 years. Wang Donglai patted Su Chen's shoulder, earnestly advising, kid, be careful when you arrive at the Kyoto Ability Academy. It's a gathering of geniuses and none are easy to deal with. In a small city you may be called a genius, but in a big city you're just one among many. However, he felt that this peculiar kid Chen should be able to stand out among the crowd. I understand one must be cautious. But I do want to have a sparring session with those geniuses. The grand ambition of restoring the glory of the dark system begins with dealing with the other geniuses at the Kyoto Ability Academy. Good kid with that spirit. I look forward to you achieving great things. Chen slightly bowed, then I'll head back to prepare. Goodbye, Principal Wang. Wang Donglai waved his hand, a hint of reluctance in his eyes. Goodbye. Watching Chen gradually fade into the distance, he sighed again, murmuring to himself, it's another year of farewell season. As soon as Chen stepped out of the principal's office, he saw Shi Yaoyao waiting there. With hands on her hips, her beautiful eyes glared at Chen, her face displaying a hint of arrogance. What are you doing here? Shi Yaoyao raised her chin. Is it wrong for me to be here? No, let's go, we can chat while walking. The two walked side by side downstairs, their footsteps echoing in the empty corridor. Which ability academy did you choose? Shi Yaoyao broke the silence first. Kyoto, what about you? Where are you planning to go? Shi Yaoyao frowned slightly. I'm also going to Kyoto. Compared to other places, Kyoto has Chen as a familiar face, which gives her some reassurance. Will you even be accepted? The minimum ability required in Kyoto is B level. Chen raised an eyebrow, teasing her intentionally. Shi Yaoyao immediately got angry. Who do you look down on? I'm a level illusory spirit cat. Getting into the Kyoto Ability Academy is a piece of cake. Oh, I almost forgot. Alright, when the time comes I'll take you to dominate. I should be the one taking you. Shi Yaoyao crossed her arms, turning her head away arrogantly. The two continued to bicker, making a ruckus as they arrived at the school gate. At the entrance they saw Luo Qingxue exchanging words with others from different ability universities. After a while the exchange ended. Isn't that Luo Dongshan's daughter? Why isn't she wearing glasses? Shi Yaoyao's tone was filled with sarcasm. Luo Qingxue slowly raised her gaze, her eyes lingering on Chen for a moment before silently walking towards him. Which academy? Her voice was cold and devoid of any emotion. Kyoto. Chen replied succinctly. Hey, do you think I don't exist? You nasty woman, if you don't cherish it, stay away. Shi Yaoyao suddenly rushed in front of Chen, arms outstretched. She despised this kind of woman who could have easily possessed something but didn't know how to cherish it. Luo Qingxue frowned slightly, glanced at Shi Yaoyao, then at Chen, and softly uttered two words: goodbye. With that she turned and left her back, appearing somewhat lonely. Shi Yaoyao turned to Chen, her eyes carrying a hint of threat. You are not allowed to associate with her from now on, understood? Who are you to me? You have to listen to me. No associating with her. Shi Yaoyao stamped her foot, her little face turning red with anger. She hated Luo Qingxue's cold demeanor. Every day her face was as icy as a block of ice, which was truly irritating. Alright, I'll listen to you. Hee, that's more like it. As a reward, sister will treat you to a lavish meal, and by the way, you were really cool on stage just now. Suddenly Shi Yaoyao broke into a smile, grabbing Chen's arm, chattering along the way like a cheerful little bird. After the meal, Chen bid farewell to Shi Yaoyao and returned home. Lying on his bed, he opened his phone and the headline of a news article caught his eye. Breaking. The treacherous Luo family. Shock. The Luo family is treacherous and ungrateful, now a public enemy. Looking at the news, Chen's expression remained calm without a hint of disturbance. All of this is the result of Luo Dongshan's own actions. He glanced at the time and prepared to sleep. The biggest knot in his heart had finally been untied. He wanted to have a good sleep and restore his energy. The next 7 days are the golden period for hunting demon beasts. 7 days later. On the day of the martial arts examination, countless students participating arrived at the examination site early, their faces filled with tension and anticipation. Today is the day that will determine their fate. A good ability academy and a poor one will have a world of difference in resources. Do not underestimate those small resources, they could impact their lives in the future. At 10 in the morning, Chen had just woken up, stretching and yawning, mumbling who in their right mind would participate in the martial arts exam. This past week had exhausted him. During the day he fought against demon beasts in a forest teeming with them. At night he returned to his residence to cultivate and refine his bones. However, hard work ultimately brings rewards. 21400 kill points. Looking at the number of kill points displayed on the system interface, Chen shed tears of relief. You know how I've spent this past week. Fortunately today he could finally allocate points freely to enhance his. Although he hadn't allocated points this week, the night cultivation had successfully raised his realm from the 6th level of the first stage to the 7th level, and the bone refining had completed the 4th round. While the gains were not abundant, they were better than nothing. System, tell me how many kill points are needed to upgrade my realm from the 7th level of the first stage to the 1st level of the 2nd. 800, 1200, 2000, 4000, a total of 8000 kill points, the system's voice echoed in Chen's. Chen frowned slightly, feeling a bit pained. To raise his realm by just 4 levels it required 8000 kill points. The further he went, the more insufficient the kill points became. However, in order to become stronger, he gritted his teeth and resolutely commanded, upgrade me. As he gave the command, Su Chen felt a powerful force surging within him and his realm began to soar rapidly. First stage 8th level. First stage 9th level. First stage 10th level. Second stage 1st level. In an instant the 8,000 kill points vanished and Su Chen's realm successfully reached the first level of the second stage. He felt the continuous flow of power within him and the exhaustion from the constant hunting was swept away. One-click allocation is truly amazing. System, give me 4 combat techniques and allocate all points to perfection first. Consume 7,400 kill points. All 4 combat techniques have reached perfection, the system prompted. Looking at the suddenly reduced 7,400 kill points, Su Chen was stunned. Wow, it actually costs 2,500 to upgrade to perfection for a 3rd level combat technique. That's quite exaggerated, it has directly multiplied. However, he also knew that the benefits gained were in Shadow Flash, which could originally only teleport a few meters, now could teleport dozens of meters away, the speed so fast that it was hard to grasp. Abyssal demonic pool control became more stable and the range increased. Shadow Claw, its power greatly increased. One could only say 1 share of allocation brings 1 share of reward. Finally, looking at the remaining 5,000 kill points, Su Chen hesitated for a moment but chose to allocate them to bone refining. System, how many kill points are needed for 5 rounds of bone refining? Su Chen asked. Only 500 is needed, the system replied. Su Chen was taken aback, surprised so little. Should I go straight to the 10th round of golden bones? After all, blood coagulation begins at the 2nd stage, which is also a troublesome matter. System, directly raise the bone refining to the 10th round. The host's kill points are insufficient. Consume 3,500 kill points. Bone refining has reached the 9th round. As the prompt sounded, Su Chen felt all his bones crackling as if countless small hammers were striking them. Additionally, a faint golden light emanated from those bones, appearing indestructible. Su Chen clenched his fist. Now if a small car crashes into me, it would be the car that gets wrecked. How many kill points are needed for the 10th round of bone refining? Not much, only 2,000 kill points are needed. Su Chen was stunned again. While the total for the previous 9 rounds of bone refining is less than 1/5 of this 10th round. This indicates that the benefits from perfect bone refining of golden bones will definitely exceed the total of the previous 9 rounds. Head towards the capital. Su Chen sighed lightly, realizing that the evolution of the Death Demon Scythe still required 50,000, truly a long and arduous journey ahead. Name, Su Chen. Realm 2nd stage 1st level. Ability S rank, Shadow Monarch. Bone tempering 9th round. Blood condensation not started. Companion Spirit Tool S rank, Death Demon Scythe. Cultivation method none. Combat skills 3rd stage Shadow Erosion Bat Strike, great accomplishment. 3rd stage Shadow Flash, great accomplishment. 2nd stage Shadow Claw, great accomplishment. 2nd stage Abyssal Demon Pool, great accomplishment. Backpack Mysterious Egg. Looking at the panel before him, he couldn't believe there was anyone in the world who could reach his realm in just 10 days. One must know breaking through from the 1st stage 10th level to 2nd stage 1st level is an insurmountable threshold. However, at this moment Su Chen's heart surged with killing intent, eager to unleash his power without restraint. Ding dong. Just then a message notification suddenly rang out, breaking Su Chen's train of thought. Xiaoyao, my parents are calling you to dinner and don't forget to bring your second uncle along. Su Chen. Okay. Su Chen adjusted his mood and called Su Tianfeng, then headed to the city lord's mansion, preparing to say his farewells. Arriving at the city lord's mansion, Su Tianfeng hesitated and said, Xiao Chen, you can go in by yourself, I won't go in. Su Chen tightly grasped Su Tianfeng's arm, saying, second uncle, what are you talking about? You are my only family. Come on, let's go in together. As Su Chen pulled Su Tianfeng through the door, he saw Shi Yuanshan greet them with a broad smile. Xiao Chen, long time no see. I feel like your strength has increased a bit again. It's only a slight improvement. Shi Yuanshan nodded with a smile, then turned his gaze to Su Tianfeng and asked, this must be your second uncle, right? City Lord Shi. Su Tianfeng said respectfully, slightly bowing. You can just call me brother according to age, no need for such formality. Shi Yuanshan said amiably, his face always adorned with a smile. Su Tianfeng was astonished, thinking how could a city lord of such high status be so approachable and kind? He pondered to himself, it must be because of Su Chen. To have such an excellent nephew is truly a blessing. City Lord Shi, you are too polite. Then I will respectfully accept your invitation, brother Yuanshan. Shi Yuanshan nodded with a smile, eagerly saying, Tianfeng, let's go, lunch is ready. Today we must drink to our heart's content. The two led Su Chen to the dining area where everyone took their seats in order. The Shi family of 3 along with Su Chen and Su Tianfeng sat together, creating a warm and cheerful atmosphere. I presume this is the future-in-law uncle. Li Yulan spoke with a smile. Instantly everyone present was taken aback and the atmosphere became somewhat awkward. Ahem, Yulan, don't talk nonsense, it's not that far yet. Shi Yuanshan cleared his throat lightly and said awkwardly. Hearing this, Li Yulan awkwardly remarked, so this must be Su Chen's uncle. Su Tianfeng nodded, saying, I am Xiao Chen's second uncle. He felt puzzled. It seemed that the Shi couple had a particular fondness for Su Chen. His nephew was so charming. Eat up, Li Yulan quickly urged. Everyone picked up their chopsticks and began to enjoy the delicious lunch. Su Chen, do you know what happened to the Luo family now? Shi Yuanshan asked. Su Chen paused, putting down his chopsticks, and replied, I don't know, I've been too busy lately to pay much attention. In recent days he had been hunting monsters and improving his strength, leaving no time to think about the Luo family's issues. Now the Luo family has received their just desserts, they've gone bankrupt and owe a huge debt. However, I heard that Luo Qingxue is quite capable. She entered the capital university and exchanged some benefits for funds to pay off the debt. The Luo family no longer exists, reverting back to how it was over a decade ago, Shi Yuanshan said slowly, a hint of emotion in his tone. Upon hearing this, Su Chen pondered silently. Has Luo Qingxue also come to the Capital Ability Academy? Is it coincidence or intentional? He frowned slightly, falling into deep thought. However, after some contemplation he decided not to think too much about it. Regardless, they had already severed ties with no further connections. That ice-cold face really lingers on. Shi Yaoyao muttered. Without a doubt she knew in her heart that Luo Qingxue attending the Capital Ability Academy was definitely for Su Chen. Alright Yaoyao, you're not even Su Chen's girlfriend yet and you're already minding this and that. Shi Yuanshan teased, a hint of a smirk on his face. Shi Yaoyao's face turned red at being teased, lowering her head and shyly saying I. She silently lowered her head to eat, feeling somewhat flustered about why she cared so much for Su Chen. What is happening? Su Tianfeng observed the scene and thought, judging by this, his Xiao Chen seems quite popular with the girl. In that case he could rest assured the Su family need not worry about the issue of passing on the family line. Uncle, she has Yaoyao's enrollment at the Capital Ability Academy been confirmed? Su Chen asked. Yes, it's confirmed. She was accepted early. It's still simple for her to enter with her A rank ability. He hesitated for a moment and said, once at the Capital Ability Academy you must take care of Xiao Chen. The capital is the most prosperous place in the entire Dragon Kingdom, rivaling the Magic City, where major forces intertwine and experts abound. Additionally, there are many offspring of powerful figures. Rest assured, I've got this covered. Su Chen patted his chest. Li Yulan and Shi Yuanshan exchanged glances, feeling reassured. Li Yulan took out a book on dark element combat skills and handed it to Su Chen, saying, this combat skill suits you well, Xiao Chen, take it. One cannot let Su Chen take care of Shi Yaoyao without showing any gesture right. Su Chen focused and saw that it was a 5th stage combat skill, Shadow Pool Claw. Shadow Pool Claw generates a giant dark element magic pool within a certain range. Anyone inside will be dragged into the pool by Shadow Claws. Su Chen's breath quickened and a glint of surprise and excitement flashed in his eyes. A 5th stage dark element combat skill. Moreover, this is a large area attack skill. For him such a skill was just what he lacked. It was like a timely help. Su Chen accepted the combat skill, saying, I really need this skill. Thank you Uncle Shi and Auntie, I really like it. As long as you like it Xiao Chen, we are all family, no need to be so formal. Eat up, eat up. Li Yulan said with a smile, her face full of affection. A meal filled with laughter and joy soon came to an end. Xiao Chen, even though you are currently cultivating rapidly, you must still be cautious when you reach the capital. Shi Yuanshan instructed, his eyes revealing a hint of concern. I will. Su Chen nodded and then looked at Shi Yaoyao, asking, do you want to go with me? Shi Yaoyao shook her head, saying, I want to stay home and spend a few more days with my parents before leaving. She had never traveled so far in her life and felt a bit scared and reluctant. After saying that, she ran back into her mother's embrace, tightly hugging Li Yulan. No matter where one is, there is nothing warmer than home. Shadow kill formation. Alright, he'll settle down first, and when you come he'll pick you up. At least you understand. Shi Yaoyao's eyes curved with a smile. Su Chen turned his gaze towards Su Tianfeng's second uncle. If you have any issues in the future, make sure to call me right away. Good boy, don't worry uncle. But if anyone bullies you over there, make sure to tell me. Su Tianfeng's gaze was full of affection. Alright second uncle, I'll come back to see you when I have time and I can take you to live with me. Su Tianfeng gently shook his head, a hint of a weary smile appearing on his face. I'm getting old. I don't want to stir things up anymore, I just want to live a peaceful life here in Chuan City. A wave of bitterness surged in Su Chen's heart as he stepped forward and tightly embraced Su Tianfeng. I'm leaving uncle. He then turned to bid farewell to City Lord Shi and Li Yulan one by one. Straightening his back, he turned to head towards Kyoto. Watching his receding figure, Shi Yuanshan shook his head slightly. The hidden dragon is emerging from the river. System, how many kill points are needed to learn a 5th tier combat skill? 1500 kill points required. Seeing the remaining 1500 kill points on the system panel, Su Chen did not hesitate, waving his hand to directly click to allocate. A flash of light appeared and the 5th tier combat skill Shadow Depth Claw was successfully learned. At this moment Su Chen's heart was filled with excitement and anticipation. He couldn't wait to try out this new combat skill. At that moment the phone suddenly rang. Su Chen looked at the unfamiliar number before pressing the answer button. Hello, is this Su Chen? On the other end of the line came a crisp and sweet female voice. It's me, who are you? I'm your cousin's assistant here to take you to Kyoto. By the way, my cousin is Chu Jining. Hearing this name, Su Chen was slightly taken aback, quickly recalling that there was indeed such a person. He had thought that the other party wouldn't come, but unexpectedly received a call at this moment. Where are you now? I'm at your Chuan City airport. Come over, we'll take the next flight to Kyoto together. Okay, I'll be there in a few minutes. After hanging up, he immediately flagged down a taxi to the airport. Upon arriving at the airport, Chen's gaze searched the crowd. Finally, not far away, he spotted a girl with a high ponytail. A few strands of bangs naturally fell on either side of her delicate face, adding softness and gentleness to her features. Her petite nose tilted slightly upward, resembling a cute little cat, giving a playful and lively impression. Under her thick eyelashes, her eyes were clear and bright like two brilliant stars sparkling with vibrant light. She waved her arms excitedly, her face beaming with a radiant smile. Chen quickly walked over and asked uncertainly, "Are you the girl from the phone?" "Yes, you can call me Chu Wanru. I'm here to pick you up for my cousin." "I know that. Have you bought the plane tickets?" "Yes, we will fly directly to Kyoto shortly." Chu Wanru replied with a smile. "Thank you." Chen replied casually. "No problem. But once we arrive in Kyoto, you will need to register at Kyoto Academy by yourself, because I already made plans with my friends to team up for the Kyoto Blood Demon Cave." As she said this, there was a hint of cautious inquiry in Chu Wanru's tone. Chen pondered for a moment. "Can I join you? Registering is so boring. Battling in the Demon Cave is much more thrilling. Plus, teaming up with Chu Wanru would save me the trouble of finding others." "That's not allowed. I heard from my cousin that even though you're in class anomaly, the Demon Cave is very dangerous." Chu Wanru quickly shook her head. Her cousin had specifically said to take good care of him, and if anything happened, she would be in trouble. "What's so dangerous about it?" "Don't worry, I will just follow behind you and promise to listen to your instructions." Chu Wanru looked at Chen's eager expression, pondering for a moment. "You promise?" "I promise." Chen nodded vigorously. "All right then, but you mustn't tell my cousin, or I'm afraid she will scold me," Chu Wanru said helplessly. "I won't, don't worry," Chen quickly assured her. Chu Wanru nodded, took out a storage ring from her pocket and handed it over. "This storage ring is from my cousin for you. As for the SS class treatment, it will only be granted after you enroll." Chen took the storage ring and opened it to find a combat skill and a martial art resting inside. The combat skill was called Shadow Kill Formation, a 6th tier combat skill. The martial art was named Infinite Spirit Source Formula. Shadow Kill Formation creates multiple shadows within a certain area to strangle enemies. The number of shadows depends on proficiency. Infinite Spirit Source Formula. This martial art has 10 levels, significantly increasing the storage of internal source energy. Upon reaching the 2nd level, it can transform source energy into a river. At the 5th level, it can turn the river into a lake. At the 7th level, it can transform the internal source energy into an ocean, and upon reaching the 10th level, it allows for an endless supply of internal source energy, inexhaustible and boundless. Chen gazed at these two items, his breath quickening, filled with shock and delight. A 6th tier combat skill can't be obtained for less than tens of millions of blue star coins in the market, and even then it's often hard to find. How many people have sought it in vain? As for the Infinite Spirit Source Formula, it is top tier among the top tiers. Source energy is the foundation of everything. Without it, all is mere talk. If I can max out to the 10th level and have endless source energy, how powerful would that be? System, let me learn. Learning successful entry into 6th tier combat skill requires 3,000 points, and the first level of Infinite Spirit Source Formula also requires 3,000 points. Hearing the system's prompt, Chen was filled with a strong fighting spirit, full of momentum. This trip to the Demon Cave requires at least 6,000 kill points. Chen, you seem really excited about something. Chu Wanru observed Chen's excited demeanor and asked curiously. Chen came back to his senses. "You have a keen eye. How could he not be excited?" These two items were enough to bring about a qualitative leap in his strength. Chu Wanru chuckled. "You're quite amusing. Let's go, we need to hurry for check-in and boarding." The two chatted and laughed as they walked side by side towards the boarding gate, ready to embark on their journey to Kyoto. In front of a quaint yet slightly rundown small house, Luo Dongshan stood quietly, his eyes filled with complex emotions. After going in circles, everything has returned to the beginning. Luo Dongshan's voice was low and hoarse, carrying the weight of years. He had lived in this small house for nearly 10 years, which held his past dreams and memories. Since the Luo family grew strong, he left this place for a luxurious residence, yet his heart had never regained that peace and satisfaction. Luo Qingsno stood beside Luo Dongshan, gazing at the small house before her. A wave of complex emotions surged within her. She looked at Luo Dongshan, who had aged significantly in just a week, and sighed softly. "I'm leaving. The time for early enrollment is about to begin, and she is about to leave this city that has brought her sorrow, to chase after her dreams, to find a life of her own." "Daughter, do you blame me?" Luo Dongshan turned his head slightly, asking softly. "I don't blame you, but the life I want has never been about luxury or wealth, nor is it what you think is best for me." After saying this, she resolutely turned and walked away, showing no sign of reluctance. Luo Dongshan watched her departing figure, a bitter smile appearing on his face. In the end, he kept making mistakes, and what he had given his daughter was never what she truly wanted. He was unworthy of being a father, let alone a person. Tears silently slipped from the corners of his eyes, falling onto the ground beneath him. 3 months' time. On the airplane, the clouds outside rolled like soft and ethereal cotton. Chu Weiner's head tilted slightly, a sweet smile on her face. Sure, the magic cave next to our Kyoto Supernatural Academy is the Blood Brutal Bull Cave. It's a multi-layered passage to the underground world, but no one knows how many layers it actually has. The first layer has some first and second tier Blood Brutal Bull warriors, and we often go there to hunt them. One reason is to earn credit points, and the other is that the bodies and blood of the Blood Brutal Bulls can fetch a good price. Is that so? Has no one ever reached the last layer? Chu Weiner stuck out her tongue. No, it's said to have 10 layers, and the 10th layer contains a spacetime crack. If we shatter that crack, we can fundamentally resolve the Blood Brutal Bull clan. But that's easier said than done. The Dragon Kingdom has sent large-scale expeditions multiple times. Each time the blood rain and carnage ensued, but they all ended in failure. As long as they reach the 9th layer, the Blood Brutal Bulls will surge out like a tidal wave, counterattacking madly until they drive humanity. Currently, the Dragon Kingdom has given up on counterattacking the magic cave, seeking only its stability, which has turned the cave into an open space accessible to all. After all, the Blood Brutal Bull soldiers in each layer are different. The strong can farm in the lower layers while the weak stay above. Thank you for the explanation, Chen politely said. You're welcome. The two chatted and laughed, and after a while the plane slowly landed at Kyoto Airport. Stepping out of the cabin, Chen looked at the towering buildings in front of him where strong figures were like clouds and slightly clenched his fist. The rebirth of the Dark System's glory begins here. Are you really going to hunt the Blood Brutal Bulls with me? It's really dangerous. Chu Weiner blinked her big watery eyes, trying to scare Chen away. Absolutely, I can hardly wait. Alright, then I'll take you with me, but you must listen to my commands. Her cousin told her that Chen was at the first tier 6th level while she was at the second tier 3rd level. Protecting someone at the first tier 6th level should not be too much to ask, right? Today she would also be a big sister, taking good care of this little brother. I promise to listen to your commands. Listening to her commands would be strange. He wanted to rampage and unleash his power in the magic cave. Chu Weiner hailed a taxi and the two headed towards the Blood Brutal Bull Cave not far outside Kyoto. Outside the car window, the hustle and bustle of the city gradually faded away, replaced by the tranquility and desolation of the suburbs. Magic Cave 10th layer. In the dim light, a nauseating smell of blood filled the air. The Blood Brutal Bull leader, Tu Kuang, sat cross-legged on a massive stone platform. King. When will we attack the humans again? Recently the human race has been a bit rampant, a Blood Brutal Bull general asked cautiously, his voice echoing in the empty cave. Tu Kuang slightly raised his head, a bloodthirsty light gleaming in his eyes. As soon as the next batch of Blood Brutal Bull warriors from the main star arrives, it will be time to attack the human race. It was filled with unwillingness. Why should they remain cooped up in this dark underground magic cave? The Blood Brutal Bull clan should dominate this planet, making humanity tremble beneath their iron hooves. Really, King? How long is that? Expected to be less than 3 months. In 3 months, this batch of new Blood Brutal Bull warriors would arrive through the spacetime crack to the 10th layer. It would be their time to attack. At that time, what human race would turn into flesh and mud beneath their feet. Congratulations, King, in less than 3 months we will dominate this planet. Tu Kuang merely snickered disdainfully. You're thinking too simply. This planet has quite a few strong humans. In 3 months, if we can annihilate Kyoto, the strongest city of humanity, it will count as completing the mission. It knew very well that it was impossible to take a big bite in one go, but inflicting heavy damage on the Dragon Kingdom and letting humanity know the might of the Blood Brutal Bull clan was still feasible. Moreover, in less than 5 years the underground spacetime crack would expand to accommodate strong beings above the 10th tier, and this planet would be within reach. Then I look forward to it, my king. The general bowed his head. Once the exchange ended, silence fell again, interrupted only by the occasional low roars of the Blood Brutal Bulls. Not far outside Kyoto, in the Blood Brutal Bull Cave area. Troops are stationed here, patrolling back and forth. So this unit is stationed directly here. Yes, to prevent the Blood Brutal Bulls from running out in a riot, so the troops are stationed here just in case, Chu Weiner explained. Chen watched the patrolling troops. Among them were quite a few strong individuals at the 3rd, 4th and 5th tiers. Additionally, many people were heading towards a crimson vortex in the center, preparing to enter the magic cave for hunting. Please show your identification. Finally, it was Chen and Chu Weiner's turn to be checked. They showed their IDs and were allowed to pass through. Before long, the two arrived at the entrance to the crimson vortex. Surrounding them were many onlookers, some excited, others nervous, their eyes filled with curiosity and desire for the magic cave. I heard an elite-level Blood Brutal Bull warrior has appeared on the first layer at the second tier 3rd level with a bounty of 500000. Ah, it's a bit difficult. The strong look down upon it and the weak can't fight it. What are you afraid of? Who's teaming up, brothers? There's an event now. Hunting 1 Blood Brutal Bull rewards 100 and hunting 5 rewards 888. Brothers charge. In an instant many people entered the magic cave with enthusiasm. Chen watched the scene, which looked increasingly like a dungeon raid, and felt his blood boiling. Weiner, why are you only just arriving? Li Qingqing walked over, her expression somewhat dissatisfied, her tone carrying a hint of blame. Oh, I was just here to pick someone up. Chu Weiner stuck out her tongue, feeling a bit embarrassed. Li Qingqing's gaze turned to Chen, her eyes lighting up, a sly smile appearing on her face. Weiner, what a handsome young man. Is he your boyfriend? Don't say that. He's a first-year freshman at the Kyoto Supernatural Academy that my cousin asked me to pick up. Li Qingqing nodded. Oh, I see. Does that mean I have a chance? A playful glint flashed in her eyes as she stepped forward. Handsome boy, come mix with me, I'll look after you. Su Chen was taken aback. Does that include meals and accommodation? Scumbag. Wanting meals and accommodation. Su Chen. Qingqing, don't tease him. Chu Weiner shot her a disapproving glance. Li Qingqing shrugged. This kind of new freshman is more fun. While the two were chatting, 3 more people arrived, one of whom shouted, what are you doing here, Qingqing? Are you not going to the magic cave to hunt monsters together? Li Qingqing turned around. Of course, Weiner brought a handsome guy to tease first. Among the 3, Huanle dressed in white frowned slightly upon seeing Su Chen, a displeased expression on his face. Did we not agree on 5 of us? Why is there an extra person? It's not like that he got admitted to the Kyoto Supernatural Academy and wanted to see the magic cave out of curiosity, so I brought him along, Chu Weiner quickly explained. Then that means he's still around the first tier 5th level, isn't that just a burden? Huanle grew increasingly angry, his eyes filled with disdain. This person was just an awakened supernatural ability user, and at most he was at the first tier 5th level. Bringing a burden. He definitely wouldn't do it. A hero saving a damsel in distress. You think I'm a burden? I can hunt alone, Su Chen replied calmly as he stepped into the vortex door. Just when I was worried about not having a chance to act alone. Seeing Su Chen leave, Huanle's face instantly showed disdain and anger. What a joke. Huanlu, why are you saying that? Chu Weiner exclaimed, her face filled with fury. Seeing Chu Weiner angry, Huanlu replaced it with a flattering smile. Weiner, don't be mad. I'll help you hunt down a few more blood savage bull warriors. Bringing along a pretty boy is just a burden for us. He's not just a pretty boy, watch your words. After saying that, she walked into the vortex door. Seeing this, Huanle turned his gaze towards Li Qingqing. Qingqing, how about I take you instead? No, I can't afford you. Li Qingqing smirked with a hint of sarcasm in her tone, her demeanor cool. She tossed her hair lightly and turned elegantly into the vortex door. Watching both of them leave, the anger in Huanle's eyes burned like flames. Damn it, how dare these two show me their disdain. He had awakened a great ability and came from a powerful family. In his eyes, how could these 2 women dare to treat him this way? It was simply outrageous. Brother Le, don't be angry. A lackey behind him hurriedly stepped forward to soothe him, a flattering expression on his face. Huanle snorted. Have you guys seen that pretty boy? No, from what Chu Weiner said, he seems to be a newly admitted student from the Kyoto Ability Academy. Huanle's eyes flashed with understanding at this. As long as he's not from a local noble family in Kyoto, I don't take outsiders seriously at all. He had long coveted this pair of best friends, Chu Weiner and Li Qingqing. A newly awakened pretty boy, how dare he compete with him? Simply overestimating himself. Brother Lu, I have a plan. A lackey behind him said with a glint in his eye. There's a 2nd-tier elite blood savage bull warrior on the 1st level. If we lure that bull warrior over, that pretty boy will definitely be scared away, and then we can save the damsel in distress. Li Qingqing and Chu Weiner will then belong to you, brother. Listening to his subordinate's plan, Huanle smiled with satisfaction, a hint of calculation in that smile. That pretty boy had just awakened. At most he was only a 1st-tier 5-fold. He's just a useless person relying on women. This plan is great, let's go in. Huanle waved his hand and the 3 jumped into the vortex door. The 1st level of the Blood Savage Bull underground lair was filled with a suffocating and eerie atmosphere. The sky displayed a bizarre red hue, dim light filtering through the thick blood-colored mist, casting mottled shadows. The air was filled with a pungent smell of blood so intense it was almost nauseating. As Su Chen stepped into this area, he felt somewhat uncomfortable in this bloody and dangerous environment. Su Chen, I'm sorry. I didn't expect them to say that about you. After entering, Chu Weiner looked full of regret. It doesn't matter, there will be a chance to teach them a lesson. Weiner, don't keep it all to yourself, Li Qingqing also transmitted in, wearing a playful smile. Oh dear Qingqing, you're being ridiculous. Chu Weiner glared at Li Qingqing. I'm not being ridiculous. With just 1 man and 1 woman, something might happen. Li Qingqing blinked. Ah Qingqing, I'm going to kill you. As the two argued, Su Chen had already quietly slipped away. Compared to listening to their quarrel, it was better to hunt blood savage bulls. Look, your man is leaving. Li Qingqing's gaze followed Su Chen's departing figure. Chu Weiner returned to her senses only to realize Su Chen had already gone far away. This couldn't do, he was the one her cousin needed to protect. If anything happened to him, she wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. Besides, she had planned to be a big sister and protect her little brother today. Su Chen. Wait for me. She hurriedly took steps to chase after Su Chen. Seeing this scene, Li Qingqing could only smile and shake her head softly, murmuring interesting. It wasn't long before both girls caught up with Su Chen. Can I go alone? I'm actually very strong. Su Chen said to the two of them. No way. The two replied in unison. Li Qingqing directly linked her arm with Su Chen, saying, you're Weiner's boyfriend, so as her friend I need to keep an eye on you. Su Chen felt somewhat helpless. Is your friendship serious? Chu Weiner's cheeks flushed as she stomped her foot Li Qingqing. As the two exchanged words, a humanoid blood savage bull appeared ahead. It had two blood-colored horns on its head, its tail swaying slightly, and it wielded a huge axe towering at over 2 meters tall. Such tender flesh, let me have a taste. The blood savage bull swung its large axe towards the group. Seeing this, Li Qingqing entered a first-level combat-ready state. Her movements were swift and clean, and a large hammer appeared in her hand. She leaped high, the hammer glowing with red energy filled with immense power, and struck fiercely at the blood savage bull. With a loud boom, the bull was smashed to pieces, its massive body instantly torn apart. Dare to claim to be first tier eightfold. Li Qingqing retracted her hammer, looking at Su Chen with a sweet tone. I didn't scare you, did I, handsome? Not really, but I really am strong, let me handle it, okay? Su Chen looked at the two. These were live killing points. No way. Su Chen sighed. It seemed he had to show his skills. Then let's continue searching for blood savage bulls, Su Chen said helplessly. Sure, just stay behind us as our group pet. Weiner is right, sister, will take you flying, handsome. Li Qingqing winked. Seeing this, Su Chen found this feeling of being protected by beautiful women quite nice. Beautiful women leading him to hunt monsters. The three then headed towards a nearby valley. Where is that elite monster now? Brother Lu, that elite monster is not far from here, while Chu Weiner and the others are in that valley. We can lure it over, then save the damsel in distress. Huang Lu smiled in satisfaction. Not bad, let's move, lure it over. Saving the damsel in distress, though cliché, was indeed very effective. Here we are. In the valley, dark red rocks are scattered and piled up. Chu Weiner's eyes showed a hint of worry as she stared intently at the group of blood savage bulls gathered around the campfire, speaking soft. Let's avoid them and prioritize protecting the young master. Li Qingqing nodded slightly. In stark contrast to their caution, a glimmer of excitement flickered in Su Chen's eyes. He was filled with exhilaration, shouting, wow, that one is 200, that one is 300, that one is 400. Among these 10 blood savage bulls, the lowest was at the first stage 8th level, while the highest reached the second stage 2nd level. To Su Chen it was simply a sumptuous feast for slaughter points. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen activated the shadow flash, appearing directly near the blood savage bulls. Chu Weiner and Li Qingqing's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Was Su Chen trying to get them killed? Even if they were powerful, it was impossible to handle 10 blood savage bulls at once. Chu Weiner's face instantly turned pale. Su Chen, come back. However, her shout seemed to have no effect, and Su Chen not only didn't stop but quickened his pace. Chu Weiner turned to Li Qingqing. Let's go save him together. Su Chen had just awakened, and even though he possessed the strength of the first stage 6th level and its class ability, he could never be a match for a pack of blood savage bulls. Li Qingqing's eyes flickered with confusion and disbelief. Could she have mistaken the person? Was Su Chen really that reckless? All right, let's go together. The two of them stood up and rushed towards Su Chen, preparing to stage a beauty rescuing the hero scene. At this moment, Su Chen had already arrived in front of the group of blood savage bulls. The bulls gathered around the fire looked at the suddenly appearing Su Chen with greedy smiles. Human, do you think we started a fire without meat for roasting? One of the blood savage bulls grinned, revealing sharp fangs, and spoke in a strange tone. Although the blood savage bulls rarely ate humans, it was no big deal to indulge occasionally, especially when imagining the delicious flavor of a tender little pretty boy like Su Chen. They couldn't help but drool. Su Chen slightly raised his gaze. Is that so? At this moment, he finally found an opportunity to release the battle desire that had been suppressed all along. You dare to bark like this? Indeed, human, since you are so obedient, we'll give you a peaceful way to die. However, in the next second, dark elements surged wildly in Su Chen's eyes. Suddenly, a gigantic magic pit appeared in the entire area. That black magic pit resembled an abyss. What? What is this? The blood savage bulls were instantly thrown into a panic. They tried to struggle free but found countless shadowy hands extending from the magic pit, wrapping around their bodies like black vines, pulling them down into the depths of the pit. The blood savage bulls didn't even let out a scream before being completely devoured by the magic pit. When the black magic pit disappeared, only 10 pale white bones remained on the ground. Slaughter level 2-1 blood savage bull slaughter points 300. Slaughter level 2-2 blood savage bulls slaughter points 400. A delightful prompt echoed in Su Chen's mind. Just from this wave he had gained 2,500 slaughter points. Meanwhile, Li Qingqing and Chu Weiner, who had come to rescue, stopped in their tracks, their eyes wide with astonishment. Was it over just like that? That was too easy, right? They had originally prepared to showcase their skills in a beauty rescuing the hero scenario, but they didn't expect Su Chen to be so formidable, effortlessly resolving 10 blood savage bulls in the blink of an eye. Weiner. Did you say this is a new student? Li Qingqing came back to her senses, looking at Chu Weiner with a face full of confusion. Which family's new student had already reached the second stage 1st level? Which family's new student had already mastered 5th stage combat techniques? Chu Weiner also scratched her head, looking bewildered. Could she have mistaken the person? Wasn't it said that he was at the first stage 6th level? How did he suddenly become second stage 1st level? Hello. Are you Su Chen? Chu Weiner asked tentatively. Su Chen. I'm the real deal, no false pretense. I mentioned from the start that I am very strong. Chu Weiner smiled bitterly. In her heart she knew Su Chen was strong, but she never expected him to be this strong. Killing these blood savage bulls was as easy as killing a chicken. Young master, you better protect me now. Li Qingqing's tone was laced with a hint of coquetry. Su Chen made an okay gesture. In the distance a voice cried out, help, help. A member of Huang Le's team was scrambling towards Su Chen, his face filled with terror. Chasing behind him was a blood savage bull wielding a copper-colored metal axe. Su Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth, a hero saving a beauty. How cliché. He instantly saw through Huang Lu and the other scheme. Anyone with eyes could tell what kind of trap this was. He further examined the blood savage bull. Name: blood savage bull, race savage bull, bloodline elite realm, second stage, 4th level. Note: killing it will yield 600 slaughter points. Seeing those 600 slaughter points, Su Chen's eyes filled with excitement. 600. He had to attempt to slay this blood savage bull. Help me, help me. The member rushed in front of Li Qingqing and Chu Weiner. The two looked serious. Elite level blood savage bulls were not easy to deal with. There were distinctions in bloodlines among blood savage bulls. Simply put, it was about purity. And this elite blood savage bull was powerful. The member's eyes flashed with a hint of a sinister smile, yet the panic he expected from Su Chen did not materialize. On the contrary, Su Chen walked towards him slowly. Little brother, you look so tender and delicate. Su Chen revealed a meaningful smile. Ha! Before the member could react, Su Chen suddenly exerted force with his foot, kicking him towards the blood savage bull swung the axe in its hand, and with a crunch the member was instantly cleaved in two, blood splattering everywhere in a gruesome scene. This scene left Chu Weiner, Li Qingqing and Huang Lu on the distant hillside dumbfounded. No, this plot was wrong. Human, don't think that just because you killed him for me I will let you go. The axe in the blood savage bull's hand pointed directly at Su Chen. I wanted to kill you. Su Chen, don't go after that elite blood savage bull. You're at the second stage, 1st level, and it will be hard to deal with. Li Qingqing said seriously. Su Chen ignored them. Women only slow down his speed in drawing his weapon. Of course, beautiful women in black silk lowly or white silk wouldn't. I heard you are strong. Su Chen walked while simultaneously the Death Scythe began to gather in his hand. Human, I have defeated class ability users of your level. So? Is that it? Su Chen sneered, completely summoning the Death Scythe. Looking at the terrifying aura emanating from the scythe, the blood savage bull's eyes flashed with a hint of fear. It felt something was amiss. This human gave it an unfathomable feeling. No, it had to run quickly. Human, this time I'll spare your life. The blood savage bull shouted harsh words, preparing to flee. Brother, I beg you. Don't run. Big brother, don't run. Su Chen shouted loudly, his eyes shimmering with a crazy light. He first consumed 2,000 slaughter points, successfully advancing to the second stage, 2nd level, and then dark elements surged wildly in his hand, activating the completed shadow magic pit. A gigantic black magic pit appeared beneath the blood savage bull's feet, bottomless. The blood savage bull's feet were firmly trapped, struggling desperately to no avail. 600 slaughter points. Since we're here, do you think you can escape? Human race. What do you want? The voice of the blood barbarian bull was filled with fear. At this moment it truly felt the breath of death emanating from this human before it. Clearly the human in front of it had a lower realm, but why was it so afraid? What do you think? If I let you go, am I supposed to invite you for tea? He stepped closer to the blood barbarian bull, the death magic sickle in his hand shimmering with a cold light. Since that's the case, I shall kill you. The blood barbarian bull's eyes instantly turned blood red like two burning blood orbs. It tightly gripped the bronze axe in its hand, straining to break free from the eerie magic pit beneath its feet. Boom! With a loud bang, the blood barbarian bull finally broke free from the magic pit's restraint. However, just as it escaped, Su Chen appeared before it. He raised the death magic sickle high and swung it fiercely toward the blood barbarian bull. You want to compare strength with me? I am of the blood barbarian bull clan. The blood barbarian bull raised the axe in its hand to meet Su Chen's death magic sickle. Bang! A loud crash echoed as the death magic sickle collided with the axe. However, the next moment the blood barbarian bull's eyes widened in disbelief. The battle axe equivalent to a human-level warrior was instantly sliced in half upon contact with the death magic sickle. What? How is that possible? Looking at the broken axe in its hands, it was filled with shock. What kind of weapon does the opponent possess? So sharp that it could easily shred its battle axe. You don't know the half of it. The dark elements surged wildly in Su Chen's eyes, just the right opportunity to test this on you. Su Chen slightly closed his eyes, and in an instant countless dark elements rapidly gathered around him like black mist enveloping him. Moreover, in 8 directions originating from the blood barbarian bull, dark shadows appeared. The 8 shadows moved like phantoms, wielding shadow daggers and exuding a chilling murderous intent. Kill! The 8 shadows lunged at the blood barbarian bull. Puff, puff, puff. With a series of muffled sounds, several deep wounds instantly appeared on the blood barbarian bull's body. Blood gushed from the wounds like a fountain, staining its body red. However, the 8 shadows did not cease their assault. They darted around the blood barbarian bull, continuously slicing its body with their shadow daggers.
Human. I want you dead.
The blood barbarian bull was completely enraged, and the blood red light around its body began to boil violently. As the blood red light surged, the blood barbarian bull's strength and physique increased significantly. Its body grew even larger and its muscles became more solid. It roared and charged at Su Chen, intending to tear him apart.
Su Chen merely chuckled. Tisk, you can still resist.
His voice was filled with disdain. In the next moment his figure flashed, activating the shadow flash, and he instantly retreated to a distance. Then Su Chen began to condense shadow bats in his hand. Countless shadow bats gathered in his hand, gradually forming a massive swarm. The swarm of bats surged toward the blood barbarian bull like a black cloud. The blood barbarian bull tried to escape, but countless shadow claws suddenly appeared beneath its feet, trapping it tightly. It struggled desperately but could not break free from the shadow claw's grip. The shadow bats attacked the blood barbarian bull like hungry wolves. They used their sharp teeth and claws to continuously tear at the blood barbarian bull's body. The blood barbarian bull let out painful cries, its body covered in wounds, blood flowing incessantly. Seeing the opportunity, Su Chen leaped up, raising the death magic sickle high, wielding it with a fierce momentum as he struck down toward the blood barbarian bull's head.
Puff!
With a muffled sound, the blood barbarian bull's head was sent flying. Its body swayed a few times before crashing heavily to the ground.
Host has slain.
After resolving everything, Su Chen smiled with satisfaction. Meanwhile, Li Qingqing and Chu Weiner stood there in a daze.
Is that it? The battle started and ended in just a few minutes. Who's the new student here?
With such ferocity, how can the new students survive?
Su Chen.
Are you sure you're a freshman?
Absolutely. Su Chen then turned his gaze toward Huang Lu and his companion hiding on the hillside. Come out, what are you hiding for? Huang Lu awkwardly smiled. Wow, junior brother, you are truly impressive. He now doubted what Chu Weiner had told him. Can this even be called a freshman? Which freshman is at the second tier, first level?
Which freshman has a bunch of entry-level skills mastered? Hey, if you had said you were that strong, why would I provoke you?
Calling me junior brother. Do you even qualify? This blood barbarian bull elite was brought here by you, right?
Huang Lu was most likely trying for a heroic rescue but ended up fleeing in disgrace.
But he was Su Chen. You can't accuse me, junior brother. How could I do something so beastly?
Huang Lu said hurriedly, his voice filled with panic. Su Chen chuckled coldly. What a beast, doing beastly things. He then raised his hand slightly. Go tell my shadow claws. As his hand fell, the perfected shadow claws struck down like a massive black claw toward Huang Lu. Seeing Su Chen's action, Huang Lu was about to evade, only to find his feet trapped in the shadow magic pit.
Ah!
A scream escaped as blood gushed from Huang Lu's body. His body convulsed on the ground, his face contorted in pain.
Su Chen. What do you want? What do I want? You brought the blood barbarian bull here, what do you think I want?
Su Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent. Killing such a person was the simplest task, why keep him alive?
Seeing Su Chen intent on killing him, Huang Lu panicked. You can't kill me.
I'm the son of the Huang family.
If you kill me, you won't be able to bear the consequences.
Su Chen dug at his ears. I hate being threatened by others the most. With a swing of the death magic sickle, Huang Lu's head was sent flying.
Su Chen then looked at the other person. You won't say anything, right? I want. I promise I want. However, the next moment another puff sound echoed. Won't. Just go back and sell yourself out. Dead people don't talk. Su Chen, how did you kill them?
Chu Weiner and Li Qingqing approached, their faces full of confusion. He wanted to frame us, so I killed him, Su Chen said casually, his voice filled with indifference. But he is the son of the Huang family, and the Huang family is quite powerful. Chu Weiner said with some worry, her voice filled with concern.
If you don't say anything, no one will know. I believe you won't say anything, right?
Chu Weiner looked at Su Chen, saying this swallowing hard, definitely won't say anything, he deserves it.
Don't scare Weiner, Su Chen, look at you. Li Qingqing shot Su Chen a glance, her voice tinged with reproach. Su Chen shrugged. All right, I'm not scaring you. By the way, you shouldn't follow me next, I need to act alone. After saying that, Su Chen swiftly prepared to flee.
These two were not weak either, staying on the first level wouldn't be an issue. Watching Su Chen run farther away, Chu Weiner grew anxious. Qingqing, should we chase after him?
Li Qingqing's gaze was complex. No need.
She looked at the departing Su Chen, secretly muttering, perhaps you can help me get rid of.
Then she turned to Chu Weiner. Let's go, Weiner, I'll take you to have some fun. Chu Weiner agreed and the two left. Host has slain. Host has slain. An hour later, the kill points finally reached 3,000. System, give me points for the infinite spiritual source technique. Su Chen said excitedly, his voice filled with anticipation.
Receive the infinite spiritual source technique is now at the first level. As the system prompt sounded, Su Chen felt that the small pool of source energy within him had been infused with boundless power, instantly transforming into a small lake. The amount of source energy was likely 10 times more than just now. Su Chen clenched his fists. Awesome. Now I don't have to worry about lacking source energy for combat skills. He then gazed at the deep red vortex gate ahead. I can venture in. The strange Li Qingqing. Su Chen leaped into the second layer of the Blood Barbarian Bull Cave. As soon as he stepped in, a sense of oppression surged towards him. The sky here was even darker than in the first layer, and the pungent smell of blood filled the air. Not far away, the sounds of battle echoed continuously. Su Chen cautiously surveyed his surroundings, moving forward with slow and careful steps. In the second layer of this cave there were third-stage blood barbarian bulls. A moment of carelessness could lead to a place of no return. Hey, are you here to hunt blood barbarian bulls too? A clear voice called out from not far away. Su Chen turned to see a student in the Special Abilities uniform from the Kyoto Academy walking towards him. I am. Great. Let's team up. This way we can look out for each other. In this perilous cave, having one more person means one more strength. The boy's face broke into a joyful smile as he enthusiastically suggested. Sure. Su Chen agreed to the team-up, first planning to find an opportunity to escape if things turned south later. The boy quickly approached with a friendly smile and introduced himself. Brother, my name is Li Wan. Which academy are you from? Kyoto Special Abilities Academy. What? You are also from Kyoto Special Abilities Academy. But I have never seen you before. I just enrolled this year. What? You a freshman dare to come to the second layer of this cave? No way. I have to take you back quickly. It's too dangerous here for a freshman like you to handle. Upon hearing Su Chen was a freshman, Li Wan became anxious and reached out to pull Su Chen back. Su Chen gently shook off Li Wan's hand, saying, No, we're here now, let's take a look first. Li Wan hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded, saying, all right, but you have to be careful. By the way, what special ability did you awaken? Dark type special ability. Hearing Su Chen's answer, Li Wan couldn't help but sigh, a look of sympathy on his face. That's going to be tough for you. Why do you say that? Kyoto Special Abilities Academy has a tradition where freshmen from each department compete for resources. In simple terms, the weapon department will seize resources from the fire department, and the reason I say you're in for a rough time is that historically the dark department has always been on the losing end of this resource scramble. The dark special ability is not particularly outstanding, while the lightning and fire departments are strong and the ice department is formidable as well. Coupled with various sword and gun departments, they all come to share the spoils. Li Wan patiently explained. Listening to Li Wan, Su Chen's eyes not only showed no trace of fear but sparkled with excitement. Are you saying that departments can snatch resources from each other? Yeah, why are you so excited? Do you have a delusion of being robbed? Li Wan looked at Su Chen's excited expression, feeling somewhat amused. Su Chen smirked slightly. Naturally, I plan to rob resources from other departments. Li Wan couldn't help but chuckle. Don't joke around, Junior. Ever since the Kyoto Special Abilities Academy was founded, the Dark Department has always been the one getting robbed during the freshmen's resource scramble. On one hand, there are simply fewer people awakening dark special abilities. On the other hand, the strong figures in the Dark Department don't stand out. You should just accept your bad luck. Then this year the power dynamics between the departments should change completely. A determination shone in Su Chen's eyes. So what if the overall strength of the Dark Department is weaker? What does that have to do with him, Su Chen? At that time he would reclaim all the resources that rightfully belong to the Dark Department. Robbery. Li Wan looked at Su Chen's confident demeanor and chuckled, shaking his head. Alright kid, I'm from the second-year gun department. I want to see this for myself. While it's good for a freshman to be motivated, the gap between departments isn't something that can be bridged overnight. After that, the two put aside their light-hearted chat and walked deeper into the cave, ready to hunt the blood barbarian bulls. Night quietly fell. Junior, damn it, next time when I improve my cultivation I'll definitely take you to slay that blood barbarian bull. Li Wan said angrily, gritting his teeth. Su Chen awkwardly rubbed his nose. Alright, but it's getting late, let's head back. Recalling the experience after meeting Li Wan in the afternoon, Su Chen felt a surge of emotion. At that time they were preparing to kill the blood barbarian bull when unexpectedly a third-stage five-fold blood barbarian bull set its sights on them. In a critical moment, Li Wan urged Su Chen to escape on his own while he distracted the blood barbarian bull. After that, Su Chen returned to the first layer of the cave to hunt the relatively weaker blood barbarian bulls. Just now he had run into Li Wan again. Next time, senior, we'll take you on a good hunt so you can experience my prowess. Li Wan patted Su Chen on the shoulder, his tone somewhat bold. The two chatted and laughed as they walked towards the swirling crimson vortex. After stepping into the vortex, a sensation of spinning around engulfed them. Moments later they found themselves back on solid ground. Su Chen. Are you alright? Su Chen looked up to see Chu Wanro staring at him with worry. Oh, you finally made it out. Li Qingqing said softly. Damn, why does it look like you have two beautiful girls waiting for you? Li Wan couldn't help but curse under his breath, filled with envy and jealousy. He had been chased by blood barbarian bulls in the cave only to come out and see his junior being cared for by two beauties. The disparity in treatment was too stark.
Su Chen helplessly shrugged. I'm telling you, it's not like I made them wait for me. Do you really believe that? You. Could it be that they were waiting for you to approach them? You're in big trouble. Su Chen felt a bit speechless. How did this explanation just make things more complicated?
He sighed. Interpret it however you like. Li Wen wasn't genuinely angry. He put his arm around Su Chen's shoulder and said softly, why don't you ask them if they have any friends to introduce to me?
Let me have a chance too. Su Chen nodded and directly asked, do you have any friends?
This senior is looking for a girlfriend.
Li Wen. Not bro, that's not how you ask. It's too direct. No. Chu Wanru and Li Qingqing answered in unison.
Seeing this, Li Wen's face showed a hint of disappointment and he cursed under his breath as he walked away. Comparing himself to others is infuriating. He had worked hard hunting all day and now he could only distract himself by staring at the screen at night.
Meanwhile, this junior could be surrounded by two beauties. Su Chen, who is he? Chu Wanru asked curiously, blinking her eyes.
A kind senior I met in the second layer of the cave. He's pretty decent.
Oh, you weren't hurt, right? No, why?
If I were hurt, would your sister beat you up?
Su Chen teased with a smile.
Chu Wanru nodded, her eyes showing a hint of grievance as she said, yeah, it's best if you're. Also make sure not to tell my sister that I brought you to hunt blood barbarian bulls or I'd be in big trouble.
Su Chen made an okay gesture. Don't worry, I won't say a word. It's getting late, shall we head back? The two nodded and then got into the car with Su Chen preparing to return to.
Inside the car, the atmosphere was somewhat quiet.
Su Chen looked at the 100,000 kill points displayed on his system interface and couldn't help but ponder.
To improve his cultivation, he needed 3000 kill points, which wasn't too expensive, but he was still hesitating over how to proceed with the upgrade. At that moment, Li Qingqing suddenly extended her phone and sweetly said, hey, can we add each other on WeChat? As she spoke, she threw Su Chen a flirtatious glance.
Su Chen looked at Li Qingqing, feeling that she had a mysterious aura about her.
On the surface she seemed carefree and casual, but deep within her gaze lay many unspoken thoughts.
Sure. Su Chen didn't refuse, took out his phone and scanned Li Qingqing's QR code. With a ding, they successfully added each other on WeChat.
Seeing her goal achieved, Li Qingqing's lips curled into a slight smile. You're so nice.
If I need help in the future, would you agree to help me?
Her words carried a teasing tone but were laced with sincerity. The transformation of the true essence. Just do your best, Su Chen replied with a hint of indifference in his tone. Li Qingqing nodded gently, a peculiar light flickering in her eyes. That young man is truly a good person. A faint smile appeared on Su Chen's lips as he remained silent, secretly pondering. Li Qingqing seems a bit odd. The car slowly entered the city of Kyoto and the bustling urban atmosphere rushed towards them. As soon as the car stopped, Li Qingqing hurriedly got out, her steps quickening. Su Chen slightly turned his head, looking at Chu Wanru. Do you know anything about Li Qingqing? Chu Wanru shook her head gently. I know her, but I don't really know her.
She's quite mysterious. So are you interested in her? No, I'm just curious. Oh, don't pursue her.
I remember she already has an engagement.
Already engaged? What's going on?
She's backed by a considerable power, the Li family of Kyoto, which is quite well known. Her engagement seems to have been arranged for the Li family to rise further. Chu Wanru spoke eloquently, a hint of sympathy flashing in her eyes as she continued, what significance is there if one cannot be with the person they love?
I see. Su Chen pondered in silence, wondering if Li Qingqing's earlier intentions were to have him compete for her affections. Or perhaps is he merely being used as a shield? You can't possibly have developed feelings for her, right? Chu Wanru's face was full of gossip. Not really. I'm someone who believes in fate. When it comes to love at first sight is impossible.
Well, she's really a nice person. If you like her, I can help you pursue her.
Chu Wanru winked playfully. No need, thank you. After chatting briefly, Su Chen opened his system panel to allocate points. System, increase my realm to the second stage 4th level. Ding.
Consume 5000 kill points. Realm upgraded to second stage 4th level. In an instant, a powerful aura erupted from Su Chen, causing a ripple in his entire being.
Su Chen let out a long breath, sighing. Second stage 4th level.
It's worth noting that normally a sophomore would only be around the third stage 3rd level, while a gifted individual might reach the third stage 5th level here.
Yet Su Chen hadn't even registered for his first year and was already at the second stage 4th level. Catching up to the sophomores was just around the corner. Now during the freshman resource challenge, he intends to defeat all the other departments. What is the strongest thunder and fire? All of it will be blown away.
Looking at the remaining 2000 kill points, a glint of determination flashed in Su Chen's eyes as he directly allocated points to his Shadow Claw. In an instant, the proficiency of the Shadow Claw reached perfection. That feeling was akin to having trained for tens of thousands of times, and a surge of confidence welled up within Su Chen.
System.
How many points are needed to elevate the Shadow Claw to the level of true essence?
5000 kill points, Su Chen inhaled sharply, hissing. It has doubled.
To reach perfection it only cost 2000.
But this is quite reasonable. There is a massive difference between true essence and perfection in combat techniques. True essence will alter the combat technique. For example, one could originally only release one shadow claw, but upon reaching true essence one could unleash multiple shadow claws at once provided there is enough source energy within. The gap between true essence and perfection is vast. To cultivate to perfection one simply needs to invest time, but to attain true essence requires not only time but also deep understanding. With that thought, Su Chen smiled faintly, wondering if he should allocate points. Su Chen. What are you so excited about? Chu Wanru scratched her head. It's nothing. Oh, where will you be staying later? The reporting time for the Kyoto Academy has already passed, so you will have to wait until tomorrow. You'll just find a place to spend the night. Su Chen shrugged nonchalantly. The two exchanged a few more words and soon got out of the car. Su Chen looked at the sky over Kyoto, taking a deep breath as the air filled with the vibrant essence of the city. He then found a hotel to stay in. The next morning, Su Chen energetically rushed to report to the Kyoto Ability Academy. Upon arriving at the registration site, he saw a long queue with a bustling crowd clearly composed of students who had been admitted early. Hey, is there anyone with worse class treatment than me? You are really weak. My class ability is treated as class 666. I'm so envious. Do you think this year there will be anyone with SS class treatment? Probably not, right? Even class abilities can't get SS class treatment unless they are exceptional talents. Many people in line chatted while registering, the atmosphere lively yet tense. Before long it was Su Chen's turn. He stepped forward calmly and said, "Hello, I'm here to report." Su Chen took out his admission notice and handed it over. The staff member took the admission notice, checked Su Chen's student ID against the enrollment treatment, and upon seeing it her eyes widened in shock, her face filled with astonishment. SS class treatment. She looked at the person before her, confusion filling her gaze. She had never seen such a case before. SS class treatment is something even class abilities do not have. Is there a problem? Su Chen asked curiously, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. No, let me confirm with my superiors. She hurriedly picked up the phone, her expression tense as she called the admissions office. What? This kid has SS class treatment. A gasp from someone behind immediately caught everyone's attention, and a stir rippled through the crowd as curious glances were cast in their direction. SS class treatment is the highest level of treatment. Not even some class abilities are worthy of it. Su Chen glanced back, a hint of disdain in his eyes, remaining silent. This kid doesn't look like he's from Kyoto. He can't be here to scam resources, can he? That's unlikely, right? It's SS class treatment, moreover the staff won't double-check. Who says he's here to scam resources? A cool female voice resonated. Chu Jining elegantly walked over, her figure graceful, her demeanor exuding authority. She looked at the staff member and said, "No need to verify, Su Chen is someone I recruited." Upon hearing this, many gasped in astonishment and whispers erupted among the crowd. Chu Jining is a renowned figure in the Kyoto Ability Academy. She is also the youngest to reach the 7th tier in the entire Dragon Nation. Chu Jining personally recruited Su Chen. People can be so envious. So it was Director Chu who recruited him. I will now grant Su Chen SS class treatment. The staff hurriedly said, her face filled with respect. She took out a golden dragon card and handed it over. Su Chen accepted it, and then he was led away by Chu Jining. Is this what SS class treatment is like? Su Chen asked in confusion. Chu Jining shook her head gently, a mysterious smile in her eyes. This contains 8,000 credits, and 1 credit point is equivalent to 10,000 blue star coins. Su Chen gasped, shocked. How much? 8,000 W. What do you think? Are you stunned? Indeed, I've never seen so much money in my life. Not to mention this life, even in my past life I had never seen such an amount. Moreover, credit points are far more precious than blue star coins. Items redeemed with credit points are cheaper than those bought with blue star coins outside. Additionally, they can be exchanged for items that cannot be obtained outside. 9 cuts of the Nether Realm. Moreover, for the next 3 years you will receive 5,000 credit points each year, and you will have level privileges to purchase advanced items from the school, as well as the ability to enter the school's secret realm once a year. Purchasing items requires permissions categorized from SSS to level. The higher the permission, the more school products you can buy. For instance, with level permission you can only purchase combat techniques below the 3rd rank, but with level permission you can buy combat techniques below the 6th rank. Chu Jining explained in detail. Su Chen nodded slightly. So how do I elevate my permission level? You can complete tasks released by the school to increase your permission level, which also encourages student engagement. I see. This SS level treatment is truly enticing. Of course, this year at the Kyoto Ability Academy only you and another child of an old monster from Kyoto enjoy SS level treatment. Chu Jining looked at Su Chen with a meaningful gaze. Su Chen was also unprecedented, not from Kyoto or Magic City, but he was someone who managed to acquire SS level privileges to enter the school. Who is the other one? Can I give it a try? Su Chen leaned slightly forward. Chu Jining shot him a glance. You will meet them in the next few days. Su Chen's eyes flickered with a hint of disappointment. All right, then I will look forward to it.
You brat, don't be too cocky. Although you started off fast, the road ahead is still uncertain. Zhu Jining sighed lightly. This time she was also taking a gamble, hoping that Su Chen would always stay ahead.
No, I will keep running fast.
If your system's realm is still lower than others your age, you might as well not live.
Alright, I've conveyed everything I need to come find me 3 days after the official start of school.
Zhu Jining patted Su Chen on the shoulder and turned to leave. The martial arts examination had ended yesterday and there was no such thing as summer vacation at the Kyoto Ability Academy.
Students directly enroll and commence classes. Time is money. Thank you, Teacher Chu.
She shook her head. No need to be polite.
By the way, your dormitory is Villa No. 1, so be prepared.
After saying that, she left mysteriously. Su Chen scratched his head, a hint of confusion on his face. Not understanding, Su Chen decided not to think about it and turned towards the villa area. At this moment the campus was bathed in sunlight with wide roads lined with blooming flowers and trees swaying gently in the breeze.
In the distance students' laughter could be heard and the entire campus was filled with youthful vitality. Half an hour later Su Chen finally found the dormitory. Damn it, this academy is too big. Su Chen stood at the edge of a lush forest looking at the orderly villa area ahead, unable to help but complain.
According to his understanding, the Kyoto Ability Academy covers an area of 7,000 acres.
Approximately 46 square kilometers.
There are more than 2,000 freshmen alone. With 4 grades plus teachers and students, there are over 100,000 people.
It's almost like a small city. He searched for a long time before finally finding the dormitory area.
And this so-called dormitory area is not the typical impression of dorms.
It's a villa area. Looking at the luxurious and grand Villa No.
1 before him, covering an area of at least 500 square meters with an exquisitely carved gate surrounded by neatly trimmed greenery, Su Chen silently gave a thumbs up.
He sincerely exclaimed, impressive. The entrance also requires facial recognition to open.
Su Chen approached, scanned his face, and the door slowly opened.
A sweet voice echoed, "Welcome home, Master Su Chen." Su Chen was slightly taken aback. Upon entering the villa, an overwhelming sense of luxury and extravagance hit him. "Hello, Master Su Chen, I am your AI housekeeper Xiao Hua."
At this moment a maid-like AI robot approached with a light step, her features vividly lifelike. Looking at the lifelike robot before him, Su Chen couldn't help but sigh. One could only say that technology changes lives. Arriving in the villa, Su Chen instructed, "Help me search for combat techniques of the dark system above the 4th rank."
"Understood, Master, I am currently searching for you." Xiao Hua slightly bowed, her eyes sparkling with a hint of life.
"Hey!
Come out of Villa No. 1.
Suddenly a shout came from outside. Hearing the shout, Su Chen frowned, feeling a surge of displeasure.
Who is it?
He walked outside impatiently. Outside the villa a man looked furious. He had just noticed that the one entering Villa No.
1 was not young Master Jiang. Could it be that someone is more worthy to reside in Villa No. 1 than young Master Jiang? The number of the villa also represents a symbol of strength. Number 1 signifies the strongest.
He couldn't believe that someone like that was here, and he had never even seen this person in Kyoto. He must be from some small school in the country. Su Chen stepped out of the villa door, looking at the man outside the villa with a hint of impatience, and coldly asked, "Who are you?"
"Oof. Get out here, this villa is not for you. I want to challenge you."
The man placed his hands on his hips, his eyes revealing a hint of provocation.
Su Chen yawned lazily, responding with an "oh."
He slightly raised his hand and turned away, only to hear a loud explosion as a powerful wave of energy erupted, instantly knocking the man to the ground.
Su Chen coldly snorted, closed the door, and said disdainfully, "What kind of fly is this?"
Xiao Hua had already compiled the information and walked over, a blue light screen forming in front of her. "Master, I have found a total of 126 dark system combat techniques above the 4th rank, of which there are 81 6th rank dark system combat techniques that you can purchase with your level privileges."
Su Chen's eyes lit up, unable to help but exclaim, "Whoa. More than 80 books."
He stepped forward, sliding his finger across the blue light screen, and instantly the dark system combat techniques and their introductions appeared clearly before his eyes. In the end he chose 1 5th rank combat technique and 1 4th rank combat technique. "Help me purchase the 5th rank combat technique, 9 cuts of the Nether Realm and the Shadow Shield."
"Understood, the cost is 4,000 credit points and you have 4,000 left. It is expected to be delivered to you by noon."
Su Chen felt a pang of heartache, shaking his head helplessly. There are too few dark system techniques, and the demon scythe techniques are also rare, costing more than the usual thunder and fire techniques.
However, the spending must go on. There can be no lack of techniques regarding the demon scythe.
Moreover, the Shadow Shield is also a good means of protection.
"How can I quickly obtain credit points?" Su Chen inquired. "Master can earn them through various tasks, and you can also attempt to climb the 100 schools ladder." 100 schools ladder? What is that? Can you introduce it to me?
The 100 schools ladder is a ladder that the top 100 ability academies of the Dragon Nation can climb together. Here you will compete with students of your grade from your academy or other 100 academies, and victors will earn points.
The higher your rank, the more credit points you will gain, and settlements will be made every Monday. Hearing this, Su Chen's eyes were filled with excitement. Isn't this specially prepared for him? Help me check my current ranking among first-year students of the 100 schools. Due to the fact that you have not participated in the competition, your current ranking is 1048906. Su Chen was stunned for 2 seconds. No way. Being called a fish dog. Su Chen thought to himself that after climbing the rankings the 9 Death Slash and Shadow Shield would be delivered and then he could learn them before heading to the Demon Cave or testing himself in the perilous wilderness outside the city. With this in mind, Su Chen moved and walked out of the villa. The arrogant person who had just been shouting was only now struggling to get up from the ground. The man looked up, panic etched on his face as he gazed at Su Chen, saying, "What? What do you want?" Just moments ago he had been knocked down by a powerful force without seeing anything clearly. It must have been the person in front of him. However, looking at the handsome young man, he was filled with confusion. He had never seen someone like him in the capital. Su Chen raised an eyebrow slightly. "I'm just curious about why you're shouting at the entrance of my villa." The man swallowed hard, stammering, I saw that the owner of Villa No. 1 isn't young Master Jiang, so I thought I'd come and challenge him since this villa allows challenges." Hearing this, Su Chen nodded slightly, realizing the reason. No wonder Chu Jineng had mentioned arranging him in Villa No. 1 mysteriously. It turned out to be for this reason. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but frown slightly, feeling a hint of annoyance. "Do you know who the owner of Villa No. 2 is? If I defeat him, will no one dare to challenge me again?" Su Chen asked directly. He didn't want to be bothered by these trivial matters every day. It would be best if he could resolve it all at once. "The owner of Villa No. 2 is young Master Jiang named Jiang Shi. Alright, please convey a message for me. Arrange a fight with him, thank you." After saying this, Su Chen turned and left. The man looked at Su Chen's retreating figure, bewildered. Who on earth is this guy? He doesn't even know the name Jiang Shi. Although he looks strong, he can't possibly be stronger than Jiang Shi, right? Jiang Shi possesses the class ability Purple Lightning Fury. Unable to comprehend, he chose not to think further as he only needed to convey this challenge. At that time, young Master Jiang would surely teach this arrogant brat a good lesson. Inside the virtual simulation hall, the lights flickered, exuding a strong sense of technology. The vast space was nearly the size of 2 football fields, with futuristic virtual battle pods arranged neatly at intervals. The surface of the pods gleamed with a metallic sheen, and their streamlined design was filled with a sense of the future. Brothers, I just climbed to rank 8000000. Isn't that impressive? Pfft, is that all? I just won 3 matches in a row and climbed to rank 5000000. You still have a long way to go. A bunch of trash, really embarrassing the capital's ability academy. I'm already at rank 90000. After emerging from the virtual battle pods, everyone excitedly shared their achievements. Even though the semester had just started, the virtual simulation hall was already packed. After all, virtual battles were an excellent opportunity to hone one's skills, allowing players to climb the rankings while battling different opponents and gaining practical experience. Because of this, the virtual simulation hall was always bustling with activity. Su Chen navigated through the crowd and found an empty virtual battle simulation pod. Stepping inside, the pod door slowly closed, and in an instant the lights inside dimmed. Then a blue light screen appeared in front of Su Chen with the data clearly visible. Name: Su Chen, grade freshman, realm 2nd tier, 4th level, ability S-class, Shadow Sovereign, freshman, rank 1048906, 20 challenges remaining today, sophomore rank none. Su Chen stared at the panel, frowning slightly. Only 20 challenges per day. A cold mechanical voice echoed inside the pod. Yes, the daily limit is 20 challenges to prevent students from becoming overly immersed in virtual battles, neglecting real-world combat training. Su Chen silently nodded. It was one thing for games to have anti-addiction mechanisms, but he hadn't expected virtual battles to have similar restrictions. Then what's up with this sophomore ranking? Su Chen continued to inquire. This is the rule of the 100 schools ladder ranking, which has the setup of higher grades challenging lower grades. In simple terms, freshman students can challenge students from sophomore, junior, and senior ranks on the 100 schools ranking. If successful, they can take their place and earn points, while upperclassmen cannot challenge lowerclassmen. The 100 schools ladder ranking is set up this way to provide more opportunities for exceptionally gifted students to showcase themselves. For example, if a freshman student is exceptionally strong and ranks among the top of their grade, they can challenge sophomores or even higher grades to seek greater breakthroughs. Su Chen nodded slightly, then asked how many credits correspond to different rankings each week. The mechanical voice replied methodically, rank 1000000 to 50000 earns 30 credits per week, rank 50000 to 10000 earns 50 credits per week, rank 1000 to 10000 earns 100 credits per week, rank 100 to 100 earns 200 credits per week, rank 100 to 10 earns 400 credits per week, rank 10 to 4 earns 500 credits per week. And the third rank earns 600 credits per week, the second rank earns 800 credits per week, the first rank earns 1000 credits per week. Each grade has the same rules and one person can occupy multiple rankings simultaneously. Listening to the detailed explanation from the mechanical voice, the rewards were indeed generous. It made sense. Only by allowing the strong to gain more resources could they be empowered to make a greater impact.
In this brutal world the weak struggled to obtain resources while the strong could easily have everything. It was that ruthless. Chen stared at the ranking before him, silently resolving to strive to reach the top of both the freshman and sophomore rankings within a month, thus earning an extra 2000 credits every week. Not only that, but he also aimed to have his name written at the top of all 4 rankings within a year. In addition, Chen noticed that there was also a winning streak leaderboard and other information on the blue light screen. Currently the highest winning streak for freshmen was 39, a record set by a girl named Mu Shuer from the previous year at the capital's university. And on the sophomore leaderboard she was currently holding the first position. 39 wins in a row. Then I'll break this record. A sharp glint flashed in Chen's eyes as he quietly said, "Begin matching opponents." As Chen issued his command, the space inside the pod instantly warped, and after a whirlwind of distortion he found himself on the virtual simulation arena when he opened his eyes again. At the same time an opponent appeared across from him. "Hey little brother, where are you from?" the opponent asked with a smile. Chen merely raised his gaze slightly, his expression cold, and waved his hand lightly. "Sorry, I'm in a hurry." As soon as he finished speaking, a black shadowy claw smashed the opponent into a puddle of blood. Chen had just checked the opponent's information. This person was from the People's Ability University with only a first-tier 3rd level. For Chen, such an opponent needed no words, he could be instantly eliminated. Next. Matching you with a suitable opponent. The system's prompt echoed. Originally Chen's starting points were 1000, but with this victory his points instantly rose to 1020 and his ranking surged by nearly tens of thousands. Inside the People's Ability University, a male student exited the virtual battle pod filled with rage, cursing, "Damn it, that fish dog, I got taken out in one hit. Damn it. Don't let me encounter you again or I'll make you pay." Feeling unsatisfied, he matched again. A second later he reappeared on the arena. Upon seeing Chen across from him he was instantly stunned. "No way, don't tell me I really encountered him again. Damn it, it's you again, you fish dog." He cursed angrily, then tried to check Chen's information. However, when he saw the realm displayed at the top of the information he was completely dumbfounded. Second tier, 4th level. He rubbed his eyes to confirm. But before he could react he was eliminated by Chen's Shadow Claw. The first place in the 9 rings 4 rankings. Zhang Xiaotian, eliminated from the competition, stood beside the virtual combat chamber, the number 2nd stage 4th level echoing endlessly in his mind. But how could this be possible? The school had just started, how could anyone have reached such a realm? He simply couldn't believe that at this early stage in the academy someone could possess such terrifying strength. If this is true, I will do a handstand and show off. He gritted his teeth and said resentfully. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Xiaotian decided to match again. Meanwhile, Chen sat inside the virtual combat chamber, frowning slightly, his expression puzzled. Why am I matching with the same person consecutively? He murmured softly, casually glancing at the rankings, and found that he had climbed to over 800,000. Next. Matching. Just 2 seconds later Zhang Xiaotian appeared before Chen again. Upon seeing Chen, Zhang Xiaotian's expression changed drastically and he hurriedly shouted, "Wait! What the hell?" Chen stopped his attack preparation, looking at him with a confused expression. This guy again. What does he want? Zhang Xiaotian quickly lowered his head to check his opponent's information. Chen. I haven't heard of him, 2nd stage 4th level. When he saw the realm section his voice abruptly halted, his eyes wide as saucers. What? Is he really 2nd stage 4th level? He couldn't believe his eyes, repeatedly rubbing them and confirming several times, ultimately having to accept the harsh reality that the Chen before him was indeed 2nd stage 4th level. Bro. Where did you buy your cultivation cheat? Give me one too. Chen's mouth twitched slightly, raising his hand to eliminate Zhang Xiaotian once more. After being eliminated, Zhang Xiaotian rushed out of the virtual simulation chamber like a madman, shouting loudly, "Brothers! Can you believe it? That freshman over there is actually 2nd stage 4th level. Damn it, which freshman is at 2nd stage 4th level right now?" Exactly. Zhang Xiaotian, if you keep bragging, do you believe he'll stuff you back in the chamber? Zhang Xiaotian was on the verge of tears, his face full of grievance. It really was hard to believe, as this cultivation speed was simply outrageous beyond imagination. The person is really unfortunate. Chen looked at the empty virtual arena, a faint smile appearing on his lips as he spoke to himself. Being eliminated 3 times in a row is unlucky for anyone. Next. He spoke again, and as his voice fell, the source energy within him instantly restored to its original state. This is a virtual battle. The source energy and other statuses can be instantly reset as soon as a new battle begins, unlike in reality where one needs to recover gradually. 2 seconds later another man appeared before Chen. The man sized Chen up and displayed a look of disdain on his face. "Ha, rank 700,000, looks like you got lucky with some consecutive wins, huh?" Chen glanced at the man's ranking, 558,069. The difference of over 100,000 in ranks was precisely the special matching mechanism of the ladder ranking. Generally speaking, the ranking difference of matched opponents should not exceed 10000, but if there are consecutive wins it is possible to match with very high-ranked opponents to test the true strength of the winner to see if they genuinely have the capability or just bully the weak. This is quite similar to the matching mechanism of a popular forward game. However, Chen did not care about this. He had absolute confidence that even if he matched with the top rank he would not fear it in the slightest. Kid, just give up, you're at rank 70000 against my 55000, the advantage is mine. Chen sneered. Next time remember not to just look at the ranks. And Shadowclaw then fell like black lightning. The man didn't even have time to react before he was reduced to a puddle of mud. Immediately after, another student from the Ability Academy angrily cursed fish bombers. During the next battle Chen charged through like a roaring tide, winning continuously. In every battle he defeated his opponent with absolute strength using a single Shadowclaw. In the blink of an eye Chen had achieved 19 consecutive wins. With the double points from consecutive wins his rank soared to 140000. Next. With a flash of light a woman appeared opposite him. The moment the woman saw Chen her eyes lit up and with a face full of infatuation she said, "Wow, big brother, you're so handsome. How did you match with me at rank 50000 while you're at 140000? 19 consecutive wins, naturally I need to be matched with higher ranked opponents." Zhang Lily was stunned for a moment. 19 consecutive wins. She then checked Chen's information and upon seeing it she was completely dumbfounded. The 19 consecutive win symbol shimmered with a faint golden light, particularly eye-catching. What shocked her the most was Chen's realm, 2nd stage 4th level. "Big brother. I've fallen in love with you." Zhang Lily's voice was filled with obsession and admiration. 2nd stage 4th level achieved in just 10 days since the start of freshman year. This is simply a monstrous existence. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes she absolutely wouldn't believe it. But now the fact was right in front of her, leaving her no choice but to believe. One must know that this virtual simulation chamber of the top 100 schools has never malfunctioned, so the Chen before her was undoubtedly a genuine 2nd stage 4th level. "Stop messing around, I'm about to make my move." Chen shook his head helplessly, raising his hand to prepare to unleash his signature Shadowclaw. Zhang Lily quickly nodded, a look of anticipation on her face, then turned her back and slightly bent over. "Come on, big brother." Chen looked at her actions speechless. This woman is too crazy. Boom. With a loud bang the Shadowclaw struck down heavily and Zhang Lily instantly vanished into thin air, disappearing from the virtual arena. Congratulations to contestant Chen for achieving 20 consecutive wins. Your opportunities for today have been used up, please come back tomorrow. The AI voice sounded timely and Chen felt a flash of white light before being forcibly teleported back to the virtual simulation chamber. As Chen opened the door of the virtual simulation chamber a melodious and resounding bell rang out in the virtual simulation hall. Dong. The sound of the bell instantly attracted everyone's attention and the previously lively simulation hall fell silent. Holy crap, someone has achieved 20 consecutive wins. Damn it, which family disciple is here to fish bomb again? I'm really envious. He looks unfamiliar but he's quite handsome. I wonder if he has a girlfriend. Everyone cast their gazes towards Chen, their eyes filled with envy and admiration. One must know that achieving 20 consecutive wins is not an easy feat. It is enough to elevate a person from rank 100000 directly to around rank 100000. Brother, why do you look so familiar? Which province's genius are you from? A boy leaned over curiously asking. Chen shook his head and humbly replied, I'm just a genius from a small city. By the way, what's with this bell sound? Brother, you don't know. This bell sound is a symbol of 1 ring signifies someone has achieved 20 consecutive wins, 2 rings signify someone has broken the consecutive win record, 3 rings signify reaching the top, 6 rings signify being number 1 on both lists, and 9 rings signify being number 1 on the 4th year ranking. Although this bell sound symbolizes supreme honor, the Kyoto Ability Academy has only seen the 3-ring situation so far. After all, to achieve 6 rings one must challenge the upper class and attain number 1 across grades. And 9 rings are even harder to achieve, requiring a freshman to dominate 4 rankings, which is nearly an impossible task. The age and cultivation time difference between 4th year and 1st year students cannot be bridged overnight. Join the dark department. Chen listened to the introduction from the person beside him, a surge of vigorous energy flowing through his body like a tide. Currently, students in their 4th year at the Kyoto Ability Academy can reach the 6th rank upon graduation, making them top-tier prodigies. Typically most are around the 5th rank, 4th level. To dominate the 4th year's 100 school rankings, Chen must also reach the 6th rank. In other words, he must achieve the 6th rank within a year. Thinking about it, this is by no means an easy task. For others it would be an impossible dream. But he is different. With a system by his side, Chen is filled with confidence. Having crossed over to this high martial world and bound to a system, how could he not achieve something earth-shattering? Thanks, Chen said sincerely. Oh, you're too polite, brother. The person waved his hand. Chen merely smiled faintly. I have things to attend to, I'll take my leave first. It was already afternoon. The combat techniques he purchased should have been delivered to the villa by now. It's time to go back and study. Hey little brother, can you tell me your name? He slowly turned back Chen. After saying that, he walked straight out of the virtual simulation hall.
The person watched Su Chen's departing figure, murmuring, Su Chen. He's probably not a scion from a prominent. After all, Su Chen gives off a humble vibe much better than those arrogant scions from wealthy families. In Kyoto, the Jiang family mansion luxurious and imposing. The mansion is filled with pavilions and towers, intricately carved beams and painted rafters. I can't believe I'm not in Villa No. 1. Jiang Shi's eyes flashed with surprise. How could there be someone more powerful than him? Even if there are other level abilities, as the second son of the Jiang family in Kyoto, he has already reached the first rank 6th level. He could never believe someone could cultivate faster than him, stronger than his powerful level ability, Purple Lightning Fury. At that moment, Jiang Jia, who had been defeated in one move by Su Chen, quickly spoke up, not only that he also wants to challenge you. Jiang Shi was even more puzzled. Does he not know my name? It seems he doesn't, and he's from out of town. From Modu. Jiang Shi pressed on. No, I just investigated this afternoon, and there's no Su Chen in Modu. It seems he's from a small city. Hearing the word small city, Jiang Shi immediately showed a disdainful expression, sneering. People from poor rural areas really don't know their place. However, one point he could never understand was why Su Chen's villa ranked ahead of his. After all, Villa No. 1 represents the strongest person among this year's first-year recruits. Could it be that the school is confused? He does not believe that a country bumpkin from a poor rural area could be stronger than someone like him who possesses countless treasures. How strong is he? Not sure anyway. When I went to challenge him, I was defeated in one move. Jiang Jia felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he lowered his head. Hearing this, Jiang Shi's expression did not change at all. He could also defeat Jiang Jia in one move. It seems this Su Chen has some strength worthy of being his opponent in the first battle at the Kyoto Ability Academy. Alright, let me know that arrogant Su Chen that tomorrow afternoon at the Kyoto Arena we will meet. In Jiang Shi's eyes a hint of ruthlessness flashed. He would let those students from outside see how he would crush a country bumpkin. Otherwise there will be more ignorant students from outside daring to challenge the local prodigies of Kyoto. Alright, young Master Jiang, remember to go all out and help me vent some anger. Jiang Jia said with a flattering smile. Got it, useless trash, hurry up and cultivate properly. Jiang Shi waved his hand impatiently. Jiang Jia nodded and was about to retreat when Jiang Shi called out, wait, also help me check if there are any pretty girls among this year's first-year recruits. Jiang Jia immediately revealed a mischievous smile, leave it to me. Inside Villa No. 1. Master, here are the 9 deaths of the underworld and the shadow shield you purchased. The AI robot Xiaohua handed over 2 books radiating a dark glow. Su Chen's eyes brightened instantly. They have finally arrived. He extended his hand and firmly received the book's study. In an instant, the knowledge and skills related to the 9 deaths of the underworld and shadow shield surged into Su Chen's mind. 9 deaths of the underworld can use magical sickle-type weapons. The higher the proficiency, the more underworld shadow blades can be unleashed, up to 9 blades with damage gradually increasing, possibly different changes in true intention. Shadow shield condenses dark elements in hand to form a shadow shield around the body. The shield's strength increases with proficiency and the individual's dark element ability. Su Chen looked at the descriptions of the 2 combat techniques, feeling secretly delighted. This basically makes him balanced in offense and defense. However, he currently lacks killing points. He has not a single killing point and still has several dark combat techniques to learn. Just after finishing learning, a clear phone ring sounded in the room. Su Chen opened his phone and saw a call from Chu. Hello. Su Chen answered the call. How is it, Villa No. 1 is fine, right? Chu Xining's voice came through the phone, filled with concern. Mentioning this made Su Chen feel speechless. He replied irritably, it's fine, whoever dares to come, I'll defeat them in one move anyway. If they get seriously injured, it's not my fault. Now it's Chu Xining's turn to be silent. How could this guy be like this? Let's not talk about this. Starting today, I'm your dean. I've added you to the Dark Department group chat and the first-year student group of the Kyoto Ability Academy. You can check it out on your own. As soon as she finished speaking, Su Chen saw himself added to the Dark Department group chat and the first-year student group of Kyoto. Could it be that you are our Dark Department Dean? That's right, I am your Dark Department Dean. Little one, prepare well for the department challenge. After Chu Xining finished speaking, she hung up the phone. Dark element abilities naturally belong to the Dark Department. It wouldn't make sense to join any other department. Then she sighed helplessly. Other departments are going to have a rough time this year. The Dark Department has always been heavily recruited by other departments in previous years. But this year, with a monster like Su Chen, other departments will probably be crying for mercy. Su Chen looked at his phone, showing the Kyoto Ability Academy 250th batch of first-year Dark Department group chat 569. It seems that this Kyoto Ability Academy has a history of 250 years. No wonder 300 years ago plants and animals mutated, the demon cave descended and abilities awakened, leading to decades of humanity fighting against demonic beasts and rebuilding their homeland. Afterwards, cities were constructed and the demonic beasts were driven out of the city before universities and high schools began to recover step by step. It's just that the 250th batch seems a bit inauspicious. Huli Buffon A level, Shadow Bird Yo, a newbie has arrived. Remember to change your name and ability grade, and by the way, what level is your dark ability? If you don't have an A-level, remember to call me brother.
Otherwise no one will back you up in the Department Resource Challenge.
Chen. Chen looked at Li Bufen's message and couldn't help but furrow his brows.
This guy is quite arrogant and he must be curious about how I would react to his level ability.
Chen's level Shadow King. This simple question mark detonated a massive uproar in the group. Li Bufan bro. I'm sorry.
No dad, I'm sorry, I beg you to protect me in the resource challenge. Zhang Kuing grandpa, are you the Chen who just achieved 20 consecutive victories in the 100 school ladder?
Han Xiaomei honey. We have 600 kids at home waiting for you to come back.
Chen looked at the responses in the group feeling somewhat astonished. Chen, could it be that I'm the only level dark ability user in this group? With such a commotion it seems highly likely that he is indeed the only level dark ability user. Li Bufen's reply confirmed Chen's guess.
Chen, just me. What about the other department's level abilities? Chen was somewhat speechless. This level ability is indeed too rare.
It nearly caused a total wipeout. He found it hard to understand. While awakening its level ability in a small place is indeed challenging, it shouldn't be this rare in a big city. Li Bufan, well, as far as I know there are 1,600 people in the Thunder Department and there are 2 students with level abilities there, and the same goes for the Fire Department.
Our resource challenge is going to be explosive.
This year there are 21000 freshmen at the Kyoto Ability Academy and Thunder and Fire make up 3500 of them. There are more than 20 departments in total. It is evident how powerful the Thunder and Fire departments are. It's not that there are no level abilities, it's just that the students with level abilities are in different departments. Chen, don't panic, can you tell me the rules of the Department Resource Challenge?
Li Bufan, you still don't know.
The qualification for the Resource Challenge is that each department sends out 30 people to compete against other departments. The department that is eliminated first loses and their resources for the year will be reduced while the other department's resources will increase. Hearing the rules of the Department Resource Challenge, Chen felt relieved.
Can't I just take out all 30 of the opposing team and win?
One person against the entire department.
Chen, thanks. After saying that, Chen looked at the freshman group of the Kyoto Ability Academy.
Thunder Department, Zhang Debiao, you better admit defeat in the department qualification competition the day after tomorrow to avoid suffering, especially the Dark Department. You must have heard of young Master Jiang Shihua. Fire Department, Zhang Hai, exactly, especially those from the Dark Department. Just now someone from the Dark Department provoked me, saying I bullied him because of having an level ability student.
Well, what can I say?
Blame it on your Dark Department being too weak, just lay flat the day after tomorrow.
Gun Department, Lu Zhang, leave some leeway for future encounters, don't be too arrogant. Thunder and Fire Departments. Thunder Department, Chu Chun Humph. So what? Resources are originally obtained by seizing. In a high martial world, weakness is everything. Earth Department, Li Zhuan, you bully us every day, damn it.
Turning on Do Not Disturb, Chen exited the chat interface and rubbed his temples. Engaging with them now is pointless, only smashing the opponent in the resource challenge the day after tomorrow will be meaningful.
Calling online. It's better to beat the opponent in reality.
Then Chen logged onto the Kyoto Ability Academy's official website where there were plenty of hot topics and headlines.
Surprising.
Another powerhouse with 20 consecutive victories in the 100 school ladder has appeared. Image click to open.
Explosive. This year our Kyoto Ability Academy's level students have set a new record. Explosion.
The Blood Savage Bull Demon Cave is in chaos, urgently needing students to go and pacify it. Below the forum's hot topics, various comments were densely lined up. Chen casually browsed a few and then tossed his phone aside. At that moment outside he heard Jiang Jia shouting arrogantly, Chen. Tomorrow afternoon young Master Jiang will be waiting for you at the arena. If you have the guts, don't be a turtle and don't dare to come.
Chen frowned and walked out of the villa. Fool, this invitation I accept.
Shadows surged around him and a sharp shadow claw appeared in the sky, ruthlessly smashing Jiang Jia into the ground. Jiang Jia was caught off guard by the sudden attack, unable to fight back, and lay on the ground in a sorry state, inwardly lamenting, I will never bark again.
Chen clapped his hands and turned back into the villa.
He lazily lay on the soft sofa, slightly closed his eyes and began to contemplate his upcoming schedule. First I will climb the tower tomorrow, then I have to face Jiang Shihuo's challenge.
The day after tomorrow will be the opening ceremony of the Kyoto Ability Academy.
Chen silently calculated in his heart at that time the principal of the Kyoto Ability Academy and many high-level officials as well as the heads of prestigious families will gather together for a grand opening ceremony. And right after the opening ceremony the resource challenge will follow in the afternoon. I believe the principal and others will also be present to watch. Thinking of the resource challenge, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Chen's eyes.
As for the subsequent departmental class divisions, whether it's Class 1 or Class 2, it doesn't matter to him.
He thought that once he dominated the freshman leaderboard of the Kyoto Ability Academy and obtained all the resources, he would directly skip to the second year. In Chen's view, the strongest among the freshmen are merely at the first stage 6th level while he is already at the second stage 4th level.
Competing with them is truly meaningless.
It would be better to skip to the second year and compete with those who are at a comparable level. That would be thrilling. However, he had also heard that skipping a grade requires participation in a specific grade skipping challenge, and he was not too clear about the specific rules and requirements. Forget it, he'll think about it when the time comes. Chen shook his head, casting those distracting thoughts aside. Just as he organized his thoughts, a crisp phone ringing suddenly echoed. Chen picked up his phone and saw the caller ID, and a gentle smile unconsciously appeared on his face. Hello. Xiao Chenzi, do you miss me? On the other end of the line, Shi Yaoyao's sweet voice came through, carrying a hint of playfulness and a pout. I miss you quite a bit. When are you coming? Tomorrow at 8 in the morning. Remember to come pick me up, otherwise you'll be in for it. Sure, no problem, I'll look after you in Kyoto from now on. Chen patted his chest in assurance. At least you are sensible. No one has bullied you in Kyoto, right? Shi Yaoyao asked with concern. No, even if they did, they couldn't beat me. Then I can relax. Remember to pick me up tomorrow. After finishing her words, Shi Yaoyao hung up the phone. Chen looked at his phone, the smile on his face still not completely fading. He turned off his phone and then opened the system panel. Name: Chen, Realm 2nd Stage 4th Level, Abilities Level Shadow King, Bone Tempering, 9th Round, Blood Condensation, Not Started, Companion Spirit Tools Level, Death Scythe, Cultivation Method, Infinite Spirit Source Art, 1st Level Combat Skills, 3rd Stage Shadow Bats, Attack, Major Completion, 3rd Stage Shadow Flash, Major Completion, 2nd Stage Shadow Claw, Perfection, 2nd Stage Dark Abyss, Demon Pool, Major Completion, 6th Stage Instant Prison, Shadow Killing Array, Not Started, 5th Stage Nether, 9 Slashes, Not Started, 4th Stage Shadow Shield, Not Started, 5th Stage Shadow Claw of the Abyss, Entry Backpack, Mysterious Egg Hatching. Chen's gaze fell on the mysterious egg, and he hurriedly took it out from the system space. He calculated that it would hatch in 10 days, and today is roughly the 10th day. Mysterious egg hatching. The black egg in his hand had already developed several fine cracks. Chen stared at it intently, his eyes filled with excitement and anticipation. Huff. It's coming. Crack, crack. A few faint sounds came, and the mysterious egg suddenly trembled violently, followed by the shell shattering instantly. A powerful and eerie dark light swept through the entire villa like a tide, and amidst the dark elemental glow a winged creature soared freely. Activate the father mode. The entire villa was shrouded in the dim glow of dark elements, immersed in a shadowy ambience. Chen smacked his lips and muttered softly, goodness, it's just hatching an egg. Why all this fuss? After an unknown amount of time, the dense dark elements gradually dissipated. Chen looked up and saw a petite dark elemental sprite appearing above. She was only the size of an adult's palm, seemingly crafted from the finest black jade in the deep night sky, exquisitely sculpted, as delicate as a porcelain doll, and so beautiful it felt somewhat unreal. Her tiny face was exquisitely beautiful, her eyes resembling two bottomless dark springs, and her hair was not ordinary strands but flowing shadow silk cascading down from her crown, gracefully draping over her shoulders and extending down to her slightly pointed earlobes, gently swaying with her movements. The most eye-catching feature was the pair of almost transparent butterfly wings behind her. The wings faintly shimmered with a dark hue, and the edges were lined with an extremely fine, nearly imperceptible dark golden pattern, adding a touch of nobility and mystery to her. She floated quietly in the air, occasionally flapping her wings, and the drifting dark elemental light dust swirled around her, forming a dreamlike veil of stardust as if wrapping her in a brilliant outer garment. In simple terms, this was a miniature dark elemental sprite as exquisite as a porcelain doll. What exactly has hatched here? Chen, filled with curiosity, activated the inspection function. Name: Dark Sprite. Bloodline King, Level Realm 1st Stage 1st Layer, Attributes Dark Wine, Growth Stage Juvenile, Note: a child of the dark elements, born from dark elements, a celestial darling that can merge with the host to enhance their strength. Additionally, upon reaching the mature stage, it will have dual forms integrating offense and support. Chen was stunned for several seconds, inwardly marveling, goodness, this is like having a super cheat. A dark sprite. A child of the dark elements. King level bloodline. It should be noted that in the hierarchy of beast bloodlines, the lowest is the ordinary bloodline, followed by top-tier king level sacred level bloodlines. The higher the bloodline of a beast, the stronger its power. And this dark sprite was born with a king level bloodline. How powerful would it be when she matures? Moreover, she can merge with me, providing a boost. This is incredible. Thinking of this, Chen's heartbeat quickened with excitement. At this moment, the dark sprite blinked her lively big eyes and fluttered her small wings towards Chen, affectionately rubbing her little head against his body, her gaze filled with reliance. Clearly, she regarded Chen as her father. A warm current surged in Chen's heart as he gently stroked her head, enjoying the warm and fluffy sensation. He couldn't help but smile and think, is this what they call an unexpected fatherhood? The dark sprite looked up, opened her small mouth, and let out a few soft sounds as if trying to express something. Are you saying you're hungry? Chen guessed. The dark sprite nodded her little head, her eyes revealing a hint of anticipation. This left Chen in a bit of a dilemma. What exactly should the dark sprite eat? It was likely something related to dark elements, right? Alright, wait a moment while I check for you. Chen quickly called for AI Xiaohua, help me search for information on dark element sprite. Searching. 2 seconds later, some information about dark element sprites appeared on the screen, but it was all random content such as the history and habits of the sprite race, completely unrelated to the little one in Chen's arms. Chen sighed helplessly, I have the child, but where's the parenting manual? Just then the system's prompt sound rang out at the right moment. Dark Sprite needs to consume certain heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Spiritual herbs and fruits were the flesh of dark beasts. The more dark elements contained in the food, the faster the Dark Sprite grows and the greater the enhancement to the host. Chen listened to the system's explanation, his mouth twitching. Wow, directly eating spiritual herbs. This little one is quite hard to please. Xiaohua, search for some dark element heavenly materials and treasures, Chen instructed. Master, please look. A blue light screen appeared before Xiaohua, densely packed with various dark element heavenly treasures. Of course, most of them were priceless and impossible to buy, but there were two items that could still be purchased in the capital. One was shadow grass, which contained a certain amount of dark elements and could be used for alchemy. Consuming it could enhance one's cultivation. The price was 1 credit point per stock, which is 1,000,000 blue star coins per stock. The other was shadow crystals, crystals formed from pure dark elements in absolute darkness. Consuming them could rapidly absorb dark elements and boost cultivation. However, these were much more expensive, with one shadow crystal costing 20 credits, which is 2,000,000 blue star coins for one. Looking at these prices, Chen felt a pang of pain. Then he glanced at the pitiful 4,000 credits in his account and couldn't help but shiver. Chen lay back on the sofa, letting out a long sigh. Looks like credits are absolutely necessary. Xiaohua, place an order for 50 shadow crystals and 500 stalks of shadow grass, and also order to refine the 500 stalks of shadow grass into pills for expedited delivery. Chen gritted his teeth and made up his mind. He couldn't just let the Dark Sprite hold and nibble on the shadow grass, right? Moreover, refining it into pills would allow the Dark Sprite to absorb dark elements more efficiently, aiding in digestion. Received, Master. 50 shadow crystals will cost 1,000 credit points. 500 stalks of shadow grass will cost 500 credit points. Refining into pills will incur a processing fee of 30 credit points, and expedited delivery will cost 20 credit points. It is expected to arrive in 2 hours, totaling 1550 credit points. Master, you have 2450 credit points remaining. AI Xiaohua reported quickly. Chen shook his head helplessly at Xiaohua's update. He cradled the Dark Sprite in his palms and softly said, "Little one, please don't let me down. You have to bring me enough returns." The Dark Sprite seemed to understand Chen's words, affectionately rubbing her face against his hand as if saying, "You won't lose out by raising." Then a crescent-shaped dark mark appeared on the back of Chen's hand. Ding! The Dark Sprite has successfully bound a contract with the host. Little one, you're quite understanding. Chen couldn't help but gently rub her little head with his finger. The Dark Sprite opened her tiny mouth as if to bite Chen's finger. Chen quickly dodged and laughed. "You can't eat that. The food will arrive soon." The Dark Sprite seemed to understand Chen's words and nodded her little head. "You're so good. How about I give you a name? Let's call you Tuan Tuan. Do you like this name?" Tuan Tuan happily flapped her wings and joyfully flew around in the air, clearly satisfied with the name. Chen felt relieved and softly said, "Tuan Tuan, let's rest for a while." Tuan Tuan obediently flapped her wings and flew onto Chen's shoulder, lying down, blinking her eyes and slowly closing them. Watching her adorable appearance, a gentle smile involuntarily appeared on Chen's face. Raising a son in poverty and a daughter in wealth, daughters should be cherished and spoiled. From now on, he would not only strive to grow stronger but also be a responsible father, taking good care of Tuan Tuan and growing alongside. 30 consecutive victories. The next morning, Chen was awakened by the alarm clock at his bedside. He yawned sleepily and stretched. A new day. Tuan Tuan was still quietly sleeping on Chen's chest, her tiny body gently rising and falling with each breath. Upon sensing Chen's movements, Tuan Tuan opened her eyes, her big watery eyes full of desire. "Are you hungry?" Chen took out a shadow crystal and handed it to her. This crystal was about the size of a stick of gum, presenting a rich deep black color. Tuan Tuan reached out her little hand to take the shadow crystal, hugging it tightly and eagerly starting to munch on it. With a crunch, she swallowed it down and a satisfied expression instantly appeared on her face as her little mouth smacked in delight. Seeing Tuan Tuan's satisfied demeanor, Chen felt happy as well, recalling how the little one had devoured 10 crystals all at once when they arrived yesterday. This little one needs to munch on at least 10 crystals every day, costing a minimum of 200 credits, which is equivalent to 2 million blue star currency. The 120 shadow pills refined from the 500 shadow herbs were simply regarded as the little one's daily snacks. Just then, as Chen watched Tuan Tuan eat, her aura suddenly surged. Chen blinked in surprise and exclaimed, "First stage, second layer. Not bad, not bad, it was worth it." Moreover, the little one's realm had increased to the first stage, second layer, and her body seemed to have grown a bit, becoming even cuter. Chen took out another shadow crystal and handed it to Tuan Tuan. Holding onto the previous crystal with one hand, she took the new one with the other, happily continuing her feast. "Let's go, we'll take you to see Kyoto." After arriving outside the villa, they got into a car and headed towards the airport in Kyoto. Half an hour later, Chen got out of the car and arrived at Kyoto Airport. The waiting hall was bustling with people, and due to Tuan Tuan's presence, almost everyone's gaze was drawn towards them. Wow, what is that following the guy? What kind of technology is so amazing? Wow, so cute and adorable. I really want to touch it. Boo-hoo, I wonder if that handsome guy has a girlfriend.
The little one behind him is too cute. The crowd was abuzz with chatter. Tuan Tuan, look at how popular you are. Su Chen said with a smile. As if understanding Su Chen's praise, Tuan Tuan happily flapped her wings. Su Chen. In the distance, just disembarked from her flight, Shi Yaoyao spotted Su Chen in the crowd and excitedly waved her hand. Su Chen waved back, a gentle smile appearing on his face. Shi Yaoyao skipped over to Su Chen. You know, to come pick me. With her eyes curved in delight, she continued, of course, I always keep my word, especially to beautiful girls. You've become sweeter after not seeing you for a few days. Shi Yaoyao teased, then she noticed Tuan Tuan perched on Su Chen's shoulder, her eyes filled with curiosity. What is this little one? How can it be so cute? She reached out her hand to touch, but Tuan Tuan immediately became alert, retreating behind Su Chen's shoulder and peeking her little head out, looking at Shi Yaoyao with her round eyes. Shi Yaoyao felt a bit discouraged and asked, Su Chen, where did you get this adorable little one? I found an egg not long ago and it hatched, Su Chen replied with a smile. He thought, well, it was indeed like finding something, he wasn't lying. Shi Yaoyao clearly didn't believe him. Who would believe that? But then a hint of pleading appeared in her eyes. Su Chen. Let her come and say hello to me just once. Tuan Tuan was simply too cute and she really couldn't help it. Tuan Tuan, go over and greet your sister. Tuan Tuan gently flapped her wings and flew in front of Shi Yaoyao, waving her little hand and revealing a sweet smile. Shi Yaoyao's heart melted instantly. Come, let sister hold you. Tuan Tuan shook her head and quickly returned to Su Chen's shoulder, snuggling tightly against him. She's a bit shy, maybe next time. Shi Yaoyao poutingly said, you stinky Su Chen. If you keep scolding me like that, Tuan Tuan will like you even less. Upon hearing this, Shi Yaoyao immediately deflated like a punctured balloon. You. Alright, I need to take you to enroll, then I need to climb the 100 schools ladder. He remembered that breaking the record of 39 consecutive victories would grant an additional 2,000 credits. He had to earn money, otherwise he wouldn't even be able to afford the child's milk powder. The two took a taxi back to the Kyoto Ability Academy. Su Chen then helped Shi Yaoyao complete her enrollment procedures while patiently introducing her to various facilities and precautions of the school along the way. He also introduced her to the 100 schools ladder, and soon they arrived at the virtual simulation hall. The hall was dazzling with lights and various advanced equipment was neatly arranged with people coming and going. Su Chen, I'm going to climb the rankings now. Shi Yaoyao said with a face full of excitement as she entered a virtual simulation pod. Tuan Tuan, return to your mark. Su Chen spoke softly, tossing out 2 shadow crystals. Little Tuan Tuan hugged the crystals, glanced at Su Chen and obediently returned to the crescent mark in his hand. After settling Tuan Tuan, Su Chen walked straight towards a nearby virtual simulation pod. As Su Chen appeared, people around began to cast their gazes towards him. That must be Su Chen, who had 20 consecutive victories yesterday, right? I heard he is in S-level shadow type. Looks like this year's freshman shadow type is about to soar. How many consecutive victories do you think he can achieve? I say within 30. After all, the more consecutive victories, the stronger the opponents he may face. He might encounter other S-level abilities and the shadow type cannot compare. People began to speculate, making the already bustling virtual simulation hall even more crowded. Would you like to start matching? The system's voice echoed within the virtual simulation pod. Yes. Matching you now. A few seconds later, a level ability student from the Magic City Ability Academy ranked 200,000 appeared on the stage. Oh. 100,000. You've had quite a few consecutive victories, huh? Too bad you ran into me, G Boda. You talk too much. Su Chen said coldly. Another shadow claw struck down, and before G Boda could react, he was directly turned into a void. The Magic City Ability Academy. Wait. One shot killed me. G Boda was shocked. When did an S-level top-tier shadow type appear at the Kyoto Ability Academy? He was completely confused, filled with doubt and shock. Thus the next 9 matches were still one-shot kills. His ranking continued to climb, quickly reaching 9,890. Above Su Chen's head, the 30 consecutive victories shone with dazzling golden light, proclaiming his glorious record. Next. 2 seconds later, another person was transported to the stage. It was Xiao Tian from the Guangwu Ability Academy, ranked 236. 30 consecutive victories. Xiao Tian was stunned as he looked at the 30 consecutive victories above Su Chen's head. Glancing at his own ranking over 9,000, he wondered who this person was. Chu Xinang was deliberately put in a difficult position. Brother, who are you? So impressive. Xiao Tian asked, puzzled. Xiao Tian scratched his head with a silly smile. Hey, that's true. His gaze then fell on Su Chen's profile and he froze on the spot after a quick glance. What? Second tier. And it's actually the 4th level of the 2nd tier. Is there a problem? Xiao Tian's expression instantly became dramatic with black lines all over his face. Today he had planned to break into the top 100, but his first opponent was like a cheat. What a joke. Who doesn't have a 2nd tier now? I concede. The opponent concedes, victory is granted.
The AI's emotionless voice rang out at the right moment. Continue. Another round of exhilarating 8 consecutive victories followed and Su Chen charged toward his 40th win, his ranking skyrocketing to 256. Your opponent has arrived. Just as the words fell, a figure slowly emerged from the virtual light. It was a student from the Magic City Ability Academy, Li Kuang, who possessed its class fire ability, Crimson Flame, and ranked 9th on the 100 school ladder. 39 consecutive wins. Li Kuang glanced at Su Chen's winning streak, slightly taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. Goodbye. In the next moment, a shadowy claw appeared above Li Kuang's head and struck down. Li Kuang dared not be careless, transforming into a blazing flame and dodging away at high speed. Perfect combat skill. Li Kuang's pupils constricted, slightly, disbelief written all over his face. How is this possible? This person had only awakened their ability for such a short time, yet their combat skills were already perfected. Are we not awakened at the same time? You are fortunate, you are the only one who has lasted until my second move, Shadowy Abyss Claw. He suddenly slammed his hands down onto the ground. In an instant, the area beneath Li Kuang's feet trembled violently and the ground transformed into a deep abyss with countless shadowy claws reaching from the depths. What is this? Li Kuang's face was filled with horror. He hurriedly spread his fire wings, trying to fly into the sky to evade this terrifying attack. However, the countless shadowy claws in the abyss clung to his fire wings and body like maggots, desperately pulling him down. Get away! Get away! Fear engulfed Li Kuang like a tidal wave as he struggled fiercely, trying to break free from the grasp of these shadowy claws. Burning blaze. Li Kuang exerted all his strength, his entire being instantly transforming into a massive inferno, attempting to disperse those shadowy claws with the intense heat. However, the shadowy claws were completely unfazed, instead pulling him down into the abyss with even more force. How could a combat skill unleashed by a second-tier 4th-level practitioner be resisted by Li Kuang, who was merely at the first-tier 6th level? In just a few seconds, amidst Li Kuang's desperate cries, he was dragged into the demonic abyss by countless shadowy claws. A chilling sound echoed from the abyss, leaving only a pile of eerie white bones. Congratulations, Su Chen, on your 40 consecutive victories. Your current ranking is 106 and today's opportunities have been exhausted. In the next moment, Su Chen was forcibly teleported out. Meanwhile, beside the virtual simulation chamber of the Magic City Ability Academy, Li Kuang, though having exited the simulation chamber, still looked pale and drenched in cold sweat. That was terrifying, truly terrifying. Li Kuang mumbled to himself, his voice still trembling. Facing Su Chen, he felt as insignificant as an ant. He even began to doubt whether he was truly an class ability user. In the Kyoto Virtual Simulation Hall, the familiar sound rang out again. Dong! Dong! Congratulations to student Su Chen from Cabin 18 for breaking Mu Shuer's record of 39 consecutive wins, achieving 40 consecutive wins. You have been awarded 2,000 credit points, which have been credited to your Kyoto Dragon card. The AI's voice echoed in the virtual simulation hall. As the announcement concluded, Su Chen slowly exited the virtual simulation chamber. At that moment, all eyes in the hall turned to him. My goodness, Mu Shuer's record has been broken. Is he Su Chen? He's quite handsome. Does anyone know where he comes from? Incredible. Could it be that Su Chen achieved 40 consecutive wins in 2 days and in 3 days climbed to the top of the 100 school ladder? At this moment, Shi Yaoyao also walked over. Hearing the discussions around her, she suddenly felt that her own 8 consecutive wins were insignificant. Wow, Su Chen has already achieved 40 consecutive wins. She quickly walked over, asking, Aren't you tired? As she spoke, she took out a bottle of water and handed it to him. Su Chen took the water, tilted his head back and drank, nodding slightly. It's fine. This scene was witnessed by those around, with countless boys looking on enviously while many girls quietly felt heartbroken. You. Hello. 2 beautiful girls approached, one of whom blushed and shyly spoke up. Su Chen turned around, a hint of confusion in his eyes. What is it? Are you two a couple? No. The girl lit up at his words, her face showing a hint of expectation as she asked, Su Chen, can we add each other on WeChat? Su Chen, being both handsome and powerful, thought that if they could add each other on WeChat, perhaps there could be further developments. He casually pulled out his phone and said sure. However, Shi Yaoyao was not having it. She directly blocked the 2 girls, loudly declaring no way. The girl immediately looked displeased and angrily replied, You and Su Chen are not even a couple, you have no right to interfere. As she spoke, she bypassed Shi Yaoyao, quickly scanned Su Chen's WeChat, then smugly waved her phone, turning to leave. Su Chen was a bit stunned by the scene, while Shi Yaoyao looked like a frenzied little cat, her face filled with anger and grievance. But upon reflection, she realized she truly had no right to interfere with Su Chen. Su Chen was so dazzling and excellent, why should she control him? What's wrong? Are you unhappy? Su Chen asked softly, looking at Shi Yaoyao. I'm not. Shi Yaoyao sniffed stubbornly, turning her back. All right, the girl who just added me is my brother Han Xiaoli's WeChat. Su Chen shook the QR code in his hand, a mischievous smile appearing on his face. He felt no real need to add WeChat. These people were merely attracted by his strength, wanting to add him as a friend in hopes of future benefits. It was truly superficial. To him it was far more practical to venture into the demon lair and slay some other races to enhance his own power. Alas, one could only say that young men must protect themselves out there. Shi Yaoyao first glanced at the WeChat profile confirming it was genuinely not Su Chen's, then snorted, "It's none of my business."
"Alright then, from now on I really will let others add me," Su Chen said, walking toward the door. No. Those women are all bad. You're a blossoming young man, don't you understand to protect yourself? Shi Yaoyao hurriedly chased after him, shouting as she ran. In the conference room of the Kyoto Ability Academy, the deans of various departments gathered. The principal and vice principal of the Kyoto Ability Academy were also seated at the main table. Principal Zhang Tianan scanned the room and said, "Tomorrow marks the official start of the semester. All department heads, have you prepared your..." The department heads nodded in unison, were ready, just waiting for the semester to start. "I'm pleased to inform you that this year's class freshmen at Kyoto Ability Academy have increased by 2 compared to last year, which is indeed a cause for celebration." Upon hearing this, the conference room erupted into enthusiastic applause. At this moment, Vice Principal Bai Changlin lightly tapped the table and spoke up, "Principal, I have something to say." "Oh. Lao Bai, feel free to speak your mind." Bai Changlin looked at Chu Jining. "Director Chu, I remember you openly offered a sky-high price because this year's Dark System Department lacks an class Dark Ability student, wanting to recruit an class Dark freshman. Defy the odds." Chu Jining slightly raised her head, a hint of coldness flashing in her beautiful eyes as Bai Changlin, that old fool, began to target her again. "That class Dark Ability student has great potential, it's worth recruiting him, so why not offer a higher price?" Chu Jining spoke calmly. Bai Changlin wore a sneer on his face, saying, "How strong can an class Dark Ability student really be? Moreover, the conditions you proposed are for an SS-level treatment along with a 6th-level battle skill and a copy of the Infinite Spirit Source manuscript. Isn't that too much of a cost?" As soon as these words were spoken, all the deans present turned their surprised and skeptical gazes toward Chu Jining. It must be noted that the value of the Infinite Spirit Source manuscript is almost equivalent to an SS-level treatment. Chu Jining has essentially expended the resources to recruit 2 class prodigies, yet only for an class Dark Ability student. To everyone, this undoubtedly appeared to be a terrible deal. After all, the dark abilities are already at a disadvantage among the various ability types. Even if they recruit an class student, what change could it really bring? Dean Chu, you really are bold. Your Dark Ability department is already weak, and even if you recruit an class Dark Ability student, it's just self-deception. Exactly. Jiangshi from my Thunder department only enjoys SS-level treatment. What qualifications does an class Dark Ability student have to be compared with Jiangshi? Indeed, the vice principal publicly criticized you. It seems he was absolutely right. The crowd chimed in, pointing fingers at Chu Jining. Zhang Tianan furrowed his brows. The resources opened for recruiting Su Chen were approved by him. At that time, Chu Jining had sworn to him that recruiting Su Chen as class Dark Ability student would be the wisest decision, although he didn't care too much about it. However, Bai Changlin, the vice principal harboring a grudge against Chu Jining, had found an opportunity this time to suppress her relentless. Bai Changlin secretly felt pleased but put on a serious facade, saying, "Dean Chu, I think it's not excessive to say you are using public resources for personal gain, right?" Chu Jining's expression was cold. Believe what you want to believe. No amount of explanation would help. Only when Su Chen displayed his true strength could the situation be turned around. Since you admit it, then I think it's fair to give you a penalty, revoking your position as the head of the Dark Abilities department, right? The deans exchanged glances, some wanting to speak but ultimately chose to remain silent. Bai Changlin looked at Zhang Tianan. "Principal Zhang, what do you think?" Zhang Tianan found himself in a dilemma. Just as he hesitated, a knocking sound came from the door. "Come in," Zhang Tianan instinctively said. The virtual museum's curator entered quickly, approaching Zhang Tianan with uncontainable excitement on his face. "Principal Zhang, you asked me to keep an eye out for any record-breaking students, and today they finally appeared." Zhang Tianan's eyes brightened. "So soon?" "Yes, Principal." "Who is it?" In an instant, the vice principal and various deans looked on with anticipation, secretly hoping it was a student from their own department. If so, not only would they receive rewards, but they would also have the chance to show off in front of everyone. "It's from the Dark Abilities department, Su Chen. He achieved 40 consecutive victories in 20 opportunities over the past 2 days," the virtual museum's curator announced loudly. At this, the audience erupted in astonishment, their eyes filled with shock. No one expected that the record-breaking student would not be from the Thunder or Fire departments, but rather an class Dark Ability student. Bai Changlin's face instantly turned sour, while a barely perceptible smile crept onto Chu Jining's lips. This kid really has some spirit. Zhang Tianan looked at Chu Jining with a serious expression before bursting into laughter. Great. Maybe he just got lucky against weak opponents." Bai Changlin, dissatisfied, continued his relentless criticism. In his view, how could a Dark Ability student possibly outperform those from the Thunder and Fire departments to break the record? It must be luck. Zhang Tianan then asked, "Do we have footage of that kid's last match?" "Yes, we do." The virtual simulation museum curator quickly took out his phone and projected the footage of Su Chen's last match onto the big screen behind him. Everyone turned their attention to the screen. The footage first showed Chen followed by the Slash Fire ability user Li Kuang appearing on screen. Seeing this scene, the crowd couldn't help but wonder. Li Kuang was among the top new students in Magic City. How could an Slash dark ability student like Chen compete with him? The footage continued, revealing Chen raising his hand, a black shadow claw crashing down fiercely. Li Kuang reacted swiftly, dodging the strike just in time. Not bad. Li Kuang is quick on his feet. If he had been hit by that, it would have been bad news. No, if that hit, Li Kuang would likely not survive. Looking at the proficiency of that shadow claw, it had already reached perfection. Many deans gasped in shock. It must be known that just over 10 days after awakening he had already perfected a battle skill. Such talent is simply terrifying. Xing Tianan waved his hand, signaling for silence. Don't speak, continue watching. The footage moved on, and next Chen unleashed the shadow claw of the abyss. Countless black shadow claws tightly ensnared Li Kuang, rendering him immobile. Li Kuang struggled desperately, but it was futile. In the end, he was defeated in one move by Chen. The footage ended, and Chen's expression showed no excitement, only a demeanor akin to that of a king. This Chen is definitely above the first stage's 8th level, otherwise he couldn't have withstood the flames scorching from the shadow claw of the abyss. Indeed, Chen's level must be high. He made the entire fight look effortless. It's not that Li Kuang is weak, but rather that Chen is too strong. Yes, the Chen that Dean Chu recruited truly deserves the Infinite Spirit Source manuscript without question. I agree, resources should indeed be reserved for those true prodigies. In that moment, most of the deans changed their attitudes, expressing their recognition and admiration for Chen. A smile of relief appeared on Xu Xining's face. She truly did not misjudge this person. This kid is even more impressive than before. She raised her gaze to Bai Changlin, Vice Principal Bai. Do you have anything else to say? Today she would use her student Chen to assert herself. Bai Changlin's face turned ashen. He never expected that the dark abilities would produce such an extraordinary student. Moreover, Chen's level was definitely above the first stage's 8th or even 9th level, otherwise it would be impossible to defeat Li Kuang, who was at the 6th level of the first stage, so effortlessly. What made it even harder for him to believe was that Chen's battle skill had actually reached perfection. But even so, he was unwilling to concede, saying, tomorrow's department resource challenge, I want to see if Chen from the dark abilities can really defy the odds. As the vice principal and head of the fire department, he had long discussed with the head of the thunder department to send out 60 elite students. He didn't believe that Chen alone could stand against them. Can he take on one class? What about 3 or 4? What about all those A-class ability students? The amplification of the dark elf. Vice Principal Bai, is it necessary for you to worry about turning the tide? Zhu Xinyan wore a faint smile on her face. Some people just love to overthink. Be careful not to overexert yourself and shorten your lifespan. It was because of her arrival that she pushed aside Bai Changlin's originally appointed head of the dark department, and he had been secretly targeting her ever since. At first she tolerated it, but today he took it too far, and there was no need for her to continue to endure. She need not hold back her words. Bai Changlin's face turned ashen in an instant. How dare Zhu Xinyan speak to him like that? Zheng Tianan sensed the tense atmosphere in the room and quickly intervened, saying, all right, let's call it a day on this matter. Spending 2 SS-level resources to recruit Chen is undoubtedly worth it. Let's all look forward to tomorrow's resource competition. The meeting is dismissed now. How could it not be worth it? The Chen from earlier was at least at the 8th level of the first stage, plus his perfect mastery of combat skills. He is truly a rare genius among millions. Originally, Zheng Tianan had little interest in tomorrow's opening ceremony and resource challenge, but now he was filled with anticipation for the young man named Chen, wondering if he could create miracles on the battlefield. After the principal announced the meeting was adjourned, the heads of various departments began to whisper among themselves, with most congratulating Zhu Xinyan for recruiting such an excellent student as Chen. Bai Changlin watched the scene with a burning jealousy, his eyes reddening slightly. He waved to Jiang Dongming, the head of the thunder department. Jiang Dongming hurried over. Vice Principal Bai, what can I do for you? Are the 30 students from your department participating in the resource challenge ready? Don't worry, Vice Principal. They have all been carefully selected, and the lowest are all A-level ability students. Very good, let them practice diligently. Also, please ask the other department heads if anyone is willing to challenge the dark department. No matter how strong Chen is, the dark department must not win tomorrow's resource challenge, and the more departments that challenge the dark department, the better. Let them suffer even more. Leave this to me, Vice Principal. The leader of the thunder department has already grabbed the neck of the bull, and the other wolves naturally want to share a piece of the pie. In simple terms, the dark department is a piece of juicy meat. Thunder and fire have already taken a big bite, and the other departments will naturally want to take a share too. Who would complain about having fewer resources in their department? In Kyoto, Jiang's family. What? Chen has already achieved 40 consecutive victories, breaking Mu Shuer's record. Jiang Shi nodded slightly. That's right. I heard he won 40 matches in just 2 days. Jiang Shi fell into contemplation. He had originally planned to break Mu Shuer's record in the next few days, but he didn't expect Chen to get there first. Anyone who can achieve 40 consecutive victories is certainly not to be underestimated. Chen's strength could at least rank among the top few freshmen in Kyoto.
He stretched his muscles, a glint of battle intent flashing in his eyes. He needed to take the afternoon duel seriously. Prepare the Slevel Thunder Long Spear and the Slevel Dark Battle Armor for me.
Sure thing, boss. I will get right on it.
By the way, the beauties among this year's freshmen, you asked me to investigate total 5 and each one is a top tier.
One of them is as beautiful and graceful as Mu Shuer.
Zhang Jie said, his eyes lighting up when talking about women. Zhang Shi also became interested. Tell me more about the girl comparable to Mu Shuer.
That girl is named Luo Qingxue and Slevel Ice ability user, and like Mu Shuer she is a stunning beauty with an icy demeanor. Not bad.
Since Mu Shuer is unattainable, perhaps this Luo Qingxue from a small place will willingly throw herself at me if I just use a little. Zhang Shi curled his lips into a disdainful smile. Many aloof women are often just pretending to elevate their status. As long as he reveals his identity, many will flock to him.
Of course, boss, you are so majestic. Zhang Jia quickly flattered. Go ahead, and by the way, promote my duel with Su Chen this afternoon. How can there be no audience for my first battle at the Kyoto Ability Academy?
Let those freshmen see how I defeat Su Chen, who has 40 consecutive victories. Defeating him at his peak will only highlight his strength.
What dark department rising?
He simply hasn't encountered the thunder god Zhang Shi.
All right, young master. I will take care of it right away. Zhang Jia complied eagerly.
In the virtual simulation hall of the Kyoto Ability Academy, second-year students. Sister Shuer, the record you set last year in your freshman year has already been surpassed right after the new semester started. Zhang Luer said with a smile as she approached Mu Shuer. Mu Shuer raised her gaze slightly, her expression calm. Is it Zhang Shi? No, it's a prodigy from outside named Su Chen and Slevel Dark Ability student.
And Slevel Dark Ability?
Yes, I heard he achieved 40 consecutive victories in just 2 days and is preparing to reach the top.
This kid is not simple, he has at least half of my former flair. Mu Shuer shot him a glance. Stop flattering yourself. Hee hee, I was just joking.
I'm a bit curious, Sister Shuer, if you were the same age as him, who would be stronger? Zhang Luer scratched her head and asked. Mu Shuer slightly squinted her eyes. Who was stronger? Although her past record was only 39 consecutive victories, she believed that if she were the same age as Su Chen, she would still have the upper hand. After all, she didn't want to attract too much attention back then, which is why she only achieved 39 consecutive victories. Now she had already reached 54 consecutive victories on the 100 schools ladder ranking in her sophomore year. As for who is stronger or weaker, it is hard to say. Su Chen is a freshman, and coupled with a year's gap in cultivation, it is not so easy to make up for in realm. Unless Su Chen cultivates rapidly and advances to sophomore, but that idea is clearly impossible. After pondering, she said, strength is not something that can be determined by words. Hurry and go climb the tower.
Woo-woo, got it, sister.
Zhang Luer stuck out her tongue helplessly and happily dashed into the virtual simulation chamber.
In the afternoon. Tuan, you are amazing already at the 3rd level of the first stage. Su Chen's eyes were filled with surprise and affection.
After taking a nap and awakening, he found that little Tuan had improved a level and had grown a bit larger. He was increasingly looking forward to what level his strength would reach once Tuan possessed him. Now little Tuan is his greatest trump card. After the resource challenge tomorrow, he would head to the Blood Barbarian Bull Demon Cave to test the effects of possession. With the support of the Dark Elf, he was eager to see where his limits lay. Upon hearing Su Chen's praise, Tuan happily rubbed his face, then waved her little hand, and a rich dark element surged around Su Chen with a black crescent moon appearing above his head. Su Chen looked up at the moon above, wondering, what is that moon? This skill allows you to continuously absorb source energy under the bright moonlight on nights when the moon is high in the sky.
Moonlight blast them away.
Hearing the system's prompt, Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim, wow, this first skill is already so powerful. In simple terms, with this skill, the source energy at night is practically inexhaustible. Su Chen hurriedly placed the remaining shadow crystals and the shadow pills refined from shadow grass gently into his storage ring. Then he handed the storage ring to Tuan, saying, this is all your delicious food, eat as much as you want.
Raising Tuan is definitely worth it. Tuan has already displayed formidable support abilities.
If it enters its growth phase and transforms into an attacking form, how strong will it become? Thinking of this, Su Chen secretly made up his mind, raising a daughter cannot be delayed.
If he doesn't eat, Tuan has to eat.
He then softly called for Tuan to return to the crescent mark on his hand.
He looked out the window. It's time to meet my appointment.
He had never forgotten the match against Zhang Shi.
Inside the arena, in stark contrast to the previous day's desolation, today it was bustling with people, vibrant and even a bit overcrowded.
Due to Zhang Shi's vigorous promotion, coupled with the fact that Su Chen and Zhang Shi, both renowned figures from Kyoto University, were about to face off, the excitement here had reached a fever pitch. Brothers, I heard that the undefeated champion Su Chen, who has achieved 40 consecutive wins, is going to have a fierce showdown with Zhang Shi.
Is this news true or false? It must be true. My girlfriend dressed up as the dual black and white assassins at the hotel and asked me to accompany her, but I didn't go.
I specifically came to watch the peak duel between these two class prodigies.
Bro, you're awesome.
But who do you think has a better chance of winning in this match? I think Zhang Shi is stronger. He possesses powerful lightning abilities and surely can achieve 40 consecutive wins easily.
Indeed, class lightning abilities are no joke. As for class dark abilities, it seems no particularly outstanding powerhouse has emerged yet.
Listening to the discussions around him, Jiang Shi's lips curled into a slight smile as he confidently walked into the arena. These people's insight is quite commendable, they can see his formidable strength.
Sure, go look.
The two beauty freshmen from the first year have come to watch the match. Zhang Jia reminded Jiang Shi while pointing at Xi Yaoyao and another girl who were scanning the surroundings.
Following Zhang Jia's finger, Jiang Shi's eyes lit up. Not bad.
With beautiful women's attention and support, I must give my all in this match, aiming to defeat Su Chen within 10 moves and show everyone my strength. In such a peak duel among strong individuals, whoever emerges victorious will undoubtedly attract the attention of many women. What woman doesn't like a powerful and charming man? Jiang Shi straightened his clothes and strode onto the stage. Suddenly the entire arena erupted in enthusiastic cheers, all eyes fixating on him.
Meanwhile, the referee was fawningly nodding to Jiang Shi, respectfully saying, "Young Master Jiang."
Jiang Shi waved his hand lightly, no need for such formality. This is the special treatment he enjoys as the second young master of the Jiang family in Kyoto, incomparable to that nameless Su Chen. A few minutes later, at the entrance of the arena, Su Chen walked in unhurriedly. Although there were some cheers, they were noticeably less fervent compared to Jiang Shi's entrance. Xi Yaoyao felt displeased upon seeing this scene. She took out a super horn and loudly broadcasted to the entire arena, "Su Chen is awesome.
Su Chen is the strongest."
The sound from the loudspeaker swept through the arena like a strong storm, drawing everyone's attention.
Upon hearing Xi Yaoyao's cheers, Su Chen looked at her and gave her a big thumbs up.
Xi Yaoyao, seeing this, showed a proud smile and lifted her head arrogantly. Retracting his gaze and stepping onto the stage, Su Chen said calmly, "Come on, let's get started." He truly did not expect this arena match to generate such a grand spectacle with so many people, most likely due to Jiang Shi's extensive promotion.
"Are you Su Chen?" Jiang Shi scrutinized Su Chen from head to toe. "Is there a problem?" "No problem, but you have successfully angered me."
A flicker of crimson lightning flashed in Jiang Shi's eyes. Earlier Xi Yaoyao had cheered so enthusiastically for Su Chen, indicating their relationship was not ordinary. As long as he could thoroughly defeat Su Chen and humiliate him in front of everyone, he believed Xi Yaoyao would recognize his strength and
"Are you stupid? Are you out of your mind? When did I provoke you? If you want to fight, just do it without wasting words." Su Chen couldn't help but curse. He truly did not understand why Jiang Shi was inexplicably saying he was provoked. "Very well.
I will definitely not hold back today. I will end this match within 10 moves." He then looked at the referee and loudly said, "You can start." The referee nodded quickly and announced loudly, "Now the match begins." However, just as the referee's words fell, a deep black claw resembling a giant dragon's claw suddenly appeared above Jiang Shi's head, roaring as it fiercely struck down.
So fast.
Jiang Shi was shocked. He never expected Su Chen's attack speed to be so rapid, almost too fast for him to react. After a brief moment of shock, Jiang Shi prepared to endure this strike with his splash shadow armor. With this powerful armor resistant to dark elements, he was sure he could easily withstand Su Chen's attack.
Boom!
A loud noise echoed as Jiang Shi, who was originally standing straight, was directly knocked to the ground by this powerful shadow claw. His clothes were completely torn apart by the immense force, leaving only the shadow armor. However, to his astonishment, numerous cracks had already appeared on the shadow armor. Jiang Shi stared in disbelief at his shadow armor. Is this glass shadow armor so trash?
Did I buy a counterfeit? How could it get so many cracks from just one claw?
He slowly raised his head to look at Su Chen.
At that moment, Su Chen's aura was fully revealed. Second tier, 4th level.
Jiang Shi, who was already astonished, was completely stunned at this moment.
Who am I? Where am I? How did Su Chen reach the second tier, 4th level?
No wonder that claw was so powerful that it could make the glass shadow armor crack. I didn't expect Su Chen to hide so deeply, his strength far surpassing my imagination, as if he had hacked the game.
Oh my goodness. Is this really Su Chen? Could it be that Su Chen hired a proxy? This is Su Chen himself.
But how did his level already reach the second tier, 4th level?
Are we really in the same freshman class? This is outrageous.
Even if his level is high, that shadow claw is at perfect mastery. He couldn't have bound a system, could he?
Damn it, what system?
Have you read too many tomato novels dreaming up unrealistic things? The faces of the audience were filled with shock and confusion. Why is Su Chen so powerful, making it hard for others to live?
He's a monster. P.S. If you like it, leave a review and the author will explode with more updates.
On the arena, Su Chen looked at Jiang Shi, whose face was filled with astonishment, and teased, "You startled me. I thought you were really going to defeat me in 10 moves. If it weren't for the great shadow armor Jiang Shi was wearing, he would have already been carried off the stage, completely unable to fight back." Jiang Shi's face was filled with rage. "Su Chen,
you haven't won yet. This match isn't over."
He struggled to get back on his feet, eager to continue this battle that was nearing its end.
How could he easily concede on such a grand stage?
His pride would not allow him to do so. If you surrender early, it would all be over. Why suffer here? Su Chen shook his head slightly in confusion and raised his hand again, the shadow claw fiercely coming down from above Jiang Shi's head. Lightning flash. His body instantly transformed into a shadow of lightning, quickly dodging away. Now take a look above you. Just as Jiang Shi had barely evaded, another shadow claw descended from the sky, slamming directly into him. With a thunderous crash, the precious grade shadow armor Jiang Shi wore could no longer withstand the powerful attack, shattering like fragile glass with fragments flying everywhere. Jiang Shi fell heavily to the ground, curling up, his face filled with pain, completely unable to resist.
Surrender, end the match quickly and go back to your own homes. Su Chen looked down at Jiang Shi like a cold ruler. Jiang Shi's eyes flashed with madness as he pulled out another grade shadow armor and quickly donned it. What if your realm is high? This armor worth over 100 million can still withstand your attacks. He couldn't believe that apart from his high realm and proficiency in the shadow claw, Su Chen was equally strong in every aspect. As long as Su Chen only used this one move, he still had a chance to win. Su Chen remained silent for a few seconds. Over 100 million.
Did he just destroy something worth 200 million?
Damn it, I can't stand people like you who are rich. 200 million could buy a mountain of supplies for Tuan Tuan to eat for months.
This time Su Chen was truly furious. Ghostly abyss shadow claw. A heavy punch struck the ground and the entire arena was suddenly engulfed in a shadowy abyss. What is this? Jiang Shi was filled with terror, lightning flashing around him as he attempted to withstand the dreadful attack. However, enormous shadow claws emerged from the abyss, grabbing him and forcefully pulling him into the depths.
Surrender or you will turn to bones.
Thinking of this wastrel using several million worth of armor to fight him made him furious.
Damn it, if you have so much money, why not give me some? Jiang Shi felt the countless ghostly claws dragging him deeper into the abyss, his body trembling uncontrollably. I surrender, I surrender. He finally couldn't help but shout loudly.
What was more important than his life?
Having a life was better than having a face.
With a wave of his hand, Su Chen made the ghostly abyss vanish, instantly cursing, wouldn't it have been easier to surrender earlier?
Damn wastrel.
With Tuan Tuan around, the one he hated the most was this kind of spendthrift. Then he turned to the still stunned referee, announced the victory. The referee was stunned for 2 seconds before coming to his senses, clearing his throat and loudly announcing Su Chen wins. Upon hearing this, Su Chen walked off the arena. The match was over and there was no reason to stay. Compared to the quiet audience before Su Chen's appearance, the stands were now in an uproar with thunderous applause and deafening cheers.
What strong lightning abilities! What Jiang Shi is a top heir from the capital.
In front of Su Chen they are all nothing but garbage. I thought it would be a match between strong opponents, but it turned out to be a clash between equipment and a monster.
Jiang Shi relied entirely on his equipment for 2 moves while Su Chen was simply a monster.
Who says the shadow attributes are weak? The discussions rose one after another and Su Chen's reputation was elevated to another level. On the arena, Jiang Shi gazed at Su Chen's departing figure, his face filled with unwillingness. This cheer, this glory should have belonged to him. Although he accepted his defeat in this match, the unwillingness in his heart grew wildly like weeds. He secretly vowed he would definitely catch up to Su Chen and avenge his humiliation.
Since he couldn't match in realm, he would enhance his abilities.
His Jiang family ancestor had long told him about a lightning secret realm containing a lightning pool. Jumping in and refining for 14 days could potentially raise his grade lightning ability to a new level, though it was a 9-death experience. At that time he hadn't chosen to go, but now he had no choice.
He would come back for revenge. Su Chen, can you tell me about your cultivation techniques?
Shi Yaoyao walked down from the audience, her eyes full of desire. In these past few days she had also been diligently training, soaking in the training room day and night, yet her realm only reached the first stage 4th level. In contrast, Su Chen had already reached the second stage 4th level today.
If she didn't have a cultivation technique, she wouldn't believe it even if she died.
There are no cultivation techniques, it's just the result of my hard work day and night. Shi Yaoyao rolled her eyes at Su Chen, feeling very dissatisfied. Hard work. She spent 20 hours a day in the training room and he had the nerve to compare his hard work to hers.
People can be infuriating. Why compare with me?
You are already doing great among your peers, Su Chen comforted softly. Hearing Su Chen's comfort, Shi Yaoyao felt a little better. That's true.
Why bother comparing with a monster like Su Chen? That would only be self-inflicted suffering.
The prodigies in the capital were all heavily trampled underfoot by him. It wasn't just him.
Are you feeling better now? Feeling better? Would you treat me to a meal? I would love to try the cafeteria of the Kyoto Ability Academy. So many, how can I let you treat me? I'll treat you, little Chen Zi. Alright, but I will definitely treat you to a feast. Su Chen smiled lightly.
Just as he and Shi Yaoyao walked a few steps out, they saw Chu Jining walking over with a smile. Su Chen, you are quite the hidden gem, Chu Jining said with a light laugh. Having learned about Su Chen's challenge with Jiang Shi recently, she had been paying close attention. When Su Chen's victory was announced, she wasn't surprised, but what surprised her was Su Chen's realm.
Second stage 4th level.
In the history of Dragon Country, the highest realm at the start of school was only first stage 8th level, and yet Su Chen was at second stage 4th level. One can imagine how valuable Su Chen's current second stage 4th level was. He had truly broken records. In this academy where the prodigies of the capital stand out, how could I not hide some resources?
In fact, I've only hidden a little, as my innate spirit weapon and Tuan have yet to be revealed.
Zhu Jining shook her head with a faint smile. I really found it worth the big cost to recruit you.
As an angelic investor, this investment has been incredibly successful. The entrance ceremony. He as the saying goes, you reap what you sow. By the way, Teacher Chu, I would like to discuss something with you.
What is it?
I want to skip to the second year. What do you think?
Some outstanding students in the first year pose no challenge for me. I yearn to enter the second year world where there are stronger opponents who can truly hone my will and strength. Zhu Jinong furrowed her delicate brows. Skip to the second year. She repeated it, seemingly confirming that she hadn't misheard. Yes, I want to spar with those of the same realm or those above my level. Only by continuously challenging those above my level can I prove myself. Zhu Jinong bit her lip slightly, quickly analyzing the pros and cons in her mind. After a long pause, she slowly spoke. Have you truly thought this through? In the first year with your strength you could easily claim many of the Academy's resources, and soon in the upcoming 100 Schools League you would secure the championship and reap both fame and rewards. If you skip to the second year, regardless of the ranking and resources issue, just the upcoming 100 Schools League may see your realm unable to keep up and your ranking would plummet. Though Su Chen's realm is already quite high in the first year compared to second year students, he still lacks a year of cultivation time. Currently the strongest in the second year have already reached the third stage 5th level, and the gap between them is not trivial. As one progresses in cultivation, the speed of advancement slows significantly. Catching up in a short time is no easy feat.
I've considered all of this, Teacher Chu. I want to go to the second year, only under pressure can I find motivation.
Seeing Su Chen's firm resolve, Zhu Jinong sighed lightly. Alright, since you have said so, I want to pose it. However, skipping a grade is not a simple matter. You need to challenge 3 randomly selected students from the top 1,000 of the second year within this month.
Only upon success can you skip to the second year. The Kyoto Ability Academy has always allowed grade skipping, but until now no one has succeeded.
This is because the grade skipping challenge must begin within the first month of enrollment, which means Su Chen must defeat students ranked among the top 1,000 of the second year while still a first-year student. The difficulty of this grade skipping challenge is certainly hellish. Su Chen pondered, needing to challenge 3 randomly chosen students from the top 1,000 of the second year within a month. Although this difficulty seems considerable, it is not insurmountable. Currently most of the top 1,000 students in the second year are around the third stage, third level. If he can elevate to the third stage within this month, he has a good chance of completing the challenge.
Thank you, teacher. I understand.
Are you still determined to skip a grade? Zhu Jinong initially thought such difficulty would dissuade Su Chen, yet he unexpectedly accepted without hesitation.
Yes, Teacher Chu. Rest assured, even if I skip a grade, I won't forget your teachings. No need for that. In the second year I will still be your teacher.
She spoke with a hint of mystery.
Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Could it be that Zhu Jinong is still the head of the second year's dark department? I must check this out when I have time. Stop overthinking. Prepare yourself within this month and come find me.
I will help you initiate the grade skipping challenge. Zhu Jinong seemed to see through Su Chen's thoughts and smiled as she spoke. She was faintly hopeful about whether this young man could break the record of the Kyoto Ability Academy. Historically, many students have attempted to skip grades, but none have succeeded.
Understood. Now that it's time for a meal, teacher, let's have lunch together.
Zhu Jinong shook her head. I've credited 2,000 academic points to your account. I have other matters to attend to.
Cultivate while I look forward to you breaking records again.
Regarding Bai Changlin's matter, it was fortunate for him that this young man accidentally helped. Su Chen scratched his head, puzzled as to why Teacher Chu would give him 2,000 academic points for no reason. At that moment, Shi Yaoyao suddenly appeared in front of Su Chen, waving her hand. Su Chen.
You aren't being kept. Go away, don't talk nonsense. Su Chen glared at Shi Yaoyao unhappily.
Who knows why she gave you money for no reason? Shi Yaoyao pouted, pausing for a few seconds before curiously asking, are you really planning to skip to the second year? Of course, everyone should have aspirations. The lazy are the ones who remain as salted fish.
Want that mean I won't see you again? It's not like it's a permanent farewell. How could I not see you?
You're as dim-witted as a pig.
Shi Yaoyao's eyes lit up. Right, it's not like they wouldn't meet again.
Then let's go. I want to eat shrimp. I want to eat fish. She excitedly pulled Su Chen and dashed towards the cafeteria of the Kyoto Ability Academy.
If one isn't enthusiastic about food, there's something wrong with their mindset. When they are enthusiastic about food, it's all about enjoying it.
Night fell deep and dark as ink. Vice Dean, by tomorrow's resource challenge seems difficult to manage. Jiang Dongming's face was grim, his eyes betraying a hint of worry. After the afternoon duel between Su Chen and Jiang Shi from the Dark Department, the entire first-year class was buzzing about the name Su. There was no helping it. Su Chen was simply too dazzling. Jiang Shi, hailed as the top talent of this year's first-year students, could only barely hold on a few moves against him.
However, Su Chen's realm loomed over the first-year students like an insurmountable mountain, instilling fear in them. Bai Changlin naturally knew about Su Chen's matter from the afternoon.
He originally thought Su Chen's realm was at most the first stage 9th level, but he never expected it to reach the second stage 4th level. How could such a level of strength not intimidate the students from other departments?
No matter how many departments have you united.
Originally it was you, me, and the Thunderfire department plus 3 other departments. However, just now the Sword department due to Su Chen's realm expressed their withdrawal, leaving us with a total of 4 departments now.
Jiang Dongmeng replied truthfully. Bai Chanlin fell into thought 4 departments meant 120 people.
No matter how formidable Su Chen was, it was impossible for him to challenge 120 students alone. As for the other students from the Dark department, he had investigated and found them to be rather mediocre.
That's enough. Allow those students to purchase armor that resists dark elemental attacks under certain conditions. Tomorrow if we win the resource competition, I will naturally reward them handsomely.
Bai Changlin's eyes gleamed with a hint of ruthlessness. No matter what, the Dark department would not have it easy. The incident where Chu Jinong made him lose face publicly would be avenged tomorrow when the Dark department's resources are completely seized. All the rumors about Su Chen being undefeated in the first year, that no one could rival him, would be personally shattered by him tomorrow.
Jiang Dongmeng nodded. Vice Dean Bai, I will go give the orders right away.
He turned to leave and the room fell silent once more, with only the sound of the wind outside gently howling in the darkness. The next day at the 250th entrance ceremony for first-year students at the Kyoto Ability Academy, the scene was bustling with activity.
At the school gate, Kyoto Ability Academy. Here I come. Zhao Tianyan's regret.
Luo Qingsno stood before the entrance of the Kyoto Ability Academy, her previously dim gaze gradually brightening. Despite the Luo family's dire financial situation, her expression revealed little sorrow. Compared to the annoying scheming and power struggles among family factions, she yearned for the freedom and solitude that came without constraints, where no one paid her any attention. She walked into the registration area to begin her enrollment procedures amidst the noisy discussions around her, many of which revolved around a name, Su Chen. Upon hearing the name Su Chen, Luo Qingsno unconsciously pressed her red lips together. She took out her phone and logged onto the Kyoto Ability Academy's official website, where a series of headlines about Su Chen caught her eye. Headlines such as Su Chen achieves 40 consecutive victories and dominantly crushes Jiang Shi, the top freshman of the Kyoto Ability Academy, and can Su Chen turn the tide in the Interdepartmental Resource Challenge?
Looking at the overwhelming reports, a hint of bitter amusement appeared on Luo Qingsno's face.
From start to finish, it was the Luo family that never measured up to Su Chen. It was always her, Luo Qingsno. She sighed softly and turned off her phone.
Virtual Simulation Hall.
Su Chen finished his last soup dumpling in large bites, clapped his hands and walked inside. As soon as he entered, he saw a large crowd gathered inside, seemingly waiting for something, their faces filled with anticipation and excitement. Why are these people skipping the graduation ceremony to play mahjong here?
Su Chen murmured softly. Su Chen is here. Brothers. Suddenly someone in the crowd shouted. In an instant, nearly everyone's gaze turned towards the entrance. Finally, he's here. Do you think he can reach the top today? Absolutely. Starting the freshman year with a second-tier 4th level, that's a strength I couldn't even dream of.
Hearing the discussions around him, Su Chen finally understood that everyone was gathered here waiting for him. It made sense. The graduation ceremony was dull and merely consisted of a few speeches. How could it be as thrilling and interesting as him facing challenges here? At this moment, a curious student approached Su God. Do you think you can achieve 60 consecutive victories today?
I should, maybe, possibly, perhaps.
After saying this, he walked into a nearby virtual simulation pod, officially starting the challenge. As he entered the simulation pod, the surrounding students immediately surged forward like a tide. Inside the virtual simulation pod, the system prompt sounded. Do you wish to start the challenge?
Yes.
Immediately, victory announcements rang out one after another, and each battle ended in less than a minute. When Su Chen achieved his 54th consecutive victory, he was matched against the current number 1 on the 100 schools ranking, Zhao Yun from the Modu Ability Academy. Zhao Yun appeared on the stage, and when he saw the dazzling 53 consecutive victory emblem above Su Chen's head, he couldn't help but be taken aback.
53 consecutive victories.
But he had never heard of any powerful forces with the surname Su in Kyoto. He gripped his spear, slightly cupping his fist, and said, Su Chen, it's a pleasure to meet you.
No need to be so polite, let's get started directly.
All right. Zhao Yun responded, and his aura suddenly surged. With a swift thrust of his spear, he appeared behind Su Chen in the next moment.
Be careful. Your ability is quite impressive.
Before the battle commenced, he had used a probing skill to learn that Zhao Yun's ability was Glass Void-Piercing Spear. In simple terms, when Zhao Yun wielded his spear, he could instantly appear at any location, akin to a teleportation ability.
Ding!
With a clear sound, Su Chen's shadow shield activated instantly. Seeing this, Zhao Yun's eyes flashed with surprise. That shouldn't be possible. My spear contains immense power from my ability combined with the battle skill Breaking Cloud Strike. It shouldn't be something this seemingly ordinary shadow shield can withstand. He looked up carefully, sensing Su Chen's aura.
Upon realizing Su Chen's second-tier 4th level strength, he finally understood the reason behind it. Second-tier 4th level.
No wonder my spear, empowered by my ability and battle skill, can't even break through his uninitiated shadow shield.
Chen looked at Zhao Yun and said calmly, do you think there's any need to continue this fight? Yes. Zhao Yun would rather be defeated than surrender. Zhao Yun forcefully withdrew his spear and retreated to a distance. 9 spears combined. He waved his spear and countless spear phantoms appeared before him, ultimately merging into 9. His right arm's muscles tightened and with a powerful thrust he stabbed the spear forward. With the enhancement of his ability he instantly appeared in front of Chen, the spear striking heavily against the shadow shield. Crack! Several fine cracks appeared on the shadow shield, but otherwise there was no further reaction. Brother, you're already very strong, but unfortunately today you met me. Chen quickly formed Hanseal's instant hell shadow killing array. In an instant dark elements surged wildly, gathering like a tide of blackness, gradually forming a massive shadow killing array. Seeing this, Zhao Yun hurriedly waved his spear using his void-piercing spear ability to retreat to a distance. You can't touch me. Then you might as well take a good look. Once the instant hell shadow killing array was fully formed, the entire arena was engulfed in darkness. Centered on Zhao Yun, shadows formed from dark elements appeared in all 8 directions. Zhao Yun's expression turned grave as he attempted once again to use the void-piercing spear to escape, only to be horrified to find himself unable to move an inch. Is this a restrictive battle skill? Zhao Yun guessed but soon shook his head. No, this is not a restrictive battle skill but a control method similar to a formation. As long as one possesses sufficient strength they could break through. Unfortunately the gap between my realm and his is simply too great. I don't possess that kind of strength. He raised his head, looking at Chen, his face revealing a hint of helplessness and admiration. What a monster! In the next moment the shadow killing array activated and the 8 shadows struck simultaneously, their dark daggers slicing through Zhao Yun's body like black lightning. Zhao Yun felt a darkness before his eyes and was eliminated by the system's judgment. Congratulations to contestant Chen for successfully reaching the top. Do you wish to continue the challenge? Let's continue. Since I've come this far I might as well go for 60 consecutive victories. Within the Modu Ability Academy, Zhao Yun walked out of the virtual simulation pod looking dejected. As someone who achieved the first tier 8th level just 10 days into the semester and possessed a powerful class ability, he had always been unmatched. Yet today, faced with Chen, he found himself utterly powerless. Zhao Tianyun looked at his disciple Zhao Yun, who appeared lost and forlorn, wondering, Yuner, what happened? Did you encounter a formidable opponent and lose the match? Zhao Yun slowly nodded. Yes, I won the first 19 matches, but in the last match I faced a contestant named Chen and I lost badly. I let down my teacher's teachings. Upon hearing the name Chen, Zhao Tianyun was stunned for a few seconds and asked, who are you talking about? Chen, what's wrong, teacher? Is he a dark element ability user, tall and handsome? Yes, teacher, do you know him? Zhao Yun was even more puzzled. Zhao Tianyun smiled wryly and shook his head. It's not just knowing him, I truly failed to recognize the treasure before my eyes. Master, I'm afraid I don't quite understand what you mean, Zhao Yun said, his eyes filled with bewilderment. Zhao Tianyun sighed deeply. When we conducted early admissions for new students I personally oversaw the recruitment of Chen, yet regrettably I failed to secure him for our academy. Upon hearing these words Zhao Yun suddenly grasped the truth and exclaimed in awe, no wonder you called yourself blind to true treasure. Chen is indeed a rare prodigy, nay a peerless anomaly. I've always believed my cultivation speed was among the very best, yet facing his second realm 4th tier strength I finally understood what it means for an ant to gaze upon the heavens. Ah! Zhao Tianyun let out a long sigh, then abruptly paused as if struck by sudden realization. Wait, what did you say? Second realm 4th tier. He had assumed Chen could only have defeated Zhao Yun at most at first realm 9th or 10th tier, but Zhao Yun claimed he was already second realm 4th tier. Yes, master. I too am utterly baffled, how could he possibly cultivate so swiftly? A wry smile crossed Zhao Tianyun's face, deepening his regret. He had once declared with absolute conviction that the path of cultivation must not be judged solely by short-term progress, yet reality had now delivered a stinging rebuke. Chen wasn't merely fast, he was astonishingly impossibly fast and growing ever faster. He recalled how Chu Jining had offered Chen extraordinary enrollment benefits, a privilege he himself could have extended. Had he secured Chen for the Metropolis Psychic Academy, the institution would have gained a transcendent genius. Now however all opportunity had slipped away, and with the upcoming 100-school tournament approaching, hopes for the freshman division seemed bleak. With Chen present, who dares challenge the king of freshmen? Who dares even raise their eyes toward him? Ah, what an outrageous young man he truly is. Rest assured, master, I will strive with every fiber of my being to catch up to him and never bring shame upon you. Determination blazed fiercely in Zhao Yun's eyes. Hearing this, Zhao Tianyun's spirits lifted. Fine lad, you possess true ambition. Come, I shall teach you your next spear technique. Inside the virtual simulation pod, congratulations student Chen, you have achieved 60 consecutive victories, once again shattering the freshman record. As your daily challenge quota has been exhausted, you are now being forcibly logged out. Chen first returned to the pod's control chamber before stepping out into the physical world. Dong! 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 3 resonant solemn chimes echoed, proclaiming the ascension of a new sovereign. He's emerged. Good heavens, 60 straight wins in just 3 days. Is this even humanly possible? This isn't mere mortal's play, it's divine sport. 666.
I labored an entire semester just to climb to rank 100,000, and you tell me you've shattered the 100-school genius ladder in 3 days. A chorus of lamentations rose from the crowd. Chen stretched languidly, loosened his limbs and prepared to attend the opening ceremony, merely going through the motions. Divine Su, now that you've claimed 60 consecutive victories and crowned yourself atop the ladder, do you have any words for us?
A curious student asked nearby.
Nothing worth saying. If pressed ID only, note that my test reveals a simple truth: to rise from 1 millionth place to the summit of the 100-school ladder requires precisely 3 days and 54 consecutive victories.
With that, Chen turned and walked away. The surrounding students froze, speechless, stunned into silence. Surely not, can anyone actually utter such words?
If I could win 54 matches straight, my great-grandmother, aged 108, could go pole dancing with male models.
Exactly. Chen is insufferably arrogant, utterly infuriating. What?
That's arrogance. If I possessed his strength, I'd project my aura openly, every second, everywhere.
You think too small.
With his power, I'd broadcast daily, second realm, 4th tier, 3 days to shatter the 100-school ladder. To possess such might and refuse to manifest it, what meaning remains in cultivation itself? At the opening ceremony venue, sunlight bathed the grounds in golden warmth, a gentle breeze stirred the air. Tens of thousands of students stood in perfect formation across the stadium, a vast undulating sea of black.
President Zhang Tianan stood upon the podium, flanked by deans from every faculty.
Welcome, brilliant sons and daughters from every corner of our nation, to the Capital Psychic Academy. May you flourish here, advance ceaselessly, and one day become mighty champions, guardians of our shared motherland.
President Zhang Tianan's voice boomed with resonant authority, reverberating across the open field.
Many students' eyes shimmered with starlit hope, alive with vitality and promise.
I'll keep my remarks brief.
As per tradition at the Capital Psychic Academy, you now have one final opportunity to transfer faculties. For instance, if you wield ice element's psychic abilities yet excel with longswords, you may apply for transfer to the sword faculty.
Now please proceed orderly to the faculty representatives beside me to complete your transfer formalities.
No sooner had the president finished speaking than eager students surged forward. Both major and minor faculties held distinct advantages, but most students gravitated toward the larger ones.
Here the old adage rang truer than ever: beneath a great tree one finds cool shade.
Among those transferring, students from the Shadow, Earth and Water faculties formed the majority. Their elemental affinities were comparatively weaker. They sought to avoid humiliating defeat in the imminent faculty challenge tournament and thus opted for weapon-based faculties instead.
TSK Teacher Chu, your shadow faculty has lost remarkably few students this year. Credit goes no doubt to your faculty, Chen.
The Ice faculty dean remarked with a smile to Chu Jining of the Shadow faculty.
Indeed, we owe him much.
Many students chose to remain precisely because Chen's formidable presence offered them a sliver of hope even in the fiercest resource contests.
Truly, the greater one's strength, the wider its ripple effect. Meanwhile, Bai Chanlin's expression darkened, grim, unreadable. Vice President Bai, I've just received transfer applications from several of your Thunder faculty students.
The Spear faculty dean observed calmly, a faint trace of schadenfreude in his tone.
Students drawn to firearms is perfectly natural, Bai Changlin replied, feigning composure.
I suspect otherwise, that they fear Chen of the Shadow faculty. Dean Zhang, there's no need to dwell on it, these are simply routine transfers. Though Bai Changlin spoke lightly, fury churned beneath his calm exterior. In previous years, the Thunder faculty had been the Academy's largest and strongest, yet this year its students streamed outward en masse, all because of one person, Chen of the Shadow faculty. Yet he quickly steadied himself. This meant little.
Chen may be hailed as a god, but a single defeat would suffice to topple him from his pedestal. Mankind loves to erect idols, yet once an idol shows a flaw, they will dismantle it without mercy. Today's Resource Challenge Tournament marks the beginning of the Divine Su's fall. Indeed, the Resource Challenge Tournament grows ever more intriguing this year.
President Zhang Tianan smiled approvingly as he listened to the headmaster's report on Chen's ascension. This year's tournament has gained unprecedented allure solely due to Chen's presence. Will the Shadow faculty suffer its usual fate, stripped bare by rival faculties, or can Chen single-handedly reverse destiny and turn the tide? The interdepartmental challenge has begun. Soon the process of department transition smoothly concluded and the students returned orderly to their respective teams.
Everyone quiet down.
Zhang Tianan gestured with a wave of his hand. The previously noisy and bustling crowd fell silent in an instant.
In the upcoming Resource Challenge competition, I believe everyone understands its significance, right?
This world is far from the peace and simplicity you imagine. The harsh reality tells us that resources are not obtained out of thin air but must be seized and fought for.
Our Kyoto Academy of Abilities also follows this survival principle.
Are you willing to be a small fish in the mud fighting over scraps, or dare to be a fierce beast howling in the mountains enjoying your prey alone?
Next, answer me with your battles.
Prove your qualification to obtain resources through the crushing defeat of your opponent.
Now I announce, the Resource Plunder competition will commence in 1 hour at the Grand Arena. Please exit in an orderly manner.
This passionate speech ignited the fighting desire within every student present.
There has never been true peace in this world. Brutal battles for territory and resources against demonic beasts unfold every day. Strike first to avoid being overwhelmed later. Only by continually strengthening oneself can one stand firm in this world of the survival of the fittest. The originally bustling playground quickly lost half of its crowd as students surged towards the grand arena like a tide. Chen stood in place, slightly clenching his fists. He would give his all in today's battle. At this moment a notification sound from his phone rang. Chen took out his phone and saw on the screen Chu Jining Dean 30 students have been selected, please arrive promptly. Chen. She then proceeded to the names of the 30 participants from the dark system. After putting away his phone he looked down at the small creature in his hand. Under the nourishment of money over these days its strength had reached the 4th stage of the 1st level, almost advancing 1 stage a day. Its size had also grown from the size of a palm to that of 2 palms. Tuan, do you think you will have a chance to take the stage today? Ing. Tuan chirped a few times as if saying, I want to go on stage, I want to go on stage. Don't worry, when it's your turn you will definitely show your prowess. You are my greatest trump card. My Death Scythe has not yet been revealed to everyone. This will be a significant weapon for me on the battlefield. Chen, long time no see. Just as he was pondering his competition strategy, a familiar yet slightly cold voice reached his ears. Chen raised his head to see Luo Qingxue standing before him, her face bearing a touch of delicate beauty, her aura increasingly frigid. Long time no see. Chen felt no particular fondness for Luo Qingxue. He could only say he was nearly acquainted with her. Are you going to compete soon? Seeing Chen's indifferent attitude, Luo Qingxue remained silent for a few seconds, then took out a storage ring from her pocket and handed it to Chen. Inside are 5 spirit source fruits. Thank you for ensuring that those enrollment mentors do not look at me with strange eyes. No need, the mistake is not yours but your father's. Luo Qingxue did nothing wrong, she simply was born into a flawed family. From beginning to end she never uttered a word to mock herself and even repeatedly offered apologies. She is a kind-hearted girl. It is a pity her family background is too complicated and disgusting. Luo Qingxue placed the storage ring firmly in Chen's hand. These spirit source fruits can allow you to unleash a few more abilities. I hope they can be of help to you. After saying this she left. Chen looked at the storage ring in his hand and sighed helplessly. He took out the 5 spirit source fruits inside and consumed them all. After consumption, the increase in energy allowed him to unleash his dark abilities a few more times. Chen walked towards the arena, and as soon as he stepped inside he was stunned by the sight before him. The arena was already packed with people bustling with activity, with no less than 50,000 spectators present. To accommodate such a large-scale competition, the Kyoto Academy of Abilities had specially constructed this arena to be extremely spacious, capable of holding over 100,000 people, so despite the crowd there were still plenty of seats available. Chen Gu, didn't expect you here. Han Xiaoli bounced over. Wow, you actually got into the Kyoto Academy of Abilities too. Chen looked at Han Xiaoli in surprise. Yeah, I forgot to tell you, I have a level ability, stealth. Alright, you really can hide now. I have a buddy in Kyoto. Hee, I can roam with you again, Chen Gu. Go, no roaming, let's find a seat first. Chen and Han Xiaoli casually found 2 seats to sit down. At this moment people continued to stream into the grand arena. Besides the students, there were also heads of various forces in Kyoto and even some officers from the central battle zone. This resource challenge is an excellent opportunity for selecting talent. They all hope to choose some promising individuals here, sign contracts in advance, and have these talents join their forces or armies in the future. Hey brothers, is anyone sitting here? Just as Chen and Han Xiaoli sat down, a familiar voice rang out. No one. Chen casually replied, then subtly used his probing ability to check on Jiang Luer. Name Jiang Luer, Kyoto Mu family of Kyoto, ability a level, illusion of light realm 3rd stage 3rd level. Note, Jiang family of Magic City and Mu family of Kyoto. Chen narrowed his eyes slightly. This person approached him deliberately and likely had a specific purpose. Junior, you're staring at me like that and I feel a bit embarrassed. Jiang Luer joked. Chen's mouth twitched slightly. A grown man, what's there to be embarrassed about? By the way, can you tell me about the 5 major battle zones? Of course, no problem. The 5 major battle zones are Southeast, Southwest, Northeast, Northwest and Central, with Kyoto located in the Central Battle Zone, mainly responsible for guarding against the Blood Savage Bull Demon Cave and the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Range. Each battle zone has its own areas to guard and protect. For example, Magic City is in the Eastern Battle Zone and needs to guard against sea monsters and the Golden Flame Giant Scorpion Cave. Jiang Luer explained in detail. Thanks, brother. Chen expressed his gratitude. He had a clearer understanding of the world structure now. Although he had crossed over, the map of Long Country still resembled that of his past life. However, due to the influence of cosmic energy, the entire world's area was several times larger than before, and the positions of the 5 major battle zones were the same as in his previous life. No problem, it's all trivial. Jiang Luer smiled. Time passed unknowingly, and in the blink of an eye an hour had gone by. Principal Zhang Tianan arrived at the center stage. He cleared his throat. Welcome representatives from various forces of Kyoto to watch the competition, and thank you to the soldiers and people of the Central Battle Zone for attending. As soon as his words fell, a burst of warm applause erupted from the audience, thunderous and unending. Next we will begin the resource challenge competition for the first-year students of Kyoto. The rules of the competition are simple. We will start drawing the first department. If the drawn department faces a challenge from another department, the resource challenge will officially commence. Now please look at the big screen. Principal Zhang Tianan waved his hand and the huge silver screen above the arena lit up immediately. On the screen, the names of over 20 departments began to flash in succession. The first department to be called was undoubtedly the most unfortunate one, as all other departments maintained a perfect win record, making each battle a hard-fought contest. The names of various departments flickered on the screen, causing countless hearts to tighten in anticipation. Gradually, the speed of the flickering slowed until the dark department was fixed on the screen. As soon as the result was announced, the atmosphere on the scene instantly became complex. Some wore expressions of joy while others were filled with... Naturally, those rejoicing were by Changlin and the others who were waiting to see the dark department make a fool of themselves, while the troubled expression belonged to Chu Jineng, her brow furrowed, revealing a hint of concern in her eyes. The first department to take the stage meant that their opponents would be at full strength. Bai Changlin let out a secret sigh of relief. This result was exactly what he had anticipated. Only if the dark department was the first to appear would their chances of victory significantly increase. Zhang Tianan saw the result and first cast a meaningful glance at Bai Changlin, then cleared his throat, saying the first department to take the stage is the dark department. A maximum of 5 departments can challenge. Please, the departments wishing to challenge may now register. I from the Thunder Department challenge the Dark Department for resources. I from the Wind Department challenge the Dark Department for resources. I from the Blade Department challenge the Dark Department for resources. The 3 department heads stood up one after another to register, and finally Bai Changlin stood up leisurely, saying I from the Fire Department challenge the Dark Department for resources. The 4 department heads stood up in unison, which meant that the Dark Department was about to face challenges from a total of 120 elite students from 4 departments. In that case, please prepare. The resource challenge will begin in 10 minutes. After Zhang Tianan finished speaking, the heads of various departments went to their respective preparation areas, starting to strategize. At the preparation area of the Dark Department, Chu Jineng walked over with a serious expression. The 30 participants were already on high alert, yet their faces could not hide the panic and unease, their eyes revealing hints of confusion. After all, they were about to face 4 powerful departments, each filled with elites. How could this not make them feel anxious? Li Bufan wore a worried expression and asked Headmaster, how should we fight this? Just go with the flow and do your best to defeat the opponents, Chu Jineng replied softly. However, she too felt uncertain. Although Su Chen had a higher realm, his opponents were hundreds of elite students from various departments. Winning would not be easy. Upon hearing Chu Jineng's words, the students' faces showed disappointment, their spirits low as they hung their heads. At that moment, Su Chen strode over, saying, why are you guys afraid? Just do your best to deal with the opponents, leave the rest to me. Upon hearing Su Chen's voice, everyone looked up, a glimmer of hope flashing in their eyes. In this dire situation, Su Chen was the only ray of light. Su God, do you have confidence? Li Bufan asked curiously. I'm not sure about my confidence, you go first and leave the rest to me. Today his only goal was to achieve 100 kills. All right. Since Su God said so, brothers, let's give it our all. Taking down 1 is not a loss, taking down 2 is a gain. Yes. Taking down 1 is not a loss, taking down 2 is a gain. Our Dark Department is not to be trifled with. Brothers, we must win. Let's go. In an instant, everyone's emotions were ignited and their morale soared. Even if they ultimately lost, so what? They still had to showcase the style and dignity of the Dark Department. Seeing the scene, Chu Jineng smiled with relief. To her, courage was certainly important, but this fearless mindset was even more precious. Chu Jineng turned to Su Chen and said softly, win or lose, you will all receive rewards. For this resource challenge, it could have been avoided for so many departments to challenge the Dark Department due to Su Chen's presence. However, Bai Changlin's covert sabotage led to the current situation. No matter the final result, she would still distribute some rewards to the entire department. It could be said that she had implicated the Dark Department. If you say that, I won't be sleepy. I will definitely give it my all. Just do your best. Chu Jineng nodded slightly. Just as the two were conversing, the 10 minutes quickly passed. Please have the students from the Dark Department take the stage. Zhang Tianan shouted loudly. Li Bufan stood up first, saying, let me take the lead. He leaped onto the arena. Meanwhile, the heads of the 4 opponent departments gathered together, and Bai Changlin instructed, let the Thunder Department go first. Understood, Vice Principal Bai. The head of the Thunder Department nodded and casually selected a student. The referee, seeing both sides ready, announced loudly, the first match of the resource challenge between the Dark Department and the Thunder Department begins. With the referee's voice falling, the match officially began. In front of the podium, various powerful factions gathered, whispering to each other. It seems this year's Dark Department is destined to be bloodied. The representative from the Li family in Kyoto lamented, his tone filled with regret. I wouldn't say that. Didn't they say a second-tier fourfold monster has appeared in the Dark Department? Let's see if he can turn the tide. The head of the Mu family, a top family in Kyoto, spoke nonchalantly, his eyes revealing a hint of anticipation. As his words fell, many nodded in agreement. Mu Yunhai, you think too highly of that young man, don't you? Longha, you shouldn't speak so definitively. Humph, even if his realm is crushing, facing 100 assaults, he won't be able to recover his internal source energy. What can he win with? Jiang Longha snorted coldly. He was well aware of Su Chen, the one who had crushed his son, filling him with resentment. He only wanted to see Su Chen lose the match to relieve his anger. Alright, you two in front of Deputy Commander Hua, why not listen to the Deputy Commander's opinion? Li Shanzi, the head of the Li family, suggested, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. Hearing this, both men turned their gazes toward the Deputy Commander of the Central War Zone, Hua Zhanxiong. Hua Zhanxiong stroked his chin and smiled, saying, "You see, I have no use here. I don't understand either, and besides, I'm looking forward to that kid's performance." Originally, he didn't want to come to this resource challenge, but he heard that an extraordinary talent had emerged from this year's Kyoto Ability Academy, breaking through to the second tier fourfold in just over 10 days. This caught his attention, so he came to see the truth with his own eyes. If it were true, then he would certainly act quickly to have him join the Central War Zone. What Deputy Commander Hua said is correct, we will soon know if he has that capability. Jiang Longha said somewhat sarcastically. Winning. Today's protagonist does not belong to the Dark Department nor to Su Chen. The match was tense and Li Bufan successfully eliminated 2 opponents but was ultimately ended by his opponent. The remaining participants gave their all, some exchanging 1 for 1, some exchanging none. In the end, aside from Su Chen, the Dark Department managed to take down 19 from the Thunder Department out of 29 participants. There was no way around it. The 30 elite students from the Thunder Department, selected from 2,000 people, were certainly of a different quality than the 30 elite students chosen from the Dark Department's 500. Damn, those beasts are really ruthless. Li Bufan cursed inwardly, his body covered in charred marks left by the lightning bombardment, appearing utterly disheveled. Su Chen looked at the other students, all of whom were injured far worse than Li Bufan, lying on the ground in pain waiting for treatment, and an anger surged in his heart. Brother Chen, avenge us. Those people attacked us even after we conceded. Yeah, Brother Chen at least knocked the Thunder Department away. I said friendship comes first, but they said to hell with it, they are just targeting the Dark Department. It's infuriating. Listening to their words, Su Chen silently nodded. These people were like classmates being bullied by students from other classes. How could he, the class leader, not take revenge? At that moment, Zhang Tianan's voice rang out again. Please welcome the last contestant from the Dark Department, Su Chen. Su Chen slowly lifted his head, a fierce killing intent evident in his eyes. It's time to unleash a massacre. His hem was slightly soiled. Behind him, students from the Shadow Arts Academy fixed their gazes upon Su Chen, fists clenched tightly, eyes alight with anticipation and fervor. The final boss has arrived. Su Chen strode toward the arena. In an instant, the entire hall erupted. Curiosity flared among nearly every spectator. After all, this confrontation between the Shadow Arts Academy and other academies had from its inception centered entirely upon Su Chen, the enigmatic, overwhelmingly powerful sovereign of the battlefield. Brothers, do you think Su Chen can defeat all 101 opponents? Possibly, he's a tier above them in cultivation level, he might just pull it off. I doubt it. Even with a vast cultivation gap, challenging 101 fighters consecutively would drain his source energy, and sustained combat itself exacts relentless tolls. True enough, just like a game boss, sheer numbers eventually prevail. From the front row of the spectator seats, Hua Zhanxiong murmured softly, Principal Zhang, is this the Su Chen you mentioned, rank 2/4? He studied the youth before him, a figure exuding quiet composure and profound inscrutable strength. Indeed. This young man has not only attained rank 2/4 tier but has also perfected his battle techniques. At these words, Hua Zhanxiong's eyes gleamed instantly. Such astonishing cultivation speed coupled with mastery-level technique proficiency, this youth had to be recruited into the central combat zone. Then tell me, do you believe he can overcome all 101? Hua Zhanxiong pressed. Zhang Tianan's expression turned grave. I cannot say for certain, only that it is exceedingly difficult. He cannot win. Though formidable, how could one possibly withstand simultaneous assault by 100 elite warriors? I beg to differ, by Changlin interjected, voice dripping with disdain. In his view, for Su Chen to emerge victorious, he'd need to expend at least 2 techniques per opponent. To unleash 200 techniques at rank 2/4 tier. Utterly preposterous. Today's true protagonist was certainly not the Shadow Arts Academy. Hua Zhanxiong's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing by Changlin's remark. Evidently deep-seated animosity existed between the vice principal and the Shadow Arts Academy. Enough, let us watch and see. Hua Zhanxiong spoke, halting the debate. On the arena platform, Su Chen stood cloaked in black robes, billowing fiercely in the wind, his hem whipping wildly, radiating an aura of unassailable grace and power. His opponent was Moao, the Lightning Academy's prodigy who had previously defeated the Shadow Arts Academy. I heard they'd already surrendered. Why fight on? Su Chen's gaze turned glacial. Oh divine Su. I never heard any surrender, besides injuries during matches are inevitable, aren't they? A faint smile played upon Moao's lips. Very well, you make a fair point, Su Chen replied, turning to the referee. May we begin? The referee gave a slight nod and announced loudly, Resource Challenge Tournament, Shadow Arts Academy's 31st contestant Su Chen versus Lightning Academy's 20th competitor. The match begins now.
No sooner had the referee's voice faded than Su Chen's eyes sharpened, his hand snapped forward summoning a pitch-black shadow claw that slammed down upon Moao with crushing force. Thunder Shield. Anticipating the strike, Moao instantly erected a luminous barrier crackling with light. Yet before absolute supremacy all defense crumbled to futility. With a thunderous boom the Thunder Shield shattered, its explosive backlash hurling Moao face-first onto the ground. Moao's garments tore apart revealing beneath them a shattered Class A shadow-resistant armor. Su Chen frowned faintly, another anti-shadow armor. Blood gushed from Moao's mouth as he stared at his ruined Class A armor swallowing hard. Only first-hand experience could convey the terrifying potency of a perfected battle technique. Had he worn no such armor, if that technique struck bare flesh, wouldn't his body have been reduced to pulp? I yield. Moao, ever the pragmatist, shouted immediately. But Su Chen merely smirked, raising his hand once more as a colossal shadow claw coalesced overhead, descending with cataclysmic fury. Ah! The blow reduced Moao to a mangled bleeding ruin, blood spurting uncontrollably before he collapsed into unconsciousness. Su Chen. He yielded. Why did you strike again? Bai Changlin shot upright from the front row, face contorted in fury. Su Chen casually rubbed his ear, feigning innocence. Apologies, I'm hard of hearing. That's hardly my fault, is it? Hard of hearing. Daring to brutalize his own Shadow Arts Academy peers, and then expecting leniency after surrender. Today if he didn't extract Moao's very bowels it would already be mercy. Bai Changlin fell speechless. Humph, I hope you keep this up. Each technique Su Chen unleashed accelerated his source energy depletion, bringing his defeat ever closer. He refused to believe this youth could sustain such reckless expenditure indefinitely. How delightful that my ears truly have been unreliable all day, Su Chen replied, a sardonic smile curling his lips. Then he turned to the referee. Remove him for treatment. Next contestant. The referee blinked in surprise. Next, Meimu, please step forward. Trembling, Meimu ascended the arena platform. Grandfather, go easy on me. Cunning foe, you dare impersonate my grandson to cheat victory. Die. Su Chen's gaze turned frigid. Boom. A deafening detonation echoed as Meimu crumpled, his body shredded beyond recognition. Call the next. Su Chen commanded coldly. Third. Fourth. Fifth. Sixth. Seventh. Eighth. 10 Lightning Academy contestants followed, one after another, each obliterated within 1 or 2 moves. Absolute dominance left opponents utterly powerless, shattered before they could even mount resistance. Impressive. As Principal Zhang predicted, this youth is truly extraordinary. Hua Zhanxian's eyes sparkled with rare admiration as though beholding a priceless artifact. Well, General Hua, did I mislead you? Given time, this boy will surely become a sovereign of his era. A subtle satisfied smile flickered across Zhang Tianan's face. That much is undeniable, yet where lies his limit? Sustaining such intensity risks rapid source energy exhaustion. A flicker of concern crossed Hua Zhanxian's eyes. This youth resonated deeply with him, not least for avenging his own Shadow Arts peers nor for standing defiant before Bai Changlin. He admired precisely such fiery, unyielding spirit. He cherished youths brimming with blood and backbone. Ah, let us hope he performs a miracle. Zhang Tianan sighed faintly. How could he fail to recognize Bai Changlin's hand behind this orchestrated trial? On the arena platform, Su Chen's hem bore faint smudges of grime. The last one, is it Jiangshi? The referee consulted the roster and nodded. Yes, please welcome Jiangshi, the Lightning Academy's final contestant. Jiangshi advanced slowly, his expression dark and brooding. Su Chen. I will force you to reveal your hidden arts. Spare your breath, vanquished foe. In that instant a vast abyssal shadow mire erupted beneath Jiangshi's feet even as a roaring shadow claw surged toward him. One attack. One suppression technique. Launched simultaneously. Jiangshi had no choice but to endure the blow. Hedon. Crack. Crack. His S-class armor splintered instantly under the impact. Ha ha ha, see that? I withstood 2 of your strikes without flinching. Jiangshi laughed triumphantly, eyeing his cracked, but intact armor. Fool, you take pride in surviving 2 of my blows. Rage flared hot within Su Chen, this wastrel's arrogance only deepened his contempt. So what if I do? I warn you, your shadow claws hold no power over me henceforth. Jiangshi declared, then slammed a lightning orb onto the ground, shattering it violently. A shimmering lattice of lightning instantly formed beneath his feet, severing all contact between his body and the earth. TSK, how much coin you've spent just to endure a few more of my strikes? Hoof. What do you know of Jiang family wealth? A rustic outsider like you could never even fathom such riches. Jiangshi wore an expression of utter arrogance. Su Chen's face remained faintly smiling, yet his eyes grew steadily colder. I never said I'd use that technique against you. In his palm, shadow essence coalesced like inky mist, swiftly taking shape, a colossal shadow bat. With a flick of his wrist, Su Chen sent the great bat soaring upward. Instantly it shattered into countless smaller bats, like a tide of darkness surging toward Jiangshi. Jiangshi's pupils contracted sharply. What is this thing?
He cried out in panic, immediately summoning celestial lightning to obliterate the swarm. A blinding bolt of thunder split the sky, descending with cataclysmic force upon the bat swarm. Yet astonishingly, the mighty lightning struck the bats and vanished without effect, not even stirring a ripple. What is this abomination? Terror and disbelief twisted Jiang Shi's features. Before he could react, the spectral bats descended upon him en masse. With razor-sharp foreclaws and needle-like fangs, they tore relentlessly into every inch of his skin. In moments, Jiang Shi was engulfed beneath a writhing, suffocating shroud of bats. His voice rose in desperate guttural agony. "I Su. Seal his mouth." As if comprehending Su Chen's command, the bats surged inward, flooding his throat, silencing the word surrender before it could leave his lips. A cack. Jiang Shi writhed on the ground, shrieking in unbearable torment. Not a single patch of unbroken skin remained, his flesh hung in ragged ribbons, raw and pulped like a flayed tangerine, grotesque beyond description. "Su Chen! How dare you treat my son thus?" Jiang shot upright from his seat below the arena, eyes blazing crimson. How could he stand idly by while his own son suffered such brutal humiliation? Su Chen did not flinch. "And what of it?" Very well indeed. A mere junior dares speak so boldly." Jiang trembled with fury, pointing a shaking finger at Su Chen, teeth clenched. "Master Jiang, pray tell, shall you intervene in a contest between juniors?" Hua Zhanxiang frowned deeply, his voice cold and resonant, carrying an authority that brooked no dissent. Jiang recoiled as though doused in ice water, regaining his composure instantly. "My apologies, Vice Commander Hua, I merely act out of paternal devotion." "Hoof. When juniors duel, no lives lost means no grievance." Hua Zhanxiang let out a low disdainful snort, having overheard Jiang Shi's earlier insult. Rustic outsider, provincial turtle. After all, he himself had risen from obscurity, step by step, to become deputy commander of the Central Theater. To call Jiang Shi a provincial turtle was in truth to brand him one as well. If Su Chen had delivered but a fraction of the lesson he deserved, it was already merciful. Jiang broke into a cold sweat, silently cursing his misfortune. How had Vice Commander Hua so suddenly turned hostile? Su Chen offered Hua Zhanxiang a glance of quiet gratitude. Hua returned a subtle nod, his gaze speaking volumes. "Rest easy. No one will harm you while I stand here." With a sweep of his hand, Su Chen dispelled the shadow bats entirely. Before him lay Jiang Shi, unrecognizable, a ruined silhouette of flesh and ruin. "Carry him off, wrap him like a mummy." He gave no thought to Jiang family reprisals. Principal Zhang and Vice Commander Hua stood as his unshakable pillars. The referee swallowed hard, staring at Jiang Shi's mutilated form. "Remove him." Then, raising his voice, he declared, "Challenge by the Thunder Academy fails, the Dark Academy claims 10% of this year's resources." Holy hell, Su Chen just defeated 11 opponents straight. Damn right. Finally forced out another skill, feels just like bossing in a game. No worries, brothers, every boss runs dry eventually. Let's take Su Chen down. Students murmured among themselves, now merely provoking Su Chen into revealing one new ability was hailed as progress. On the arena platform, the referee announced next division, the Wind Academy. Send forth your first contestant. Round after round, Su Chen repelled challenger after challenger, each fallen, each rising again. Throughout, Su Chen unveiled further combat arts, each eliciting gasps across the entire arena. Within the hour, he had claimed 13 consecutive victories. At that moment, Su Chen became legendary across Jingdu Academy of Abnormal Abilities. Its forums flooded with threads bearing his name. Su Chen, the ultimate boss, 39 consecutive victories. Thunder Wind Academy's face collapse. Another mastered combat art unleashed. Just how many mastered techniques does Su Chen possess? Of the forum's top 10 trending posts, 9 bore Su Chen's name. In sophomore training halls, nearly every conversation revolved around that single electrifying name. Mu Xuer listened quietly amid the chatter, watching Su Chen dismantle opponents with effortless grace. She sighed softly, her gaze shimmering with quiet yearning. I long for a duel with you. Not only sophomores, juniors and even reclusive seniors rarely seen on campus rushed en masse to the 10,000 spectator arena to witness Su Chen's breathtaking performance. The arena, designed for 100,000, overflowed with bodies pulsing with fervent energy. So formidable. Luo Qingxue watched Su Chen stride across the stage, radiant and unassailable, yet her eyes dim, shadowed by quiet despair. Against those same foes, she doubted she could fell even 3. She exhaled heavily, suppressing the restless turmoil within. Su Chen, legendary. Go Su Chen. Little Chen crushed them all. Where Luo Qingxue stood reserved and still, Shi Yaoyao radiated unrestrained vivacity. She waved both arms wildly, cheering Su Chen on with infectious enthusiasm. Watching him demolish opponents wasn't just thrilling, it was pure delight. Time slipped away. As Su Chen defeated his 54th opponent, the Wind Academy's final challenger, he drew a slow, ragged breath. Sweat glistened on his brow, his source energy waned under relentless expenditure. Whoa, 54 straight wins. Is Su Chen forged from iron? His second-tier source energy rivals third-tier reserves. Exactly. It's absurd, but finally he's faltering. The boss is about to fall. Hey, bosses in games always have phase 2. Do you think Chen does too?
On the arena floor, Chen sat cross-legged after dispatching his 54th foe, closing his eyes to accelerate source energy recovery. Bai Changlin, observing this, finally allowed a triumphant smile to spread across his face. He'd expected Chen's source energy to deplete after 30 or so opponents, yet here he stood nearing 60, only now showing signs of exhaustion. This youth was terrifying. But at last, he would fall. Chen, surrender. Without source energy you are nothing. Yield now, apologize to our 4 academies, and declare the Dark Academy inferior, worthless, unworthy of comparison. Then I'll spare you further physical torment. Bai Changlin spoke with condescending magnanimity, a smug grin curling his lips. Son, don't push past your limits, Hua Zhanxiang added, voice laced with genuine concern. He couldn't bear to see this prodigy injured. Chen opened his eyes, sharp, incisive, blazing with unyielding resolve. Old fool, I need no charity. Call the next challenger. Then, phase 2 commences. Choose Xinian's reward. Bai Changlin's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. Very well. Judge, continue. He wanted to see what Chen could rely on to fight without source energy. Was it really just his 2 fists? Next from the Blade Department, Li Changming. Li Changming leaped onto the stage. Chen, admit defeat. I must say you are indeed strong, but the power of one person is ultimately limited. Chen weak. That's simply the most absurd joke in the world. Chen slowly raised his head, his black eyes deep and calm with not a hint of panic. His right hand slowly stretched out, dark elements swirling like black mist in his palm. I'm kindly advising you, but since you won't listen, don't blame me for being ruthless. Li Changming snorted coldly, suddenly drawing out his class battle weapon, the bloodthirsty demon blade. He lightly tapped the ground with his toes, soaring into the air like a nimble eagle, raising the long blade high, heavily slash. This move he was determined to succeed. Taking advantage of your weakness, Chen couldn't supply source energy. This was the perfect moment for him to strike decisively. However, Chen remained unperturbed. He raised his gaze, his black eyes deep and tranquil, without a trace of panic. His right hand slowly extended, dark elements swirling like black mist in his palm. It was time to enter the second stage and showcase the power of the Death Demon Scythe. The dark elements surged violently and a massive Death Demon Scythe slowly coalesced in Chen's right hand. With a gentle swing he slashed at the bloodthirsty demon blade. Clang! A crisp collision echoed throughout the arena, followed by a sharp crack as the bloodthirsty demon blade shattered into 2 halves. Li Changming was struck dumb with disbelief, his eyes wide as he stared at the broken blade in his hand, momentarily frozen in place. What weapon is that in your hand? Your class battle weapon was so easily shattered. Want to know? Then you have to defeat me first. Chen replied coldly, activating his shadow flash. His figure instantly appeared in front of Li Changming, swinging the scythe heavily. Li Changming reacted swiftly, hastily raising the remaining half of the long blade to defend. However, with another crisp sound, the long blade instantly shattered into several pieces. The scythe's momentum was unstoppable, forcefully cutting into his body. Fortunately, he was wearing battle armor, which prevented him from being split in half. The difference in strength between the second tier 4th level and the first tier 6th level was like a chasm. This was a complete and utter domination. Li Changming looked at the deep wound on his body, his face pale as paper. I admit defeat. How could he continue fighting? Without the battle armor he would have likely been cut in 2 by now. Chen coldly retracted the side and kicked Li Changming off the stage. Next. Continue. He slowly turned his head, his gaze like lightning, coldly glancing at Bai Changlin. At this moment Bai Changlin's face looked as if he had swallowed a fly. He never expected Chen to awaken an accompanying spirit weapon. To know the probability of awakening an accompanying spirit weapon is 1 in a billion. How could this kid be so? He weakly lowered his head. With the assistance of the accompanying spirit weapon, Chen would undoubtedly win this match without a doubt. Thinking back to his previous arrogance, the current situation was truly laughable. Xinian's eyes were filled with satisfaction. This kid finally brought out his hidden skills. She was naturally aware of Chen's accompanying spirit weapon. However, she didn't expect that the source energy within Chen would be so abundant. It seemed there was only one possibility: he had already cultivated the Linghai Wuliang Ju to the 1st level. What a freak, a cultivation method so difficult to master, and yet he achieved the 1st level in just a few days. At this moment, the more she looked at Chen, the more satisfied she became. Ha ha ha. Good kid, you were hiding this move. Hua Zhanxiang clapped his hands excitedly to applaud. Chen's innate spirit weapon was at least class. Spirit weapons and battle weapons are worlds apart. Even an SS-class battle weapon cannot compare to an S-class spirit weapon. This kid is destined for victory. Xing Tianan was also somewhat surprised. An accompanying spirit weapon. It had been years since anyone at the Capital Ability Academy had awakened one. With Chen, the competition 1 month later at the 100 Schools League was secured. In the following matches, Chen wielded the Death Demon Scythe, almost pushing through without resistance, with many students lacking the courage to even step onto the stage. In the blink of an eye, Chen had already slain 99 opponents. The next 2 come on together. I'm in a hurry. I admit defeat. I admit defeat. The two spoke without hesitation. They did not want to experience the sensation of being struck by the death demon scythe. Only a fool would seek. The judge's corner of his mouth twitched slightly, looking at Su Chen with a complex expression. It had been a long time since he had seen such a dominant and overwhelming talent. He announced loudly, "In this Dark System Department resource challenge, the Guardian has succeeded." As soon as he spoke, the entire venue erupted in thunderous applause.
Su Chen, without holding back, simply cannot be played with. And there's a second stage. It's too abnormal. Exactly. Do you think he has a third stage? To hell with that. If there is a third stage, then what are we even doing here? Wuloi too strong.
This year the Dark System Department has finally stood tall. Apart from cheering, there was only cheering.
Because this young man truly did it. 101 kills.
His appearance allowed the Dark System Department to hold its head high, overpowering the four main departments.
One person dominated the four departments, sending them fleeing. Su Chen waved his hand and the death demon scythe vanished without a trace.
He looked at Bai Changlin, a hint of mockery in his eyes. Vice Dean Bai, if your students lack ability, don't project that incompetence onto others.
He hasn't even activated the third stage yet. If he did, everyone would be knocked down.
Bai Changlin clenched his fists, rendered speechless, unable to utter a word.
From his initial arrogance to his current embarrassment, he never dreamed that it would end this way.
As Su Chen slowly walked off the stage, the entire audience spontaneously shouted the name Su Chen. To say he was not a god would be a lie. He created miracles on the stage like a god. Zhang Tianan stepped onto the stage. "Thank you, Su Chen, for bringing us such a wonderful performance.
This also tells us that an individual's strength can indeed change everything."
Next, the resource challenge continues. The next department will begin randomly.
Back at the Dark System Department's preparation area, Su Chen returned. The god is back.
The students of the Dark System Department were all excited, crowding around, lifting Su Chen high and throwing him into the air.
"Hey, what are you doing? Put me down." "Hee Su Chen, we have to celebrate properly."
For a moment they threw him higher and higher, and laughter echoed throughout the preparation area. Chu Xinyan watched them, making a fuss, a faint smile appearing on her face. "All right, stop messing around."
She spoke up and everyone finally ceased their antics. Su Chen tidied his clothes and smiled as he asked, "So did I do well?"
She nodded gently, her eyes filled with admiration. "You indeed did well, and you truly surprised me. This kid cultivates combat skills as if they cost nothing, achieving many successes, truly astonishing." Su Chen chuckled, rubbing his hands together. "Then Teacher Chu, what about my reward?"
Chu Xinyan smiled and shook her head. "You're such a money grubber, don't worry, you won't be shortchanged.
I've already prepared it for you.
The invitation from Hua Zhanxiong." Su Chen lightly coughed twice, his eyes sparkling with curiosity. "I wonder what reward the teacher has prepared this time."
Chu Jining took out a tattered manual from her pocket and slowly said, "This manual has been studied by my family for a long time, but we have yet to comprehend its mysteries. We only know it relates to the shadow element and might be of help to you."
Su Chen reached out to take the manual and activated his exploration skill.
In an instant a blue light screen appeared before his eyes. 9 Hell's immortal body. This manual is divided into 9 layers. Cultivating to the first layer significantly enhances physical strength and speed, while deepening one's understanding of shadows. Reaching the second layer allows one to infuse dark elements into their blood, greatly enhancing perception. At the third layer one can condense dark patterns, increasing the power of their abilities and physical strength. Upon reaching the sixth layer one can transform into the immortal form of the death god, and
at the ninth layer one can forge an undying body, existing eternally in oblivion.
As Su Chen gazed at the introduction on the light screen, his breath quickened, a wave of uncontrollable excitement swelling within him. This manual was simply astonishing. To be able to transform into an immortal death god at the 6th layer, what a powerful existence that would be. Just then a prompt appeared on the light screen. Do you wish to learn?
Yes. Hesitating for even a second would be a desecration of this manual.
In an instant, information on how to cultivate this manual surged into Su Chen's mind like a torrent. To put it simply, it requires the essence blood of shadow-type beasts and absorption and refining in areas rich in dark elements. However, the easiest method is naturally to allocate points through the system.
So what do you think? Is this manual to your liking?
Chu Jining looked at Su Chen, her eyes flickering with a hint of doubt.
It's perfect, thank you, Teacher Chu.
Su Chen's face was filled with gratitude. Chu Jining felt a bit puzzled. Could it be that this kid truly saw the extraordinary nature of this manual? She had previously shown this manual to the strongest practitioners of the shadow element, yet none could discern its secrets. How could this kid grasp something within moments? Thinking about it, she gently shook her head.
Is this really the legendary hexagonal prodigy?
Not only a prodigy in one aspect, but excelling in all areas.
As long as you like it, there are more rewards. Once the resource challenge ends, I will distribute them to you uniformly.
This includes access to the shadow realm and the opportunity to cultivate in the shadow pool of the capital's Academy of Abilities.
Thank you, Teacher Chu.
After expressing his gratitude, Su Chen paused for a few seconds before asking, how many resources can we take from this resource challenge? You can take 100 of your own resources and 100 of others.
What are you planning to compete personally?
Chu Jining looked at him curiously.
This is a free opportunity.
Currently a defensive victory only grants 40 of the resources and we still need to teach those 4 academies a lesson, not to mention challenge 2 more academies.
We must take everything.
Su Chen's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Chu Xining lightly poked him with her finger and smiled, "You my boy are quite the diligent one." Su Chen shrugged helplessly and said, "I have my reasons that are hard to explain."
What reasons?
Chu Xining was a bit curious, wondering if it was about saving money to marry a wife. Just as Su Chen was about to speak, he heard the voice of Zhang Tianan ring out, "The next academy is the Fire Academy. Please have the competing academies register." Su Chen turned around, a hint of mystery in his gaze as he said, "Well, you will know in the future, teacher."
As for now, I only know that I am going on stage again.
Chu Xining was somewhat speechless. This kid really likes to keep things mysterious. Looking at Su Chen's back, she thought he was truly a battle-hungry individual. In the afternoon, the challenges of all academies in the resource challenge finally concluded. Zhang Tianan stepped onto the podium and announced loudly, "This resource challenge has concluded successfully and the top of the first-year academies, Shadow Element. 4 defenses, 6 battles, 10 victories. Let us congratulate the Shadow Academy for becoming the top of the first-year academies."
This year, due to Su Chen's arrival, the ranking of the entire first-year academies was thoroughly rewritten.
It was no longer the era of domination by the Thunder and Fire Academy, but rather the Shadow Academy that took the crown, breaking the decades-long shame of not having a top academy. In simple terms, it was Su Chen alone who suppressed 26 academies. After Zhang Tianan finished speaking, he glanced at Su Chen and smiled with satisfaction. Su Chen also smiled and nodded in response. Then Zhang Tianan spoke again, "The first person among the first-year students has been born, and that is..." Before he could finish, the entire audience erupted in unison, shouting Su Chen. No one opposed, nor did anyone question it. The first person aside from Su Chen who would dare to claim that title.
Ha ha ha, that's right.
This is how first-year students should be, full of vigor. Alright, this resource challenge has officially concluded.
Everyone go work hard on your cultivation and strive for excellence.
With that, this resource challenge officially came to an end. This cohort was destined to be the most special one. Su Chen broke the historical record, once again achieving 100 kills in the resource challenge. His name resounded throughout the capital.
Now you will be a household name throughout the capital. Chu Xining teased.
Next, Su Chen would surely receive frenzied invitations from various factions.
After all, which faction wouldn't want to possess such a prodigy? Not necessarily. Some old folks don't go online, they might not know.
Oh, still quite humble, aren't you? At that moment, Hua Zhanxiong approached.
Su Chen looked at him, noticing he was dressed in military uniform adorned with the rank of a lieutenant general.
He was robust and tall, with faint scars on his face clearly showing the iron-bloodedness and authority of a soldier. "This is our Deputy Commander Hua from the Central Military District," Chu Xining reminded. Su Chen hurriedly saluted and respectfully said, "Hello, Deputy Commander Hua."
Deputy Commander Hua waved his hand and laughed heartily. "Hey. Why are you being so polite? I like your proud and unruly spirit."
"One should still maintain politeness when dealing with a hero like Deputy Commander Hua," Su Chen replied with a faint smile. The person before him was a 10th-tier powerhouse, the first 10th-tier expert he had encountered. Even the principal of the capital's Academy of Abilities, Zhang Tianan, was only a 9th tier.
"Good lad, you know when to advance and retreat. Impressive. So how about it?
Are you interested in joining my Central Military District and fighting alongside us?"
Deputy Commander Hua asked directly.
Su Chen hesitated for a few seconds and said earnestly, "Deputy Commander Hua, to be honest, I still want to pursue formal studies at the academy, enhance my own strength, and once I have sufficient self-defense capability I will join the military and eliminate all alien races."
Deputy Commander Hua smiled and nodded, not the least bit angry at being refused. "Alright, I'll wait for you.
Once you have adequate strength we will eliminate the alien races together and protect our homeland." As he spoke, he took out an item from each of his hands, saying, "This is a gift for you from me, choose one." The enhancement of the ability fruit. Forcing something that doesn't want to be picked will not yield sweetness. If one were to hastily pull Su Chen into the army at this moment, it might be a misguided decision. After all, the battlefield filled with smoke and slaughter is infinitely more dangerous than the tranquil academy. Presenting a welcoming gift now is naturally a way to pave the path for Su Chen's future graduation and enlistment. Su Chen rubbed his hands together. "Deputy Commander Hua, as the ancients said, the more the better."
Hua Zhanxiong laughed heartily, shoving 2 items into Su Chen's hands. "Then I must thank the Deputy Commander immensely."
Su Chen's face lit up with joy and he quickly asked, "Deputy Commander Hua, could you explain the uses of these 2 treasures to me?"
This fruit that resembles an orange is an ability enhancement fruit. After consumption there is a certain probability that it will elevate your ability level. As for this golden dragon-shaped jade stone, it is a sensing stone. Once you crush it I will instantly know your location and rush to protect you. Additionally, it symbolizes a certain status and not everyone can possess one. Su Chen's potential was like unpolished jade, deserving of careful protection. Giving him a dragon token was indeed worth its weight in gold. Moreover, he genuinely appreciated Su Chen. This kid, much like himself in his youth, possessed a stubborn and unyielding character and both had risen from humble beginnings.
This shared sympathy made him particularly fond of Su Chen. The many powerful figures around watching Hua Zhanxiong present the dragon token to Su Chen all widened their eyes, unable to suppress their—
That was a dragon token.
In Longhua, only officers above the rank of Major General or heads of extremely powerful factions were qualified to possess one. There are only 36 of these throughout Longhua. Hua Zhanxiong had only met Su Chen once and had already given him such a precious dragon token. How could this not be shocking? Listening to Hua Zhanxiong's introduction, Su Chen felt secretly delighted. These were indeed rare treasures. He carefully stored them away and gratefully said, "Thank you for your kindness, Deputy Commander Hua. Once I join the army, the first choice will definitely be the Central Military District." Hua Zhanxiong patted his shoulder. "I've been waiting for you to say that. At that time we will together sweep through the Blood Barbarian Bull Demon Cave, leaving no trace behind." "Good. It's a deal," Su Chen responded loudly. Hua Zhanxiong smiled with satisfaction. "All right, it's getting late. I should return to guard the Demon Cave. I hope that when we meet next your growth will astonish me." With that, he turned and walked toward the military vehicle accompanied by several guards in military attire. The vehicle roared to life, kicking up a cloud of dust as it sped away. Deputy Commander Hua is truly a fine person. Su Chen watched the departing military vehicle, muttering to himself. Chu Jining shot him a glance. "You really are lucky." Su Chen was slightly taken aback. "What do you mean by that?" "That ability enhancement fruit is priceless. How many people want to buy it but can't get it? And that dragon token, there are only 36 of them in the entire Longhua. With such precious items given to you, don't you think you're lucky?" Listening to Chu Jining's explanation, Su Chen suddenly understood. So this was indeed a stroke of good fortune. His luck was extraordinary. However, a trace of doubt arose in his heart. Why did Hua Zhanxiong value him so highly upon their first meeting? "Are you curious why you are so fortunate?" Chu Jining seemed to see through his thoughts. "Yes, I am indeed curious." "Please tell me." "Most likely it is because of the strength and potential you have shown, and you resemble Hua Zhanxiong in his youth." Deputy Commander Hua also came from humble beginnings. In the past, when faced with ridicule and skepticism from others, he persevered and worked his way to his current position. In simple terms, Hua Zhanxiong saw a more brilliant reflection of his younger self in Su Chen, sparking a natural desire to nurture talent. By giving him these two items, perhaps he wanted to prevent Su Chen from having to endure the hardships he faced in his youth, hoping to make his path smoother. It must be said, Hua Zhanxiong's rise to the position of Deputy Commander of the Central Military District indeed reflects his exceptional qualities. Since he has so much faith in me, I will not disappoint him. Su Chen slightly clenched his fist. Wasn't Hua Zhanxiong looking forward to seeing significant growth in him at their next meeting? From tomorrow on he would hunt in the Blood Barbarian Bull Demon Cave, striving to enhance himself and never let down Deputy Commander Hua's expectations. "I hope you keep your word. I believe in you." Chu Jining smiled lightly, a hint of relief flashing in her eyes. "If there's nothing else, Teacher Chu will head back now." Su Chen was eager to test the effects of the ability enhancement fruit. If he could elevate his ability to SS level, he could save 100,000 ability points. "Go back. Prepare for the advancement within this month, then come find me." Su Chen nodded, waved goodbye and turned to leave. Jiang family. "Father, I can't accept this." Jiang Shi was tightly wrapped like a mummy, tears of unwillingness streaming down his face. Jiang Chang's face darkened as he shouted angrily, "Useless thing. Who told you to provoke Su Chen? What good does it do you to be unwilling now? He has the protection of Hua Zhanxiong now. Do you expect me to do those unspeakable deeds for you?" In the past, if anyone dared to provoke Jiang Shi, the Jiang family could easily deal with it in the shadows. But this time is different. Su Chen is now renowned, and more importantly, he has the towering presence of Hua Zhanxiong protecting him, making him untouchable. "Father, am I just supposed to swallow this anger?" Jiang Changha sighed. "Don't worry, I feel the same anger as you do. It's just that the timing isn't right yet." Jiang Shi's eyes flashed with an unusual light. "Father, do you have a way? Tell me quickly." "That's not something you need to worry about. You should immediately go to that Thunder System secret realm for your baptism." "I am willing, Father. I must become an S-level ability user, and then I will trample Su Chen underfoot, making him wish he were dead." Jiang Shi gritted his teeth as he spoke. "Now you sound like a man instead of crying like a child. Once your injuries are healed, go." "Yes, Father." After undergoing 14 days of baptism, he would become an S-level Thunder System ability user, making Su Chen pay for his actions today. Jiang Changha looked at his son, shook his head slightly, and then gazed at the distant starry sky. "Hua Zhanxiong, let's see if you can escape this calamity." Villa No. 1. Su Chen picked up the ability enhancement fruit and swallowed it whole. A warm current slowly flowed within him. He felt a slight warmth in his body as if his source energy had increased a bit, but apart from that there were no other noticeable reactions. Could it be that the awakening didn't succeed? Su Chen looked at the nearby little flower robot. "Little flower, help me check the cases of successfully enhancing ability levels with the ability enhancement fruit." Ding. "I have found. In the past 300 years only one person has successfully enhanced their ability level using the ability enhancement fruit." Su Chen's mouth twitched slightly. "Good heavens, this probability is too low. Having given up on the thought of enhancing his abilities through the use of special powers, Su Chen spent 1,000 credits to purchase some shadow crystals for Tuan sustenance before lying down in bed ready to sleep deeply. The exhaustion from today's battle made him able to fall asleep as soon as his head hit the pillow. The next morning Su Chen arrived early at the mission hall. The hall was bustling with people, a cacophony of voices rising and falling. On the huge screen an array of tasks dazzled the eyes of many ability users. These tasks were divided into private and official missions with varying credit rewards. Su Chen's gaze swept across the screen until a private task caught his eye. Private tasky grade brothers am too lazy to wash a pile of black and white stockings. Help me wash them and get rewarded with 1 credit. Su Chen stared at the task for a few seconds in disbelief. Is this task serious? After a brief moment of hesitation, the task was snatched away by someone else. Su Chen didn't mind, it could just be a trap after all. You see how high I can jump and that's all there is to it. Moreover, these tasks were graded based on difficulty. The higher the difficulty, the more credits one could earn. Additionally, the task grades corresponded to purchasing permissions. Completing an S-grade task would grant S-grade permissions, while an S-grade task corresponded to S-grade permissions, and so on. Currently Su Chen already possessed S-grade permissions, but to obtain S-grade permissions he would have to complete an S-grade task. However, he had no interest in S-grade tasks at all. Over the years since the establishment of the Kyoto Ability Academy, very few had successfully completed S-grade tasks, just 2 or 3 individuals, and no one had ever been able to challenge an SS-grade task successfully. These were not concerns for a freshman like him. Ultimately, Su Chen's gaze landed on a private task. Private task: C-grade. The Li family in Kyoto needs a large number of blood brute cow corpses. We will pay a fair price for however many you can provide. Note: requires blood brute cows of 2nd tier and above. This is the one for me. With it he quickly stepped forward, completing the necessary steps to accept the task, and called the contact person for the task. Hello, is this the person who posted the task to collect blood brute cow corpses? Yes, it's me. You accepted my task, right? Came a cheerful voice from the other end of. Yes, I wanted to ask where we will meet for the exchange after the task is completed. Well, meet at the campus mission hall after the task is completed. Just call me when you're ready. The person was Li Jinshin, who was checking the mobile app for task postings. When he saw that the person who accepted the task was Su Chen, his hand trembled slightly. What? The freshman top student Su Chen is actually working on my task. Alright, if there's nothing else I'll hang up now. Su Chen was about to end the call. Wait, are you that freshman Su Chen? Li Jinshin exclaimed hurriedly. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Oh, I wouldn't dare to have any problems. It's just that Su God, this task is quite arduous and thankless. Are you really planning to take it on? There was a hint of confusion in Li Jinshin's voice. The blood brute cow of 2nd tier and above was not to be underestimated. Although Su Chen could challenge higher levels, it would undoubtedly be quite difficult, a classic case of hard work yielding little reward. Su Chen chuckled lightly. I do intend to do it. Just to clarify, when I bring back the blood brute cow corpses you must accept them. Not only can I earn credits by hunting blood brute cows, but I can also acquire valuable kill points to enhance myself. This is a win-win situation, so why not? Su God, you're joking. If you bring them back I will definitely accept them. Whatever you bring you'll take. Li Jinshin said quickly. Although he said this, he couldn't help but think that even if Su Chen was powerful he probably wouldn't bring back many. If he pushed it, a dozen or so would be the limit. Bringing back a whole load. Impossible. Alright, I'll contact you later. With that, Su Chen hung up the phone. This time he aimed not just to complete the task, he needed to hunt at least 200 blood brute cows. He also wanted to reach the Golden Bone Realm and cultivate the first layer of the 9 nether immortal body while advancing his own realm. Next, Su Chen headed to the Academy's supply area, purchasing some spiritual source potions and detailed maps. After preparing everything, Su Chen embarked on his journey to the blood brute cow lair. Meanwhile, at the headquarters of the Blood Beast Church there was a massive palace hidden underground. Upon entering the palace, it was dimly lit with only a few lamps emitting an eerie green glow illuminating the passage. As one walked down the passage they entered a spacious hall where a long row of seats were arranged in the center. 2 rows of 8 individuals sat, each with different expressions emanating a powerful and strange aura. These 8 individuals were the bishops of the Blood Beast Church, the top force of the church, each possessing terrifying strength and overseeing the church's vast influence in different regions. In the hierarchy of the Blood Beast Church, the lowest level consisted of ordinary and elite members responsible for executing basic tasks. Above them were the special envoys, the mid-level force of the church responsible for issuing tasks and managing various affairs. Next were the high priests, who mastered the secret arts of the Blood Beast Church and performed special rituals for those who had fallen into the church, granting them the powers of demonic beasts, turning them into half-human half-beast beings. The bishops, on the other hand, were the core combat power of the church, holding esteemed positions. As for the church's leader, they remained mysterious, wielding supreme power and terrifying strength. What do you think the leader summoned us for today? Asked the third-ranked bishop known as the Bloodthirsty Demon. Not sure, but it's probably about this year's Awakeners, another bishop replied. Just as they were quietly discussing, a flash of light appeared in the main seat and a man in a black robe emerged from thin air. His figure was shrouded in the black robe obscuring his face, but a powerful and oppressive aura emanated from him. The 8 individuals' faces changed and they hurriedly stood up. Leader. The leader waved his hand lightly. Report on any outstanding individuals among this year's Awakeners. The second bishop stepped forward handing over several documents. Leader, please look at these. Among this year's new Awakeners there are a few strong individuals, particularly one named Chen who was the most formidable. The leader took the documents and scanned through them. Upon seeing Chen's information, a rare look of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. He pondered for a moment. Old 3, you are responsible for this area of Kyoto. Find a time to approach the Chen and try to recruit him. If he cannot be recruited, then proceed with execution. The bloodthirsty demon licked his lips. Understood. The blood of such a genius must taste exquisite. The leader then turned his gaze to the second bishop. Notify all high priests to initiate this year's member beast transformation fusion. Our blood beast church also needs to add a fresh batch of new blood members. Yes boss, I'll notify them shortly. How is the vital blood fusion experiment going? Upon mentioning this, the second bishop's eyes sparkled with joy as he excitedly replied, Leader, the experiment is progressing smoothly. Perhaps it won't be long before we can start human trials for the fusion potion of 2 types of beast blood. Blood Manticore Gathering Point. After hours of arduous travel, Chen finally arrived at the entrance of the Blood Manticore Den. After strict identity verification and checks, he successfully stepped into this place filled with danger and opportunity. As soon as he entered the den, the scene before him was quite lively. Many people were gathered here, fully focused on hunting the Blood Manticores. At this moment it was the peak hunting period for the first layer of the Blood Manticore Den for 2 reasons. First, the various academies had just started, and for the new students the first layer of the den was undoubtedly an excellent place to practice. Second, the corpses of the Blood Manticores were quite valuable, attracting many adventurers. Wow, that person is Chen, right? Suddenly someone in the crowd shouted and everyone turned their heads, all eyes fixed on Chen. Holy crap! It really is Chen. He is my idol. I can't believe my idol is here to hunt Blood Manticores too. Oh my, he looks even more handsome in person than in the videos. The resource challenge competition of the Kyoto Academy of Abilities was well known throughout Kyoto, so many people recognized Chen. Chen felt a bit awkward and was about to leave when he was surrounded by a crowd. God, take us with you. Yes, God, well, follow you and all the Blood Manticore kills will belong to you. We don't want any rewards. God, take us with you. I can give you a massage. Chen's mouth twitched slightly. Did they expect him to carry a bunch of dead weight? Only someone with a screw loose would do something like that. Sorry, I'm planning to go to the 3rd layer. Those with guts can follow me. Chen walked towards the teleportation vortex leading to the 2nd layer. Upon hearing this, everyone stopped in their tracks. The 3rd layer was not a place to joke around. There were 3rd-tier Blood Manticores there, and going in was practically asking for death. Having shaken off those people, Chen entered the teleportation vortex. As soon as he stepped into the 2nd layer, he clearly felt that there were far fewer people here than in the 1st layer. Chen summoned his Death Scythe, a glint of excitement flashing in his eyes, ready for a big hunt. Kill a 2nd-tier Blood Manticore, double kill points 400. Kill a 2nd-tier Blood Manticore, quintuple kill points 600. Kill a 2nd-tier Blood Manticore, triple kill points 500. The delightful chime of kill points continuously echoed in Chen's ears, filling him with immense satisfaction. From a distance in the den, a fierce cacophony of shouting could be heard. Damn it, you two are not following the rules of Li Wen's face was filled with indignation, wanting to cry but having no tears. He never expected to encounter robbery in this den. Was there no justice left? Stop wasting time, hand over everything valuable on you or today will be your last. What if I don't? Li Wen feigned calmness. Kid, don't think just because I'm in a good mood today that you can act recklessly in front of me. My dad is still alive. If he dies too, you can try not giving me your stuff. Li Wen's mind went blank instantly. What kind of nonsensical words were these? Happy his dad died but not happy his dad was alive. Is this normal language logic on Blue Star? In the end, under their threats, Li Wen had no choice but to obediently hand over everything valuable he had. You're smart, my buddy is happy his mom died, so we'll spare your life. The 2 robbers laughed heartily and turned to leave after obtaining the loot. Li Wen watched their backs with a mix of anger and hatred, yet felt helpless. He sighed and hurriedly prepared to return to the 1st layer. On the way he was cursing under his breath when just a few minutes later he saw Chen wielding the Death Scythe. He rubbed his eyes, hardly believing his own sight, and said, Chen. Oh, I didn't expect to see you here. What are you trying to survive in the wilderness in just a pair of cute underwear? Chen joked as he looked at Li Wen, who was left with only a pair of cute underwear. Li Wen's mouth twitched helplessly, saying, to be honest, I was robbed. As he spoke, tears pooled in the corners of his eyes as he pretended to go in for a hug with Chen. Chen blocked him with one hand, disdainfully saying, don't come near me, I'm not into guys. Li Wen immediately grew serious. Damn it, shouldn't you let me lean on your shoulder to deepen our bond? Chen slapped him directly. If you were a girl that would be fine, but come on, you're not that appealing. Stop joking around and tell me what happened. Li Wen sighed and said, I've been hunting Blood Manticores in this 2nd layer for the past few days, and just as I was about to head back I was targeted by 2 2nd-tier 6-fold thugs who robbed me of everything I had. Fortunately those 2 thugs were happy their mom died or I wouldn't have been spared.
Su Chen frowned upon hearing this. What kind of nonsense was that? Do you know where they are? I can help you get revenge. Li Wen touched Su Chen's forehead. You're not running a fever. I remember you were still second tier 1-fold or 2-fold a few days ago. You definitely can't take on those 2 second tier 6-fold guys. Don't take the risk. Stop talking nonsense. Take me there. Just as Li Wen was about to dissuade him, he heard a familiar voice from behind. Yo, what's this? Not satisfied and found a helper. Li Wen broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing this and hurriedly turned around, plastering a flattering smile on his face. Oh, you two big brothers, he's just passing by. Please spare me this once and I'll bless your dad. Good, I love to hear that, but do you think you have the face to make me let you go again? Li Wen clenched his fists tightly and whispered, I'll count to 3, 2, 1, let's run together. 3, 2, wait. Before he could finish counting, Su Chen stepped in front of him. Are you two from the Blood Beast Church bullying my brother? After a quick investigation, he realized that these two were members of the Blood Beast Church, one possessing wolf spirit abilities and the other sensing abilities. Su Chen had always held no good feelings towards the Blood Beast Church. The two of them changed their expressions drastically upon hearing this. Since you figured out our identities, then die. Before they could finish speaking, Su Chen activated Shadow Flash. With a flash of cold light from the scythe in his hand, before the man could react, he was cut in half. Dare to bully my brother. Su Chen's gaze was sharp as he looked at the other man. It's your turn. So strong. Who the hell are you? Who am I? I'm here to take your dog life. Su Chen activated Shadow Flash again and the Death Scythe in his hand swung like a black lightning bolt towards that person. Seeing this, the man hurriedly activated his half-human half-beast form and the wolf spirit ability on his body erupted instantly. I'm second tier 6-fold, you're only second tier 4-fold, the advantage is mine. Advantage my ass. Su Chen swung the scythe even more ferociously. The wolf spirit behind the man extended a claw thinking it could match Su Chen, but unexpectedly the claw was directly severed by the scythe. Ah! How is this possible? The man let out a scream, his eyes filled with fear. Die! The shadow claw descended from above and the man couldn't react in time, crashing heavily to the ground. Immediately after, Su Chen took a step forward, swinging his scythe down hard, slicing him in half. Kill! Dare to bully my brother. You're toast. Li Wen, who stood behind, was already dumbfounded. Su Chen. You're so damn cool. This was simply too cool, right? Crushing a second tier 6-fold with a second tier 4-fold. Wait. No, when did he? Su Chen felt goosebumps all over from Li Wen's infatuated look. I hope to battle with knives, not something else. Don't worry, I'm not into guys, but you were really cool just now. Suddenly he thought of something and hurriedly spoke. Su Chen, can your current strength handle a second tier 7-fold blood manticore? Yes. Then great. I found a gathering point for blood manticores in this valley of the second layer. It seems to be guarding something. Want to take a shot at it? Brother, aren't you scared at all? Li Wen asked cautiously. What is there to fear? Didn't you say that the strongest beast here is only a second order 7-fold? For me, I can easily handle it with one hand. Li Wen sighed, first shaking his head and then nodding. The highest level is indeed second order 7-fold, but don't forget there are still dozens of second order 3-fold and 4-fold blood cattle. A single second order 7-fold blood cattle may not be terrifying, but when dozens of blood cattle gather, just imagining that scene sends chills down my spine. Is what you said true? You're not lying to me, are you? Su Chen's eyes sparkled. A few hundred kill points. Dozens of them could amount to thousands of kill points. Li Wen scratched his head, looking at Su Chen with confusion. Wait, why are you so excited? This is not a good thing. Forget about that for now. I just want to know if you're telling the truth. I truly am not lying. For the past 2 days I've been hunting beasts in this second layer and discovered many blood cattle. They seem to be guarding something in that ravine over there. I was just about to return to notify the military for a cleanup when I was robbed on the way and then ran into you, Li Wen said truthfully. I see. It's troublesome to call the military. I can handle it alone. Are you certain? Li Wen asked again. Absolutely. Alright, if you can't handle it later, I'll buy you a nice coffin and burn plenty of paper money for you, Li Wen said half jokingly, though concern still lingered on his face. Su Chen twitched the corner of his mouth, ignoring Li Wen's teasing, then took all 3 storage rings from the beast's body. These storage rings and their contents should belong to you, right? Su Chen handed one of the storage rings to Li Wen. Yes, thank you so much, brother. Now can you take me there? No problem. Let's be quiet, no gunfire. Li Wen stepped lightly forward. Su Chen shook his head helplessly and followed. In the second layer blood cattle mountain. Boss, what exactly is this beast's essence blood used for? A small lackey approached the gathered leader Tian Kuang with curiosity. Tian Kuang glared at him. Fool, this beast's essence blood is a great tonic. Not only is it delicious, but it can also be used to refine one's physique. What do you think it's for? Oh, I see. Boss, can we taste a bit? Do you not want your bullhead anymore? This essence blood is for the king. Once we have gathered enough manpower, we will directly enter the third layer to meet with the tribesmen over there. Tian Quan thought of the delicious essence blood and couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Since arriving on this desolate planet they hadn't lived a single good day, having to hide every day. Tian Quan silently vowed that one day he would kill all the humans on this planet and make them slaves. Thinking of this, his mood improved significantly. Meanwhile, on a distant hillside, Su Chen and Li Wen were observing the situation below. Su Chen silently estimated there were 2 second-order 7-folds, several second-order 6-folds, and the most numerous were second-order 5-folds, adding up to about 50. I wasn't lying to you, was I? Yeah, you really weren't lying. Once we get out, I'll find you 5 beautiful girls. You better keep your word. So what do you think we should do? Shouldn't we come up with a plan or something? Li Wen stroked his chin, his eyes darting, knowing that in such a situation a comprehensive strategy was essential. Thinking of this, he smiled proudly, feeling very clever. However, Su Chen stood up directly. In the face of absolute strength, any plan is mere talk. He wielded the Death Scythe and strode towards the camp of blood cattle. Li Wen was taken aback. Wasn't this person always so bold? He gritted his teeth. For the sake of those 5 girls, he decided to go all out. Wait for me. Li Wen hurriedly followed. The two walked boldly towards the camp of blood cattle. Each layer of this underground demon lair world is like an independent small world with winding rivers and undulating hills, only differing in size. The blood cattle, which were originally gathering, immediately became alert upon seeing 2 people approaching from a distance, taking up fighting stances. Boss, another group has come. A small blood cattle lackey hurriedly reported to the resting Tian Quang. Tian Quang slowly got up, looking at Su Chen and Li Wen in the distance with a hint of contempt on his face. 2 ignorant fools, no need to panic. He stretched his muscles, his body tensed up with a series of crackling sounds before rising to deal with these uninvited guests. Kid, don't you see how many of us there are? You still dare to come up? Tian Quang hoisted a gigantic axe, his eyes filled with mockery. Just because you all are many, that's why I came specifically. Ha ha ha, I think your brain is broken, huh? Tribesmen, entertain him. Tian Quang laughed, waving his hand, and several blood cattle rushed forward, their eyes gleaming with ferocity, staring intently at Su Chen. Su Chen smiled slightly. The hunt begins. He activated Shadow Flash, instantly appearing before the several blood cattle. The Death Scythe traced a beautiful arc in the air, and the heads of the blood cattle fell one by one, their blood spraying like a fountain, staining the earth and splattering all over Su Chen. A second-order 4-fold actually possesses such terrifying strength. Tian Quang was stunned for a few seconds, a hint of shock flashing in his eyes, thinking to himself, this kid cannot be left alive. Tian Zhan, come out, let's take him on together. With Tian Quang's call, a nearly 3-meter-tall bull-headed humanoid blood cattle walked out from the tent. It wielded a silver axe exuding a powerful aura. Tian Quang, you can't handle a mere second-order 4-fold trash. Tian Zhan looked at Tian Quang with a hint of sarcasm in his tone. This kid is very strong, he's likely a genius of the human race. If we kill him, the merit will be split between us. Tian Zhan's eyes lit up. Oh, I see, I want to see how many moves this human can withstand under my hands. Meanwhile, Li Wen, who was behind Su Chen, looked terrified and said tremblingly, Su Chen, run. He'll hold them off, he is an elite-level second-order 7-fold blood cattle. He regretted deeply not expecting such a powerful blood cattle to be hiding here. Elite-level blood cattle are vastly different from ordinary ones. Ha ha ha, you thought you could run. Stay and be our whetstone. Run. Who said that? The corner of Su Chen's mouth curled into a cold smile, then he summoned the dark spirit Tuan Tuan. Tuan Tuan, let's try the first fusion attachment. Because of Su Chen's careful nurturing, Tuan Tuan had now reached the first-order 5-fold realm sufficient to support fusion attachment, and it nodded its small head, then leaped up and merged into Su Chen's body. Su Chen's form transformed as he became taller and more elegant. The dark elements in his eyes no longer dispersed, instead they swirled like an abyssal vortex, presenting a noble purple crystal color. A shadow element lightning pattern also appeared on his forehead. The most shocking aspect was the pair of wings that unfolded behind him. These were no longer purely dark elements, instead they were composed of countless delicate shadow feathers with edges flowing with the faint light of extinguished stars. With a gentle flap of the wings, not only did dark starry particles fall, but a terrifying pressure also spread like a tide, dimming and subjugating the surrounding light. Su Chen stood suspended in the air, feeling the new power surging within him, a cold smile curling at the corner of his mouth. He looked down at the 2 blood cattle, his voice deep and majestic like a declaration, I shall execute you. Oof. You deceitful scoundrel, today you shall pay the price. Come down here. The blood-red aura surrounding Tian Quang surged as he leaped into the air, swinging the bronze axe in his hand down fiercely towards Su Chen with the force to split mountains. Su Chen remained calm, gently waving the death demon scythe in his hand. That seemingly casual motion contained terrifying power. As their weapons collided, a crisp sound rang out. Surprisingly, the bronze axe shattered like glass, disintegrating into countless copper shards that scattered everywhere. Immediately, Su Chen's gaze sharpened. Shadow Claw. A gigantic black claw descended from the void like a meteor, smashing down towards Tian Quang. Trivial tricks. Watch as my copper skin and iron bones withstand your blow. A strange scarlet hue enveloped his body, accentuating his originally robust muscles, making them look even thicker and darker. With a thunderous sound, the ground shook violently and dust flew everywhere.
Tian Kuang thought he could easily withstand the blow, but he did not expect the shadow claw to smash him into the ground, leaving a massive crater. His body was covered in ghastly wounds, blood gushing out.
So strong. Such immense power. Could this be an S-level ability?
Beside him, Tianjin frowned, a flicker of shock and apprehension flashing in his eyes. The power of this ability was certainly on par with S-level.
What exactly is this kid's background?
Su Chen, however, was not surprised. After merging with the Dark Elf, his control over the Dark Element became much more proficient and the power of his abilities had naturally increased significantly. Moreover, the source energy within him had doubled, elevating his strength to a higher level.
Tianjin. Save me. Tian Quan cried out desperately as he struggled in the deep pit. Tianjin's expression darkened. Kid, no matter how strong you are, the gap of 3 realms is not something you can easily bridge. With that, he gripped the battle axe tightly, his blood energy surging wildly. Sky Splitter. The blood light on the battle axe surged and a powerful blood-red blade like a lightning bolt slashed towards Su Chen. Tisk, is this the battle technique of your Blood Savage Bull clan? It's nothing special.
The biggest difference between the alien races and beast races is that beasts are in their most primitive form and can only take on human forms after reaching a certain level of cultivation. As for the alien races like the Blood Savage Bull clan, they retain characteristics of bulls such as red-skin bull heads and tails. In contrast, the dragon race is human-shaped but retains dragon horns, tails and scales. Of course, these alien races can also learn battle techniques, but each race has its own terminology. Facing this strike, Su Chen's wings fluttered lightly, effortlessly evading it, while the Death Demon Scythe shot forth like a black streak of light towards Tianjin.
I refuse to believe you can shatter my battle axe again.
Tianjin wrapped the blood-colored energy around his silver battle axe, instantly transforming it into a blood-red weapon. He swung the battle axe, colliding violently with Su Chen's Death Demon Scythe. A clear metallic clash echoed, sparks flying. The forces of the two clashed fiercely in the air, creating a powerful shockwave. The strength of my Blood Savage Bull clan far exceeds that of your human race.
You are bound to lose today.
As Tianjin spoke, the blood-colored energy on his silver battle axe grew denser, gradually gaining the upper hand and suppressing Su Chen's Death Demon Scythe. Unfortunately, your weapon is still too weak in the end.
Su Chen flapped his wings fiercely, using the force to unleash his power in an instant. Shatter for me.
The Death Demon Scythe, with the force of a thunderbolt, forcibly shattered the silver axe, then plunged deep into Tianjin's body.
Tianjin's eyes were filled with disbelief as he stared at the Death Demon Scythe, which glimmered with a cold, airy light at his chest. However, he did not yield.
Almost in an instant, he suddenly reached out with both hands, gripping the Death Demon Scythe tightly, straining to retreat to a distance.
Now that you no longer have this scythe, how will you defeat me?
Su Chen smirked coldly. My true methods are far beyond. As he said this, he silently chanted in his heart system, upgrade the Shadow Prison Shadow Killing Array to beginner level.
Ding.
Consume 3,000 slaughter points. Shadow Prison Shadow Killing Array upgraded to beginner level. In that instant, a wondrous feeling surged within Su Chen. The Shadow Prison Shadow Killing Array was directly upgraded to the beginner realm, and the sensation of using it freely and skillfully greatly boosted his confidence.
I refuse to believe that without this scythe you can do anything to me. Su Chen did not respond, quickly forming hand seals. Shadow Prison Shadow Killing Array open. In an instant, dark elements surged around Tianjin and a dense dark aura spread out as if it were a tangible entity.
Suddenly 10 pitch-black shadows appeared around him in all directions. Due to Su Chen's merging with the Dark Elf after the upgrade, not only were there 2 more shadows, but these shadows also appeared more real and solid, transforming their daggers into shadowy curved blades.
What? What is this thing? Tianjin's eyes flashed with fear as he stared at the 10 shadows, instinctively sensing a tremendous threat. The 10 shadows let out a low howl in unison and pounced towards Tianjin.
He swung his fists, desperately attempting to disperse the shadows, but his attacks were as ineffective as striking air. These shadows were formed from condensed dark elements, formless and intangible. How could his fists disperse them?
Ah! The screams echoed as the blade sliced into flesh, sending chills down spines.
Amidst this frenzied assault, numerous wounds appeared on Tianjin's body, blood spraying everywhere. Finally, after enduring countless attacks, Tianjin collapsed heavily to the ground and the Shadow Prison Shadow Killing Array dissipated. Killed a second-tier elite Blood Savage Bull, slaughter points 1000. Su Chen gently clenched his hand and the Death Demon Scythe flew back into his grasp as he released his merged state with the Dark Elf.
Su Chen slowly descended from the sky while Tuan appeared somewhat pale and weak.
Tuan, let's go back to sleep. Su Chen gently patted her little head and said softly. Tuan nodded, affectionately nuzzling against Su Chen before transforming into a beam of light and returning to the crescent-shaped space in his hand.
Watching Tuan return, Su Chen felt a slight relief.
He was very satisfied with the outcome of this first merging. The stronger Tuan became, the stronger he would be after merging with her, and since Tuan was still in her infancy, if they merged again during her growth period, the power increase would be unimaginable. Of course, for now Tuan's realm was still a bit low and the merging time could not be too long. This was also an issue he needed to address. Collecting his thoughts, Su Chen held the Death Demon Scythe against Tianquan's neck. Speak, what are you all gathered here for?
Human, even if you kill me today, I will never utter a word. Go to hell. Killing you, I can just ask someone else. With that, the death demon scythe sliced across Tian Quang's neck, a splash of bright red gushing forth instantly. Tian Quang barely had time to let out a complete scream before he collapsed to the ground, life extinguished. After dealing with Tian Quang, Su Chen's gaze swept over the dozens of trembling blood savage bulls surrounding him. You all should be on your way as well. Hearing this, the blood savage bulls instantly panicked, kneeling down with a thud and pleading, spare us, spare us. Su Chen's eyes flashed with anger. Spare you? When you invaded my dragon nation and slaughtered my dragon nation's citizens, did they plead for mercy? Did you show even a shred of compassion? On the battlefield there must be no mercy. As soon as he finished speaking, the death demon scythe in his hand transformed into a black phantom, rampaging freely. With each swing of the scythe, a blood savage bull screamed and fell. Blood sprayed forth like a fountain, spreading across the ground like blooming crimson flowers, both beautiful and terrifying. 2.5 minutes felt exceptionally long in this brutal slaughter. Finally, the last blood savage bull collapsed to the ground lifeless. Su Chen sheathed the death demon scythe, glancing at the displayed slaughter points of 18,900. A wave of exhilaration surged in his heart. With ample slaughter points, the dangers of the future seemed a lot less daunting. At that moment in the distance, Li Wen appeared as if he had been struck by a spell, frozen in place for a long time before finally regaining his senses. His eyes were filled with disbelief as he muttered, how could he kill an elite blood savage bull 3 realms above him? How could a second-tier strength achieve such a feat? He initially thought he would surely lose today, but he never expected Su Chen to be so formidable, even able to transform. All of this exceeded his comprehension. Li Wen was overwhelmed with excitement and quickly slid to Su Chen's side, kneeling with a thud, exclaiming, Dad. You saved me again. What are you talking about? I should thank you for bringing me to this great place. Li Wen nodded, his gaze suddenly attracted by a box in the distance. He quickly stood up and ran over. Upon seeing the contents of the box, he urgently shouted, Su Chen, come quickly and look. Sudden surge in power. Su Chen quickly approached, then slowly crouched down, his gaze sweeping into the contents of the box. At the moment he discerned the items inside, a glimmer of delight flickered in his eyes. How can there be so much beast blood? Li Wen began to explain the situation of the alien races is somewhat similar to ours. They can also refine their bodies using beast blood. Moreover, for them this beast blood is a great tonic. I see, this is truly enlightening. However, this trip has brought us immense profits. This haul is quite substantial. Not only did we obtain 20,000 points of slaughter, but we also got such a large amount of beast blood. The blood in the box includes the highest level of 6th rank and the lowest of 3rd rank. Roughly estimated, there are nearly dozens of vials, which represents considerable value. However, amidst the joy, a question quietly arose in Su Chen's heart. He looked at Li Wen and asked, how did the blood barbarian bull tribe obtain this beast blood? There are generally 2 ways to acquire it. Li Wen pondered for a moment before speaking. One is that someone has allied with the blood barbarian bull tribe, secretly purchasing it from outside and bringing it in. The other is that the blood barbarian bulls disguise themselves and escape to hunt beasts before bringing the blood back. Su Chen's brows furrowed tighter, a sense of unease rising within him. No matter which method it is certainly not good news for them. It is highly likely that there are some traitors among the humans. Almost the benefits offered by the blood barbarian bulls are too enticing, which may lead certain individuals to be blinded by greed and thus choose to betray. Li Wen nodded helplessly, a hint of indignation appearing on his face. Su Chen, not wanting to dwell on this unpleasant issue, asked, how should we divide this blood? Divide? Naturally all of it should belong to you, Chen Gu. If it weren't for you, how could we have this blood? At the very least you provided me with the location, so you should take some too. If I were to take it all, that would be quite unjust. Without you I wouldn't have discovered this place. Seeing Su Chen's attitude, Li Wen took out a few vials of beast blood from the box. This is enough, Chen Gu. I can use these few to refine my body. Alright, I'll accept these. Su Chen carefully stored the remaining beast blood into his storage ring. So Chen Gu, what shall we do next? Naturally we hunt the blood barbarian bulls. After saying this, Su Chen put away all the carcasses of the blood barbarian bulls into his storage ring, then set the camp ablaze and walked towards the next hunting location. A day later. In the 10th layer of the blood barbarian bulls' underground world. The leader of the blood barbarian bulls, Tu Quang, sat in the grand hall and coldly asked, have the beast blood obtained from those humans been delivered? A subordinate of the blood barbarian bull tribe cautiously replied, reporting to the king, there are a total of 10 batches of beast blood, but only 8 batches were successfully obtained. One batch was seized by the human military while another was snatched by the newly emerged human prodigy, Su Chen. The new human prodigy Su Chen. Yes, it is said that he possesses class ability and cultivates at an astonishing speed, currently having reached the 2nd level 4th tier. Tu Quang suddenly stood up. What? Such a rapid cultivation speed. How could someone like that appear in this little blue star? And moreover, his combat skill proficiency is also exceptionally high. Your Majesty, do you think we should place him on the must-kill list? The subordinate tentatively asked. The must-kill list for humans is a list created specifically by the blood barbarian bull tribe for the humans of Blue Star, containing a total of 100 individuals. As long as a blood barbarian bull successfully kills someone on the list, they will receive incredibly generous rewards. Tu Quang pondered for a moment. Place him on the must-kill list and directly elevate his ranking to 20. Your Majesty, is 20 a bit too high? The subordinate was taken aback and couldn't help but voice his concern.
The rewards for being ranked 20 are exceedingly generous and may drive the tribe members to madness.
Whomf do you dare to defy my decision? I wouldn't dare. The subordinate hurriedly lowered his head in fright.
Also contact those humans to have them acquire another batch of high-ranking beast blood. In the face of sufficient benefits, anyone would find it hard to resist.
Yes. I will go update the must-kill list and contact those humans right away.
The subordinate cautiously retreated from the hall.
In the second layer of the blood barbarian bull's lair,
Li Wen looked at Su Chen, who had been mercilessly slaughtering for an entire day, a look of helplessness and speechlessness on his face.
Chen Gu, you've been killing for a whole day, aren't you tired?
For an entire day Su Chen was like a god of slaughter creating chaos.
Tired.
Those blood barbarian bulls are my source of cultivation motivation. After a day of frenzied slaughter, Su Chen's slaughter points had reached 45,000.
You ask me if I'm tired.
Li Wen curled his lips and muttered, then can we go back now?
Sure, just as my energy potions have run out we can come back next time.
Li Wen looked at Su Chen full of confusion. While other class ability users pondered how to enjoy life, Su Chen instead preferred slaughtering blood barbarian bulls. If one didn't know better, they might think the blood barbarian bulls had taken Su Chen's wife.
I will not yield to anyone except you,
Li Wen said with a wry smile as he walked alongside Su Chen towards the exit. The two reached the surface and exchanged a few casual words before parting ways.
Su Chen returned alone to the capital, preparing to enhance himself.
System upgrade my bone refinement to the 10th round of golden bone. Now that he has reached the second level, he is about to start condensing blood essence. Completing the bone refinement early will allow him to enjoy the benefits of the enhancement sooner. The second level is also known as the blood condensing realm, where ability users need to guide their chi and blood to circulate throughout their bodies, gathering the essence in their dantian. As cultivation deepens, the blood essence will grow richer, nourishing the body, enhancing physical quality, senses and spiritual strength, increasing recovery ability, and even granting night vision capabilities with senses as sharp as a beast. Only by allowing the blood essence to circulate throughout the body and gathering the essence in the dantian can one complete a round of blood condensing. As for how many rounds can be achieved at most, no one knows. However, there are legends that say reaching 18 rounds of blood condensing can unlock spiritual strength cultivation. Generally, spiritual strength cultivation begins at the 5th level or can be initiated earlier by using certain heavenly materials containing spiritual energy.
If one can start spiritual strength cultivation at the 2nd level, they would be far ahead of others. Ding!
Consumed 20,000 slaughter points. 10th round of bone refinement completed. Golden bone achieved. In an instant, Su Chen felt as though his bones were being shattered by a powerful force, then began to reorganize. The pain was 100 times more intense than during the previous rounds of bone refinement, and a pained expression involuntarily surfaced on Su Chen's face, but he gritted his teeth and endured the excruciating agony. As the bones reorganized, Su Chen felt a lightness throughout his body, followed by his bones emitting a brilliant golden light. At this moment, his bones were harder than gold, indestructible, with significant improvements in resilience and other aspects. Most importantly, Su Chen became the first person in the entire Dragon Kingdom to possess golden bones.
Achieving golden bones. Su Chen clenched his fist, a sense of unprecedented exhilaration coursing through his body like an electric current.
So refreshing. He then prepared for the next round of enhancements.
Raise my realm to 2nd stage 7th level.
Spend 2,000 slaughter points. Successfully advanced to 2nd stage 7th level. Immediately after, he ordered upgrade the 9 nether indestructible body to the 1st level. Spend 5,000 slaughter points. 9 nether indestructible body upgraded to 1st level. With the upgrade of the 9 nether indestructible body to the 1st level, Su Chen clearly felt a tremendous change occurring in his physique. His originally strong body became even more vigorous and his movements became more agile and flexible.
This technique is simply tailored for me, Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim.
Not only did it enhance his physical strength, but it also improved his agility and flexibility, undoubtedly giving him a significant advantage in battle. However, when he saw that his slaughter points had dwindled to 0, he gently shook his head. But soon a relieved smile appeared on his face.
It was worth it. Once I return to complete the task, I'll go train at the Dark Elemental Sacred Pool.
Next time I come, I can initiate the level jump challenge. Of course, he had a more ambitious plan, which was to evolve the Death Scythe into an S-level scythe next time.
System.
What changes would occur if the Death Scythe evolves into an S-level slaughter scythe? Level S, the Death Scythe possesses the characteristics of being able to cut through iron like mud and being indestructible, while the S-level Death Scythe will unlock a slaughter feature, enhancing the power of the scythe's battle techniques when slaying any living being.
Hearing the system's response, Su Chen couldn't help but breathe heavily. Boosting his strength through slaying monsters and then enhancing the scythe's power by slaying monsters.
No need for pretense. After thinking it through, he felt justified since he had already gained an advantage. What was wrong with exceeding a little?
I was originally a cheater.
Moreover, he looked forward to the next time he came here, hoping to accumulate 1,000,000 slaughter points. What would the reward for accumulating 1,000,000 slaughter points from the Dark Elves be?
It was truly something to anticipate. Thinking of this, he was filled with longing for the next expedition to the Blood Barbarian Bull Demon Cave. However, Chen also felt a bit fatigued at this moment. The source energy potions had all been used up and he needed to return to replenish. He then took a cab back to the villa of the Kyoto Ability Academy. Upon entering the room, he collapsed onto the bed and soon fell into a deep sleep. The next day, in the mission hall, Chen quietly waited for Li Jingxin's arrival, preparing to complete the trade and head to the Shadow Sacred Pool for training. Early in the morning, Chen received a call from Chu Jining informing him that he could enter the Shadow Sacred Pool for training as a reward for the resource challenge, with a total of 3 opportunities, each lasting 3 hours. Additionally, Chen was rewarded with 5000 credit points and 2 opportunities to enter the Dark Secret Realm, but the Secret Realm had not yet opened and he would have to wait a few days. This prompted Chen to call Li Jingxin early in the morning to arrange for the trade of the Blood Barbarian bull corpses in the hall. After waiting for a long time, he saw a young man wearing flip-flops and shorts with somewhat messy hair swaying towards him. "Are you Li Jingxin?" Chen asked uncertainly. Li Jingxin rubbed his sleepy eyes at me. "You called me early in the morning. If you weren't Chen, I wouldn't have come." "Alright, can we proceed with the trade now?" Chen's lips twitched slightly. "Sure, give me the storage ring where you kept the Blood Barbarian bulls." Chen handed over the storage ring containing nearly 200 Blood Barbarian bulls he had hunted himself, along with around 100 corpses he had robbed from the Blood Beast Church. Li Jingxin casually took the storage ring, yawned, and began to inspect it absent-mindedly. However, upon taking a look, his eyes widened in disbelief and he instantly became fully alert. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, he exclaimed, "What? Almost 300? No way. Did Chen disturb a bull's nest?" In less than 2 days, he had actually killed 300 Blood Barbarian bulls. He had initially thought Chen would be able to kill at most a few dozen, but the reality far exceeded his imagination. "What? You can't accept them all, can you?" Li Jingxin lamented internally. Indeed, the family only needed 100 Blood Barbarian bulls and 300 was quite excessive. In the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "I can accept them all." He had no choice. After all, the other party was Chen, and even if there were more Blood Barbarian bulls, he would have to grit his teeth and accept them. Besides, he had confidently stated that he would accept as many as there were. He couldn't go back on his word now. He could only make do with his little treasury. "Alright, you calculate how much it's worth." Li Jingxin began to tally up with a pained expression, and after a few minutes he looked up and said with a wry smile, "A total of 15 million blue star coins. I'll give you 16 million, how about we call it a friendship? Rest assured, this is definitely the highest market price." Chen calculated in his heart and felt that it was about this price, nodding and replying, "Make it 20 million. I've decided to make you my friend." Everything was for the sake of food for Tuan, so every bit counted. Li Jingxin fell silent for a moment, feeling somewhat conflicted. Finally he spoke up, "Fine. 20 million blue star coins it is." Spending an extra 5 million to be friends with Chen was definitely worth it. He had just seen the elite Blood Barbarian bull corpses of 2nd stage 7th level with his own eyes. And Chen's realm was only 2nd stage 4th level. How could he defeat elite Blood Barbarian bulls of 2nd stage 7th level? Who else could achieve such strength? "I love dealing with straightforward people like you." Li Jingxin sighed helplessly, handing over a card. "Here you go." Chen reached out to take it, only to see Li Jingxin's hand trembling slightly, his face showing a reluctant expression. Chen directly snatched it away. "Thanks. If there are such tasks in the future, continue to look for me. Let's grab a drink sometime." Chen dashed away, preparing to head to the Shadow Sacred Pool for training. Li Jingxin looked at the storage ring in his hand, feeling a sharp pain in his heart, nearly in tears. "That was my little treasure I saved for a long time." After contemplating for a moment, a glint of cunning flashed in his eyes and he quickly called his sister, Li Qingqing. "Sister, tomorrow night I'll introduce you to someone, hoping to make him my brother-in-law." Without waiting for Li Qingqing to respond, Li Jingxin hung up the phone. He secretly calculated that if Chen could become his brother-in-law, he would have to give a gift of several million as a meeting gift. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but chuckle proudly. I'm too clever." The Dark Elemental Sacred Pool Training Ground. Many freshman students of the Dark Element arrived early, their faces filled with anticipation as they prepared to enter training. Additionally, many second and third year students who had the opportunity to enter were arriving one after another. Chen arrived, looked at the long line, sighed helplessly, and chose to wait in line. "Hey, isn't this Chen? Quickly let Chen through." A shout suddenly rang out from the front of the line. "Oh my, it really is Chen. Quickly make way without Chen. How would we have this opportunity to train in the Dark Elemental Sacred Pool?" Everyone turned around, and upon seeing Chen, their faces immediately showed signs of reverence as they parted the line. If it weren't for Chen's heroic efforts in saving their Dark Element Resource Challenge, how would they have the chance to train in the Dark Elemental Sacred Pool? One must remember the one who dug the well while drinking water. Chen felt somewhat overwhelmed by the attention and quickly thanked everyone. "Thank you all." He walked straight to the old man at the front desk. "Hello, I'm here for training at the Shadow Sacred Pool." The old man adjusted his glasses and looked Chen up and down, smiling as he said, "So you're Chen?
You have 3 opportunities each lasting 3 hours. Do you want to use them together or separately? After a moment's thought, Chen replied, separately. Naturally, he wanted to go solo. The Dark Elves needed to absorb energy as well. If he drained it all, wouldn't it waste 2 opportunities? The old man nodded and pointed to the large door behind him. Go on in and come out on your own after 3 hours. Chen hesitated for a moment and then asked, if I drain it, you won't come looking for me, right? The old man laughed heartily. Haha, what nonsense are you talking about? It's impossible to drain it. In the 250 years since the founding of Kyoto Ability Academy, the strongest dark element adept could only absorb 10. Chen still felt a bit uneasy. Is that true? The old man confidently replied, true. You can absorb as much as you like. This kid, although he was the top of the dark element, was assessed as an unparalleled talent, but the old man did not believe Chen could drain the shadow sacred pool. It was impossible, absolutely impossible. Seeing the old man earnestly making guarantees, Chen no longer hesitated and walked towards the great door of the holy pool. With a creaking sound, the door of the shadow holy pool opened, revealing a passage paved with dozens of steps. At the end of the steps stood a tranquil holy pool with countless dark elements swirling wildly on its surface. Tuan, come out, Chen softly called. A petite figure flew out from the crescent shape on Chen's hand. Now Tuan was no longer the tiny creature the size of a palm. She had grown to nearly a meter tall, and her realm had broken through to the first stage 6th level, looking even more exquisite and adorable. Daddy! Where is this? Tuan opened her small mouth, uttering a few awkward syllables, clearly still unaccustomed to speaking. Tuan, you can talk now. Chen's eyes sparkled with surprise. Tuan stammered, I can. Say a little. That's a great improvement. Just call me brother, okay? He felt it was a bit strange for her to call him father. Brother. Yes, when we go to the holy pool you can absorb as much dark element as you want. After all, the old man had said not to worry and to absorb freely. If it was drained, it wouldn't be his fault. Chen took little Tuan and walked step by step towards the stairs. When they reached the edge of the holy pool, Chen couldn't help but gasp in astonishment at the sight before him. The entire holy pool resembled a black lake filled with dark elements so rich they were almost tangible. As far as Chen knew, this pool of dark elements was worth several hundred million, all acquired by the school at great expense, refined into essence from various rare dark elements. Then let's get started, Tuan. He stepped into the holy pool with Tuan. As soon as they touched the water, the dense dark elements surged into their bodies like a tide. Shadow Ability Training Method. Chen activated the training technique, and several identical shadows separated from his body, beginning to wildly absorb the surrounding dark elements. In recent days, Chen's training method had been continuously improving. Now he could condense several shadows, greatly enhancing the efficiency of their cultivation. For Tuan in the holy pool, it felt like returning to her homeland. A blissful expression appeared on her face as the essence of dark elements began to flood into her body. Wow! Chen suddenly opened his eyes, unable to suppress his astonishment. He saw that the essence of dark elements formed a massive whirlwind around Tuan, tightly enveloping her as it was absorbed at an astonishing speed. The essence of dark elements in the pool was visibly diminishing, the once full holy pool now showing a clear decline. Oh my goodness, I can't fall behind. Chen hurriedly intensified his training, fully operating the shadow ability training method and controlling the shadows to absorb vigorously. Time passed second by second, and less than 2 hours later Chen slightly opened his eyes, his aura suddenly invigorated. Second stage 8th level. Phew, the training effect of the holy pool is astonishingly fast. Chen couldn't help but exclaim. He then looked at Tuan's realm and was stunned. First stage 10th level. Also, how could there be not a single drop of essence left in the holy pool? The once shimmering holy pool was now just a barren surface, completely emptied. Tuan, did you do this? Tuan blinked her big watery eyes. Chen suddenly found himself at a loss for words. He really had drained it all. This pool, worth hundreds of millions, was usually sufficient for dark-type students to cultivate for half a year. And he had drained it all in less than 2 hours. However, the gains were substantial. Not only had he improved a realm, but little Tuan had also directly reached the first stage 10th level and was about to break through to the second stage. Tuan, let's go back and rest for a while. I'll bring you here again next time. Chen patted Tuan's little head. After all, there were still 2 more opportunities. Okay, brother. Tuan obediently flew back into the crescent shape on Chen's arm. Chen adjusted his clothes, brushed off the remnants of dark elements from his body, and turned to walk towards the door of the shadow holy pool. Outside, a group of dark-type students were gathered together, discussing animatedly. How much essence do you think Chen can absorb? Chen can probably absorb at least 20, right? Who knows, he's a god after all. Just then the door of the holy pool slowly opened and Chen walked out. The old man looked at Chen with a puzzled expression. Why are you out so quickly? There's still over an hour until the agreed 3 hours. Chen smiled awkwardly. He couldn't just say he got bored inside after draining it all, could he? Cough, I have some matters to attend to, so I'm leaving first. He spoke with a faint smile and then turned to leave. The old man sighed helplessly as he watched Su Chen's retreating figure. Sigh, such arrogance. Such a precious opportunity wasted like this. After muttering to himself for a few moments, he said next. A male student walked over, confirmed his slot and opportunity, and then entered. The old man leisurely reclined on a rattan chair preparing to take a nap. However, just 2 minutes after he lay down, the male student hurriedly walked out again. Teacher. It seems the Shadow Holy Pool forgot to replenish the essence of dark elements. The old man frowned. Impossible. The Shadow Holy Pool was just filled up 2 days ago. The student looked speechless. Teacher, you can check for yourself. The old man snorted lightly. I don't believe it. With that, he stood up and strode into the Holy Pool hall. When the old man arrived at the edge of the Holy Pool and saw the empty pool, he was stunned. Where did all the dark element essence go? Could it have been taken away? But that couldn't be right. The essence of the Shadow Holy Pool couldn't be taken away, it could only be absorbed for cultivation. Suddenly the old man recalled what Su Chen had said earlier. Combining that with Su Chen leaving so early, he suddenly realized. Did that kid really drain it all? Half a year's worth of dark-type students' usage and that kid drained it all in one go. Did that kid have a huge appetite? The old man's face showed a helpless expression, feeling like Su Chen was bullying him as a 79-year-old senior. Helplessly, the old man had to call Principal Zhang Tianan. Hello. Tianan. What's wrong, old Chen? It's nothing, just that the Shadow Holy Pool was drained by that kid. You should replenish it with another pool. The old man said with a wry smile. What? The Shadow Holy Pool was just filled up. How could it be drained by Su Chen? Zhang Tianan's voice was filled with shock. Sigh, I didn't expect him to be so outrageous. The old man shook his head helplessly. Zhang Tianan was stunned for a moment, then felt ecstatic. It's okay, old Chen, you and the other students notify them to come back tomorrow. This kid can drain it all, which shows he has immense potential. Being able to drain the essence of the Shadow Holy Pool indicates he must have a top-notch cultivation method. Su Chen's realm must have greatly increased. A once-in-a-lifetime prodigy is rising. Isn't that a tremendous good thing? Challenge of advancement. The old man pondered for a moment, feeling that what Zhang Tianan had said was indeed reasonable, and couldn't help but snort coldly. But that kid is truly a freak. Ha ha ha, the stranger the better. The more exceptional the talent, the better. As long as he can become a student of our Kyoto Academy of Abilities, it will be a joyous occasion for all. The two casually chatted for a while before hanging up the phone. The old man sighed softly, then went out to explain the situation to the students waiting in line, indicating that they should come back tomorrow. After leaving the sacred pool, Su Chen quickly returned to the villa. As soon as he entered, he eagerly began searching for combat techniques related to the dark element. Xiaohua, list all the dark combat techniques for me, whether they are purchasable or not, leave none behind. With the previous credits plus the rewards, he could buy another one. Master is currently searching for you. Xiaohua's electronic voice echoed in the air. 2 minutes later, the search ended and a blue light curtain slowly appeared in front of Su Chen. Su Chen stepped forward and carefully sifted through the information. Looking at the dazzling array of dark combat techniques on the light curtain, he couldn't help but drool in excitement. Shadow of 1,000 horses. It can actually create countless shadow elements to form 1,000 horses for attack. How impressive is that? And this illusory dark execution ground directly executes enemies marked by shadows. It's simply killing without a trace. Su Chen gasped as he looked on in awe. Hiss. This ancient shadow dragon technique can actually summon the shadow dragon from ancient legends. Damn, who said the dark element is weak? Each of these combat techniques is nothing short of earth-shattering. Su Chen silently vowed to acquire all these dark combat techniques. But when he saw the level requirements for these techniques, the smile on his face instantly froze. The lowest level techniques were all level 8, starting from S-level permissions, and his current permissions were insufficient, with points far from enough. Xiaohua spent 6,000 credits to purchase the level 6 technique. Shadowblade Dance used the remaining credits to buy Shadowblade Dance condenses the power of dark elements into sharp shadow blades that intertwine around the user. The shadow blades strike precisely with the user's intent, and when perfected, 18 shadow blades erupt simultaneously, greatly increasing their might. This technique is quite suitable for him at present and can perfectly complement the Shadow Claw, perhaps yielding unexpected results. Received. Expected to deliver to you by afternoon. After the transaction, Su Chen took out his phone and called Chu Xineng. Hello, Teacher Chu, I want to ask if I can start the advancement challenge in a week. Su Chen said straightforwardly. Chu Xineng was a bit surprised so soon. Are you really ready for it? He didn't expect Su Chen to be so quick. He had thought he would apply at the end of the month. It's not that I'm ready, I just want to make an early appointment. Can we schedule it for a week from now? Okay, since you are so determined, I am willing to believe you. Chu Xineng hesitated for a moment but ultimately agreed. Seeing her agree, Su Chen chuckled. Teacher Chu, if I succeed in the advancement challenge, it would break the history of the Kyoto Academy of Abilities. Can you gift me a combat technique? Sure, as long as you succeed in the advancement challenge, I will purchase any technique below level 8 for you and even cover half the cost.
If Su Chen could truly succeed in the advancement challenge, it would be a great boon for her. As his teacher, her own value would rise accordingly. Of course it sounds simple, but the advancement challenge is no easy feat. It is as hard as climbing to the heavens. Really, Teacher Chu? Really, I have S-level authorization to make purchases for you. Good. It's a promise. Let's start the advancement challenge in a week. I look forward to your performance. Chu Xinang said with a smile. The two exchanged a few more words before hanging up the phone. After hanging up, Su Chen looked at the batch of essence blood, frowning. Who should I sell this batch of essence blood to? After a long while he thought of Li Jingxin from the morning. Perhaps this kid has a way. So Su Chen dialed Li Jingxin's number. Hey brother, do you buy essence blood? Of course I'll take however much you have. Li Jingxin's voice was filled with excitement. Shall we meet at the usual place? Then trade. No, you come to the Pinnacle Grand Hotel tonight. We can trade there at 8. I was originally planning to introduce Li Qingqing to him tomorrow night, but it seems that needs to be moved up. Alright, see you tonight. After hanging up, Su Chen sat cross-legged, began operating his cultivation method and entered a state of cultivation. In the office of the second-year head of instruction. Su Chen is going to start the advancement challenge in a week. Should we prepare in advance here in the second year? Yes, what's the problem? The head of the second year, Chu Shangyang, spoke with a hint of skepticism. Chu Shangyang chuckled lightly with a trace of disdain flashing in his eyes. Although Su Chen is very strong, calling him a genius is not an exaggeration. But to start the advancement challenge without being at the third rank, it's pointless. Do you think he can catch up to others' training progress over a year in just over 10 days of training? Chu Jining gently shook her head. He may not catch up, but there is no rule stating that one must be at the third rank to start the advancement challenge. Chu Shangyang adjusted his glasses, revealing a hint of impatience in his gaze. Fine, if you want to start, then start. Let's meet at the second-year duel arena in a week. If he gets crushed, it will be his own loss of face. I have good intentions. Su Chen was only at the second rank 4th level just a few days ago, and even with this week's effort, at most he will reach the 6th or 7th level of the second rank. How can he compete against third-rank second-year students? He will probably just get crushed, and this failure might even leave him in despair. Chu Jining's expression turned slightly cold. My student will not be dictated by Director Chu. The advancement challenge in a week will reveal the truth. Ha, fine, we'll meet in a week. Chu Shangyang laughed heartily. Now this will be entertaining to watch. He looked at Chu Jining, secretly pondering this. Chu Jining must have been completely fooled by Su Chen. That kid Su Chen, having beaten students of a lower level than himself, has become a bit arrogant, thinking that the advancement challenge would be simple. But the advancement challenge is often the most difficult. Overcoming even 1 or 2 ranks is as hard as climbing to the heavens. How could a second-rank kid possibly defeat a third-rank student? Since he is so arrogant, let him suffer a bit in the second year. Let him understand that the gap of over a year of training cannot be bridged in just over 10 days. Seeing that the advancement challenge had been confirmed, Chu Jining turned to leave. Though she was also worried about whether Su Chen could do it as his teacher if she didn't believe in her own student who would. No matter what, she chose to believe in Su Chen. Even if he loses this time, it would be considered a trial, allowing Su Chen to understand his shortcomings and work harder in the future. She sighed. Su Chen, please don't let your teacher down. Li Qingqing's excessive demands. As night quietly enveloped the city, Kyoto was illuminated by brilliant lights, presenting a scene of indulgent splendor. In front of the Peak Grand Hotel, luxury cars were lined up densely like stars, sparkling brilliantly. As a well-known hotel in Kyoto, it has always been the first choice for wealthy individuals seeking pleasure. Su Chen stood outside the hotel, his gaze sweeping across the extravagant exterior of the building, unable to suppress a gasp. Indeed, only the wealthy know how to enjoy themselves. However, confusion also churned in his heart. What was Li Jingxin's purpose in summoning him here for a transaction? With questions in mind, Su Chen stepped forward to enter, only to see 2 men in work uniform smiling and saying, "Hello sir, please show us your ball invitation." Su Chen was slightly taken aback. If I don't have an invitation, I can't go in. I'm very sorry, but yes sir. Su Chen nodded lightly, not wanting to make things difficult for them. After all, the two had a gentle and polite demeanor, completely different from the lowly characters he had seen in web novels before his transmigration. He had thought he would have the chance to be mocked like in the novels before revealing his dragon order to slap them in the face, but reality was ultimately not like a novel devoid of such dramatic conflicts. At that moment, Li Jingqing rushed out of the hotel in a suit. "Chenggu, you finally made it." Su Chen said irritably. "You actually remembered to come and greet me." I'm really sorry. I got busy and forgot." "They didn't make things difficult for you, did they?" "No, they were quite polite." Hearing this, the 2 guards at the door secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Being greeted so respectfully by the young master of the Li family meant that this person's background must not be small. Thankfully, they hadn't made any mistakes. "That's good. Let's go, we'll take you inside to have a good time." Su Chen was a bit speechless. "Didn't we agree to come here for a transaction? What are we doing here? Don't be so intense all the time, you need to relax and have some fun too. I specially brought a beautiful lady to introduce to you today." "A beauty?" Su Chen raised an eyebrow. "What do you think? Are you interested?" Su Chen shook his head. "What's there to be interested in? You can't touch or kiss her."
Only beauties you can kiss and touch are worth being interested in.
Li Jingxin's lips twitched. Feelings need to be developed gradually. Let me take you to meet her.
The two entered the hotel where a lively ball was being held in the lobby. Colorful lights flickered and intertwined as countless men and women dressed in luxurious designer attire twisted their bodies on the dance floor displaying their passion. Li Jingxin said proudly, "So Chingu, there are quite a few beauties, right?" Su Chen replied with indifference, "I'm not interested. No matter how beautiful they are, I can't touch or feel them." Li Jingxin was momentarily speechless. "Don't be such a buzzkill.
Look, how about that beauty over there by the corner table? Let me introduce you to her."
"Do as you wish, but after this hurry up and discuss the transaction with me.
I have important matters to attend to tomorrow."
Tomorrow he still needed to obtain a kill point to evolve the Death Scythe.
Alright, let's get to know the beauty first. We can talk about the transaction later. Li Jingxin pulled Su Chen towards the beauty.
When they reached her, Li Jingxin said, "Sister, this is the Su Chen I mentioned to you, handsome and extraordinarily capable."
"What do you think?"
Originally somewhat bored, Li Jingxin slowly turned her head upon hearing the voice. When her gaze landed on Su Chen, a glimmer of surprise flashed in her eyes. "Oh, it's you, handsome guy."
Su Chen was also slightly taken aback, exclaiming, "It's actually you."
However, at that moment he couldn't help but wonder this Li Jingxin was completely different from the one he remembered meeting for the first time. Before him she wore a pair of exquisite high-heeled shoes that accentuated her tall figure even more. A fitted purple cheapao seemed tailor-made for her, perfectly outlining her slender waist and full perky hips, radiating elegance and sensuality. Her face was as exquisite as a finely carved artwork, with fair delicate skin that seemed fragile to the touch. A cascade of deep black slightly curled hair flowed like a waterfall over her fragrant shoulders.
Su Chen marveled inwardly.
Could this really be the same girl he had met before, dressed so ordinarily? Just as Su Chen was lost in thought, a sharp and arrogant voice suddenly rang out behind him. "Those 2 seats are taken, hurry up and get lost." He turned to see a greasy-faced man standing there arrogantly. This was Ji Budwan. Li Jingxin was instantly furious. "Are you blind?
You want to hit on my sister without even asking who I am? How dare you chase us away?"
Ji Budwan was slightly taken aback, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face as he quickly smiled. "Oh, it's my little brother, I didn't recognize you." But then he turned his gaze to Su Chen, speaking without courtesy. "You better get lost, this seat isn't for you."
Su Chen's eyes turned cold. "You think I'll leave just because you waved some money around? Oh, look at you, little pretty boy, acting tough. Do you think you have the right to sit here? Believe me, I'll break your legs." Ji Budwan scoffed disdainfully.
At that moment Li Jingxin gently sipped her drink and said casually, "He's my boyfriend, you know." Ji Budwan was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized, sneering, "Humph, don't try to trick me, he must have just come in not long ago, right?"
"How could he possibly be your boyfriend?" "Then how about this?
Does he have the qualifications to make you shut up?"
Su Chen revealed the dragon order in his hand, a symbol of supreme power.
The moment Ji Budwan saw the dragon order, his face turned pale, his legs weakened, and he fell to the ground with a thud.
"Grandpa!
I didn't recognize a mountain of greatness, please spare me." There were only 36 dragon orders in the entire Dragon Kingdom, and each holder was a person of noble status and power. Ji Budwan had just entered and thought Su Chen was merely an ordinary person because of his plain attire, wanting to act tough in front of the ladies. He never expected he had kicked a solid iron plate, completely hitting the mark. As a newly rich person, how could he possibly confront someone who possessed a dragon order?
Not recognizing a mountain of greatness? Then you shouldn't keep your eyes. The dark shadow claw appeared out of nowhere and heavily smashed down on Ji Budwan.
He let out a piercing scream, collapsing to the ground bloodied and bruised. Then Su Chen waved his hands, condensing 2 dark elements that shot like black arrows, piercing directly through Ji Budwan's eyes. Su Chen would not show mercy to those who bullied the weak with power. With this series of moves, he feared Ji Budwan's life was nearing its end. It would be best if he died one less evil person in the world.
"Aren't you going to thank Su Chen for sparing you?"
Li Jingxin, standing aside, added fuel to the fire. Ji Budwan gritted his teeth in pain, weakly saying, Thank you, Su Chen." At this moment his heart was filled with regret and fear. He finally recognized that the person in front of him was the famous top student Su Chen. He hated himself for not recognizing him sooner, but it was too late.
"Take him away, no treatment is allowed. Staff, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and take him away. Anyone who dares to treat him will be going against my Li family."
Li Jingxin hurriedly instructed.
These words undoubtedly pronounced Ji Budwan's death sentence.
In this world of the jungle, a mere nouveau riche would be forgotten. Once he died, no one would care.
Ji Budwan cried out in despair, "No."
As Su Chen's scene unfolded, many around cast their gazes over.
"His isn't that Ji Budwan. Good riddance, I saw him bully a little girl a few days ago.
This kind of nouveau riche thinks they can do whatever they want just because they have money, but they never expected to run into the mountain that is Su Chen. No wonder he is the top student. If I had a dragon order, I would kill such people indiscriminately too."
Many people murmured.
Li Jingxin then turned to Su Chen with a grin. "Chen Go, I handled that pretty well, right?"
Su Chen nodded slightly approvingly, saying, "Not bad, decisive enough. I'll leave you to chat with my sister, I won't disturb you." Li Jingxin wisely stepped aside.
Li Qingqing's lips curled up slightly teasingly saying, "What a coincidence, I thought my brother was introducing me to someone else but it turned out to be you."
Yeah, it truly is a coincidence, I didn't expect it to be you either.
Su Chen smiled slightly surprised that it was Li Qingqing and that she looked so good. It seems we really are destined to meet handsome guy.
Why don't you accompany me for a dance?
Li Qingqing said extending her hand.
I might not dance very well so don't mind me. Li Qingqing gently grasped his hand. It's okay, I'll teach you.
The two stepped into the center of the dance floor and Su Chen awkwardly followed Li Qingqing's steps saying helplessly, I really don't seem to know how to. In his past life he was just a college student, how could he possibly dance?
Li Qingqing smiled comfortingly. It's fine, take your time. Once I teach you have to promise me one request, okay? Su Chen was slightly taken aback, curiously asking what request.
Li Qingqing leaned closer to him, her voice soft and alluring as she whispered in his ear, spend a night with me.
Beast Tamer Alliance. Su Chen's dance movement suddenly paused, his face filled with astonishment. What did you say? You want me to accompany you for a night?
He couldn't help but wonder why such a good thing would fall upon him.
Could it be that there was some hidden unspeakable scheme behind it? Or perhaps the person before him, Li Qingqing, was simply a carefree and loose individual.
Little handsome guy, why are you so surprised?
Is it because I don't look good enough?
Li Qingqing puffed out her chest, attempting to showcase her assets. Su Chen steadied his thoughts. You are indeed beautiful, but I feel that there must be another reason behind your actions, right? Despite Li Qingqing's first impression being somewhat frivolous, Su Chen's intuition told him that she seemed to be hiding some plan deep inside. What a clever little handsome guy, I just want to give my first time to someone worth trusting. A hint of sadness and helplessness flickered in Li Qingqing's eyes. If she weren't at her wit's end, why would she resort to such a strategy? Su Chen furrowed his brow slightly. In his understanding, a girl's first time was incredibly precious and should never be treated so casually.
If you are facing any difficulties you can tell me and perhaps I can help.
He was certain that Li Qingqing was in some sort of trouble, but the specifics remained unknown for now. Seeing that Su Chen seemed to have guessed part of it, Li Qingqing gently shook her head. It's nothing difficult, I was just joking earlier, trying to test whether you are that kind of casual person.
Is it really that simple? Su Chen questioned in return. It really is. Let's not talk about that anymore, come let me teach you how to dance.
Li Qingqing skillfully changed the topic, her face once again adorned with a faint smile. In the end she chose to give up on confiding her troubles, perhaps resigning herself to fate. Next Li Qingqing began patiently teaching Su Chen how to dance. Under the soft lighting, music flowed gently and their figures moved in sync with the rhythm. A few minutes later, as the song concluded, they left the stage hand in hand. Little handsome guy, you really learned quickly, you have quite the talent for dancing. Li Qingqing smiled charmingly before heading up to the second floor, leaving Su Chen standing alone. Su Chen watched her departing figure and turned to approach Li Qingqing, who was flirting with a girl nearby, intending to extract some valuable information from him. Wow, did you hit it off so quickly? Li Qingqing turned back, a mischievous smile on his face.
Chen, you were just flirting with my sister and she even took the initiative to teach you how to dance. This is truly a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity.
He initially only wanted to introduce Su Chen to his elder sister Li Qingqing, but he never expected that she would actually take a liking to Su Chen.
This kid is truly lucky.
What do you mean?
I see your sister as someone with a casual and open personality. Su Chen asked tentatively.
Li Qingqing quickly waved his hand, his expression serious.
Chen, you mustn't say that my sister is not the kind of casual person.
She usually resists contact with the opposite sex, she has never even had a boyfriend since childhood. As for why she is being so special towards you, I can't figure it out either. Based on past experiences, whenever Li Qingqing introduced boys to his elder sister, she would merely show up out of politeness and then find an excuse to leave. But this time she not only invited Su Chen to dance but even allowed him to wrap his arms around her waist, which was quite out of character. Could it be that she was truly captivated by Su Chen's handsomeness?
Su Chen fell into contemplation.
Based on Li Jingxin's words, he concluded that Li Qingqing's approach to him must have a certain purpose or request behind it. After all, how could a beautiful woman want to get close to someone after only meeting them twice?
Unless she was toxic.
He shook his head, no longer dwelling on that issue.
Can we talk about the deal now?
The matter was urgent. He still needed to go to the Blood Savage Bull Demon Cave to obtain killing points and evolve the Death Scythe. Li Jingxin looked helplessly at the girl beside him. Little sister, brother will teach you 36 poses later.
He then turned to Su Chen.
The transaction is with the manager of the Pinnacle Hotel, will take you to meet him. Li Jingxin reluctantly left the girl, leading Su Chen into the elevator heading to the third floor of the Pinnacle Hotel.
Ding!
The elevator door slowly opened, revealing a man in a sharp suit, slightly plump. Upon seeing them, the man immediately beamed with a smile, respectfully saying, I regret not being able to welcome such distinguished guests from afar. Please forgive my inadequate hospitality. The events that occurred downstairs had already been reported to him by his subordinates. He was preparing to go downstairs to welcome Su Chen when he unexpectedly came up. Alright, I'll leave this to you, I'm off to chase girls now. As soon as Li Jingxin finished speaking, he swiftly vanished from sight.
Su Chen looked at his departing figure, feeling a wave of exasperation. This is too unreliable. He turned and spoke to you by the essence blood of demon beasts here. Of course we buy essence blood. You can call me Li Fugui, let's discuss this inside. He gestured for Su Chen to enter, his eyes revealing a hint of respect. With the dragon token in Su Chen's possession along with his unparalleled talent, he naturally deserved to be treated well. Su Chen followed him into the office, and as soon as he sat down he took out his storage ring and directly said, take a look at how much these are worth. Li Fugui put on his glasses and began to examine them carefully. When he saw the essence blood of the demon beasts in the storage ring, he couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. There were actually essence blood from demon beasts of up to 6th rank. He initially thought Su Chen had only gone out to hunt some ordinary demon beasts and brought back a bit of essence blood to sell, but he never expected such high-grade essence blood. His expression instantly turned serious. There are several samples of 6th rank demon beast essence blood here worth 30 million. The remaining 5th and 4th rank essence blood is worth over 10 million. How about this? I'll give you a total of 50 million blue star coins, what do you think? Su Chen felt a surge of joy in his heart. He never expected these demon beast essences to be worth so much, instantly netting him 50 million blue star coins. Sure. If I have more next time, will you still buy, Boss Li? Since I've already robbed once, a few more times wouldn't hurt, right? What, that's yours? Nonsense, what I see is mine. Robbery. Li Fugui felt somewhat puzzled. How could this ordinary-looking commoner Su Chen possess such high-grade essence blood? But he didn't think too much about it and immediately agreed, no problem. How about this? I'll give you 60 million blue star coins and you help me capture a top-tier bloodline demon beast. At that time I will give you a dark-type cultivation method as a reward. Without risking it, since Su Chen had the ability to obtain high-grade demon beast essence blood, he might also be able to find a top-tier bloodline demon beast. Su Chen flashed a hint of confusion in his eyes. What do you need a living top-tier bloodline demon beast for? Li Fugui shook his head, a rueful smile touching his lips. It is not a personal need of mine. To be frank, I have been commissioned by the Yusho Lianming to seek out apex bloodline beasts, so they may be bound in contract. Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, a faint and almost imperceptible look of inquiry passing through them. He had only heard whispers of the Yusho Lianming and knew little in detail. He could not help but ask, Boss Li, could you tell me more about the Yusho Lianming? I find it rather intriguing. Of course, Li Fugui replied. Li Fugui took a measured sip of tea, cleared his throat and began to speak in a steady voice. The Yusho Lianming is a civilian organization. Once one joins, one may learn the Alliance's unique beast-controlling secret art. He continued, however, acquiring this art is not without cost. It requires the forfeiture of one's own supernatural ability in exchange for the power to command beasts. Naturally, under ordinary circumstances, members may only command beasts of a realm equivalent to their own. Only a rare few of exceptional talent can tame beasts beyond their level. He offered an example. Take the Alliance leader Haibuabe, he controls a king-class bloodline beast. His strength is truly overwhelming. Su Chen asked, then besides losing one's ability, are there other costs to commanding a beast? He felt the loss of an ability might be a small price, after all many abilities were worthless. Li Fugui wore a meaning-laden smile. The price is considerable. Once a contract is established, if the beast dies, the master will suffer grievous harm as well. Moreover, if the beast's growth outpaces the master's, the beast may become uncontrollable and could even turn and slay its master. This is why the Yusho Lianming has always occupied an awkward middle ground, neither weak nor decisively strong. Su Chen's expression shifted slightly. The cost was indeed immense. Not only would one lose their supernatural ability, but a beast's death could rebuke and grievously wound the master. There was even the danger of being unexpectedly killed by one's own beast in the dead of night, and vast resources were required to raise such creatures. After a moment's thought, he consented. Thank you for the explanation, Boss Li. I will accept this request. He had been to the Shui Mania Demon Den twice before. Hunting beasts in the wilds around Jingdu to find apex bloodlines would kill two birds with one stone, and he might secure a dark aligned skill as well, why not? Ha ha ha, brother, so you are decisive. Li Fugui laughed, producing a bank card from his breast and handing it across. There are 60 million on this card. The pin is 6 zeros. Pleasant cooperation. Su Chen took the card. Thank you, Boss Li. If I need anything in the future, I will come to you. Very good, Li Fugui replied. Certainly, certainly. After a few more pleasantries, the two parted and Su Chen left the office. He glanced at the time. It was already 10 in the evening and he decided it was time for a proper rest. Jingdu Yusho Lianmeng headquarters. Vice Leader Wu Hangji beamed with pride and laughed aloud. Ha ha, my son truly bears the mien of an emperor. To be able at first rank 9th layer to successfully command a second rank 4th layer apex bloodline beast, such talent is indeed rare in the world. Beside him, Wu Erfan bowed his head with a look of deference. I must thank Father for his tireless efforts in procuring this apex bloodline beast, Bayulaiying. Without your support, I could not have achieved this. The Bayulaiying, an apex bloodline beast attuned to wind and lightning, filled Wu Erfan with unshakable confidence. Tomorrow, when he went to challenge the Jingduinan Academy, he would be unstoppable. He had heard the legends of Su Chen, but with Bai Lei Ying at his side, what was there to fear? He remembered clearly that Su Chen had been second rank 4th layer 2 days prior. Even with some advancement, at most he could be second rank 5th layer now. And his second rank 4th layer apex Bai Lei Ying absolutely possessed the strength to defeat Su Chen. Beasts are inherently stronger than humans, and doubly so when endowed with such apex bloodlines. Unless Su Chen's realm had somehow skyrocketed to second rank 8th or 9th layer in merely 2 days, an impossibility for cultivation does not proceed so effortlessly. Wu Hengji nodded with satisfaction. Indeed, some credit is due to a father's hand, but more importantly your own innate talent is exceptional. When you challenge tomorrow, do not hold back. Let the freshmen of Jingdu Yinan Academy properly witness the might of our Yusho Lianmeng. To challenge meant confronting the academy's freshmen. Like the academy, the Yusho Lianmeng held annual recruitment and publicity events. But because the cost of beast mastery was so great, enlistment had never been ideal and the yearly challenge matches often ended without decisive victors. This year Wu Hengji believed the situation would be rewritten. What did it matter that Jingdu Yinan Academy had produced a Su Chen? The Yusho Lianmeng possessed the supremely talented Wu Erfan. Tomorrow's challenge would be the Alliance's finest opportunity for publicity. A fierce determination shone in Wu Erfan's eyes. Father, rest assured, I will give everything I have. After the Jingdu challenge I plan to head to Mo to vigorously promote our Yusho Lianmeng and attract more freshmen to join. Our Yusho Lianmeng should not remain lukewarm forever. Tomorrow will be our moment of rise. It would also be the day the freshmen of Jingdu Academy, especially the one hailed as a legend and the generation's #1 Sushin, would be pulled from his pedestal. I will prove with action that supernatural abilities cannot compare to beast mastery. I, Wu Erfan, am the true #1 of this new generation. What is Su Chen? He only deserves to be crushed by me. Ha ha ha. Such ambition. Tomorrow your father eagerly awaits your splendid performance. I will not let you down, father. Wu Hengji's smile grew ever brighter, his heart full of expectation. The Yusho Lianmeng would welcome a new brilliance tomorrow. It was time for a new figure to claim the top spot. The next day. Jingdu Yinan Academy Arena. Zhang Xueodin, in charge of the freshmen, watched the Yusho Lianmeng's contingent arrive with ominous momentum and frowned slightly. Wu Hengji wore a false smile and was the first to speak. Director Zhang, long time no see. Zhang Xueo replied with cool neutrality, indeed, vice leader. May I ask what business brings these people here? Could it be that you intend to challenge my freshmen? He felt a measure of puzzlement. Among this year's freshmen there existed the extraordinary Su Chen. For the Yusho Lianmeng to still dare to challenge, had they too produced someone formidable? Wu Hengji smiled with confidence, a trace of provocation in his gaze. Indeed, Director Zhang. Tell me, will the freshmen you lead lack the courage to respond? Humph, why would they be afraid? Zhang Xueo snorted, a flash of anger crossing his face. He promptly contacted the heads of the various departments, especially Chu Jini of the Dark Department, instructing them to send their elites to prepare for the Yusho Lianmeng's challenge. His assuredness stemmed from Su Chen's presence. When Zhang accepted the challenge, Wu Hengji felt inwardly triumphant and proposed, shall we raise the stakes? If you win, our Yusho Lianmeng will comply with one dispatch of yours. If we win, let our alliance's freshmen come openly to the Jingdu arena to spar and train. How about that? If the Yusho Lianmeng's freshmen could train at the Jingdu arena, many of the academy's own students would inevitably be drawn to the beast's power. Thus they would join the alliance, a mutually beneficial outcome. As for losing, impossible. Su Chen would be cut down. Apex beast bloodlines are supremely fierce. Su Chen would be no match. Shi Yaoyao's wager. Fine. I accept. Zhang Xueo replied with a brisk expression. He pondered inwardly, could these newcomers of the beast-taming alliance possibly be stronger than Su Chen? He was a man of rigid principles. If it favored Su Chen, then vote for Su Chen. If not, don't cast random votes. Seeing Zhang Xueo already ensnared, Wu Hengji waved his hand. Erfan, step onto the arena. Wu Erfan leapt onto the stage, his gaze sweeping the crowd as he shouted arrogantly, anyone who wants to challenge, form a line, one at a time. Today a fierce fighting spirit blazed within him. He swore to emulate Su Chen and cut down 100 foes on this very arena. What Su Chen could do, Wu Erfan would also accomplish. And what Su Chen could not do, Wu Erfan insisted he could. He wanted everyone to know Wu Erfan was superior to Su Chen. The students nearby tensed, wearing cautious expressions. If the beast-taming alliance dared to swagger despite Su Chen's fame, they must possess some real skill. Erfan bro, look at those students, timid as mice. Seeing you on stage, none of them even dare to challenge. Exactly, Kyoto Academy of Abilities is nothing special, full of misfits. Come on, don't say that Kyoto Academy has its pride. The new recruits of the beast-taming alliance gathered together, their tones dripping with scorn. Damn it, I can't stand this. From the audience a youth suddenly sprang up. In a flash he was atop the arena. His spear shimmered with cold light, aimed straight at Wu Erfan. Spear Department, Su Ming, I seek your instruction. Finally someone brave enough to stand up. I thought you were all cowardly turtles. A sneer tugged at Wu Erfan's lips as his aura erupted, his formidable state at rank 1 ninefold laid bare. Su Ming's brow tightened at the sight.
He prided himself on an innate ability and a rank 1 sixfold cultivation already outstanding among his peers. Never had he expected Wu Erfan to have ascended to rank 1 ninefold. It was utterly terrifying. Phantoms. Su Ming unleashed his ability. In an instant several illusory shadows emerged behind him and surged toward Wu Erfan like dark bolts of lightning, astonishingly swift. Wu Erfan remained impassive, a contemptuous smile tugging at his mouth. Come forth, Bai Yu Liang. A mysterious pattern flared to life at his brow, the seal of the beast-taming space he had opened within. A gigantic white-feathered thunder eagle burst through the seal, soaring above with wings outstretched that blotting the sky. With a single sweep of its wings, the white-feathered thunder eagle formed 2 immense tornadoes that coiled like black dragons and roared toward Su Ming. Su Ming felt an overwhelming force strike him. He could not resist and was hurled dozens of meters, crashing heavily to the ground. Su Ming struggled to his feet, staring at the colossal white-feathered thunder eagle with horrified eyes, whispering, "A second-rank 4th-level top bloodline beast." Before he could finish, he collapsed, unable to rise. Standing on the arena, Wu Erfan wore the smile of a victor. Pathetically feeble trash. Next, bring up a dozen or 20 at once. No difference between fighting them one by one. The crowd stared in utter terror. Even Li Shueyo looked pale. By all that's holy, that's a second-rank 4th-level top bloodline white-feathered thunder eagle. Weren't the beast-taming alliance's new recruits said to be mediocre? How can we possibly stand against that? None of us freshmen would be a match. No. There's still one. Go fetch Rulai Fozu. No, summon Su Shen. Beside him, Zhang Zuya's face dark and ugly beyond measure. Wu Hengji smirked. Director Zhang, how confident are you now? Zhang Shueyo fell silent for a long while. If Su Chen's cultivation remained at second-rank 4th level, the odds were indeed slim. Beasts were naturally formidable, and a top bloodline beast was brutally powerful. Could it be that Kyoto Academy of Abilities was truly going to yield to the beast-taming alliance? I am confident Su Chen is not someone you can easily shake. Zhang Shueyo forced the words out. Wu Hengji snorted. You won't cry until the coffin is closed. I hope this so-called Su Shen isn't a cowardly turtle. He emphasized Su Shen with contempt. Villa no. 1. Su Chen. If you don't get up now, your 36D gorgeous wife will run off with a virgin. In the room, Shi Yaoyao straddled Su Chen, holding a loudspeaker and hollering at the top of her lungs. Su Chen shot awake from his sleep. What are you doing? Since when did I have a wife? If I didn't say it, would you wake up? Stop it, let me sleep a little longer. Hunting beasts later would be a stamina-consuming task. He needed rest. Come on up. The beast-taming alliance kicked in the door. If you don't get up, you'll be a spineless coward. Shi Yaoyao urged anxiously. The 4 words beast-taming alliance snapped Su Chen fully alert. He sat bolt upright. What? They kicked in the door. Yes. New recruits from the beast-taming alliance came to spar with the freshmen of Kyoto Academy. Plainly speaking, they came to kick our doors down. As she spoke, Shi Yaoyao produced her phone. The screen brimmed with hot headlines about Wu Erfan. Shocking. Beast-taming alliance invades. Wu Erfan's might is overwhelming. Explosive. A second-rank 4th-level top bloodline beast, who can possibly defeat it? Strange. Where is freshman top Su Chen? Has he hidden in fear? Su Chen frowned, a flash of anger in his eyes. Those misfits dare come wreak havoc at my Kyoto Academy. He triggered Yu Yingshan Phantom Shadow and rose in an instant. In a single minute he brushed his teeth and dressed. Shi Yaoyao stared at his speed, stunned. No way you're that fast. Why not? If others bully us at our doorstep, shouldn't I hurry to deal with them? Su Chen answered, a cold light glinting in his eyes. He also harbored another thought. Slaying a second-rank 4th-level top bloodline beast would yield a fortune in slaughter points. Do you think you can beat him? Roughly 1 to 9 odds. Shi Yaoyao asked, puzzled. You mean you versus 9? She had assumed Su Chen could at least match Wu Erfan, so she was surprised to hear such an estimate. Su Chen shook his head. I strike once, it falls 9 times. With the Dark Elf's possession and overwhelming cultivation, one blow would kill the white-feathered thunder eagle even if it had 9 lives. Of course, for such a small contest there was no need to call upon the Dark Elf. You're just boasting. Shi Yaoyao pouted, clearly skeptical. Winning seemed likely, but the idea of one strike ending 9 lives was excessive. Then let's make a bet. All right, what do you wager? Shi Yaoyao perked up. Su Chen considered briefly. If I win, you must grant me one request. Shi Yaoyao agreed without hesitation. Fine. If I win, you wash my socks for a week. Su Chen felt a flicker of perplexity. Washing a little girl's socks a punishment? For some it might even be a reward. He did not dwell on it and readily accepted. Done. It's a promise. He was supremely confident he would not lose. This was a sure bet. Shi Yaoyao hooked her arm through his and they headed toward the arena, bantering as they went. The first person is truly deserving. Inside the arena the atmosphere was tense and charged.
Wu Erfan scanned the densely packed students below, his tone dripping with disdain and ridicule. Wu Hengji hypocritically interjected, Erfan, at least spare some face for the Kyoto Ability Academy. I understand, father. Wu Erfan replied, then turned his gaze back to the group of students. Abilities cannot compare to beast taming. Those who know what's good for them should quickly join my beast taming alliance. Here everyone has the chance to become a formidable beast tamer rather than cowering like turtles lacking any backbone. Zheng Zuya's eyes flashed with anger. Utter nonsense. If you are a student of the Kyoto Ability Academy, stand up courageously and let them witness our strength. With Zheng Zuya's command, many students ignited with fighting spirit, leaping onto the arena. Lightning Department, Mei Yo Diao, I ask for your guidance. Ice Department, Zhang Xiaoli, I ask for your guidance. Dark Department, Li Wenjie, I ask for your guidance. One after another, nearly a dozen individuals climbed onto the arena. Remember, attack the person, not the beasts. Zhang Xueo reminded loudly. The students nodded in unison and launched their attacks. As the saying goes, capture the leader first, they targeted Wu Erfan directly. Seeing this, Wu Erfan's mockery intensified, utterly foolish. He quickly leapt onto the back of the White Feather Lightning Eagle. White Feather Lightning Eagle, show this group of ignorant fools what true power looks like. With that, the White Feather Lightning Eagle let out a long cry, spreading its wings and charging to the highest point. It then unleashed a massive lightning ball from its mouth, which instantly split into countless smaller lightning balls, raining down like bullets upon the arena below. Boom! Boom! The deafening explosions echoed relentlessly. After a barrage, all the students fell heavily to the ground without exception. They were severely injured, blood gushing from their mouths, their faces filled with pain. What a bunch of fragile weaklings. Isn't there someone named Su Chen in your Kyoto Ability Academy? Why haven't we seen him yet? Could he be cowering like a turtle, too afraid to show himself? Wu Erfan exclaimed with a smug expression. Looking for me? Do you think you're worthy? In a flash, Su Chen appeared on the arena. His cold gaze swept across the injured classmates around him, the fire of rage burning fiercely in his eyes. Su Chen. Be careful. He is very strong. Yes. Be cautious and avenge us. Go for it. We will always support you. Seeing his injured classmates still cheering him on, Su Chen's anger intensified. Everyone take care of your injuries. Leave this to me. Su Chen glanced back. Did you injure all these people? What if I did? A bunch of weaklings, so what if they are hurt? What can you do to me? Su Chen sneered. Do you think you are impressive and strong? Of course I have strength, otherwise why would I say this? I know who you are, Su Chen. Today I will replace you and become the new generation of strong. Your so-called strength is nothing but worthless trash in front of my White Feather Lightning Eagle. Su Chen remained silent, slowly closing his eyes. Moments later he suddenly opened them wide. At that moment his eyes were no longer deep black but swirled with purple gold like a vortex. Noble and mysterious like a dark night king. He tapped his toes, his wings unfurling behind him, and the Death Scythe materialized in his hands. Today I will let you know what true power is. Seeing this, Wu Erfan's pupils constricted sharply, a wave of intense fear washing over him. It was too fast, so fast that he couldn't react. Lightning Eagle. Crush him. The enormous eagle claws sliced through the air with a howling wind, aiming to strike Su Chen fiercely. However, in the face of Su Chen's Death Scythe, empowered by the Dark Spirit's formidable force, the eagle's claws crumpled like paper, splitting effortlessly in half. Blood poured down like rain, and the White Feather Lightning Eagle let out a mournful wail. Su Chen did not give it a moment to breathe, gripping its massive wings tightly like a vice. What of a top-tier bloodline beast? I don't need abilities, with just these hands I can tear you apart. Su Chen's eyes swirled with purple gold, his veins bulging as his muscles swelled. Tear it apart for me. With a furious shout he exerted his strength, and the wings of the White Feather Lightning Eagle were brutally ripped off. A tremendous scream reverberated throughout the arena as the White Feather Lightning Eagle, now wingless, fell like a kite with its string cut. Su Chen approached the falling Wu Erfan, grabbing his collar and lifting him up like a chick. Did I let you go? Dark elements surged wildly in his hands, and a shadow claw radiating black light pressed forcefully against Wu Erfan's chest. Put! Blood gushed out as Wu Erfan's body was torn apart by the shadow claw, leaving him a bloody mess. If it weren't for his armor, he would have surely perished. Su Chen held the unconscious Wu Erfan, carelessly tossing him onto the arena. Then he turned his attention to the remaining challengers. You all continue. At that moment the entire arena was left in stunned silence. Did I just imagine that? The White Feather Lightning Eagle, which looked so majestic just now, was actually torn apart by Su Chen. No. You are not seeing things. It really was torn apart. I must be cursed, I actually doubted Su Chen's strength before the match. From now on Su Chen will definitely be my top choice. So incredibly cool, tearing the White Feather Lightning Eagle apart. Why isn't the Beast Taming Alliance calling out anymore? Call out. Awesome. Did you not notice that Su Chen has already reached the second tier 8th level? Who said Su Chen was a coward? I will fight him. Zhang Xueyo was also stunned for a long time by this scene. An ability user of the dark element actually tore apart a top-tier bloodline beast. This is simply unbelievable. But when he saw Su Chen's second-tier 8th level, his breath quickened. What speed of cultivation can compare? The number one of this generation must be Su Chen. He is truly deserving. Su Chen has gone a bit hard. The vice leader won't blame him, will he? Zhang Xueyo said sarcastically. Weren't you just mocking me? Now I must return the favor. I have a student like Su Chen. What do you have? My student is so amazing, I take pride in it. Wu Hengji's body trembled slightly, his face filled with terror. But your student shouldn't be so ruthless, right? Wu Hengji said, forcing down his fear and anger. What? Your student can injure my people, but mine cannot injure yours. Zhang Zuya's 8th tier 1st level aura suddenly erupted, a powerful pressure rushing toward Wu Hengji. Wu Hengji closed his eyes, slightly filled with helplessness and resentment. This was a breath he had to acknowledge. Go bring Erfan and the White Feather Lightning Eagle back. He coldly commanded the students behind him. The few students trembled, looking at Su Chen with terror in their eyes. They were afraid that as soon as they went up they would be torn apart by Su Chen. If you don't go, then get out of the Beast Taming Alliance. Wu Hengji shouted loudly, trying to suppress his anger. Yes, yes, yes. Only then did they tremble as they prepared to climb onto the arena to retrieve Wu Erfan and the White Feather Lightning Eagle. Did I let you do it? The students looked at Su Chen with a face full of despair. Brother, we are just following orders. Alright, but the White Feather Lightning Eagle seems to be in great pain. As a good person, I'll give it a swift end. Wilderness hunting. Brother, what are you? I know I'm a good person, no need to thank me. Just remember to clean up, okay? Thanks. Su Chen wore a gentle smile. Several people exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion. You call yourself a good person? If Su Chen is a good person, then Satan would wake up and become the second on the leaderboard. Even so, the few of them reluctantly spoke up. All right, brother. They did not dare to hesitate for a moment, quickly lifting Wu Erfan off the stage before swiftly starting to clean up the remains of the Bayou Thunder Eagle. After a long time, they finally finished the cleaning. Wu Hengji glared fiercely at Su Chen and coldly said, let's go. Wait, where are you going? You've already come to challenge us, shouldn't we reciprocate? Su Chen leisurely stepped forward. Wu Hengji slightly closed his eyes, clenched his fists and restrained his anger, saying, what do you want? 3 days from now Su Chen will come to pay a visit. I hope Vice Alliance leader Wu will be prepared. Su Chen articulated each word clearly. It's all about reciprocation. How can one not return the favor after being attacked? Of course he wanted to hunt a few more demon beasts. Good. I'll be waiting for your visit in 3 days. Wu Hengji gritted his teeth and said, then angrily left with his companions. This challenge was a tremendous loss for him. Not only did he lose a top-tier bloodline demon beast, but his precious son was also seriously injured. How could he swallow this anger? Yet at this moment he could only endure for now. In 3 days he would make Su Chen pay back 100-fold. Does he dare come to challenge us again? He truly does not know the height of heaven or depth of earth. The members of his Beast Master Alliance were all not to be trifled with. Su Chen watched his departing figure, a surge of excitement welling up in his heart. If only one person from this Beast Master Alliance could control 2 demon beasts. Killing 2 at once would earn him double the slaughter points. Su Chen is amazing, the first person to rip apart a demon beast. So handsome. And what was up with the wings behind you just now? Hey. Why are you asking this? That's a secret. Students surged around him. Zhang Xueyo hurriedly stepped forward to help Su Chen break free from the crowd. Director Zhang. No need to be polite. By the way, Su Chen, what was up with the wings behind you? He was also quite curious about this. Su Chen. Just some secrets. Naturally, it was because he fused with the Dark Elf, which not only enhanced the power of dark elements but also increased his strength to crush the Bayou Thunder Eagle with the fourfold realm. Ha, good. The more secrets, the stronger you become. Zhang Xueyo laughed heartily a few times, then coughed lightly. Remember to call the director when you come to challenge in 3 days. He definitely had to retaliate with sarcasm. Su Chen felt a bit speechless and twitched his lips. This director really held a grudge. No problem, I remember Director Zhang won a chance to command them through a bet last time, right? That's right, if you need it I can also let you command them. Su Chen nodded. Indeed, there is a need. Oh. Just say it and I will satisfy you as much as I can. Su Chen rubbed his hands, a mischievous gleam in his eyes. Could you arrange for the Beast Master Alliance to line up some demon beasts for me to slay? I don't need many, just a few thousand will do. Zhang Xueyo felt his brain malfunction. Line up for him to kill. Just a few thousand. Isn't that unreasonable? He rolled his eyes at him and said impatiently, if you do this you'll probably be hunted down by the Beast Master Alliance. Su Chen chuckled, flashing a big white smile. Just kidding, I should get back to business. After chatting a bit more, Su Chen left the crowd.
From a distance he saw Shi Yaoyao looking sullen, her head down and her hands unconsciously clutching her clothes. "Little girl, did you see that?" Su Chen smiled as he walked up and asked. Shi Yaoyao pouted. "I saw it." "What's wrong? Are you unhappy? Is it because you lost the bet?" Su Chen asked with interest. Shi Yaoyao gently shook her head. "It's because the gap between you and me is getting bigger." Then she seemed to have made a certain decision, a hint of determination flashing in her eyes. "I've made up my mind, I need to train hard." Saying this she turned and left, her steps hurried, disappearing from Su Chen's sight. Su Chen frowned, a hint of doubt rising in his heart. After a long time he reacted. Could it be that Shi Yaoyao didn't want to fulfill the bet? He shook his head. The monk can run but the temple can't. As for now, he should go to the demon beast area outside Kyoto to hunt the demon beasts for the evolution of the death magic scythe. Outside Kyoto the wilderness was quiet, only occasionally interrupted by the sound of the wind and the distant roars of demon beasts, sending a chill down one's spine. Su Chen followed the map's guidance and arrived at Bear Mountain Forest. This place was characterized by dense pearl forests and rolling hills. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, creating patches of dappled light. The ground beneath his feet was soft and damp, exuding a mix of earthy and grassy scents. As soon as he entered he saw numerous hunting teams working together to hunt demon beasts. Compared to the magic cave, there were indeed more people here, with the noisy shouts and the roars of demon beasts intertwining, breaking the tranquility of the forest. "Hey brother. Are you new here?" Su Chen heard a voice and turned to see a burly man grinning at him. "Who are you?" Su Chen furrowed his brows slightly, a hint of vigilance flashing in his eyes. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Li Ergu. I'm at the first level of the 3rd stage. I saw you alone and wanted to invite you to join us in hunting a nest of elite fire barbarian bears," Li Ergu said enthusiastically, wearing a sincere smile. Su Chen secretly checked his information. The name and realm matched, which eased his vigilance a bit. "Why are you looking for me?" Li Ergu sighed, a hint of helplessness on his face. "Our team has 5 people. While hunting we discovered a cave with a few elite-level bloodline demon fire barbarian bears, but we're short on manpower and afraid that if we go back to town to call for help others will snatch it away. So I was sent out to find someone willing to join us to hunt according to contribution points." Su Chen pondered for a moment and said, "Sure, take me there first. Let's see first if it's a trap with the dark elf. I won't be afraid. At worst I still have the dragon order." "Great brother. By the way, what realm are you in?" Li Ergu asked curiously. 2nd stage, 8th level. Upon hearing this realm, Li Ergu frowned slightly, then waved his hand. "That's fine, but you should know that your share will likely be less since your realm is lower, and thus your contribution will be lower." "That's not a problem," Su Chen replied. He agreed. First, his intentions weren't just for the hunt. "Alright, let's go, I'll take you there," Li Ergu said with a smile, leading Su Chen while chatting. After crossing several hills and passing through a dense pearl forest, they finally reached their destination. In front of them was a cave with a faint heat rising from the entrance. Outside, several gigantic fire barbarian bears were napping, their massive bodies resembling small hills covered in bright red fur. Su Chen took a rough glance. They were all at the 9th or 10th level of the 2nd stage, or at the 1st level of the 3rd stage. It seemed that what Li Ergu said was true, so he could make a small profit this time. "Kill. Remember the mission. Ergu, you finally returned." Li DePeo quickly ran over from. "What's wrong, DePeo?" "It's nothing, Ergu, just worried something might happen to you." He then looked at Su Chen. "Ergu, what cultivation level is this brother you brought back?" "He is at the 2nd stage, 8th level." Li DePeo's expression immediately darkened and he sighed lightly. "Then it will still be quite difficult to kill those fire barbarian bears. With a 2nd stage 8th level strength he can at most assist in this dangerous hunt." Li Ergu patted his shoulder. "Having more people means more power. It's better than having none. Let's prepare for a siege hunt." "That's true, Ergu." Li Ergu then looked at Su Chen with a kind smile. "Little brother, if you can help out later, please do so." Su Chen was slightly surprised by his gentle attitude. "Sure." Seeing Su Chen agree, Li Ergu turned to the team, his gaze stern. "The hunt begins." The group collaborated silently, stealthily approaching the 3 fire barbarian bears. Under the tight cooperation of the 6, the once fierce fire barbarian bears gradually showed signs of being suppressed. Su Chen stood to the side watching this scene with interest, thinking about stepping in to claim a kill and earn some points. Just as he pondered, he suddenly heard a very light footstep coming from behind. He turned to look, and in the bamboo forest 5 people were stealthily approaching, all dressed in black, resembling the attire of Jiahao. Naming: Qi cultivation level 2nd stage 10th level ability C-class poisoning bone tempering 4th round note notorious enjoys robbing others spoils Hey Qi look. This time Ergu and the others have gotten smart and sent someone to scout. One of them whispered. Ing Qi curled his lips into a faint cold smile. Kid, if you know what's good for you, get lost. The scouts are usually the weakest. Su Chen frowned. These people didn't seem to be online. They didn't even recognize him. But after thinking it through, free kill points shouldn't be passed up. What if I don't? A hint of ruthlessness flashed in Ing Qi's eyes as he activated his ability, green venom coating his dagger. Not leaving. In this desolate wilderness, killing you will go unnoticed. Su Chen's eyes were filled with fervor. Really? Ying-Chi looked at Su Chen's excited expression, feeling somewhat puzzled. What are you so excited about, kid?
Are you really expecting someone to save you when death is imminent?
Su Chen grinned, revealing a set of white teeth.
I'm excited because in this desolate wilderness killing you won't be noticed. Tuan Tuan. Su Chen shouted angrily and Tuan Tuan understood, instantly merging with him.
Seeing the change in Su Chen, Ying-Chi frowned. Humph, even at death's door you're still playing cosplay, then let me fulfill your wish. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Chen's wings suddenly flapped behind him, combined with the shadow flash, and Ying-Chi didn't even have time to react before being sliced in half by the death demon scythe. Blood sprayed out like a fountain, staining the fallen leaves on the ground. Kill second stage 10th level. Ying-Chi 2000 kill points. Hearing the system prompt, Su Chen turned to the other four, his eyes filled with a fervent killing intent. These are not just bad guys, they are all treasures. The four were immediately stunned.
Shouldn't the one left to keep watch be the weakest? Did they really pick the strongest?
The four knelt down in unison, their faces filled with fear. Boss, we were wrong. We shouldn't have offended you, please don't kill us.
If you kill us, someone will come to investigate you. Since the leader was taken out in one blow, they weren't stupid. Investigate. Do you think I'm afraid?
In a flash, the death demon scythe swept across the necks of the four, their eyes widening as they slowly fell to the ground.
Kill.
They wanted to kill themselves, so why bother to show mercy?
Let the dogs return to the mountain. It's better to earn kill points.
After looting the corpses, Su Chen, holding the death demon scythe, headed towards the fire barbarian bears. The battle there was also nearing its end. The fire barbarian bears, under the siege of everyone, were already at their last breath.
Su Chen rushed forward, each slash of the death demon scythe claiming a kill cleanly and efficiently.
Kill a third stage first level fire barbarian bear, 3000 kill points. 3 system prompt sounds rang out in succession, and Su Chen's kill points had reached 21000.
Little brother, what do you mean by this?
Li Ergo asked, somewhat puzzled. Just claiming a kill, you can distribute the fire barbarian bears however you like. Then he pointed to the bamboo forest not far away. A group came earlier to prepare for an ambush, and I dealt with them.
You can see if you recognize them.
Li Ergo was stunned for a moment, then commanded, DePeo, go check if it's the Black Shadow Gang. Li DePeo quickly ran over, and when he saw the corpses on the ground he lifted their masks, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes.
Ying-Chi is actually dead.
He returned in confusion and reported, Ergo, it's the Ying-Chi and his 5 men from the Black Shadow Gang who robbed us of our spoils last time. They probably wanted to pull the same trick again and ambush us while we were exhausted.
Li Ergo frowned and looked at Su Chen. Did you do this, little brother?
It was just a casual thing. Li Ergo cupped his hands and showed a grateful smile. Thank you, little brother.
Otherwise we would have been in trouble again.
He was actually a bit confused. How could this little brother defeat those 5 people who were at a higher level in such a short time?
His strength must be astonishing.
Thinking back to having Su Chen assist at the beginning, he couldn't help but smile.
Why not use the heavenly talent?
What's going on with the Black Shadow Gang you mentioned?
Su Chen asked curiously.
Li Ergo-side people like us who come out to hunt beast will form teams, while the Black Shadow Gang is similar to an underground criminal organization that has recently formed, specializing in robbing others. Sometimes they even resort to murder or do dirty work for others, making them notorious for their evil deeds.
Is there really such a gang? Can't anyone manage it?
Li Ergo shook his head helplessly. No one can manage it. Although the leader of the Black Shadow Gang is at the 3rd stage 5th level, it's said that he has connections, so when robbed you can only accept it. Su Chen chuckled lightly. Now he understood how things worked. He tightened his grip on the death demon scythe. It seems his performance would double recently. Who cares about any connections?
First I'll take out the Black Shadow Gang. Wipe them all out. Even if they have someone, Su Chen has his own people.
Fear.
That doesn't exist.
Before crossing over he was just an ordinary college student scrambling for money, pretty much like Li Ergo and his group. And now since he has crossed into this world and bound the system, no matter how strong he becomes he cannot forget his original intention.
Remember the mission.
He can't look down on his previous mediocre self just because he has become stronger, right?
One must not forget one's roots.
Ergo, perhaps in a few days the Black Shadow Gang will disappear.
Also about the Black Shadow Gang attempting to assassinate me. Isn't it reasonable for me to eliminate them? If it's unreasonable, then it must be made reasonable. Just consider them as providing kill points for my growth.
Li Ergo's face was filled with bitterness. It's tough for us poor hunters who dares to offend them. They can only endure being robbed with no background and no strength. Some have reported the Black Shadow Gang, but sadly it was like throwing a stone into the lake without any ripple. Furthermore, those who reported were secretly targeted by the Black Shadow Gang. Su Chen patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, Ergo, I forgot to tell you, my name is Su Chen. The name of Ko Jie echoed in Li Ergo's mind, stirring up a wave of thoughts, feeling increasingly familiar. Suddenly he slapped his forehead and exclaimed, could it be that you were Su Chen, the one who overshadowed the talents of the capital and gained fame far and wide?
Yes, but I'm not as impressive as you say.
Li Ergo realized, his face filled with regret and admiration. So that's it, I didn't recognize you, young brother Su Chen. With this realization there was finally hope of eradicating the notorious Shadow Gang.
Urga, you are being too serious with your words. Urga shook his head with a smile, pride glowing on his face. Not serious, not serious. To be able to team up with someone who can overshadow the talents of the capital, I could boast about it for 3 years when I return home. Su Chen chuckled and shook his head. All right, Urga, let's clean up the battlefield first. Urga replied, then paused and said, Brother Su, take these fire barbarian bear carcasses. Without you we would have been robbed. There's no need to take them. I inflicted a few strikes just now. Consider it my payment. To him the carcasses of a few fire barbarian bears were just a trivial matter worth very little. But for Urga and the others, these carcasses were the hard-earned fruits of their labor over several days. With the money from selling these beast carcasses, his waiting wife and children at home could enjoy a good meal and wear new clothes. Urga was about to say something else when he noticed Su Chen frowning slightly, seemingly displeased, so he tactfully changed the subject, saying, Brother Su, if you need our help in the future, just let us know. We would go through fire and water for you. Su Chen made an okay gesture, revealing a faint smile. Just then, while they were cleaning up the battlefield, a bear the size of a small mountain emerged from the cave, having caught the scent of blood. Its massive body was engulfed in flames, thick layers of earth enveloping it like armor. Su Chen looked over and quickly scanned it. Name: Fire Barbarian Bear, Realm 3rd Stage, 2nd Level, Bloodline, Top Tier Bloodline, Attributes Fire, Earth, Note: Leader of nearby beasts. Seeing this, Urga's pupils dilated. Run. A 3rd Stage 2nd Level beast with top tier bloodline is not something they could handle. Even with Su Chen here, it wouldn't work. Overcoming a higher stage is much more difficult than defeating one of a lower stage. The gap between each major stage is like an insurmountable chasm. Urga quickly shielded the others as they retreated. The fire barbarian bear huffed heavily, its gigantic paw slamming down onto the ground. In an instant, a high earthen wall blocked their path of retreat. Urga clenched his fists and looked at Su Chen. Brother Su, will cover for you. You must hurry and escape. Your life is more precious than ours. Remember to do your best to eradicate the Shadow Gang. Su Chen is Hope, the future powerhouse. Their lives are not worth as much as Su Chen's infinite potential. Besides, if it weren't for Su Chen, they would have been robbed. Since they can't escape now, they should give him the chance to live. He looked at the others around him. Brothers, hold him off. All right, everyone replied in unison. Seeing this, Su Chen quickly blocked them. Leave this to me. There is no distinction of high or low among people, and life has no value disparity. He truly did not expect that in this world of the survival of the fittest, the hearts of Urga and his companions could be so kind. He took a step forward and said, System, allocate points to reach 2nd Stage 10th Level. Consumption of 21000 kill points. Realm increased to 2nd Stage 10th Level. Su Chen aimed the Death Magic Scythe at the top tier bloodline fire barbarian bear, his wings suddenly flapping as he flew towards it. Today I will cross the stage to slay you. The fire barbarian bear was furious, not expecting this tiny human to dare to resist. Its eyes flickered with rage as its gigantic fiery paw struck fiercely at Su Chen, creating a wave of scorching wind. Su Chen swung his scythe to block. Clang. A crisp sound rang out, sparks flying. Then Su Chen's figure flickered as he appeared at a distance, a hint of disdainful smile curving his lips. Who would fight you, heathen? As soon as he finished speaking, Shadow Claw and Phantom Shadow Claw simultaneously launched. A series of black claw shadows rushed towards the fire barbarian bear, the Phantom Shadow Claw firmly restraining it. Tuan, activate your latest amplification skill for me. Tuan understood immediately, and a stunning and eerie flower appeared above Su Chen's head. This was the second skill Tuan had learned, and Su Chen was unsure of its effect. Roar. The fire barbarian bear was caught off guard by this sudden attack, its fur singed and skin marked with numerous wounds. However, its soil defense was too thick, and with the enhancement of its top-tier bloodline it did not suffer significant damage. It looked at Su Chen with disdain, as if to say, you can hit me all you want. That arrogant demeanor only fueled Su Chen's anger further. Another round of Shadow Claws struck. This time it was not without substantial damage. The Shadow Claw first slammed into it, and then the dark elements began to erode and corrupt the fire barbarian bear's earth armor. Roar. Feeling the corrosion and erosion of the dark elements, the fire barbarian bear panicked. It struggled frantically trying to escape this terrible dark element corrosion, but it was to no avail. However, Su Chen was delighted. It seemed Tuan's amplification allowed his dark elements to possess the effect of corrosion and decay. Then in the future he wouldn't have to worry when facing those hard-shelled beasts. Why aren't you screaming? You can't escape. Su Chen said coldly. Dark Erosion Bat Strike. The perfected Dark Erosion Bat Strike combined with Tuan's amplification effect instantly rendered the fire barbarian bear's incredibly tough earth armor into nothingness. Its body was exposed before Su Chen, utterly defenseless. Finally, Su Chen unleashed a momentary shadow kill formation, 10 black beams of light flashing by, and the fire barbarian bear crashed to the ground without rising again. Kill a 3rd Stage 2nd Level top tier bloodline beast. Kill points 5000. Hiss. A top tier bloodline beast is indeed valuable. Su Chen looked at the system prompt, secretly marveling. As for finding a top tier beast for Li Fugue, he had already completely forgotten. The Beastmaster Alliance wants to challenge with top tier bloodline beasts. Go play with a couple of marbles. Urga and the others were dumbfounded watching Su Chen's back. It seems we don't have to die. Remove the seams. Urga's eyes were filled with gratitude and admiration as he looked at Su Chen. Su Chen was different from all the talented children of noble families he had encountered. Most of the noble disciples gave him a feeling of superiority looking down from above. But Su Chen was very easygoing and had an upright character.
Having someone like Su Chen with integrity and limitless potential in Long Country is a great blessing.
He would undoubtedly become a beloved powerhouse in the future.
The Death Magic Scythe has been upgraded to SS level. Brother Su Chen truly unmatched in the world.
Li Ergo stepped forward and said, "We are all struggling to survive.
If he does not die, we must die. In this world there is no room for mercy. Indeed, this world is one of the law of the jungle, and we will never forget the life-saving grace of Brother Su.
If there is ever a need, I will go through fire and water for you."
Li Ergo clasped his fists with a solemn expression. Su Chen revealed a carefree smile. "Why be so polite?
Just treat me to a few drinks another day."
Ha ha ha, good. When the time comes, come to my house and let my wife cook some of her signature dishes. We won't return until we're drunk.
Su Chen nodded. "Then let's leave it at that. I have some matters to attend to. Next it's time to crazily hunt down demonic beasts and evolve the Death Magic Scythe.
Only by continuously becoming stronger can one stand firm in this cruel world."
"Okay, Brother Su, take care. May you have a smooth journey."
The two exchanged a few pleasantries before parting ways. Su Chen stepped away and coldly uttered two words: "Start killing."
"Kill 2 tier tenfold. Kill 3 tier first. Kill 3 tier first."
At the headquarters of the Capital Beast Alliance, the leader Haiba Bei wore a face full of anger and shouted, "Wu Hengji, what crime do you bear?
Do you know that your reckless action nearly brought disaster to the Alliance?"
"Leader, I confess my guilt, but I only wish to let more newcomers join our Beast Alliance."
"I never expected that Su Chen would be so formidable.
It was simply beyond my expectations."
Su Chen's strength truly exceeded his imagination.
"Humph, do you even realize the crime you've committed? Knowing that Su Chen is not to be trifled with, yet you recklessly provoked him. Where do you place the safety of the Alliance?"
Haiba Bai's face turned ashen with anger.
"Please, leader, reprimand me. It was my lack of consideration deserving of death 1,000 times.
Wu Hengji lowered his head. Haiba Bei sighed deeply. "Enough, tell me what is the matter with Su Chen wanting to challenge us. Tell me in detail." Wu Hengji raised his head. Returning to the leader, Su Chen said he will come to challenge us in 3 days as a matter of reciprocity.
He is determined to humiliate our alliance.
Sigh.
Our Beast Alliance is bound to suffer a great loss.
That Su Chen's strength is unfathomable. We can only befriend him and cannot be enemies.
You, on the other hand, went to provoke him first, causing all of this. Haiba Bei shook his head helplessly, his eyes filled with worry, for every pitiful person has their own despicable side. Wu Hengji, however, remained unconvinced. Leader, isn't Zhao Shan capable of contracting 2 demonic beasts at the 3-tier fourfold level?
He might be able to compete with Su Chen.
What? You can't seriously expect Zhao Shan to fight Su Chen, can you?
How old is Zhao Shan? How old is Su Chen? What's wrong with that? He doesn't know Zhao Shan's age, and besides, Zhao Shan has a rock giant beast while Su Chen's dark element destruction power is simply insufficient to defeat it.
As long as we plan thoroughly, we can definitely succeed. Wu Hengji became more excited as he spoke.
No one has stipulated that only newcomers can participate. The dark element destruction power will certainly be insufficient. The rock giant beast can easily crush Su Chen.
Absurd. What you are doing will only tarnish the reputation of our Beast Alliance. For the sake of a victory or defeat, resorting to any means necessary, how can our alliance stand?
Haiba Bei shouted angrily, slamming the table.
Are you saying that the leader wants to witness our Beast Alliance being humiliated in the challenge?
We cannot just sit idly by. Isn't this all you're doing? If it weren't for your reckless actions, how could we be in this predicament today? Wu Hengji raised his head. Leader, even if this is something I caused, what of it? Sometimes resorting to any means necessary for survival and development is inevitable. We challenged them to promote the Beast Alliance, and now that they want to challenge back, we should do whatever it takes to stop them. All right, I will take charge of this matter.
I am the leader of this Beast Alliance. Take good care of your son's injuries.
Stop having those crooked ideas. Haiba Bei left in anger, leaving Wu Hengji alone in the room, his face fluctuating between dark and bright.
Wu Hengji secretly made up his mind. This matter is already set in stone.
For the face of the Beast Alliance, it can only be this way. It must be done. Su Chen's challenge 3 days later will surely succeed. The next day in the wilderness.
Congratulations, host, you have accumulated 100,000 kill points. Special reward issued: your innate spiritual treasure, the 12-petaled world-destroying Black Lotus. After finishing off a cat demon, Su Chen heard the system notification and his eyes instantly brightened, revealing a look of ecstasy. The special reward for 100,000 kill points has been issued.
Fantastic.
System, what is this innate spiritual treasure?
I have never heard of it before.
A 70-year superhuman can gather heavenly materials and earthly treasures, refining and absorbing them into their innate energy to become innate spiritual treasures. Relying on the nourishment of innate energy, these treasures can enhance the body and can also wield the power of the spiritual treasure. Moreover, this innate spiritual treasure is divided into 12 levels. The higher the level, the more valuable it is. Su Chen's breathing became a bit rapid. Can only gather heavenly materials and earthly treasures as innate spiritual treasures after reaching the 7th tier.
So I can do it now. This is truly an unexpected joy. As he thought this, he took out the 12-petaled world-destroying Black Lotus from the system space. For petaled world-destroying Black Lotus currently at the level of 3-tier innate spiritual treasure, upgrade to 8 petals for 60 or 16 petals for 90 or and 32 petals for peak 12-tier innate spiritual treasure. Chen looked at the pitch-black 4-petaled lotus before him. Merely touching it sent a powerful destructive force coursing through him, making him shiver. A powerful force instantly spread throughout his body, causing him to shudder uncontrollably. System, what is the specific function of this world-destroying Black Lotus? Quickly give me the details. Ding. Now detailing for you. 3-tier 4-petaled world-destroying Black Lotus can enhance one's dark element destructive power and strength by 100, increases the absorption speed of dark elements. The more petals the stronger the enhancement. In addition, each petal of the Black Lotus can be removed to unleash the strongest strike at critical moments. Looking at the introduction of this world-destroying Black Lotus, Chen felt ecstatic. Damn, enhancing destruction and destructive power greatly compensates for the weakness of dark element destruction. Furthermore, enhancing the power of dark elements is equivalent to doubling the amplification. This is simply a divine artifact tailored for me. System, how do I increase the number of petals on the world-destroying Black Lotus? The more petals, the higher the grade and the stronger the amplification. Ding. First, it needs to be refined into your innate energy. Afterward, absorb the heavenly materials and earthly treasures of the dark elements to enhance it, or gradually enhance it using innate energy to nourish it. Chen slowly nodded. This was pretty much what he had in mind. It seems that in the future, heavenly materials and earthly treasures of the dark elements will become a staple. System, how many kill points are needed for the next stage of special rewards? Let me know in advance how much is needed. Ding. The next stage requires accumulating 100,000 kill points. Hearing this astronomical number, Chen immediately felt deflated. It seems I still need some time. However, he was still very much looking forward to it. These two special rewards, one dark spirit and one 12-petaled world-destroying Black Lotus, are simply explosive. He was already eager to try the power of his abilities after refining. Putting the world-destroying Black Lotus back into his storage ring, Chen prepared to return to refine and merge it. Finally, he took a deep breath to calm his excited heart. Next, it's time to upgrade the Death Magic Scythe to SS level. He looked at the kill point 75800. Chen waved his hands. System. Spend 500,000 kill points to upgrade my Death Magic Scythe to SS level. Ding. Deducting 500,000 kill points, the Death Magic Scythe is undergoing transformation and evolution. The scheme of the Black Shadow Gang. As the system prompt sounded, Chen's Death Demon Scythe flew into the air and began to slowly transform. The scythe shape gradually elongated slightly, and crimson streaks resembling blood spread across its originally deep purple-black body. Death and slaughter perfectly merged. Ding. The Death Demon Scythe has been upgraded to SS level. Slaughter Demon Scythe successfully. Detailed attribute panel now available for you to view. SS Slaughter Demon Scythe. Trait 1, indestructible, capable of cutting hair. Trait 2, slaughtering all living beings. Can enhance the power of the Slaughter Demon Scythe and increase the power of the Scythe series combat skills. Currently enhancing the usage power of the Slaughter Demon Scythe by 100 and increasing the power of Scythe series combat skills by 100. Chen grasped the scythe and a rich aura of death and slaughter surged towards him. Feeling the new yet familiar Slaughter Demon Scythe, he murmured, "Is this the power of an S-level companion spirit?" It is worth noting that in the entire Dragon Kingdom no one has ever possessed an S-level companion spirit. The highest level is merely S-level. He had first obtained the 12th grade potential world-ending Black Lotus as his innate spirit treasure. Now with the S-level Slaughter Demon Scythe, an uncontrollable sense of pride surged within him. Since he had gained such an advantage, he had to aim higher. Chen clenched his fists. Next, I need to accumulate 100,000 slaughter points to upgrade to S-level dark-type abilities. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the excitement within him, and began allocating points. System upgrade Shadow Claw to True Intent Realm. Ding. Consumed 5,000 slaughter points. Successfully upgraded the second-tier combat skill Shadow Claw to True Intent Realm. In an instant, Chen felt himself being pulled into a strange illusion by a mysterious force. Here time and space lost all meaning as he immersed himself in a profound understanding of the Shadow Claw's intent. This was no longer a simple enhancement of proficiency, but a sublimation of the skill's essence, a touch from the depths of his soul. After a long while, Chen slowly opened his eyes, a sharp light flashing in his gaze. The True Intent Shadow Claw is terrifying. True Intent Realm and Perfect Realm are worlds apart in proficiency. It cannot be achieved merely through daily practice. Rather, it is in the countless releases of skills that one captures that fleeting inspiration and comprehends its true meaning. System allocate points to Shadow Sword Dance until entry level. Ding. Consumed 3,000 slaughter points. Successfully reached entry level for the 6th tier combat skill Shadow Sword Dance. Now upgrade my Netherworld 9 slashes directly to Great Achievement. The Slaughter Demon Scythe's slaughter trait perfectly matched with the Scythe series combat skills. Chen planned to learn several related combat skills to elevate his strength to a new height. Ding. Consumed 15,000. Upgraded the 5th tier combat skill Netherworld 9 slashes from Unlearned to Great Achievement. In an instant, the proficiency of Netherworld 9 slashes directly crossed 3 stages to reach the Great Achievement realm. Now when Chen used Netherworld 9 slashes, he could already unleash 6 fierce slashes.
Noticing that his slaughter points were nearly exhausted, Chen closed the system panel, feeling the surging power within him. Excitedly he spoke, "My current strength is terrifyingly powerful." It was a pity that he lacked an opponent to battle with his full strength, especially to test the changes brought by the true intent Shadow Claw. Unfortunately he couldn't find one, but that was alright, he could visit the Black Shadow Gang in the coming days. Then Chen gripped the Slaughter Demon Scythe and casually selected a few demon beasts for hunting. With each demon beast he killed, the slaughter trait of the scythe would strengthen, albeit slowly, from 100 to 100.09, but little by little adds up. Moreover, the higher the realm of the demon beasts, the greater the permanent enhancement the Slaughter Demon Scythe would receive. After completing the test, Chen stretched contentedly. It's time to go back and merge and refine the world-ending Black Lotus. What others could accomplish at the 7th tier he could do before reaching the 3rd tier. All of this was thanks to hard work. In the evening, in the city of Shanghai next to Kyoto, at the headquarters of the Black Shadow Gang, boss old 18 Ing Chi has been killed. Sitting in the main seat, the Black Shadow Gang leader Zhang Bubi, with a scar on his face, was enjoying the attentive service of 2 women beside him. Upon hearing this news, his face instantly turned ashen. What? Old 18 has been killed. Which blind hunting team did this? Do they no longer want to operate in this area? Zhang Bubi's face was filled with anger as he slammed the table. According to our informants, it was Chen who has recently gained fame in Kyoto. Li Kai reported truthfully. Zhang Bubi frowned, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. It's Chen. He had heard of Chen. This young man single-handedly overshadowed the talents of Kyoto. He never expected that it was he who killed Ing Chi. Yes, boss. What should we do now? Zhang Bubi snorted lightly, stood up, and a sinister smile appeared on his face. Go gather evidence of Chen killing Ing Chi and send it to the Ability Management Bureau in Shanghai City for them to handle. But boss, Chen's identity. Li Kai hesitated. Chen's strength and background were not to be underestimated. I'm not stupid. Provoking Chen will definitely have no good outcome. You just need to pass the evidence through someone else to Su Xiao of the Ability Management Bureau, and the rest is not your concern. Zhang Bubi smiled smugly. Li Kai's eyes lit up as he realized, you mean that iron-faced and impartial director Su's daughter Su Xiao? Su Xiao left him with the impression of being fair and upright, simply a naive person who couldn't distinguish between human feelings and the world. Zhang Bubi nodded. Exactly, killing my brother without paying a price is unacceptable. Let that woman Su Xiao entangle Chen, that'll be enough to make him suffer. This scheme could be said to achieve 2 goals with 1 stone, as it would use the power of the authorities to put Chen in a difficult position while allowing the Black Shadow Gang to distance itself from the matter. Even if Chen investigated, they would have evidence proving that Chen was the one who killed first. Li Kai's eyes brightened and he gave a thumbs up, saying, boss is truly brilliant. Not only can we avoid provoking Chen, but we can also make that kid's life difficult. It's simply perfect. Alright, hurry up and do it, and also call Li Ergu over. I see he's gotten a bit too bold lately and needs to be dealt with. According to insider information, Li Ergu was also present at the scene. Not only did he not stop Chen from killing Ing Chi, but he even gloated on the side. This made Zhang Bubi extremely furious. Wasn't this just getting too bold? The kid understands. I'm going to call Li Ergu over right now. Li Kai hurriedly withdrew. Zhang Bubi, on the other hand, smiled contentedly and then dialed a phone number, speaking in a flattering tone. Hello, sir. I will deliver the resources we have recently seized to you later. Thank you for your continued support of the Black Shadow Gang. As his voice gradually faded, the atmosphere in the headquarters of the Black Shadow Gang fell silent once again. Only the dim lights illuminated the darkness of this underground world. A fusion of extraordinary phenomena. At Villa No. One of the Kyoto Ability Academy. After several hours of rest, Chen simply had a meal and eagerly prepared to merge the Annihilation Black Lotus. He took out the Annihilation Black Lotus and asked System, how should I refine and merge this Annihilation Black Lotus? Simply utilize source energy and mobilize your own dark elemental power to envelop it, gradually refining it into your internal source energy. I see. After understanding the refining method, Chen gazed at the Annihilation Black Lotus suspended before him, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. His source energy surged within and the dark power flowed out like black silk, tightly wrapping around the Annihilation Black Lotus as he began to cautiously refine it. As the refinement progressed, strands of black essence were drawn out from the Annihilation Black Lotus, slowly merging into the lake-like source energy within Chen. However, the Annihilation Black Lotus, which had not yet been completely refined, appeared somewhat transparent within Chen. Noticing this, he took a deep breath, fully urging his source energy and dark elements to intensify the refinement. At that moment, as he exerted his full effort in refining, a tremendous change suddenly occurred in Villa No. 1 and the sky above it. Above the sky, a complete 12-grade 36-petal Annihilation Black Lotus slowly emerged. The Black Lotus obscured the sky and its massive petals radiated a rich black light with countless dark elements surging like a tidal wave in the air, enveloping Villa No. 1 in this terrifying dark energy. Many students surrounding the villa were filled with confusion upon witnessing this scene. What on earth is that? How did such a large lotus suddenly appear? 666. You didn't call me to play with the lanterns. This must be some kind of phenomenon, right? No. This is definitely a phenomenon. Who is showing off?
It's too dazzling. Not only the students of the Kyoto Ability Academy were shocked by the scene. The elders of various factions in Kyoto also sensed the anomaly and looked towards the lotus that obscured the sky. In a back garden of the Jiang family, an elderly man with white hair was meditating when suddenly he opened his eyes wide and looked at the black lotus, a hint of horror flashing in his gaze. What terrifying destructive power! Just observing from afar, I can directly feel the immense destructive force contained within this black lotus. The old man murmured to himself, a serious expression appearing on his face. In the Mu family, several elders were gathered together staring at the black lotus in the sky with puzzled expressions. Is this a phenomenon? But the awakening ceremony has already ended, so where is this anomaly coming from? Similar situations unfolded among various factions in Kyoto, with everyone looking bewildered and confused. In the Blood Barbarian Bull Demon Army district, General Hua Zhenxiong stood by the window gazing at the annihilation black lotus in the sky, his brows tightly knitted. The black lotus gave him a sense of ultimate destructive power and dark elemental force capable of easily obliterating everything. Suddenly a thought flashed through his mind: could it be that Chen did this? But soon he shook his head, feeling it was unlikely. Chen has already awakened his abilities. How could such a situation arise? Regardless, this is a sign of a true prodigy emerging from our human race. His face broke into a joyful smile. Thus this terrifying phenomenon continued. After an unknown period, the anomaly suddenly changed. The black lotus erupted with brilliant black light and an illusory battlefield appeared in the sky. In the battlefield, a king sat on his throne. With a gentle wave of his hand, countless shadow soldiers surged forth like a black torrent. Immediately after, numerous shadow dragons roared into the sky, transforming the battlefield into a cacophony of battle as if the very heavens and earth were about to shatter. The powerful figure on the throne slightly raised his head. Although his features were indistinct, his noble swirling purple crystalline eyes were unmistakably clear. With just a glance, all shadows bowed in submission. The entire world lay under his control. Soon all these phenomena abruptly ceased and the annihilation black lotus vanished without a trace. However, Chen in the villa was completely unaware of this. He was immersed in the marvelous sensation of the annihilation black lotus being nurtured by the source energy above his internal lake of energy. In that moment of fusion, the power of the dark elements within him doubled and his affinity for dark elements significantly increased. Not only that, but his realm also unconsciously broke through to the first level of the third tier. To be at the first level of the third tier just after the start of the semester. Then he noticed the rich dark elements surrounding him and heard the commotion outside, feeling somewhat puzzled. He stepped out of the villa and saw a crowd of people gathered around discussing animatedly. What happened? Chen, are you okay? Using facial recognition, Shi Yaoyao stealthily slipped and looking concerned as she asked, are you alright? I'm fine. What are these people gathering for? Don't you know? Just now an anomaly appeared above your villa, a terrifying black lotus and an illusory battlefield. She paused and continued, you wouldn't believe it, but the man on the throne in that battlefield looked quite like you. Chen was taken aback for a few seconds. He finally understood why so many people had gathered here. He had previously investigated the matter of merging and refining his innate spiritual treasure, which indicated that no phenomenon would occur. Innate spiritual treasures below grade 10 do not produce phenomena, those above grade 10 will. The system's prompt sounded at the right moment. Chen's mouth twitched slightly as he cursed inwardly, damn it. He cleared his throat and said, everyone disperse. We were just filming a movie. The students looked skeptical. Filming a movie? Where else would there be interactive movies, especially when the king's glance from the throne made them all kneel involuntarily? Why are you all gathering here instead of training? Disperse. At this moment, Principal Zhang Tianan and Chu Jining arrived, prompting the students to reluctantly disperse. Zhang Tianan approached Chen and asked, will you not invite me in for a seat? Principal Zhang, please come in, Chen said politely, leading them into the villa. After everyone sat down, Zhang Tianan looked Chen up and down. Chen felt a bit creeped out under his gaze and couldn't help but ask, Principal Zhang, you weren't also drawn here by that anomaly, were you? Indeed. Now tell me, what good thing did you do this time? Chen was somewhat speechless. If I said I refined an innate spiritual treasure, would you believe me? You can't just say that if you don't want to talk. Innate spiritual treasures can only be refined at grade 7, and refining them doesn't produce phenomena. He had practiced for decades and had never seen anyone at grade 2 find heavenly materials and treasures to refine into innate spiritual treasures and produce phenomena. Of course, unless Chen had some cheat like in web novels, but that was obviously unrealistic. Chen shrugged helplessly. Well, I can't help it then. Zhang Tianan saw this and didn't pursue the matter further. Forget it, I won't question your secret. Just focus on your training. After Zhang Tianan left, Chen looked at Chu Jining. Teacher, do you have any questions? Principal Zhang asked the questions I had in mind. She had come because of that anomaly. Chen nodded and then asked, Teacher Chu, if I remember correctly, you are at grade 7 and should have refined your innate spiritual treasure, right? Indeed, I just refined and merged it not long ago. Chen rubbed his hands together, a hint of anticipation on his face. Could you show it to me? Is justice truly justice? Chu Jining slightly nodded, her eyes gently closed as dark elements surged wildly around her.
In an instant a crescent-shaped black gem spiraled out from her source energy.
Su Chen's eyes sparkled with curiosity as he stared at the gem, activating his detection skill.
Grade 5, Moon Crystal. It grows in areas rich in dark elements and undergoes countless days and nights of nurturing under the moonlight, achieving a splendid transformation only on the rare full moon night that occurs once every 100 years, resulting in this moon crystal. Owning this stone as a life treasure can enhance one's agility by up to 100 under the moonlight, and the power of dark elements can also be increased by 50. Su Chen gazed at this grade 5 moon crystal, feeling that this treasure was still inferior to his own grade 3 4-petal destruction black lotus. After a moment of thought he felt this was reasonable. After all, the true potential of the destruction black lotus could reach the peak of grade 12.
Is this a grade 5 life treasure? Can you actually discern its grade?
In this world ordinary people cannot see through the level of a life treasure, but Su Chen can do so, likely because he is a second grade individual.
I can tell.
By the way, Teacher Chu, what grade is the life treasure of the strongest in our dragon country?
Grade 7. Just grade 7.
Isn't the highest life treasure supposed to be grade 12? Chu Jining shot him a glance, saying just grade 7.
Do you think grade 7 life treasures are that easy to obtain?
Grade 7 is already the highest level that life treasures can achieve in our dragon country. Besides, who told you that the highest life treasure is grade 12? Currently the highest grade of treasures encountered by the dragon country and even the entire blue star is grade 7, so everyone only classifies life treasures into levels 1 to 7. For a normal grade 7 powerhouse, having a grade 3 life treasure is already quite good. Grade 5 is considered top tier, while grade 6 and 7 life treasures are extremely rare. Seeing Chu Jining say this, Su Chen slightly frowned. It seems the entire blue star is still unaware that the highest level of treasures is actually grade 12. Noticing Su Chen's puzzled expression, Chu Jining felt a surge of curiosity and asked, "Why are you asking all this?
These things are not even something you can access right now."
"I told you, Teacher Chu, that I have already fused with a life treasure," Su Chen explained somewhat helplessly.
"Oh, if you have the ability, show me the treasure."
Chu Jining's tone was filled with disdain. She simply did not believe that a second-grade kid like Su Chen could refine a life treasure. How could such a thing even exist? Just as she was filled with disdain, she saw Su Chen slowly close his eyes, the dark elements and source energy swirling within him. Then the destruction black lotus, radiating unmatched destructive power, appeared on his chest, the black petals shimmering with an eerie glow.
"See, now you believe me," Su Chen said indifferently.
Chu Jining had said this much. She could not continue to pretend any longer. Chu Jining's red lips parted slightly, her eyes filled with shock. You really fused with a life treasure." Originally she thought this kid was just talking nonsense. She never expected it to be true.
Fusing with a life treasure at second grade is unprecedented. Moreover, this life treasure gave her a terrifying sense that it could destroy everything.
This kid is truly a freak.
A lucky fusion.
Chu Jining's lips twitched slightly. Could luck lead to this? She then asked, "What grade is your life treasure?"
Grade 3.
Her eyes were filled with regret. What a pity. With your potential you could have fused with a grade 6 or even grade 7 life treasure. However, a question arose in her mind. This life treasure seemed to have some connection with the previous phenomenon. She carefully sensed this treasure indeed only exuded the aura of grade 3, but why could a grade 3 treasure attract such astonishing phenomena? Fusing early allows one to enjoy the benefits early,
Su Chen said nonchalantly. Grade 3. No, this is a peak existence of grade 12. However, he did not want to explain too much.
When he later ascends to grade 6 or 9, everything will become clear. Chu Jining looked at Su Chen with confusion. If this life treasure's limit truly was only grade 3, he shouldn't be so calm and composed. Perhaps the true grade of this treasure is much higher than it appears. After thinking for a long time, she still could not figure it out and simply decided not to dwell on it. You have created a miracle, just focus on your training.
There isn't much time left for you to challenge the next level.
Saying this, she stood up and turned to leave.
Su Chen wore an indifferent expression. Perhaps the time left for his opponents was indeed running out.
Su Chen, tell me, what grade is your life treasure?
Shi Yaoyao asked with disbelief, pressing him for an answer.
She simply did not believe Su Chen's claim of grade 3. Grade 12 peak, Su Chen casually replied. Shi Yaoyao shot him a glare, playfully scolding, "A man's lies are never."
Then she changed to a charming demeanor and said, "There's a masked social event at the playground tonight. Are you going to play?"
Having buried herself in intense training at the villa these past few days, she felt incredibly stifled.
Su Chen shook his head. "I don't want to go."
Shi Yaoyao quickly grabbed his sleeve and shook it. "Go with me." Looking at her adorable and charming appearance, Su Chen helplessly nodded. "All right." After being in a tense atmosphere of slaughter for so long, a little relaxation wouldn't hurt. Shi Yaoyao let out a satisfied hum, saying proudly, "Indeed, women who can act cute have the best lives." Su Chen's personality is the type that responds better to softness than hardness, sometimes even having a sharp tongue but a soft heart.
"Who did you learn this from?"
"You've learned it all wrong."
Su Chen chuckled. He. None of your business. I'll come find you tonight." Shi Yaoyao bounced out cheerfully. Su Chen stretched lazily, preparing to check on the formidable opponents in his second year, contemplating the upcoming challenges. Shanghai City. Su Xiao held the report materials, looking at the ironclad evidence, her inner fury burning like a volcano.
S-class extraordinary ability prodigies dare to kill without reason and discard bodies in the wilderness. This is utterly lawless. Please Captain Su stand up for us. Li Kai cried, snot and tears flowing, telling a sob story. Of course the whole truth of the matter had long been maliciously distorted by him. In his description, Su Chen became a heinous murderer who randomly killed and disposed of bodies whenever he was in a bad mood. Su Xiao looked at him and nodded slightly. Rest assured, if things are as you say, I will certainly seek justice for you. Su Xiao is not foolish. She won't easily become a pawn in someone else's game until the true reasons are clarified. As for now, the urgent task is to bring Su Chen back and understand the situation. Her father had always taught her that anyone who commits a crime must face a fair and just trial. And she had always regarded this principle as her guiding tenet and executed it strictly. Of course it's true, Captain Su, thank you for your trouble. Li Kai secretly felt pleased. In any case, his goal had been achieved. Making Su Xiao, this woman, entangle with Su Chen was also a form of torment. Su Xiao shot him a cold glance. You all better be careful not to get caught with solid evidence. Saying this, she stood up resolutely, preparing to head to the demon capital. Li Kai, however, wore a face of disdain, inwardly cursing. Is what you call justice truly justice? Such an inflexible greenhorn. At 8 in the evening, the playground of the Kyoto Ability Academy was enveloped in colorful lights with laughter and cheerful voices echoing throughout. Compared to the intense training on regular days, this relaxed and pleasant atmosphere was even more delightful. Under the gentle glow of the light, students gathered in small groups enjoying this rare moment of relaxation. Su Chen, why did you only bring a clown mask? I couldn't find any other suitable mask, so I had to settle for this clown mask. Su Chen shrugged and leisurely walked over to a nearby seat. He casually picked up some fruits from the table to taste. Xi Yaoyao also sat beside him and softly asked, have you really decided to skip a grade? The news about his intention to skip a grade had already spread like wildfire throughout the Kyoto Ability Academy. Now his popularity was at its peak, even surpassing the talented figures of various factions within the academy. The first year is not suitable for me. To him, the first year stage posed no pressure. Without pressure, where would the motivation come from? So the next step was the second year. However, it wouldn't be long before he could outshine the entire Kyoto Ability Academy. We all came from the same place. Why are you so impressive? Xi Yaoyao pouted slightly, a hint of sadness flashing across her face. Su Chen's brilliance was too dazzling, while she seemed somewhat ordinary in this talented Kyoto Ability Academy aside from her striking appearance. Seeing this, Su Chen gently patted her head, comforting her. Don't be sad, I still remember the moment you stood by my side without hesitation back in Chuan City. In his heart, true friendship mattered more than quantity. Upon hearing this, Xi Yaoyao instantly broke into a happy smile, her eyes curving like crescent moons. At least you still remember. Oof. She felt sweet inside, not expecting Su Chen to have remembered that incident. Just as the two were enjoying their cheerful conversation, a sudden gasp arose from the crowd. Wow. It's Mu Xuer, the number 1 on the second year's 100 school ladder ranking. What is she doing here? Could she be looking for someone? Could it be looking for Su Chen? No way. Didn't you see she was dragged here by her brother Jian Luer? Mu Xuer frowned slightly, saying, why did you bring me here? Jian Luer grinned and said, I brought you here to help you find a boyfriend. As he spoke, he scanned the crowd and finally locked onto Su Chen, sitting in a chair, excitedly pointing at him and saying, it's him. Mu Xuer followed his finger and saw a boy wearing a clown mask. His comical appearance made her furrow her brows involuntarily. Stop messing around, I want to go back to training. Sister, he's Su Chen. Upon hearing the name Su Chen, Mu Xuer's feet, which were initially turning to leave, came to a halt, an unusual light flickering in her eyes as she approached Su Chen. Are you Su Chen? Mu Xuer stood before Su Chen. He raised his head to look at the extraordinary woman in front of him and frowned slightly, asking, what's the matter? Can you take off the mask? Oof, no. Xi Yaoyao hurriedly interjected. Looking at the beautiful Mu Xuer, Xi Yaoyao suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of crisis. She didn't know why, but she felt a bit uneasy inside. Noticing this, Mu Xuer didn't press further and continued, I heard you're planning to skip grades for a challenge. Yes, I want to experience the stage in the second year. Mu Xuer nodded. I look forward to fighting you in the same. She was very interested in Su Chen. During this time, Su Chen had become a prominent figure in the Kyoto Ability Academy, and his rapid growth and strength had astonished many. Originally, she thought she would never have the chance to face him at the same level, but now that he was planning to skip grades, it gave her hope. She enjoyed fighting strong opponents, and Su Chen perfectly matched her standards of a strong individual. Then just look forward to me drawing you in the grade skipping challenge. The grade skipping challenge would select 3 opponents from the top 1,000 strongest in the second year, so it was possible to draw Mu Xuer shook her head. No, if you draw me in the grade skipping challenge, it would only mean I am using my strength to bully the weak. You would have no chance of winning. She was currently at the 3rd level 6th stage, and with only a few days left until the grade skipping challenge, Su Chen's level could never reach the 3rd level. In the world of ability users, each major level is a daunting threshold, and by the day of the grade skipping competition, Su Chen's maximum level would only be 2nd level 10th stage at best. If he really drew her, then the battle would be meaningless. What she wanted was a fair duel at the same level, only then could the true strengths be distinguished. Well, I'm sorry, but I actually want to draw you, Su Chen replied with a hint of a carefree smile. Bullying the weak. No, no, no. He was already at the first stage of the third level. As long as he went to the Shadow Gang to improve his performance and raise his level, those in the second year would not be his opponents. Moreover, since Mu Xuer said so, how could he back down? A man should have some courage. Mu Xuer sighed lightly upon seeing Su Chen's arrogance, a hint of disappointment etched on her face. Goodbye. In her eyes, Su Chen's current demeanor seemed overly arrogant, which greatly diminished her impression of him. Of course, this misunderstanding arose from her ignorance of Su Chen's true strength. Watching Mu Xuer leave, Su Chen stretched lazily and said, "This girl seems a bit unconvinced. But that's fine, strength will prove everything." His words were not mere arrogance. Those with strength have the right to make seemingly arrogant statements, while those without strength who boast are truly conceited and arrogant. Shi Yaoyao, seeing this, pinched Su Chen's arm and scolded, "Is she pretty?" Your eyes are practically glued to her. Not really, but she is indeed quite beautiful, Su Chen replied honestly. You. Shi Yaoyao glared at him, puffing up in annoyance. But to me you're still the prettiest. Su Chen quickly added. Upon hearing this, Shi Yaoyao immediately deflated, her face breaking into a proud smile. Now that's more like it. I love hearing that. Su Chen looked at her adorable expression, a faint smile appearing on his face. Sometimes girls are just so easy to please. Are you Su Chen? At that moment a female voice came. Su Chen turned his head and saw a woman in an Ability User Management Bureau uniform standing in front of him. Who are you? Su Xiao displayed her credentials and said in a serious tone, I am Su Xiao, the leader of Team 1 from the Mountain Sea City Ability User Management Bureau. Someone has reported that you murdered and disposed of a body in the wilderness. Come with me. The Ability User Management Bureau is responsible for managing disputes that arise among ability users. Su Chen frowned slightly. This was likely the work of the Shadow Gang, right? He had no idea where the Shadow Gang found this reckless young woman. What if I don't go? Su Chen retorted fearlessly. If you don't go, I can forcibly arrest you. Although Su Chen was an rank ability user and a prominent figure, if he truly committed murder he could not be coddled. Otherwise the entire ability user society would fall into chaos. Su Chen sneered. This woman was indeed a reckless young fool. A flash of killing intent flickered in his eyes. Since the Shadow Gang was so reckless, he would go and eliminate them tonight. Wipe them all out. Arriving at Shanghai City. Come on, I want to see how your director will react after you take me to the Shanghai City Ability Management Bureau. Su Chen's lips curled into a playful arc. It was just right to hitch a ride to Shanghai City and uproot the Shadow Gang. He hadn't even sought trouble with the Shadow Gang, and yet they sent such a fool to provoke him. It seems they have been enjoying themselves in this world for too long. Reaction. What do you expect the director to bow down to you? Su Xiao snorted lightly. Her father had always taught her to uphold justice, to treat everyone fairly and justly regardless of who they were. In her heart her father was a man of iron and steel who would never bow to anyone and would certainly handle the matter at hand justly. Su Chen stood up lazily and said, all right then, I look forward to seeing how your father will be so iron-willed. All right, please come with me. Su Xiao pointed expressionlessly at the official vehicle not far away. You wicked woman, what right do you have to take him away? What do you think you are? Shi Yaoyao's eyes were filled with anger. This woman was simply a stupid pig. Did she not realize what it meant to take Su Chen away? As long as Su Chen was in any kind of danger, not to mention the director of the Shanghai City Ability Management Bureau would lose his position, the entire Shanghai City would suffer. Su Chen stopped Shi Yaoyao and gently patted her head. Don't worry, I just have some business to attend to in Shanghai City. Shi Yaoyao couldn't help but remind him, you must be careful. Su Chen made an okay gesture, then boarded the official vehicle with Su Xiao heading towards the Shanghai City Ability Management Bureau. After this little episode, the originally lively friendship mask ball erupted into chaos, with everyone discussing fervently. Today Su Chen's romantic luck is really booming. Several beautiful women have approached him. If you had such luck, would you take it? Didn't you see the woman who came to arrest Su Chen at the end? Arrest Su Chen? I suspect that woman is out of her mind to dare arrest Su Chen. I'm dying of laughter. Shanghai City is going to be fun now. It's easy to invite the gods but hard to send them away. As Su Chen was taken away by the Shanghai City Ability Management Bureau, the entire Kyoto was instantly in an uproar. At that moment in the Shanghai City Ability Management Bureau, Director Su Zhouan was comfortably sitting in his office savoring tea. Just as he was immersed in this moment of leisure, the office phone rang, breaking the tranquility. Su Zhouan frowned slightly, set down his teacup and answered the phone with a hint of impatience. Hello? Who is this? I am Zhang Tianan, the principal of Kyoto Ability Academy. Upon hearing Zhang Tianan's voice, Su Zhuan's expression changed instantly and his relaxed body immediately sat up straight. Oh, Principal Zhang. I wonder what wind blew you to my place. Your Shanghai City Ability Management Bureau arrested our top freshman Su Chen in public. What wind could this be? Initially Zhang Tianan found it hard to believe upon hearing the news. He thought surely the people from the Ability Management Bureau wouldn't be so blind as to dare arrest Su Chen. But when he saw the undeniable photos and evidence, he had to believe that there were indeed fools who did such a thing. He originally thought Su Chen had committed some heinous crime, but upon further investigation it turned out he was only accused of murder and disposing of a body in the wilderness.
He couldn't help but think, can this even be considered a matter?
Moreover, based on his understanding of Su Chen, he knew that Su Chen was not someone who would take the initiative to kill.
After hearing Zhang Tianan's words, Su Zhuan broke into a cold sweat, his mind going blank.
He secretly cursed in his heart, wondering how such a foolish person could exist in his bureau who didn't even consider the identity of the person they were dealing with before acting. Su Chen, after all, was a peerless genius, a leading figure of the younger generation in Longhua, and had even gained the favor and recognition of Deputy Commander Hua Zhanxiong.
Principal Zhang, don't worry. I will definitely handle this matter properly, Su Zhuan hurriedly assured. Well then, let's see how you perform. Do-do. Do-do.
The sound of the phone hanging up was particularly jarring in the quiet office. Su Zhuan slumped weakly on the sofa, reaching out to wipe the cold sweat from his forehead.
Someone! Su Zhuan shouted loudly. A guard, hearing the call, rushed in. Director, what can I do for you? Go find out.
Who was the blind fool that arrested Su Chen?
He wanted to see exactly who the ignorant fool was that did such a stupid thing. Damn it, when I find out who it is, I'll make them regret it.
How dare they arrest Su Chen?
Yes. The guard replied and ran out.
As soon as the guard left, the phone rang again. Su Zhuan's heart tightened and he trembled as he reached for the phone. Hello, who is this?
Shao and I see you as the director don't want to keep your job, do you?
Upon hearing Chu Zhendong's voice, Su Zhuan felt he could cry but had no tears. The call from the head of the Chu family in Kyoto indicated that this matter had really escalated. After being scolded a few more times, he helplessly hung up.
As he was feeling utterly dejected, the phone rang again. Su Zhuan swallowed hard. Hello.
Deputy Commander Hua asked me to pass you a message. If Su Chen suffers any loss, the entire Shanghai City Ability Management Bureau can disappear from this world. After the other party finished speaking, they hung up the phone without any mercy.
Su Zhuan's hand dropped weakly, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins. Just then the guard rushed back in. Director.
We found out who arrested Su Chen, the guard said breathlessly. Su Zhuan felt as if he had grasped a lifeline and rushed over, grabbing the guard's collar. Who was it? He wanted to see who had the guts to do such a thing. The guard hesitated and stammered. It was
Su Qianjin. What? Su Zhuan's pupils widened instantly, his face filled with shock and disbelief.
His own daughter was the one who was so blind. The one who arrested Su Chen was actually his own daughter. No, wasn't this pushing her father into the fire?
Quick! Stop the vehicles entering the city!
Su Zhuan shouted anxiously, but just after saying that he felt it was inappropriate.
No, I have to go myself.
This matter must be handled properly. If it is not handled well, the entire Shanghai City Ability Bureau will be dismissed, and he could not bear that responsibility. On the way to the Shanghai City Ability Management Bureau.
Captain Su, can I ask you something?
Su Xiao glanced at him through the rearview mirror. Where is the Shadow Gang located?
I have an old acquaintance with their leader and would like to chat with him. Datong Road, No. 36th Street. Thanks.
After Su Chen finished speaking, he leisurely leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes to rest. You're about to enter the bureau, yet you can remain so calm. You're the first I've ever seen.
Su Xiao couldn't help but mock.
Su Chen opened his eyes and smiled faintly. How about a bet?
What bet?
Let's bet whether the director of your Shanghai City Ability Management Bureau is already sweating profusely and panicking right now.
Now that the news of his arrest had spread throughout Kyoto, the one who should be panicking was Shanghai City.
She couldn't quite understand how Su Xiao had become the captain. Has her brain been eaten by a dog? To tell you the truth, the director is my father. His character has always been fair and strict. Even if you are a peerless genius, you will still be dealt with fairly if you commit a crime.
The one who should be sweating is you,
Su Xiao said proudly. She adhered to the principle of fairness entirely because of her father's teachings. With such a father, she felt proud. Su Chen chuckled lightly. No wonder someone with underdeveloped brains can become captain. It turns out there's a director father backing you.
Not a single member of the Black Shadow Gang will be spared.
You dare to insult the personnel of the Ability Management Bureau.
I didn't insult anyone. I was just calling someone an idiot.
With a flash of shadow, Yu Ying activated his ability and stepped out of the car. I will personally pay a visit to the Ability Management Bureau of Shanghai City. As Yu Ying flashed away, several afterimages tore through the void as he sped towards the direction of the Black Shadow Gang.
First he would eliminate the Black Shadow Gang, and then he would deal with the Ability Management Bureau of Shanghai City. It is easy to summon a deity but difficult to send one away.
Su Xiao looked at Su Chen, who had vanished in an instant, a look of shock crossing his face. His proficiency in combat techniques is astonishingly high.
No wonder he is hailed as an unparalleled prodigy.
It seems I need to return to the Ability Management Bureau to gather some manpower. The car sped down the highway, reaching the gates of Shanghai City in just a few minutes. Su Zhuan watched as the vehicle of the Ability Management Bureau slowly approached. Taking a deep breath to force a smile, he stepped forward quickly and called out loudly, "Welcome, Su Chen, to enjoy your time in Shanghai City." However, when the vehicle stopped and the door opened, only Su Xiao stepped out with a complex expression.
Father Su Chen just ran away.
Hurry, go chase after him. Su Xiao shouted anxiously. Upon hearing this, despair surged in Su Juan's eyes. The meticulously prepared welcoming ceremony had now turned to dust, and there was no chance to have a proper conversation with Su Chen. He was filled with rage, stepped forward, raised his hand and slapped Su Xiao hard across the face, shouting, "Unfilial daughter." The sharp sound of the slap echoed loudly at the bustling city gate. Su Xiao was stunned, clutching her cheek, her eyes filled with grievance and confusion. "Dad.
Why did you hit me? Why did I hit you?
What kind of status does Su Chen have?
Even if he killed me, you could not seek revenge.
And he merely killed a few people in self-defense, yet you openly declared you would arrest him in broad daylight."
Su Juan trembled with rage, his voice quivering. "But father, didn't you say that we as official personnel should handle matters with fairness and justice? Am I wrong?"
Su Xiao stubbornly questioned. Su Juan was so furious that he momentarily lost his words, his heart filled with bitterness. If this world could truly be fair, and just how could there be so many suffering people?
"Unfilial daughter.
Bring her to me, arrest her and make her apologize to Su Chen."
Su Juan ordered angrily. "Did Su Chen do anything wrong?"
"He did nothing wrong. What wrong is it to kill in self-defense? The one at fault is Su Juan himself. He should not have taught his daughter to only pursue fairness and justice while neglecting the complexities of the world. Is the world really so simple? The waters here are too deep. Moreover, he should not have spoiled her since childhood, letting her live in luxury, thinking she could bully anyone at will." Su Xiao stood there in a daze, her heart filled with confusion. Did she really do something wrong?
"Director Su, what should we do next?"
a subordinate cautiously asked. Su Juan suppressed the irritation in his heart and calmed down. "Daughter, who provided you with this evidence back then?" Su Xiao replied, somewhat confused. "It was someone from the Black Shadow Gang." Upon hearing the words Black Shadow Gang, Su Juan's expression changed drastically. He staggered, nearly falling. "It's over.
Everything is over. Everyone head to the Black Shadow Gang immediately."
Su Juan commanded loudly, praying in his heart that Su Chen would not engage with the Black Shadow Gang. As long as Su Chen could not defeat the members of the Black Shadow Gang, they would not expose him. Su Chen quickly arrived at a deep alley using the address given by Su Xiao. "Hey little brother, where is the Black Shadow Gang?" Su Chen stopped a man who had just walked out of the alley. "What do you want with the Black Shadow Gang? Those people are beasts." The man looked at Su Chen warily, his eyes filled with disgust.
"They owe me money and I'm going to collect it."
"Hey brother, I advise you not to go. If you do, you'll definitely be missing
"You are mistaken, just tell me where they are."
The man, seeing Su Chen's persistence, sighed helplessly. "At the end of the alley, turn right at number 18.
"All right, thank you brother."
The man watched Su Chen's back, shaking his head helplessly. Another reckless youth who doesn't know the heights of heaven and earth. After walking a few steps, Su Chen arrived at the entrance of number 18, where the words Black Shadow Gang were prominently displayed on the door. Su Chen kicked the door hard, and with a loud bang the door swung open. As the door opened, a rich aroma of food and wine wafted out, revealing several members of the Black Shadow Gang sitting together, drinking and eating, laughing and celebrating something mixed with a few pained cries. With the sound of Su Chen's kick, the members eating and drinking of the Black Shadow Gang turned their heads in unison, their eyes filled with hostility. "Who is this kid? How dare he barge into my Black Shadow Gang? Since you are here, let's make you understand the rules of barging into my Black Shadow Gang.
Don't any of you have any sense? Don't you recognize me, Su Chen the prodigy?"
Zhang Bubi, seated at the main seat, was eating meat with big bites and coldly reminded them. As soon as these words were spoken, the originally restless crowd halted, a hint of fear appearing on their faces.
To touch Su Chen is to seek one's own death. Zhang Bubi living quite well, huh? Guess why I came to find you today.
Su Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. Zhang Bubi feigned a smile and said, "Our Black Shadow Gang has not offended the goddess, so you must be here to drink and eat right." Su Chen did not dare to act recklessly, especially since his level did not allow him to act freely here. "The Black Shadow Gang has wronged me, which is one. Sending a big idiot from the Black Shadow Gang to find me is two." Then he extended 3 fingers. "In 3 seconds those who leave will live, those who remain will die." Zhang Bubi could not help but laugh. "Su God, your bravado is truly impressive. How could someone who hasn't even reached the 3rd stage dare to say such things to him, a 6th level of the 3rd stage? It seems that Su Chen is not only a prodigy but also a reckless youth. If it weren't for his fear of the Vice Commander Hua behind him, he would have been killed long ago." For a moment all the members of the Black Shadow Gang looked at Su Chen mockingly. They believed Su Chen's reasons were simply insufficient for them to die here. Just as Su Chen was about to lower his first finger, he saw 2 people carrying a bloodied man from the backyard. "Boss, this Lurk is really tough. After beating him for a long time, he still won't tell us where the storage ring is. I think we should just chop him up." Lurk spat out a mouthful of blood. Zhang Bubi, "Your Black Shadow Gang will face retribution." His eyes dimmed. This time he would never see his wife and daughter waiting at home for him to buy wine and meat. He hated the injustice of this world. Zhang Bubi chuckled and looked at Su Chen. "Su God, you won't meddle in our internal matters, will you?" Seeing Lurk drenched in blood, Su Chen's fists tightened, cracking ominously. He waved his hand and the door closed behind him. Now none of you can escape. What did lurk do wrong? He just wanted to earn money to give his wife and children a better life. He did nothing wrong. The wrong is with the Black Shadow Gang. Today not a single member of the Black Shadow Gang will be spared. The protective umbrella of the Black Shadow Gang. In an instant the ground of the courtyard surged with countless dark elements as if black waves were raging. A magic pool exuding dark elements suddenly appeared and the dark elements within transformed into numerous tentacles seizing control of everyone present. Chen. What do you intend to do? Even if our Black Shadow Gang was wrong, we do not deserve death. Even if it comes to death, it should be decided by the Supernatural Management Bureau. Chen slowly lifted his gaze devoid of any compassion. Whether you live or die, I have the final say. He raised his hand and countless shadow claws appeared out of thin air above. This is the powerful change brought about by intent. No longer limited to condensing a single entity but capable of manifesting multiple forms. Boom. Boom. Accompanied by a deafening roar, countless shadow claws descended rapidly, striking fiercely at the trapped members of the Black Shadow Gang. Under the terrifying power of the 100 destructive force of the Annihilation Black Lotus, the might of the shadow claws was unparalleled, resulting in carnage wherever they landed. The screams of the Black Shadow Gang members echoed in the courtyard, blood gushing forth like a fountain, quickly staining the entire courtyard red. It formed shocking blood-colored lakes. Seeing this grim situation, Zhang Bubi's face turned pale and he hurriedly dodged in panic. When he saw Chen's realm, his eyes filled with terror. Third stage, first level. And the shadow claws that have reached the true intent realm. Chen. Enough. You've already killed many members of my Black Shadow Gang. I said. Not a single one will be spared. The Shadow Phantom Sword Dance was unleashed and dozens of shadow swords formed from dark elements shot out with a piercing howl. Swish. 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 Each shadow sword precisely pierced the throat of a fleeing Black Shadow Gang member, clean and decisive. Those who had once hoped to escape instantly lost their vitality, collapsing to the ground. In just a moment only Zhang Bubi remained of the entire Black Shadow Gang. Zhang Bubi was utterly panicked. Before him Chen seemed no longer human. He appeared as a grim reaper mercilessly harvesting their lives. Chen, I am not someone to be trifled with. Zhang Bubi, humiliated and enraged, roared as he activated his level supernatural ability, Magic Armor Transformation. His figure suddenly grew taller, enveloped in a layer of hard black rock. System, grant me points to reach third stage, third level. Having just killed dozens, that's enough for 30000 slaughter points. Consumed 30000 slaughter points, successfully advancing to third stage, third level. Chen's aura surged dramatically, ascending to third stage, third level. His figure flickered, activating the shadow flicker. He appeared before Zhang Bubi, grabbing him by the neck. Did you think you were tough? You can't break my defense. Zhang Bubi feigned calmness, snorting coldly. However, Chen's hand pressed directly on his head, dark elements surging violently. The first strike of the shadow claw fell, instantly shattering the hard black rock. Following the dozens, hundreds of shadow claws bombarded down like a torrential storm, each strike accompanied by the outpouring of Chen's inner fury. Zhang Bubi's entire face and head soon became a bloody mess, a sight too horrific to behold. After a long while, seeing him lose vitality, Chen casually tossed Zhang Bubi aside like trash, coldly uttering two words: trash. At that moment the door of the Black Shadow Gang was blasted open with a bang and Su Zhuan and others rushed in. All they saw were dozens of members of the Black Shadow Gang lying in pools of blood, the scene extremely tragic. At the top, Chen, clad in black, stood with his back to the crowd, blood staining his entire body, his fingers still dripping with fresh crimson blood as if he were a god of death emerging from hell. Beside him lay Zhang Bubi, whose upper body was already a bloody mess, gasping for breath. At that moment the crowd was in shock. How long had it been? Chen had actually wiped out the entire Black Shadow Gang's dozens of members. It must be noted that the leader of the Black Shadow Gang possessed a level supernatural ability at third stage, sixth level, with tough skin and flesh. Yet now he had been brutally reduced to this state. How could anyone not be horrified? What kind of power does Chen possess? Chen ignored the commotion at the door and quickly crouched down, looking at lurk, softly calling bro. Having gone through this series of events, Chen understood a lot. From now on he would no longer show a shred of mercy. How could a gang like the Black Shadow Gang, which robs others in groups, possibly have good people? Mercy would henceforth have no connection with him. Lurk slowly opened his eyes, looking at Chen weakly, saying, Su. Brother Su. Chen quickly took out a recovery potion and fed it to lurk. Don't speak, just rest well. He then slowly stood up, looking towards the group outside. Director Su, long time no see. Upon hearing Chen's voice, Su Zhuan felt a chill rise from the soles of his feet and the hairs on his body stood on end. Brother Chen, it was my daughter who lacked insight. Please don't take offense, I will have her apologize to you. Su Zhuan hurriedly pulled Su Xiao in front of Chen, sternly commanding, kneel. Apologize. The last light in Su Xiao's eyes faded and she felt utterly ridiculous. What her father had taught her about fairness and justice, and that he would treat everyone fairly regardless of who they were, turned out to be a lie. Only she had been kept in the dark, looking like a fool. She had been proud of her father. Now thinking about it, it was truly disgusting.
I'm sorry, Su Chen.
She knocked her head hard and blood instantly flowed from her forehead. The pain on her forehead made her deeply realize the cruelty of this world and recognize her hypocritical father. Su Chen lifted her face, adjusted it, and then suddenly slapped her, producing a crisp and pleasant sound. This slap serves as your lesson, otherwise you won't even know how to die in the future.
It's hard to be angry with a fool when it's already amusing. You say she has a bad heart.
Not really, just a bit foolish. Moreover, what's wrong with someone who is wholeheartedly pursuing fairness and justice in handling matters? In simple terms, she had just entered society with righteous aspirations, wanting to do great things, yet lacked understanding of worldly affairs. She had never experienced society's harsh lessons. But the root of all this lay with her father in this unjust world. What real fairness can there be in this world? Feeling the stinging pain on her face, Su Xiao surprisingly did not get angry but softly thank you. The pain would remind her why it hurt. Su Chen was somewhat speechless. Wasn't it absurd that this woman thanked him after being slapped? He ignored Su Xiao and looked at Su Zhuan. Director Su, do you think this matter is just going to end here? Su Zhuan immediately forced a smile, saying, Su God, if there's anything you're dissatisfied with, you can punish my daughter. Su Chen felt a surge of disgust in his heart. This father was truly repulsive. He turned around, rummaging through Zhang Bubi's phone, and also found a notebook, then looked at Su Zhuan, a smile that was not quite a smile on his face, saying, Director Su, who do you think is backing the Black Shadow Gang to allow them to rob so freely? Li Ergo once mentioned that someone is behind the Black Shadow Gang. So who exactly is that person enabling the Black Shadow Gang to commit robbery and murder so unrestrainedly?
This truly is an interesting mystery.
How difficult to guess. Su Zhuan was startled. Could it be that Su Chen had already realized he was the one backing the Black Shadow Gang? Since Brother Su Chen has said so as the director, I will certainly investigate thoroughly and give you an explanation. Su Zhuan feigned calmness, stepping forward to snatch the phone and notebook. Su Chen dodged, directly opening the notebook and beginning to read aloud. In the spring of the year 295 of the new calendar, I was found by Su Zhuan, who asked me to build a gang to rob some hunting teams for their spoils with a 7,030 split. I agreed. In the grain rain season of the year 295 of the new calendar, that old man was truly Blackheart. This time he took 80 of the spoils from me. I need to take notes in case he turns against me later.
In the new calendar,
lines of records were like sharp blades, mercilessly declaring Su Zhuan's numerous crimes. Su Zhuan trembled all over, his eyes filled with bloodshot veins, hysterically shouting, This is not me.
This is all made up by Zhang Bubi.
As he spoke, a hint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes.
Su Chen chuckled lightly. What? Director Su, are you planning to kill to silence me? Head to the Beast Alliance for a challenge.
Su Zhuan tightly clenched his fists, his knuckles turning slightly white from the force. In that moment, a resolute killing intent surged within him, but ultimately his hand slowly relaxed like a deflated balloon. He had indeed entertained such a mad idea earlier, yet reason prevailed in the end. A bitter smile appeared on his face as he realized that if he killed Su Chen, his wife and daughter would also suffer the consequences, becoming innocent casualties. He still harbored a remnant of conscience. His wife, parents, and daughter were innocent and should not pay for his mistakes.
One misstep leads to another.
He sighed inwardly. When he initially chose to shield the gang from their arson and plundering and took a cut from it, he should have anticipated such an outcome.
However, he never expected it to come so soon.
Of course, this was also due to his precious daughter. He sighed deeply, his voice filled with weariness. The actions of protecting the Shadow Gang and the like are solely my doing, unrelated to my wife and daughter. The moment he uttered these words, he seemed to age several years in an instant. At that moment, Su Xiao, kneeling on the ground, seemed to have lost all support and collapsed. Her eyes were filled with shock and realization. Only now did she finally understand why her repeated attempts to investigate the Shadow Gang's criminal activities had always ended in failure. Why was it that every time someone reported the Shadow Gang and she tried to intervene, she was always overridden by others and everything returned to normal? It turned out that the mastermind behind it all was her own father. Thinking of this, Su Xiao felt a wave of intense nausea rise within her, her stomach churning. He himself was mired in filth, yet expected her to remain untainted. You are truly disgusting, she glared at Su Zhuan with eyes full of hatred. Su Zhuan looked at the unmasked hatred in his daughter's eyes, feeling as if his heart was being brutally twisted by a sharp knife, unbearable pain coursing through him.
Daughter. I am sorry.
His voice carried a hint of pleading, yet it sounded so powerless. Su Xiao slightly closed her eyes as if wanting to erase the disappointing figure of her father from her sight. Then she stood up, her steps unsteady as she left, her back filled with desolation and disappointment.
Su Chen watched this scene and gently shook his head. With such a dark-hearted father yet raising such an upright daughter, this family was indeed filled with drama. Su Chen commanded, someone take Su Zhuan to the Superpower Management Bureau for processing.
The members of the Superpower Management Bureau who originally followed Su Zhuan were still immersed in shock and confusion.
Upon hearing Su Chen's order, they seemed to awaken from a dream and stepped forward. Director Su. Time for a trip.
Their tone was tinged with caution, obviously still recovering from the recent shock. Moreover, they truly did not expect that the usually respectable Su Zhuan would commit such deeds.
Sujoan looked at Su Chen, his eyes filled with pleading. I only ask that you do not involve my wife and daughter, they are innocent. Su Chen's expression remained calm. Well, discuss it later. Words can lead to disaster. No promises could be made until the matter was thoroughly investigated. If there are connections, wouldn't that be counterproductive? Sujoan helplessly lowered his head as he was escorted into the vehicle and slowly driven away. Su Chen called over a few people and sent Li Ergo to the hospital, then proceeded to the Superpower Management Bureau in Shanghai City. At the Superpower Management Bureau in Shanghai City, the building at night appeared somewhat eerie under dim lights. At the entrance, Deputy Director Liang Changning greeted with a smile, hurrying over. Welcome, God Su. You must know what has happened, right? I am naturally aware it pains me deeply to see my superior act this way. Shouldn't you, as the Deputy Director, be wishing for him to step down? Su Chen teased with a smile. A hint of embarrassment flashed across Liang Changning's face. Not at all. I am wholly dedicated to the people. Whether in high or low positions, it makes no difference. All right, someone will investigate thoroughly. The truth will be revealed tomorrow. After finishing, Su Chen ignored Liang Changning and walked directly into the Superpower Management Bureau. As soon as he entered, a guard hurried over with a phone, a call from Deputy Commander Hua. Su Chen took the call only to hear Hua Zhangxiang's cheerful voice. You did well, kid. Do you need some guidance on handling the follow-up? No, I am not suited for such cleanup work. Let Deputy Commander Hua send someone instead. He had little interest in the follow-up, such as settling accounts and determining guilt. He preferred straightforward and direct killing, that kind of decisive feeling. Ha ha ha. Just like my temperament. I have already sent someone to handle the follow-up. If you want to watch, you can stay, but if not, you can return to Kyoto. I won't stay to watch. I still have matters to attend to in Shanghai City. What use is watching? I can't take away the money used for shielding. Is that so? That's fine. By the way, when did you break through to the 3rd tier? You really startled me. Half an hour ago, the informant arranged by Hua Zhanxiang told him that Su Chen single-handedly wiped out the Shadow Gang and his level had reached the first stage of the 3rd tier. He could hardly believe his ears until he saw the footage that came back, then he fully believed it. This kid Su Chen is truly a freak. Just starting college, yet his level is catching up with second-year students. How can the second years survive? At this rate, will he complete the entire Kyoto Superpower Academy in 2 years? I just arrived not long ago. Su Chen replied casually. Oh. Just arrived. Sounds like a game. Many envy your cultivation speed. I know you have secrets, but remember to take good care of yourself. Everyone has secrets. He has his, but Su Chen's secret is rather significant. However, in terms of potential, Su Chen is incredibly promising. Once an allocate century or even millennium genius. I know this. Thank you for your concern, Deputy Commander Hua. What do you mean, Deputy Commander Hua? Call me Uncle Hua. Uncle Hua, greetings. Su Chen replied, feeling a bit delighted. It's good to have a strong backing. Ah. That's right. I won't say much. My people will arrive shortly. You have merits tonight. Once the Superpower Management Bureau in Shanghai City is done processing, you will be rewarded. Su Chen's eyes brightened. A reward for merit. Then thank you for your kindness, Uncle Hua. Don't flatter me. I'm hanging up now. Hua Zhanxiang laughed and hung up the phone. Su Chen looked at the phone in his hand, feeling a bit better. He glanced at the time. It was already midnight. It seemed he could only stay in Shanghai City for one night and check on Li Ergo tomorrow before heading to the Beast Alliance for a challenge. The next day. Superpower Management Bureau Hospital. Thank you, benefactor. Thank you, benefactor. In the hospital room, a plain-dressed woman accompanied by a girl under 10 was filled with gratitude and was about to kneel to thank Su Chen. Su Chen hurriedly supported them with both hands. There's no need for that, brother. Ergo was my friend. This is what I should do. The woman by Jinmin wiped away a tear, her voice choked with emotion. Regardless, you are the benefactor of our family. If it weren't for Su Chen, Li Ergo would have lost his life and our family would have been shattered. Then as your benefactor, I command you to sit over there. Bai Jinmin hesitated for a moment but still obeyed Su Chen's words, sitting down on a nearby chair. Su Chen looked towards Li Ergo on the hospital bed, asking with concern, Brother Ergo, how are you feeling? Any better? Li Ergo smiled, though his face was still a bit pale, but he seemed to be in much better spirits, much better. He waved his fist trying to prove he was fine, but the motion was somewhat feeble. Su Chen felt slightly relieved when the door of the hospital room was gently knocked on and the principal walked in. The principal was a middle-aged man with glasses, looking refined. Are you Su Chen, the top student from Kyoto Superpower Academy's first year? The principal's voice carried a hint of respect. Su Chen turned his head. That's me. It is my oversight as the principal. I should have welcomed you promptly. Su Chen waved his hand. No need to be so formal. This patient is my friend. Treat him well. Absolutely. Absolutely. The principal nodded quickly, a smile plastered across his face. Seeing his agreement, Su Chen looked back at Li Ergo. Brother Ergo, I have matters to attend to. We will talk another day. Time was getting late. It was time to return to Kyoto and challenge the Beast Alliance. This battle is not necessarily unwinnable. Alright then Jinmin, see Su brother off.
Li Ergo said quickly to Bai Jinmin beside him. Just as Bai Jinmin was about to rise, she heard Su Chen's voice, "No need to send me off, just take good care of brother Ergu." A faint smile hung on his lips as he turned and walked out of the ward. Bai Jinmin looked at his retreating figure, her eyes revealing a hint of admiration, softly saying, "What a good young man.
He is both handsome and capable.
Indeed, if our daughter were a few years older, perhaps we could become in-laws." The two exchanged knowing smiles.
Leaving the ward, Su Chen strolled down the hospital corridor.
He took out his phone and quickly swiped the screen to check the latest hot topics in Shanghai City.
Breaking.
Former head of the Shanghai City Superpower Bureau Su Zhuan has been sent to the alien demon lair for a deathmatch after sheltering gangs involved in arson and robbery.
Shocking.
Freshman Su Chen single-handedly caused a complete overhaul of the Shanghai City Superpower Management Bureau.
The Black Shadow Gang was wiped out in one night. Is this a decline of morality or a distortion of humanity?
The previous few hot news articles were almost entirely centered around him and the Shanghai City Superpower Management Bureau. As for Su Zhuan being escorted to the alien demon lair battlefield, that was undoubtedly a dead end. The alien demon battlefield is the most brutal frontline, sees almost no criminals returning alive once sent there.
One can only say he deserves it. Su Chen. At that moment a voice called out.
Su Chen paused slightly, looking up to see Su Xiao standing not far away, her eyes reflecting complicated emotions.
What are you doing here? Nothing, just wanted to say thank you. Su Chen was somewhat speechless. Thank you. How could she thank him after he sent her father to the alien demon battle?
If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have recognized my hypocritical father, and I would have remained immersed in the fantasy that everything in this world could be fair.
Ha! You don't hate me for sending your father to the alien demon battlefield?
That's what he deserves. Su Xiao gently bit her lip, having just glanced at the hot news. The comments below had almost no negative feedback, all praising Su Chen and condemning her father. After all, her father's sheltering of the Black Shadow Gang had wantonly killed, leaving countless families shattered, and those pains still etched in the hearts of the victims' families.
Su Chen sighed softly. So what are you planning to do in the future?
To hunt monsters and earn money to compensate those families harmed by the Black Shadow Gang. I didn't expect you to have such determination and courage.
That's great, looking forward to seeing you next time.
Saying this, he waved his hand and turned towards the Superpower Management Bureau's military vehicle parked at the hospital entrance. Su Xiao stood quietly in place, watching the vehicle gradually drive away, her eyes filled with determination.
Headquarters of the Kyoto Beast Alliance.
Director Zhang, are you bringing students here for a fun outing?
Hai Bei asked knowingly with a hint of a smile.
Zhang Xueyo snorted softly. Of course, it's a matter of courtesy. The previous experience of being challenged was like a thorn stuck in his heart, vividly remembered. This time he was determined to regain a victory with Su Chen.
Let's make it comfortable again.
How about we find a quieter place to talk?
Hai Bei narrowed his eyes slightly, signaling Zhang Xueyo to come aside.
Seeing this, Zhang Xueyo followed him aside.
Director Zhang, name your price. What will it take to prevent Su Chen from challenging us?
Zhang Xueyo chuckled lightly. I don't know, but Su Chen generally has a big appetite. He felt a sense of satisfaction relying on a student like Su Chen.
I have Su Chen and you don't, that's my reason for being confident.
Zhang Xueyo, don't get too cocky. If Su Chen wants to challenge us, let him come. Wu Hengji walked over with a face full of anger.
Zhang Xueyo glanced slightly. What?
Does Vice Alliance leader Wu have someone stronger than that new student who contracts a tiered monster? That's none of your business, you'll find out when the challenge happens. To win, he thought he could resort to any means, even if the people could be fake. What was wrong with the age being fake?
Nonsense. I'm the alliance leader. Hai Bei was extremely dissatisfied with Wu Hengji's actions.
He was destroying the entire Kyoto Beast Alliance. Wu Hengji was completely unfazed, scanning the elders around him. Elders, would you prefer to apologize and avoid this, or do you want to confront it head-on? He clapped his hands and several elders walked over to his side, nodding in agreement. Seeing this scene, Hai Bei sighed deeply, his face filled with disappointment. Foolish.
Foolish.
He was utterly disappointed with this Beast Alliance, truly foolish to the extreme.
Alliance leader, just wait and watch the show. I'm very confident about this battle. Don't you agree, Zhao Shan?
Wu Hengji looked at the stocky man beside him with pride. Zhao Shan nodded. Don't worry, Alliance leader, I will definitely win this battle. He had made full preparations for this battle, even going so far as to use banned drugs. In his view, as long as he could win, what did it matter to use some drugs?
A good soldier is one who can kill enemies on the battlefield. Moreover, since he wasn't from the Beast Alliance, they wouldn't be able to tell if he used drugs to enhance the monsters.
Hai Bei slightly closed his eyes. It seemed that after this battle the headquarters of the Kyoto Beast Alliance might really need to be re-established. Even if they won, it would be a victory without honor. As for the possibility of losing, it seemed unlikely. After all, Zhao Shan could command two tier 3 5-level monsters, one elite level and the other with a top-tier bloodline. Together they could even take down an ordinary tier 3 7-level powerhouse. And even with Su Chen's strength with his second-tier power, it would be difficult to defeat these two powerful monsters.
Time passed second by second, and after a few minutes an official military vehicle steadily parked at the entrance of the Beast Alliance.
Su Chen got out of the car and saw that the entrance of the Beast Alliance was surrounded by people including Director Zhang and some students.
Su Chen. You finally made it.
Director Zhang rushed forward excitedly as soon as he saw Su Chen getting off the car.
I'm here. Can I challenge now? Su Chen scanned the crowd around him.
Of course, you're just the missing piece. Zhang Xueyou thought to himself, not expecting that even he would have a day of clinging to a student.
Great. Su Chen stepped forward looking directly at Wu Hengji, Vice Alliance Leader. Who have you chosen the opponent I will face?
Vice Alliance Leader Wu sneered. New student Zhao Shan, get ready to face Su Chen.
Zhao Shan stepped out from the crowd. Su Chen, are you brave enough to fight me?
Seeing this scene, Director Zhang immediately became furious and stepped forward to question Wu Hengji. If I remember correctly, Zhao Shan joined the Beast Alliance last year, right?
Do you have no sense of shame?
Onlookers began to discuss excitedly. Isn't it outrageous for the Beast Alliance to let someone who has been in the Alliance for over a year fight someone who has only trained for half a month? Really no sense of shame. Maybe it should just be called the Shame Alliance instead of the Beast Alliance. I originally wanted my child to join the Beast Alliance, but thankfully they didn't.
Exactly. I never expected the Beast Alliance to be so shameless.
In an instant the crowd was enraged and the accusations echoed one after another. Wu Hengji smirked disdainfully, showing no shame. Zhao Shan, because he didn't learn well after joining, is now learning alongside our new students. How can he not be counted as a new student?
Moreover, on the battlefield, if there are no detailed regulations or restrictions, winning is what matters. Don't you agree, Director Zhang? As long as one can win, only the victors will have the reputation.
Director Zhang was so furious he wanted to curse. He had never seen such a brazen person who could speak shamelessly with such grandeur. One must remember Zhao Shan's strength is not just Su Chen who cannot defeat him.
Even the entire second-year students of the Kyoto Superpower Academy would struggle to win.
Wu Hengji, you shameless scoundrel, I curse your whole family.
Director Zhang finally couldn't help but curse. After venting, he grabbed Su Chen and prepared to leave. Let's go. In his view, with such shameless opponents, he couldn't afford to be humiliated. Su Chen remained unmoved. Don't rush, Director Zhang, I think this Zhao Shan might not be unbeatable. Zhang Xueyou was momentarily stunned and blurted out, Su Chen. Are you sure you didn't misspeak? Of course I didn't misspeak. Since the opponent is playing dirty, we shall utterly crush them with absolute strength.
So what if they play dirty? As long as we crush them with overwhelming power, they will surely reveal their true form and show their disgraceful side. Zhang Xueyou paused, slightly pondering secretly if Su Chen had actually broken through to the third level. Otherwise, how would he dare to take on this seemingly hopeless challenge?
Yet upon further reflection, it seemed utterly bizarre.
In just a few short days, could Su Chen really have crossed that immense threshold between the second and third levels? Since you insist on seeking your own suffering, don't blame us for bullying the weak when you lose. Wu Hengji's eyes flashed with surprise. He had thought this trip to challenge would end here, yet unexpectedly Su Chen was going to take the initiative to challenge.
What if I win? Su Chen retorted. Win? Ha!
If you truly have the ability to defeat me, I will kneel before you and bow my head 3 times without a second thought, respectfully calling you Su Yi.
Wu Hengji scoffed. Want to win? It's not that simple.
Su Chen would need to reach the third level, and even then he would have to possess the strength of the second or third tier to have any chance of victory. It had only been 3 days since the last challenge. Su Chen, even if he could break through to the 10th tier of the second level, would have a cultivation speed that is virtually unheard of. Alright, since Vice Alliance Leader Wu is eager to acknowledge me, I won't stop you.
By the way, where is the arena? Follow me. Wu Hengji turned and led everyone to the arena. This arena looked somewhat smaller compared to that of the Ability Academy. Please.
Wu Hengji gestured for Su Chen to enter.
Su Chen leapt onto the arena. Come and fight.
Zhao Shan stretched his muscles. Since Su Chen was so unaware of his own limitations today, he would let him clearly see the gap in strength, teaching him a lesson he would never forget. He leapt onto the arena and slightly cupped his hands. Brother Su Chen, please. The elders below looked at each other, all with puzzled expressions. What on earth was Su Chen trying to pull? Where did he find the confidence?
Match. Start.
At Wu Hengji's command, in an instant a flash of light appeared between Zhao Shan's eyebrows and a lightning-fast creature, the extreme electric thousand-bird soared out, surrounded by flickering electric light. Following that, a massive rock giant slowly materialized, standing tall like a mountain, exuding a strong sense of oppression. One was a flying beast with incredible speed, the other was a land beast with formidable defense. Su Chen raised his gaze, a glint of wild joy flashing in his eyes.
This is perfect, he could take down 2 opponents at once.
He activated the scanning function and quickly assessed both beasts. Name: Extreme Electric Thousand Birds, Bloodline Elite Realm 3rd level 5th tier, attributes Lightning Wind Note, extremely fast.
Name: Rock Giant, Bloodline Top tier, Realm 3rd level 5th tier, attributes Rock Earth Note, formidable defense. Su Chen, to be honest, you are indeed very strong.
Achieving such accomplishments at your age is truly remarkable. If you concede now, we can let bygones be bygones, as if nothing ever happened. Zhao Shan secretly admired Su Chen's strength, which exceeded his expectations, nearly matching the results of his own year of hard training. It is worth noting that Su Chen had only taken a few days to reach such heights.
Su Chen shook his head and said, I appreciate your kindness, but I am simply coveting these two beasts.
Coveting.
Zhao Shan paused slightly.
Yes.
Watch closely, I'm coming.
With that, several black shadow claws suddenly appeared in the sky like black lightning striking towards the two beasts.
Dodge. Zhao Shan's expression changed drastically as he shouted loudly. The extreme electric thousand birds reacted quickly, instantly flashing away. However, the rock giant was not so fortunate.
Several shadow claws slammed into it, the powerful impact resembling a landslide, causing the rock giant to crash to the ground, its stones shattering and scattering everywhere.
How could this happen?
Zhao Shan looked at the fallen rock giant, his face filled with confusion. This rock giant possessed a top-tier bloodline. Its defense was so strong that even the so-called most destructive class lightning abilities would struggle to shatter its rocks in such a short time.
At this moment he couldn't help but curse inwardly.
Who said that shadow-type abilities had weak destructive power?
This is simply nonsense. Meanwhile, the crowd below erupted into chaos, gasping in astonishment. What the hell?
When did this kid break through to the third level and master the true essence of shadow claws?
Zhang Xueyo couldn't help but curse, his eyes filled with shock.
3 days ago Su Chen was still at the 8th tier of the 2nd level, yet now he had reached the 3rd level. Such a cultivation speed even among the so-called splash geniuses of the same level would take them at least half a year to achieve. Yet Su Chen accomplished it in just 3 days. Calculating this, Su Chen's cultivation speed was astonishingly 60 times that of his peers. Even more unbelievable was that Su Chen at such a young age could comprehend martial techniques to the level of true essence. Thinking about how after living for decades he had yet to reach true essence with any martial technique, he felt utterly inadequate. Wu Hengji's eyes were wider than the sun. Was this still a human?
This cultivation speed was simply monstrous.
But this match could not be lost. He had already resorted to some underhanded tactics before, and if he lost now, the Beastmaster Alliance would truly lose face.
Zhao Shan, focus.
Zhao Shan naturally understood Wu Hengji's meaning, which was to use forbidden drugs. He had initially been reluctant to use such unscrupulous methods, but the situation left him no choice but to resort to this last trump card.
Thousand birds tank, catch it.
He pulled out 2 pills, one red and one green, and forcefully threw them towards the extreme electric thousand birds and the rock giant.
Both beasts caught the pills and swallowed them.
In just a few seconds, the lightning surrounding the extreme electric thousand birds intensified and its size increased significantly. Meanwhile, the rock giant's entire body turned blood red, its height rising to 4 meters, standing like a small mountain in the arena.
Su Chen felt the auras of both beasts suddenly becoming stronger, and he paused slightly. Did they eat a Snickers? How did they become so fierce all of a sudden?
Whoosh! The extreme electric thousand birds transformed into a bolt of lightning, diving down at high speed towards Su Chen's head. Su Chen immediately summoned his slaughtered demon scythe, blocking it in front of himself.
Clang!
A clear sound rang out alongside a powerful impact, causing Su Chen's body to involuntarily stumble back a few steps.
Rock giant, crush him! The rock giant roared and leapt into the air, its thick arms slamming down towards Su Chen like enormous stone pillars. Roll up! Su Chen shouted, and Tuan Tuan instantly fused with him.
Su Chen spread his wings and soared into the air, avoiding the attack while glancing at the extreme electric thousand birds. Didn't expect this, did you?
I can fly too.
Su Chen activated Shadow Flash, instantly appearing behind the extreme electric thousand birds, swinging the slaughtered demon scythe towards its body. However, the extreme electric thousand birds reacted quickly, sidestepping effortlessly, its eyes carrying a hint of mockery as if to say, you can't hit me.
Oh. You run pretty fast, huh? Then try this. There must be something to loathe. Su Chen's body was engulfed in a frenzy of dark elements as the entire ground transformed into a terrifying abyss of dark elemental magic.
The thick dark elements in the abyss churned like black sludge. Countless dark elemental ghost claws suddenly shot up from the bottom of the abyss, reaching straight for the extreme electric thousand birds. The extreme electric thousand birds let out a sharp cry, flapping its wings in an attempt to evade the overwhelming dark elemental ghost claw. However, those ghost claws were relentless, firmly grabbing the extreme electric thousand birds and violently pulling it towards the abyss. The extreme electric thousand birds was furious, lightning flickering around its body as several thick bolts of lightning surged forth, trying to disperse the loathsome dark elemental ghost claws. But no matter how it struggled, the ghost claws remained unyielding. The resistance of the extreme electric thousand birds was utterly futile.
Now where can you escape?
In a flash, with a swift motion, the killing demon scythe cleaved the extreme electric thousand birds in half.
Kill 3 tier 5-fold elite bloodline monster, slaughter points 3000, hiss. 3000. Su Chen took a deep breath, a glint of surprise flashing in his eyes. Not only that, but the enhancement of the killing demon scythe also increased by 0.5. No.
Zhao Shan's eyes widened in despair as he let out a furious roar. His extreme electric thousand birds just died like that.
Rock giant, crush him.
Under the command, the rock giant leaped into the air, its massive body soaring like a small mountain, crashing down on Su Chen in an attempt to deliver a powerful blow. Whether your rock is hard or my scythe is hard. He swung the death demon scythe, activating another 9 slashes as 6 dark elemental slashes forcefully slashed towards the rock giant.
Boom.
Crack! The tremendous impact and terrifying force acted like an invisible giant force directly shattering the rocks on the rock giant's chest, leaving a deep wound with shattered stones flying everywhere, dust swirling. Chen was also a bit surprised. Although he was one realm lower than the rock giant, it shouldn't be that hard, right? He activated the inspection skill again, and this time he finally understood the reason. It was due to that medicine. 666. If you can't win, just pop some pills. With a dull thud, the rock giant crashed to the ground, leaving Zhao Shan in disbelief. How could Chen's dark elemental destruction be so powerful? Chen, I concede. If Chen attacked a few more times, the rock giant would definitely be cut in half. You can concede, but this monster must die. Zhao Shan quickly stood in front of the rock giant. If you want to kill it, you must kill me first. Chen frowned slightly. It seemed that a bond had formed between this man and beast. He couldn't help but wonder if there would be little rock giants in the future. I won't kill it unless you Beastmaster Alliance can find a few more 3-tier monsters for me to slay. A few 3-tier monsters would just make up for the slaughter points difference of this top-tier monster. Alright, then it's settled. Chen looked at Wu Hengji, a teasing smile on his face. Alright, big son, come and bow 3 times. Wu Hengji's face was mottled with blue and purple. I never said that. Oh, then I might have recorded it. Chen pulled out his phone and Wu Hengji's voice rang clearly. Is the Beastmaster Alliance so unable to afford to lose? Can't even bow. Exactly, it seems there's no need to join the Beastmaster Alliance anymore. People around pointed and whispered. The murmurs formed an invisible pressure, making Wu Hengji's face turn even uglier. He gritted his teeth, filled with humiliation. Il bow, I can afford to lose. He walked in front of Chen. Master Su. He knelt down and bowed 3 times. Ah. Good son, so obedient. Wu Hengji stood up and announced loudly, I, the Beastmaster Alliance, concede. He really had no way out. Opposing Chen would only lead to a more miserable fate. Even the heavens couldn't go against Chen. He always caught others off guard. Don't rush, Deputy Alliance Leader Wu. How do you explain the use of banned drugs? Upon hearing this, everyone in the Beastmaster Alliance was taken aback, filled with shock and fear. How did Chen figure it out? Chen, what is the situation with the banned drugs? Zhang Xueyo stepped forward to inquire. Oh, it's just that Zhao Shan used some forbidden pills on the rock giant and extreme electric thousand birds, which are strictly prohibited for enhancers to use, capable of significantly boosting their comprehensive strength temporarily. Frenzy pill. The frenzy pill can enhance strength when used by humans, but after the effect wears off, one may very well turn into a madman. As for using it on monsters, it could cause them to go berserk and harm the innocent, hence it has always been classified as a banned drug. Zhang Xueyo pointed at the members of the Beastmaster Alliance. Oh, so you all dare to use prohibited items? Quite audacious. Director Zhang, classmate Chen, could you give this old man a favor? Haibo Bei spoke up at this moment, revealing a hint of helplessness and pleading on his face. At this point, he couldn't let things continue to worsen, or the entire Kyoto Beastmaster Alliance would fall into an abyss. Zhang Xueyo hesitated for a moment, looking at Chen. What do you say? Just as Chen was about to speak, he saw Haibo Bei stepping forward to hand over a card. Here is 50 million, just consider it the payment for inviting classmate Chen for the duel. Moreover, later I will also provide 23-tier monsters from the Beastmaster Alliance's reserves for classmate Chen to hunt. Oh, this is too much trouble. Although he said this, his hand was already quickly stuffing the card into his pocket. It just happened to fall into my pocket. Moreover, this is what he should have gotten, wasting so much of his time. What's a bit of compensation? The main point is that the crime of using banned drugs is almost like being accused of using performance-enhancing drugs in a competition, leading to being criticized for being unable to afford to lose, resulting in a dark future. Seeing Chen accepted, Haibo Bei breathed a sigh of relief. He then looked at the elders of the Beastmaster Alliance and announced, from now on I will withdraw from the Beastmaster Alliance and restructure the new headquarters of the Kyoto Beastmaster Alliance. Today I resign from this position. If he didn't leave, the entire Kyoto Beastmaster Alliance would be finished. His reputation may be ruined, but Haibo Bei's reputation must not be tarnished. He can make a comeback. Alliance Leader. Wu Hengji directly knelt down, his eyes filled with regret and pain. If it weren't for his insistence, how could it have ended up like this? He hated himself for wanting to make the Beastmaster Alliance famous all at once, but in a moment of recklessness he made such a wrong decision. Haibo Bei sighed. Xiao Hang, I know you did everything for the Alliance, but you were too hasty. He turned and left his back a bit desolate. Wu Hengji lowered his head, trembling all over. Without Haibo Bei, what meaning did his position as Deputy Alliance Leader hold? He slowly stood up. Today's matter, I, Wu Hengji, will bear the blame alone. You can insult me or report me, it has nothing to do with the Beastmaster Alliance. Chen could only say self-inflicted suffering is not to be lived. Had he known, why bother now? If you hadn't provoked me, could I have disabled you? Those who are pitiful must also have their loathsome aspects. Perfect Realm Shadowy Abyss Claw. Enough. You've only stepped forward now. Do you think there's any meaning in doing so? Chen was a bit speechless, a classic case of realizing filial piety only after one's mother has passed. Wu Hengji lowered his head, deeply rendered speechless by Chen's retort. Chen ignored Wu Hengji and turned his gaze to Zhao Shan. Brother, I want to ask, where can I hunt 23rd tier demon beasts in the Beast Control Alliance? The value of 20 third-tier demon beasts is considerable. It could at least exchange for several thousand slaughter points.
Follow me. Zhao Shan led him into the inner sanctum of the Beast Control Alliance.
At this moment Zhang Xueyo swaggered over, a smug look on his face.
Oh, isn't this Wu Hengji?
How did you get so disheveled in just a short while? A few years ago when the Kyoto Ability Academy lost in a challenge, he too had suffered such ridicule. Today he finally had the chance to return that humiliation. It's just relying on the old to bully the young.
Hey! In just relying on Su Chen, what can you do to me?
Zhang Xueyo crossed his arms looking proud. Having a student like Su Chen makes me happy. I could wake up laughing from my dreams. Wu Hengji turned away, no longer engaging, the powerlessness and helplessness of a loser evident at this moment.
51000 slaughter points.
After hunting down 20 third-tier demon beasts plus the previously accumulated slaughter points, Su Chen's total slaughter points had now reached 51000.
System elevate my realm by 1 level.
Consuming 20000 slaughter points, realm elevated to third tier 4th stage. In an instant Su Chen's aura changed drastically and the dark elements around him stirred violently like a disturbed undercurrent surging endlessly.
Ah! So comfortable. Su Chen let out a long breath. System, how many slaughter points are needed for blood condensation? 10 cycles.
He was already at the 2nd tier blood condensation realm, but he hadn't really begun this step, and now he was about to enter the 3rd tier spirit vein realm. Ability users have 108 spirit veins. Each one opened increases the speed of absorbing source power from the air. The more veins open, the faster the recovery of source energy within the body. The 3rd tier spirit vein realm is a critical stage, marking a significant gap in cultivation speed among ability users of the same age.
Ding!
Requires 10000 slaughter points. Su Chen stroked his chin. Could it be that, like bone tempering, the final round consumes the most slaughter points? System, how many slaughter points does blood condensation 18 cycles require in total? Requires 70000 slaughter points. Blood condensation cycles max out at 18 cycles, normal people at 10 cycles, prodigies at 14 cycles.
Additionally, after reaching blood condensation 18 cycles, mental power cultivation will be unlocked. I see. So it's indeed the case that reaching blood condensation 18 cycles unlocks mental power cultivation.
If he could reach blood condensation 18 cycles, wouldn't that mean he could begin mental power cultivation at the 3rd tier while others have to wait until the 5th tier? This would truly be a significant lead.
System elevate blood condensation to 10 cycles.
First raise it to 10 cycles, then when there are enough slaughter points later upgrade to 18 cycles to unlock mental power cultivation.
Besides, he still didn't have a method for cultivating mental power.
Consuming 10000 slaughter points, blood condensation successfully reaches the 10th cycle. As soon as the system notification sounded, a wave of heat surged within Su Chen and essence blood erupted from his limbs, coalescing into countless tiny blood beads. These blood beads intertwined and blended, gradually forming several thick bloodlines that continuously surged toward the core position deep in the dantian.
Time ticked by and at long last the first cycle of blood condensation was completed.
Following that, this marvelous change continued for 9 cycles until the 10th cycle of blood condensation was also successfully completed. Su Chen's eyes sparkled with golden light, an indescribable sense of comfort sweeping over him as if every pore was breathing freely, and his mental power surged like a fresh spring, rapidly climbing. Moreover, his vision suddenly became incredibly clear. He could see distant scenes and even the tiny dust particles floating in the air with utmost clarity.
What kind of astonishing change would occur if I reached 18 cycles of blood condensation? Su Chen muttered to himself, filled with anticipation.
Next, Su Chen looked at the remaining 21000 slaughter points, preparing to enhance Shadowy Abyss Claw first, as this combat skill was very practical in actual combat. System, how many slaughter points are needed to elevate Shadowy Abyss Claw to perfection?
Ding!
Requires 20000 slaughter points to reach perfection enhance. With the command given, Shadowy Abyss Claw instantly ascended to the perfected realm. At this moment, the attack range of Shadowy Abyss Claw expanded several times and the dark elemental claws formed in the abyss became even stronger.
System, open the system panel.
Name: Su Chen, realm 3rd tier 4th stage, ability S grade, Shadow King cultivation method, Shadow ability cultivation method, bone tempering, 10th cycle of golden bone, blood condensation, 10th cycle, companion spirit tool, SS grade, slaughter demon scythe, innate spirit treasure, 12th grade, world destroying black lotus techniques, infinite spirit source technique, 1st stage 9 nether, indestructible body, 1st stage combat skills, 3rd tier devouring shadow bat strike, great accomplishment, 3rd tier shadow flash, great accomplishment, 2nd tier shadow claw, true intent, 2nd tier abyssal demon abyss, great accomplishment, 6th tier instant prison, shadow killing formation entry, 5th tier nether, 9 slashes, great accomplishment, 4th tier shadow shield not started, 5th tier shadowy abyss claw perfection, 6th tier shadow blade dance entry. PS, don't forget to me if I miss something, I'll correct it. After closing the panel, Su Chen smiled in satisfaction, already planning his next steps. Next, he needed to elevate the level of his ability. Once this great ability is upgraded to S grade, he will enhance all combat skills to the realm of true intent. At that time, every strike would be a combat skill of true intent. How would his opponents respond? After finishing his upgrade, Su Chen walked out of the beast control room and saw Zhao Shan waiting outside. Brother, this batch of demon beasts is quite good. If there are new ones next time, remember to notify me. Su Chen's tone carried a hint of teasing. Zhao Shan's face suddenly darkened, his lips twitching. What kind of words were These are not just any girls from a fireworks district, these are demon beasts carefully cultivated by our Beast Control Alliance.
But what could he do? He couldn't complain. He couldn't win against them anyway.
Chen walked outside and saw a group of people clamoring to exit the Beast Control Alliance. He had long anticipated this scene. One brings trouble upon oneself.
Deserved. Chen, how does it feel to hunt demon beasts?
Zhang Xueyo approached with a broad smile asking.
Director Zhang, I went to hunt demon beasts, not to visit a brothel. Oh haha, I was just so happy that I momentarily didn't pay attention to my wording. Come, I'll treat you to drinks.
Forget it, I just received a notice from Dean Chu to go back and draw my opponent for the skip level challenge.
Is that so?
I'm really looking forward to seeing the look on your opponent's face after you draw them, first joy then begging for mercy after you beat them, huh?
Excitement sparkled in Zhang Xueyo's eyes.
With Chen's current realm, there weren't many in the top 1,000 of the second year who could match him.
I'm looking forward to it too.
Chen clenched his fists, his eyes filled with fighting spirit.
Come on, I'll drive you back. Zhang Xueyo warmly invited.
The two got into the car which headed towards the Kyoto Abilities Academy. In the sophomore training room, Director Chu, has there been any notification from Chen?
It has been notified he should arrive in a few minutes. Chu Jineng replied. Just as they were conversing, several sophomore students dressed in the uniforms of the Magic City Abilities Academy approached.
Leading the group, Chen Ming wore a respectful expression. Director Chu, Dean Chu, hello.
Chen Ming, why did you suddenly come? Director Chu, have you forgotten?
In a week our two schools will have a secret realm competition. I'm here to exchange the participant lists for both schools. As he spoke, Chen Ming pulled out a list from his pocket and handed it to him.
Chu Shangyang took the list, scrutinizing it closely, and his expression grew serious upon seeing a name he did not wish to see.
He raised his head and said, our list has not been finalized yet. I will confirm it and give it to you by today.
All right, Director Chu, I'll wait for your news.
Just as Chen Ming finished speaking, Chen's voice echoed in the training room. Dean Chu, I'm here. Hearing the voice, Chu Jineng looked at him. Chen, come and draw your opponent for the level up challenge.
As Chen took a few steps forward, Chen Ming approached him. You must be Chen.
Naturally, he recognized Chen. Who in the world didn't know him? All the first-year talents from the Dragon Kingdom seemed dull in comparison to him.
That's me, and you are?
Let me introduce myself. I'm Chen Ming, a sophomore at the Magic City Abilities Academy. Oh, if there's nothing else, please step aside. Chen Ming furrowed his brow slightly but still politely made way.
Chen walked up to the drawing table. How do I draw?
Chu Shangyang pointed to a button on the drawing table. Press this button and you can draw one of the top 1,000 sophomores as your opponent.
Without hesitation, Chen pressed the button 3 times in quick succession.
Soon 3 names were clearly displayed on the screen. Yizhang by Lu Xingli Mu Shuer. Seeing the results, Chu Shangyang couldn't help but shake his head. It seems your luck isn't very good. You're facing the top sophomore Mu Shuer in the level up challenge.
I advise you to give up. This is too difficult.
You must understand that the level up challenge is already as hard as climbing to the sky, and now you've drawn Mu Shuer, making it even harder. Mu Shuer had just broken through to the 7th level of the 3rd tier yesterday. The gap in their levels alone could make it hard for Chen to breathe. However, excitement gleamed in Chen's eyes. He felt very satisfied with this draw.
To challenge the strongest sophomore directly, that's what makes it interesting. You're strong, so what?
Sorry, I'll just be stronger. Director, I appreciate your kindness, but I'm very satisfied with this result.
Chu Shangyang was taken aback. Satisfied? You drew the strongest opponent and you say you're satisfied? He was somewhat bewildered and completely did not understand Chen's thoughts.
Chen Ming, who understood the situation behind him, stepped forward. Junior, Chen is actually going for a level up challenge. Truly bold for someone with such skills.
However, Junior, I advise you, Mu Shuer is not someone you can easily defeat.
Even our top sophomore can only slightly surpass her. But give yourself another year of training and you'll surely manage.
Luckily, you're not in the same cohort as us.
If he were in the same cohort as Chen, he would have already jumped.
Chen was simply extraordinarily gifted.
As for you saying he could successfully challenge to jump to sophomore status, isn't that the same cohort? He wanted to say, how could that be possible? Could it be that Chen practicing for half a month could crush the top sophomore Mu Shuer who has trained for more than a year?
The likelihood of that is lower than that of a Sao making an atomic bomb.
Chen chuckled, patting Chen Ming's shoulder. In a few days we might really be in the same cohort.
Junior, don't joke around. Do you really think you can defeat Mu Shuer?
Chen Ming said with a face full of doubt.
Probably. Chen replied indifferently. Chen Ming almost blurted out a rebuttal. Isn't that just bragging?
But he held back silently, shaking his head in his heart. Alright Chen, are you really not going to heed my advice and insist on starting the level up challenge?
Chu Shangyang confirmed again. Yes, Director Chu.
Seeing Chen so insistent, Chu Shangyang had no choice but to concede reluctantly. Since he wouldn't listen to advice, let Mu Shuer temper his ambitions and let him know the heights of heaven and depths of earth. If he wouldn't heed kind words, he could not blame losing face in the competition.
Alright. Since that's the case, let's start the level up challenge tomorrow. Don't embarrass yourself when you lose.
Just then Chu Jineng spoke up. Director Chu, if Su Chen wins, can we add a spot for him in the secret realm competition between the two schools?
That's naturally no problem provided he can win.
Chu Shangyang snorted coldly. Just mentioning the secret realm competition between the two schools made him feel quite troubled. This secret realm competition between the two schools is actually a rehearsal for the 100-school competition. However, last year Mu Shuer's cohort could not secure the championship. And this year the situation seems even less optimistic. It's said that the top sophomore of the Magic City Abilities Academy has already advanced to S-level abilities. You must understand S-level abilities are not comparable to S-level abilities. Even Mu Shuer would be helpless against such an opponent.
Thinking about how this year's secret realm competition between the two schools would again end in defeat, Chu Shangyang felt a headache coming on.
Seeing Chu Shangyang agree, Chu Jinan looked at Su Chen. You better give it your all right. For some reason she inexplicably believed that Su Chen could achieve it. Moreover, the sophomores urgently needed someone stronger than Mu Shuer to counter the rumored genius from the Magic City Abilities Academy who possessed S-level fire abilities.
Since Mu Shuer couldn't do it, it would all depend on whether Su Chen could succeed.
Don't worry, Dean Chu, I will give it my all. Also, what exactly is the secret realm competition between the two schools? The secret realm competition between the two schools is a simulation rehearsal before the 100-school competition for sophomores. I see. So are the opponents very strong? I noticed that Director Chu looked worried as soon as this was mentioned. Su Chen keenly observed Chu Shangyang's changing expressions and asked curiously. Of course. Junior Su Chen, I'm not boasting. Our top student at the Magic City Abilities Academy is said to have advanced his fire abilities to S level. Furthermore, he was last year's 100-school competition champion and even defeated Mu Shuer. Qian Ming said proudly, a look of pride on his face.
A glimmer of amusement flickered in Su Chen's eyes. S-level fire abilities.
Quite interesting. Su Chen, don't take it too seriously, that's just a rumor. Seeing Su Chen's expression, Chu Jineng hurriedly said, worried he might feel pressured.
I haven't really taken it to heart.
Why worry? After tomorrow's level-up challenge I'll go hunting in the wild and my abilities might just advance to S. Seeing Su Chen so calm, Chu Jineng couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. Is he really so composed when facing someone with S-level ability? He wouldn't suddenly elevate his own abilities to S-level dark abilities, would he? As the dust settled, Chu Shangyang slowly spoke. Chen Ming, you should stay here for another day. After the promotion challenge tomorrow, come back to collect that list. He was certain that there would be no changes to that list. Su Chen had no chance of succeeding in the challenge. However, since he had promised Chu Jineng, he had to give him this seemingly meaningless opportunity. Qian Ming quickly replied, all right. I was just curious to see how Su Chen performs tomorrow. It would be nice to witness Su Chen's humiliating failure. After all, he had been so arrogant and ignored advice. Thinking about how Su Chen would be harshly confronted by reality tomorrow, a wave of inexplicable excitement surged in his heart. The two turned to leave, leaving Chu Jineng and Su Chen standing in place. Chu Jineng softly asked, are you confident?
I never do things without confidence.
A spark of curiosity flashed in Chu Jineng's eyes. Given Su Chen's certainty, what exactly would he rely on to defeat the formidable?
It must be noted that Mu Shuer, as the top student of the second year, was not to be underestimated.
I believe in you. Your advanced techniques are waiting for your triumphant return.
Su Chen's eyes were filled with anticipation. Then it's a promise. This advanced technique could develop into a summoning type.
After a few more simple exchanges, they parted ways.
As night fell, Zhang Luo rushed into Mu Shuer's room.
Did you see? Tomorrow's promotion challenge, your opponent is Su Chen. Mu Shuer frowned, slightly surprise and confusion flashing in her beautiful eyes. Had she really drawn Su Chen? She sighed gently, feeling somewhat resistant to this match. After all, they were not in the same realm. Even if she won, what would be the significance?
Sister, do you still think Su Chen is stuck at the second level? Zhang Luo couldn't help but ask as Mu Shuer seemed unresponsive.
Mu Shuer raised her eyes. What? Has he already broken through to the third level? Not just the third level. He's already at the third level, third stage. As Zhang Luo spoke, she quickly pulled up the video of Su Chen's duel against Zhao Shan in the Beastmaster Alliance. Mu Shuer stared at the phone screen, watching Su Chen exhibit the realm of the third level, third stage alongside the profound techniques and a demonic sickle that seemed to have undergone a strange transformation. A wave of indescribable shock surged within her. How could it happen so quickly?
Mu Shuer murmured.
She simply couldn't understand. Su Chen had been training for less than a month while she had been training for over a year. How was he so close to catching up? This terrifying speed of cultivation left her feeling utterly outpaced. Right, he's just a freak, and that technique is actually profound and can transform into another form. The power of that dark ability is simply outrageous. Zhang Luo commented while watching the video of Su Chen's transformation. This form seemed to greatly enhance Su Chen's combat ability, and the destructive power of his dark ability was simply unbelievable. How could the destructive power of a dark ability surpass that of a lightning ability? As Zhang Luo described, Mu Shuer grew more and more alarmed. What could that mysterious transformation be? Where did that terrifying dark destructive power come from? All of this felt like a series of enigmas swirling in her mind.
Sister, do you think there's any chance you might lose tomorrow?
Zhang Luo suddenly asked.
No way.
If it were a duel at the same realm she might not withstand even 2 moves from Su Chen, but now with a 4-stage gap she was confident in defeating him. TCH, you might just lose. As soon as Jiang Luer finished speaking she felt a chill wash over her and her whole body shivered involuntarily. Looking up she saw that the entire room had formed a thin layer of ice.
Oh no, sister, we'll definitely win tomorrow.
Jiang Luer quickly changed her tune. Mu Xuer sighed helplessly, slowly closed her eyes. She would give her all in tomorrow's battle and absolutely could not lose.
Second level, first stage. Tuan'll take you to soak in that billion-worth shadow holy pool someday. Su Chen looked at Tuan with joy as just moments ago Tuan had successfully broken through to the second level first stage.
Okay.
Great, let's show you off in front of everyone tomorrow.
The previous attempts to fuse with Tuan had failed to summon her. Now it was time for everyone to see her prowess.
Moreover, after Tuan reached the second level first stage, the 2 enhancement skills she had mastered were also enhanced.
According to the system, once Tuan entered the growth phase at the 7th level, her power during possession would be tremendous.
Additionally, Tuan could unlock a second form during her growth phase at the 7th level. He couldn't help but wonder what that stunning form would be like. Su Chen spent another 20 million on Tuan's food supply, then idly played with his phone.
Just as he was engrossed in the game, a message suddenly popped up.
Li Qingqing want to hang out.
Su Chen was momentarily taken aback by this message, then replied. Li Qingqing don't take it seriously. They say sending messages like this to guys will get them to reply immediately.
Su Chen, that's definitely true.
This was indeed no lie. Who wouldn't feel compelled to respond to such a message?
Li Qingqing, do you have time tomorrow night?
I have something I want to discuss with you.
Su Chen, can't we talk now?
Li Qingqing, no. Little handsome guy, see you at the Peak Hotel tomorrow.
If you don't come, you might never see me again.
After sending this message, no matter what Su Chen replied, Li Qingqing did not respond. Su Chen scratched his head, somewhat puzzled. It seemed Li Qingqing intended to confess to him in person and seek his help. He wondered what kind of trouble she was in that required his assistance. After playing with his phone for a while, Su Chen yawned and fell asleep. The next day, the second-year arena was already bustling with people, with many students gathering there and discussing excitedly.
I really don't understand.
Why does our freshman Su Chen want to challenge the second-year students?
Exactly.
If Su Chen stayed in the first year during the inter-school competition, he would definitely crush the opposition. Why must he go to the second year to seek punishment?
Sias mortals really can't comprehend the thoughts of the divine.
No, it's not a possibility of losing, it's a certainty, because Su Chen's opponent is Mu Xuer. 666. This is truly a clash of titans. Let's see who is more powerful. Throughout the audience, discussions rose and fell, and without exception everyone expressed their confusion about Su Chen's actions. Chu Shangyang stood by snorting softly since Su Chen refused to listen to advice. He should prepare for embarrassment. As time passed by, just when everyone was eagerly anticipating, a black shadow flashed at the door and Su Chen arrived at the arena. He coldly stated, "Let's begin."
Chu Shangyang waved his hand. Lu Xingli, go up and show this ignorant brat what.
Lu Xingli leaped onto the stage with a contemptuous smile on his face. Isn't it better for a freshman to stay in the first year?
Why the arrogance to promote? I'm ranked 109 in the second year. If you can't even defeat me, you should obediently step down. Su Chen raised his gaze. One move is enough.
Aside from Mu Xuer, the other two did not interest him. He would crush them with the fastest speed.
Tuan.
Lu Shengli's face revealed a trace of disdain as he sneered. You think you can defeat me in one move?
Are you dreaming?
He was at the third stage of the fifth realm.
Is this something that can be defeated in one move?
However, just as the words fell, a shadow flashed by and a dark sprite fluttered out with its tiny wings. She gently raised her hand, channeling a surge of dark elemental amplification, and in an instant an exquisitely beautiful purple-black rose slowly materialized above Su Chen's head. Immediately after, the dark sprite merged with Su Chen like a wisp of purple smoke. As they fused, a powerful aura erupted from Su Chen, centered around him.
Su Chen's eyes instantly transformed into a deep purple and a streak of black lightning appeared on his forehead.
At the same time, a pair of enormous black wings extended from his back. Suspended high in the air, Su Chen looked down with his purple-tinged eyes and declared, "I said one move and it shall be one move."
With that, he raised his hand and an overwhelming dark power enveloped the entire arena, instantly forming a dark elemental magic pool. Within the magic pool, dark elements surged and royally emitting deep demonic roars.
Seeing this, Lu Xingli displayed a smug smile.
Just right. My ability is flight. How do you plan to defeat me in one move now?
He swiftly unfolded a pair of green wings behind him and leaped into the air.
Su Chen smirked slightly. Why don't you look down below? Lu Xingli instinctively looked down and saw countless enormous black claws suddenly reaching out from the dark elemental magic pool.
These claws were the complete form of the shadow claw from the abyss, each as large as a tiger's paw, resembling demons crawling out of hell, all grasping towards Lu Xingli in the air.
What? What are these monstrous things?
He tried to evade the attack of the claws, but the dense and sturdy claws quickly surrounded him, leaving no chance for escape. The claws seized him tightly, dragging him violently into the dark elemental magic pool, intending to tear his body apart and reduce him to a pile of bones.
I concede.
Lu Xingli struggled desperately in the magic pool as he spoke.
Su Chen waved his hand and the dark elemental magic pool vanished without a trace. He looked at Lu Xingli with cold indifference. If you lack ability, don't assume others are as useless as you. Lu Xingli lowered his head, swallowing hard. The moment he was dragged into the magic pool, he felt the breath of death. Every second was filled with endless pain and fear. He stared at Su Chen before him, wondering who the true sophomore was. Could it be that he was truly defeated in one move? The once lively crowd fell instantly silent after Su Chen's astonishing display. After a long while, someone finally broke the silence. No way. Did I just see correctly? A freshman defeated around 100 sophomores in one move. This is absurd. And what on earth is that adorable sprite? I swear I was just hesitating, but from now on, even if Su Chen fights against the King of Heaven, I will definitely bet on Su Chen to win. Director Chu, you've kept this from me for so long. Chu Shangyang said with a face full of helplessness. Chu Jining was equally astonished. Are you talking about that dark sprite? You can't possibly not know that Su Chen contracted that dark sprite, right? Chu Jining felt a bit helpless as she truly did not know about Su Chen's contract with the dark sprite. But how did he manage to contract it, and where did it come from? Could it be that Su Chen is a dual elemental ability user? Otherwise it would be impossible to contract a dark sprite. Moreover, where did this dark sprite originate? A dark sprite is a treasure coveted by dark elemental ability users with an amplification effect on dark elements that exceeds imagination. It's the ultimate treasure that dark elemental ability users dream of. Director Chu, I am being honest with you, I really don't know. Chu Shangyang's mouth twitched slightly. Now he had spoken too soon. But aside from the dark sprite, how did Su Chen achieve the strength of the 3rd stage and 4th realm, as well as mastering the 5th grade combat skills to perfection? Mastering 5th grade combat skills takes years, even decades, for a talent with great abilities. Yet Su Chen accomplished it in just 20 days. Beside them, Mu Xuer furrowed her brow tightly. He had become stronger again. Just yesterday he was only at the 3rd stage and 3rd realm, and today he was already at the 3rd stage and 4th realm. Is the opponent she is about to face even human? Additionally, the most surprising factor was the sudden appearance of the dark sprite. She took a deep breath. Even if Su Chen had the dark sprite, she absolutely could not lose. On the arena, Su Chen's gaze was icy. Next, Chu Shangyang looked towards Zhang Bai beside him and said solemnly, "You go first." Zhang Bai pointed at himself in shock. "I have to go up." What a joke. He was ranked 985 in the sophomore class, and Lu Xingli, ranked 109, had been defeated in one move by Su Chen. Wouldn't he be unable to withstand even half a move? After considering it, Chu Shangyang felt that Zhang Bai had a point. Zhang Bai concede. Finally he turned his gaze towards Mu Xuer, speaking earnestly. "Classmate Mu Xuer, you are our only hope among the sophomores. Allowing a freshman to skip a grade is undoubtedly a significant blow to the sophomores. After all, if a freshman could skip a grade within just 1 year, wouldn't that indicate the incompetence of the sophomores? If even a freshman could not be defeated, it indirectly reflects the incompetence of the director of instruction. Honor and disgrace are shared." Mu Xuer slightly closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and then slowly opened them. Her originally black eyes instantly turned blue, emanating a powerful chill. With each step she took, the ground beneath her rapidly froze into a thick layer of frost. "My sister is serious. Go, sister!" Zhang Luer shouted excitedly from the audience. The duel between Mu Xuer and Su Chen was truly the most eye-catching highlight of this arena challenge. The pinnacle showdown between the top freshman and the top sophomore, who would ultimately emerge victorious. I'm so nervous. Who will win between Su Chen of the freshman class and Mu Xuer, the top sophomore? I don't care, I'm blindly supporting Su Chen. It's hard to say. Mu Xuer is also a genius. Moreover, Su Chen is at the 3rd stage and 4th realm, while Mu Xuer is at the 3rd stage and 7th realm, giving Mu Xuer a higher chance of winning. Who cares? The aloof and elegant goddess is forever my idol. I support Mu Xuer. Mu Xuer stepped onto the arena, gently stepping on the ground, and an overwhelming chill erupted, instantly covering the entire arena with a thick layer of ice in the blink of an eye. The icy surface shimmered with a ghostly blue light, radiating a bone-chilling cold. Seeing this scene, Su Chen was momentarily stunned, a look of confusion crossing his face. What is happening? Ding! This is the characteristic of Mu Xuer's ice ability, Absolute Zero, capable of altering the surrounding environment, spreading ice wherever she goes, chilling to the bone. Su Chen nodded slightly and asked Tonggu, "What is the characteristic of my dark ability?" Since awakening he had not yet figured it out. However, after a few seconds the system did not respond at all. Damn! Su Chen couldn't help but curse. At that moment Mu Xuer spoke. "I hope you can give it your all." Su Chen chuckled and raised an eyebrow. "Then let's see if you have the ability to push me to that point. If he truly went all out and summoned the Annihilation Black Lotus, wouldn't that be akin to using a nuclear bomb to swat a mosquito?" Mu Xuer nodded. "Of course I will." She then looked at the referee beside her. "Can we start?" The referee stepped forward and announced loudly, "The final match of the Skip Grade Challenge, Su Chen vs Mu Xuer, begins now." The powerful Mu Xuer. As the referee's voice fell, a dazzling S-level ice blade, the Bingli sword, appeared in Mu Xuer's hand, radiating a ghostly blue light. Cold ice, 9 slashes. Mu Xuer launched the attack first. The Bingli sword enveloped an endless chill, unleashing 6 fierce sword lights.
Su Chen's eyes narrowed. The slaughtered demon scythe instantly coalesced in his hand, dark elements swirling around the black scythe as he held it horizontally before him to block the fierce attack. Clang! A crisp sound rang out as the 6 icy sword energies violently struck the demon scythe, the powerful impact forcing Su Chen back several meters. The lingering ice, like a festering sore, quickly formed a thick layer of ice on the demon scythe, completely encasing it. No wonder it's absolute zero. Su Chen smirked coldly as he swung the slaughtered demon scythe, shattering the ice layer into countless ice shards that flew everywhere. Then taste mine. With a swing of the scythe, the grand level nether 9 slashes were unleashed. 6 shadowy blades of dark element sliced through the air, whistling towards Mu Xuer. Mu Xuer was startled. Her left hand surged with the power of ice as a second-tier grand level ice shield quickly materialized. She was confident that this shield could withstand Su Chen's attack. The massive ice shield stood before her like a mountain, emanating a chilling blue light. However, the first 2 shadow blades struck the ice shield fiercely, and with a crack the shield shattered into countless ice fragments. Mu Xuer was greatly alarmed and hurriedly positioned her sword horizontally in front of her, attempting to block the remaining 4 shadow blades. Clang, clang, clang. The crisp sounds rang out continuously, and Mu Xuer was directly knocked back several meters by the powerful impact, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. She steadied herself, her eyes filled with confusion and shock. Both possessed level abilities, yet Su Chen was 3 realms below her. How could his abilities be so powerful? Su Chen's abilities felt like they were beyond S level, almost as if they transcended it. Su Chen, you are very but I cannot lose. Mu Xuer gritted, her teeth, cold energy emanating from her as the ice amplification activated instantly. A pair of gigantic ice wings sprouted from her back, glistening like crystal sculptures, radiating a cold light. Holding her sword, she charged towards Su Chen. Do you really want to fight me in close combat? Su Chen, unafraid, gripped the slaughtered demon scythe as the two engaged in a fierce confrontation. The clanging of weapons resonated like a passionate symphony echoing above the arena. However, after only a few exchanges, a crisp sound rang out as Mu Xuer's spindly sword was directly severed by Su Chen's slaughtered demon scythe. The characteristic of the slaughtered demon scythe is that it is indestructible, cutting through iron like mud. It is not something an ordinary weapon could compare to. Severing a weapon is a trivial matter. Seeing the slaughtered demon scythe in Su Chen's hand, Mu Xuer fell silent for a moment, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes. Let's do this again. She shouted angrily, forging a new ice sword from the ice. One sword. Open the heavens. She took a step back, gripping the ice sword with both hands, raising it high above her head. The ice sword in her hands kept growing larger and larger until it blocked out the sun. Su Chen watched the scene, feeling a surge of excitement. Is this what a pay-to-win player looks like? No need to think, the level of this battle technique is at least 7th tier or above. A pay-to-win player indeed. However, the main reason is that Mu Xuer froze the arena, preventing him from using the Nether Shadow Claw. Otherwise, this battle would have been much easier. Fall. The massive ice slash fell straight towards Su Chen, carrying a devastating momentum as if it could shatter every. Seeing this, Su Chen did not dare to be careless. The shadow shield instantly coalesced around him. He then swung the slaughtered demon scythe, repeatedly executing several nether 9 slashes, attempting to withstand the enormous ice slash. However, all was in vain. The immense ice slash struck down like Mount Tai, crashing onto Su Chen's slaughtered demon scythe. Drawing on the power of the wings behind him, he flapped violently, trying to resist the tremendous force. Yet even so, the ice slash forced Su Chen down to the ground. Boom! With a loud sound, the ground beneath Su Chen's feet shattered, forming a shallow pit. After a long while, the ice slash finally shattered into countless ice crystals and disappeared. Su Chen slowly lifted his head, a trace of disarray on his face, but his eyes were filled with determination. Not bad, this pay-to-win battle technique is indeed powerful. Fortunately, the first major enhancement of the 9 nether immortal body greatly strengthened his physique, and combined with the fusion technique, it boosted his physical strength, allowing him to endure this blow. Mu Xuer, seeing Su Chen withstand this blow, flashed a hint of seriousness in her eyes. Why can Su Chen be so resilient? His abilities are strong enough, yet he is still so tough. She took a deep breath, pointing skyward. 90-year battle technique, Phoenix's Fall. She couldn't believe he could endure this attack. In an instant, snowflakes began to swirl around the arena, and above in the sky a phoenix made of ice slowly materialized. Su Chen watched this scene, his mouth twitching. A 9th tier battle technique. Each 9th tier technique is a priceless treasure. Damn it, Mu Xuer truly is the daughter of a top tier force. However, before he could react, Absolute Zero instantly encased him in ice. Limited by the terrain and facing a 3-realm gap, it was already impressive that Su Chen managed to withstand Mu Xuer using this 9th tier technique. Cheng Xiangyang let out a sigh of relief from below. It seemed that in this match Mu Xuer was indeed superior. However, Su Chen was also terrifyingly strong, he just lacked powerful techniques. If Su Chen were given a few powerful techniques, even with a 3-realm gap, Mu Xuer would be instantly defeated. Cheng Xiangyang looked solemn, feeling that Su Chen might lose. This blow, even if his body could withstand it, his bones could not. After all, sometimes a robust body might not support brittle bones. Unless Su Chen possesses golden bones. But there has yet to be anyone in this world who has achieved golden bones. Su Chen, concede. You cannot withstand this blow. Cheng Xiangyang urged. Su Chen merely glanced at him coldly. My dictionary does not contain the word concede.
Oof. You might die from this blow. Chang Shangyang was somewhat anxious. Su Chen must not get hurt. Thank you for your kind intentions, Director Chang, but I absolutely must endure this second year. Chang Shangyang was enraged, his face turning red. All right. Endure it then.
Underestimating oneself will make it difficult to achieve greatness in the future.
As soon as he finished speaking, the Ice Phoenix successfully coalesced, descending towards Su Chen with an unmatched aura.
In an instant the entire arena was filled with flying ice shards, creating a massive deep pit mist swirling around. Mu Xuer also collapsed to the ground, slowly lifting her head, her eyes filled with anticipation.
Did I win? Su Chen wins. Ah.
Could it be that the saying with Sushin there is Sushin means that today is his end?
What can we do about it? Mu Xuer directly summoned a 9th tier battle skill. Who can withstand this? Indeed, the Padawan players are truly powerful.
If Su Chen had a 9th tier battle skill, he could easily defeat Mu Xuer in an instant. At that moment, amidst the discussions and low spirits of the crowd, dazzling golden light suddenly radiated from the thick mist of water. As the mist slowly receded, the brilliant golden light gradually faded away. The crowd focused their eyes and saw Su Chen standing quietly there. He had several shocking wounds on his body covered with a layer of ice, yet even so golden light still occasionally emanated from him. Seeing this scene, Mu Xuer felt a tinge of despondency in her eyes, as if the stars had suddenly lost their brilliance. She was filled with unwillingness. Could it be that she still did not win? Why was it that even with this full force strike she could not defeat the Su Chen in front of her? Su Chen stepped forward, placing the slaughtering demon scythe against Mu Xuer's neck. You have lost. Mu Xuer smiled in relief, her smile containing a hint of liberation and a trace of regret. I lost. As soon as she finished speaking, she collapsed to the ground, her vision going dark from excessive physical strain. Seeing this, Su Chen secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, facing the formidable Ice Phoenix's descent, he had no escape and could only brace himself to endure. At a critical moment, Tuan Tuan actually comprehended a new skill, Dark Knight Armor. This armor can be formed from dark elements and attached to others, creating protective armor.
In simple terms, it's like a one-click transformation into an armored warrior.
Of course, the key factor is still his golden bones. If the bones weren't strong enough, they would shatter under the immense impact of a 9th tier battle skill, leading to serious injury. Yet he possessed golden bones along with the physical enhancement from Tuan Tuan's possession, the immortal body of the 9 Nether, as well as the protection of the shadow armor and shadow shield, which allowed him to withstand Mu Xuer's terrifying blow. One can only say that a 9th tier battle skill is indeed fearsome. Chu Xiangyang stood to the side, dazed for a long time, his eyes filled with shock and confusion.
Isn't Su Chen an ability user of the dark element?
How could he withstand a 9th tier battle skill with just his physical body?
Those who don't know would think he possesses enhanced physical ability. And that faint golden light shimmering on him, what could it be? Could it be the legendary golden bones?
In the end, Chu Xiangyang's side, it seems that from now on the heavens of the second year will be dominated and suppressed by Su Chen alone. Seeing the scene, Chu Jining felt a bit relieved in her heart, but she was still puzzled, not understanding how Su Chen was able to withstand that strike without serious injury. Looking at the faint golden light seeping from Su Chen's wounds, could it be golden bones? But wasn't it said that no one born in the Dragon Kingdom in the past 300 years could possess golden bones? Decades ago, a powerful expert went to Kunlun Mountain to read the fortunes and declared that within the past 300 years no one in the Dragon Kingdom could possess golden bones. And the fortune from Kunlun Mountain has never been wrong. Could it be that Su Chen has broken this prophecy? She shook her head lightly. Perhaps during the upcoming inter-school secret realm competition there would be a unified strength assessment for students. At that time it would be clear whether he truly possesses golden bones. On the stage, the referee jumped up and announced loudly, in this promotion challenge Su Chen wins, successfully promoted to the second year. As this result was announced, the audience erupted in cheers. No one remained seated.
Su Chen did it.
He made history once again and successfully advanced a grade. He became the first person in the history of the Capital Ability Academy and even the entire Dragon Kingdom to successfully advance a grade. At this time, Jiang Luo rushed onto the stage in a flurry, anxiously shouting, "Quickly take my sister down for treatment."
The medical staff below finally reacted and hurriedly came up to carry Mu Xuer down.
Jiang Luo turned to Su Chen, her face filled with admiration as she said, "Brother-in-law,
you are really amazing.
To withstand a 9th tier battle skill with just your physical body, that's incredible.
One has to say Su Chen is truly impressive.
Those who don't know would think he is on the path to becoming a saint with his physical body."
Don't flatter yourself. Who is your brother-in-law? Su Chen said irritably. It's you, brother-in-law.
Do you know why my sister can't afford to lose?
What?
Does losing to someone else mean she has to marry him? First she shook her head, then nodded, saying, "You got half of it right. If she loses to someone younger than her whose realm is lower than hers, then the proposal can be made and it would be 100 successful." He doesn't believe that Su Chen can resist such a stunning beauty as his sister. If the proposal succeeds, Su Chen would marry a stunning beauty and also have the backing of the top family in the capital, the Mu family. 66. What nonsense is this rule?
Is that so? Is my sister not beautiful? Zhang Luo asked anxiously. Beautiful. Isn't the background strong? Strong. Isn't her figure good? Zhang Luo persisted. I don't know. Zhang Luo became anxious, you can tell just by looking. If I haven't seen her undressed, how would I know? Su Chen replied bluntly.
Upon hearing this, Zhang Luo was at a loss for words, opening his mouth but unsure of what to say. He wanted to argue further but saw that Su Chen had already turned and left the stage. On the stage, Su Chen looked at Chu Shangyang with a smile that was not quite a smile, saying, Director Chu, it seems I didn't disappoint you.
I still won.
Chu Shangyang hurriedly shook his head, his face filled with smiles. Ha ha, I am delighted, I couldn't be happier.
It was I who had no insight. I was blind, Su Chen, don't mind me. I only said to concede because I was afraid you would get hurt. At this moment he was overjoyed. Now that Su Chen has entered the second year, perhaps this year's class truly has the capital to contend with that S-level fire ability student from Magic City. He was too happy to care about any disappointment.
What does "we rise and fall together" mean? He would sacrifice his face for Su Chen.
Seeing Chu Shangyang's sudden change in attitude, Su Chen felt a bit speechless. This person changes faces too quickly.
Director Chu, I feel like my Dao heart has been shattered. I saw that 9th tier battle skill, but unfortunately I don't have it.
I envy it. I want to return to the first year.
Su Chen said deliberately. Today he had to make this director bleed a little. Chu Shangyang's eyes shifted. Oh, Su Chen, I happen to have several 6th tier dark element battle skills. Director Chu, it's better to forget it. Our Dean Chu Jining promised to reward me with battle skills above the 7th tier.
I still want to return to the first year. Su Chen. You can't go back. Just wait, I'll go back and get you a dark element technique. I guarantee you will be satisfied. Chu Shangyang said, turning and running.
If Su Chen enters the second year, then he is the hope of winning the championship in the second year 100 school competition. He doesn't want to be suppressed by the second year of Magic City for 3 more years. Even if Su Chen is the master, he must serve him well. To treat Su Chen like a father. Having achieved his goal, Su Chen looked at Chu Jining, coughed lightly. Ahem, Dean Chu.
You promised me.
She shook her head and smiled lightly, saying, what I promised you will naturally not be lacking. She took out an 8th tier dark element battle skill and handed it to Su Chen. Take a look at this dark element battle skill, do you like it?
Nightmare weaving technique.
Su Chen's eyes brightened as he hurriedly reached out to take the combat skill book. At almost the same moment, a crisp system notification suddenly echoed in his mind.
Ding.
Detected 8th rank combat skill, Shadow Thousands of Armies. Would you like to learn?
Learn.
In an instant, the combat skill book in his hand transformed into a beam of light and vanished.
Immediately after, detailed information about Shadow Thousands of Armies surged into his mind. Shadow Thousands of Armies condenses dark elements to form thousands of armies.
If not yet initiated, one can summon generals of the same realm to lead thousands of armies. As proficiency increases, the strength of the summoned armies will also rise. A great change will occur upon reaching the true realm, achieving the true essence of thousands of armies. Su Chen gazed at the introduction of the combat skill, his breath involuntarily quickening, hissing.
An 8th rank combat skill.
Moreover, what excited him the most was that upon reaching the true realm he could truly possess thousands of armies. In a thought he could command thousands of armies.
Do you like it? Chu Jining asked softly.
Su Chen slowly raised his gaze filled with gratitude. I love it so much, Teacher Chu. The development of the shadow system and the summoning direction has boundless potential. It's good that you like it. This is the reward you earn through your own hard work and strength. Chu Jining's lips curled into a comforting smile. Since Su Chen came to the Kyoto Ability Academy, he has shone like a dazzling meteor, continuously breaking numerous unprecedented records. His astonishing feats truly awe-inspiring. Initially she spared no expense to recruit Su Chen, and it seems now that was indeed a wise decision. Has the grade skipping challenge ended? At that moment Zhang Shuiyo rushed over, looking at the countless students cheering with joy. Without needing to think, it was undoubtedly because Su Chen had succeeded in the grade skipping challenge. In an instant a mix of emotions surged in his heart, genuinely happy for Su Chen's immense strength and boundless potential. Su Chen's power was enough to dominate among second-year students. Yet he felt sorrow and regret for the first-year students. Once Su Chen moved up to the second year, the championship candidate for the first-year inter-school competition would become uncertain. Originally, if Su Chen remained in the first year, the championship would directly go to him. Director Zhang, you came a step too late. Zhang Zuya's face displayed a tearful expression as he pleaded. Su Chen, could you wait until after the inter-school competition before transferring to the second year?
To be honest, Director, I truly don't want to see you leave. No way. Before Su Chen could respond, Chu Shangyang rushed back, speaking resolutely and loudly. Zhang Shuiyo turned abruptly, glaring at Chu Shangyang. Chu Shangyang. This is not your decision to make. I remember you initially didn't believe Su Chen could succeed in skipping grades. At that time I was blind, but now I understand. If anyone dares to say Su Chen can't do it, I will be the first to confront them. Your change of heart is quite rapid. Without any sincerity, I will not let Su Chen go easily. No way around it. Su Chen's success in skipping grades to the second year was already a done deal. Even if he felt reluctant, he could not change this fact. But no matter what, Chu Shangyang must pay a price. Who said I lack sincerity?
Chu Shangyang hurriedly walked to Su Chen's side. Look at this technique, do you like it? Su Chen took the technique manual, his heart stirred and he activated the skill probe instantly. Nightmare weaving technique. This technique is divided into 6 realms. Initial realm dream touch requires physical contact with the target to enter their dreamland. Second realm dream thought, no contact needed, simply locking on with one's mind allows free entry into another stream. Third realm dream weaving can freely fabricate dream content, trapping the target in the crafted illusion. Fourth realm dream devouring can weave demonic shadows into the dreamer's mind, destroying their mental wall with terrifying illusions, causing complete collapse. Fifth realm dream theft. By connecting through dreams, one can steal memory fragments from the depths of the target's consciousness, peering into their hidden past. Ultimate realm dream assassination, using one's body and soul as a guide, personally entering the dreamer's realm and visibly taking their life, killing them in their sleep without a trace. Su Chen stared at the technique introduction, a flicker of shock passing through his gaze. Killing in dreams without form or color. This technique is truly extraordinary. Ding. Does the host wish to learn? Learn. In an instant, all information about the nightmare weaving technique surged into his mind. Teacher Chu, this technique certainly looks impressive, but is there any catch? Su Chen asked with a hint of doubt. Chu Shangyang scratched his head, awkwardly clearing his throat. Ahem, to be honest, this technique is indeed very powerful, but advancing through each realm is as difficult as climbing to the sky. Among those who have cultivated this technique, the highest has spent decades just reaching the second realm dream thought. The abilities of the first 2 realms are rather ordinary, but the later realms are increasingly extraordinary. However, until now no one has been able to cultivate beyond the 3rd realm. Su Chen, however, did not care at all how difficult it may be to cultivate. So what? 1-click stat boost, you deserve it. Chu Shangyang, what are you up to? This technique is one of the hardest to cultivate in Long Country. Are you trying to trap Su Chen? Zhang Xueyou frowned tightly, loudly reprimanding. How can this be considered a trap? Su Chen is exceptionally talented, who knows, one day he might directly advance to the 6th realm, where one dream determines life and death. Although Chu Shangyang said so, he also felt a bit uneasy inside. Let alone the 6th realm, being able to cultivate to the 3rd realm would already be an astonishing achievement. You're clearly trying to pull off a trick, you must show some sincerity. Zhang Xueyou persisted, continuing to fan the flames. Alright, how about this? I will cover half the cost of Su Chen's 8th rank combat skill, originally to be paid by Su Chen, now it will be covered by Director Chu. How does that sound? Chu Jining spoke up. Chu Shangyang's heart trembled. Half the cost of an 8th rank combat skill would be at least hundreds of millions. But he also understood you can't catch a wolf without first letting go of the child who told him not to believe in Su Chen before. Fine. I will do it. Chu Shangyang gritted his teeth, making up his mind. After a few seconds of pause he continued, but I have one request. Everyone showed expressions of confusion and asked in unison, what request? Let Su Chen handle the great skipping procedure now. That's not a problem, Director Chu, you might feel a pinch now, but in the future you will definitely earn a windfall. Chu Jining said with a smile. Chu Shangyang was truly putting in a lot this time, a technique worth its weight in gold plus covering half the cost of the 8th rank combat skill. This was no small price. Chu Shangyang felt a bit of pain in his heart. He chuckled, earning or not doesn't matter, I just don't want to be overshadowed by the director of the 2nd grade in Modu for 3 consecutive years. Modu and Kyoto Ability Academy have always been fierce rivals, and the championship of the interschool competition is key to their rivalry. Li Qingqing presented 2 choices. Brilliant lad, I've been waiting for those very words. I'll draft the roster immediately. In mere moments he compiled the list of 30 participants for the Inter Academy Secret Realm competition between the 2 universities. He then called out Qian Ming. Qian Ming. Moments later Qian Ming hurried in. Chu Shangyang handed him the list and said, Qian Ming, this is the official roster for our sophomore cohort's upcoming Secret Realm competition. Qian Ming stood frozen for a long moment before reaching out to accept the list, his eyes wide with astonishment. Brother Su Chen, I never imagined we'd truly be seniors together. Given Su Chen's meteoric rise, wouldn't he soon overturn the very heavens above their sophomore year, dominating it utterly? Yet the moment that thought surfaced he shook his head, sensing something amiss. After all, their Shanghai Academy boasted an S-rank pyrokinetic prodigy, a true pillar of strength. Unless Su Chen himself attained S-rank mastery, he could never truly subdue the Academy's elite talents. But such a thing was utterly implausible. How could Su Chen's ability suddenly ascend to S-rank? It was pure fantasy. Isn't being classmates preferable? Merely adds another rival, Su Chen replied, calm and unruffled. Qian Ming felt speechless. This wasn't just another rival, it was a sovereign arbiter, a figure who commanded absolute authority. Brother Su Chen, let's continue this conversation another time. Qian Ming forced a smile, then turned to Chu Shangyang. Director Chu, I'll take the roster back now. Please ensure the Beijing Academy sophomore cohort arrives punctually at our Shanghai Academy 6 days from today. Indeed, we shall arrive on schedule, Chu Shangyang replied with a slight nod. By long-standing tradition, the weaker yields to the stronger. Last year's victor dictates the location of this year's competition, hence Beijing Academy's delegation must travel to Shanghai Academy. After exchanging a few more courteous pleasantries, Qian Ming departed from Beijing Academy. Su Chen, do you feel confident about this secret realm competition? Chu Shangyang narrowed his eyes slightly. A modest degree of confidence perhaps.
Just a modest degree. Chu Xiangyang's gaze brimmed with skepticism. This restraint seemed wholly uncharacteristic of Su Chen's usual commanding presence. Precisely, a modest degree.
Hearing this, Chu Xiangyang asked no further.
Upon reflection, it made perfect sense. Shanghai Academy possessed an S-rank prodigy, an exceptional force indeed.
Do your best, I have other matters to attend to. You may speak with Director Chu at your leisure.
With a gentle wave, Chu Xiangyang turned and walked away. Su Chen turned toward Chu Jining, his gaze quietly probing. If I'm not mistaken, Professor Chu, you remain the head of the Shadow Affinity Department for sophomores. Chu Jining gave a soft, graceful nod and offered a faint smile.
You're correct, surprised.
Moreover, I'll be co-leading this inter-academy competition alongside Director Chu.
Su Chen remained perfectly composed, his expression untroubled.
Surprise? Hardly. In fact, it's rather convenient. I won't need to acclimate to unfamiliar faces.
Meeting new people carried uncertainty, no telling whether they were friend or foe. As things stood, Chu Jining proved herself a capable department head.
It's enough that you remember my goodwill. Go on then. Until 6 days hence. Chu Jining smiled gently and waved farewell.
After exchanging a few more words, they parted ways and left the arena hall separately. That day, news of Su Chen's great advancement and his decisive victory over Mu Xuer rippled across the entire Beijing Academy forum like a tempest. The Divine One remained divine. That evening, as twilight deepened, the city shimmered beneath a canopy of radiant lights. The Apex Hotel gleamed with opulent grandeur, its gilded sign glittering brilliantly under the night's illumination. Young brother Su Chen, what brings you to my hotel today for relaxation?
Shall I arrange a few youthful, elegant companions for you?
Li Fugui's face bloomed with ingratiating smiles.
No need, I'm here for an appointment.
Li Fugui looked puzzled, a flicker of confusion crossing his features.
An appointment. Indeed. Also, Mr. Li, regrettably I cannot assist with acquiring top-tier bloodline spirit beasts.
Having dismantled the beast-taming alliance entirely, how could he possibly source such creatures for them?
No matter at all, you're free to proceed as you see fit, brother Su Chen.
Li Fugui was well aware of Su Chen's upheaval of the beast-taming alliance and knew full well that the Beijing branch had already fractured into competing factions.
Then I'll head up now, Mr. Li.
Very well, I shan't intrude further, brother Su Chen, Li Fugui replied with a warm smile.
Su Chen nodded, entered the Apex Hotel, boarded the elevator and arrived swiftly on the 10th floor.
Walking down the corridor, he approached the open-air balcony where Li Qingqing stood alone. She wore a form-fitting violet dress, her silhouette elegant and poised, holding a glass of red wine beside the railing.
Bathed in the soft ambient light, she exuded mature allure and quiet magnetism. You've arrived.
Hearing his footsteps, Li Qingqing turned slowly, swirling the wine in her glass, her lips curved in a subtle enigmatic smile.
I have. Let's dispense with formalities, what's on your mind? Must you rush?
I'm hardly a monster, she teased lightly, lifting her glass and stepping forward.
Here, try some. Su Chen accepted the glass and took a delicate sip. Satisfied.
A flicker of boredom crossed Li Qingqing's eyes, followed by a trace of wistfulness.
Well. Do you feel nothing for me?
A quiet sorrow settled within her. Men were said to be drawn to beauty, to linger with admiration was only natural. Why then did Su Chen remain so impervious?
Su Chen shook his head. We've met only 3 times, how could there be anything more?
Truth be told, his thoughts were wholly consumed by tomorrow's ascension to S-rank ability.
Women.
They paled to insignificance beside the imminent breakthrough.
You do have a point, handsome. Sister, let's keep it practical. What difficulty are you facing?
Li Qingqing's gaze dimmed, faintly shadowed by sorrow. What if I told you I must marry a centenarian?
Would you believe me? Su Chen paused, stunned. What?
Marry a 100-year-old man.
Yes, it's complicated. Let me offer 2 options. First, you spend tonight with me. Second, you accompany me to the Li clan estate in half a month to help me break free. As compensation at the decennial auction following the 100 school tournament, I'll secure any item you desire. Su Chen fell silent, weighing the proposition. Option 1 promised undeniable advantage. Spending an evening with a stunning woman was by any measure a favorable exchange.
Option 2, accompanying Li Qingqing to her ancestral home, posed little difficulty, yet the reward was extraordinary: unrestricted access to the decennial auction's most coveted treasures. The temptation was immense. I choose the second option. Li Qingqing exhaled softly in relief, a gentle smile gracing her lips, yet her eyes betrayed a fleeting pang of disappointment. Relief came from his choosing option 2, disappointment from his immediate unwavering refusal of her bold invitation. She gathered her composure, her expression brightening once more. Very well, perhaps by then you'll claim both fortune and favor. The ambush of the blood savage bull. Well, let's leave it to fate, Su Chen said casually, revealing a hint of nonchalance in his expression. In matters of romance, everything should unfold naturally. Li Qingqing gently lifted her wineglass, a smile tugging at her lips. What a twist of fate shall we toast?
Clink.
The crisp sound of their glasses colliding echoed. The two raised their heads and drank it all down, the liquid sliding down their throats bringing a slight warmth. Li Qingqing's fair cheeks flushed with a faint blush. Thank you for helping me.
It's nothing.
I don't want you marrying an old man who's 100 years old. Just thinking about that scene made him feel a bit uncomfortable, primarily for mutual benefit. As for why Li Qingqing wanted to marry an old man of 100 years, he guessed she must have her reasons. Perhaps when she visits the Li family in half a month all the mysteries will be unraveled.
TCH, I thought you wouldn't be tender-hearted.
Li Qingqing pouted slightly, her tone laced with playful reproach.
Su Chen's previous behavior was simply that of an insensitive titanium alloy man. Who doesn't know how to be tender-hearted?
It's just that I haven't reached the level where I'm willing to be that way with you yet. Sweet words can come from anyone's lips, but if one falls in love with everyone they meet, that would be called being fickle.
Is that my fault, handsome?
Then I'll work hard to make you be tender-hearted towards me to fall in love with me. Li Qingqing blinked her big watery eyes.
Seeing this, Su Chen couldn't help but swallow hard. He had to admit that every move of Li Qingqing exuded a lethal charm. Is there anything else? Su Chen turned his face away. Nothing else.
Would my handsome guy really leave me all alone here? Li Qingqing tilted her head slightly.
Regarding Su Chen's obvious swallowing reaction just now, she felt secretly pleased. This indicated that he was moved. I'm quite willing, but it's not something I can touch or feel. Su Chen teased deliberately.
Li Qingqing's lips curled into a seductive arc as she stepped closer and gently held Su Chen's hand. Want to feel my heart?
Oh. Su Chen was slightly taken aback.
Was this what she meant by feeling her heart?
Sure.
Since she had taken the initiative to provoke him, he would play along. He reached out, preparing to touch her heart. Seeing this, Li Qingqing's face flashed a hint of panic and she quickly raised her hand to block his don't. Su Chen smiled lightly. Tisk, so charming on the surface yet still a shy little girl inside.
Li Qingqing's face flushed even deeper as she whispered, it's not the right time yet. TCH, fine, I should head back now. Su Chen gently withdrew his hand, stretched lazily and walked towards the room, preparing to go back to sleep.
Li Qingqing, with her red lips slightly pursed, raised her eyes. I hope you can help me out of this predicament.
Magic City Academy. What? Su Chen has successfully skipped a grade.
The deputy director of the Magic City Super Ability Academy, Yang Tao, showed a hint of surprise in his eyes. Xian Ming quickly nodded, his expression serious. Yes, director, and he's also participating in this year's inter-school secret realm competition. Yang Tao turned his gaze to the boy nearby who was meditating with his eyes closed and asked in a deep voice, Shenyang, how do you feel?
S-level abilities are nothing to be afraid of. My S-level fire ability will speak for me. There is a significant power gap between S-level and S-level abilities, not to mention that the S-level abilities have a unique feature.
In his view, Su Chen's S-level abilities were hardly worth mentioning.
Ha ha ha, as expected of our Magic City students. Yang Tao laughed heartily, his face filled with pride. He didn't pay too much attention to Su Chen's advancement and participation.
No matter how strong Su Chen was, it couldn't change the fact that he possessed only S-level abilities. In this secret realm competition, their Magic City Academy would still emerge victorious, and the upcoming inter-school competition would be the same.
Even if Su Chen's realm surpassed Shenyang in the future, that would be a matter for later. Teacher, which secret realm should we choose for this competition? Qian Ming asked curiously. Yang Tao took out a detailed map of the secret realm distribution and handed it to Shenyang. Take a look.
Shenyang received the map and carefully scanned it. Eventually his finger stopped on a dark-type secret realm where the highest level of demon beasts was at the first tier of the 4th stage. This one just right for me to show that so-called unparalleled genius what I'm made of. It was rumored that there was a dark-type treasure tree within this secret realm. He planned to snatch it away in front of Su Chen, making him realize that no matter how powerful he was, the gap in ability levels could not be bridged.
Yang Tao observed Shenyang's obviously targeted choice and did not oppose it.
After all, who made the Kyoto Super Ability Academy lose the right to choose the secret realm last year?
Alright, then focus on your training and leave the rest to us. Yang Tao patted Shenyang's shoulder.
Shenyang nodded, closed his eyes and began to practice the cultivation technique, fully focusing on breaking through to the 9th level of the 3rd stage.
The next day.
Blood Savage Bull's Demon Cave 3rd layer.
Kill. Gain. Kill. Gain. Kill. Gain.
A series of kill notifications rang in Su Chen's mind like a beautiful melody, lifting his spirits. This time he had meticulously prepared recovery potions and other supplies for 5 days just to create chaos and slay his way through this demon cave. Yet while he was frantically hunting Blood Savage Bulls, a group of them on the previous layer gathered together, their faces filled with confusion.
It's been several days. Where is Su Chen?
The leading elite Blood Savage Bull Lutian frowned, confusion evident in its eyes. Ever since Su Chen made it onto their Blood Savage Bull clan's kill list, it had led dozens of its kin from the 3rd layer to the 2nd layer, waiting day and night to hunt down Su Chen and claim the generous reward. Those on the kill list are not to be trifled with, as those who usually made the list hardly ever appeared in their demon cave.
Of course, Su Chen was an exception. Moreover, killing Su Chen could yield a massive amount of resources, making it hard for them not to be tempted.
But waiting for several days they still had not seen Su Chen's shadow. Boss. Not good. Su Chen has gone to the third layer. A blood savage bull rushed over in a panic, shouting loudly. Lu Tian was taken aback. He has gone to the third layer. It had always deduced that Su Chen's strength could only hunt in the second layer, which is why it had waited there. Being informed that Su Chen had gone to the third layer was hard to believe. Could it be that in such a short time Su Chen's strength had already grown to the third stage? Yes, boss, our kin in the third layer are howling in despair. What realm is he? According to our kin, he's at the fourth level of the third stage, the blood savage bull replied. Lu Tian was taken aback, realizing that Su Chen's growth rate was incredibly fast. It had originally thought he was only at the second stage, but shockingly he had already reached the fourth level of the third stage. Boss, should we notify the strong ones above the fifth stage to kill Su Chen? One blood savage bull suggested. Lu Tian shook its head. No, if we notify them, the rewards for the kill will no longer belong to us. In the blink of an eye, eternal night descends. Boss is brilliant. Not only can we obtain the rewards from the killing list, but we can also eliminate Su Chen, truly a twofold gain. Lu Tian wore a triumphant grin, his eyes shimmering with greedy light. Keep a close watch on him for me. I'm going to inform the elder brother and gather some capable members from our clan. We shall confront Su Chen and take his life. Yes. Brother. 5 days later. Die. As the blood-maddened bull fell with a thunderous crash, Su Chen gazed at the jaw-dropping killing points displayed on the system panel, a wave of uncontrollable excitement surging within him. 182000 killing points over 180000 killing points. What he had yearned for day and night was this day to squander these killing points all at once. Su Chen took a deep breath. Elevate my S-level ability to S-level. Consuming 100000 killing points. Level ability Shadow King is being upgraded to S-level as the system's notification faded. The blood-red sky that was once permeated with the scent of blood in the demon cave was miraculously devoured by an endless darkness, and a round moon appeared. The dense night was like a slumbering giant beast opening its gaping maw, enveloping all things within it. The throne symbolizing darkness and power slowly re-emerged in the shadows. Not only was the demon cave shrouded in this eerie night, but even in the capital the once high-hanging sun vanished without a trace in an instant, casting the entire capital into an unexpected darkness. What happened? Why has the sky turned dark? Could it be a celestial event? Oh yeah. It's dark. Now I don't have to go to school, I can go home and play games. Could this be yet another phenomenon? Why are there so many anomalies this year? The entire capital was suddenly engulfed in chaos and confusion, people exchanging fearful and puzzled glances. This sudden night was like a huge puzzle, causing unease among everyone. In the military camp, Hua Zhanxiong looked at the suddenly darkened sky, his gaze sharp and his heart already had its suspicions. In this world, the only possibility that could trigger such an event is an anomaly. Zhanxiong, what do you think is happening? The commander of the battle zone, Zhu Yi, asked solemnly. It should be an anomaly. Zhu Yi nodded slightly. Then who do you think caused this anomaly? Hua Zhanxiong was momentarily puzzled. I'm not sure yet, there's no concrete direction. Zhu Yi gazed into the distance. The source of this anomaly lies within the demon cave beneath us. Shall we go and take a look? Alright, that's exactly what I was thinking. In the blood-maddened bull demon cave, the 10th layer. Why has the sky turned dark? The blood-maddened bull king, Tu Kuang, frowned tightly. As the strongest being in the demon cave, this sudden darkness was no coincidence. A sense of foreboding surged within him, an instinct telling him that it was the human race that had triggered the anomaly in his territory. Come. Let's head to the upper layers of the demon cave and see who dares to cause trouble on my turf. If the intruders are weak, he will crush them on the spot. If they are strong, he will have no choice but to temporarily retreat and plan for the future. This anomaly, akin to a surging storm, continued for several minutes before gradually subsiding. As the night receded, the long-lost sun finally rose again from the horizon, casting warm rays of light. Meanwhile, the system notification sounded at the right moment. Ding! Congratulations, host. S-level ability Shadow King has been upgraded to S-level ability Eternal Night King S-level. Eternal Night King, in the blink of an eye, Eternal Night descends. Trait erosion. Dark elements can slowly erode the opponent's wounds, weakening their defenses. Trait Eternal Night. In the blink of an eye, Eternal Night descends. During the Eternal Night state, summon creatures' power increases by 100. Speed also increases by 100, and the duration of the Eternal Night expands with the host's realm. Chen looked at the detailed introduction of the S-level ability Eternal Night King, his eyes sparkling with excitement. This S-level ability's traits were simply perfect for him. Firstly, it could significantly enhance the forces he summoned, multiplying their combat capabilities. Secondly, it perfectly complemented his enhancement skill, Moonlight Power. Moonlight Power must be activated at night, drawing energy from the moon, but now with the Eternal Night King's ability, he could summon Eternal Night with just a thought, perfectly compensating for the downtime of Moonlight Power during the day. Awesome! Of course, the upgrade to S-level Dark ability also resulted in a qualitative leap in power. Next, Su Chen turned his gaze to trait. A hint of doubt arising in his heart system was trait present before. Ding! Yes, host. Since you were either annihilating foes instantly or on the path to doing so, it didn't manifest. But don't worry, this time the erosion trait has also received significant enhancements.
Hearing the system's response, Chen couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation.
So it was his fault for killing too quickly.
However, having it is better than not having it.
When he encounters those tough-skinned and meaty enemies in the future, he can test the power of this trait. After upgrading his abilities, Chen turned his attention to the remaining 80,000 killing points. In this world of the survival of the fittest realm is always the most important.
System, first elevate my realm by 2 levels.
Consuming 4,000 killing points, realm upgraded to 3rd stage 6th layer. Instantly the dark elements within a few kilometers began to surge wildly. They converged towards Chen like a roaring tide, infusing him with immense power. Chen smiled in satisfaction, his heart filled with a sense of achievement.
He then asked system how much is needed to elevate 1,000 armies to small accomplishment. Requires 4,000 killing points. Chen inhaled sharply upon hearing that number. Small accomplishment actually requires 4,000 killing points. But gritting his teeth, he figured that if he didn't take risks he wouldn't gain rewards. The 8th stage martial technique would undoubtedly be immensely beneficial, and spending those killing points would be worth it. Upgraded for me.
Consuming 4,000 killing points, 1,000 armies upgraded to small accomplishment. With the system notification ringing out, all detailed information regarding 1,000 armies surged into Chen's mind like a tide. Previously he could only summon 1 commander of the same level, but now he could summon 2 commanders of the same level, leading an army of thousands.
Not bad, not bad.
I can't even imagine how powerful it will be when 1,000 armies reaches the true realm. Looking at the remaining 1,000 killing points, Chen couldn't help but sigh in resignation.
Just as he was feeling great, the killing points were dwindling again.
If only those blood-maddened bulls would obediently gather and come to him for slaughter. Unfortunately, where in the world would such good things happen? Just as Chen sighed, suddenly the entire ground began to shake violently. His heart jolted and he looked up to see a dark mass approaching. In the distance, a herd of blood-maddened bulls was charging towards him. Chen focused his gaze. The leading blood-maddened bull was impressive, boasting a 3rd stage 9th layer realm.
A glimmer of ecstasy flashed in Chen's eyes as he couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell? There really is a pie falling from the sky."
Looking at the at least 100 blood-maddened bulls, if he could kill them all he could easily gain tens of thousands of killing points.
Thank you, blood-maddened bull, for the killing points.
The Butcher King has arrived.
Fellow tribesmen, kill him. Lu Kuang led over 100 bloodthirsty bulls surging towards Chen like a black tide.
Hey!
Slow down, don't fall over my slaughter points.
Chen felt a bit worried.
If one of them fell while running he would lose several hundred slaughter points.
As the dark mass of bloodthirsty bulls surged closer, they gradually came to a stop amidst the cacophony of hooves. Chen, I give you 2 choices: obediently return with us to receive your reward or face immediate execution.
Lu Tian pointed his silver axe menacingly at Chen, his eyes filled with threats. Then I choose option 3 to knock you all away. Lu Tian sneered, a mere 3rd tier 4th level minion, where do you get such audacity?
He gestured towards Lu Ao, who towered beside him. Do you see?
My elder brother, a 3rd tier 9th level. Lu Ao took a step forward, chest out, a powerful pressure emanating from him as if to showcase his strength to Chen.
Who told you I was a 3rd tier 4th level? His aura suddenly erupted, a majestic 3rd tier 6th level presence washing over them. Lu Tian froze for a few seconds, then abruptly yanked his sidekick. Did you misreport the situation?
Are you scamming me?
The sidekick's face was filled with terror. Clearly just yesterday when he observed secretly Chen was only a 3rd tier 4th level. How could he have suddenly soared to a 3rd tier 6th level?
Boss, I don't know. But don't panic, we have a 3rd tier 9th level here plus over 100 3rd tier tribesmen. The advantage is with us.
Hearing this, Lu Tian's eyes brightened as he looked at Chen, arrogantly stating, even if you are a 3rd tier 6th level with hundreds of tribesmen behind me, this wave of 100 will take you down. He couldn't believe that 100 3rd tier powerhouses alongside a 3rd tier 9th level tribesman above Chen would not be able to defeat a single individual like Chen.
Chen lifted his gaze, his eyes icy. Is that so? Eternal night. Open.
In an instant a massive full moon appeared in the sky and the once bright daylight was instantly engulfed by darkness. The black night descended like a massive curtain, and with this scene Lu Tian became even more excited. You really did create this.
Tribesmen. Kill Chen, rewards will be given based on merit.
With a single order the black mass of bloodthirsty bulls charged towards Chen like wild horses released from their restraints. Chen merely smiled faintly. Shadow, thousands of horses.
Countless dark elements surged violently from the ground, rolling like black magma.
In the blink of an eye those dark elements began to rapidly coalesce, gradually forming shadow soldiers clad in dark battle armor. These soldiers were of various shapes and levels, but the lowest were all 3rd tier 1st level. Additionally, there were 2 generals riding shadow steeds holding long spears, both possessing the same strength as Chen, 3rd tier 6th level. The entire scene was spectacular and shocking as the 2 generals pointed their spears.
Thousands of shadow soldiers surged like a black tide towards the 100 bloodthirsty bulls.
What is this?
What are these things?
Many bloodthirsty bulls felt a surge of fear, and before they could react were swiftly slain by shadow soldiers, blood splattering everywhere. It must be noted that these shadow soldiers under the cover of eternal night received a multiplied enhancement greatly increasing their strength. Moreover, they possessed the first unique ability of erosion. Facing opponents of the same level unknown was simply not a problem. Of course, the most crucial point was that every time these shadow soldiers killed a bloodthirsty bull, Chen would still receive slaughter points.
Ah. Help. Don't chop my kidneys. Eyes. 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 I want to go home.
The once invincible bloodthirsty bulls under the fierce assault of thousands of shadow soldiers instantly crumbled, fleeing in all directions, screams echoing. Luo's face was filled with rage as he shouted at Lu Tian.
Is this the Chen you told me was easy to bully?
Lu Tian was dumbfounded. He never expected Chen could summon such powerful shadow soldiers.
Big brother. Run.
Saying this, Lu Tian and Lu Ao turned and desperately fled in the opposite direction.
Can you escape?
Chen snorted coldly as the perfect realm shadow claw instantaneously activated. What followed was the formation of an area filled with dark elemental magic where black water surged violently and countless shadow claws reached out from the depths, grasping towards Lu Tian and Lu Ao.
Ah. Get away.
Lu Tian struggled fiercely trying to break free from the clutches of the shadow claws but found himself completely immobilized.
Big brother. Save me.
Luo's blood-red aura suddenly surged, barely allowing him to escape the shadow claw's entanglement, angrily shouting, "Save your mother.
If it weren't for you deceiving me, I wouldn't be in such a predicament."
However, as soon as he finished speaking, dozens of shadow swords like black lightning pierced straight through Lu Tian's chest.
Be big brother. Lu Tian's eyes widened in disbelief and fear as he fell to the ground. Lu Ao was taken aback, exclaiming, "So fast. It's your turn. I'm not easy prey."
Luo's blood energy erupted once more, his entire form rapidly swelling to a height of 4 meters.
Do you think being bigger makes you impressive?
Chen looked disdainfully at him as the shadow flash activated, his figure darting like a phantom. In the next second, the slaughtering scythe carrying a fierce black glow directly severed one of Luo's legs.
Ah. How is this possible?
Lu Ao let out a painful scream, staring in shock at his severed leg, filled with fear and disbelief at such destructive power.
Why can't I?
Just as Chen was about to finish off Lu Ao, he suddenly heard an angry shout, "Junior, who allowed you to kill my tribesmen?" This roar echoed through the heavens and the earth, and Chen felt as if just hearing this voice could shatter his soul, a sharp pain striking his mind.
Ha ha ha. The king has come. Chen, you will surely die today. Luo's face revealed a hint of mad glee.
Chen frowned, having no time to consider what this so-called king was. His gaze hardened. "Then you must die too." The shadow flash activated again as Chen swiftly slashed at his neck. At the moment he finished off Lu Ao, Chen felt an overwhelmingly terrifying pressure, like an invisible mountain pressing down on him as if to crush him into a pulp. Above in the sky, the leader of the bloodthirsty bulls, Butcher King, emanated a terrifying aura resembling a demon descending to the world. He looked at Chen with a hint of surprise. "You can actually withstand my pressure.
No wonder you can attract such phenomena. Now let's see if you can endure."
The Butcher King pressed down with one hand. The powerful pressure suddenly intensified, surging towards Chen like a torrential tide, forcing him to kneel on one knee. Chen wanted to crush the dragon token but found himself completely unable to move.
Damn.
What kind of terrifying existence is this? The Butcher King, seeing Chen only kneeling on one knee, flashed a hint of displeasure in his eyes. "Kneel down on both legs."
He intensified the pressure again.
Chen felt as if he was being crushed into meat paste, his bones creaking under unbearable strain. Yet he still struggled to raise his gaze. "I kneel to heaven and earth and to my parents.
And you. You are unworthy."
He strained to hold himself up, his golden bones shining forth, radiating like the blazing sun.
Golden bones. Gold. Golden bones. The Butcher King looked on in shock, for golden bones were an incredibly rare existence even in the vast universe.
In this world, according to its rules, no one was allowed to refine golden bones until the first round of evolution was completed. Only then could golden bones appear. But how could this kid achieve golden bones? "I initially wanted to play with you longer, but it seems today I cannot spare you." The Butcher King's blood-red giant axe appeared in his hand, emanating a thick bloody scent. Heaven Cleaver. High above the sky, a colossal axe phantom, vast enough to blot out the sun, materialized out of thin air as if poised to cleave the heavens themselves before crashing down upon Chen. The voice boomed like temple bells, resonating with boundless authority and fury. Even swifter than the sound came a streak of black light, piercing the air with a sharp tearing shriek. There emerged a black long spear.
A thunderous dawn shook heaven and earth, the legendary Annihilation Dragon Spear.
The spear struck the blood-red battle axe Hedon. The axe was instantly flung aside and the immense celestial axe phantom dissolved into wisps of crimson mist drifting across the sky.
Who dares interfere?
Tu Quan lifted his gaze slightly.
Tu Quan, have you truly forgotten us?
From the void strode Zhu Yi and Huai Zhanxiong, their figures wreathed in faint radiant light.
It is you too.
Tu Quan's voice held a flicker of surprise, but far more deep-seated wariness.
Huai Zhanxiong and Zhu Yi were his arch-rivals, especially Huai Zhanxiong, though slightly lower in cultivation realm. He had already grasped the Tao through the spear, his strength peerless.
Wherever his spear intent swept, all things shattered.
Hoof. Old ox head. Daring to bully our clan's prodigy, you shall forfeit an arm today as punishment.
The Annihilation Dragon Spear reappeared in Hua Zhanxiong's grasp, blazing with fierce radiance as a torrent of overwhelming spear intent erupted skyward. One spear stabilizes heaven and earth. Tu Kuang felt that palpable unrelenting spear intent lock onto him like iron chains. His brows knotted tightly, unease surging within his heart.
Hua Zhanxiong.
An arm is enough, for if you push me to the brink, every living being in this third layer shall perish. He roared, his voice thick with menace. Hua Zhanxiong paused, momentarily startled, then subtly shifted the spear's aim from Tu Kuang's heart to his thick muscular arm.
Sever. With a furious bellow he hurled the Annihilation Dragon Spear. A sickening crack.
Echoed flesh and bone exploded outward as Tu Kuang's right arm was cleanly severed, blood gushing like a fountain, staining the earth crimson.
Leave within 3 seconds, or die. Tu Kuang's face twisted in savage fury. This agony of amputation.
When my next legion arrives, you shall taste the pain of an entire city reduced to ashes. He snatched up his fallen battle axe and turned away, eyes burning with humiliation and hatred. Watching him retreat, Hua Zhanxiong scoffed, cowardly vermin. Then he turned to Su Chen, his gaze softening with concern.
Brat, were you harmed? Su Chen wiped the cold sweat from his brow, still trembling with residual shock.
I'm fine, Uncle Hua, thank the heavens you arrived in time. Had Hua Zhanxiong and Zui not intervened at that razor's edge moment, Su Chen would surely have perished. Enough, we must depart.
This place is no longer safe. Let us speak back at camp.
With a sweep of his hand, Zui enveloped all three in a surge of potent energy, and they shot swiftly toward the exit of the demon cavern, the 10th layer of the Bloodbrute Ox demon cavern, a land steeped in dread and gloom.
Thick waves of bloody stench hung heavy in the air, the ground was splattered with dark coagulated gore reeking of decay.
My lord, who dared wound you thus? A guard stared in horror at the severed limb, his voice quavering.
Could it be true? Their invincible sovereign reduced to this? Tu Kuang's eyes blazed with murderous intent.
Hua Zhanxiong, you shall all die.
In truth, the Bloodbrute Ox demon cavern's current might stood unequal to humanity's.
Only the demon cavern core in the 10th layer sustained this fragile equilibrium and saved his life. Yet the memory of Hua Zhanxiong severing his arm ignited a furnace of rage within him, burning fiercely, unquenchable. At last his fury subsided, replaced by a chilling venomous glint.
Once reinforcements arrived from the primary planet, this imbalance would reverse and even surpass humanity's strength.
Then Hua Zhanxiong would feel the agony of a city razed to dust, and all humankind would pay dearly for this day's disgrace.
Summon my generals.
Raise Su Chen's assassination bounty to the highest tier. Any who slay him shall be elevated to Legion Commander. First, the incomparably rare golden bones. Second, the cataclysmic celestial phenomenon was triggered by Su Chen himself and most likely signaled his ascension to S-tier ability. Third, his growth rate defied reason. In the blink of an eye he had already reached tier 3 6th rank. Such a monstrous prodigy was exceedingly rare across the entire cosmos, absolutely intolerable to let such a being mature unchallenged in this insignificant world.
Yes, your majesty. His subordinate bowed and withdrew.
Tu Kuang snorted sharply through his nose.
Bring healers, now. Central Warzone Military Camp. How did you possibly awaken your ability there? Hua Zhanxiong's tone held mild reproach, but far more profound care and anxiety. I'd gone there to hunt demonic beasts, then ate an ability enhancement fruit, and somehow ascended to S-tier ability.
I never expected any celestial omen either. Su Chen scratched his head sheepishly, it truly had been unforeseen. Nor had he imagined the omen would be so colossal, reverberating across the entire demon cavern. Had he known, he'd never have chosen that perilous place for ascension? A lesson learned the hard way, he'd never again risk awakening his ability in such danger.
Hua Zhanxiong frowned. Was that even human speech? Ascended by accident. Such fortune was almost absurd.
Humph, this time we arrived just in time.
Next time you will exercise caution, understood, brat?
His voice brimmed with earnest admonition.
Uncle Hua, I promise I'll be careful next time. Su Chen nodded vigorously, gratitude swelling in his chest. Hua Zhanxiong relaxed, then burst into hearty laughter. Ha 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 ha. Humanity has gained yet another S-tier genius. Indeed, a cause for celebration. Su Chen's successful ascension to S-tier ability was undeniably a tremendous boon for humanity. Zui interjected, shouldn't you rejoice over the boy achieving golden bones?
S-tier ability was precedent, but golden bones.
That was unprecedented.
The first in nearly 3 centuries. The Kunlun prophecy, declaring Blue Star would produce no golden bones for 300 years, had been shattered. The very laws of this microcosmic realm had been broken by Su Chen. Hua Zhanxiong slapped his forehead.
Ah, yes.
Then gripping Su Chen's shoulders firmly he asked, boy, how did you forge golden bones?
Well, I just did this then that, and it worked. What's wrong? Su Chen asked, genuinely puzzled. Hua Zhanxiong. Zui. You think forging golden bones is child's play?
Do you know why no one on Blue Star has achieved them in 3 centuries?
Hua Zhanxiong sighed, exasperated.
Su Chen shook his head, he truly had no idea. Hua Zhanxiong turned to Zui, I'm ill-suited to explain, please General-in-Chief enlighten this brat. Zui nodded and explained for 3 centuries since Blue Star's evolution began none have ever advanced beyond the 9th round of bone tempering, none reached the 10th round golden bones. This was due to the inherent restrictions of our unevolved microcosm. Put simply, the limit was imposed by Blue Star itself. And you Su Chen have just shattered that limit. The first to triumph over heaven, through human will alone. Time and space are in chaos. Su Chen's lips curled upwards revealing a humble smile, it was merely luck. Luck? How could that be? This was clearly the result of the system. Yet in the blink of an eye he felt something was amiss, how could it be solely the system's credit? If it weren't for his desperate hunting of demon beasts accumulating slaughter points, where would the golden bones come from? Ultimately it still had to be credited to relentless effort. Zui smiled faintly, if everyone in our dragon country were as fortunate as you then perhaps we could give birth to a few more prodigies. Zui understood in his heart that this young man must harbor unknown secrets since he was unwilling to speak there was no need to probe further. Haha, regardless the outcome is good and that is enough. Hua Zhanxiong laughed heartily giving Su Chen's shoulder a hefty pat. This kid was certainly far more formidable than he was back in the day. Su Chen first nodded, then a hint of confusion flashed in his eyes. Uncle Hua, just now in the demon lair with your strength you should have been able to slay that blood barbarian bull king, right? But why did you spare its life? At that time the situation clearly indicated that the blood barbarian bull king was doomed. Strangely enough Hua Zhanxiong merely severed one of its arms and chose to withdraw. Hua Zhanxiong sighed helplessly, indeed I had the capability to kill it at that moment, but if I truly acted we would have to accompany it in death. Su Chen's brow furrowed instantly. Why is that? Because the butcher controls the core of the blood barbarian bull lair. If it weren't for this lair's core the blood barbarian bull lair would have long been flattened. The lair's core. Uncle Hua, could you elaborate on that? This new knowledge was truly unheard of for him. Hua Zhanxiong picked up a cup of tea from the side, took a gentle sip, cleared his throat and began. The core of this lair is the lifeblood of the entire blood barbarian bull lair. You must understand the essence of this blood barbarian bull lair is formed from fragments of time and space. The 10 levels of the blood barbarian bull lair correspond exactly to 10 pieces of time-space fragments. When these time-space fragments' origins coalesce they form the lair's core, which is now firmly in the grasp of the butcher. As long as the butcher is willing, if he crushes any corresponding level of time-space fragment, that level will instantly collapse, being swept into the chaos of time and space with life and death uncertain. Su Chen listened attentively. This information was too shocking for him. This was indeed the first time he learned of such things. So does this mean the blood barbarian bull lair can never be destroyed? No, it is not that it can never be destroyed. Zui spoke slowly at this moment. As long as someone can shatter the lair's core, the entire blood barbarian bull lair can be uprooted and completely destroyed. Of course that person would definitely die. Shattering the lair's core would cause the entire blood barbarian bull lair to vanish in an instant and all beings inside would be swept into the chaos of time and space. Similarly, that person who shattered the core would also be devoured by the chaos of time and space with no chance of survival. Su Chen fell silent for a moment. Simply put, as long as the lair's core is shattered the blood barbarian bulls inside wouldn't need to be killed one by one, they would be wiped out in one go. Alas. But that is easier said than done. Hua Zhanxiong sighed heavily. The lair's core is hidden very secretly by the butcher, it can't even be found, let alone shattered. Whenever Hua Zhanxiong mentioned this he couldn't help but feel angry. If it weren't for this damned core the lair would have long been breached. There will always be a way, Uncle Hua, Su Chen comforted softly. At this moment he already understood why there had never been a large-scale assault against the lair. With the presence of this lair's core it truly couldn't be attacked. I hope so, Hua Zhanxiong said helplessly. Are the other 2 lairs similar to this blood barbarian bull lair? Su Chen asked. There are 3 major lairs in the dragon country and he speculated that they should be quite similar. Indeed, the principle is the same. Currently the best solution is to find a way to extract the lair's core and bring it to the surface to shatter it. This way it can be done without casualties, thoroughly eradicating the lair. I see, thank you for clarifying, Uncle Hua, Su Chen respectfully replied. He indeed felt powerless regarding the eradication of the lair at present. You little rascal, why are you being so polite with me? This arduous task will be entrusted to you. Hua Zhanxiong joked with a smile. In his view, once Su Chen grew to the 10th level he would definitely surpass himself, and this kid always managed to create miracles. Su Chen rubbed his nose, smiling awkwardly. Uncle Hua, isn't this a bit too early? At least let me wait 2 or 3 years before we talk about it. You little rascal, I was just joking with you and you took it seriously. Besides, we can't expect you to reach the 10th level in just 2 or 3 years, can we? Hua Zhanxiong laughed. In the dragon country even the fastest person took 18 years from awakening their abilities to cultivating to the 10th level. The first 3 levels were relatively easy to cultivate, but as one progressed the time required for each level increased exponentially. Su Chen wanted to retort that he could really do it, but ultimately he kept it to himself. Alright young brother Su Chen, it's getting late and mealtime is approaching, stay and have a meal with us. Zui smiled as he invited. Su Chen politely shook his head. Sorry Commander Zhu, I have to return to school soon for assembly to head to the Demon City for the Secret Realm Combat Tournament.
There really is no way this time. Next time I will definitely come personally to share a drink with you.
Facing the commander of the Central Theater, he still had to be polite. Without his protection there would be no peaceful days.
Zui waved his hand. The combat tournament is a significant matter. There's no need to be so polite. Thank you for your understanding. Then Commander Zhu, Uncle Hua, I will head back to school now. Having said that, he turned and walked out of the military camp.
Watching Su Chen's departing figure, Hua Zhanxiong asked, what do you think of this young man?
Not bad. The next generation of our dragon country has hope. Zui's eyes were filled with admiration.
Su Chen possesses golden bones, and with such a rapid cultivation speed coupled with his S-level abilities, this generation's genius is destined to be suppressed by him. More importantly, this kid has good character. If a person lacks good character, it is easy to go astray.
It's been a long time since I've heard you praise someone. My judgment must be quite good, right?
Hua Zhanxiong smiled proudly. Your judgment is indeed good. I remember you have a daughter. She's over 20, right? Why not introduce her to Su Chen? This kid is destined to achieve great things. Hua Zhanxiong quickly waved his hand, smiling bitterly. My daughter only cares about killing enemies. She has no interest in men. What a pity. I don't have a daughter either. Such a good young man might end up becoming someone else's son-in-law. Hua Zhanxiong put his arm around his shoulder. Alright, let's have a drink at noon and enjoy ourselves.
Rules of the Secret Realm Competition.
On the way back, Su Chen's gaze fell upon the conspicuous 62,000 slaughter points displayed on the system panel, and he could no longer contain his excitement. These slaughter points were of course obtained from the last wave of the big fool he defeated, enough to bring him immense satisfaction in his improvement. System upgrade: blood condensation to the 17th level. Consume 100,000 slaughter points. Blood condensation successfully reaches the 17th level. He felt a surge of warmth coursing through his body, and his vital energy became even more vibrant as he let out a long breath. Ah! So comfortable. His gaze swept across the system panel once more, and Su Chen began to contemplate his next plan for improvement. The 18th level of blood condensation requires 500,000 slaughter points. Although he had enough points, he currently lacked a spiritual cultivation method. Weighing his options, enhancing his combat skills was the most optimal choice at this moment.
Upgrade Nightmare Weaving Technique to the second realm, Dream Realm.
Consume 200,000 slaughter points. Nightmare Weaving Technique successfully reaches the second realm. As the system's prompt echoed in his ears, a flood of insights regarding the second realm of the Nightmare Weaving Technique surged into Su Chen's mind. He frowned slightly, lost in thought, finally understanding why even the most formidable practitioners of this technique only cultivated to the second realm. This technique demanded a high level of comprehension of dreams. One could only gain insights by casting the Nightmare Weaving Technique on others to create dream realms and observing their dream experiences. However, each casting required a significant amount of mental energy. No wonder only a few have managed to reach the second realm with this technique, Su Chen muttered to himself. After a brief pause, Su Chen spoke again. Upgrade 9 Nether Undying Body to the second level. Consume 200,000 slaughter points. 9 Nether Undying Body reaches the second level, allowing the dark elements to merge with the blood. In an instant, Su Chen felt his physique being reshaped by a powerful force, becoming more resilient and formidable. He couldn't help but exclaim, now with my golden bones I could even serve as a meat shield. After glancing at the remaining 10,000 slaughter points on the system panel, Su Chen contemplated before deciding to enhance the Night Shield. With the consumption of 10,000 slaughter points, the 4th tier combat skill Shadow Shield reached full mastery. The Shadow Shield, formed from condensed dark elements, became even thicker and more durable. After the upgrade, Su Chen stretched his body and yawned. I hope that S-level fire ability isn't too weak. If we fight, let it be against the elite. At the entrance of the Kyoto Ability Academy, Chu Shangyang and Chu Jinong stood in neat rows with 29 students waiting. What is Su God doing? Why hasn't he arrived yet? What's the rush? Anyway, we're going to lose in this secret realm competition. Going will only lead to ridicule from the other side.
Alright, how can we demean our own spirits? Chu Shangyang frowned and said sternly.
Although what the students said might be true, at such times one must never let others' confidence overshadow their own. Just recently news arrived that the S-level fire ability prodigy from the Magic Capital Academy broke through to the 9th level of the 3rd tier, shattering the record for the fastest cultivation in the academy, which put immense pressure on Chu Shangyang. This S-level fire ability prodigy was 2 levels higher than Mu Shuer and boasted a powerful S-level ability that was astonishingly formidable. While Su Chen was indeed strong, the gap in abilities and realms remained a hard truth. The odds of winning in this secret realm competition were slim.
Apologies for keeping everyone waiting.
A shadow flashed by and Su Chen instantly appeared before them.
Now that you've arrived, let's head to the Magic Capital.
Chu Shangyang glanced at Su Chen before turning to lead the group towards the airport. Once on the plane, everyone took their seats, with Chu Jinong and Su Chen seated directly opposite each other. Curiously, Chu Jinong asked, how has your growth been these days?
Not bad. Su Chen replied nonchalantly.
A hint of skepticism flickered in Chu Jinong's eyes. That phenomenon, it can't be something you caused again, can it? In her impression, she couldn't think of anyone other than Su Chen who could produce such an astonishing phenomenon. Ahem, teacher Chu, you guessed correctly.
Chu Jinong became even more curious, leaning slightly forward. What kind of phenomenon was it?
It wouldn't be that your ability accidentally upgraded, would it?
She joked casually. Teacher Chu, your judgment of people is truly sharp.
Chu Jinong was taken aback. Don't tell me you accidentally upgraded your ability to S level. While it may sound unbelievable, my ability has indeed reached S level, Su Chen stated without hesitation.
Hiding. That's something only cowards do. Su Chen does not need it.
Look here. As Su Chen spoke, dark elements began to swirl in his hand, revealing a pure black essence interspersed with deep purple.
Chu Xinong's jaw dropped in astonishment. This ability truly felt like an S-level ability. You really are a freak among freaks.
It's truly incredible. Su Chen always brings her surprises, small ones daily and big ones every 3 days. In the 5 days since they last met, he had pulled off a significant surprise.
An S-level ability is a powerful existence that surpasses S-level abilities.
S-level abilities are already rare, so one can imagine the rarity of S-level abilities.
Now the S-level fire ability prodigy from the second year at the Magic Capital Academy finally has a rival.
Back then, Teacher Chu, you spent a fortune to recruit me to the Kyoto Academy, right?
Chu Jinong smiled and shook her head. If the recruitment teachers from other academies found out, they would surely regret it immensely. She secretly rejoiced in having made an incredibly correct decision to recruit Su Chen to the Kyoto Academy at a high cost.
That also means, Teacher Chu, you have a sharp eye.
Chu Jinong pointed at him, pretending to be angry. You little brat, so smooth-tongued.
However, she said, her expression turning serious, even if you possess an S-level ability, do not be careless.
The S-level fire ability of Shenyang in the Magic Capital can bypass defenses.
Shenyang is hailed as the strongest genius at the Magic Capital Ability Academy. In decades, his fire ability possesses 2 formidable traits. One is increased power and the other is bypassing defenses, embodying destruction itself, and should not be underestimated.
Isn't that even better? The stronger the opponent, the more excited I am.
Only by defeating powerful opponents can one prove their strength and continually break through their limits.
Chu Jinong shot Su Chen a glare. I really don't understand how your mind works. Do you want me to explain the rules of the Secret Realm competition to you?
Sure, it's just right to understand for planning and arrangement. The hope of the entire team. The rules are not complicated. There will be 2 rounds of competition. The first round is a comprehensive strength test which will evaluate the student's abilities from multiple aspects, including bone tempering, blood coagulation, spiritual veins realm, and special abilities. The second round will be a secret realm confrontation where participants can earn points by killing monsters or collecting resources with the points depending on the value of the targets. The competition lasts a total of 7 days and the side with the highest points at the end will be declared the winner. Of course, there is also a way to win directly, which is to successfully eliminate the strongest boss in the secret realm, the 40-year first-level monster.
Each college's second year will partake in this secret realm confrontation to test their comprehensive strength.
Su Chen silently nodded. It seemed that once they entered the secret realm, he would have to go all out to hunt monsters. Hunting monsters to gain slaughter points might just give him the strength to challenge that 40-year first-level monster and win the competition. Based on your idea, are you planning to hunt that 40-year first-level monster to win the competition directly?
Chu Jinong seemed to see through Su Chen's thoughts and guessed with a smile. I actually do have that plan.
What?
Is that not possible?
It's not that it's impossible, it's just nearly impossible to succeed.
As far as I know, that monster possesses dark attributes and coexists with a dark element treasure tree. With the power of the treasure tree, its strength far exceeds that of an ordinary 40-year first-level monster.
Otherwise, why would it be set that killing it would lead to an instant win?
Chu Jinong patiently explained. Hearing this, Su Chen's fighting spirit was instantly ignited.
Difficult.
That's only because one is not strong enough.
As long as he can hunt enough monsters and gain a substantial amount of slaughter points to significantly enhance his strength, what is there to fear from that seemingly powerful monster?
He could still slay it.
Let's take it step by step. Who knows, maybe we can really succeed in hunting it.
All right, I believe you can do it.
Although Chu Jinong said this, her tone carried a hint of casual indifference. The two exchanged a few more words before closing their eyes to rest.
At the entrance of the Magic City Ability Academy,
Yang Tao looked at the 30 students behind him who were the strongest among his second-year students.
The people from the Kyoto Ability Academy will arrive soon. Does everyone have confidence in winning this first comprehensive strength competition?
Of course we do, Director Yang.
In terms of comprehensive strength, we are certainly superior.
Yes, and we also have Shenyang the Fire God on our side. His S-grade ability is enough to crush the opposition. Exactly, although Su Chen from the other side is quite impressive in the face of our Fire God's S-grade ability, he will have to obediently step aside. The comparison of comprehensive strength will involve scoring each individual's age, realm, bone tempering round's ability level and various other factors, then summing the scores of the 30 participants to calculate an average score, with the side having the higher average winning. Yang Tao waved his hand slightly, a proud smile appearing on his face. Just perform appropriately, don't go overboard in taunting the other side. Despite saying this, the arc of his lips that couldn't stop rising revealed his inner pride and confidence. After all, the other side lost in last year's 100 school competition and didn't even have an S-grade ability.
Director Yang, sorry to keep you waiting.
Just then the school bus slowly came to a stop and the door opened as Chu Shangyang and his group walked over. Yang Tao immediately put on a smiling face and greeted them enthusiastically. Ha! Long time no see, Director Chu.
It's been over a year, hasn't it?
Yes, last year your first-year students lost to us in the 100-school competition and we haven't seen each other since then. Yang Tao's words carried a hint of provocation.
Chu Shangyang's expression instantly turned cold. There's no time to waste, let's proceed with the comprehensive strength test.
He hadn't expected the other side to bring up last year's matter in this situation, catching him a bit off guard.
Alright, follow me. Yang Tao felt even prouder as Chu Shangyang avoided the topic.
Let's see how you experience the brutal reality during the comprehensive strength test. In the crowd, Su Chen's gaze fell on the second-year team of the Magic City Ability Academy. Among them a tall thin boy with a red buzz cut and a floral shirt stood out. Su Chen slightly squinted his eyes and directly probed, quickly receiving detailed information. Name: Shenyang affiliation, son of the top force in Magic City, the Shen family, ability S Great Ember, Annihilation Flame, realm 3 year 9th level, bone tempering, 9th round, blood coagulation, 14th round, spiritual veins, 88 note, strong enough for a fight. While Su Chen was observing Shenyang was also sharply gazing at Su Chen. Is this the legendary Su? During the upcoming comprehensive test, let him see how formidable he is and give him a slight shock. Although Su Chen's cultivation speed was rapid, Shenyang firmly believed that he had not made much progress in bone tempering and blood coagulation. It was impossible to have a fast cultivation speed while also achieving high levels in bone tempering and blood coagulation.
Moreover, he possessed an S-grade fire ability which is incomparable to N's grade ability.
If Su Chen could score 2/3 of his, that would already be impressive. After walking for a few minutes, the teams from both schools arrived at the testing center in Magic City. Inside the testing center, the lighting was somewhat dim and 2 testing devices were quietly placed there. Director Chu, how about we have all 30 students from both sides begin testing simultaneously?
Yang Tao suggested with a confident smile. He wanted to give the Kyoto Ability Academy students a glimmer of hope first.
Then when Shenyang came onto the field, their hope would turn into despair instantly. Chu Shangyang sighed helplessly, feeling somewhat dejected, but still nodded. Alright, let the test begin now. His voice was a bit weak while saying this. He understood that in this comprehensive test they were almost certain to lose. The points gained from an S-grade ability could easily outweigh those from 3-grade abilities. Rare commodities are valuable, but unfortunately they do not have an S-grade ability user on their side. Yang Tao, however, was beaming with joy. Please have the students from both sides enter the testing chamber in order. The testing begins. As soon as he finished speaking, the doors of the 2 testing chambers slowly opened and 1 student from the Kyoto Ability Academy and 1 from the Magic City Ability Academy stepped inside. As they entered the testing chamber, the scores of the comprehensive test were immediately displayed on 2 large screens beside them, namely Jiang, Kyoto Ability Academy, age 19, realm 3 to your 3rd level ability grade, Crimson Fury, bone tempering, 7 rounds, blood coagulation, 11 rounds, spiritual veins, 45, comprehensive score 508. And so the testing on both sides proceeded in an orderly manner. Brother-in-law, are you confident in defeating the other side?
Zhang Luer quietly leaned over to Su Chen, asking softly. Don't shout, isn't your sister here?
Su Chen glanced at the worried Mu Shuer and said softly. Zhang Luer sighed helplessly. My sister's comprehensive score will definitely be far behind that of Shenyang, so all our hope of winning is on you, brother-in-law.
To turn the tide.
Currently the hope of victory for the Kyoto Ability Academy rests almost entirely on Su Chen's shoulders. He possesses the advantage of youth and perhaps he can indeed reverse the situation at this critical moment. At this moment Mu Shuer gracefully approached, asking, how is your progress with bone tempering and blood condensing? She did not want to lose, but she felt powerless against the formidable Shenyang.
It's alright, but my blood condensing is a bit behind.
With 17 rounds of blood condensing, missing 1 round of perfection, isn't that falling behind?
Yes, indeed.
A glimmer of understanding flashed in Mu Shuer's eyes. Just do your best. Winning or losing isn't that important after all. Su Chen mentioned that his blood condensing was behind, likely because his bone tempering was at the 7th or 8th round while his blood condensing had just reached the 10th round, which is why he said so. Thinking back, it indeed made sense. Su Chen had only awakened for less than a month. How could he possibly achieve such astonishing speed in cultivation and reach their level in bone tempering and blood condensing?
Su Chen raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a teasing smile. Why the lackluster appearance now? You weren't like this when you used the Ice Phoenix against me back then.
Mu Shuer pursed her lips slightly, saying, back then I just wanted to win too much. I had my reasons for not being able to lose, which is why I resorted to the 9th tier combat skill. Generally she wouldn't easily use such a powerful 9th tier combat skill in a duel. On one hand, the 9th tier combat skill consumed a massive amount of energy which would land her in trouble in subsequent battles. On the other hand, using such a powerful skill could easily inflict irreparable damage on the opponent. But at that time she really had a compelling reason to win.
Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Let me guess, the reason you couldn't lose was that if I defeated you I could propose to you and would definitely succeed.
Mu Shuer was taken aback, her lips slightly parted in surprise.
How did Su Chen know? She looked at Zhang Luer, who was ready to sneak away, and suddenly understood everything.
She inexplicably asked, do you have that intention? Su Chen shook his head, his tone casual and carefree. No, and not interested. For him feelings had never been something that could be forced. While a forcibly sweetened fruit might sometimes be delightful, it was not what he pursued. Mu Shuer responded softly, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief yet at the same time a hint of indescribable disappointment. She gently shook her head, trying to shake off the emotion within her. Just then a student's exclamation from the crowd pulled everyone's thoughts back to the competition. Wow, the scores from both sides are really close. The displays clearly showed Kyoto Ability Academy 19580 while Magic City Ability Academy 19400. Kyoto Ability Academy was slightly ahead for now. Chu Shangyang looked at the score, his brow furrowing tightly. Despite being in the lead, he could not feel any joy. There was still a strong competitor on the opposite side while they had only 2 left. However, the combined scores of Mu Shuer and Su Chen might not even measure up to Xin Yang, who possessed S-level abilities. Yang Tao looked at the scene, a satisfied smile on his face. He deliberately raised his voice, saying, "Haha, Director Chu, your Kyoto Ability Academy is slightly ahead." Chu Shangyang snorted coldly. "Director Yang, there's no need to say it like that. Don't you still have a big gun on your side?" "Ha ha. Director Chu, you still have 2 big guns on your side." He glanced at Su Chen and Mu Shuer, confidently believing that even with 2 people they would never be able to match his prized student Xin Yang. S-level abilities are not comparable to S-level abilities, and the scoring reflects that. Chu Shangyang could no longer suppress the anger in his heart. Enough, if we are to test, let's test. Why dawdle? He really wanted to give Yang Tao 2 hard slaps for being so pretentious. Once he found the opportunity later, he would definitely get his revenge. Yang Tao was all smiles, enjoying Chu Shangyang's furious expression, realizing it was time to play a trump card to crush the opposition. "Xin Yang, go up and test the score." Hearing this, Xin Yang confidently stepped forward. Meanwhile, on the Kyoto Ability Academy side, Chu Shangyang looked at Su Chen. "Su Chen, you should go up first." Mu Shuer stepped forward. "Teacher, he'll go first. Let him be the finale." She had a strong premonition that Su Chen would definitely bring everyone a tremendous surprise. Chu Shangyang hesitated for a moment but ultimately nodded. "All right, Mu Shuer, you go first." In his view, since the result was likely to be a loss, it didn't matter who went up first. Mu Shuer and Xin Yang entered the testing chamber together, their information gradually appearing, and the total score was subsequently displayed on the screen. Xin Yang 5160, Mu Shuer 2580. Wow. Is Xin Yang's score about to break the comprehensive test record for the 2nd year of the Dragon Country? Almost the highest record for the 2nd year comprehensive test is 6,600. Xin Yang is indeed too strong. But this doesn't make sense. Mu Shuer isn't weak either. Why is her score so low? Of course it's due to the gap in ability levels. One S-level ability is worth 3 or 4 S-level ability scores. Moreover, the 2 of them are 2 realms apart in cultivation, and Mu Shuer's blood condensing is 1 round behind, so the gap widened instantly. Mu Shuer looked at the results on the screen. Although she had anticipated it, she still felt a pang of pain. The disparity between abilities felt like an insurmountable chasm, leaving her with immense helplessness. She slowly walked down from the testing platform. "Director, I did my best." Chu Shangyang gently reassured her. "It's alright, your score is already quite high. Return to the team." Mu Shuer nodded, giving Su Chen one last look before returning to the group. Xin Yang looked at his score, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. His score would rank among the best in the history of the comprehensive tests for 2nd-year students. What could the others use to outscore? Yang Tao looked at Xin Yang's score, even more pleased, bragging, "Director Chu, what do you think? My student is not bad, right? If I still have Su Chen, what are you bragging about? He will eventually crush your student. Just give Su Chen a little more time and he will definitely surpass Xin Yang." Yang Tao sneered. "That also requires time. Besides, S-level abilities will never compare to S-level abilities." At this moment he no longer concealed his pride in mockery. It's not about whether something is comparable, it's about whether one is willing to put in the effort. Yang Tao waved his hand casually, saying, all right. He then looked at Su Chen. "So this is the famous Su Chen?" Su Chen retorted without hesitation, "Why should I call you father?" Faced with such an arrogant and mocking director, he had no intention of giving him a good look. After all, he was a person too. Why should he indulge him? Yang Tao's face instantly turned pale with anger. "How can you speak to a teacher like that? You're not even a teacher at our school. Don't try to talk to me with that teacher's air. You. Yang Tao was so furious he was momentarily speechless, and upon reflection it did seem to make sense. He suppressed the anger within him, saying, "Why haven't you gone up to test your strength yet? Is it because you've been too focused on cultivation that your bone tempering and blood condensing haven't progressed? Based on previous students' experiences, if the cultivation speed is fast, bone tempering and blood condensing would definitely lag behind. Let alone someone as astonishingly fast as Su Chen." Su Chen smiled lightly. "I'll show you just how naive your assumptions are." With that he walked towards the testing chamber. Yang Tao looked at Su Chen and snorted, "I don't believe this evil. Even if your cultivation speed is astonishing, there's no way your bone refinement and blood condensation can be that rapid, right?" As Su Chen walked into the detection chamber, many students began to whisper and discuss among themselves. "I sincerely hope that Su Chen can deliver and teach those guys opposite a harsh lesson. Yes, Su Chen is the hope of our entire team. He's the one who can turn the tide. So this is Su Chen. He does look quite handsome, but I wonder what his true strength is. His strength is indeed formidable, but this comprehensive test is based on overall scores, not just cultivation level. We must also consider bone refinement and blood condensation. Chu Shangyang's expression was serious and he silently prayed, "Kid, you must do your best and not let everyone down." At this moment Chu Jiqing walked over and said, "Director Chu, don't worry. This kid will definitely give you a big surprise." Chu Shangyang nodded slightly and muttered, "I hope so." Meanwhile Shen Yang also turned his attention to the score display screen. He wanted to see if this legendary youth could achieve even half of his score. Time passed second by second, and after a few moments the display screen slowly began to show Su Chen's data. Name: Su Chen, Kyoto Ability Academy, age 18, cultivation level 3rd stage, 6th layer, unprecedented ability S level, name not recorded, bone refinement 10th round, unprecedented blood condensation 17th round, unprecedented meridians open 0, overall score 9999.
Ha! Am I seeing things? Bone refinement actually reached the 10th round. Blood condensation is at the 17th round.
And the cultivation level is still 3rd stage, 6th layer.
What about that S level ability? What on earth is going on here? No way, dude. The instrument can't be broken, right? What does this 9999 even mean? So awesome. If you tell me this isn't cheating, I absolutely wouldn't believe it.
This 9999 indicates that he has already reached the limit of the detection chamber, not his own limit.
Ha ha ha. This is amazing. No wonder the freshmen call Su Chen Su Shen. From now on I will too. Su Shen is incredible, who else dares to boast?
Not only were the students astonished, but even the teachers present were also stunned, their faces filled with shock.
How? How is this possible? The prophecy of Kunlun Mountain has been broken like this.
Yang Tao's face was filled with disbelief. He seemed struck by lightning, standing there dumbfounded. The prophecy of Kunlun Mountain stated that there would be no golden bone individuals in Blue Star for 300 years, yet now this prophecy was shattered by Su Chen right before their eyes. Chu Shangyang was initially stunned, then burst into laughter, jumping several hundred meters high in excitement. Ha!
S level ability. Golden bone.
17th round of blood condensation. Any one of these achievements would be enough to shock the entire world, yet they are all concentrated in Su Chen alone. At this moment Chu Shangyang was filled with ecstasy, sweeping away his previous worries and doubts. He truly wanted to shout to the world that Su Chen was the pride of their Kyoto Ability Academy. Who said that rapid cultivation means slow bone refinement and blood condensation? Su Chen truly achieved the impossible, supporting a collapsing building and turning the tide. Chu Jiqing shook her head with a smile. She had originally thought that Su Chen's S-level ability was already a huge surprise, but she didn't expect the achievements in golden bone and blood condensation to be beyond imagination, proving she had underestimated him.
This is impossible.
How can the score be 9999? Yang Tao still couldn't believe the facts before him. Director Yang, stop looking at things with such a narrow perspective. Golden bone cannot be measured by scores.
Moreover, that 17th round of blood condensation also broke the record. Chu Shangyang retorted.
At this point she finally understood why Zhang Shuiyo was so reluctant to let Su Chen go. Who wouldn't want such a genius? At that moment the door of the detection chamber slowly opened and Su Chen walked out. He merely glanced at the score display screen, showing no hint of surprise on his face. Su Chen walked over to Yang Tao and chuckled, "At your age you still think of people so naively.
Don't mistake a moment's success for eternity. If you can't make it, don't blame the road."
The score of 9999 was undoubtedly the best way to slap Yang Tao's face. Yang Hao slightly lowered his head, his face burning. After Su Chen's words he found himself speechless. He never expected Su Chen's bone refinement and blood condensation to be so astonishing.
Yes, Director Yang, last year's league was just a temporary mistake for our Kyoto Academy. Don't treat it as an eternal failure. And what about my student? Chu Shangyang seized the opportunity to retort immediately.
Relying on her own student felt completely different.
This is just a comprehensive test. We'll see who wins in the upcoming Secret Realm confrontation. Yang Tao's face turned ashen.
Let's see who will win. Quickly announce who won the first round of the competition. Yang Tao gritted his teeth and reluctantly said, "I announce that in this first round of comprehensive testing the Kyoto Ability Academy." After announcing, he stormed towards his student team. Chu Shangyang looked at Su Chen with a beaming smile. "You kid, you really kept it deep."
"I didn't hide anything, you all just didn't ask me." Su Chen shrugged.
Chu Shangyang thought about it and realized it was true. She indeed hadn't asked Su Chen about his specific bone refinement and so on.
"Regardless, we won this time thanks to you. Moreover, you are the first person in Long Country and even Blue Star to achieve Golden Bone."
Chu Shangyang excitedly patted Su Chen on the shoulder.
"So, Director, aren't you going to reward me?" "All right. It must be rewarded. When we go back I will prepare a generous reward for you." "Then thank you, Director." At this moment Zhang Luo walked over with admiration all over her face. "Brother-in-law, I want to say something to you." "What is it?"
"God has no form. It is only until your appearance that God took on a shape."
"What else could be said?" "This is God."
"Isn't it the gods who can have golden bones?
Can instantly ascend to S-level abilities?" Su Chen chuckled and lightly tapped Jiang Luer's chest. You kid, you really know how to flatter. At that moment Mu Shuer walked over with a frown, her face filled with confusion and questioning Su Chen. Is this what you mean by blood condensation not keeping up? What a surprise in Su Chen's eyes. If blood condensation hasn't reached the legendary 18th round, it's considered not keeping up. Yes, I'm a perfectionist. If blood condensation is still around short, isn't that considered not keeping up? Mu Shuer. Comparing people can really kill. Su Chen's cultivation speed might be acceptable, but the speed of his bone refinement and blood condensation is simply absurd. Freak, she lightly uttered 2 words before turning to leave. Su Chen watched her back, smiled faintly, and was then pulled away by Jiang Luer. Xin Yang, don't be disheartened. In the upcoming Secret Realm confrontation, show those guys opposite some colors. Yang Tao patted Xin Yang's shoulder and advised. Although Su Chen's score is very high, his cultivation level still has a 3-layer gap from Xin Yang. In the upcoming Secret Realm confrontation, Su Chen is absolutely no match for Xin Yang. This disgrace from the comprehensive test, he must make the opposite side pay back in the Secret Realm confrontation. Xin Yang's expression was cold. I know what to do, I am the strongest. His fists clenched tightly. The scores from the comprehensive test are all illusory, only the Secret Realm confrontation is the true contest of hard strength. His disregard for defensive flames will definitely make the other party pay 100-fold. Seeing Xin Yang's fighting spirit, Yang Tao finally felt relieved. He turned to the crowd of Kyoto Ability Academy and said, "We've rested enough, let's head to the Secret Realm now." Meanwhile, in an office. Suddenly a knock on the door broke the tranquility. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. The guard pushed the door open and hurried in, his face filled with tension and excitement. Dragon Army Chief, your comprehensive test score record from over 20 years ago has been broken today. Long Yan lifted his gaze. Oh. How many points? Over 20 years ago he achieved an impressive score of over 6,000 during the test, a record that stood like an insurmountable peak until today. To his surprise this year someone had forcefully shattered it. Chief, please take a look. A guard presented a set of documents to Long Yan. Long Yan reached out to take the documents, and as his eyes fell upon the name, a hint of confusion flickered in his gaze. Su Chen. Isn't he supposed to be a child of the secluded families? He had initially thought that the record-breaking individual would be one of the young talents emerging from the secluded families, but unexpectedly it was this obscure Su Chen. As he continued to read, when he saw Su Chen's age and realm, his pupils suddenly constricted and disbelief flashed in his eyes. Upon seeing the record of 10 rounds of golden bones and 17 rounds of blood condensation, he stood up in excitement, his hands trembling slightly. What an impressive Su Chen! Long Yan's voice was filled with admiration and excitement. 10 rounds of golden bones meant that the prophecy of Kunlun Mountain as solid as a rock had been shattered. Who says that Blue Star cannot produce individuals with golden bones? The emergence of Su Chen is undoubtedly the most powerful rebuttal to this doubt. He sighed. A prosperous age has arrived. Blue Star is about to complete its first round of evolution, and this year's awakened abilities are generally of much higher quality than last year. With the emergence of a genius like Su Chen, isn't this a sign of a prosperous age? Indeed, Chief Su Chen should have no problem being the leader of this generation, right? The guard asked cautiously. He is qualified for this. I wonder how those secluded families feel upon receiving this news. Long Yan's tone carried a hint of curiosity. The secluded families are powerful clans that either due to weariness of secular disputes or some mysterious reasons have retreated into Kunlun Mountain. Among the secluded families, the 4 great clans are particularly strong, with disciples who possess extraordinary talents, truly and Su Chen, a genius from a common background, will undoubtedly stir up 1,000 waves on the calm lake. Those old monsters from the secluded families will no longer be able to sit still and will surely send out their carefully trained disciples to compete with Su Chen. In the past, disciples from the secluded families always had absolute advantages, completely overpowering the secular talents. But this time the situation is likely to be completely different. Because what they face is Su Chen, who has shattered the prophecy of Kunlun and achieved golden bones. I think we should prepare to send out the trained disciples to challenge Su Chen. The guard speculated with great interest. Long Yan nodded slightly about that. He then instructed, we must ensure Su Chen's safety and also gather all his information for me. Yes. Understood. The guard left quickly, leaving Long Yan alone. He sipped his tea, gazing into the distance, murmuring to himself, Kunlun Mountain can also be shaken. Kunlun Mountain, shrouded in clouds and mist, resembled a fairyland. In the back mountain of the Kong family, one of the 4 great clans. Ling Er, I now agree to let you descend the mountain. An elderly man with white hair spoke loudly. In the distance, a young man in white radiated dazzling light, and the light in his hand instantly transformed into countless swords, quickly morphing into numerous sharp blades. Hearing his grandfather's words, he flashed back to the old man's side like a streak of light. Grandfather. Have you finally decided to let me descend the mountain to play? Kong Ling's face was filled with excitement and anticipation. The old man Kong Weian shook his head slightly. Of course it's not to let you descend the mountain to play. There is a monstrous talent in the outside world. Kong Ling was slightly taken aback. There are not many people who could be called monstrous by his grandfather. Has someone in the outside world emerged that is so significant? Does grandfather mean for me to descend the mountain to spar with that monster?
Indeed, he shattered the prophecy of Kunlun Mountain, thereby trampling on our Kunlun Mountain's prestige.
Defeating him this time would be a form of retribution.
The prophecy of Kunlun Mountain has never been wrong for 100 years. But the emergence of Su Chen has broken the ironclad rule that no golden bones would appear within 300 years. This break caused their once proud 100 prophecy to instantly drop to 99, and the gap between the two is like a chasm. Kong Ling scratched his head, who was so formidable that they could shatter the prophecy of Kunlun Mountain.
That person's name is Su Chen, an S-level dark-type powerhouse who has achieved golden bones. What? He actually cultivated to golden bones. Kong Ling's eyes widened.
Golden bones he had tried countless times to break through but always made no progress.
Yet Su Chen has successfully achieved golden bones.
Indeed, you must defeat him when you descend the mountain this time to re-establish Kunlun Mountain's prestige.
Remember, do not underestimate him. I have already arranged your identity.
Soon there will be a competition held among the 100 schools in the Outside Worlds Academy. Your identity will be the captain of the second-year team from the Military Extraordinary Abilities Academy.
Go. Kong Weian waved his hand.
Kong Ling slightly cupped his hands, his eyes filled with confidence. Grandfather, rest assured, I will definitely defeat him. His extraordinary ability is light-based, which has historically countered dark-type abilities. Of course, at night dark types would have certain advantages.
Yet competitions are held during the day and it won't be at night.
As long as there is light, he can transform the power of light to attack the world.
Unless Su Chen can bring eternal night with a single thought, otherwise he will undoubtedly lose.
Golden light flickered as Kong Ling transformed into a streak of light flying down the mountain. Kong Weian watched his departing figure, closing his eyes slightly. I should still ask the Zhuge family to cast a divination.
In the Thunder Secret Realm, dark clouds gathered and thunder roared.
In the massive thunder pool, the power of thunder. Sure, Heir, do you really want to undergo the baptism to challenge for S-level extraordinary abilities?
Zhang Chenghe asked with a worried face. Father, I must. I will definitely challenge for S-level extraordinary abilities and defeat Su Chen.
Zhang Shi's eyes were filled with determination. As long as he can endure the thunder bombardment in this thunder pool for 14 days, he may ascend to become an S-level thunder-type extraordinary abilities user.
By then Su Chen's level extraordinary abilities will be nothing in his eyes. The admiration of beauties, the fame, all will belong to him. Zhang Shi. Su Chen is only worthy of being trampled underfoot.
Zhang Chenghe sighed. Heir, with such determination I won't stop you. I will wait for you for 49 days to ascend to S-level extraordinary abilities. By then that Hua Zhanxian might also face trouble and Su Chen will have no more protection.
All right, father. We've been on the road for several days. You return to the capital and I can manage alone. Zhang Shi declared, resolutely jumping into the thunder pool.
The moment he came into contact with the thunder power in the thunder pool, he let out a heart-wrenching scream.
Ah! Ah!
Zhang Chenghe witnessed this scene, his eyes slightly closed, revealing a trace of satisfaction. With such a son, Zhang Chenghe will surely reach
aboard the aircraft.
Students from the Capital Academy of Abnormal Abilities and the Metropolis Academy of Abnormal Abilities traveled separately on chartered flights bound for the Shadow Veil Secret Realm.
Brother-in-law, please be my brother-in-law. Zhang Luer pleaded, his face brimming with earnest entreaty. Get lost. Your sister isn't so unmarriageable that she needs me to fill the role. Why force it? You don't understand. I judge people by first impressions, and you brother-in-law feel just right. I want us to become one family.
Zhang Luer grinned broadly, flashing a row of gleaming white teeth. Su Chen shot him a skeptical glance and cut straight to the truth. I suspect you're drawn not to me, but to my strength.
You'd rather have me as your brother-in-law so you can swagger around under my name. Well, maybe a little. Truth is, my sister spends all her time cultivating or forcing me to cultivate. I never get a moment to live freely.
So I figured find someone powerful, make him my brother-in-law, and finally rein her in. He schemed inwardly. Once Su Chen became his brother-in-law and gained authority over his sister, he'd finally win back his freedom to chase after girls.
Clever fantasy you've spun, but I'm not interested. Find someone else. Su Chen dismissed him casually.
Seeing this, Zhang Luer sighed helplessly, then scurried off to sit beside Mu.
Sister, when will you finally win him over?
If neither of them would take the initiative, then he, Zhang Luer, would.
Mu Shuer shot him a sharp glare. Stop calling him that. Oh, come on, sister.
He's handsome and formidable. Seize him while you're still young.
Lose him and you'll weep with no one to hear.
If I were a girl, I'd slip him some charm powder tonight and have him bedridden before dawn. As he spoke, Zhang Luer animatedly gestured with his hands. Mu Shuer stared silently, her expression blank. She couldn't help but wonder, is this boy truly my blood brother?
Focus on cultivation, don't meddle in such matters.
For matters of the heart, she believed in following the natural course.
Zhang Luer sighed again, defeated. Ah.
His elder sister, a stunning beauty, still unmarried.
Unbelievable.
Clearly he needed a plan both ingenious and foolproof. He stroked his chin, then his eyes suddenly lit up.
I've got it.
All he needed was the perfect moment when his sister was most vulnerable. Summon Su Chen, set the mood, add a subtle elixir, and leave them alone together, man and woman sealed within a single chamber. The very thought sent shivers down his spine. Then everything would fall into place, and he'd finally break free from Mouchouer's watchful eye, ready to charm any maiden he pleased. He nearly leapt with excitement, muttering to himself, "Ha ha ha. I'm brilliant." Mouchouer watched him warily, her lips twitching. What new mischief is brewing in that head of his? Half a day later. The aircraft landed near the city bordering the secret realm. Students from both academies boarded military vehicles bound for the realm. When the convoy reached a vast swamp, everyone disembarked. Before them stretched an endless expanse of black bubbling mire, odd twisted flora sprouting from its surface. The secret realm lies at the swamp's center. Proceed with caution. This marsh teems with swamp tendril beasts, Yang Tao warned loudly. Chu Shangyang frowned slightly. Why go through all this trouble? He issued a swift command, Mouchouer, freeze the swamp and forge us an ice path. She nodded faintly. A flash of frost glinted in her eyes, and an overwhelming chill surged outward. Absolute Zero activated. Before their eyes the swamp solidified rapidly into a smooth glassy sheet of ice. Done. Well done, Chu Shangyang declared smugly, adding, Director Yang, you must learn flexibility. Yang Tao gave a curt disdainful snort. Let's go. He led his students onto the ice toward the realm's entrance, and Chu Shangyang followed suit. Minutes later the group stood before a 100-meter dead tree. It rose like an ancient weathered titan, silent, stoic, its trunk fissured and draped in moss, radiating desolation. At its base gaped a dark cavity swirling with an obsidian vortex, the entrance to the secret realm. Yang Tao produced 60 spatial rings and distributed them one by one. His voice turned grave. Each ring contains a teleportation stone. Shatter it if danger arises and you'll be expelled safely. Also included is a map marking monster territories. Understood. Understood. Good. You all know the rules. Gather resources, slay monsters, earn points. Highest score wins. Now enter the secret realm. As he spoke, students from the Metropolis Academy entered first, followed by those from the Capital Academy. Once every student had vanished inside, only 4 instructors remained outside. Yang Tao stepped forward. Director Chu, whom do you think will prevail? Our Capital Academy will win, Chu Shangyang affirmed firmly. After all, he had Su Chen, a student who defied odds and forged miracles. He'd stake everything on him. Shall we wager? Yang Tao proposed. Name your terms, Chu Shangyang replied. Yang Tao had already instructed his students in ruthless tactics. Victory seemed effortless. If I win, the Thunder Veil secret realm shall be granted to our Metropolis Academy students for exclusive use next time. His gaze burned with intensity. Agreed. And should our Capital Academy triumph, I ask only 10 entries into your Metropolis Academy's elemental holy pool. Yang Tao frowned. Had the sun risen westward? Chu Shangyang's demand was astonishingly modest. Though the holy pool accelerated cultivation dramatically, each session lasted only 3 hours and consumed minimal essence. Agreed, deal sealed. Yang Tao accepted instantly. Watching him, Chu Shangyang and Chu Jining struggled not to laugh. Indeed, for ordinary cultivators, one session drained barely a trace of the pool's sacred essence. But Su Chen was no ordinary cultivator. They vividly recalled how during his last visit to the Shadow Holy Pool he'd drained an entire reservoir in just over an hour. With costs soaring into the hundreds of millions per hour, Yang Tao might soon beg Su Chen not to enter the pool at all. Noticing their suppressed grins, Yang Tao declared bluntly, our Metropolis Academy won't lose. Sometimes ruthlessness is strength. The rules permitted robbing opponents, but forbade elimination. Yet nowhere did they prohibit luring massive hordes of beasts to force rivals into shattering their teleportation stones and fleeing. Ruthlessness is strength. Chu Shangyang's voice hardened into steel. Should any harm befall my students, Director Yang, you'll answer for it. No need for threats, we'll simply wait and see. Yang Tao departed with a cheerful chuckle. Chu Shangyang's brow furrowed. That man has certainly coached his students in underhanded methods. Don't worry, Su Chen is there, Chu Jining reassured him. Chu Shangyang's gaze grew heavy. Let's hope that boy can best Xinyang. I heard. You are looking for me. Inside the secret realm. Darkness and dampness permeated every corner of the secret realm. After being teleported in, the students from the Magic City Ability Academy and the Kyoto Ability Academy gathered in different directions. On the side of the Magic City Ability Academy, Xinyang stood at the front of the group and slowly spoke. There is a place called Shadow Wolf Ridge on the map. Who among you will lead the Wolf Pack to the Kyoto Ability Academy later? Let me do it, Yangshan. My talent is flying and I can run fast. Li Shaoshan volunteered, excitement gleaming in his eyes. Xinyang nodded in satisfaction. Then he pointed at Zhang Xiaobei. Your ability can locate people. At that time, Zhang Xiaobei will lead the Wolf Pack and you will be responsible for locating the students of the Kyoto Ability Academy and lead the wolves over there, forcing them to crush the legendary stone and get eliminated. This is called the art of war. Even if Su Chen is strong and eliminates all his teammates, he will still be powerless. Captain, your strategy is brilliant. Haha, just thinking about the students of the Kyoto Ability Academy being chased by the Wolf Pack makes me happy. Laughter erupted in the secret realm. Alright, form teams of 5.
Try to gather as many resources as possible and hunt the monsters. If you encounter any lone opponents, directly rob their storage rings. Do you understand? Shen Yang put away his smile and said solemnly. Understood. After giving the order, Shen Yan looked at the area marked as a forbidden zone on the map, his eyes filled with battle intent. Su Chen. I will steal that shadow treasure tree in front of you. The shadow treasure tree must be useful to Su Chen and I will take it from him and destroy it, returning 100-fold. On the side of the Kyoto Ability Academy. Shen, why don't you give the orders? Many students looked at Su Chen with eager eyes. Su Chen rubbed his chin and said, form groups of 5 with 2 strong ones leading 3 weaker ones. Gather resources as much as possible, avoid fighting the monsters and conserve your strength. The Magic City Academy is probably up to something. Then Su Chen, what about you? I will act alone, it's better this way. Just conserve your strength and don't crush the teleportation talismans. We will meet in the Forbidden Zone on the 7th day. He would never act together with these people as it would lower the efficiency of hunting monsters. Besides, what if they competed with him for the monster kills? Did you hear that? Follow my brother-in-law's plan and form teams quickly. Zhang Luer shouted loudly and many people began to organize into several teams in an orderly manner. Mu Shuer walked over to Su Chen and reminded him, be careful. That advice is better for you to heed. Su Chen replied with a faint smile, transforming into a shadow and swiftly departing. Seeing him leave, Mu Shuer turned around, follow Su Chen's instructions and remember to be cautious of the Magic City Ability Academy. Got it. After leaving, Su Chen looked at the delineated areas on the map in his hand. The lowest area was filled with first-year 3rd-grade monsters. The most central area was a forbidden zone which contained a first-year 4th-grade monster. Finally. It's time to unleash a massacre. He had a small goal, which was to earn 250000 kill points during the 7 days in the secret realm. At that time he could enjoy himself thoroughly. And if he did this 2 or 3 more times, he could accumulate 100000 kill points for a special reward. Regarding that reward, Su Chen was filled with anticipation, but he just didn't know what the reward would be. Ding! 100000 kill points special reward. Monster God Chronicle. Monster God Chronicle can record 12 monsters for enhancement and use. The monsters recorded in the Monster God Chronicle under its enhancement can upgrade their bloodlines to that of a monster god. Note: some shadows can also be recorded. Su Chen was stunned for a few seconds at the system notification sound and then couldn't help but curse, damn system, you really know how to keep me in suspense. This Monster God Chronicle is another extraordinary treasure. Although I don't know the level of monsters with divine bloodlines, they must be impressive. So this is a nurturing system. This is great. If I can record a few powerful monsters, I can build a shadow army led by them. At that time I could achieve 1 person leading a group, 1 person fighting a nation. Just thinking about that scene makes me incredibly excited. Su Chen raised his gaze, a glint of bloodthirsty light flashing in his eyes. Keek. Monsters, here I come. In order to obtain the Monster Chronicle as soon as possible, I must kill until chaos reigns. 2 days later. Everything appeared calm on the surface, but beneath this tranquility lay countless mysteries. Shadow Wolf Ridge. Zhang Xiaobei, did you sense the Kyoto ability students approaching? Li Xiaoshan asked anxiously. I sensed them, they are a few kilometers behind us, about 5 people. Zhang Xiaobei activated his ability and replied. Li Xiaoshan's eyes brightened. Hurry and go, I will lead the wolf pack over. Zhang Xiaobei nodded and quickly ran off. Li Xiaoshan watched his departing figure, took a deep breath and then flew into the sky. In the sky, Li Xiaoshan looked at the 3rd-tier 8th grade elite bloodline Wolf King next to its cub. A wicked smile crept onto his lips. Swift wind slash. He drew his long knife and slashed at the wolf cub. However, that strike was unsuccessful and was directly blocked by the Mother Wolf King. The Mother Wolf King was instantly furious. How dare someone attack her cub? It was a crime deserving of death. Awu. The Mother Wolf King howled, her voice echoing throughout the Shadow Wolf Ridge, attracting countless shadow wolves from all directions. Seeing this, Li Xiaoshan quickly unfolded his wind wings. Here's a great gift for the Kyoto Ability Academy. As he spoke, he led hundreds of shadow wolves towards the direction of the students from the Kyoto Ability Academy. Among the nearby students of the Kyoto Ability Academy, Zhang Luer was at the forefront. He was cautiously observing his surroundings. Have we gathered enough resources? Be careful of the students from the Magic City Ability Academy. Just then he felt a violent shaking ahead. He quickly looked up and saw a person in the distance leading a pack of shadow wolves towards them. Oh no! Quickly crush the teleportation stone. Zhang Luer shouted. That group of shadow wolves was not something they could handle. The shadow wolves were known for their speed. Like shadows, they had no chance of winning. Damn Magic City Ability Academy. The 4 students felt unwilling, but they still crushed their teleportation stones and reluctantly exited the secret realm. Zhang Luer's gaze turned cold. Golden Bell Shield. He quickly activated his ability and a golden bell shield appeared around him, tightly protecting him inside. At this moment he silently prayed that the wolf pack would not target him.
Otherwise he could only crush the teleportation stone to leave. Li Shaoshan saw that there was still one person left. A wicked smile appeared on his face as he took out a beast lure powder and scattered it towards John Lure's location from the air. The original wolf pack, upon smelling the scent of the lure powder, became restless and then rushed towards John Lure frantically. Damn it, how despicable are you? John Lure couldn't help but curse. So what? This is the art of war. Hurry and crush the teleportation stone and roll away. Li Shaoshan laughed triumphantly, his gaze filled with mockery. You wait for me outside. My brother-in-law will take revenge for me. Still counting on Su Chen. What? If he's so amazing, why isn't he here to save you? Facing the wolf pack, who else can you count on? Suddenly a shadow appeared behind Li Shaoshan and a cold voice sounded. I heard. You are looking for me. An eye for an eye. Li Shaoshan jolted violently, every hair on his body standing on end. Slowly turning back, he found himself staring into Su Chen's sharp-featured, striking face. Ahem, Master Su. What brings you here? Forcing composure, his voice nonetheless trembled. As he spoke, his other hand slipped stealthily toward his chest, reaching for the teleportation stone, his last hope of escape. And if I hadn't arrived, would my team have suffered your bullying unchallenged? He had been en route to Shadow Wolf Ridge to eradicate the Shadow Wolves when, hearing commotion along the way, he altered course and hastened toward the sound. Oh, father, no need for such words. Stammeringly, Shaoshan clenched the teleportation stone tightly in his palm, yet he was a heartbeat too slow. A flash of cold light slashed through the air as the slaughter demon scythe swung forth with a crisp crack, his entire arm severed cleanly, blood spraying across the earth. Ah! A shrill agonized scream tore from his throat, raw, desperate, hollow. You lured the wolf pack to ambush my team and still dared dream of walking away unscathed. Not so easily. Su Chen seized Li Shaoshan's hair in one brutal grip and hurled him headlong into the raging horde of shadow wolves. Boom! A heavy muffled thud echoed as Li Shaoshan struck the ground, spitting a gout of crimson blood, his vision blurring into haze. Just as his sight began to clear, he saw the she-wolf Monarch's eyes blazing crimson, lunging at him like a feral storm. Without thought, he flapped his wings hard, vaulting forward to snatch up the severed arm, and trembling crushed the teleportation stone within it. In that very instant, thwip! The she-wolf Monarch's foreclaw, sharp as a dagger, ripped clean through his leg. Blood erupted in a hot arterial spray. Light flared, Li Shaoshan vanished midair, leaving behind only a pool of gore and scattered limbs. Su Chen watched, his gaze utterly devoid of pity. To lure a wolf pack against your own teammates and then presume escape. Utter fantasy. Brother-in-law, sniff sniff. You're so cool rushing in like that. John Lure beamed with unrestrained gratitude, his eyes shimmering with pure admiration. In that moment a fierce, almost visceral yearning surged within him. If only he were a woman, he'd throw himself at Su Chen without hesitation. Wait, why must only women offer themselves in marriage? Enough jesting. How long can your golden bell shield hold? It'll hold, brother-in-law. Are you planning to take down the entire pack? Don't do anything reckless, brother-in-law. These shadow wolves are fearsome, coordinated, disciplined. I'll teleport out now. You must leave too. We must lead our team to victory. John Lure pleaded urgently. The pack's alpha was a third-rank 8th cultivation beast, and over 100 third-rank wolves swarmed beside it. Even Su Chen would find this a perilous fight. Su Chen raised a finger to his lips. Shoo. Give me 1 minute. John Lure blinked, bewildered. 1 minute. Did he truly intend to obliterate the entire shadow wolf pack in 60 seconds? Impossible. Even as doubt flooded his mind, the world around them shifted, suddenly, irrevocably. Within a 1-kilometer radius, absolute night descended, a vast suffocating shroud severing this place from the outside world. A slender crescent moon rose slowly, bathing the scene in its cold silvery radiance. Darkness thick as ink swallowed all beneath its weight. Then from the earth itself countless dark elements surged upward, roiling, converging like a tide of liquid obsidian. In the blink of an eye, thousands of shadow elemental soldiers materialized. Commanded by 2 shadow generals, they formed a disciplined pitch-black legion and charged the 100 shadow wolves with terrifying precision. Awoo! The shadow wolves roared in fury, but their defiance crumbled before the overwhelming might of the Dark Legion, rendering them pitifully small, hopelessly weak. In a single clash, the 100 shadow wolves fell utterly, slain to the last, their blood staining the earth crimson, the air thick with iron-rich Slain 3rd rank 4th cultivation. Kill points. Slain 3rd rank 5th cultivation. Kill points. John Lure stood frozen, jaw slack, unable to close his mouth. Wait, what? Wasabi cricket. And wasn't it still under a minute? Could his brother-in-law possibly be this formidable? Seeing her entire pack slaughtered, the she-wolf Monarch's eyes burned with berserk fury. She unleashed a deafening, earth-shaking howl directly at Su Chen. In the next breath, she launched herself skyward, transforming midair into a streak of pure darkness, hurtling towards Su Chen for one final desperate counterattack. Foolish presumption. Su Chen had already anticipated her trajectory. Several true realm shadow claws detonated indiscriminately along her path. Empty air turned lethal. The she-wolf Monarch leapt twice, narrowly evading the claws, yet one struck true.
With a thunderous boom she crashed onto the ground, her back torn open by a deep oozing wound, blood welling fast. Gar. Gritting through the agony she scrambled upright and snarled again at Su Chen, her eyes still blazing with savage defiance. Su Chen loomed above her, voice calm, absolute, submit or die. Her fangs bared once more, then suddenly several wobbly wolf pups tumbled into view, circling her desperately, whining piteously. Su Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. You wouldn't wish your cubs to enter the world motherless, would you? The words hung oddly in the air, then he paused, faintly unsettled. Logically, shouldn't it have been, madam? Surely you wouldn't wish your husband to lose his job. Ahem, off track. Slowly the murderous glint faded from the she-wolf monarch's gaze, replaced by raw, trembling supplication. She gazed up at Su Chen, pleading, broken, begging for mercy. Swear loyalty, and I will spare your life. She hesitated, silently questioning what task he demanded. You'll know soon enough. By then Jiang Luo had dispelled his golden bell shield and approached. Brother-in-law, you're incredible. Merely routine. Jiang Luo paused, then flashed a sly grin. Then may I pledge myself to you, brother-in-law? Get lost. Jiang Luo chuckled. Just teasing. He glanced at the she-wolf monarch, puzzled. So, why keep her? The rules forbid eliminating players directly, yet having the wolf monarch eliminate them. That's perfectly fair. Mudu's method of luring wolves is laughably crude. Why not simply subdue and command the pack outright? Instead they resort to clumsy baiting, truly inept. And using the wolf monarch to enforce elimination. Mudu Academy cannot twist the rules or claim injustice. Jiang Luo raised a thumb high. Brother-in-law, brilliant move. Recalling how they'd been ambushed by the very wolves he'd summoned, his teeth ground together. Now at last retribution would be swift and sweet. No more talk. Eliminate them, all of them. You eliminated 4 of mine, I'll erase your entire squad. Is that unreasonable? Understood. Jiang Luo grinned eagerly. Su Chen turned to the she-wolf monarch. Do you still have surviving pack members? She nodded emphatically, yes. Yes. Then summon 100 or so, and accompany me. Fulfill this and your life remains yours. His gaze, unwavering and intense, pinned her in place. Now, would she prove loyal or merely compliant? She lowered her head, then lifted it, threw back her muzzle and howled into the night. Awo. Awo. Her cry rang long and piercing, carrying far, summoning kin from every direction. Within minutes hundreds of shadow wolves poured in from all sides, converging like a tide of living darkness. Jiang Luo, mount the she-wolf monarch. We depart. Su Chen commanded. Jiang Luo rubbed his palms together. Really, brother-in-law? Is that allowed? Rest assured, if she resists she becomes minced meat in seconds. Well then, with that assurance, I'm wide awake. Eyes gleaming gold, Jiang Luo sprang onto the she-wolf monarch's back. She, subdued by Su Chen's presence, dared not stir. Holy hell. Riding with brother-in-law means thrills 3 times a day. Jiang Luo whooped with exhilaration. The sheer thrill of riding the sovereign wolf was intoxicating. Tell me, who among youth has never dreamed of mounting a majestic, fearsome wolf monarch? Meanwhile Su Chen closed his eyes, gently murmuring incantations beneath his breath. At his silent command the 1,000-strong legion of shadow soldiers dispersed, gliding like black phantoms across the land, hunting Mudu Academy's students. This technique, 10,000 armies, generates endless shadow soldiers sustained solely by source energy. And for now his reserves remain abundant. Should it falter, simply invoke Eternal Night and let Tuanchuan grant lunar amplification to continuously restore source energy. They dared eliminate my teammates. Then justice shall return, not merely equal, but doubled. Outside the secret realm the 4 students from the Kyoto Ability Academy were violently thrown out by an invisible force, landing clumsily on the ground. Seeing this, Chu Shangyang was filled with confusion. Did you encounter some insurmountable danger inside? No, Director Chu, the Magic City Ability Academy actually summoned a pack of ferocious wolves intending to encircle us. With faces full of indignation the 4 exclaimed through gritted teeth, we had no choice but to shatter the teleportation stone. They were filled with unwillingness. It had only been 2 days. How many points could they have collected? The tactics of the Magic City Ability Academy were truly cunning and despicable. Chu Shangyang's face immediately flushed with anger. Yang Tao. Your academy openly violated the rules. What is the meaning of this? He never expected that the Magic City Ability Academy would resort to such despicable methods to win this secret realm confrontation. Yang Tao wore an innocent expression. Director Chu, our academy didn't violate any rules. It was the wolf pack that made them feel life-threatening danger, so they shattered the teleportation stone to escape. You can't blame us for that. Chu Shangyang could no longer suppress his anger. His aura suddenly erupted. Yang Tao, stop pretending with me here. At this moment he truly could not endure any longer. This was no longer a simple issue of being eliminated. If any student had not managed to shatter their teleportation stone in time, the consequences would be unimaginable. Oh, come on, Director Chu, calm down. Sometimes to achieve one's goals by any means necessary is also a display of strength. Yang Tao continued to act nonchalant, showing no fear of Chu Shangyang's fury. Even if Chu Shangyang took action, he had reasons to defend himself. Chu Shangyang slightly closed his eyes, suppressing the urge to strike. At that moment a blinding light shone again at the entrance of the secret realm. A figure was teleported out looking severely injured with only one arm and one leg remaining bloodied and clinging to life. Li Shaoshun. Yang Tao was taken aback upon seeing this person and quickly instructed a nearby healing ability teacher, hurry. Treat him. The healing ability teacher hurriedly approached, hands glowing with a gentle blue light, carefully nurturing and healing Li Shaoshun's wounds. Filled with confusion, Yang Tao wondered what was going on. This bastard is the one who attracted the beast horde. Deserved it. It was truly like lifting a rock only to smash one's own foot. The 4 eliminated students from the Kyoto Ability Academy began to curse vehemently, their anger finally finding some release. Although Chu Shangyang still didn't quite understand what had happened in the secret realm, seeing Yang Tao's predicament eased much of his anger. Director Yang, why aren't you smiling anymore? Chu Shangyang's words carried a hint of sarcasm. Yang Tao's face instantly turned dark. How could he still smile when his student had almost lost their life? Oof, don't get too happy too early. We have more students than you, and in this secret realm confrontation the Magic City Ability Academy will surely win. Yang Tao said, forcing himself to maintain composure. However, as soon as he finished speaking, several beams of light flashed from the teleportation gate again. 5 students from the Magic City Ability Academy, having shattered their teleportation stones, stumbled out in disarray. Seeing this, Yang Tao hurriedly stepped forward to inquire, why are you out so early? The few of them wore faces of grievance, looking as if they were on the verge of tears. Director Yang, that Chen is truly inhuman. Could it be that Chen forced you out? Yang Tao felt a glimmer of hope rise in his heart. If that were the case, he would have grounds to declare the Magic City Ability Academy the winners of this secret realm confrontation. After all, the party that violates the rules will be directly judged as defeated. No. That Chen must have used some bizarre method to control the wolf pack. As soon as those wolves saw us, they went berserk, especially that female wolf who was the fiercest. We were no match and could only escape. The few of them recalled the harrowing scene from earlier, still feeling a lingering fear. Do you know how they spent those few minutes? They were initially gathering resources quite well when suddenly they were surrounded by a dark mass of wolves. That Chen is truly inhuman. He is simply a demon. Yang Tao fell silent for a moment. Director Chu, it seems that your student Chen has violated the rules. At that moment Chu Shangyang felt an immense sense of satisfaction, proudly stating, Director Yang, these students shattered the teleportation stones because they were surrounded by wolves, feeling their lives were in danger. What does that have to do with Chen? At this moment he truly wanted to burst into laughter that Chen was truly skilled. He had turned the tables on. Yang Tao was momentarily speechless, his hands clenched tightly into fists making cracking sounds. Damn, he shouldn't have said that earlier. While he was regretting his words, another 5 were teleported out, still students from the Magic City Ability Academy. He looked up. Were you also surrounded by wolves and had no choice but to retreat? The few nodded helplessly. Yes, Director Yang, we don't know which bastard provoked Chen. That guy is simply a combination of Satan and a demon, utterly inhuman. Director Yang, now your students are far fewer than ours. Chu Shangyang wore a smug smile as he spoke. With Chen around, he didn't have to put up with Yang Tao's nonsense. Yang Tao snorted lightly. So what? You won't win this match. Shen Yang will defeat that 4th-tier beast and secure victory. In this secret realm confrontation, the Magic City Academy would undoubtedly win. As long as Shen Yang could defeat that 4th-tier beast, victory would belong to them. Then let's see if he has that capability, Director Yang. Don't let it be that he fails to kill the beast and ends up injured instead. Chu Shangyang said without holding back. Chu Shangyang, just you wait and see. Yang Tao said fiercely. In an instant both sides were tense, the atmosphere charged. In the surrounding area of the secret realm. Brother-in-law, we've already eliminated 15. I'm afraid Director Yang outside has a face like he's eaten excrement, right? Zhang Luer said excitedly. Not enough, those 6 in the distance continue. With his command the wolf pack surged like a black tide towards the 6. The 6 quickly realized that the wolf pack was closing in. The leader among them, a student with class abilities named Zhang Bupai. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure as the entire wolf pack surrounded Zhang Bupai and his companion. It's either to get out of the secret realm or be torn apart by the wolves. It's up to you to decide. Chen looked down at the few of them. Zhang Bupai felt a bit confused. Wasn't this tactic exactly what their teacher taught them? Why was Chen using it, and in an upgraded version too? Chen, I am an class ability user. Look at these wolves, they are all panting and exhausted. As long as I send a signal for backup, you can't eliminate us. Zhang Bupai said boldly without fear. As long as he could send a signal and hold on for a few minutes, what fear did these exhausted wolves have? Chen nodded slightly, looking at the wolf pack. Indeed, due to the long distance travels and fierce assaults, these wolves were somewhat exhausted and their breathing was a bit erratic. He stroked his chin, a sudden light flashing in his eyes. Tuan Tuan. Tuan Tuan flew out from the crescent moon, asking with a clear voice, brother. What's wrong? Little Tuan Tuan, can you give this pack of wolves a large-scale boost to restore their stamina or put them in shadow armor? Chen's eyes sparkled with anticipation. He wanted to conduct an experiment. First to see if Tuan Tuan could boost these demon beasts and second to see if a large-scale augmentation was possible.
Tuan Tuan nodded her little head, her figure like a nimble shadow gracefully floating into the sky.
In her palm rich dark elements slowly cascaded down. The dark elements resembled a miraculous healing potion. As soon as they touched the shadow wolves, they instantly invigorated the previously listless creatures. The wolves' eyes reignited with vibrant vitality, their limbs agile, exuding an imposing presence filled with burgeoning life. Not only that, but with a gentle wave of her jade hand, several flashes of dark elemental light flickered, adorning some of the wolves with exquisite dark elemental armor. Watching this scene, Chen felt an overwhelming joy. Tuan Tuan could amplify these demonic beasts. Brother, I can't armor them all. Tuan Tuan slightly lowered her head. Tuan Tuan, your realm is still low. There is plenty of room for improvement and you will definitely become stronger in the future. Tuan Tuan blinked her bright eyes, a smile blooming on her face. Meanwhile, Zhang Bubi, who had previously held a hint of disdain, was now dumbfounded, watching the once exhausted and barely alive wolf pack suddenly regain their majestic and imposing demeanor, with several wolves clad in shadow armor like war gods of the night. Su Chen, why are you helping these demonic beasts? Zhang Bubi angrily questioned. Why should I care? You should only worry about whether you'll be torn apart by these wolves or hurriedly crush the teleportation stone to escape. With a light wave of his hand, Su Chen issued an attack command and the wolf pack, restored to peak condition, surged forward. Despicable. Zhang Bubi shouted angrily. Now everyone crushed the teleportation stones. The once weary wolf pack, now amplified by the dark spirit, had become so powerful that they stood no chance against them. Reluctantly, they had no choice but to crush the teleportation stones and leave the secret realm unwillingly. Brother-in-law, that felt great. Zhang Luer said excitedly. By the way, where did you get that dark spirit? Can you get me one too? Su Chen bluntly handed him a large pouch. Do you think dark spirits are cabbages? Just like that. That's true. Zhang Luer scratched his head, still unwilling to give up. Then brother-in-law, can I borrow Tuan Tuan for a few days? Girls love cute things like this. One flirt and they're hooked. Su Chen raised his killing scythe. Sure, but first you need to withstand a few of my strikes, then I'll lend her to you. Zhang Luer was so frightened that he quickly stepped back, waving his hands desperately. Forget it, brother-in-law. One strike and he would lose his life. Su Chen ignored him, turning his gaze to the wolf pack scram. Although he could gain a lot of kill points by slaughtering them, he could not bring himself to do such a thing. These wolves had fought valiantly, he couldn't just turn around and kill them after they had helped. The mother wolf king slowly knelt, expressing deep gratitude to Su Chen before leading the wolf pack away, disappearing into the night. Brother-in-law, what are we planning to do next? Zhang Luer approached. Gather people, we will convene in the forbidden area in 5 days. In the forbidden area, that's a place I have always wanted to challenge, so I will naturally venture in. Alright then, brother-in-law, be careful. Zhang Luer said, dashing off in another direction. Su Chen stretched lazily. The hunt continues. Over the next few days he must continue hunting to acquire kill points. On the last day of the secret realm's duration he would confront the 4th tier first level demonic beast. Outside the secret realm. Zhang Bubi. You were eliminated too. Yang Tao looked at the disheveled Zhang Bubi, a hint of surprise and helplessness appearing on his face. It was only the 3rd day of the secret realm and their Magic City Academy had already been eliminated 21 students. With only 30 students participating, more than half had been eliminated. How could they compete? Director Yang, I couldn't help it. Su Chen not only commanded the wolf pack to eliminate us but also had the dark spirit restore their strength. I could barely fight back, but with that dark spirit we stand no chance. Zhang Bubi said, dejected. Yang Tao, upon hearing this, looked at Chu Shangyang beside him. Chu Shangyang, isn't your Su Chen going too far? Too far? If your Magic City Academy didn't resort to underhanded tactics, could we learn from you? Sometimes being unscrupulous is a form of strength. He countered Yang Tao's earlier words, rendering him momentarily speechless. Yang Tao clenched his fist slightly. Don't worry, Shenyang will definitely defeat that 4th tier demonic beast and secure victory. Your numbers won't matter, he said, tossing his hand in anger and leaving. Inside the secret realm on the Forbidden Island. The entire island was vast and boundless, at least the size of dozens of basketball courts. Surrounded by babbling rivers, the waters glimmered with an eerie black hue. At the center of the island stood an incredibly mysterious dark elemental treasure tree, the Shadow Moon Sacred Tree. The entire treasure tree seemed to be carved from inked jade, its branches gnarled and sturdy. The tree crown resembled a dome of dark ink slowly spreading out in the night sky, with layers of leaves displaying a deep blackish purple hue, the edges of the leaves faintly shimmering with dark brilliance. The fruits hanging from the branches were the crowning glory of this treasure tree. They resembled concentrated dark moons exuding a rich and pure dark elemental power. Shenyang looked at the treasure tree before him, excitement filling his eyes. Is this the treasure tree? Although he was not an elemental wielder of the dark type, the moon-like fruits gave him a strong and rich sensation of dark elemental power. Then what expression will Su Chen make if I burn this shadow treasure tree with my flames? He grinned, a hint of sinister glee appearing on his face. Behind him a pair of enormous fiery wings unfurled as he soared across the river towards the dark elemental treasure tree on the island. He arrived around the treasure tree without hesitation with crimson golden flames blazing in his hand. Inferno Lion Fist. He punched and a majestic fire lion roared towards the treasure tree. Boom. However, the scene he imagined of the treasure tree being burned did not occur. Instead, a thick dark elemental protective shield suddenly lit up around the treasure tree like a black barrier that firmly blocked the fire lion's attack and gradually absorbed it. Following that, beneath the treasure tree a headless knight clad in black armor riding a black warhorse and wielding a long spear slowly emerged. You are that 4th tier 1st level demonic beast. A headless knight. Shen Yang's eyes widened in surprise and shock. He hadn't expected this 4th tier 1st level beast to be such an eerie existence. He had initially thought it would be some kind of powerful beast, but it was this peculiar being instead. The headless knight did not respond to Shen Yang's words. The warhorse neighed loudly, its hooves soaring into the air, instantly appearing before Shen Yang, the black spear in its hand like a bolt of black lightning aimed directly at Shen Yang's throat. Shen Yang flapped his wings and swiftly dashed back, narrowly evading this deadly strike. But before he could catch his breath, the headless knight attacked again, the spear swirling like a black whirlwind. So fast. Such proficient combat skills. Shen Yang was secretly astonished, flames burning in his hand as he punched towards the spear. Yet the spear instantly transformed into a black shadow shield, firmly blocking his punch. Shen Yang was perplexed, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. What on earth is this thing? The headless knight gave him a feeling akin to a battle-hardened veteran who had emerged from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Before he could delve deeper into his thoughts, he saw the headless knight wave his hand, transforming the shadow shield into a spear imbued with endless killing intent, hurling it fiercely towards Shen Yang. Flame shield. Shen Yang's expression changed dramatically as he quickly conjured a fire shield made of fire elements in front of him. Crack! That seemingly indestructible flame shield shattered instantly under the impact of the headless knight's spear, scattering fiery fragments in all directions. So strong. Shen Yang felt a surge of fear in his heart and hurriedly dodged the sharp attack in a clumsy manner. The headless knight then returned to the ground. The spear in his hand casually traced across the ground, leaving behind a few chilling words. Leave this tree or face merciless slaughter. Shen Yang furrowed his brows, secretly astonished. The intelligence of this headless knight exceeded his imagination. The higher the realm of the monster, the greater its intelligence. Some powerful beasts could even speak like humans and transform into human forms. You want me to leave? I refuse to. Today I will destroy this tree. Shen Yang gritted his teeth, retreating to a distance and launching a signal flare. A red signal flare pierced through the sky, standing out vividly against the dreary backdrop. This headless knight must be killed. As long as he killed this headless knight, not only could he secure victory in the competition, but he could also destroy the Shadow Treasure Tree, achieving 2 goals with 1 action. By then that Chen would only be left in despair, helpless. The few remaining members of the Magic City Superpower Academy, upon seeing the signal flare, rushed towards the Forbidden Zone. Military Superpower Academy. In the arena, the sophomore director Zhang Ming spoke loudly with a smile. Students, today I am going to introduce someone to you. As soon as Zhang Ming said this, the previously noisy venue fell silent and everyone turned their attention to him. Zhang Ming pointed to the young man in white beside him. The grand interschool competition is about to begin. This is Kong Ling, a prodigy who has come down from Kunlun Mountain. He also has a resounding nickname, the Son of Light, and he is our #1 contestant and captain for the sophomore league. Zhang Ming was filled with joy that Chen, who had successfully skipped a grade. In front of Kong Ling, he was probably just an inconsequential character. Hello everyone, I am Kong Ling from the Kong family of Kunlun Mountain and I will be your captain. Kong Ling smiled. Among the crowd, a burly man stepped forward. I've heard that the disciples nurtured by the 4 great families of Kunlun Mountain are exceptionally powerful. I wonder if I can have a match with you today. This man was Chu Baian, a ranked superpower student from the sophomore year of the Military Superpower Academy. Kong Ling smiled faintly. Of course you can. He transformed into a dazzling beam of light and appeared on the arena. Please. Chu Bai leaped onto the arena and shouted, please. The challenge officially began. In an instant, a brilliant golden light erupted from Kong Ling, illuminating the entire arena. Golden light flickered in his hands, and in the sky countless light swords materialized, dense as bamboo shoots after rain in the thousands, millions, blotting out the sun like a golden sea of swords. What is this? Chu Bai's face turned pale as he saw countless golden light swords wildly charging towards him indiscriminately. He wanted to evade, but suddenly a golden cage rose beneath his feet, trapping him tightly within. Countless golden light swords descended like a torrential rain. I concede. Under the overwhelming pressure of the light swords, Chu Bai shouted out his surrender. Kong Ling slightly raised his hand and those light swords instantly vanished without a trace. He withdrew his hand and looked at the crowd below. Grade superpower users can also challenge me, you know. For a moment the venue fell silent. Everyone was awed and filled with respect and fear by Kong Ling's terrifying power. How to fight this? Just raising his hand summons thousands of light swords. He is simply an invincible existence. No wonder he is the Son of Light. I remember now, his ability is also called the Son of Light, meaning he is unbeatable wherever there is light. Hiss. Does that mean we have a chance at winning the sophomore championship in the upcoming inter-school competition? Not only that, Chen is no match for the Son of Light, and besides, light counters darkness.
Listening to the flattery of the crowd below, Kong Ling maintained a calm expression, though a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. These people were merely a bunch of insignificant trash, and their words were nothing but worthless trash talk. He leaped in front of Zhang Ming. I don't need training, I only participate in the competition. His only goal was that Su Chen and the rest were of no concern to him. A bunch of mundane trash, he couldn't even be bothered to glance at them. Zhang Ming nodded quickly, his face full of smiles. I wonder what realm the Son of Light is. On the day the competition begins, I will be at the first level of the 4th tier. Kong Ling said indifferently, and after speaking transformed into a beam of light, instantly disappearing from everyone's sight. He was merely passing through. He had not forgotten his task of coming down from the mountain to defeat Su Chen and let everyone know that the disciples of Kunlun Mountain are the strongest. The majesty of Kunlun Mountain is not to be challenged. No matter how strong you are, Kunlun Mountain cannot be defeated. Zhang Ming's eyes sparkled with joy, unable to contain his laughter. This time our military superpower academy will finally win the championship. Reaching the first level of the 4th tier during the sophomore interschool competition is a rare occurrence throughout history. You could count them on one hand. Moreover, without exception, all of them won the championship. Now what about Xinyang from Magic City or Suchun from Kyoto? In front of the disciples trained by Kunlun Mountain, they would all fade into obscurity. The 7th day of the Secret Realm competition, the final day. Kill the 3rd tier 9th level bloodthirsty crow. Kill points. Listening to the system prompt, Su Chen stretched lazily, a satisfied smile on his face. He looked at his kill points value 230500, his eyes gleaming with excitement. A total of over 230000 kill points. This is a tremendous wealth that can significantly enhance his strength. System upgrade to the 3rd tier 8th, consume 60000 kill points. Realm upgraded to 3rd tier 8th level. Su Chen was momentarily stunned. It's getting more expensive. Simply upgrading 2 levels of realm costs a hefty 60000 kill points, which is no small price. Now upgrade the Shadow Claw of the Abyss to its true intent. Consume 40000 kill points. Shadow Claw of the Abyss successfully upgraded to true intent. In an instant, the true intent comprehension of the 5th tier battle technique Shadow Claw of the Abyss surged into Su Chen's mind like a tide. He slightly closed his eyes, quietly digesting these insights, and a gradually excited smile spread across his face. Strong. The true intent of the Shadow Claw of the Abyss underwent a tremendous transformation. He could hardly wait to try it out. System upgrade the Infinite Sea of Spirits to the 3rd level. Consume 60000 kill points. Infinite Sea of Spirits upgraded to 3rd level, and the source energy in your body successfully transformed into the Source River. As the system prompt sound faded, Su Chen felt the source energy in his body starting to expand wildly, continuously enlarging. It expanded dozens of times. The originally thin source energy transformed into a roaring river, continuously providing immense power. Moreover, the originally nourished 4-petal destruction Black Lotus, under the wonderful transformation of the source energy into a river, received further nourishment, enhancing it to a 5-petal destruction Black Lotus. Damn! What a pleasant surprise! Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim in excitement. It seems he can upgrade the Infinite Sea of Spirits more often. The benefits it brings are truly immense. Finally, Su Chen spent another 40000 kill points to upgrade the 8th tier battle technique 1000 armies and horses to its perfected state. At this moment he could summon 3 commanding generals and 3000 shadow soldiers. Simultaneously, the 3rd tier battle technique Shadow Bat's attack and the 2nd tier battle technique Abyssal Demon Pond underwent tremendous conceptual changes after being upgraded to true intent. And his kill points were completely depleted. Su Chen clenched his fist. I lack nothing now. How can a mage with the power of the Holy Grail and fully upgraded skills cope? Now it is time to venture into the Forbidden Zone for a challenge. A bloody battle to the end. On the Forbidden Island, Xinyang surveyed the surroundings, bewildered by the fact that there were only 9 people in his team, including himself. Where are all my team members? One team member, trembling, spoke up. Captain. It's that Su Chen. He stole our strategy and eliminated all the students from our academy. Xinyang's face turned pale with anger. It's Su Chen again. No matter. You 9 assist me in forming the formation. I will definitely kill this headless knight in one strike. Once we kill him, victory in this competition is ours without a doubt. As long as they kill the headless knight, all of Su Chen's efforts will be in vain. The team members responded in unison. All right. Xinyang turned around, standing at the center of the formation, while the other 8 took their positions around him. Starfall Great Formation. In an instant, the sky transformed, with countless massive starfalls formed from soil and meteors resembling meteors from hell crashing down towards the headless knight with the momentum to annihilate everything. The headless knight sensed the terrifying pressure and leaped into the sky, using his body to block the oncoming meteoric fireballs. With a deafening boom, an incredibly powerful shockwave radiated outward from the point of explosion, causing the entire island to shake violently. Amidst the dazzling fire and swirling smoke, the headless knight gradually transformed into wisps of dark elements dissipating into the air. Xinyang's face lit up with excitement. Did we succeed? Yes. The team members behind him cheered. Awesome, Yangshan. We won directly, haha. Now the Kyoto Academy of Abilities won't even have a place to cry, haha. Their laughter was filled with pride and elation. Just then a group from the Kyoto Academy of Abilities hurried over. Upon seeing the scene before them, Mu Shuer, who was leading, couldn't help but furrow her brows. Could it be that Xinyang really did it? Xinyang turned around at the sound of movement behind him, his face displaying the pride of a victor. You all arrived late. I've already killed the 4-stage 1-weight Headless Knight. Our Magic City Academy of Abilities has directly won this competition. The team members mercilessly mocked, hee hee, you eliminated our students and now you've lost, right? Practice more if you're weak. Even with more people you can't match our Yang Shen, and Su Chen can't compete either. However, Mu Shuer raised a question, but where's the body? Xinyang raised his chin and arrogantly replied, the body. Under my Starfall Great Formation, which ignores defenses, it is impossible to leave a corpse. You saw that scene just now, right? The Headless Knight that even Su Chen dared not kill, I killed. At that moment Su Chen also arrived, saying, well, this is lively. Brother-in-law. Zhang Luer waved excitedly. Su Chen walked over and asked, what's going on? Brother-in-law, it seems Xinyang killed that 4-stage 1-weight beast. Su Chen frowned slightly. Killed? That's right. I killed what you Su Chen were afraid to kill. You all lost. Xinyang proudly declared. Later he would personally destroy that shadow treasure tree, making Su Chen kneel and beg him not to do so. Su Chen pointed and asked, are you talking about the Headless Knight under that tree? Hearing this, Xinyang turned to look, only to find that the Headless Knight under the tree had reappeared completely unharmed. What? How is this possible? Xinyang's voice was filled with shock and fear. He had clearly seen the Headless Knight turn to ashes just moments ago. How could it be standing here alive again? Meanwhile, Su Chen looked at the Headless Knight with interest as the inspection function activated instantly. Name Headless Knight Kalen, level 4, stage 1-weight, bloodline top tier, attribute dark. The Headless Knight was originally a dark type ability general who roamed the battlefield but perished in an epic blood battle against alien races, with his head taken by enemies as a trophy. Over countless years, the endless unwillingness and resentment intertwined, transforming him into an undead Headless Knight. The dark elemental power he contained in life bound him in a symbiotic contract with the Moon Shadow treasure tree in this place, thus connecting their lifelines. They would live and die together, never to be separated again. Moon Shadow Sacred Tree, originally a small tree of dark attributes, it was nurtured by the source of dark elemental abilities to become a dark elemental treasure tree. This treasure tree shares its life with the Headless Knight, and its fruit contains pure dark elemental essence. Furthermore, this tree can harness the power of moonlight, significantly enhancing the growth speed of dark elemental users nearby. Ding! Host, this Headless Knight qualifies for inclusion in the Demon God Chronicles. The host can devise a way to make it submit to obtain the first entry in the Demon God Chronicles. Hearing the system's prompt, Su Chen's eyes sparkled with eager anticipation. This Headless Knight must be captured. As long as he makes the Headless Knight submit, he can also obtain the Moon Shadow Sacred Tree. With the Moon Shadow Sacred Tree, the growth of the group can be multiplied several times, and they can also enjoy the fruits of the moon. Xinyang, however, was furious. Humph. If I can defeat you once, I can defeat you a second time. Come again. Assist me in forming the array. With his command, the 8 people around him began to act again, preparing to repeat the previous operation. Zhang Luer nudged Su Chen and asked, brother-in-law, should we interrupt them? No need, they can't kill this Headless Knight. They must destroy the tree to kill the Headless Knight. They are looking in the wrong direction. Upon hearing Su Chen's confident words, Xinyang grew even angrier. Starfall. This time the formation quickly took shape, and the golden starfalls appearing in the sky were even larger than before, rushing towards the Headless. The Headless Knight was evidently completely enraged this time, swinging the spear in his hand. In an instant, dozens of identical clones appeared out of thin air like a group of black phantoms charging towards the massive starfall. 1 impact, 2 impacts, 3. A series of dozens of crashing sounds echoed, and the massive starfall was actually dispersed, transforming into countless star sparks that rained down. How is this possible? Xinyang's legs went weak, collapsing to the ground. Why was this Headless Knight so formidable, exceeding his understanding and imagination? The Headless Knight with the spear in hand swiftly wrote on the ground, leave this island or die. Then he thrust the dark element spear skyward, sending a black beam soaring into the sky, piercing through the thick clouds. Above in the sky, a crescent moon gradually appeared, casting down cool moonlight. The Moon Shadow Sacred Tree shone even more brilliantly under the moonlight, accompanied by a suffocating pressure that spread. As soon as this pressure was unleashed, everyone except Su Chen involuntarily knelt in submission. Run! We can't defeat this. This Headless Knight is too overpowered with the tree. Many panicked individuals hurriedly fled the island. Zhang Luer also spoke up, brother-in-law. Hurry and run. This Headless Knight and that treasure tree can use the power of the moon, it's too unfair. They can't even land a hit, everyone except Su Chen can't even stand. Su Chen smiled faintly and waved his hand, what a waste to leave. Why not fight him instead? Only by winning can we have a chance to subdue him, and then we can obtain the Moon Shadow Sacred Tree. Xinyang disdainfully replied, you're delusional. If I can't defeat him, how could you, Su Chen? He is in the 3rd stage 9th weight and uses a formation of 9, while you, Su Chen, are only in the 3rd stage 6th weight. How could you possibly win? Moreover, this Headless Knight is completely unbeatable, you will surely lose. Su Chen raised his gaze, a hint of disdain flashing in his purple eyes. Just because you are a waste doesn't mean I am too. Slightly better. Su Chen, be careful of this headless knight, he possesses extraordinary strength.
Mu Shuer warned with concern.
She had witnessed firsthand as Shen Yang unleashed two powerful formations, yet they vanished into thin air without inflicting any harm on the headless knight.
Rest assured, I never engage in battles without preparation. Su Chen replied with a faint smile.
Humph, just don't end up on the ground begging us to save you later. Shen Yang's words were laced with mockery. He bore the pressure, stepping off the small island eager for the upcoming
Su Chen ignored Shen Yang's ridicule when others belittled his capabilities. The best way to retaliate was to prove them wrong with strength.
Su Chen, be cautious in everything you do, Mu Shuer gently reminded once more before leaving the island with Jiang Luer.
Once Su Chen made up his mind, any persuasion was futile.
Once they departed, the aura around Su Chen suddenly changed as he felt the surrounding pressure like a fish in water. He slowly turned around, the killing demon scythe aimed directly at the headless knight. How about a deal? The headless knight, surprised by Su Chen's calm demeanor under the pressure, waved his spear to inscribe 4 words on the ground. What deal?
Very simple, we fight fairly.
If I win, you shall submit to me and I will help you recover your lost head. If I lose, my dark elemental origin will nourish your moonshadow holy tree. What do you say? Defeating the headless knight was far from sufficient. The knight was born from endless resentment and unwillingness, and the root of that resentment must be his lost head.
Only by proposing a deal and conquering him with absolute strength would he willingly submit.
The headless knight was greatly alarmed. How could this person know what he had sought for millennia? He fell into brief contemplation, then suddenly thrust his spear into the ground, producing a thunderous boom as the earth shattered, dust and stones flying everywhere. In that deep pit, a dark-colored battle helmet exuded a rich dark elemental aura faintly shrouded in black mist.
The headless knight used his spear to lift the helmet and donned it.
In an instant, a pair of crimson eyes emerged from within the helmet, eerie and sinister, as if capable of seeing into one's heart.
You. How do you know what I seek? You need not know that. I only ask you, will you accept this deal?
The headless knight paused for a moment, then waved his spear. Very well, let us fight. His shadowy steed reared back, neighing to the sky, its hooves leaving the ground as it galloped towards Su Chen. Seeing his agreement, Su Chen smiled with satisfaction. Come.
Battle.
He struck the ground with his fist, shattering the earth, revealing a ghostly pool. This time the ghostly pool was rich in dark elements, almost tangible, interspersed with a hint of eerie crimson.
A mere trick. The headless knight's shadowy steed leaped high into the air.
However, from the ghostly pool numerous ghostly claws as thick as tiger legs suddenly emerged, reaching for the headless knight. Seeing this, the headless knight hesitated briefly but quickly made a decision. In an instant, rich dark elements surged wildly, forming a smooth mirror-like shield in front of him, blocking the ghostly claws.
The ghostly claws struck the shield, producing dull thuds, yet they could not penetrate even a fraction.
Apologies, but this is true intent. As soon as the words left his mouth, the ghostly claws converged to form a gigantic claw measuring 2 to 3 meters in width. With a mere swipe, the enormous claw shattered the shield, and with a thunderous crash the shield fragmented into countless dark elemental shards. The headless knight and his shadowy steed were also caught by this immense force, being dragged towards the ghostly pool. This was the transformation of the true intent of the ghostly pool's shadow claws. The ghostly claws merged. As the saying goes, a single chopstick is easy to break, but a bundle of chopsticks is unbreakable. The power of the merged ghostly claws greatly increased. The headless knight reacted swiftly, decisively stepping on the shadowy steed's back, using its strength to escape the control of the ghostly pool's shadow claws. He looked back, glancing nervously at the steed, which was gradually turning into wisps of dark elements due to the pool's corrosion.
You possess some power. Flattery, continue.
Su Chen showed no signs of slowing down, not giving the headless knight a chance to catch his breath as the shadow claws struck continuously. The headless knight quickly formed a shield with his left hand while tightly gripping the spear in his right, preparing to defend while advancing towards Su Chen. However, after merely blocking one claw, the shadow shield cracked with a sharp sound. Such destructive power!
The headless knight thought to himself in astonishment.
Another 2 shadow claws struck, and with 2 resounding booms the shield shattered into countless pieces, scattering across the ground. Yet the headless knight had not even approached Su Chen. Confusion filled his mind as he wondered why this youth's dark elements were so peculiar. The destructive power was astonishing. He knew he possessed the strength of a 4th-tier 1st level, while this youth was merely at the 3rd-tier 8th level.
Transform into countless forms. The headless knight roared wildly, swinging his dark shadow spear.
As he danced, numerous black phantoms appeared, each identical to him. In the blink of an eye, 2 dozens, hundreds of headless knights surrounded Su Chen, forming an impenetrable encirclement.
I admit you are strong, but you are not worthy to be my master.
With a sweep of his spear, hundreds of headless knights charged towards Su Chen like an unstoppable wave of black.
Outnumbered.
You are still too young. A disdainful smile crept across Su Chen's lips as he pointed to the sky. Eternal night manifests, 1,000 troops emerge. In an instant, the entire secret realm was illuminated by 2 moons in the sky.
On the ground, countless shadows surged, rapidly coalescing into 3,000 shadow soldiers and 3 dark generals on horseback.
They donned black armor and wielded long blades resembling demons emerging from hell. Kill! With a command from Su Chen, the 3,000 shadow soldiers and 3 dark generals charged towards the hundreds of headless knights like ferocious tigers descending a mountain. Flashes of blades and the sounds of battle echoed. After a single charge, the 100 headless knights were left battered and bruised, their bodies marred with,
again.
In another round of charge, despite the remarkable strength of the 100 headless knights, they were still unable to withstand the assault from the 3,000 shadow soldiers and 3 dark generals, ultimately being transformed into wisps of dark elements dissipating into the air. The true headless knight witnessing this scene was left in shock, remaining silent for a long time. It simply could not comprehend how this youth possessed such a multitude of methods. Hurriedly it retreated beneath the moonshadow holy tree, which swayed gently, casting beams of dark elemental light, instantly healing its Then it transformed into shadows and instantly arrived before Suchun, swinging its spear horizontally. Suchun showed no fear, just what I wanted. He brandished the killing demon scythe, colliding with the spear. A crisp sound echoed as Suchun felt a tremendous force surge through him, causing him to involuntarily step back 2 paces. Tisk, it seems I need to learn a technique for strength. Suchun lamented. Don't get distracted. The headless knight seized the opportunity, thrusting the spear repeatedly towards Suchun's vital points. Suchun's figure flickered as he activated the shadow flicker, retreating 10 meters and easily dodging the headless knight's attack. Seriously, who engages in hand-to-hand combat? A mischievous smile curled at the corner of Suchun's mouth, and then the perfected netherworld 9 slashes initiated. 6 dark slashes erupted from the killing demon side, and the headless knight hurriedly raised his spear to defend. The first slash struck the spear, causing it to tremble slightly. The second slash followed closely, forcing the headless knight to retreat several steps. The third slash attacked again, causing the knight's body to sway. By the time the last 3 slashes struck, they directly shattered the dark shadow spear in his hand, splitting it in 2 with a sharp sound. The headless knight was also sent flying backwards by this overwhelming force. Why is this youth so peculiar? The headless knight was filled with confusion, its mind swimming in doubt. This attack felt as if it had received a 2 to 3-fold enhancement. But it had not seen Suchun utilize any amplification techniques. It shook its head once again, condensing a dark elemental spear in its hand. Let us battle again. It simply did not believe that Suchun's 3rd-tier source energy could maintain such high-intensity attacks. Capture the Moonshadow Holy Tree. Outside the small island, everyone stood frozen in shock, their faces filled with disbelief, unable to regain their composure for a long time. What the hell, my brother-in-law actually has the upper hand. Did you see that? That's my brother-in-law. Zhang Luer shouted at the top of her lungs. Mu Shuer had a dark expression but had no intention to refute. Suchun had become significantly stronger. Xinyang clenched his fists as an S-level ability user. Why was Suchun's dark ability so monstrous? That terrifying destructive power, that overwhelming might, where did it come from? How could Suchun restrain that horrifying headless knight? Could it be? Suchun also had the ability to suppress himself. As soon as this thought emerged, Xinyang shook his head vigorously. No way, absolutely impossible. Suchun was definitely not the headless knight's match. The headless knight was backed by the Moonshadow Holy Tree, and Suchun's source energy could never compete. He could only last a few more exchanges, buying some time. Hey Xinyang, are you underestimating my brother-in-law? What I think is none of your business. Hey. I really can't control it, but soon my brother-in-law will make that headless knight roll on the ground, just wait for it. Xinyang smirked slightly, revealing a hint of a mocking smile. Ridiculous. With the assistance of the Moonshadow Holy Tree, the headless knight is simply an invincible existence. For Suchun to win, he would have to destroy the Moonshadow Holy Tree. But even his fire, which ignored defenses, could not break through the Moonshadow Holy Tree's defenses, so Suchun was even less likely to achieve that. My brother-in-law will definitely succeed. If he doesn't, I'll give my sister to Suchun. Everyone. It's been a long time since I've fought this comfortably. A glint of excitement flashed in the headless knight's eyes. Suchun furrowed his brows. This headless knight, under the blessing of the Moonshadow Holy Tree, was simply an unkillable cockroach. For a full half hour, every time it was injured, it would run to the Moonshadow Holy Tree to recover. Who could withstand that? It seemed he would have to use his trump card. Disband. Tuan flapped her wings and asked with confusion, brother, what's wrong? Go bring that Moonshadow Holy Tree to the crescent moon where you live. Suchun pointed at the distant Moonshadow Holy Tree. Tuan's eyes lit up at the sight of the Moonshadow Holy Tree, and she excitedly flew towards it. A little brat thinks she can take my Moonshadow Holy Tree. What a delusion. The headless knight scoffed dismissively, his voice filled with contempt. However, when Tuan reached the Moonshadow Holy Tree, something strange happened. The Moonshadow Holy Tree not only did not resist, but gently swayed its branches, welcoming Tuan's arrival. Tuan blinked and stretched out her small hand, waving gently. The dark elements in her hand floated down like snowflakes, enveloping the entire Moonshadow Holy Tree. In the blink of an eye, the Moonshadow Holy Tree transformed into a dazzling light ball and flew into the crescent moon on Suchun's hand along with Tuan. The headless knight stood dumbfounded in place, watching as the Moonshadow Holy Tree, which he was so proud to protect, was taken away by a little brat. It could clearly feel that the connection between it and the Moonshadow Holy Tree had been severed by a force. Just then Suchun, wielding the killing demon scythe, hovered above the headless knight. Submit or die. You have no other choice now. Tuan is a favored child of the dark elements. Do you understand the value of a favored child of the dark elements? Simply put, she comes with the attributes of a dark element succubus. The headless knight hesitated for a moment before slowly lowering his dark spear and kneeling on one knee. I am willing to submit. If Su Chen had initially used Tuan Tuan to take the Moonshadow Holy Tree, the Headless Knight would have fought with all his might, even willing to perish together. But now Su Chen proved his strength before using this tactic, and the Headless Knight accepted his defeat wholeheartedly. Su Chen sighed with relief, a huge weight finally lifted from his heart. Finally subduing this Headless Knight was a significant achievement. However, where the Headless Knight would live in the future was indeed a troubling problem. He hadn't yet obtained the Demon God Codex, unable to record the Headless Knight within. Tuan Tuan. Su Chen called softly. Little Tuan Tuan flew out from the crescent moon, tilting her head with a puzzled expression as she looked at Su Chen. Su Chen pointed at the Headless Knight and said, "Can you bring this Headless Knight into the crescent moon where you live?" Su Chen had observed carefully before the crescent moon where Tuan Tuan lived was actually a miniature world. In that world Su Chen had absolute control. He was not worried about the Headless Knight causing trouble inside. Because in this crescent moon small world Su Chen could decide the life and death of all beings with just a thought. Tuan Tuan nodded, waved her small hand lightly, and the Headless Knight transformed into a mass of dark elements which she easily brought into the crescent moon. In that miniature world the Moonshadow Holy Tree took root again, its branches gently swaying, emitting a soft glow while Tuan Tuan danced joyfully on the tree. The Headless Knight quietly submerged into the darkness, guarding this small world that belonged to them. Su Chen watched the scene with a smile of satisfaction. This was indeed not easy. Once he obtained the Demon God Codex, he would formally record the Headless Knight within. Moreover, with the Moonshadow Holy Tree, Tuan Tuan's realm would surely experience a significant boost. Around the Moonshadow Holy Tree the growth rate of dark element creatures would also accelerate. This expedition into the secret realm was simply a huge profit. Not only did he subdue the Headless Knight, but he also obtained the Moonshadow Holy Tree. Su Chen recalled his thoughts, his figure flashing as he rapidly left the small island. As soon as he left, he saw a group of people waiting there. "Brother-in-law, you're amazing. Not only did you subdue the Headless Knight, but you also uprooted the Moonshadow Holy Tree. That operation was simply incredible." "Stop boasting." Su Chen waved his hand calmly, looking at Xinyang. "If I say you're useless, you have to admit it. If you're not convinced, let's see how many exchanges you can withstand against me." Xinyang lowered his head slightly, a mix of emotions swirling in his heart. How could he not be convinced? Everything Su Chen had achieved was beyond his reach. Su Chen's strength had far exceeded his imagination. Whether it was that destructive power not belonging to the dark elements or the overwhelming might that took one's breath away, Su Chen possessed it all. Even the Headless Knight, who he couldn't even defeat, was easily subdued by Su Chen. Thinking of this, Xinyang gritted his teeth and raised his head. "In the 100 Schools League I will compete with you fairly." After saying that, he crushed the teleportation stone in his hand and vanished from everyone's sight. Su Chen chuckled softly, turning to the others. "Shall we leave too?" Everyone nodded, crushing their teleportation stones to leave the secret realm. At this moment the outcome was already decided. Only Mu Shuer stood quietly in place, remaining silent for a long time before slowly crushing the teleportation stone in her hand. A complex emotion surged in her heart. Su Chen's strength was growing stronger while she was left far behind. This gap made her feel a sense of loss and confusion. Outside the secret realm, Chu Baiyang and Yang Tao had been anxiously waiting there, pacing back and forth. Suddenly a flash of light appeared at the entrance of the secret realm and several figures flew out from inside. Yang Tao's eyes lit up and he hurriedly ran to Xinyang's side. "Xinyang, did you kill that tier 4 level 1 beast?" Xinyang opened his mouth but didn't know how to respond for a moment. A hint of embarrassment appeared on his face, his eyes flickering. "Well, there was one." Jian Luer interjected with a grin. Yang Tao's face broke into a proud smile upon hearing this. "Haha, as expected of my Xinyang. I knew you could do it." "But it wasn't Xinyang who killed it, it was Su Chen," Jian Luer quickly added. Yang Tao's smile instantly froze on his face. "What? It was actually Su Chen." "What? Do you really think your Xinyang can defeat that Headless Knight?" Jian Luer crossed his arms and chuckled. In his eyes the weak deserved to be ruthlessly mocked by the strong. This was the law of survival in this world. Moreover, if the weak are not ridiculed, how could they find the motivation to grow stronger? This is also a means of assistance for them. The superiority is evident. Yang Tao's gaze immediately turned to Shenyang. "Is what he said true? If you can't do it, how could Su Chen possibly succeed?" Shenyang was a 3rd tier 9-fold powerhouse, while Su Chen, if he remembered correctly, was only a 3rd tier 6-fold. To jump over such a large gap of 5 tiers to defeat a 4th tier 1st level beast is simply a pipe dream. Shenyang lowered his head slightly. "While I indeed couldn't do it, but Su Chen succeeded." His tone was filled with bitterness and helplessness. Yang Tao's body shook violently. He had expected that Shenyang might not be able to do it, but he never imagined that Su Chen actually did. In these 2 battles the Magic City Academy was utterly defeated without the power to fight back. Su Chen, relying solely on his own strength, managed to turn the tide of battle twice. One must admit Su Chen is truly a prodigy. At this moment a surge of intense anger welled up in his heart. He really wanted to find the head of the freshman admissions to question why Su Chen wasn't admitted to the Magic City Academy. If that were the case, Su Chen would be the pride of the Magic City Academy. "Director Yang, we slightly outperformed in this secret realm competition," Chu Shangyang said with a face full of joy. Su Chen must have significantly improved his strength during this week in the secret realm, otherwise it's impossible for him to defeat that 4th tier first level beast. Yang Tao snorted lightly. Humph, don't be too pleased. Someone has already arrived from above. This time the champion of the 100 Schools League is neither your Kyoto nor our Magic City, it is the military arts. At this moment Su Chen was also teleported out. Hearing Yang Tao's words, a look of confusion appeared on his face. What do you mean someone from above? Chu Shangyang's originally joyful expression turned serious as he explained, someone from above refers to disciples sent down from the Kunlun Mountain hermit families, and their goal is to defeat you, Su Chen. Without needing to think much, it is surely because Su Chen has broken the prophecy of Kunlun Mountain by achieving the Golden Bone, thus offending their dignity, which is why they sent disciples down to challenge Su Chen in order to re-establish their authority. Moreover, for over 100 years disciples sent down from Kunlun Mountain have never faced defeat, they always crush their opponents with absolute dominance. However, this time the situation seems a bit different. I wonder if the unparalleled prodigy Su Chen is stronger, or if the disciple from Kunlun Mountain known as the Child of Light is stronger. All one can say is that this battle will be extremely difficult. If they come, then let them come. It will allow me to see just how formidable those called the people from above really are. Su Chen's eyes showed no fear. Fear? That is impossible. Fear is the shackle of the weak, while courage is the wings of the strong. I have to admit, Su Chen, you are indeed a prodigy, but for 100 years the disciples of Kunlun Mountain who came down have been called gods because they absolutely crushed the celestial talents of our mortal world. You will most likely not escape this law either. Yang Tao directly spoke. The people sent down from Kunlun Mountain are all exceptionally powerful, having gone through layers of selection to guarantee absolute victory. Su Chen smiled lightly. Is that so? But mere mortals can slay gods. For over 100 years it has always been the disciples of Kunlun Mountain crushing the celestial talents of the mortal realm, but this year he is determined to break this situation and defeat that so-called god from above. Yang Tao laughed. Good. If you really have this ability, then I, Yang Tao, am willing to work for you like a cow or a... This is not mockery, but rather his heartfelt words. He also longs to see the day when a celestial talent of the mortal realm defeats the disciples of Kunlun Mountain. To shatter the rumor that Kunlun disciples make the celestial talents of the mortal realm appear weak as dogs. Alright then, Director Yang, it's a deal. Okay, let's put this matter aside for now, Chu Shangyang interrupted. Director Yang, you won't go back on your word about the stakes of the bet, right? That won't happen, it's just 10 chances to cultivate in the holy pool, it won't absorb much. Yang Tao said nonchalantly. Even if Su Chen used all 10 chances, he could only absorb 50 of the essence of the dark system holy pool, which is not significant. Chu Shangyang and Chu Jinyang exchanged glances and held back their laughter, waiting for the moment he would cry. I won the bet against Director Yang and I have 10 chances to cultivate in the Magic City holy pool. How do you want to distribute them? Chu Shangyang looked at the crowd from the Kyoto Ability Academy. Give it to Su Shin. We are a group of lucky dogs, let Su Shin use it first. Yes, Director Su Chen got MVP. Let him use the 10 chances first. Exactly, Director, it would be best to give all 10 chances to Su Shin, allowing him to train vigorously and utterly crush that so-called god from above. The crowd exchanged opinions, their eyes filled with admiration and respect for Su Chen. They truly admired Su Chen to the core. Awakening in just 30 days he could defeat those who had awakened for over a year. Such talent and strength are simply awe-inspiring. Of course they had long been displeased with the title of that so-called god from above. Why should those sent down from Kunlun Mountain be called gods? However, no one has ever been able to defeat the disciples sent down from Kunlun Mountain. This year perhaps Su Chen is the only glimmer of hope to break this long-standing curse. Su Chen, why don't you use those 10 chances first? Chu Shangyang said with a smile. Then I won't hold back. Su Chen gladly accepted. Sucking dry one holy pool, I wonder if the Magic City holy pool has enough to absorb. Alright then, let's return to Magic City first. With a command from Chu Shangyang, everyone prepared to return to Magic City. Kyoto. Li Family Mansion. Under the gloomy sky the luxurious decorations appeared somewhat eerie in the dim light. My dear sister, what does it matter if you are biologically related? Mom and Dad still listen to me. Li Yanwan said mockingly, a smug smile curling at the corners of her mouth. Disgusting. Li Qingqing slightly closed her eyes, revealing a look of disgust on her face. Sister, your words are so rude. I heard you plan to bring a wild man to the family banquet in 3 days. Does that wild man dare to come near you? What does it matter to you, you shameless hussy? Get out of my room. TSK Tisk sister is truly fierce. What a pity that such a beautiful face has to marry a 100-year-old man. Li Yanwan said sarcastically, a glimmer of glee flashing in her eyes. Li Qingqing clenched her fists. You must have played a part in this, right? She had never understood why she was chosen, but now she guessed it was most likely the doing of the Li Yanwan in front of her. So what if it was me? I merely added some fuel to the fire. Is it because Mom and Dad found their biological child and you as the adopted one are trying to push me away? Yes, so sister, I too am helpless in this matter, please don't blame me. Li Yanwan said with feigned innocence, but there was not a hint of guilt in her eyes. The promised banquet. Li Qingqing stood up in anger and slapped her hand, the crisp sound of the slap echoing abruptly in the room. Put away that false pretense of yours, just looking at it makes me sick. Li Yanwan's fair face quickly bore a bright red imprint of a slap as she covered her cheek in disbelief and said, I called you sister out of respect and you actually dared to hit me. Not only do I dare to hit you, but if you don't roll away I'll kill you today. Oh, I'm so scared, sister. Today I will make you pay back 100-fold for this slap. Li Yanwan curled her lips into a sinister smile and turned swaying her figure as she left the room. Watching her retreating back, a wave of deep helplessness surged within her heart. She slowly slumped onto the chair, her gaze hollow as she stared ahead. Although she had been recognized as the eldest daughter of the Li family, this so-called identity brought her no joy or love. Instead, it turned her into a tool for sacrifice and exploitation. She took out her phone, her eyes lingering on the chat interface, with Su Chen remaining silent for a long time. In the end, she sent a message: accompany me to the Li family banquet in 3 days. There's a 10-year auction after the 100 Schools League. I will get you what you want in exchange. This is the Dark Elemental Sacred Pool. It's even larger than the Kyoto Ability Academy. Yang Tao said this with a hint of pride. When Su Chen goes in, being able to absorb 50 of the essence from the Dark Elemental Sacred Pool in 10 tries would be impressive. I want to taste it myself. Su Chen's eyes sparkled. The Tuan Tuan and the Headless Knight both need the essence of dark elements. Last time there was only Tuan Tuan, this time there's an additional Headless Knight. The speed is unimaginable. Alright, you can go in. Yang Tao waved his hand generously. Su Chen, not holding back, excitedly dashed inside. Upon entering the sacred pool area and descending the ancient stairs, Su Chen saw the massive Dark Elemental Sacred Pool. The pool was filled with dark elemental essence, emitting a dense black mist that made Su Chen's mouth water. Hiss. It's full, it's a rare find. Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim. Tuan Tuan, Headless Knight, come out. Tuan Tuan and the Headless Knight appeared in the sacred pool in an instant. Brother. What's wrong? Tuan Tuan and you too, Headless Knight, the essence of dark elements in this sacred pool is for you two to absorb freely. Tuan Tuan looked at the rich dark elemental essence beneath her feet, and like a fish seeing water, she eagerly began to absorb it madly. The dark elemental essence was drawn into her body like being pulled into a black vortex. Headless Knight, why are you just standing there? Hurry and absorb it, I need to ask you something. The Headless Knight, hearing Su Chen's words, also jumped into the sacred pool and began to absorb the dark elemental essence frantically. Headless Knight, do you remember anything from your past life? I don't know, I only remember that my head was taken away by the Ghost Clan and my purpose of existence is to retrieve my head. If I find your head for you, will you become even stronger? I will. Su Chen pondered this matter quietly. There was no rush. He would wait until he was stronger before heading to the Ghost Clan. He really didn't know how powerful the Headless Knight would become after retrieving its head. Aside from that, do you not remember anything else? Like some things about the universe? Su Chen continued to inquire. I don't remember, I only remember my head. Su Chen felt a bit speechless. No wonder it could become a Headless Knight. The obsession with finding its head was too deep. Just focus on absorbing in the future, serve me well, and I guarantee you won't lack your head. Su Chen began to sweeten the deal for the Headless Knight. After all, for new employees one must offer some incentives for them to work harder. As you command, the Headless Knight replied respectfully and focused on absorbing the dark elemental essence. Su Chen ignored the two of them and opened the panel to glance at his accumulated slaughter points: 795080100000. He only needed to gain another 210000 slaughter points to reach 10000000 and obtain the Demon God list. Then Su Chen looked at the time and was startled. There were only 3 days left until the promised day to accompany Li Qingqing back to the Li family for the banquet. The purpose of this visit to the Li family was to find out why Li Qingqing wanted to marry the old man. Secondly, the 10-year auction after the 100 Schools League was said to have many good items. If he didn't go, he wouldn't be able to get what he wanted. Just as he was pondering, Tuan Tuan's voice suddenly rang out. Brother. I'm done absorbing. Su Chen paused for a moment looking at the empty sacred pool. He exclaimed, what the hell, in just 10 minutes you absorbed this pool of dark elemental essence worth 5 billion. Looking at Tuan Tuan, her realm had already reached the second stage 6th level and she had grown a bit taller, probably around 130 centimeters, looking even more adorable and exquisite like a delicate porcelain doll. If those Lolicon fans saw her, they would surely be mesmerized and unable to move. Meanwhile, the Headless Knight's strength had also increased by 1 level, reaching the 4th stage 2nd level. Su Chen rubbed his hands. If this continues for a few more times, Tuan Tuan might just break through to the 3rd stage. Excited, Su Chen turned and left the sacred pool, heading outside. Outside the sacred pool, several students from the Kyoto Ability Academy were gathered together, discussing animatedly. How long do you think Su Chen will take to absorb all the essence in this sacred pool? About 20 minutes, that should be about right. I remember he took half an hour last time. I think it will take 30 minutes. The sacred pool in Magic City is larger than that of Kyoto. Yang Tao frowned and walked over. What are you guys talking about? Oh, we are guessing how long it will take Su Chen to absorb all the essence in the sacred pool and then come out. A student from the Kyoto Ability Academy said flatly. Yang Tao was taken aback. Are Kyoto students so calm when boasting? Absorb the sacred pool. That's simply a fantasy.
Nonsense, how could Su Chen possibly absorb the sacred pool?
Yang Tao said with a serious face. As long as Su Chen was still human he could never absorb it.
Director Yang, you don't actually believe that, do you?
Chu Shangyang said with a mischievous smile.
Humph, not to mention absorbing it in such a short time. Even if I gave Su Chen a few more opportunities he still couldn't absorb the essence in this sacred pool.
This is the largest sacred pool in Magic City, how could it be so easily drained?
Director Yang, I heard you want to give me a few more chances. That's great. Su Chen heard this huge good news as soon as he came out. Director Yang is such a good person.
Yang Tao was taken aback. It's only been 10 minutes, how did you come out?
What's wrong, Director Yang? Is there an issue?
Yang Tao wore an expression of disbelief and dashed straight toward the holy pool hall without another word. The moment he stepped inside the hall and ascended the stairs his gaze locked onto the holy pool, now utterly empty. Where once it had brimmed with sacred essence not a single drop remained. Yang Tao's vision darkened, he froze on the spot, petrified.
10 minutes. To drain the entire holy pool. Could any human truly accomplish such a feat?
Only then did it strike him like a thunderclap. He finally understood why Chu Shangyang had made so few demands earlier and why he'd been suppressing laughter all along. It turned out Su Chen possessed an absorption capacity of terrifying magnitude. In a single opportunity he could drain an entire pool of sacred essence.
10 opportunities would mean 10 holy pools.
One pool's essence was worth nearly 500 million credits. 10 pools would amount to a staggering 5 billion.
If Su Chen continued absorbing at this rate, Yang Tao's position as director would vanish overnight.
At that thought, Yang Tao whirled around and rushed out of the hall, only to find students from the Beijing Metapsychic Academy standing outside, each wearing a smug, gleeful smirk.
Yang Tao's lips twitched uncontrollably, his heart churning with fury and desperation.
Suppressing his rage, he turned to Su Chen and pleaded, Su Chen, I beg you, please grant the remaining opportunities to your fellow students.
Will you agree? Director Yang, this request is rather difficult to fulfill.
A look of reluctant hesitation crossed Su Chen's face. Yang Tao gritted his teeth, steeling himself. Su Chen, I swear I'll secure for you cultivation opportunities at the holy pools of the Zhenwu, Guangwu and Beiwu academies.
That should settle it, shouldn't it?
He couldn't bear the loss alone.
If he was to divert Su Chen away, then Zhenwu, Guangwu and Beiwu would simply have to endure the sacrifice. After all, they'd never learn of Su Chen's inhuman absorption method. Su Chen coughed twice. Ahem, then Director Yang, I shall eagerly await your good news.
Zhenwu, Guangwu and Beiwu academies, alongside Beijing and Shanghai, were known collectively as the 5 great metapsychic academies. Their shadow holy pools were undoubtedly vast.
Rest assured, I'll even expend academy resources if necessary just to guarantee you one opportunity. Yang Tao thumped his chest resolutely.
Director Yang, you've grown devious. Chu Shangyang chuckled from the side, teasing him openly.
Yang Tao sighed helplessly, he had no choice. Every aspect of Su Chen defied reason.
Yang Tao now genuinely admired him, but also harbored a bitter pang of regret that Su Chen wasn't a student of the Shanghai Metapsychic Academy.
Then I won't accompany you back, Director Chu.
I plan to hunt monsters in the Shanghai Demon Caves to strengthen my cultivation. Since the Beijing Bloodbrute Ox Demon Cave was now inaccessible, he would head instead to the Golden Flame Giant Scorpion Clan Demon Cave near Shanghai. His goal: amass 2,000,000 slaughter points within 3 days, claim the Demon God Scroll, and then honor Li Qingqing's rendezvous.
Very well. Stay safe, young man.
The 100 School Tournament begins in 10 days, you must prepare thoroughly. Your opponent will be from Kunlun Mountain.
Chu Shangyang cautioned him. Understood, Director, I'm off.
He hurried away, his figure swiftly vanishing from sight. Kunlun Mountain shrouded in mist and cloud. Within a serene courtyard stood an ancient unadorned go-board.
Kong Weian gazed expectantly at Zhuge Zhongshan, a venerable elder with flowing white beard and an aura of celestial grace.
Brother Zhuge, might you divine the fortune awaiting my grandson Kong Ling upon his descent from the mountain? Zhuge Zhongshan nodded, faintly closed his eyes in concentration and exuded a soft ethereal radiance, the manifestation of his metapsychic ability.
Within seconds his expression hardened, his brows knotted tightly. Extreme misfortune. Kong Weian recoiled. Extreme misfortune. How could this be?
In this world, who dares harm a member of the Kong family?
Zhuge Zhongshan shook his head gently. The very purpose of your grandson's descent is itself an omen of grave peril. The purpose itself forebodes doom. Kong Weian murmured, stunned.
Then does this mean Kong Ling faces overwhelming danger in his confrontation with Su Chen? The revelation left him profoundly shaken.
Zhuge Zhongshan's divination ability, augmented by the Zhuge family's ancestral art, had never once erred.
Indeed, it appears Kong Ling stands no chance against Su Chen.
Impossible. My grandson's photon seed ability renders him invincible wherever light exists. How could Su Chen possibly prevail? Kong Weian exclaimed, unable to accept the verdict.
Zhuge Zhongshan sighed softly. I have revealed the truth. Whether you believe it or not is yours to decide.
Kong Weian fell silent for a long moment, striving to steady his emotions. Then he spoke again. Brother Zhuge, might you also divine Su Chen's future trajectory? I cannot rest easy otherwise.
Weian, it is not that I refuse, I simply cannot employ this art lightly. Each divination exacts a heavy toll upon my lifespan. Su Chen is merely a third-rank cultivator, not yet fully matured. He will demand little of your vitality. As compensation, I shall offer you a century-old willow heart to restore your vigor. Zhuge Zhongshan paused in contemplation, then gave a slow solemn nod. Very well. I shall attempt it. Truth be told, he too was deeply curious about Su Chen's destiny, and this was the perfect occasion to probe it. His divinatory art consumed exponentially more life force when applied to stronger beings, but Su Chen, still only third rank, should pose minimal risk. Closing his eyes, Zhuge Zhongshan whispered incantations under his breath, his hands tracing slow deliberate arcs through the air as he activated his metapsychic ability, Destiny's Mandate. As the spell unfolded, Su Chen's visage gradually coalesced before him in the air, yet when Zhuge Zhongshan sought to pierce beyond that image and glimpse Su Chen's future, he beheld only utter void. Zhuge Zhongshan's heart lurched. Why? Even for 10th rank masters I can perceive fragments of their destinies, yet Su Chen yields nothing but blankness. Before he could comprehend the anomaly, a thunderous roar erupted. Begone! Ugh! A colossal force slammed into Zhuge Zhongshan's body, his internal organs trembling as if shattered. He vomited a violent spray of blood-crimson droplets scattering across the go board. Blood streamed from his 7 orifices, his flesh withered instantly, decades of age collapsing upon him in an instant. His legs buckled, he swayed precariously, barely upright. Brother Zhuge, what has happened to you? Kong Weian rushed forward, catching the elder before he collapsed. Zhuge Zhongshan's lips trembled as he whispered, voice frail and hollow, this youth. I cannot discern even a single thread of his future. This single divination had cost him far more years than forecasting a 10th rank master, dozens of times more. Why was this mere 3rd rank youth so terrifying? There remained only one possibility: Su Chen's destiny lay beyond the reach of such base diviners as themselves. Kong Weian's pulse quickened. Brother Zhuge, are you jesting? You failed. This has never happened before. Could Su Chen truly be so uncanny? Zhuge Zhongshan weakly shook his head. It is heaven's decree. He withdrew from the go board. Kong Weian watched his retreating silhouette sinking into deep silent contemplation. Could it be the celestial sovereign foretold in the elder Zhuge's prophecy was not of Kunlun Mountain at all, but Su Chen instead? Unless he is a god. The first patriarch of the Zhuge family once left a prophecy that within these 10 years a son of heaven will emerge in the Dragon Kingdom, leading the people to launch a counterattack against the demon lairs and completely eliminate the immense threat they pose. Initially, before Su Chen appeared, he thought that the son of heaven was most likely a descendant of the Chen family. However, Su Chen's sudden emergence began to shake his belief. After much contemplation, he called Kong Ling. Once the call connected, Kong Ling's slightly puzzled voice came through. Hello Grandpa, why did you suddenly think of calling me? Linger, how was your time at the military academy? Kong Weian asked gently. It's alright, there's just no one around who can spar with me, it's really too boring. You truly are my Kong family's grandson. Kong Weian praised him first, then his tone suddenly turned serious. Linger, in the inter-school competition a week from now, if you face Su Chen, be sure to give it your all. You represent the majesty of Kunlun Mountain, this match must not be lost. If Kong Ling were to lose the match, it would not only mean a personal loss of face but would also signify that secular disciples could defeat Kunlun disciples, severely undermining Kunlun Mountain's prestige and authority in people's hearts. No matter how strong Su Chen's power is, Kong Ling absolutely cannot lose. Grandpa, why are you so nervous? It's just a Su Chen, what's the big deal? Linger. Do not underestimate him. If necessary, you can use my Kong family's ancestral secret techniques. Kong Weian repeatedly reminded him. Kong Ling scratched his head, wondering what was going on with his grandpa today. Why was he putting so much emphasis on a Su Chen, even to the point of letting him use the Kong family's secret techniques? If he uses the secret techniques, then Su Chen will have no chance of winning. Grandpa, I understand. This match must end in victory, not defeat. Also, if you have the opportunity, bring back a drop of his blood. After giving these instructions, Kong Weian hung up the phone. Taking blood is naturally to test Su Chen's destiny. The Zhuge family possesses a mysterious destiny stone which can determine a person's fate as long as a drop of blood is placed on it, categorizing it into 7 levels. A 1-star white light fate represents an ordinary person, while a 3-star blue light fate indicates a noble. And a 6-star golden light fate represents the son of heaven. Of course, there is also the 7th level, the 7-star black light fate, which represents the unknown. However, thus far 6-star and 7-star fates have never appeared. It remains uncertain which level Su Chen's fate belongs to. Testing it would help confirm whether he is indeed the son of heaven prophesied to save the Dragon Kingdom. Kong Ling looked at the already disconnected phone, feeling that his grandpa was acting a bit mysterious today. Although Su Chen's strength is impressive, it shouldn't warrant such wariness from his grandpa, right? When the competition arrives, he would directly unleash a myriad of light swords to see how Su Chen would respond. Inside the Golden Flame Scorpion Demon Lair, the atmosphere was starkly different from that of the Blood Barbarian Bull Demon Lair. The sky displayed a somber yellow hue shrouded in thick layers of dust. The entire terrain resembled a vast, desolate and terrifying desert gorge. As Su Chen ventured deeper, passing through the first, second and third layers, he hardly encountered a single golden flame scorpion, nor did he see a shadow of a person. He couldn't help but feel a hint of confusion and murmured, strange, where have all these people gone? It wasn't until he descended to the fourth layer that he finally saw a group of people gathered here. He quickly approached one man and patted him on the shoulder, asking, "Hey brother, why are there no shadows or golden flame scorpions in the first 3 layers?
The man's name was Lulu.
He turned his head, sizing Su Chen up, and smiled. "Little brother, you don't look like a local."
Su Chen nodded. "I came from the capital hoping to see what this demon lair is like. Can you tell me about the situation here?"
"Of course.
Our golden flame scorpion demon lair is quite different from your blood barbarian bull demon lair. The ancestral scorpions of the golden flame scorpions move in groups and their territorial awareness is extremely strong.
Generally, a group of golden flame scorpions will act together to drive away outsiders like us. To hunt them, we have also formed groups to resist them, and that's how it goes. In the golden flame scorpion demon lair, acting alone simply does not work. Only by relying on the strength of a team, a group of people can confront a group of scorpions to have a chance of survival. If they have more strong individuals, they can fight deeper layers. If the golden flame scorpions have more strong individuals, they might be driven back to the first layer."
Upon hearing this, Su Chen's eyes instantly lit up.
Isn't this the perfect place prepared for him to rack up slaughter points?
He loves this kind of overwhelming wave of enemies. That's when the slaughter is most thrilling.
"So now there are several hundred people here. What is everyone gathered for?"
Su Chen asked curiously. "Little brother, you may not know. We are waiting for a 4th-tier strong person to lead us into battle."
"Waiting for a 4th-tier strong person?"
"Yes.
We just detected that there are nearly 1,000 golden flame scorpions in the distant desert, among which is a golden armored giant scorpion with a strength of 4th-tier 2nd level. We are now waiting for a 4th-tier strong person to lead us into a fierce battle against them. In such confrontations, it is about kings against kings, generals against generals.
Currently they do not have any 4th-tier strong individuals, so they can only wait.
Once a 4th-tier strong person arrives, they will have the capital to fight the golden flame scorpions." Just as Su Chen was about to respond, he heard a flurry of panicked shouts from a far run. "The golden flame scorpions are coming for us." With the urgent warning from the scouts ahead, many people's faces turned pale and they hurriedly began to run towards the 3rd layer.
"Little brother, run.
Wait for our 4th-tier strong person to arrive before we counterattack." Lulu shouted back at Su Chen while running. However, Su Chen remained unmoved. Over 1,000 golden flame scorpions represented a substantial amount of slaughter points. Instead of fleeing with the others, he moved forward. Alone, he could become an army.
"Little brother. Are you crazy?"
Lulu shouted anxiously. This young man looked so young. Why was he acting so recklessly? Could it be that he was heartbroken over a woman and couldn't think straight? The hundreds of team leaders responsible for maintaining the evacuation order, Zhang Han, saw Su Chen going in the opposite direction and quickly stepped forward to grab his hand. "Little brother, don't go. It's better to wait for our 4th-tier strong person to arrive before counterattacking."
Su Chen turned around and calmly said, "Thank you for your kindness. I am confident in handling this."
Zhang Han was taken aback, thinking to himself what nonsense this kid was talking about. Looking at Su Chen, he seemed to be barely over 18 at best. He might possess 2nd-tier strength, right? To think he could take down 1,000 golden flame scorpions by himself was nothing short of a fantasy, unless he was nearly at 5th-tier strength.
"Little brother, are you really not planning to leave?" Zhang Han asked again.
"I'm not leaving you. Hurry and go. Don't worry about me," Su Chen urged. He certainly didn't want to have his kills stolen by the golden flame scorpions. He despised those who stole kills. "Captain Zhang, hurry and leave. Don't mind that kid." "Exactly. If that kid has the ability, then he's truly strong. If not, he's just a hot-headed rookie.
Just leave him be. If he insists on going, then let him go. In this demon lair, it's not unusual for people to die."
In their eyes, Su Chen was so young and surely had a low cultivation level. To resist 1,000 golden flame scorpions.
Unless he is a god, it's absolutely impossible.
Zhang Han said in a deep voice, "Young brother, take care of yourself." Staying behind was undoubtedly a path to death. Even though he was a legion commander, how could he be foolish enough to seek his own demise? He turned towards the swirling gate, preparing to escape. Just then the entire swarm of golden flame giant scorpions surged forth from the depths of the desert like a tide, their black and red bodies creating an overwhelming sight that sent shivers down the spine. Su Chen curiously gazed at the golden flame giant scorpion race. These giant scorpions were immense, the size of small cars, and bizarrely each had a human head growing atop their scorpion bodies. At the forefront of the scorpion swarm stood a majestic golden armored giant scorpion. Its body was covered in a hard shell that shimmered like flowing gold, and its long scorpion tail resembling a whip forged of gold curled behind it, with the stinger shining a dark golden hue.
Name: Golden Armored Giant Scorpion, Golden Flame. Race: Giant Scorpion. Bloodline: Level Elite.
Realm: 4th Stage, 2nd Layer. Note: the armor of the golden flame giant scorpion comes in various colors: gray, silver, gold, black and red, with higher colors indicating greater strength.
"Boy, why don't you avoid me?" the golden flame asked. Su Chen raised his gaze. "Neither servile nor arrogant. Why should I avoid?" The golden flame snorted coldly. "You're just a reckless little brat. I'll take you down first. This time I will drive your human race back to the 1st layer."
He aimed to push the human legion back to the first layer and force them back to the surface. After saying that, it swung its tail forward violently and thousands of golden flame giant scorpions the size of small cars surged toward Chen like a raging torrent. Chen stretched his limbs 1,000. That's enough to fill my teeth. He closed his eyes and with a thought eternal night descended. Suddenly a crescent moon appeared in the dust-colored sky, its cold light pouring down as darkness swiftly enveloped the entire desert within a 2-kilometer radius like a massive curtain. In the desert countless dark elements gathered like lively spirits, and in the blink of an eye they formed 3,000 shadow soldiers and 3 generals at the 8th stage of the 3rd layer. The golden flame was momentarily stunned at this sight. What is this thing? It silently cursed, wondering who was the one taking advantage of numbers. Meanwhile, Zhang Han and the hundreds of others who were evacuating were astonished as the sky suddenly darkened. They turned back in shock, and upon witnessing this breathtaking scene nearly all of them came to a halt. What? How can there be so many shadow soldiers? Could it be that young man conjured them? I can't believe it. I know who that young man is now. He is none other than Chen, the renowned figure from the capital. Mother, I have truly risen to prominence. 666. I thought he was just a reckless youth, but he single-handedly summoned an army. It seems I have been a fool. Zhang Han watched all this in silence for several moments, feeling a whirlwind of emotions. This was not merely a god, he was even more powerful than a god. He regretted not recognizing such greatness. A group of lowly soldiers, watch me obliterate you with a wave of my hand. The golden-armored giant scorpion roared angrily, slamming its forelimbs down onto the ground. A powerful force erupted like a shockwave, instantly sending a large number of shadow soldiers flying, turning them into nothingness. It looked at Chen with pride, taunting, boy, aren't you going to make a move? Just you. You don't deserve it. Witness the second phase of my summoning. With a command, the Tuan and Headless Knight appeared before everyone, marking the official start of the Legion's second phase. Headless Knight, this is your first battle. The Headless Knight nodded slightly and charged at the golden-armored giant scorpion atop a black warhorse, kicking up clouds of dust in the air. Tuan enhanced the shadow army. Chen commanded. Tuan obediently nodded, waving her small hand as hundreds of shadow soldiers were instantly clad in black shadow armor, significantly enhancing their strength. The Headless Knight received a crucial enhancement from Tuan, and its aura grew even stronger as if a war god had descended. This was just the beginning of the Legion. In the future it would become even more formidable. Could a single person pave the way through an entire demon den? Perhaps it was possible. Damn it! It felt an immense shame to have to fight against the enemy's summons as a proud golden-armored giant scorpion. Don't get distracted. The Headless Knight reminded, thrusting its long spear fiercely. The golden-armored giant scorpion hurriedly raised its claws to defend, but with a sharp sound its golden armor was pierced by the spear and fragments flew everywhere. The Headless Knight was momentarily stunned, surprised at its own newfound strength. It closed its eyes and sensed carefully, only to realize that the power of Eternal Night had doubled its strength. No wonder Chen's shadow soldiers were so formidable in the secret realm. It was due to the power of Eternal Night. And it was fortunate enough to enjoy the benefits of this power. So strong. The golden-armored giant scorpion was filled with shock. Both were at the 4th stage 2nd layer, yet why was the opponent so powerful? Come again. The Headless Knight's figure flickered, creating several doppelgangers that rushed towards the golden-armored giant scorpion like black phantoms. The golden-armored giant scorpion was pushed back step by step, utterly powerless to fight back as wounds multiplied on its body, blood staining its golden shell. Brothers! Charge! Kill these filthy scorpions! In the crowd behind, someone shouted, igniting the bloodlust of everyone who prepared to rush in and hunt the golden flame giant scorpions. Chen's gaze turned cold as he gripped the Death Scythe. Those who dare to cross me will die. What a joke. When he faced the scorpions alone at the beginning, they chose to flee, but now that he had the upper hand, they wanted to come and steal the kills. How could it be that easy? They couldn't die together and still hoped to snatch his kills. They should go and negotiate with his Death Scythe instead. The group exchanged glances, puzzled, their faces showing awkward expressions. Chen, young brother, what are you doing? Zhang Han stepped forward. I can handle these 1,000 giant scorpions, there's no need for everyone's help. Killing one less giant scorpion means several hundred fewer kill points. I'm not here to do charity. Commander. Some behind grew anxious. Seeing this, Zhang Han raised his hand. Everyone, do not cross the line. Who could he blame? They were the ones who chose to flee and didn't believe in Chen back then. Chen turned back. Let's finish this. A massive magic pool formed slowly in the desert, made of dark elements. Countless large ghostly claws reached out from the magic pool, dragging the group of golden flame giant scorpions into its depths. In moments, the golden flame giant scorpions were reduced to gleaming white bones, vanishing without a trace. Ding! Kill 3 tier 8 golden flame giant scorpion kill points. Ding! Kill 3 tier 9 golden flame giant scorpion kill points. 10 minutes later, the Headless Knight shouted, thrusting its spear fiercely, exploding the head of the golden-armored giant scorpion beneath its horse. All the 1,000 golden-armored giant scorpions were dead. A faint smile appeared on Chen's lips. What a thrill.
This massive slaughter was simply exhilarating. With this wave alone he gained 84,050 kill points. A few more waves and he could obtain the Monster God list. With the Monster God list the Shadow Army could undergo a qualitative improvement. Unfortunately he wondered if there was another such large group of golden flame giant scorpions waiting for him to slay. Behind him everyone stared at Su Chen and shocked their mouths agape. One person killing 1,000 golden flame giant scorpions in 10 minutes. Is this the strength of the number one person in the Dragon Kingdom's current generation? Su Chen, young brother, would you be willing to help us clear out the sand fortress at the entrance of the 5th layer to the north? There are nearly 2,000 golden flame giant scorpions in there. Zhang Han stepped forward with a hint of expectation in his eyes. That sand fortress had only recently been built, making it easy to defend but hard to attack, preventing them from entering the 5th layer. They had previously sought 5th and 6th stage powerhouses to attack, but the enemy would also send out 5th and 6th stage powerhouses to defend. However, under normal circumstances the strongest guards in that sand fortress would only be a few 4th stage 3rd layer golden armored giant scorpions. 2,000. Surely there aren't any traps in there. 2,000 golden flame giant scorpions could yield at least 100,000 kill points, securing the Monster God list. There won't be the strongest ones or a few 4th stage 3rd layer golden armored giant scorpions. Please, Su Chen, young brother, lead us in the northern expedition and we will definitely fight alongside you without holding back. Zhang Han quickly assured. Only by dealing with the golden flame giant scorpions in that sand fortress could they have a chance to enter the 5th layer. Su Chen pondered for a moment. There was no loss in going. 2,000 golden flame giant scorpions and a few 4th stage 3rd layer golden armored giant scorpions were indeed daunting, but even if he couldn't win he could still retreat safely. Moreover, Zhang Han also guaranteed that they would fight together without holding back. As for the truth of the matter, he would observe and see if it were genuine, then there would be no words to say but to fight together, increasing their odds of victory. If it were false, then he wouldn't hesitate to turn against them. All right. If that's the case, then let's march. Northern Expedition. P.S. Please give a 5-star review. The author will update vigorously. The slaughter begins. Zhang Han turned face alight with excitement and looked back at the legion behind him. Comrades, let us march north with Su Chen and shatter the obstacles before us. Brothers. Su Chen is magnanimous and forgives the past. From now on we must follow his steps and march north together. Yes. We doubted Su Chen before. Next time we must show our full strength and not betray his trust. Su Chen's face remained calm, and though those before him swore oaths with fervor, his heart was unmoved. Their words were rousing and impassioned, but when life and death truly hinged upon a moment, human frailty might make them flee swifter than anyone. Don't waste time. Commander Zhang, lead me to Shashi Fort at once. Zhang Han nodded hastily. Brother Su Chen, follow me. A throng set off in great procession, yellow sand billowing beneath their feet as they marched toward Shashi Fort in the distance. Shashi Fort. Inside the sand and stone hall hewn of earth and yellow loess. Report to Great King Jin Jiao. About 200 human soldiers lie 10 kilometers away. The highest among them has reached stage 3 tenfold, and they are advancing on our Shashi Fort. Should we summon reinforcements from the 5th layer? The Jinjia giant scorpion Jin Jiao furrowed his brow and the enormous pincers clicked. A legion. Where is Jin Yan? Did I not order him to drive that legion away? Lord Jin Yan is dead. Jin Jiao's pupils contracted sharply. What? Dead. There were clearly no 4th order elites in that troop. How could Jin Yan have perished? Great King, you are right, that legion indeed had no 4th order strong ones. However, there was a man named Su Chen. His summoned creature is 4th order 2nd tier, and he can form a shadow legion that wiped Lord Jin Yan's forces clean. The subordinate reported in detail, voice tinged with fear. Jin Jiao listened, fury burning in his eyes. Damn these humans. They killed my 5th brother. This grudge will not go unavenged. His gaze turned cold. Notify the remaining 5 scorpion marshals, have them return to Shashi Fort at once. I will personally cut down that human Su Chen in blood to avenge my 5th brother. Yes, my lord. The subordinate replied, then asked cautiously, my lord, shall we also summon our clan's powerful ones from the 5th layer? In the past, when humans brought 5th or 6th order champions, they would call for reinforcements in advance. That is why Shashi Fort has endured and blocked human passage to the 5th layer. Oof. The strongest is only a single 4th order 2nd tier summon. Do I need the 5th layer's forces to aid us? That would expose my weakness. No need. His 5 scorpion marshals each possessed 4th order 3rd tier strength. The one had died, 4 still remained. 4 against 1 would pulverize that 4th order 2nd tier summon with ease. Besides, Shashi Fort's forces were just reinforced by 3,000 Jin Yan giant scorpions. A 200-man legion. They could be annihilated with the flick of a claw. He intended to take Su Chen's head himself and hang it above Shashi Fort's gate in tribute to his 5th brother. Yes, my lord. I will summon the others at once. The subordinate hurried away, footsteps echoing through the empty hall. Jin Jiao snorted. Humans, this time you will not return. 2 hours later, on a rocky slope far from Shashi Fort, the wind and sand howled, stinging the eyes. Brother Su Chen, that fortress in the distance is Shashi Fort, Zhang Han said, pointing.
Su Chen lifted his gaze and beheld the small stronghold of rock and yellow lust standing resolute amid the blowing sand. At the very heart of Shushi Fort lay the vortex that led to the 5th layer. Tisk the Jin Yen giant scorpion clan are rather clever, he murmured. He asked the system inwardly, system how many slaughter points to raise to Fort Hoarder 1st tier. System only 200,000 slaughter points required. Su Chen fell silent for a moment. It seemed ascending from stage 3 tenfold to stage 4 1st tier demanded a heavy toll of slaughter points. After hesitating he asked again, and to perfect Qin Jun Wanma. System only 1500,000 slaughter points required. Su Chen's mouth twitched, his 80,000 slaughter points would not suffice then. System raise my cultivation to stage 3 tenfold. Before a great battle one should grow stronger if one can. System consumed 80,000 slaughter points. The host successfully ascended to stage 3 tenfold. Instantly Su Chen's aura shifted dramatically, stage 3 tenfold achieved. Now his chances of taking Shushi Fort alone had improved considerably. Little brother Su Chen, how do you propose we fight this battle? Zheng Han leaned closer to confer. Su Chen stroked his chin. Are you sure there are 2,000 Jin Yen giant scorpions inside? In any large engagement one must ascertain the enemy's strength. Know yourself and your enemy and you will never be defeated. Confirmed. The scouts I sent this morning observed about 2,000. The strongest are the 5 Jinjia giant scorpion brothers. You recently killed one, leaving 4 Jinjia giant scorpions at roughly Fort Hoarder 3rd tier. Zhang Han explained in detail. In that case I'll test the waters alone first. If the distribution is as reported you can come to support me, Su Chen said. If the force were truly distributed that way he could confidently take Shushi Fort alone. Brother Su Chen, are you sure this will work? Zheng Han voiced his worry. For Fort Hoarder 3rd tier Jinjia giant scorpions were not something Su Chen could simply handle. Do not worry, I alone am an army of thousands. Su Chen replied. With that he became a shadow and sped toward Shushi Fort, leaving only a blurred afterimage. Zheng Han hastily ordered all units be on alert. Except for the north, send a squad to scout each other direction. The terrain favored the Jin Yen giant scorpions too much, they must not be allowed to encircle us. Yes, Legion Commander. On the walls of Shushi Fort Jin Jiao watched the dark silhouette approach and curled his mouth into a grin. Finally. Without hesitation he raised his golden scorpion tail high. Die. The tip of the tail gleamed as green-purple venom formed into a lethal beam that whistled as it shot forth. Su Chen glanced up, a flicker of puzzlement in his eyes. He saw me. In a blur he easily evaded the green venom, struck and corroded the ground where it hit. Are you the Su Chen who killed my 5th brother? Jin Jiao's voice overflowed with rage and hatred. Su Chen felt a surge of confusion. How did a Jinjia giant scorpion know his name? So their movements had been exposed. If that was the case, then let the slaughter begin. A single strike shook the entire scene. It's me, so what? Su Chen stared directly at Jin Jiao, unafraid. The scorpion tail behind Jin Jiao trembled violently, emitting a spine-chilling screech. The numerous golden flame giant scorpions beneath the sandy fortress charged wildly towards Su Chen. Su Chen's expression shifted. Tuan Tuan, merge. A flash of black light passed and within moments Tuan Tuan successfully merged with Su Chen. A pair of massive wings unfurled from Su Chen's back, resembling a dark divine being soaring into the sky, rustling in the fierce winds. So what if you can fly? I can still bring you down. The densely packed golden armored giant scorpions raised their tails in unison, green venom spraying forth like a torrential rain, attacking Su Chen in the air, tracing deadly arcs. Using numbers to overwhelm the few. Sorry, that's my job. Su Chen's lips curled into a cold smile as the eternal night began shrouding everything in darkness. Legions of warriors followed suit. The headless knight summoned amidst a swirl of black mist. 3,000 shadow soldiers led by 3 third-tier shadow generals surged like a black tide towards the golden flame giant scorpions on the ground. The battle commenced. No wonder my 5th brother was killed by you. You do possess some strength. But today's sandy fortress will be your grave. You might want to take a look behind you. At that moment Su Chen heard a desperate cry for help from behind. Help! Ah! We can't handle these 4th-tier opponents. Woo-woo! We're surrounded. We can't escape. Damn it, if I had known I wouldn't have come to the northern expedition. Su Chen turned to see a 200-strong battalion cornered by 3 4th-tier golden armored giant scorpions along with thousands of their kind pressing in like an iron barrel. In an instant they found themselves trapped by the enemy, their situation precarious. Moreover, the gates of the sandy fortress swung wide open with a continuous stream of golden flame giant scorpions pouring out, completely blocking their escape. Brother Su Chen, we are surrounded. Zheng Han struggled to approach Su Chen, his face filled with helplessness and anxiety. I know. Su Chen remained calm. The moment Jin Jiao called his name he had anticipated being surrounded. However, at this moment a wave of uncontrollable excitement surged within him. Everything was still under his control. Su Chen. It's all your fault for bringing us here. Think of a way to get us out. Yeah, why did we have to come to the northern expedition? Now look at this. Hurry up and take us away. Enough.
Zhang Han quickly interjected, looking at Su Chen with guilt. Brother Su Chen, I'm sorry, this is my fault. Su Chen merely smiled, swinging the slaughtering demon scythe fiercely. Thud. 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 With several muffled thumps, those who had just complained were instantly cut in half, blood splattering everywhere. It was you who insisted on the northern expedition, it was you who spoke so sweetly. Now you blame me. Keep going. I don't mind killing you before dealing with these scorpions. He had long anticipated such a situation. After all, human hearts are hard to predict. The reason for bringing them along was certainly because if someone enjoys barking like a dog, killing them would earn him slaughter points. In the face of those who seek a share of the bounty in times of prosperity but betray you at the brink of death, keeping them alive is simply a waste of air. That strike instantly shocked the entire scene. The hundreds of people were so frightened they gulped, no longer daring to utter a word. Zhang Han looked at Su Chen, his eyes revealing a complex emotion. The decisiveness and ruthlessness of this young man were truly astounding. Everyone. Now is not the time for complaints. Only by fighting together can we have a glimmer of hope. As Zhang Han spoke, he resolutely charged into the scorpion swarm, wildly swinging his large blade. The others snapped back to reality, grabbing their weapons to fight back desperately. Su Chen. Look at what your kind are like, scheming and filthy to the core. Jin Jiao mocked. What does it matter to you? Su Chen coldly replied, then turned to the headless knight. Hold back those 3 4th-tier golden armored giant scorpions behind me. You'll deal with Jin Jiao first. The headless knight was momentarily stunned, secretly complaining, wasn't I supposed to take on 3 by myself? Yet he said nothing and rode towards the 3 golden armored giant scorpions. You, a 3rd-tier 10th level, want to challenge me? You'll find out when you try. Su Chen flapped his wings forcefully, and in the blink of an eye he wielded the slaughtering demon scythe, striking at Jin Jiao. So fast! Jin Jiao exclaimed, quickly raising his pincers to defend. However, the moment the slaughtering demon scythe made contact with the pincers, a crisp cracking sound echoed and the pincers were left with a massive gash, the hard exterior shattering all around. Is this a life-bound spiritual weapon? Jin Jiao's eyes brimmed with shock, a sense of ominous premonition surged within him. It must be a life-bound spiritual weapon, otherwise it wouldn't possess such astonishing power. You only realize it now. Too late. The abyssal pool appeared and a massive ghostly claw reached out from the pool, seizing Jin Jiao and rendering it immobile. Shadow sword dance. Dozens of shadow swords circled around him before simultaneously striking at Jin Jiao, their sword shadows flickering. Jin Jiao was caught off guard by this series of attacks and let out an angry roar. Damn you, kid. It struggled to swallow a flame crystal stone. As the stone entered its belly, golden flames erupted from its body, wrapping it in a layer of golden crystals like donning a sturdy armor. Break! Jin Jiao exerted force with its pincers, severing the ghostly claw and successfully breaking free. Su Chen. I admit you have some strength. But this is my territory. Jin Jiao shook its arms violently and countless flames swirled into a massive tornado, charging towards Su Chen like a giant red dragon, igniting the air with a sizzle. So what if it's your territory? I, Su Chen, will still defeat you. With a flicker of shadow he evaded while instantly ascending into the sky. Raising his hand, countless black shadow claws emerged from the void, descending like a black python upon Jin Jiao. The thunderous roar deafened. The golden Jiao, originally encased in crystals, began to crack under the assault of the shadow claws, countless dark elements corroding its body like venom. Characteristic corrosion was vividly displayed at this moment. The destructive power of these dark elements. How can it be so strong? Jin Jiao was filled with confusion. The destructive power of dark elements rivaled that of lightning. Moreover, these dark elements continuously eroded its defenses like a festering wound, causing it immense pain. Why was this human youth so powerful? Ha ha! Even in death I will completely eliminate your soldiers. Jin Jiao's pincers plunged into the ground. In the center of the shadow soldiers a massive fiery tornado emerged like a gigantic vortex, sucking in a large group of shadow soldiers, shredding them into wisps of dark elements. The originally dominant shadow soldiers were suddenly counterattacked and suppressed by the golden flame giant scorpions. The situation took a drastic turn. Su Chen's gaze turned cold, his purple eyes slowly swirling. I don't know if I'll live or die, but you definitely should die. Instant prison shadow kill formation. The headless knight returns. Dozens of dark shadows emerged around the golden horn, each gripping a curved blade as they lunged toward the massive golden horn. Ha ha ha. Su Chen. If you kill me today, my remaining 3 brothers will not let you go. They will surely avenge me. Fool will kill you first before going after them. Su Chen activated the instant shadow killing array. Countless black afterimages flashed by, and under this terrifying assault the golden horn was sliced into countless pieces, blood splattering everywhere. It didn't even let out a final scream before perishing. Huff. That was truly difficult. Su Chen sighed deeply. Killing enemies at the 3rd-tier level was still somewhat challenging, but fortunately the result was satisfying. He slowly turned around, his gaze sweeping across the battlefield. The Shadow Legion had lost many members after the ferocious onslaught of the flaming tornado. On the opposite side, the golden flame giant scorpions still numbered in the thousands, with 3 of them being 4th-tier 3rd-stage existences. Seeing this scene, Su Chen slightly squinted, lost in thought.
Should he use a petal of the world-destroying Black Lotus to test its power? After all, his greatest trump card was this terrifying world-destroying Black Lotus. At that moment, Zhang Han, drenched in blood, stumbled over.
Su Chen. I'm sorry for what I've done to you. I covered for you, so you must escape now.
His eyes were filled with guilt. He felt he had wronged Su Chen. If he hadn't insisted on the northern expedition, how could they have ended up in such dire straits?
Su God, run. You are the pride of our dragon kingdom, you cannot die.
Yes, we are all in our 30s, dying to protect you is worth it. Voices rose and fell among them, their faces displaying a resolute acceptance of death. This battle seemed predetermined with no chance of victory. They had less than 100 people left, including Su Chen, while the opposing side still had thousands of golden flame giant scorpions along with 3 formidable 4th-tier third-stage foes. The only thing they could do was to make amends and ensure Su Chen survived.
Oof. You think you can run after killing my brother?
In the distance, the 3 brothers Jin Mu, Jin Tu and Jin Shui glared with fiery hatred. They simultaneously swallowed flame crystal stones, igniting a blazing fire that transformed the crystals into armor tightly adhering to their bodies.
Brothers, avenge our elder brother.
Jin Mu directly threw out a deathmatch scroll which quickly unfurled in midair, enveloping the entire battlefield.
System, what is that scroll? Su Chen asked curiously as he looked at the scroll.
Ding. Deathmatch scroll. Only by killing the user of this scroll can one leave the area of this deathmatch. Su Chen felt a smile coming on. This was the first time he encountered something so deadly.
Su Chen. I'm sorry we have harmed you.
Zhang Han's eyes were filled with despair and sorrow. He understood the deathmatch scroll, knowing that only by killing the user could one escape this range. But Su Chen had just killed the golden horn, which must have consumed a significant amount of source energy.
Now preparing to deal with those 3 4th-tier third-stage powerful enemies was undoubtedly a hopeless situation.
Harmed me. The ones who should tremble are them.
Since the golden armored giant scorpions were so eager for death, he would oblige. Su Chen flickered, leaping into the air.
So I have to kill you to leave here, right?
That's right, you alone cannot defeat us 3 today. We will behead you and use your head as a punching bag.
Jin Mu's face revealed a wild grin. He had just witnessed Su Chen exhaust almost all his trump cards to kill their elder brother, and the 3 of them were no weaker than their brother.
Su Chen chuckled lightly. Headless Knight, come back, you've worked hard.
The Headless Knight was filled with rage. He had just been beaten without the ability to fight back. Now called back by Su Chen, he reluctantly turned to leave.
What? You still think you can confront us 3 alone?
With those trump cards of yours?
Jin Mu scoffed. You know nothing about my trump cards.
Su Chen closed his eyes, his source energy surging as 5 petals of the world-destroying Black Lotus slowly emerged from the river of source energy. As the world-destroying Black Lotus appeared, an utterly terrifying aura of destruction instantly swept through the field.
What is that?
A spiritual treasure. Jin Mu's face was filled with shock. He was horrified. Why could this person refine a spiritual treasure at just the 3rd tier? Moreover, it seemed he had seen this spiritual treasure in the spiritual treasure compendium. It seemed to be that the legendary 12th grade world-destroying Black Lotus.
Die.
Su Chen prepared to use the world-destroying Black Lotus when he suddenly heard the system prompt sound.
Ding.
Congratulations to the host for accumulating 100,000 kill points. The demon god list has been issued. Su Chen was slightly stunned, realizing he had already accumulated 140,000 kill points, just reaching the 100,000 threshold. A glint of surprise flashed in his eyes as he retracted the world-destroying Black Lotus and took out the demon god list.
Headless Knight, obey my command. The world-destroying Black Lotus could not be used until a critical moment, so it was time to see if the demon god list would be helpful.
The Headless Knight was somewhat puzzled but still respectfully said, I obey.
Become one of my 12 demon gods.
With a wave of Su Chen's hand, the demon god list instantly flew out and unfolded in the air. The entire demon god list resembled an ancient scroll divided into 12 boxes, each corresponding to a unique pattern, including dragons, battle helmets, swords, and so on to 12 types in total. Then in the 3rd box, the pattern of a battle helmet suddenly illuminated and the Headless Knight was instantly drawn into it by a powerful... In an instant, the system prompt also rang out.
Ding.
The Headless Knight has successfully been recorded in the 3rd position of the demon god list. As the system prompt sounded, the battle helmet pattern in the 3rd box also transformed. It became a depiction of the Headless Knight wielding a spear while riding a warhorse. The Headless Knight emerged riding the warhorse, which trod upon the void. Name Headless Knight, realm 4th tier 3rd stage bloodline, royal attribute dark, selected for the 3rd position of the demon god list, gain demon god power 100, increase in physique, shadow warhorse can tread upon the void note. Currently the compatibility with the 3rd demon god position is 25.
Achieving 50 will upgrade the bloodline to a holy level bloodline. The enhancement would also increase accordingly.
Su Chen gazed at this panel, his breath becoming slightly rapid.
My goodness.
Is this the special reward of 100,000 demon god list?
This is simply heaven-defying.
Not only can it enhance the bloodline of demon beasts, but it can also grant them special powers,
allowing the warhorse to tread upon the void. This perfectly compensates for the Headless Knight's lack of aerial combat capabilities.
The headless knight felt the elevation of its bloodline, feeling several times stronger than before.
Is this the royal level bloodline?
After experiencing the baptism of the demon god position, not only did its realm improve but its bloodline also received a qualitative enhancement.
Even the shadow warhorse could walk upon the void.
Su Chen issued his command, now crush them. If he could avoid acting himself he would, and this was a perfect opportunity to test the current strength of the headless knight. Hearing this, the headless knight turned its crimson eyes toward the three golden armored giant scorpions. The grudge from your earlier assault on me.
Now I will return it blow by blow. I yearn so desperately to improve.
What oppressive bloodline pressure. The three Jinmu brothers jolted involuntarily, taking a step back in unison.
The headless knight before them exuded a bloodline aura utterly unlike the one before, inspiring dread in their hearts.
The headless knight swept his spear in a violent arc, carving a dusky purple trail through the air.
You three are surrounded by me alone.
The pent-up humiliation and fury that had been simmering within him burst forth at this moment. The shame of being beaten senseless by these three earlier would now be returned 100-fold.
Times have changed, my lord. The era has already been rewritten by the king's boon. Do not be arrogant.
Even if you have grown stronger, the three of us united can still grind you to dust. The Jinmu's colossal pincers crashed into the ground, spraying broken stone high into the air.
In ancient times, three heroes fought Lubu. Today, three scorpions warred with the headless knight.
Silence.
The headless knight leveled his spear. The king's command is that I utterly crush you.
Only Su Chen is worthy of being called king.
No one else but Su Chen deserves that title.
Previously it regarded Su Chen as an ally of convenience, but when the power of the Yao God Seat poured into its bloodline, and the barrier of its realm shattered with a thunderous crack, only frenzied devotion remained in its heart. There was no choice. Su Chen had given it too much, it hungered to advance.
From this day forth, this human youth would be its sole sovereign.
Kill. The shadow warhorse shrieked as it stamped across the void. The headless knight stooped and lunged with his spear like a tide-breaking cliffs, aiming straight for the gold-armored giant scorpion.
Golden flame storm.
The three Jinmu brothers formed an instant triangular phalanx, closing ranks as their enormous pincers slammed the earth together. A roaring inferno erupted from the ground, sweeping sand and shattered rock into the air, coalescing into a flaming storm dozens of zhang across in diameter.
Oof. Can you withstand the blow of the three of us?
Jinmu taunted with insolence.
Shall I step in?
Su Chen's voice came from the rear.
Lord. Do not underestimate me. The headless knight's battle lust burned yet hotter at the name.
He spun with sudden ferocity, his spear flashing as it whirled. With each stroke a clone identical to himself took shape, spear in hand, charging into the golden flamestorm. Disperse. Dozens of clones hurled themselves into the heart of the fiery tempest, where golden flame and shadowy elements collided and annihilated one another in cataclysmic bursts. Seizing the storm's momentary weakening, the headless knight became a streak of darkness and dove into the storm's core. He thrust his spear with savage force. Surging dark elements burst forth like a tidal wave, tearing the raging golden flamestorm apart from within. Impossible. How could you grow to such a degree? Among equals, by what right do you stand alone against three? The three Jinmu brothers watched the dissipating flames, their scorpion carapaces shivering violently. Their realms were comparable, yet why did his power, speed, and defenses exceed theirs by innumerable times?
By what right?
The headless knight leveled his spear at the three scorpions.
By my king, Su Chen.
The shadow steed sprang into the air as the headless knight gathered his force and drove the spear like a falling star, impaling Jinmu's skull with merciless precision. A crisp skull-splitting sound rang across the battlefield. Golden ichor mingled with brain matter as Jinmu's vast body crashed down lifeless.
Under the eternal night, all life is but ants. Run. Flee.
Jinshui and Jinta watched their second brother fall in an instant and were struck with abject terror. They were dumbfounded. When the headless knight had been losing, he suddenly glitched into such overwhelming strength.
This human is such a cheat. Run.
If the king wishes you dead, how can you expect to survive? The warhorse's hooves struck the void as it closed on the fleeing pair. The spear stabbed again, piercing Jinshui's skull with unerring accuracy. With a twist of the tip, Jintu's head was pulverized into pulp. Headshot after headshot, fortune relentless, both scorpions fell motionless and bereft of life. Having dispatched the enemies, the headless knight turned his steed and respectfully approached Su Chen, dropping to one knee.
My king. I have fulfilled my duty without shame. The enemy leaders have been annihilated.
Very good, impressive indeed.
Su Chen's eyes shone with approval.
Enrolling the headless knight among the 12 Yao gods not only sent its power soaring but also sealed its loyalty at full tilt.
One stone, two birds.
Moreover, any being entered into the Yao God register exists and dies at his whim. There is no worry of betrayal. All this power is granted by the Yao God seat vested by the king.
The headless knight's tone grew ever more reverent.
After a moment of silence, he pleaded again, I beg the king to grant me a name.
Su Chen rubbed his chin.
I shall call you Kailuan.
Thank the king for the name. I Kailuan swear to follow the king unto death. Su Chen shook his head and smiled inwardly. The headless knight spoke with such ritualized flattery.
At that very moment the remaining 1,000 or so Jinyan giant scorpions seeing their leaders fall scattered in a panic stampede desperate to flee that land of death. Chen lifted his gaze, a steely chill passing through his eyes. He raised his right hand. Since you have come, remain and become white bones. As the words fell, the earth convulsed. A vast black demon pool manifested from thin air. Countless inky phantom claws writhed in its waters like a swelling tide, lashing out at the fleeing Jinyan giant scorpions. Piercing shrieks rose and fell. In an instant the 1,000 scorpions were dragged by spectral claws into the demon pool. When the pool dissipated, only a field of bleached bones remained. System slain Tier 3 tenfold Jinyan giant scorpion slaughter points. System notifications chimed exquisitely within Chen's mind as they continued to register. Around him the surviving legionaries remained dazed, their minds slow to process what had occurred. They looked at one another in stunned disbelief, dazzled by the narrowness of their survival. We lived. Did we really live? Ha ha ha. We won. We actually took the sandstone fort. No, it was Chen. It was Chen alone who overturned fate and captured the sandstone fort. Indeed. Otherwise how could one be called a god? A fleeting display of divine might places him where we cannot hope to tread. Zhang Han stood among the crowd looking at the scene with a swirl of emotions. He had never imagined that an apparently hopeless situation could be so effortlessly reversed by Chen. He forced a wry smile and shook his head. After 20 years of bitter cultivation he found that Chen's single month of progress surpassed him. The contrast filled him with shame. Yet then he thought, with such a prodigy in the Dragon Kingdom, what cause for despair would the future hold? Brother Chen, if not for you today our army would have been wiped out long ago. Zhang Han hurriedly strode to Chen's side, his voice thick with gratitude and admiration. Commander Zhang need say no more. Chen waved his hand and turned his gaze to the distant sandstone fort. Lead the living to destroy the fort and cleanse the battlefield. Zhang Han nodded, then barked orders loudly. All men heed my command. Follow me in dismantling the sandstone fort, clearing the field and tending to the wounded. The sandstone fort campaign had been won miraculously and without catastrophe. At Chen's gesture the Yaoshan register floating in the sky descended and shrank to the size of his palm, settling into his hand. Yaoshanpo can record 12 Yao gods inheriting the 12 Yao god seats. Each Yao god gains bloodline amplification and enhanced strength. The register forms its own independent pocket world. An independent pocket world. What a pleasant surprise. A glint of delight passed Chen's eyes. The headless knight could not be expected to cram into the same space as the others forever. The pocket world that comes with the Yaoshan register could serve as Kailuan's dwelling, a pillow delivered to the dozing. As for what came next, Chen intended naturally to collect other beasts fit for Yao god seats and form a shadow legion. If he sought to become the shadow sovereign, how could he lack a fearsome shadow army beneath his banner? System, how many slaughter points are required to reach the next stage of upgrade? Chen asked inwardly. With a goal one gains the impetus to move forward. Like a supplicant courting favor, a goddess's small rewards spur one to greater devotion. Ding. The next stage requires accumulation of 5,000,000 slaughter points. What the, so many? Chen's mouth twitched. 5 million seemed a distant mountain to climb. But he reconsidered. 1,000,000 slaughter points had already bought him a world-defying treasure like the Yaoshan register. 5 million must hold rewards far more tempting. With that thought Chen's spirit reignited. Staring at the slaughter points counter he said in a low voice, system. Allocate points. Earning slaughter points was after all simply about funneling them into upgrades to savor the thrill. A battle of wits. System raised the blood condensation level to the 18th cycle. Consume 5,000 slaughter points. Blood condensation successfully reaches the 18th cycle. As the system prompt sounded, Chen slightly closed his eyes. A warm current surged from his heart and his spirit rippled like a lake caressed by a spring breeze. He felt an unprecedented clarity and comfort throughout his entire being. His perception of the surroundings rapidly expanded like ripples, with the range increasing by double. Ding. Host successfully condenses blood to the 18th cycle, unlocking spiritual power cultivation. Hearing this prompt, Chen's heart filled with joy as he eagerly glanced at the system panel, noticing a new column for spiritual power realm. The spiritual power also has its realm divisions: initial understanding, concentration, object control, divine seed, transformation, nascent spirit. Each realm is further divided into 10 minor levels similar to the cultivation tier divisions. There are a total of 9 realms of spiritual power, but Chen currently only knows that the highest is the 7th realm. The strongest spiritual power user in the entire Dragon Kingdom is only at the 5th realm of transformation. At this realm spiritual power can condense into tangible weapons and more. The reason why the highest spiritual power users are only at the 5th realm is due to the difficulty of cultivating spiritual power, akin to climbing treacherous peaks that stretch into the clouds, several times harder than realm cultivation. It not only requires exquisite spiritual power techniques but also support from rare materials and treasures. To this Chen's lips curled slightly upward. Can't I just spend points? System raised the nightmarish weaving technique to the 3rd realm. Consume 5,000 slaughter points. Nightmarish weaving technique successfully reaches the 3rd realm. Dream weaving with the remaining 8,000 slaughter points. Chen allocated all of them to opening spiritual veins. 8,000 slaughter points opened a total of 88 veins. The speed of recovering source energy within his body became as swift as an arrow, doubling in speed, and the absorption of heavenly source energy also increased by several times.
Ha! System open the panel. Su Chen took a deep breath.
Name: Su Chen, Realm 3rd Stage, 10th Layer, Ability S Level, Eternal Night, Monarch, Cultivation Method, Shadow Ability, Cultivation Method, Bone Refinement, 10th Cycle, Golden Bone, Blood Condensation, 18th Cycle, Spiritual Veins, 88 Spiritual Power, Uncultivated Companion, Spirit Tool S Level, Slaughter Magic, Scythe, Fate, Spirit Treasure, 12th Grade, Extinction, Black Lotus Techniques, Limitless Spirit Source Art, 3rd Layer, 9 Underworld, Immortal Body, 2nd Layer, Nightmarish Weaving Technique, 3rd Layer, Combat Skills, 3rd Stage, Corroding Dark Bat Attack, True Intent, 3rd Stage, Shadow Flash, Great Success, 2nd Stage, Shadow Claw, True Intent, 2nd Stage, Dark Abyss, Demon Pool, True Intent, 6th Stage, Instant Prison, Shadow Killing Formation Entry, 5th Stage, Underworld, 9 Slashes, Great Success, 4th Stage, Shadow Shield, Great Success, 5th Stage, Underwater, Shadow Claw, True Intent, 6th Stage, Shadow Ray Sword Dance Entry, 8th Stage, 1000.
Armies. Still lacking slaughter points.
Su Chen frowned slightly, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. His spiritual power had not yet been improved and his realm had not reached the 4th Stage and 1st Layer. However, he quickly regained his calm, already formulating new plans to develop in the area of curse combat techniques. Brother Su Chen, we discovered a large amount of this crystal stone in the sandstone fortress. Zheng Han hurriedly approached, holding a flame crystal stone in his hand, its surface glowing with a fiery light resembling a dancing flame. Su Chen raised his gaze, activating the inspection function. Instantly, flame crystal stone can enhance defenses against burning flames when consumed by the golden flame giant scorpion and can also be refined into a one-time attack treasure for use. How many are there? Su Chen's eyes lit up. This was a rare treasure.
They're all here.
Zheng Han handed over a storage ring.
Su Chen took the storage ring and glanced inside at the quantity of flame crystal stones.
This sight left him momentarily stunned, stacked like a small mountain.
This one is worth a considerable amount, it's all money.
He calmed his emotions. I'll take it. It's not suitable to stay here for long, we should return first. His gaze turned towards the ruins of the sandstone fortress ahead. This battle ended perfectly.
Brother Su Chen, once we're outside, would you like to have a drink together?
Zheng Han's eyes held a hint of desire. Making friends with Su Chen would surely be worthwhile.
No, I need to return to the capital. Su Chen slightly shook his head. He should go find Li Qingqing for their appointment.
Zheng Han's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment, yet he forced a smile and said, all right, let's head back. The group turned to leave, leaving only the white bones in the wind telling the tale of the aftermath of this great battle.
2 days later at night. Li family in the capital, family banquet.
In the spacious and bright living room, elegantly decorated, the lights shining brilliantly. The soft light cast on the exquisite furniture, creating a warm yet solemn atmosphere. The head of the Li family, Li Shanzi, sat at the main seat, his gaze sweeping over the gathered guests with an authoritative air. Are we all here?
Not yet, Dad, my boyfriend will arrive soon. Li Yanwan replied in a soft voice. Oh. Yanwan has a boyfriend now.
Whose child is he?
Li Shanzi asked with great interest, a hint of anticipation surfacing on his face. You'll know soon, Dad.
Your daughter's taste will surely not disappoint you. Just as she spoke, the person she mentioned arrived.
Uncle Aunt.
A young man in a white suit walked in with a smile. With elegant demeanor and graceful bearing, he was the son of the Bai family, a first-rate power in the capital Baian.
Ha, so it's the eldest son of the Bai family, Baian. Please take a seat.
Li Shanzi quickly rose to greet him, a wide smile on his face. The aristocratic families in the capital are divided into top tier and first-rate, with the Li family being first-rate, while the Bai family is stronger than the Li family. Moreover, Baian is also in class ability prodigy, worthy of being paired with his daughter.
Li Yanwan stepped forward, linking her arm with Baian's. Baian, quickly take out the gift you brought for my parents.
Baian nodded, taking out a storage ring. Uncle Aunt, it's my first time visiting, so I brought some gifts for you, a 100-year longevity fruit that can prolong life and a beauty pill offered to you both.
Ha ha.
Since you're here, there's no need for gifts. Li Shanzi's wife Chu Lanfang quickly took the items, her eyes flashing with surprise, her smile even more radiant. Li Shanzi nodded in satisfaction. Baian, after sitting down, there's no need to be so polite.
Baian smiled politely. Of course, after all, Yanwan is my girlfriend.
Yes, Dad, that's how it should be for Baian. Li Yanwan giggled, then turned the conversation. Sister, for today's family banquet, I remember you also have a boyfriend you're bringing back, right? She was trying to overshadow Li Qingqing in every aspect.
Surely the person Li Qingqing brought back would be some commoner.
After all, Li Qingqing had a proud personality and did not associate with children of aristocratic families.
She couldn't think of anyone else besides those commoners.
Once that person arrived, Baian would directly crush him in every aspect. Baian was a sophomore in college, ranked 8th on the 100 schools ladder. This world values innate talent as well as the speed of cultivation and strength. What could that commoner compare with Baian? Li Qingqing slightly nodded. He's on his way here.
Oh. Qingqing, you brought back a boyfriend too. Which family's disciple is he?
Li Zetian was the first to show concern about whose family's disciple it was. Dad, my sister is so proud that she must have brought back some poor commoner, right?
Don't you think so, sister?
Li Yanwan said with a mocking expression, a hint of disdain in her tone.
Li Qingqing remained calm and nodded, yes, he is a commoner.
Su Chen's identity is indeed that of a commoner, but who would dare look down on him being the number one in this generation in the Dragon Kingdom?
Slap in the face. Nonsense. A lowly commoner. Are you bringing him back to embarrass us?
Li Shanzi slammed the table, standing up abruptly, his face and eyes filled with fury. In his view, the principle of social status is an iron law. How could Li Shanzi's daughter possibly be with a commoner?
I can like whoever I want and you have no right to interfere.
Even though you gave birth to me, you have no obligation to raise me. Li Qingqing did not back down and stared directly at Li Shanzi.
You're rebelling.
If you dare to be with that commoner, I will immediately have you marry the elder of the Chu family. Li Qingqing's body trembled at the mention of the elder of the Chu family, filled with disgust and fear. A wave of despair surged in her heart. She wanted to escape this family but saw no glimmer of hope. Sister, when your boyfriend arrives, don't cry in shame because of my brother Bayan. Li Yanwan curled her lips into a mocking smile and deliberately raised her voice. Bayan watched the scene, suddenly realizing that his girlfriend was putting pressure on her own sister. He slightly raised his chin, feeling secretly pleased. When a commoner arrives, he could easily crush him. After all, he was ranked 8th in the prestigious Kyoto Inter-University League and was at the 3rd level of cultivation. Aside from Mu Shuer and Su Chen, very few could compete with him.
When he arrives, you'll see.
Li Qingqing slightly lowered her head, her hair falling to cover her expression. She wondered how this group would react upon seeing Su Chen. If he's late, it must mean he's too scared to come.
Li Yanwan pouted.
Li Qingqing pursed her lips, falling silent for a moment. The messages she sent to Su Chen a few days ago had not received a reply, and she had no confidence that Su Chen would actually come.
If Su Chen didn't come, perhaps she really couldn't escape this tragic fate. Oh. It's so lively here.
A shadow flashed as Su Chen walked in directly. Everyone's eyes turned to Su Chen, looking at each other, their expressions filled with surprise and confusion.
How did Su Chen get here? Su Chen. What brings you here?
Li Shanzi's tone suddenly became flattering. Su Chen walked to Li Qingqing's side, wrapping an arm around her waist with a faint smile on his face.
Oh, I'm Qingqing's boyfriend, and I'm also the lowly commoner you just mentioned.
He had clearly heard every word of their conversation outside. Having understood their true colors, he knew how to handle them.
What? You are Qingqing's boyfriend?
Li Shanzi's smile instantly froze, cold sweat pouring down. He felt his legs weaken as if he could collapse at any.
What a joke. Why didn't you tell me that commoner was Su Chen? Although Su Chen is a commoner, he is backed by Hua Zhanxiong. Moreover, his current achievements must have caught the attention of Long Yan, the head of the Dragon Kingdom army.
It can be said that Su Chen not only has the formidable Hua Zhanxiong behind him but also the towering figure of Long Yan. He truly must want to die to dare insult Su Chen like that. Bayan beside him gaped, thinking, no way bro, you should have told me that commoner was Su Chen. Had I known, I wouldn't have come. This is just looking for humiliation. Is this a marketplace? He had wanted to show off in front of everyone but unexpectedly encountered someone of such stature.
Meanwhile, jealousy filled Li Yanwan's eyes, burning like a raging fire. Why does Li Qingqing get to be Su Chen's girlfriend?
One Su Chen is worth a pile of Bayan. In front of Su Chen, Bayan is nothing.
No way, such an outstanding man must be hers.
Su Chen leaned closer to Li Qingqing's ear and softly said, so how was my timing?
Just in time. Thank you.
Li Qingqing's eyes were filled with joy and a warm current surged in her heart. At this moment it was truly satisfying.
A man's charm lies in his ability to solve problems.
In this moment Su Chen's appeal made her somewhat entranced.
Ha ha ha. Son-in-law, quickly sit down.
Chu Lanfang's attitude did a complete 180, her face brimming with smiles as she eagerly invited him. No, I can't accept that. After all, I'm just a lowly commoner. Su Chen replied with a faint smile, his voice tinged with sarcasm. These words instantly soaked Li Shanzi's back in sweat.
Su Chen, I was wrong. I am the lowly commoner. This cannot be taken lightly. Su Chen is not someone to offend, and neither are Hua Zhanxiong and Long Yan.
Su Chen let out a cold laugh, directly sitting at the main seat with his legs crossed.
Oh fine, let's eat.
The Li family members are all too materialistic. He owes them no courtesy. He would act as he pleased. Who cares about commoners and lowly people?
There is no difference in worth among people. Li Shanzi looked at Su Chen sitting down in the main seat without any complaints and said, bring the wine. Su Chen, it's your first time meeting the parents, don't you know to bring a gift?
Li Yanwan's jealousy burst forth like a flood, causing her to lose her rationality as she spoke angrily. With Su Chen's arrival, everything had changed and she was unwilling to accept it.
Su Chen pretended to look suddenly enlightened, saying, oh no, I forgot to bring a gift. Su Chen, my dear son-in-law, that's not true. Your presence is the best gift. Li Shanzi hurriedly smiled and said. Yes, yes. Son-in-law, your presence is already wonderful. Chu Lanfang echoed. As long as the Li family can cling to Su Chen, their bright future will be just around the corner.
Li Yanwan trembled all over her face, turning red with anger.
How could this happen?
Why are her parents all helping Su Chen?
Isn't he just a bit better than others, just a talented person?
That doesn't compare to what my brother Bayan prepared.
Li Yanwan spoke proudly, finally finding a chance to belittle Su Chen, secretly rejoicing. Bayan beside her swallowed hard, feeling helpless, thinking, no way, don't drag me into this. I told him not to prepare anything. Li Qingqing stepped in to smooth things over. Yes, it's true, I told my family not to prepare anything, but I still prepare. Su Chen's lips curled into a mysterious smile. If one is going to act, they must go all out. Oof. If you have the ability, show it. Li Yanwan scoffed dismissively, curling her lips. Su Chen was just putting on a front. What good could he possibly have? Su Chen then took out a delicate box and handed it to Li Shanze. Head of the Li family, see if this gift meets your expectations. Li Shanze was a bit confused, wondering silently if Su Chen really brought something. He carefully opened the brocade box, revealing a golden token engraved with a golden dragon which appeared before everyone's eyes. His body jolted and his face instantly turned pale. Ah ha ha ha. Su Chen. I can't accept this gift. Please take it back. At that moment he truly wanted to scold Li Yanwan. How could he have such a foolish daughter? This is the dragon token. Even top-tier families might not possess such a thing. How could he dare to accept it? If he accepted this dragon token, he might live to regret it. Li Yanwan gazed at the token, her delicate brows furrowed, filled with confusion and innocence. It's just a token, how could it be more precious than the gift my brother Bayan brought? Li Shanze, upon hearing this, was momentarily stunned, then without hesitation slapped Li Yanwan across the face. Smack. The crisp sound of the slap echoed suddenly. The force of Li Shanze's strike sent her staggering to the ground. Rebellious daughter. Do you know what this is? Li Shanze roared in fury, his eyes filled with a mix of panic and rage. As he spoke, he cautiously stole a glance at Su Chen, who was seated at the table, fearing that his daughter's ignorant words would anger Su Chen. His heart was filled with regret, blamed on his indulgence, having spoiled his daughter to the point where she couldn't even recognize this dragon token. This is the dragon token. Across the Dragon Kingdom there are only 36 tokens, and it is known that only 12 have been issued to the world. The rest are secretly sealed within Kunlun Mountain. Those who possess this token are all extraordinary individuals who have made astonishing contributions to the Dragon Kingdom. Holding the dragon token is akin to having a golden ticket for immunity, provided one does not commit heinous crimes of overthrowing the state or slaughtering innocents. Any wrongdoing can be exempted from the death penalty. To speak frankly, even if Su Chen were to indiscriminately massacre the Li family, as long as he held the dragon token, he could remain unscathed, free from any accountability. Bayan, seated nearby, quietly swallowed hard. Not possible. Can dating a fool lower one's IQ? His girlfriend doesn't even recognize the dragon token. How did he end up with such a fool? Li Yanwan covered her stinging cheek, her eyes filled with grievance and astonishment. Father. Why did you hit me? Oof, why did I hit you? Li Shanze replied, his chest heaving with anger. This is the dragon token. It represents the supreme power of the Dragon Kingdom. You should quickly apologize to Su Chen, our esteemed son-in-law. Li Yanwan, filled with reluctance, dared not defy her furious father and could only stand up unwillingly, mumbling to Su Chen, I'm sorry. Su Chen, holding his teacup, said lightly, if my girlfriend is happy, then I am happy. But right now it seems my girlfriend is not very happy. This situation is a bit troublesome. Li Yanwan was left utterly confused, not understanding the situation. Li Shanze immediately caught the underlying meaning, turning pale quick. Apologize to your sister. Why should I, father? I already apologized to Su Chen. Li Yanwan argued back, her eyes filled with unwillingness. She despised Li Qingqing the most. Enough with the nonsense. Li Shanze said, getting anxious and sweating, if you don't apologize to your sister, I will arrange for you to marry that century-old ancestor from the Chu family. These words struck Li Yanwan like a thunderbolt, her grievance instantly replaced by fear. She bit her lip, humiliated, looking at Li Qingqing. I'm sorry, sister. Li Qingqing glanced at her, a cold smirk curling at the corners of her lips. Apologizing? How can one do so while standing? She was not some pushover to be easily manipulated. The grievances Li Yanwan faced today were but a drop in the bucket compared to what she had endured. Li Yanwan clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her palms, and suddenly turned to Bayan, her eyes filled with desperate hope. However, Bayan looked as if he had been scalded, quickly turning away, avoiding her gaze, pretending he saw nothing. He did not want to offend Su Chen, who held the dragon token for the sake of a foolish woman. As for Li Yanwan being his girlfriend. Sorry, that was about a former girlfriend. What does that have to do with him? Seeing him like this, Li Yanwan's last hope turned to tears of humiliation that finally fell. She bent her knee heavily, kneeling on the ground, her voice choked. I'm sorry, sister. Li Qingqing's eyes were cold as she stepped forward, mercilessly grabbing her chin, forcing her to look up. With a swift motion, her jade hand rose again, delivering another crisp smack. Li Yanwan's cheeks were marked with clear red handprints, the fiery pain causing her whole body to tremble. Li Qingqing sneered, leave a line for others to see you again. This slap is what you deserve. Had it not been for Li Yanwan's instigation, she would not have become a sacrificial pawn for the family to gain benefits. Today's slap is merely the interest. Ha ha ha. Su Chen, esteemed son-in-law, how do you feel now? Li Shanze quickly spoke to break the tense atmosphere, attempting to ease the situation. Su Chen picked up his teacup, took a sip of the warm tea, and said blandly, it's all right.
Seeing Su Chen's attitude soften, Li Shanze breathed a sigh of relief, hurriedly returning the dragon token with both hands while serving dishes into Su Chen's bowl. The dishes are all ready, eat them while they're hot. They are all signature dishes prepared with care. He tried his best to change the subject and let this storm pass quickly. The once tense dinner finally restored a semblance of calm. This dish tastes pretty good, Su Chen remarked after tasting a piece. I'm glad you like it. I'm glad you like it. Li Shanze said joyfully. Su Chen, esteemed son-in-law, feel free to visit our home anytime. I will have the kitchen prepare for you. There's no need for frequent visits. Su Chen set down his chopsticks. I heard Qingqing say you intend to marry her off to that 100-year-old ancestor from the Chu family. He did not come to the banquet merely to eat but to resolve Li Qingqing's marriage issues once and for all. If it weren't for this, he wouldn't bother to sit at the same table with someone as snobbish as Li Shanze or with a fool like Li Yanwan. Li Shanze's smile instantly froze, his eyes flickering. Su Chen, esteemed son-in-law, this matter is rather complicated. Enough with the nonsense, Su Chen interrupted him. Just tell me, is there such a matter? Li Shanze dared not conceal the truth, only able to nod stiffly. Yes. There is such a matter. However, Su Chen, esteemed son-in-law, rest assured. I will immediately cancel that engagement. I will not allow Qingqing to suffer any grievances. If Li Qingqing had said earlier that she had such a relationship with Su Chen, he would never have dared to let her marry the 100-year-old man. Su Chen glanced at him, then turned to Li Qingqing beside him. What exactly is going on? You've kept this from me for so long, it's time to explain it properly. Li Qingqing chuckled lightly. The Chu family has a 100-year-old ancestor rumored to have cultivated a strange secret technique that requires marrying a young woman to absorb auspicious energy and prolong life. The Chu family has set their sights on our Li family, and with Li Yanwan fanning the flames beside them, I became the chosen sacrificial pawn. As she spoke, her tone was calm, but deep within her eyes lay a profound disappointment in this family. She was merely a tool to be used for the family's gain to strengthen the clan. Had Su Chen not arrived in time, she would have already been prepared to go down in flames, killing Li Yanwan first before ending her own life. Su Chen, hearing this, narrowed his eyes slightly, a cold glint flashing within. Li Shanze was even more selfish than he had imagined, heartlessly willing to use his own daughter as a sacrificial pawn. He paused for a moment, then said loudly, since the engagement has already been set, why cancel it? Upon hearing this, everyone in the room was stunned, their faces filled with confusion and disbelief. The mental cultivation method. Change the person. Li Shanze looked at Su Chen in confusion. Indeed, Su Chen leaned back in his chair. Since the engagement is already set, calling it off would be a loss of face. I think it's a win-win solution to let Li Yanwan marry that old ancestor of the Chu family. What? Li Shanze was struck as if by lightning, almost jumping out of his seat. Let his precious second daughter marry that 100-year-old man with half his body in the ground. How could that be possible? He wore a troubled expression. This might be a bit difficult. A bit difficult. Su Chen's eyes suddenly turned cold. Then let's not do it. Li Shanze's favoritism and selfishness were simply nauseating. Both are daughters, yet Li Qingqing is treated like dirt while Li Yanwan is cherished like a treasure. Such a cold-hearted nature is truly disgusting. Seeing Su Chen getting angry, Li Shanze felt a rush of panic and his eyes darted around. Li Yanwan was merely a child he adopted 20 years ago, not his biological daughter. If Li Yanwan could replace Li Qingqing to marry into the Chu family, it would not only please Su Chen and secure his support but also not offend the Chu family. It would be killing two birds with one stone. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and made up his mind. All right. Let's do as Su Chen suggested and have Li Yanwan replace Qingqing. Father. No. I don't want that. Absolutely not. Li Yanwan was struck by a bolt from the blue, repeatedly stepping back. How could this happen? She did not want to marry that wrinkled 100-year-old man. This was clearly Li Qingqing's misfortune. Why should she have to bear it? Yanwan, you are a child adopted by the Li family. Over the past 20 years I have treated you well and allowed you to enjoy wealth and honor. Li Shanze spoke with a hint of hypocritical sincerity. Now the family urgently needs to make further progress. It is your time to contribute to the family. No. I refuse. Li Yanwan's eyes were filled with bloodshot anger as she desperately grasped by An's arm. Brother, you are my boyfriend, please help me. You wouldn't agree to this, would you? Who are you? Do I know you? An suddenly shook her hand off, his face filled with disgust. He quickly turned to Su Chen. Su Chen, I don't know her. You can handle your family matters as you please, it has nothing to do with me. Su Chen watched this scene feeling speechless. This Bayan who looked so obedient turned out to be such a sycophant, turning against her without mercy. What surprised him even more was that Li Yanwan was actually adopted. If that were the case, why did the Li family dote on the adopted Li Yanwan while being so harsh to their biological daughter Li Qingqing? You are all in cahoots. I would rather die than marry that old man. Li Yanwan completely broke down, pointing angrily at everyone and then crazily running towards the door. Ha ha. Please excuse me, everyone. Li Shanze's face was full of embarrassment, but rest assured, Su Chen, I will definitely let Li Yanwan obediently marry into the Chu family. You old fool, you are truly disgusting. Su Chen could not be bothered to look at him again. Having achieved his goal, he took Li Qingqing's hand and walked straight out.
Li Shanzi stood frozen in place, only able to force a laugh and greet everyone. Ha! Everyone, don't just stand there, eat. Quickly eat. On the balcony of the Li family villa, the evening breeze gently blew, bringing a hint of coolness. Li Qingqing looked at Su Chen's profile, her eyes full of gratitude. Thank you, Su Chen. If it weren't for you today, I really wouldn't know what to do. No need to be polite. Su Chen gazed into the distant night. It's mainly because I can't stand those hypocritical and selfish faces. In the entire Li family, you are the only one who still seems like a normal person. I thought you would say it was because I helped you bid on things at the auction that you intervened to help me. Li Qingqing smiled faintly, which made her very happy. She took a step closer to him. Everything this man had done earlier had captivated her. Su Chen coughed lightly. Ahem, that is indeed part of the reason. Helping Li Qingqing escape from the engagement was partly because he couldn't stand the actions of the Li family. Secondly, Li Qingqing had promised to help him bid on the items he needed at the auction. This was mutually beneficial. Humph, can't you say something nice? Li Qingqing pouted playfully. Say something nice and maybe you'll be taken by you in no time. Su Chen helplessly chuckled, following her lead. Alright, everything I do is for you. Is that good enough? That's more like it. I love hearing that. Li Qingqing's smile was as radiant as flowers as she slowly leaned closer to Su Chen, her lips slightly parted, her voice carrying a hint of seduction. However, I feel that just using the items from the auction to repay you isn't enough. How about adding myself to the mix? Alright. Every action of Su Chen had made her heart flutter. In her most helpless and desperate moments, it was Su Chen who dispelled the gloom for her and taught those who bullied her a lesson. This feeling of being protected by someone made her infatuated. Su Chen looked at the exquisitely made-up Li Qingqing with skin like porcelain and eyes filled with autumnal waves, certainly possessing the capital to captivate. He was about to speak when Li Qingqing asked, "Do I look good?" He nodded truthfully. You look good. At least you know how to speak. Li Qingqing smiled sweetly and turned, saying, I'll go to the bathroom first. She took a few steps out, then returned handing over a thick set of documents. Here, this is a list of some items from the auction for you to look at in advance. Pick what you like and sister will support you, she said half-jokingly before heading to the bathroom. She understood clearly that matters of the heart cannot be rushed. Su Chen seemed casual in his approach to relationships, but he actually had his own rhythm. If she rushed, it would only provoke his aversion. She needed to gradually draw closer to him, waiting for the right moment to fully capture his heart. Though a forced relationship may not be sweet, it could at least quench her thirst. Even if it was just a fleeting infatuation, even if it was merely a desire for a shoulder to lean on, Su Chen was someone she was determined to have. Please allow her to be a bit selfish. Su Chen watched her leave, then turned his gaze to the documents in his hand. The list detailed the information about the auction items, and even the most ordinary items had a starting price of at least $1 million. There were a total of 128 auction items ranging from low-grade pills and ores to high-grade battle weapons and armor, and even rare treasures worth over $100 million, such as ability-enhancing fruits and innate spiritual treasures. Su Chen examined them one by one, quickly locking onto 3 targets. First, a rare dark attribute treasure that would greatly benefit his cultivation. Second, a 6th-tier combat technique, Shadow Ghost Hand, which was highly compatible with his dark attribute cultivation method. Third, a long-lost mental cultivation technique that would perfectly fill the gap in his mental cultivation. Unfortunately, I can't see the information for the last 28 items. He sighed. The list only revealed the first 100 items, and the remaining 28 would only be unveiled at the auction. Clearly, those items that were not disclosed in advance were bound to be even more precious showpieces used to attract various forces to compete for bids. Just as Su Chen was pondering, a sudden commotion sounded from outside the mansion. Where are the people of the Li family? Why haven't they come out to welcome my Chu family? Hearing the noise, Li Shanzi's expression changed and he quickly put down his bowl and chopsticks, hurrying outside to open the door. Ha ha, it's my great-nephew Chu Yu. What brings you here today? Li Shanzi, look up and see, it's me. An old voice rang out. Chu Yu stepped aside and an elderly man with white hair and a ruddy complexion slowly approached. He was dressed in a brocade robe, the patriarch of the Chu family, Chu Xianyin. Chu. Old ancestor. Li Shanzi's face was filled with shock. You. Why have you come in person? Chu Xianyin waved his hand and dozens of Chu family disciples entered in line carrying several red lacquered wooden boxes. The boxes were filled with gold, silver, jewels and rare herbs, clearly heavy gifts. You don't know why I'm here. Chu Xianyin stared directly at Li Shanzi. In a few days, let your Li Qingqing and I marry. Li Qingqing's physique is simply too perfect. As long as he can secure Li Qingqing, his cultivation method will be complete, allowing him to break through to the 10th level. Li Shanzi showed a troubled expression, but old ancestor Chu Qingqing. She already has a boyfriend. Boyfriend? Chu Xianyin snorted coldly. Humph. Which blind fool dares to steal my predetermined woman? As soon as he finished speaking, the light and shadow outside the hall suddenly darkened. A tall figure came into view against the light, each step seemingly shattering the heavy atmosphere around. Oh. Are you talking about me? Chu Xianyin heard the chilling voice and suddenly raised his head, ready to see which fool dared to snatch the woman he had set his eyes on. Yet upon catching sight of the tall figure at the source of the voice, the malevolent aura around him unexpectedly diminished by half. Ha ha. So it's you, my young friend Su Chen.
His voice carried an intentionally warm tone. What brings you here?
He could hardly be unaware of the name Su Chen.
After all, he was the most sought-after genius in the capital lately. He had broken the absolute prediction record of Kunlun Mountain backed by significant figures.
What?
Su Chen raised an eyebrow. Is this place owned by the Chu family?
Am I not allowed here? Not at all.
Chu Xianyin quickly waved his hand. You can go wherever you please. There isn't a place in the entire capital that you can't enter. Yet a sense of unease stirred within him. Why was Su Chen's tone so aggressive? Could it be that the boyfriend of Li Qingqing mentioned by Li Shanzi is him?
Enough small talk, let's get to the point.
Li Qingqing is my girlfriend. Chu Laozu, find someone else to covet. Upon hearing this, Chu Zuanyan's brow furrowed and his expression darkened instantly. It was indeed him.
Li Qingqing's unique constitution was a perfect match for the cultivation method he practiced.
After years of searching, he had finally found someone like her. How could he easily let go?
But the other party was Su Chen.
This situation was somewhat tricky. Young friend Su Chen, Chu Xianyin attempted to entice. Everything is negotiable.
If you're willing to let Li Qingqing go, I can offer you 10. No, 100 beauties whose looks and figures are not inferior to hers. How about that? Let.
Su Chen's voice suddenly rose. What do you take Qingqing for?
A mere item to be traded at will.
Li Shanzi, seeing the tense atmosphere, quickly tried to mediate. Both of you calm down. He then looked at Chu Xuanyin. How about this, Chu Laozu? I can marry my second daughter Li Yanwan to you. She is also quite beautiful. Chu Xianyin shot him a sideways glance, his face dark enough to drip water. Li Yanwan.
How could she compare to Li Qingqing's extraordinary constitution?
What a useless suggestion.
Young friend Su Chen, is there really no room for negotiation?
Chu Xianyin gritted his teeth, his tone carrying a hint of threat. It's just a woman. Why cling to her so stubbornly?
Negotiation. Spare me.
We're all born of the same parents. Why do you think you're superior enough to treat others as bargaining chips? The more he heard Chu Zuanyan's dismissive tone, the angrier Su Chen became. What did he mean by just a woman? We are all born of the same parents. Why should he refer to others as if they were mere objects? Chu Xianyin was enraged, his blood-boiling fists clenched. He had ruled the capital for many years. Who dared to disrespect him? Who wouldn't refer to him as Chu Laozu? Yet this brat Su Chen relied on his status as a genius and a powerful background, blatantly disregarding him. But this time he had picked the wrong fight.
Fine. If you are so insistent, I won't force love upon others.
With that, he turned to Li Shanzi. Since Su Chen and Li Qingqing are in a relationship, let your second daughter Li Yanwan take her place. Then casting a sinister glance at Su Chen, he added, young man, don't be too impulsive, otherwise you'll regret it soon enough.
Stop talking while standing, it shows you don't know pain. Su Chen scoffed, if you achieved what I have at my age, you'd probably be 100 times more arrogant than I am.
Chu Xianyin was rendered speechless by this remark, and after a long while he finally squeezed out 2 words through gritted teeth, farewell. With that he melted into the night, disappearing without a trace. Li Shanzi, seeing him leave, anxiously said, son-in-law. Chu Laozu was an elder. After all, it would be wise to show him more respect in the future to avoid trouble. Su Chen scoffed coldly, he treats your own daughter like an item for trade and you still rush to curry favor with him. I once stooped to such cowardice. Su Chen then used the shadow flash technique, returning to the balcony. Li Shanzi stood there, mouth agape, slowly shaking his head, his face filled with bitterness. Everything he did was for the survival of the Li family. But who could understand his plight? On the balcony, Li Qingqing leaned on the railing, her chin slightly lifted, her eyes shimmering with infatuation as she gazed fixedly at Su Chen. She had heard every word of the conversation downstairs, especially that line, we are all born of the same parents, why should one feel superior? It solidified her determination.
You were really handsome just now.
Just speaking the truth, but you need to be careful of that Chu Laozu. Chu Xianyin seemed to care a lot about Li Qingqing, so there must be something about her that he desired.
I know.
Li Qingqing nodded, and be wary of Li Yanwan. Her sudden agreement to marry Chu Xianyin is suspicious. There must be a hidden agenda.
She knows Li Yanwan too well, proud and arrogant. There's no way she would willingly marry a man older than her grandfather.
There has to be a conspiracy behind this.
That warning should be directed at you. They probably wouldn't dare to act against me openly.
He understood the principle of resorting to underhanded tactics when the direct approach wouldn't work, but Su Chen wasn't afraid. With the Dragon Order, Hua Zhanxiong could arrive immediately. However, he actually hoped the Chu family would make a move because the Dragon Order had another function. It could be exchanged for a powerful figure from Kunlun Mountain to accomplish a task.
Would the Chu family dare to play dirty? If so, he could use the Dragon Order to eliminate the Chu family from the capital. I won't have any problems. Li Qingqing smiled brightly, I'm still waiting to be your bride.
Her special abilities meant that even if the Chu family did act, she was confident she could escape unscathed.
What are we waiting for? Su Chen steadied himself, teasing, why not fulfill your promise now?
Okay, Li Qingqing's eyes flashed with a hint of provocation as she wrapped her arms around his neck. If you have the guts, then hold me. Su Chen felt his heart race at the sight of her face so close.
You think I wouldn't dare?
Su Chen raised an eyebrow, extending his arm to suddenly lift Li Qingqing off the ground in a classic princess carry. The soft touch sent his heart racing slightly. Li Qingqing's eyes were filled with surprise. She had not expected Su Chen to really dare to hold her.
Then you. If you have the ability, carry me to bed.
Li Qingqing bit her lip, her gaze a mix of shyness and challenge. She didn't believe Su Chen would dare to go further.
Respectfully, I shall comply. Su Chen's lips curled into a mischievous smile as he vanished from the balcony, appearing in her bedroom.
Li Qingqing's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. How was Su Chen so bold? Just now he had seemed so innocent, and now he was acting like a completely different person.
Could it be that high-level hunters disguise themselves as prey?
Su Chen laid her down on the soft bed, leaning over her with a teasing look in his eyes. So what do you think we should do next? Li Qingqing's gaze faltered, her heart pounding like a drum, and she stammered, "You.
This time it won't work."
What won't work? Su Chen feigned confusion, pulling out his phone from his pocket and shaking it, grinning. Next, of course, we pull out our phones for an intense game of Honor of Kings.
Did you think something else?
Li Qingqing's mouth fell open, stunned, and placed the blush on her face quickly spread to her ears. She had genuinely thought otherwise. And she had fallen for Su Chen's cleverness.
Who thought otherwise?
You little rascal, you're such a bad guy. Previously she had thought Su Chen was a straightforward and innocent man, but now it seemed that was far from the truth. He was clearly just a little rascal.
Su Chen chuckled. All right, I won't tease you anymore.
I should head back, you should rest well. He was constantly being flirted with, he wasn't that naive.
In the dead of night within the know.
One villa of the Kyoto Ability Academy. Su Chen stood by the window gazing at the bright moon in the sky, whispering, that old fellow must be sound asleep by now. As he spoke, a faint gray mist enveloped him, his eyes slowly closing as he formed a strange hand seal, nightmare weaving technique, quietly activating it. His consciousness shot forth like an invisible arrow, piercing through the night to precisely lock onto Chu Xianyin's aura. In the next moment, Su Chen's awareness plunged into an endless abyss, instantly invading Chu Xianyin's dream. What he saw was a place of extravagance. Chu Xianying, clad in a luxurious robe, was surrounded by a group of scantily dressed women, drinking and reveling, a lewd grin plastered across his face.
TCH.
That old geezer, over 100 years old, and still has such filthy thoughts. A flicker of disdain crossed Su Chen's eyes as he focused his intent, the gray mist swirling around him. Perfect, let you experience the third realm of nightmare weaving technique, weaving dreams. He rapidly changed the hand seals, his consciousness flooding into the dream like a tide, forcibly altering Chu Xianyin's pleasant dream.
Countless bizarre images formed in his mind and were imprinted one by one into this dream world.
After an unknown amount of time, Su Chen suddenly opened his eyes, exiting the dream feeling as if his head were about to be torn apart.
Hiss. This broken technique consumes far too much mental energy.
His current mental energy level hadn't even touched the threshold of the first realm of nightmare weaving technique. Forcibly activating the third realm of weaving dreams was akin to overdrawing his own strength. Forget it, let's leave it at that, just consider it collecting some interest from that old fellow in advance.
Su Chen rubbed his throbbing temples, pulled the blanket over his head, and quickly fell asleep, soon entering the realm of dreams. Meanwhile, within the Chu family mansion, Chu Xianyin was in deep slumber. In his dream, he had just closed his eyes, savoring sweet fruits fed to him by beautiful women basking in warm spring water, utterly at ease. But in the next second, the surrounding light suddenly dimmed and the extravagant palace twisted and collapsed. He opened his eyes and the scene before him bore no resemblance to a palace or beautiful women. He found himself wearing a pair of tattered underpants, submerged in a stinking bucket of pig manure. Master, eat some fruit, a delicate voice rang in his ears.
Chu Xianyin stiffly turned his head, only to see the beautiful woman he once admired had transformed into a pig demon covered in coarse black fur with a pig's head. In her hand was a dark lumpy piece of sheep dung, which she was grinningly offering to his mouth.
Ah!
Chu Xianyin abruptly sat up in bed, his eyes bloodshot, cold sweat soaking through his nightclothes as his whole body trembled uncontrollably. Who is it? Who dares to scheme against me? The next morning in the main hall of the Chu family, Chu Xianyin sat in the main seat, his eyes bloodshot and dark circles under his eyes, resembling a panda, evidently having not slept a wink.
Old ancestor, did you not sleep well last night?
Chu Yu cautiously asked.
Sleep well?
Chu Xianyin slammed the table. Every time I close my eyes, I see that bucket of pig manure and the pig demon.
How can I possibly sleep well?
Thinking of last night's nightmare made him feel nauseous, the foul stench still lingering in his nostrils, tormenting him to the brink of mental collapse.
Do you know how I spent last night? Did you notify Taoist Qianji? Has he arrived?
He's here, just arrived at the door, Chu Yu quickly replied. A figure slowly walked in, clad in a faded Taoist robe with white hair and beard. It was Taoist Qianji, who specialized in the nightmare weaving technique. Brother Xianyin, what brings you to seek out this old Taoist?
Taoist Qianji stroked his beard.
Chu Xianyin got straight to the point. Has your nightmare weaving technique reached the third realm, weaving dreams?
Last night's alteration of the dream was clearly the means of the third realm of nightmare weaving technique.
In the entire Dragon Kingdom besides Taoist Qianji, I can't think of a second person who could achieve that.
A glimmer of pride flashed in Taoist Qianji's eyes. Indeed.
Last night this old Taoist stumbled upon a dream and comprehended its true meaning, successfully breaking through to weaving dreams.
Good. Very good.
Chu Xianyin suddenly stood up, grabbing Taoist Qianji by the neck. So you used me as a test subject to amuse yourself with weaving dreams.
Cough. Brother Xianyin, you misunderstood. Daoist Qianji gasped for breath, struggling to speak. I swear on my life I absolutely did not use you for practice. Zhu Xianyin stared into his eyes, seeing no signs of deceit. He slightly loosened his grip. But I was indeed manipulated in my dreams last night. Besides you, is there anyone else in this world who can cultivate the nightmare weaving technique to the third realm? Daoist Qianji rubbed his neck, falling into deep thought. Under normal circumstances it shouldn't be possible. The nightmare weaving technique is obscure and difficult to cultivate. The third realm is even harder to achieve. This old Daoist has painstakingly cultivated for decades to barely break through. How could others possibly do it? No matter how unlikely it is, I experienced it personally. Zhu Xianyin said angrily, you must use your technique now to investigate my dream and find out exactly what happened. All right. Daoist Qianji nodded, no longer hesitating. He closed his eyes quickly, forming hand seals of faint gray mist enveloping him. In the next second his consciousness forcibly invaded Zhu Xianyin's dream. Upon seeing the traces of alteration left in the dream, his pupils constricted, shock written all over his face. What the? There really is someone who can perform weaving dreams. And although this technique is crude, it is indeed the power of the third realm. He exited Zhu Xianyin's dream, his expression grave as he said, Brother Xianyin, your dream has indeed been tampered with. The opponent's weaving technique appears clumsy, looking like a novice, and their mental energy is extremely weak. The scope and details of the dreams are quite rough. Useless. What good does knowing this do? He thought, daring to disturb him regardless of who it was, he would make them pay a heavy price. Brother Xianyin, calm down. Daoist Qianji hastily said, I have already set a trap in your dream, reweaving a layer of pleasant dreams as bait. The next time the opponent dares to enter your dream, I will be able to follow the trace of their consciousness and capture them. Having practiced the nightmare weaving technique for decades, his understanding of this art was not something a novice could compare to. The opponent's weak mental energy and crude methods made them a lamb for slaughter in his eyes. Unless the opponent had already broken through to the fourth realm, devouring dreams capable of weaving demonic phantoms to invade the mind, he was fully confident in crushing the opponent. But that was simply impossible. The fourth realm was 100 times harder than the third, and if the opponent was so unfamiliar with the third realm, how could they possibly break through to the fourth realm with such weak mental energy? Is what you said true? Zhu Xianyin's eyes narrowed. Absolutely true. As long as the opponent is not at the fourth realm, I will definitely be able to capture them and even use weaving dreams against them. This was a clash of dream techniques, and he was absolutely confident he could win this battle. Zhu Xianyin nodded in satisfaction, pondering for a moment before saying, when will you break through to the fourth realm? The fourth realm of nightmare weaving technique, devouring dreams, could weave demonic dreams to invade a person's mind. That would be the true terror. Soon. This old Daoist recently discovered a method of evil cultivation. As long as I devour others' insights into dreams, I can quickly break through. To put it simply, as long as I can capture the person who altered your dream and devour their insights, I can immediately break through to the fourth realm. A cruel smile crept onto Zhu Xianyin's lips. Good. From today onwards you'll stay at the Zhu family. Every day enter my dream, and once you find the opponent's trace, immediately capture them and devour their insights. Once you break through to the fourth realm, help me use the demonic dream to silently torment and erode one person. Oh. Who is this person you speak of? A flicker of resentment flashed in Zhu Xianyin's eyes. Su Chen. The ruins of death. Su Chen. He is a prodigy of Longwei, this may be rather. Zuanji's eyes flickered with hesitation. Oof. Speak plainly, what will it take for you to act? More payment. Xuanji wore an expression of profound embarrassment, his mouth downturned, his demeanor both aggrieved and helpless. Money is no object. So long as you reach the fourth realm and subject Su Chen to relentless torment by nightmare demons night after night, name your price, I shall grant it without limit. Nightmare weaving art, ordinary people cannot even perceive its workings. Moreover, Xuanji's nightmare weaving art, amplified by his unique ability, can erase the very memory of dreams from others. Thus Su Chen would be tormented invisibly until his mind shattered utterly. It would not require many sessions. After all, Su Chen had yet to begin cultivating mental fortitude. Did Su Chen dare show such disrespect yesterday? Such arrogance. This was his recompense. A spear thrust in broad daylight is easy to evade, but a hidden arrow strikes unseen. Outwardly I yield to you, but inwardly you cannot escape my shadow. Very well, elder brother Xianyin, I shall ascend to the fourth realm, then vanish into remote mountains and forests, tormenting Su Chen daily, leaving no trace for others to find, and sparing you any entanglement. Avarice gleamed in Xuanji's eyes. What a flawless scheme, to drive Su Chen mad, rendering him utterly broken. A broken man. Longwo would hold no regard for him, then killing him would be effortless. Now that's the spirit. I've prepared several beauties for your pleasure. Zhu Xuanyin's mood lifted markedly. He who hesitates is lost. Xuanji scurried eagerly toward the rear. Zhu Xianyin watched him go, yet a fleeting doubt stirred within, who precisely had woven those nightmares for him. He had offended no one recently except Su Chen. Could it be Su Chen? But the thought vanished as swiftly as it arose. Su Chen could not even cultivate spiritual energy. How could he possibly master the third realm of nightmare weaving art? Absolutely impossible. Evening fell. Phew, pressure.
That morning Chen had ventured into the wilds to hunt spirit beasts, and by day's end he had earned 120000 slaughter points. System Advanced Nightmare Weaving Art to the 4th Realm.
Having resolved to strike back at Chu Xuanin, he would need to wield the 4th realm with ruthless precision.
Spent 100000 slaughter points. Nightmare Weaving Art successfully ascended to the 4th realm. Instantly a torrent of profound dream path insight flooded Chen's consciousness, insight forged over decades, even centuries. His awareness trembled faintly beneath the sheer weight of that revelation. System Allocate the remaining 20000 slaughter points entirely to mental cultivation. Spent 25000 slaughter points. Mental power advanced to initial perception realm 4th tier. As the system's chime faded, Chen sensed his perception sharpen. Every whisper of wind, every rustle of grass now lay bare before him. His mental power also surged, sufficient now to weave a single nightmare demon capable of corroding another's psyche. Yet this remained mere torment. Chu Xuanin stood at the 9th tier 10th level, his mental cultivation undoubtedly formidable. For now Chen's mental strength could only inflict suffering, not destruction. Still, this was merely interest. The question remained, would Chu Xuanin retaliate recklessly for fleeting satisfaction, or endure in silence? Retaliation meant annihilation of his entire clan. Endurance would spare his family's lives. As he pondered, the phone rang sharply. Chen withdrew it and answered. Hello. Senior Instructor Chu, what is it? Where are you? Just finished hunting spirit beasts, I'm heading back now. Good. Return immediately, I must discuss the 100 School Grand Tournament with you. Understood. He ended the call and hastened toward Jingdu Academy of Talents. At the headquarters of the Bloodbeast Church in Jingdu, dim lamplight swayed uneasily. Envoy Xanlong, I hear you once served as the underground head of the Bloodbeast Church in Chuancheng. Third Hierophant, Fang Yi the bloodthirsty demon sat upon a massive black throne, his voice cold and imperious. Envoy Xanlong Li Lang bowed his head slightly. Yes, Your Eminence, and I am deeply grateful for your transfer of me to Jingdu. No need for gratitude. Do you know why I summoned you here? This humble servant dares not presume. A chill tightened Li Lang's chest. Fang Yi tossed a dossier across the desk. Use your ability to assume the appearance of this senior student and infiltrate the senior year. This. Could it truly go undetected? Li Lang voiced quiet concern. Rest assured, the individual on this dossier is already dead. You shall pose as him, infiltrate Jingdu Academy of Talents and make contact with Chen at your earliest opportunity. All arrangements for interaction have been finalized, you need only attend tomorrow's ceremony of grade captain selection for the 100 School Grand Tournament. Chen would first be offered induction into the Bloodbeast Church. If he refused, he would be executed on the spot. Fortuitously, Envoy Xanlong's ability was perfect for this seamless disguise, allowing natural proximity to Chen. Strike while he is unprepared, offer allegiance, if refused, kill him outright. 2 birds, 1 stone. This humble servant understands, but is exposure truly impossible? You stand at the 4th tier 8th level, identical to the target's cultivation level. Who could possibly detect the deception? There is no universal information scan function on the other side, why panic? Fang Yi's tone sharpened, edged with impatience and ire. Li Lang dropped instantly to his knees, face pale with terror. Forgive me, Your Eminence, I swear to fulfill this task flawlessly. Rise. Succeed and I shall appoint you as my most trusted confidant. Li Lang's eyes blazed with fervent ambition. I vow to exert every ounce of effort. Indeed, what was there to fear? Merely assuming a guise, how could it possibly fail? Unless of course the other possessed a one-touch identity verification system. Before then, study the dossier thoroughly, the operatives assisting you will coordinate precisely. As Fang Yi spoke, he dissolved into a streak of crimson light, vanishing into the encroaching darkness. Jingdu Academy. Knock 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 knock. Enter. Chen gently pushed open the door and stepped into Chu Jining's office, a tranquil space scented with delicate tea aroma. Senior Instructor Chu. Chu Jining lifted her gaze. You know why I summoned you? Yes, it concerns the 100 School Grand Tournament. Chen inclined his head slightly, his eyes alight with quiet anticipation. The tournament began in 3 days, and he would soon confront the so-called divine light prodigy descended from the sacred mountains. What divine invincibility? He would slay gods himself. Correct. Shall I explain the tournament rules? Chen rubbed his palms together. Please do, I'd be honored, Senior Instructor Chu. No need for formality. She set down her teacup, her expression turning grave. The 100 School Grand Tournament comprises 2 phases. The first is the individual contest. Its rules are straightforward: 10 competitors per academy, 100 academies total, thus 1,000 contestants. A contest of sovereigns, victory crowns the king. It lasts 8 days with successive rounds culminating in a sole champion. The primary reason I called you today, however, is to discuss the team contest. Her voice deepened with emphasis. Team contest. Indeed. This year's team contest will be held at the Ruins of Death. About the battle against darkness. Death Ruins.
Is there something special inside? Su Chen asked curiously. Ruins and secret realms are fundamentally different. The secret realm primarily aims to acquire resources while ruins hold much more.
Within the ruins not only are precious resources like heavenly materials hidden, but if luck is exceptional one may even encounter ancient mysterious legacies. Or perhaps one might discover the rich treasures left behind by some powerful beings each enough to drive people mad. In simple terms, the value of the ruins far surpasses that of secret realms, making it a coveted place for countless cultivators. Chu Xinong's eyes were filled with seriousness. It's extremely special. This ruin was only discovered half a month ago and the current level of exploration is nearly 0. Moreover, this ruin has a boundary restriction. Only those below the first level of the 4th tier can enter. Coincidentally, the students participating in the 100 Schools League are mostly at or below the first level of the 4th tier, so it has been designated as the venue for your team competition. But Teacher Chu, after listening for so long, I still don't understand what makes this death ruin so special. Chu Xinong gently sipped her tea, revealing a mysterious smile. What I'm about to say next is the key.
Do you know why this ruin is named the Death Ruins?
I don't know, please enlighten me, Teacher Chu.
Because all the beings in that ruin, including humans, upon death turn into skeletons. Moreover, they are skeletons that cannot be killed. Su Chen's face displayed a look of surprise, unable to help but exclaim, are you kidding me? Is it really that outrageous? Turning into a skeleton immediately after death. And a skeleton that cannot be killed. This ruin is too bizarre.
This team competition might as well be called the head delivery competition. When I first learned about the information regarding the death ruins, I also found it very outrageous, but this information is indeed real and reliable. And this team competition is also known as the 7-day survival challenge.
Even if one can kill the monsters, those monsters will transform into indestructible skeletons.
In such circumstances one cannot win and can only choose to escape.
666 are they treating us like a death squad? The officials haven't even thoroughly investigated yet and they rashly let a group of second-year students enter. Aren't they afraid of a total wipeout?
Indeed, as you said, it is prepared for you to explore the secrets of this ruin. But don't worry too much, there are teleportation stones.
In case of danger, just crush it and you can teleport out to forfeit. Su Chen let out a slight cold laugh. I can guarantee. Even with the teleportation stones, the casualties in the death ruins will surely be high.
Teleportation stones are not an all-powerful life-saving artifact. When danger strikes, if one is not careful, one could miss the chance. However, Su Chen found himself deeply interested in the enigmatic death ruins. Simply put, Su Chen was full of curiosity about the peculiar phenomenon where any creature killed in the death ruins would turn into a skeleton. If he could acquire this ability to kill all creatures and turn them into shadow soldiers, wouldn't that mean all beings in the world could become his soul? You're right, that's why it's called the survival challenge. Just don't get too cocky inside. If you encounter danger, hurry and...
I'm not stupid, Teacher Chu. If I can't win, I'll just come out. Can't win. His goal is to conquer the death ruins within 7 days. Young and reckless, one can't always be old-fashioned in their recklessness, right? Chu Xinong looked at Su Chen with confusion, wondering why he was so obedient this time. Perhaps he was planning something grand. You'd better be like that.
Chu Xinong then took out a few documents. The individual competition is about to begin and these 6 individuals are the strongest contenders for the championship besides you.
Su Chen took the documents and reviewed them one by one.
At the forefront was the rumored deity descending from the mountain, Kong Ling. Name: Kong Ling. Affiliation: eldest son of the Kong family from Kunlun Mountain. Age: 19. Realm: first level of the 4th tier. Ability: son of light. Level: undisclosed. Remarks: where there is light there is an invincible existence. TSK Tisk. No wonder he is a genius from Kunlun Mountain. Just by this realm it is a height that his 19-year-old peers can hardly reach.
But Su Chen is not 19, he is 18.
So how do you feel about the pressure?
Not really, because he is facing the king of eternal night.
If his ability had not advanced to SS level, Su Chen would have been a bit more cautious. But now he is the king of eternal night. With the thought the eternal night descends and darkness is his domain. Without light, isn't the so-called son of light like a tiger that has lost its claws, posing no threat at all? Directly making that so-called deity from the mountain feel immense pressure.
Don't be too confident. Kong Ling's strength should not be underestimated.
She did not doubt Su Chen's strength, but as the son of light, how could Kong Ling be weak? If his strength were weak, how could Kunlun Mountain send him down to suppress the geniuses of the secular world?
I know that overconfidence leads to defeat, Su Chen said seriously.
Chu Xinong nodded. Take your time to look at the other 5 competitors and remember to gather at the arena tomorrow for the captain selection ceremony.
Okay, if there's nothing else, goodbye, Teacher Chu. Su Chen waved his hand.
He turned and left while looking at the documents in his hand. Aside from Kong Ling, who is a strong competitor, there is also a familiar face, Shen Yang, among the other 5 competitors. The other 4 are students from other ability academies. It seems likely that the pinnacle showdown will be against Kong Ling.
Su Chen murmured to himself. Then he walked towards the virtual simulation hall.
Since he aimed to top all 4 rankings, how could he not climb the ranks? Although he has successfully skipped grades, he is still at the top of the first-year rankings. Unless someone could knock him off the top spot.
As for the next step, his goal is to be number 1 on the second-year virtual arena.
At this moment the place was crowded almost to the point of being overflowing.
Climbing the ranks can earn credits and everyone wanted to improve their standings, so they were eager to try.
Wow! The God Su has arrived. Make way! A sudden shout came from the crowd and many turned their heads to look at Chen.
It seems Chen is ready to conquer the second-year rankings. Probably. How many days do you think he needs?
3 days. Currently Shuer has achieved 54 consecutive victories, and with Chen's strength obtaining 60 consecutive victories within 3 days is absolutely no problem.
Chen remained calm, his expression as tranquil as water, not showing any ripples in response to their discussions.
Climbing the ranks was indeed to earn credits, which is crucial for him. He entered the virtual pod and said, "Match me with an opponent of equivalent strength."
Matching you with an opponent of equivalent strength. Please wait. Get up, Shadow.
A mechanical notification rang in his ears. Ding.
Match successful.
In a flash of white light, Chen was transported to the virtual arena. At that moment his opponent, who had been brimming with confidence and rubbing his hands together, was ready to showcase his skills on the arena. But the instant his gaze fell upon Chen, the confidence on his face crumbled into despair.
What the hell? Didn't they say the opponents would be evenly matched? This can't be called evenly matched.
In front of Chen he would probably die 100 times within 3 moves.
Damn it, I matched against a god. His opponent internally lamented, revealing a trace of despair on his face as he couldn't help but curse. Damn. God, come on.
After cursing he chose to surrender.
Chen was slightly taken aback and flatly uttered 2 words: next. In the following 20 contestants, without exception, they all fell before Chen like ants, almost all instantly eliminated.
Chen, somewhat bored, curled his lips and inquired to the system, "Bro,
how many kill points are needed for SS level abilities?
What are the characteristics?" In this tedious battle the only thing to do was to ask the system for some insight.
Ding.
Requires 3 million kill points. Characteristic: Call of the King, just 1 command, get up Shadow. All shadows of living beings will be at the host's command. Hearing the emotionless notification from the system, Chen couldn't help but swallow hard, his eyes flashing with a hint of shock.
Wow. This SS level dark ability characteristic is simply outrageous.
With a single command all shadows submit.
This is true invincibility. Moreover, the command get up Shadow is incredibly cool.
But when he thought of the staggering 3 million kill points required, Chen couldn't help but shake his head. This is dozens of times more than the kill points required for S-level abilities. It's not easy at all.
With that thought, Chen left the virtual simulation pod.
As the cabin door opened he looked up and saw Jiang Luer standing nearby, enthusiastically bragging.
"Hey! Brother-in-law, you finally came out."
Jiang Luer's eyes lit up as he rushed over excitedly.
"What are you doing here?" "Flirting. There are a lot of people here, but unfortunately I didn't flirt with a single one."
Jiang Luer spread his hands, showing a hint of helplessness on his face. With his refined appearance, why didn't any girls like him?
"How did you flirt?"
"Just, getting to know beautiful girls." Jiang Luer scratched his head awkwardly and replied.
"With those outdated tricks, no wonder you're still single."
Jiang Luer, seeing Chen say this, curiously asked, "Brother-in-law, do you have any unique tips?"
"Of course. Want to learn?"
"I'll teach you."
"Dad. I want to learn." "You're my real dad."
Jiang Luer immediately perked up.
"It's simple. Instead of calling out to beauties, just call out Mom and it will definitely work,"
Chen said seriously. In his previous life, whenever he saw a pretty girl, the comments section would be filled with Mom. Jiang Luer looked skeptical, furrowing his brow and asking, "Really?
Does that actually work?" "Absolutely, and you can also be invincible when cursing at others."
Jiang Luer scratched his head. How could calling out Mom make cursing invincible? He asked in confusion. "Brother-in-law,
explain."
"You see, when you're cursing, doesn't the opponent curse your mom?
If you call out Mom before encountering a pretty woman, you'll have a whole bunch of moms.
If the other party says you're dead, you can say not dead at all. You have a whole bunch of moms." Jiang Luer felt his mind was about to crash, but it seemed like Chen's reasoning made a lot of sense.
"Brother-in-law, your trick is really brilliant."
Jiang Luer gave a thumbs up. Chen's lips twitched. "If you believe it, then you're not far from being single." Jiang Luer finally reacted and angrily said, "Brother-in-law,
you.
Hey.
Don't rush, let me show you how to flirt,"
Chen said with a smile, walking toward a woman. Jiang Luer watched Chen walk toward a beautiful girl with a ponytail, secretly thinking he wanted to see how he would embarrass himself.
"Hey cutie. You look good, how about a room?" Chen winked at the newly arrived Shi Yaoyao, a mischievous smile on his face.
Shi Yaoyao frowned, somewhat confused by Chen's meaning, but seeing his wink she inexplicably agreed. "Sure.
Let's go."
The two directly left the virtual simulation hall.
Meanwhile, Jiang Luer was left dumbfounded, his mouth agape in shock.
Did his buddy really get a girl that quickly?
No way. I want to try too.
John Lure gritted his teeth thinking. He wasn't aiming for a beauty, just a decent-looking girl would suffice. He approached a girl and mimicked Su Chen's style saying, "Hey cutie, not bad looking, how about a room?" "Ah. Shrimp head man. Ladies come look at this shrimp head." "Im not. Im not." John Lure turned pale with fright and ran away. What was this? How could this be completely different? "Su Chen, why didn't you look for me when you came back?" Shi Yaoyao stood before Su Chen showing a hint of displeasure. "I've been busy. I promise I'll make up for it next time. To become stronger one must sacrifice something." "Oof. Excuses. A man's mouth is a deceptive ghost." Shi Yaoyao huffed, feeling a little angry. After this competition I'll take you around Kyoto. I'll take my leave now, bye." After saying this, Su Chen prepared to head out to the wilderness to gain kill points. While growing stronger, he approached that SS level ability. Damn Su Chen. Shi Yaoyao watched him leave, stamping her foot and cursing. Next time she would definitely ignore him for 3 days. 3 days is too long, maybe just 1 day. 1 day seems a bit long, so half an hour then. That's settled. Just 1 minute of ignoring him. The next day at 10 a.m. After a night without sleep, Master Su, who had been hunting kill beasts, finally returned to the arena of the Kyoto Ability Academy. "Su Chen, you finally made it." Chu Shangyang quickly welcomed him with a warm smile. "Director Chu, sorry for being late." "Ha ha. No problem, we've been waiting for you." He pointed to a group of 9 people ahead. "These 9 are the contestants competing with you. There are a total of 10 contestants. You guys can discuss and decide who the captain will be." Chu Shangyang said. "All right." Su Chen replied as he walked up to them. "How are you planning to choose the captain?" "Su God, you're joking, right? The captain is always left for you." "Yeah, generally the strongest person becomes the captain. Su God, you are undoubtedly deserving of it." Everyone spoke up, their faces filled with admiration. Besides Su Chen, they couldn't think of anyone else who could be the captain. Even if they wanted to, they didn't have the strength. Su Chen was a bit flattered, just about to speak when an ear-piercing voice of mockery rang out. Is the selection of the captain for the sophomore interschool league this casual?" Su Chen turned to look and saw a man with a disdainful expression speaking. He furrowed his brows. Did this guy have no brain, or why would he dare to speak to him like that? He activated the investigation function and carefully examined name: Luifa, faction member of the Blood Beast Church, level 4th stage, 2nd layer, ability B grade, wolf transformation. Note: nothing noteworthy. Su Chen furrowed his brow slightly, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. This person is actually a member of the Blood Beast Church. But does he not fear exposing his identity by openly mocking me like this? Just as he was filled with confusion, another man stepped forward. "Luifa, what do you know? How dare you mock Su Chen?" Li Lang, disguised as a student, shot a fierce glare and without hesitation began to pummel Luifa. Luifa screamed in agony. "Ouch. I won't dare any more help." Su Chen watched the scene, his eyes flashing with a sharp light as he activated the investigation function again. Name: Li Lang, faction, Blood Beast Church, at Sanglong envoy, level 4th stage, 8th layer, ability B grade, disguise. Note: this name sounds familiar. At this moment the truth became clear. A surge of anger welled up in Su Chen's heart. Good. This was clearly a self-directed and self-acted play to gain my favor. Moreover, this so-called Sanglong envoy is precisely the mastermind who once sent someone to assassinate me. How dare he enter the tiger's den? Does he think Su Chen is easy to bully? "Su Chen, I taught him a lesson for you, don't take it to heart, you are my idol," Li Lang said with a fawning smile, quickly approaching Su Chen. Su Chen curled his lips into a faint cold smile. "Thanks, but your lesson was a bit light. What should we do?" Li Lang was taken aback, his face showing a look of confusion. He had been beaten so badly, how could it be light? "Then should I help you beat him a few more times?" Li Lang cautiously suggested. "No need. I can handle it myself." Luifa watched as Su Chen approached step by step, fear surging in his heart, and he couldn't help but swallow hard. This plot is not right. Shouldn't he just come out to mock me, be taught a lesson by Li Lang, and then he could smoothly escape? Just now was it you who mocked me? Su Chen, I was wrong. I won't mock you anymore. Lu Yifa's face turned pale with fright, begging with a trembling voice. I don't like apologies. The scythe of slaughter materialized from thin air, and with a light wave Lu Yifa's arm was instantly severed. Blood erupted like a fountain, splattering on the faces and bodies of those around. This scene shocked everyone present, who collectively gasped in horror. Just for one mocking remark he directly severed an arm. Is it really that outrageous? Damn, I won't dare to speak again next time. Li Lang was also frozen in place, his eyes filled with astonishment. He couldn't help but wonder who exactly are the members of the Blood Beast Church. Why is Su Chen so ruthless? This is simply turning evil. Chu Shangyang frowned, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. Although Su Chen's personality is strong, he shouldn't be this cruel, right? Su Chen. What are you doing? But you are my classmate. Lu Yifa's legs stumbled back in panic.
Classmate. Aren't you going to show your half-beast transformation from the Blood Beast Church? Lu Yifa's pupils instantly constricted, despair flooding his heart. Su Chen actually discovered it.
But it shouldn't be. He joined the cult at 17, then entered the Kyoto Abilities Academy after the college entrance examination and had never been discovered in 3 years.
Su Chen. What nonsense are you talking about? Lu Yifa tried to conceal his identity. Die. Su Chen wasted no words and directly severed Lu Yifa's head with a scythe, killing the 4th stage 2nd layer Lu Yifa. Slaughter points. This script is completely wrong. How could Lu Yifa be exposed so quickly? No, I can only retaliate now. Su Chen. You killed a student without authorization. What are your intentions? Li Lang took the initiative, showing a righteous expression on his face. As long as he can convict Su Chen, he will be ruined. Fortunately, he was clever. Su Chen looked at Li Lang's face changing so quickly and smiled. Your name really is Li Lang, also known as the Sunlong Envoy, isn't it? Li Lang's heart skipped a beat. Damn. Is it really a one-click account opening? Su Chen. What nonsense are you talking about? Don't affect our student unity.
Li Lang forced himself to remain calm, loudly arguing. He cannot expose himself here or it would be the end. Su Chen turned to Chu Shangyang. Director Chu, if you trust me, then take him down. Chu Shangyang thought for only 3 seconds before stepping forward, in an instant submit without resistance. Seeing this, Li Lang grinned widely. Haha. You found me. In an instant the features of the Tsanlong manifested on him, a wolf's tail and wolf claws. He suddenly lunged back toward Chu Shangyang, preparing to escape. Arrogant. Chu Shangyang was furious, slapping his hand. A gigantic light seal flew directly toward him. Poof. The powerful blow sent him crashing dozens of meters away, barely clinging to life. Su Chen. Luckily you spotted it. Chu Shangyang said, still in shock. He didn't expect that 2 members of the Blood Beast Church managed to infiltrate the Kyoto Abilities Academy. It seems they have been a bit lax recently. Su Chen walked directly toward Li Lang. Who sent you here? Li Lang smirked wickedly. Su Chen, I want to tell you, you beat. He took out a pill, preparing to swallow it to commit suicide. Su Chen stepped forward and knocked the pill from his hand. Why are you in such a hurry to die? You wouldn't let me go, would you? Su Chen nodded. He'll let you off this time, but next time he'll kill you. This left Li Lang utterly confused. Could it be that he had wronged Su Chen? He had just scolded Su Chen as a beast. He truly deserved to die. However, he saw Su Chen turn around and come back, a wicked smile on his face. Hello. We're meeting again. With a swing of the scythe of slaughter, he was directly beheaded. Kill. It was impossible for him to die from poison. He would lose thousands of slaughter points. After killing these 2, his slaughter points combined with the previous night's hunt had reached 140000 slaughter points. Damn, I thought Su Chen was a mindless killer, but it turns out he has a discerning eye. Indeed. I never expected there would be members of the Blood Beast Church in our Kyoto Abilities Academy. As expected of Su Chen, his judgment is truly accurate. At that moment a strange voice rang out. Just then the sound of footsteps approached from afar, and Li Yanwan walked over holding some invitation cards. She looked at Su Chen, her eyes filled with hatred like flames burning. It's all him. If it weren't for him, she wouldn't have to marry that old man. Soon she would use her charm ability to control him, forcing Su Chen to kneel and embarrass himself. Let him feel the taste of falling from heaven to hell. Li Yanwan. What brings you here? Su Chen asked, slightly puzzled. She strode toward Chu Shangyang. Director Chu, you must grace tonight's wedding banquet with your presence. Chu Shangyang accepted the invitation. His brows knotted in silence for a long while. The patriarch of the Chu family was already over 100 years old, yet he still staged a lavish wedding celebration. How tiresome. If I am free, I shall certainly attend. Li Yanwan, having successfully delivered the invitation, turned back toward Su Chen and withdrew another from her sleeve. Su Chen, dare you come tonight? She placed it gently into his palm. Instantly her eyes shimmered with heart-shaped glimmers, seductive, intoxicating. Su Chen had been about to refuse, when suddenly a wave of bewitching spiritual force surged forth, flooding his mind and eroding his will. His obsidian pupils gradually softened to a pale pink, his gaze grew hazy, unfocused. Li Yanwan lifted her chin, triumphant. Her innate ability, bewitchment, was her signature art. Against those who had never cultivated spiritual energy, it was nothing short of devastating. Without spiritual cultivation, nearly anyone would fall under her spell. She swept her gaze across the crowd, defiant. Do you believe me? I could make Su Chen kneel before me right now. Blustering nonsense. Who do you think you are, to demand Su Chen bow down? Exactly. What are you even worth? Go look in a mirror first. Get out. You're marrying a centenarian and still have the gall to disgrace yourself here. Li Yanwan's face flushed crimson, her fists clenched so tightly her nails bit deep into her palms. Since they refused to believe her, she would show them her power. She whirled around sharply and commanded, voice ringing, Su Chen, kneel. In reply only his icy piercing gaze met. You dare command me? In an instant Su Chen's hand shot forward, gripping her slender throat with bone-chilling force. The bewitchment had taken hold, but his cultivated spiritual energy swiftly shattered its hold, restoring his clarity. Since Li Yanwan showed no regard for her own life, neither would he show mercy. You, she choked, her face turning ashen-purple, terror flooding her eyes. How could you awaken so quickly? Even against fourth-rank cultivators her charm could hold sway for several minutes, yet Su Chen had broken free within seconds. Do not compare me to such worthless trash. His grip tightened further. Cough, cough. Let go. I am Chu Xuanin's woman. You cannot treat me like this. Struggling desperately, she invoked Chu Xuanin's name, hoping to intimidate him. Do you truly fear him? Su Chen scoffed coldly, then wrenched her upward with brutal force and hurled her downward with crushing impact. A thunderous explosion shook the ground, a crater split open, jagged stones flying, blood splattering wildly. Her skull sank deep into the earth, gruesome, horrifying. Dare insult me again, and I will kill you on the spot. Like discarding refuse, Su Chen flung her aside. She lay unconscious, face streaked with blood, utterly broken. Holy hell, did Su Chen really just obliterate Li Yanwan with one strike? Served her right. He held back, the scum deserved far worse. Chu Shangyang watched in weary resignation, shaking his head. Attendants, take her away for treatment. He approached Su Chen. Young man, go easy next time. After all, she belongs to Chu Xianin. I do not distinguish between light and heavy, I simply act. Su Chen's expression remained calm, untroubled. Chu Shangyang sighed faintly. Very well. Will you attend tonight's banquet? Why wouldn't I? Even if it were a trap, a banquet of Hongmen, I would walk straight through it. The Chu family dares not strike openly, only resort to underhanded schemes. And yet, I fear none of it. Knew you'd go. Fine, I'll accompany you and summon the principal too. Let us see who dares lay a finger on you. No one, not Chu Shangyang, not the principal, would permit harm to Su Chen. Heck, hear that, Director Chu? Thanks. No need for thanks. Now go ahead and finalize the team captain selection. Su Chen nodded, stepping toward the 10-member squad. As soon as he began captain, they erupted in unison, unanimous vote, Su Chen, you're our captain. Their eyes shone with unwavering trust and anticipation. With Su Chen as captain, no one would dare bully them, and any who tried would pay dearly. Su Chen, accept the role. Mu Shuer added softly. After a moment's hesitation, he replied, then I shall serve as captain. Mu Shuer asked Captain Su, will you join our coordinated training sessions? I think not. I prefer solo operations. Team drills foster mutual understanding and tactical synergy, ideal for team-based competitions, yet he thrived in solitude. The weak gather in herds, the strong walk alone. Understood. Mu Shuer responded flatly. She had expected precisely this. It would have been strange had he agreed. Besides selecting a captain, is there anything else? Yes. Mu Shuer pulled out her phone and opened the album. Take a look at these uniforms, we must choose one. Su Chen took the phone and studied the options carefully. 3 designs appeared, the first predominantly white with a refined Jingdu emblem, the second golden bearing a radiant sun insignia, the third black, dominant, fierce, emblazoned with a coiling dragon. The third. What do you all think? Su Chen glanced at the group. I have no preference, Mu Shuer said, then turned to the others. And you? Definitely the third. As descendants of the Yanhuan children of the dragon, we choose the dragon. Agreed. The first is too effete, the second too ostentatious, the third is perfect. Then it's settled, the third. Su Chen declared decisively. When will the uniforms be distributed? Tomorrow, on the eve of the tournament. Mu Shuer answered. Okay, just bring mine along. Nothing else. Then I'm off to hunt spirit beasts. He turned to leave. For the next 2 days, unless urgent, he would remain immersed in the wilderness. Having vowed to defeat the divine being descending from the mountain, he would allow no margin for failure. To succeed would prove strength, to fail would expose mere bluster. Go ahead. Mu Shuer sighed inwardly. Had Su Chen developed an unnatural fondness for spirit beasts? While others trained relentlessly for the 100-school tournament, Su Chen was either slaying spirit beasts or en route to slay more. She could not fathom how he advanced so rapidly, despite spending every waking hour hunting beasts. Did slaying them somehow empower him? Such a notion was naive, clearly no such absurdity existed in cultivation law. The pointing match. Inside the military and supernatural academy, the atmosphere was lively and filled with anticipation. The second-year director Zhang Ming spoke loudly. This year's individual competition of the 100 Schools League will be held at the God-Killing Arena in Kyoto. We will set off immediately and strive to arrive by tomorrow for a day of rest. The individual competition of the 100 Schools League, being a highly anticipated event, is generally held in large arenas in Kyoto or the Magic City. This arrangement on one hand facilitates ticket sales to attract a large audience, maximizing the impact of the competition. On the other hand, it serves as an excellent stage for the participating teams to showcase their strength.
Last year's individual competition was held in the Magic City while this year it has turned to Kyoto. Zhang Ming pondered privately that perhaps next year their military and supernatural academy in Shanghai province could also vie for the hosting rights. After all, as long as they could win the team championship they would have enough say and confidence. With this thought his gaze involuntarily fell on Kongling. Kongling would surely go all out to claim the team championship. When will our Shanghai province host this competition too? We still have to take a plane, it's really troublesome. Exactly, I really envy the students in Kyoto, they don't have to struggle to travel in advance. Zhang Ming looked at the team members smilingly, reassuring them everyone don't complain. With Kongling this time it's not impossible for the 100 Schools League to be hosted in our Shanghai province next year. He then looked at Kongling. Do you have confidence in defeating Chen from Kyoto? Kongling slowly raised his gaze. My goal in coming down the mountain is him. Do you think I lack confidence? Ha ha. That's great. Zhang Ming beamed. It's time to put some pressure on the two major powers of Kyoto and the Magic City, letting them know that the military and supernatural academy of Shanghai province is not to be trifled with. Kongling is awesome. This forum predicts that about 60 of people believe you can win. A student spoke up. Kongling frowned slightly. What prediction? The student walked over to him, handing over his phone, saying this is the official app of the 100 Schools League, which has the voting for champion candidates as well as predictions for the winning teams, and your duel prediction against Chen has a support rate of 66. Kongling took the phone and examined it carefully. He saw the voting for the top 10 champion candidates, the voting for champion teams, and various PK predictions. Among them the PK prediction between him and Chen was the most fervent. Kongling had 680,901 votes for victory while Chen had 448,096 votes. There are still over 400,000 votes predicting Chen will win. Kongling felt a bit displeased. In terms of cultivation he had already reached the first stage of the 4th level. What could Chen compare to him? He had to admit that Chen was indeed a prodigy, achieving such results at just 18 years old. It was truly astonishing. When Kongling was 18 he hadn't even broken through to the 3rd stage yet. But Chen had grown so rapidly and shattered the prediction of Kunlun he should be subjected to some suppression. Even if Chen might eventually surpass him, at least in this 100 Schools League Kongling must achieve victory first. Those people have no vision. Kongling can easily take down Chen. The student flattered. Kongling waved his hand. No need to say that, I know my own limits. When the competition starts I want to see Chen's strength properly. He would prove with strength just how blind those 400,000 voters were. At night the Chu family mansion was brightly lit, a scene of festivity. Today was the day of great joy for the old ancestor of the Chu family, and the mansion was adorned with lanterns and decorations filled with guests, including many prominent figures. However, inside the house the atmosphere was completely different. Chu Xianin had a face full of anger. Did Chen really beat you up like this? Chu Xianin asked coldly. Yes, ancestor, you must stand up for me. I did nothing to provoke him, yet he suddenly attacked me so ruthlessly. Li Yanwan said, her face filled with grievance and tears in her eyes. To be honest, Chen is not the kind of person who would strike without reason. Li Yanwan hesitated for a moment but still spoke. I used my charm ability intending to make him kneel down and embarrass himself, but I didn't expect he would wake up so quickly and then beat me up like this. How outrageous. Chu Xianin suddenly stood up, his fists clenched, radiating a powerful pressure. Was it just because he tried to make Chen kneel with charm ability that Chen retaliated so fiercely? Moreover, this Li Yanwan could be considered one of his women. He couldn't let Chen go on challenging his authority so arrogantly. Rest assured, since you are with me I will definitely not let you suffer. In his view Li Yanwan was merely a tool for him, but if the tool was harmed it would also tarnish his face. Thank you, ancestor. I will definitely serve you wholeheartedly in the future. A trace of pride flashed in Li Yanwan's eyes, but she spoke flattering words. In fact, she had long been planning to attach herself to Kongling once the 100 Schools League started. As long as she could get close to Kongling, who would dare to disrespect her in all of Kyoto? Chu Xianin snorted coldly, glaring at her. Don't harbor such crooked thoughts. He knew this woman Li Yanwan too well. She was like a dog that could not be raised. Yanwan wouldn't dare. Ancestor, please don't be angry. Li Yanwan hurriedly lowered her head. Chu Xianin ignored her and loudly called out, Chu Yu. With a call, Chu Yu hurriedly walked in. Ancestor, what is your command? What is your current cultivation level? Replying to the ancestor, I am currently at the 4th stage, 4th level. Chu Yu raised his head slightly, his tone carrying a hint of pride. Do you know Chen's cultivation level? I don't know. The rumor is that he is at the 8th level of the 3rd stage. Chu Yu replied honestly. During the banquet later I will have you challenge Chen in a pointing match. Can you take on this heavy responsibility? Since Chen is so arrogant, today at the banquet with many major forces gathered, a pointing match will humiliate him. Chu Yu was at the 4th stage, 4th level, which was 6 levels lower than Chen, a significant gap. Even if Chen was a prodigy he would find it difficult to compete. Ancestor, do you mean? Chu Yu asked with some confusion. What I mean is you need to be a bit ruthless. If Chen is not taught a lesson he will simply not know the heights of heaven and depths of earth.
Even top family disciples must show utmost respect to Chu Xianyin, but Su Chen treated him so disrespectfully, calling him old by death. Moreover, he had investigated Su Chen's background and found that Su Chen was an orphan without parents. He couldn't even threaten him by kidnapping his parents.
Ancestor, this seems a bit like bullying the weak.
Chu Yu hesitated.
He was at the 4th stage 4th level and could easily knock Su Chen down during the pointing match. What I want is to bully the weak. Let Su Chen learn a lesson and also give Li Yan some relief.
Now was the time for venting. Later it would be time to deal with Su Chen. However, the dream weaving technique of Daoist Chuanji had not yet reached the 4th stage, so he could not take action against Su Chen. He was just waiting for the person who would weave dreams for him to appear again. At that time, Daoist Chuanji would take the opportunity to devour the opponent's dream path, reaching the 4th stage of the dream weaving technique, allowing Su Chen to suffer day and night until he died.
Defeat the opponent. Chu Yu nodded and said, Elder, I understand and will not hold back.
The usual guidance match is meant to kindly point out each other's cultivation flaws to promote mutual progress.
However, since Su Chen is too arrogant, they decided to take direct action.
Chu Xianyin's expression was emotionless as he took out a dark-colored pill and tossed it to Li Yan. Take this and follow me to welcome our guests.
Yes, Elder. Li Yan took the pill and swallowed it as the three left the room to greet their distinguished guests.
Inside the villa of the capital academy, a mist of water vapor lingered. Su Chen, who had just finished bathing, exuded a refreshing aura, and the fatigue from a day of battling beasts dissipated. The day's busy efforts were not in vain, as he had accumulated as many as 254,800 slaughter points. System, directly raise my realm to the 1st level of the 4th stage. Now Kongling is already at the 1st level of the 4th stage, he cannot fall behind. Consume 120000 slaughter points. Realm raised to the 1st level of the 4th stage. In an instant, a powerful force surged within Su Chen, and the invisible threshold between the 3rd stage's 10th level and the 4th stage's 1st level shattered like paper.
The majestic aura of the 1st level of the 4th stage swept over Su Chen like a raging tide. 4th stage. Su Chen let out a long breath.
With his current strength at the 4th stage, he was confident he could defeat any opponent at the 4th stage's 4th level. If he couldn't challenge higher levels with a cheat, that would be too embarrassing. System, raised the 9 nether immortal body to the 3rd level. Consume 80000 slaughter points. 9 nether immortal body successfully raised to the 3rd level.
Ding. Congratulations, host.
The dark pattern engraving of the 9 nether immortal body has begun. Dark pattern.
That's right.
It requires the essence blood of fierce beasts and the invasion of powerful dark elements into the body to complete the dark pattern engraving. So much trouble.
Su Chen felt a bit helpless upon hearing the system's response.
Then what is the purpose of the dark pattern?
There are various types of dark patterns: speed dark patterns, summoning dark patterns, destruction dark patterns, power dark patterns.
Each dark pattern can bring a 100 enhancement and up to 3 can be engraved. Su Chen was slightly stunned and gasped. This 9 nether immortal body is truly against the heavens.
If all 3 summoning dark patterns are engraved, wouldn't the summoned shadow soldiers get a 3-fold enhancement? Moreover, with the enhancement of eternal night, it would directly be 4-fold. If he cultivates to the 6th level and transforms into the immortal death god, how terrifying would his strength be? Su Chen was filled with excitement and anticipation.
It seems that he needs to find a way to collect some high-level beast essence. As for the problem of dark element invasion, perhaps he can seek help from a strong dark element user. Finally, Su Chen poured all of the remaining over 50000 slaughter points into his mental power.
Congratulations, host.
Consumed 58000 slaughter points. Mental power realm raised to the 1st level of the 7th stage. In an instant, Su Chen felt his mental power in his mind surge like a flood, almost doubling. His perception became increasingly sharp. Even a faint sound of a silver needle falling from 100 meters away could be clearly detected. My mental power cultivation speed is almost catching up to that of a 6th level powerhouse.
Su Chen marveled inwardly.
After all, mental power cultivation only begins at the 5th level, and he has already reached the 1st level of the 7th stage at the 4th level.
Far ahead.
Closing the system panel, Su Chen softly called out, "Little flower, come out." The AI robot Little Flower appeared before Su Chen. Search for dark system combat skills of the 5th and 6th levels, Su Chen instructed. Now that he has over 1 billion credits, it's time to purchase new combat skills to enhance his strength.
Master, I have found them for you.
Little Flower's voice was crisp and pleasant.
Su Chen looked at the combat skills displayed on the screen, scanning through the numerous options before finally locking onto a 5th level combat skill, Shadow Spirit Crow.
5th level combat skill, Shadow Spirit Crow, can condense a dark element spirit crow which can share vision. Good stuff. With this combat skill, I can peek at others while they bathe without them knowing. Just then a voice from outside the villa called out, "Su Chen, it's getting late, it's time to attend the banquet."
All right. Su Chen responded and quickly ran out.
Outside the Chu family estate, it was bustling with activity. The head of the Chu family, Chu, he wore a wide grin. Ahaha.
Welcome, Master Jiang. Jiang Chenghe slightly nodded. Chu family had no need for formalities.
This is a small gift I brought, I hope you accept it graciously. Chu took the gift with both hands and said with a smile, "Then I won't stand on ceremony. Please, Master Jiang, come inside."
Jiang Chenghe nodded and stepped into the Chu family estate.
Soon representatives of various factions in the capital also arrived and He warmly welcomed each one. Not long after he saw Zhang Tianan, Chu Shangyang and Su Chen approaching and he hurriedly went forward. Principal Zhang, I thought you wouldn't come.
Zhang Tianan smiled and said, what are you talking about, Chu family head? How could I not come? This is a small token of appreciation, nothing to take offense at.
As he spoke he handed over a storage ring. Chui accepted the storage ring and politely said, Principal Zhang, your presence is already a great honor for my Chu family.
Gifts are really not necessary.
This is a custom, please accept it, Chu family head.
Well then. Principal Zhang, please come inside.
Chui smiled and led everyone into the estate.
Tsk tisk, this Chu family estate is really impressive, Su Chen couldn't help but exclaim. While being a clan they have deep roots, naturally they are extraordinary. Chu Shangyang explained.
The three chatted casually as they walked toward the banquet hall. Inside the banquet hall guests were already seated and the atmosphere was lively. Chu Xianyin, dressed in a luxurious brocade robe, was laughing and chatting with representatives from various factions. Upon seeing Zhang Tianan and the others enter he immediately stood up and welcomed them with a smile.
Principal Zhang, how have you been?
Chu Xianyin cupped his hands.
Xianyin, congratulate.
Zhang Tianan replied with a smile, but he was quite puzzled by the fact that Chu Xianyin at such an old age had taken a 20-year-old woman.
Ha ha. Not at all.
Chu Xianyin chuckled modestly, then turned his gaze toward Su Chen. Young friend, could you do me a favor today?
Oh. What do you mean? What trick is this old man up to again?
It's nothing much, I just want my Chu family's eldest son, Chuyu, to have a guidance match with you, young friend Su Chen, just to liven up today's banquet. I hope you will honor us with your presence. Chu Xianyin said with a smile, but there was a hint of an unrefusable tone in his eyes. Su Chen frowned slightly when he heard this guidance match.
Xianyin, tonight is your stage. How can you let the younger generation steal the spotlight?
Zhang Tianan spoke up, attempting to defend Su Chen. It was clear to all observant eyes that Chu Xianyin's hidden scheming behind the smile was meant to suppress Su Chen through this so-called guidance match.
As Su Chen's principal, how could Zhang Tianan sit idly by? Not at all, Tianan.
The future belongs to this group of young people.
Isn't that right, young friend Su Chen? Chu Xianyin wore a hypocritical smile.
Enough with the nonsense, I accept the challenge.
He just wants to provoke me into accepting, doesn't he? Let him have his way.
As for making me look foolish.
Sorry, Su Chen is not someone to be trifled with. Hearing Su Chen's response, Zhang Tianan was taken aback. Su Chen, this is the territory of old ancestor Chu. You cannot accept this guidance match. He felt a bit puzzled. Su Chen's decision seemed somewhat reckless. Could it be that he truly had the strength to win? But thinking carefully, Su Chen had only recently reached the 3rd stage's 8th level while Chu Yu was at the 4th stage's 4th level. The gap was simply too vast and the chances of winning were almost non-existent. Principal Zhang, it's just a guidance match, merely a demonstration, Su Chen replied with a calm demeanor. Well.
Zhang Tianan hesitated for a moment but eventually nodded. Alright, I will remind you to keep it a demonstration. No matter what, if Su Chen were to lose he would directly intervene to end it, ensuring Su Chen did not suffer too much harm. Meanwhile a cold smile crept onto Chu Xianyin's lips filled with contempt. Su Chen was indeed arrogant, a little provocation had him taking the bait. How could a 3rd stage's 8th level defeat a 4th stage's 4th level? No one in the entire Dragon Kingdom could achieve that. Perfect, with all the major forces present tonight, it was the perfect opportunity for Su Chen to embarrass himself.
Ha ha ha.
Thank you, young friend Su Chen, for gracing us with your presence.
Please, the 3 esteemed guests may take their seats.
Chu Xianyin feigned a polite smile and gestured for them to sit. The 3 then took their seats beside them. As they left, Chu Xianyin looked at Chu Yu. You know what to do later, right? Rest assured, old ancestor. I will ensure Su Chen loses face. Chu Yu clenched his fist slightly. As expected of my Chu family's eldest son, Chu Xianyin nodded in satisfaction. The 2 exchanged a knowing smile before going to welcome new guests. Su Chen and the others took their seats. Xianyang, why do you seem completely unfazed by Su Chen falling into a trap? Zhang Tianan looked at Chu Xianyang in confusion, his eyes filled with questions. Chu Xianyang grinned mischievously. Do you think Su Chen would do something without confidence? Having come to understand Su Chen's character, he was certain that Su Chen would never act without assurance. If Su Chen dared to agree, he surely had complete confidence. After all, the motto of the Kyoto Academy of Supernatural Abilities was, in any competition, if Su Chen is present it's a sure win, if not it's just chaos.
Zhang Tianan, feeling somewhat puzzled, asked Su Chen. Do you really have confidence?
Su Chen smiled mysteriously. You'll know shortly, principal. Indeed, he never does anything without assurance. As for Chu Yu at the 4th stage's 4th level, he is fully confident in defeating him. Seeing this scene, Zhang Tianan stroked his chin deep and thought, is Su Chen truly powerful, or is this merely a reckless act? After about 10 minutes the banquet hall was nearly filled with guests. The ornate chandeliers cast a soft glow and the guests conversed quietly, the atmosphere gradually becoming tense. The head of the Chu family, Chu, he stepped onto the main stage at the front of the banquet hall and spoke loudly. Welcome all esteemed guests of various forces to my family's old ancestors' banquet. As he finished, applause erupted from the audience, echoing like waves.
I won't say too many pleasantries. Let us invite the protagonists of today's banquet, Old Ancestor Chu and Li Yanwan. With a wave of his hand, Chu Xianyin in a red brocade robe stepped out holding Li Yanwan's arm.
A proud smile graced Chu Xianyin's face, revealing a hint of pride in his eyes. He stepped onto the main stage and spoke loudly. Thank you to all major forces for giving this old man face by attending.
You're too polite, Old Ancestor Chu. It is our blessing to be here.
Indeed, Old Ancestor Chu is still as vigorous as ever. Having more wives is no problem.
Ha ha ha. Perhaps we might even see Old Ancestor Chu's son soon.
Various forces flattered him, their voices echoing throughout the banquet hall. In the Dragon Kingdom there were no regulations on monogamy. Strong individuals could have multiple wives and even strong women could have several husbands. This was also to ensure that the genes of some strong individuals could produce superior offspring. Chu Xianyin with a beaming smile said, "Alright everyone, before the banquet officially begins I invite young friend Su Chen and my family's eldest son Chu Yu to prepare for a guidance match, letting everyone have a good look." As he finished speaking, nearly all the major forces present turned their gazes towards Su Chen. They naturally knew of him, the unparalleled genius of this generation. However, what puzzled them was why Su Chen would accept this guidance match. Chu Yu's realm was far superior to Su Chen's. Behind this guidance match, it was obvious that it was a suppression tactic from the Chu family. Meanwhile, Jiang Changhe, who was drinking alone, brightened up at this news, a smirk of glee appearing at the corner of his mouth.
Humph, now there is a good show to watch.
2 weeks ago, when he sent Jiang Shi to that Thunder Element's secret realm, he returned to hear the news of Su Chen's ability advancing to SS level. This left him feeling helpless, wondering what his son's effort to advance to SS level meant. For a long time, the frustration had been pent up inside him, making him quite uncomfortable. And today, Su Chen's agreement to this guidance match would surely lead to a lesson. It was enough to make him feel pleased. Su Chen then stood up. Guidance matches are generally where the strong guide the weak. Is the weak. If I defeat the strong, it shouldn't be a problem, right?
Of course it won't be a problem.
As long as young friend Su Chen has any abilities, feel free to use them. Chu Xianyin's lips curled slightly, revealing a look of disdain. It was impossible for Su Chen to challenge the strong. It was merely a fantasy before the match.
Alright then, when do we start? Su Chen asked, his tone devoid of any fear.
We can start now. Chu Xianyin paused briefly before continuing. I have long heard that young friend Su Chen has achieved Golden Bone. Why not compare how much pressure you can withstand against my eldest son Chu Yu?
After all, I believe everyone wants to witness the Golden Bone, right?
His eyes revealed a glimmer of calculation. His son Chu Yu was endowed with a physical talent coupled with the 4th stage's 4th level, and the pressure he could withstand would definitely surpass Su Chen, who possessed Golden Bone. Though Golden Bone was strong, Su Chen's physique and realm were there, and he certainly couldn't match Chu Yu. Thus this would be an opportunity to let Su Chen lose face in every way.
Even gods could fall from their pedestals. Come fight me.
Su Chen inwardly scoffed as this group underestimated the power of the Golden Bones far too much. Not to mention his 9 nether immortal Bodhi's 3rd stage had already made his physique comparable to that of a 4th-tier 4th stage or even 5th stage powerhouse.
Moreover, with the enhancement of the Golden Bones, the pressure he could withstand among those of the same rank was unmatched. Alright. Today I will let everyone witness the might of the Golden Bones. Su Chen resolutely agreed. Good. No wonder you are the first prodigy of the Dragon Kingdom. You have guts. Chu Xianyin pretended to flatter him. Su Chen had been revered as a god for too long, and it was time to expose his true self. Chu Xianyin called Chu Yu over. First, let's see how many rounds of pressure Su Chen can withstand before we start the match. Chu Yu nodded, secretly delighted, thinking, isn't this just what I wanted?
His ability was physical enhancement, and with a 6th-stage advantage over Su Chen, how could he possibly lose this contest?
This banquet is truly exciting.
We can even see a showdown between Su Chen and Chu Yu.
Yeah. Who do you think will withstand more pressure? Su Chen, of course. The Golden Bones are not just for show.
That's not correct. Even if Su Chen has the Golden Bones, his physical strength is lacking and he is 6 stages behind in realm. How can he withstand it?
How can they compare?
In an instant the banquet hall buzzed with discussions, and most people favored Chu Yu. After all, in their understanding, realm had always been the absolute symbol of strength.
Are you ready? Chu Xianyin asked.
Chu Yu and Su Chen stood in the middle of the banquet, speaking in unison, ready. Chu Xianyin nodded, raising his hand to slowly release an invisible pressure that began to spread through the air.
This is the first wave of pressure at the 1st stage of the 4th tier.
He waved his hand down, and the authority of the 1st stage of the 4th tier surged like a torrent, instantly sweeping over Su Chen and Chu Yu. In an instant the ground around the two began to tremble violently, with dust flying everywhere.
Yet Su Chen seemed unaffected, his expression showing no signs of disturbance.
To him this 1st stage pressure was merely a trivial matter. He naturally possessed the strength of the 1st stage of the 4th tier, easily withstanding it. Chu Yu had originally thought Su Chen would struggle a bit, but upon seeing his indifference was taken aback. After some contemplation he concluded that the Golden Bones must be at work, and thus found it reasonable.
Too weak, increase the pressure, Su Chen said coldly.
Seeing this, Chu Xianyin scoffed lightly. 4th tier 3rd stage. The pressure of the 3rd stage of the 4th tier rushed towards Su Chen and Chu Yu like a stronger storm. Chu Xianyin raised his gaze anticipating seeing Su Chen unable to withstand it, yet he found him still unperturbed. How could this be? Chu Xianyin was startled. Wasn't Su Chen at the 3rd stage 8th level? How could he withstand pressure exceeding his own by 5 stages without any issue? Before he could think further, Chu Yu hurriedly spoke. Ancestor. Increase the pressure. Su Chen could request for an increase, so could Chu Yu. All right. Chu Xianyin gritted his teeth, and with a swift motion of his hand, this time the pressure of the 6th stage of the 4th tier rushed toward Su Chen and Chu Yu like a tidal wave. I refuse to believe you won't kneel. Chu Xianyin thought to himself, his eyes fixated on Su Chen, eagerly anticipating seeing him in a plight. However, when he looked at Su Chen, he found him still unperturbed. Hiss. Su Chen can actually withstand such pressure. This is simply incredible. Amazing. Are the golden bones really this strong? The crowd gasped in shock, their expressions filled with disbelief and awe. Their hearts were filled with curiosity, eager to see where Su Chen's limits truly lay. Haven't you eaten? Su Chen suddenly looked up, his gaze revealing a hint of mockery. You. Chu Xianyin was thoroughly enraged, his face alternating between green and white pressure of the 10th stage of the 4th tier. He forcefully waved his hand down and an overwhelming pressure spread out, causing the ground around to sink dramatically, with cracks resembling the gaping jaws of a ferocious beast extending outward. Golden Buddha Avatar. As the pressure of the 10th stage of the 4th tier descended, Chu Yu's expression changed, hurriedly activating his abilities to resist the formidable pressure. Yet Su Chen merely smiled and the slaughtered demon scythe materialized in an instant. He braced himself against the pressure of the 10th stage of the 4th tier. For 300 years no golden bones had emerged. The worth of the golden bones was not something to be boasted about, nor could it be subdued by such trivial pressure. This child is terrifying. Many were inwardly astonished, gasping. They finally understood the golden bones were not something that just anyone could easily contend with. Old Bidung. Is this the extent of your pressure? Su Chen casually continued, his voice laced with heavy sarcasm. Chu Xianyin was utterly enraged, his fury burning fiercely. What kind of monster was Su Chen? Chu Yu had already activated his abilities. Why was he still unscathed? Could it be that the golden bones truly possessed such immense power? I don't know if you can withstand the pressure that follows. Boom. The pressure of the 2nd stage of the 5th tier enveloped the area, and compared to the 4th tier's pressure, the difference was like heaven and earth. Ah. Chu Yu was the first to succumb, letting out a cry of despair as he was knocked to the ground, unable to move. Su Chen's legs began to tremble slightly, but a cold smile crept on his lips. Tuan Tuan. With a call, Tuan Tuan appeared instantly, first granting Su Chen an enhancement before merging with him. Is this all? Su Chen raised his gaze again. At this moment the entire venue fell silent and everyone looked on in shock. Su Chen could withstand the 5th tier pressure and still stand tall. It was simply unbelievable. Alright Xianyin, the victor has been decided, there is no need to continue. Zhang Tianan said, stepping forward to intervene. Chu Xianyin's face was ashen, filled with reluctance. Were golden bones truly this formidable? He was unwilling to concede so easily. Poof. Again. He gritted his teeth and released the pressure of the 5th stage 5th tier, rushing toward Su Chen like a tempest. In an instant Su Chen's legs began to tremble violently. Seeing this, Chu Xianyin felt secretly pleased. I do not believe you can still manage. Su Chen chuckled lightly. You have underestimated my golden bones. Boom. The bones within Su Chen, which had been emitting a faint golden glow, erupted into a dazzling golden radiance, the brilliance so intense that it was blinding. The once trembling legs calmed under the radiance. The golden bones manifested in Su Chen stood like a war god before everyone. Is this the golden bones? I must be dreaming. I actually thought the golden bones were weak. No wonder the golden bones emerge once every 300 years. I never expected them to be so formidable. This time they possess the aura of an emperor. The crowd gasped in awe, their eyes filled with reverence and admiration. Chu Xianyin, enough. Zhang Tianan stepped forward, interrupting Chu Xianyin. Chu Xianyin's expression was dark. How could Su Chen be so outrageous? He could still stand firm under the pressure of the 5th stage 5th tier. This kid was truly terrifying. Zhang Tianan approached Su Chen, a hint of concern on his face. Are you alright, kid? Su Chen brushed off the dust from his clothing. What could possibly be wrong? Just a bit of dirt on my clothes. This pressure was nothing compared to the previous encounter in the Blood Savage Bull Demon Cave. You kid. Zhang Tianan pointed at him and chuckled. Su Chen always brings miracles. Su Chen then gripped the slaughtered demon scythe, pointing it at the prostrated Chu Yu. Come. Fight me. In the next guiding match he would completely crush his opponent. Chu Yu raised his head, his eyes filled with terror, the once unshakable belief now trembling like a candle in the wind. A chill surged within him. Could he truly defeat the formidable Su Chen? Chu Yu, get up. Don't disgrace the Chu family. Chu Zuanyan's voice was filled with authority and anger. He could clearly see the fear in Chu Yu's heart. However, in his view, although Su Chen could withstand the pressure, it did not mean he could bridge the vast chasm of 6 realms and defeat Chu Yu. While the golden bone was indeed powerful, how could it make up for the insurmountable gap in realms? Chu Yu gritted his teeth and stood up amidst his ancestors' scolding, saying, Su Chen, even if you can endure the pressure and surpass me in terms of true strength, I will definitely defeat you.
Too much nonsense, let's fight.
Su Chen spoke impatiently. The killing demon scythe pointed directly at Chu Yu.
Please follow me.
With that, Chu Xianyin turned and led the two of them toward the Chu family's martial arts arena. At this moment, all the members of the various observing forces stood up, making their way to the arena. They all wanted to see if Su Chen could defy the odds and crush Chu Yu, not to mention that this battle was undoubtedly a rare spectacle. Oof. Why can my sister find such a good man? A hint of resentment flashed in Li Yanwan's eyes, jealousy gnawing at her heart like a venomous snake. But thinking about how Su Chen would be defeated by Chu Yu later, a hint of pleasure surged in her heart. I really look forward to seeing you knocked down helpless. In the Chu family's martial arts arena, a chilling atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. The various forces took their seats, their gazes tightly focused on the stage where Su Chen and Chu Yu stood at either end.
Ha ha. Today is indeed exciting.
Yes. However, it is still hard to determine the winner of this duel given the disparity in realms. True, but Chu Yu is ranked 10th in the Great 300 Schools League. His strength is definitely not weak. Members of various forces conversed, their voices echoing throughout the martial arts arena. Compared to the banquet, they clearly preferred this thrilling and suspenseful moment of watching the show.
Gentlemen, the match begins.
Chu Xianyin spoke directly, announcing the start of this intense duel. On the stage, Chu Yu grinned, revealing a sinister smile. Su Chen,
I will repay the humiliation of the first round in full. Fool, call me when you can defeat my summon.
Su Chen sneered, and with a command the Headless Knight roared out from the Monster God Codex. The Headless Knight rode a shadowy warhorse, stepping through the void, emanating a chilling aura of darkness. Who in their right mind would take action themselves? Defeating the Headless Knight was the threshold to see Su Chen. You dare to speak disrespectfully to my master? The Headless Knight's lance pointed directly at Chu Yu, and a crimson hue surged in its hollow eye sockets.
Whoever dared to disrespect Su Chen, the Headless Knight, would be the first to object.
You. What are you? Chu Yu involuntarily swallowed hard. A wave of intense fear surged within him, but he still forced himself to shout calmly. I am the first general under King Su Chen.
The Headless Knight thrust its lance fiercely. The shadowy warhorse neighed like a black lightning bolt, pouncing fiercely at Chu Yu.
Chu Yu.
Be careful. It's a king-level bloodline.
Chu Zuanyan's voice was filled with panic. He never imagined that Su Chen could master the Beast Tamer Alliance's beast taming technique and that the ability would not disappear.
Not only that, but he was also controlling a king-level bloodline beast.
A king-level bloodline beast could hardly be defeated even by rank abilities under the same realm. The strength of a king-level bloodline beast equated to that of over 10 top-tier bloodline beasts. Chu Yu panicked and quickly unleashed his own abilities and combat skills. Golden Buddha Dharma appearance.
Golden Bell protection.
In an instant, a golden Buddha Dharma appearance appeared behind him, shining brilliantly and illuminating the entire martial arts arena. The radiance significantly boosted Chu Yu's physique, and a golden bell fully enveloped him.
Clang.
A crisp collision sound rang out as the shadowy lance struck the golden bell hard, only making the bell shake slightly.
I don't believe you can shatter it.
Chu Yu wore a confident smile. This Headless Knight would surely tire out at some point, and that would be his moment to counterattack. Today he would prove that king-level beasts were nothing special.
Headless Knight, increase the intensity. Su Chen commanded.
As you wish.
The Headless Knight swung its lance, creating dozens of identical Headless Knights that surrounded Chu Yu completely. Let's see how many of my lances you can endure.
Dozens of Headless Knights charged forward in unison, thrusting their lances, then charging again and thrusting. A flurry of attacks executed in a seamless flow like a black storm sweeping across the entire stage.
Hiss. Goodness, we can't even see Su Chen's actual strength now.
Sigh. It seems defeating this king-level summon is the threshold to see Su Chen.
Ha ha ha.
The Chu family thought they could pressure Su Chen, but instead they shot themselves in the foot. Crack, crack. The golden bell began to show countless cracks. Each collision of the lance made blood appear in Chu Yu's eyes, and his complexion grew increasingly pale.
Damn it. Su Chen, you forced me.
Chu Yu bit his finger, blood dripping onto the ground. Golden Buddha deliverance. At the moment a drop of blood fell to the ground, the golden Buddha behind him slowly opened its eyes, and a sacred light poured down like a tide, dispelling all surrounding darkness. Under this radiance, the Headless Knight was subsequently dispelled, vanishing back into the Monster God Codex. Unfortunately, the essence of the Headless Knight was composed of dark elemental abilities, and before this sacred light it could not withstand.
Ha ha ha. Su Chen. This is my Chu family's ancestral dispelling secret technique. Without the Headless Knight, what will you use to fight me?
Chu Yu wore a face of ecstatic joy. In his view, Su Chen's strength was definitely mediocre, otherwise how could he let the summon take the stage first? Now that the Headless Knight was dispelled, Su Chen would surely be easily defeated by him. Su Chen curled the corners of his mouth into a playful smile. The Headless Knight was merely dispelled, and he could summon it again to fight at any time.
However, Su Chen did not intend to do so. Since Chu Yu thought he was weak,
then he would crush him with absolute strength. Young friend Su Chen, if you feel your strength is weak, we can stop here.
Chu Zuanyan's face once again wore a smile.
Su Chen raised his gaze and the dark elf appeared saying sorry, defeating the headless knight is the threshold to see me. The dark elf merged with him in the blink of an eye. Su Chen's aura suddenly changed, his originally pitch-black eyes now swirling with a purple crystalline brilliance while a pair of radiant purple wings slowly unfolded from his back. The aura of the first layer of the fourth stage spread out like a raging wind. Is it really fourth stage? First layer. How could Su Chen cultivate so rapidly? 18 years old, fourth stage, first layer.
How terrifying is that? It exceeds imagination.
It truly echoes that saying, if you do not cultivate you see Su Chen as a frog in a well observing the moon, if you cultivate you see Su Chen as a mayfly seeing the vast sky.
Reaching the fourth stage first layer at 18 is undoubtedly a supreme honor in the Dragon Kingdom, enough to drive countless people mad with it.
Fourth stage. First layer. Chu Yu's face instantly turned pale. He was 20 years old this year, a third-year student, and had struggled for 3 years to reach the third layer of the fourth stage. Yet before him Su Chen had only cultivated for a little over a month and achieved a near-comparable realm. How could he accept this? What's wrong? Are you scared? A teasing smile appeared on Su Chen's lips. Chu Yu's eyes flashed with a hint of madness. I am not afraid. We are both prodigies. I am 3 layers above you. The advantage is mine. Prodigy. Then today I will let you understand that I am a being you can never hope to reach. Su Chen's gaze sharpened and he suddenly stepped forward, appearing before Chu Yu in a flash, gripping the slaughtering demon scythe and swinging it violently towards him. Clang. Chu Yu reacted extremely quickly, deploying the golden bell barrier just in time to block the blow. Su Chen's eyes flashed with boredom shatter. He felt a powerful force surge from the bulging veins in his arm into the slaughtering demon scythe. The scythe with the force of a landslide swung fiercely towards the seemingly indestructible golden bell barrier. Crack! A crisp shattering sound suddenly rang out, the golden bell barrier instantly turning into countless golden shards under Su Chen's full force strike, scattering everywhere. Puff! Chu Yu was knocked back several meters by the overwhelming impact, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to hold back a mouthful of blood. His eyes were filled with confusion and shock. So strong. At this moment he realized that the demon scythe in Su Chen's hand seemed completely different from the Death Scythe he had seen before. Not only had the ability level of the ability evolved, but could it be? Could the innate spiritual weapon also evolve? Damn it. Again. Chu Yu gritted his teeth, another drop of blood falling to the ground. Immediately the avatar of his ability behind him opened its eyes and a powerful holy light spread out, crazily dispersing the dark elements surrounding Su Chen. Ha! Where there is light there will be shadows. Su Chen sneered, a massive illusory figure slowly emerging behind him, an endless tide of dark elemental power surging forth. The moment the dark elements came into contact with the holy light, it was initially believed that the holy light would gain the upper hand and disperse the dark elements, but the reality was quite the opposite. The dark elements surged like a black flood, directly crushing the holy light, darkness rapidly engulfing the entire arena as if it wanted to devour everything. What? Chu Yu couldn't help but exclaim in his native language. In his understanding, light had always countered darkness, but the scene before him completely overturned that belief. Not only did it not disperse the dark elements, but it was instead eroded and tainted by them. What the hell? Su Chen's cold voice rang out as he instantly appeared behind Chu Yu, the slaughtering demon scythe ruthlessly slashing towards the avatar of the ability. Crack! The avatar of the ability shattered instantly under Su Chen's strike, golden light scattering, but upon contact with the dark elements it was instantly tainted dark. Oh! At the moment the avatar of the ability shattered, Chu Yu let out a piercing scream, collapsing to the ground, curled up in pain, his face contorted with agony. At this moment the arena fell into complete silence, everyone stunned by the scene before them. The belief they had always held that light countered darkness and dispelled all was completely shattered. It turned out that in the face of absolute power the so-called countering relationship was utterly insignificant. Su Chen. Amazing. With one person's exclamation many stood up to applaud, their faces filled with excitement and admiration. Indeed, Su Chen's strength had far surpassed the realm of prodigies. The term prodigy was insufficient to describe his power, he resembled a fearsome deity. Chu Xian's balance nearly faltered, filled with shock and fear. In the entire match Su Chen had defeated Chu Yu in less than 10 moves. How could Su Chen's strength be so terrifying? He couldn't help but begin to doubt whether opposing Su Chen was truly the right choice. Su Chen's growth rate was simply too frightening. At this pace, in less than 10 years he would undoubtedly become a 10th-tier powerhouse. But now he had no way out. It was either Su Chen dead or he Chu Xian perished. He forced a smile on his face and said loudly, ha ha ha. Welcome to the wonderful performance brought by Su Chen and the eldest son of the Chu family. Now the banquet officially begins. Everyone please return to the dining hall. As Su Chen stepped down from the arena he glanced at Chu Xian's hypocritical smile and gently shook his head, truly good at acting. Su Chen, how exactly did you cultivate? Xing Tianan approached, unable to contain his curiosity. The gap between the third and fourth stages was like an insurmountable chasm. From first to third stage is merely the initial stage of cultivation, and relatively speaking the speed of improvement is quite fast. But once one reaches the fourth stage the speed of cultivation becomes exceedingly slow. It takes a long time of arduous training to advance a layer. Yet Su Chen managed to reach the 4th stage first layer in just over a month.
Day and night diligently cultivating. Su Chen simply replied. Good lad. Truly hardworking. Let us have a drink later. Zhang Tianan remarked. Su Chen must have been cultivating tirelessly every day to achieve such remarkable feats. It truly has been a tough journey. Then it would be my honor to accept. Su Chen smiled, preparing to return to the dining hall.
Just as he returned to the hall and took a seat, many people from various forces surrounded him. Little brother Su Chen, I am the CEO of the Diao underwear brand and I would like to ask you to wear our Diao brand underwear for us. How about it? We offer absolutely generous endorsement fees. The CEO of Diao underwear said with a smile on his face. Su Chen frowned. It's a bit inconvenient. What is inconvenient? Little brother Su Chen, money is not an issue as long as you are willing to endorse. We can offer you an even higher price. It's not about the money, it's just that it's too big to fit easily and might violate regulations. Su Chen said with a serious expression. The CEO of Diao underwear. The bystander. Ah ha ha. Little friend Su Chen, why not endorse my ability enhancement potion? Our potion works exceptionally well. As long as you endorse it, it will definitely sell like hotcakes. Little brother Su Chen. How about joining my Demon Scythe martial arts school? Our school is rich in resources and can provide you with better cultivation conditions. In an instant, various forces vied for Su Chen, all hoping to collaborate with him. Alright everyone, Su Chen has no intention of endorsing anything. Zhang Tianan waved his hand upon seeing this. Everyone exchanged glances and left helplessly. I will decide for you. How do you feel about that? Zhang Tianan asked Su Chen. It's quite good. I don't want to join these martial arts forces, it's too troublesome. Before joining these forces would promise a lot, claiming ample money and resources, but once joined, any issues that arose would inevitably point to him. Su Chen. Joining a system is pointless. It is much better to be free, doing whatever one wants. I hope you can maintain this way for a long time. Zhang Tianan said with anticipation. If Su Chen remained untainted by any forces before reaching the 10th tier, then he would have the chance to change the entire landscape of the Dragon Kingdom. He could even challenge the unchanging authority of Kunlun Mountain for 100 years. The Dream Dao confrontation. You can rest assured, Principal Zhang. Zhang Tianan slightly shook his head. One must not speak too soon. You still have to withstand the invitations from Kunlun Mountain. I hope you do not join them. Why do you say that? Su Chen frowned slightly. Zhang Tianan sighed softly. Kunlun Mountain has always firmly held the absolute power of discourse in the Dragon Nation. Whenever a remarkable talent emerges in the secular world, Kunlun Mountain will extend an olive branch inviting them to join. Over time their power has grown increasingly formidable, and in the Dragon Nation almost no one dares to challenge their authority, nor do they easily refute what they say. This is a troubling situation. Kunlun Mountain's authority must not go unchallenged. The main issue lies with Kunlun Mountain's ambition, desiring to be the sole ruler, to be above all others. Su Chen nodded slightly, realizing that the forces behind Kunlun Mountain are intricate and far from simple. Do you know why Kunlun Mountain dares to act so brazenly? Why? Because of the disaster beasts. Disaster beasts? What are those? Su Chen rubbed his temples. It seems I have to acquire new knowledge again. Zhang Tianan spoke gravely. Specifically, I don't know much, but I only know that disaster beasts are the products of the ancient cataclysm. Their appearance often accompanies plagues, death, viruses, and destruction, and they are completely different from ordinary demon beasts. Disaster beasts are immensely large. Even the most ordinary of them are extremely troublesome and difficult to deal with. So, Kunlun Mountain acts so brazenly because they suppress the disaster beasts. Anyone who dares to resist will be threatened by the disaster beasts they unleash. Su Chen quickly made a guess. Yes. I once witnessed over 100 disaster beasts obliterate a city. That city remains a death zone to this day, and no one dares to approach it. Zhang Tianan's voice trembled slightly. So that's how it is. One can only say they are still not strong enough. Ha ha ha. You are right, but think about it. Kunlun Mountain is the strongest force in the Dragon Nation, can only barely suppress the disaster beasts, which shows just how terrifying these beasts truly are. So how did the disaster beasts come about? Su Chen's curiosity surged as he pressed on. 100 years ago, a rift of calamity appeared in the back mountains of Kunlun Mountain, and with it came a multitude of disaster beasts from the rift. Later they were suppressed by the strong ones of Kunlun Mountain until now. Su Chen silently sorted through his thoughts. Simply put, 100 years ago a rift appeared, disaster beasts descended and were subsequently suppressed by Kunlun Mountain. The reason Kunlun Mountain is so arrogant and disregards the opinions of the secular world is that if they do not suppress the disaster beasts, those beasts would wreak havoc upon the Dragon Nation. Ultimately it still boils down to a lack of strength. What are you thinking about now? Zhang Tianan looked at Su Chen's contemplative expression, curious. I want to completely resolve the disaster beasts. Zhang Tianan felt a surge of joy. With Su Chen's talent and potential, given him 10 years he could certainly reach the 10th tier. Thus completely resolving the disaster beasts, breaking the status quo of the Dragon Nation and Kunlun Mountain's authority. I look forward to your performance in 10 years.
That feels a bit far off. Su Chen replied calmly.
His goal was quite simple: to reach the 10th tier in 3 years. It shouldn't be considered excessive if he had some advantages, right?
You brat.
Zhang Tianan pointed at Su Chen, then raised his glass and said, enough of this talk, let's drink.
The two raised their glasses, lightly clinked them and then drank them down. Master Jiang. Why are you drinking alone?
Zhang Changhe saw Chu Xianyin and was slightly taken aback, then forced to smile. Old ancestor Chu.
How could he not be depressed?
He had originally anticipated seeing Su Chen make a fool of himself, but who would have thought he was outrageously strong? The desire for revenge he had vanished without a trace. What a joke. With Su Chen's potential, his Jiang family would have to be out of their minds to seek revenge. As for his son Jiang, sure, if he dared to secretly seek revenge, he could consider himself without a son.
Master Jiang, I remember your son had a bit of an unpleasant encounter with Su Chen, right?
Chu Xianyin said with a half-smile, a glint of malice flashing in his eyes.
Ha ha ha. Not at all. Zhang Cheng's eyes flickered. Chu Xianyin seemed to be preparing to drag him into dealing with Su Chen.
What? I remember Master Jiang has always been protective of his own. Chu Zuanyan's tone carried a hint of suggestion, enticing Zhang Changhe to team up and avenge his son. Not at all, it's all just minor squabbles. He did not want to get embroiled in this conflict. He had already witnessed Su Chen's strength and had no desire to provoke such a potential threat.
Master Jiang, are you really not going to protect your own? Chu Xianyin pressed on, unwilling to give up. No, thank you for your kind offer, old ancestor Chu. Then alright, enjoy your meal, Master Jiang.
Chu Zuanyan's expression darkened, a hint of displeasure flashed in his eyes as he turned to leave. Zhang Changhe watched Chu Zuanyan's departing figure, cursing inwardly. He still wanted to live a few more days. He certainly would not seek revenge as long as Su Chen did not trouble him. He would be grateful. Furthermore, he was considering whether to inform Su Chen about the plot to frame Hua Zhanxiong set by someone from Kunlun Mountain. Perhaps he could use this to cultivate a good relationship with Su Chen, ensuring the safety of the Jiang family in the future. As the banquet approached its end, most of the guests had departed, leaving only the servants of the Chu family busily cleaning up.
Old ancestor. Su Chen.
Li Yanhuan gritted her teeth, a flicker of resentment and unwillingness flashing in her eyes. Chu Zuanyan's expression turned cold as he suddenly grasped her neck. Do you need to say that?
He then turned and commanded, go. Call Daoist Chuanji over. The servants dared not delay and hurriedly departed to summon Daoist Chuanji. Old ancestor. Li Yanhuan's face turned purple as she struggled desperately.
Only then did Chu Xianyin release his grip, causing Li Yanhuan to fall to the ground, coughing incessantly. Chu Xianyin said coldly, do not say what should not be said in the future.
Yes. Yes. Old ancestor. Li Yanhuan's eyes were filled with resentment, but she dared not express it. Xuanyin, why did you call for me?
Xuanji hurried over, pulling up his trousers, a hint of confusion on his face. Today, if the one who weaves dreams for me does not arrive, you will go into Su Chen's dream. For now, he could only use such lowly means to vent his frustration.
All right.
It's just a pity that the one who weaves dreams for you hasn't appeared these days, otherwise I would have already broken through to the 4th level of nightmare weaving. Xuanji said with a hint of regret.
Don't worry, perhaps he might appear tonight.
After their conversation, the only sound left in the hall was the clinking of the dishes being cleaned.
In the ability villa of the capital, Su Chen had just taken a shower, radiating a refreshing aura. He returned to his room ready to cast the nightmare weaving technique.
He hadn't used this technique for several days. Tonight he would test the 4th level of nightmare weaving on that old fool Chu Xianyin.
The initial manifestation of Buddhism.
Su Chen's eyes were tightly shut as he silently activated the nightmarish weaving technique.
His consciousness penetrated the thick night, accurately capturing the aura of Chu Xianyin in the darkness.
In the next moment, his awareness silently invaded Chu Xianyin's dream world. This time Chu Xianyin's dream was still filled with hedonistic pleasures. It seems that someone has rewoven this old man's dream. Su Chen murmured to himself, then prepared to carefully weave a new dream. Just as Su Chen focused on weaving, the dream, Shenji of the Chu family suddenly opened her eyes, murmuring, finally you have come. Previously he had left a special mark in Chu Xianyin's dream. As soon as someone entered this dream with their consciousness, it would immediately notify him. The appearance of that familiar dream notification undoubtedly meant that the person from last time had reappeared.
Let's see whether your skills surpass mine or mine are superior.
With that, he swiftly formed hand seals and activated the nightmarish weaving technique, stepping into Chu Xianyin's dream world.
Upon entering the dream, Shenji spotted Su Chen not far away.
At this moment, Su Chen was fully focused on preparing to weave a nightmarish scene.
Who goes there? Why are you trying to trap my elder brother Xianyin? Xianji shouted loudly. Su Chen was taken aback, his movements momentarily pausing.
He slowly turned around to see a vague shadow approaching him aggressively from a distance.
Who are you?
Su Chen frowned, secretly speculating that this person was likely the one who modified Chu Xianyin's.
I am the most skilled practitioner of the nightmarish weaving technique in the entire Dragon Kingdom, Xianji declared, raising his head high. Hearing this, Su Chen's heart trembled slightly and he frowned inwardly. Isn't it said that the nightmarish weaving technique is only at the third realm in the entire Dragon Kingdom? Could it be that someone is truly more powerful than me at the fourth realm? Stop with the nonsense. How about a dream duel instead? Oof. I'll grant you a duel since you are at the third realm. Xianji coldly chuckled and his hands swiftly danced, unleashing an endless torrent of nightmarish fragments surging like a black tide toward Su Chen's mind, attempting to crush his consciousness. Su Chen's expression remained calm. Come at me. He quickly waved his hands, sending countless nightmarish fragments flying out to collide violently with Xianji's shards, creating a chorus of crisp shattering sounds in an instant. You're still too inexperienced. Xianji smirked, a triumphant smile appearing on his face. He activated his powers, causing those demonic fragments to quickly coalesce into several grotesque nightmarish soldiers which rushed toward Su Chen wielding battle axes. What on earth is this? Su Chen was taken aback, a hint of confusion appearing on his face. He immediately activated his detection function named Xianji Faction Buddhism ability, a Dream Realm 6th stage 4th level spirit 3rd level of concentration note. Just do it. It seems these nightmarish soldiers were created by his powers. A glint of thought passed through Su Chen's eyes. He had initially intended for Chu Xianyin to test his fourth realm's demonic shadow first, but since Xianji was so unyielding, he would take him on instead. Su Chen slowly closed his eyes as the dream fragments around him began to wildly coalesce, a terrifying aura gradually spreading out. Ha ha ha. Kid, are you giving up already? You're truly a waste. Xianji wore a contemptuous smile. In his view, Su Chen had clearly suffered a total defeat in the first round of their confrontation. However, at that moment Su Chen abruptly opened his eyes. Go. Crush them. Before him, a colossal demonic shadow formed from dream fragments slowly emerged, floating like a ghost. As soon as it appeared, it charged forward, its enormous claws directly shattering those nightmarish soldiers' fragments, scattering everywhere. Roar! The demonic shadow let out an angry roar, causing the entire dream space to tremble. What? This is the demonic shadow of the fourth realm. Xianji's face changed dramatically, his body trembling uncontrollably. Could it be that someone reached the fourth realm of the nightmarish weaving technique faster than him? How is this possible? After years of hard work, why am I still so far behind? I thought you were at the fifth realm. You boasted about being the best in the Dragon Kingdom at the nightmarish weaving technique from the start. Su Chen had an expression of disbelief. Xianji's face flushed red and white, feeling incredibly embarrassed. He regretted not realizing that the other party was at the fourth realm, otherwise he would never have dared to boast in front of him. Who exactly are you? Xianji asked loudly, unwilling to accept his fate. Me. I am someone you cannot afford to provoke. The demonic shadow roared angrily, and Xianji only felt his body uncontrollably flying toward the demonic shadow. In the next moment he was pulled into the most terrifying dream of his own heart. Damn. 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 Blood vessels filled Xianji's eyes as in the instant he was pulled in, the overwhelming sense of oppression shattered his mind bit by bit. This time he had truly kicked a metal board. Did you not say I was inexperienced? Why aren't you resisting? Su Chen sneered. Please. Let me go. I am a person of Buddhism. Xianji struggled in that terrifying dream, pleading loudly. I don't know any nonsense Buddhism. Show me the arrogance you had at the beginning. You forced my hand. Xianji's eyes flashed with madness as he gathered several nightmarish soldiers and launched an attack on Chu Xianyin's dream. With a crisp sound, Chu Xianyin's dream shattered instantly, and the powerful backlash swept through like a storm, forcibly expelling both Su Chen and Xianji from the dream. Su Chen's face revealed a hint of anger. Damn it, I thought you were going to unleash a big move, but it turned out to be a retreat. Damn you. He shook his head, a cold, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Since Xianji dared to stop him, he would take him down. However, after this battle, Su Chen felt a significant drain on his mental energy. In just a short time he felt his head spinning as if he had been hit by a heavy weight. He shook his head, enduring the discomfort, and fell asleep. Chu family. Chu Xianyin suddenly sat up from his bed, his face pale as paper, cold sweat covering his forehead. His eyes widened. Xianji. What are you doing? Just now he felt as though his mental energy had been brutally stabbed by a sharp blade, causing him to awaken abruptly from his sweet dream. Facing the questioning Xianji was still slightly trembling, clearly shaken. He looked at Chu Xianyin, a hint of guilt on his face. Xianyin. I'm sorry. He truly had no choice. If he hadn't acted that way, he would have never escaped the terrifying dream generated by the other party's fourth realm. The opponent was simply too powerful. It's fine. Did you manage to devour the one who wove my dream? Have you reached the fourth realm? Chu Xianyin held back his anger, a glimmer of eager anticipation in his eyes as he asked. Xianji for a moment did not know how to respond. He hesitated. Xianyin. I lost. King of the disaster beasts. You don't even have the qualifications to compete. Then you shall die. Chu Xianyin's eyes burned crimson and a surge of malevolent energy enveloped him.
With a thunderous roar he slammed his palm toward Xuanji. Xuanji only felt an overwhelming force surge toward him, leaving him no time to evade, and he was directly sent crashing against a nearby puff. Blood gushed from Xuanji's mouth as he painfully lifted his pale face, saying, "Brother Xianin, please give me another chance. I will return to seek my master for help. My patience for you is limited. Rest assured, Brother Xianin, my master has always favored me and will definitely. This is your last chance. If you fail again, don't even think about asking me for a single penny or a woman." Zhu Xianin's face was filled with anger and disgust. He had originally anticipated a complete victory. Unexpectedly, he found himself lacking even the qualifications to confront the opponent directly. He was puzzled who exactly was the opponent. How could the Dragon Kingdom possess a fourth-tier nightmare weaving technique? Seeing Zhu Xianin's expression, a glimmer of hope flashed in Xuanji's eyes. "Brother, don't worry, I will rush back to the Buddhist sect first thing in the morning. As long as I can turn the situation upside down, my protective master will surely help me. This time only success is allowed, failure is not an option." "Understood, Brother Xianin." Xuanji hesitated for a moment, then cautiously said, "Brother Xianin, it's better not to sleep these few days." Thinking of that terrifying nightmare weaving technique, he couldn't help but shiver. Having provoked the opponent, they might never get a good night's sleep again. The nightmare weaving technique would severely punish them. Zhu Xianin suppressed his inner rage, veins bulging on his forehead. "Go to the Buddhist sect now." Yes, Brother Xianin." Xuanji felt as if he had received a reprieve and hurriedly left. Zhu Xianin took a few deep breaths, trying to calm the fury within him. It seems necessary to divine who the opponent is. Divining who the opponent is will also facilitate open communication. Who could possess the fourth-tier nightmare weaving technique? Without much thought, it was likely an old Taoist who had long been living in seclusion in the mountains, tasked with entering his dreams. The opponent's age must be at least over 80, otherwise they wouldn't have been able to cultivate the fourth-tier nightmare weaving technique. Kunlun Mountain Conference. In the conference hall, representatives from various Kunlun Mountain factions sat orderly. Sitting at the front was the most powerful reclusive family of Kunlun Mountain, the Chen family. Patriarch Qin Tianxia, dressed in a black robe, gazed intently at the assembled crowd and slowly spoke. "Everyone, the secular 100 Schools League is about to begin. Who among you is willing to go down the mountain to recruit some outstanding candidates to join Kunlun Mountain?" "Tianxia, let my Li family's disciples go down this time." "Elderly, this time it should be our Song family's turn, right?" "Little Song, let this year go to my Li family and next year will be yours, how about that?" Elderly Dongming wore a slight smile on his face. "Elderly, I'm afraid this year won't work. In previous years it would have been fine, but this year was truly not possible. Because a talented individual named Su Chen had emerged in the secular world. Whichever faction went down the mountain first to recruit him would have priority choice. Su Chen's potential was incredibly strong, comparable to those prodigies of Kunlun Mountain. As long as Su Chen was willing to join their Kunlun Mountain, the faction that went down to recruit him would be able to have him join their ranks early, enhancing their own power. Songren, let the Li family go down the mountain first to recruit candidates." Qin Tianxia cast a calm glance at Songren and slowly spoke. "This." Songren showed a reluctant expression but ultimately spoke, "I will follow your orders." There was no choice. Qin Tianxia had spoken and he dared not defy it. However, just thinking about how Su Chen, this prodigy, was to be recruited by the Li family, he felt a sense of regret. "Tianxia, I am grateful." Elderly Dongming nodded slightly in thanks. Qin Tianxia gently shook his head. "The recruitment matter is settled. And today's conference theme is that the disaster beasts in the back mountain seem to be on the verge of revolt. How does everyone view this?" Suddenly the entire conference fell silent. The disaster beasts of the back mountain were always the greatest threat, yet they seem to have no recourse. "If you have nothing to say, then we will dispatch troops to suppress them. This meeting is adjourned." This sudden decision caught everyone off guard. And this hasty conclusion of the meeting by Qin Tianxia was naturally felt as a response to the call of an old friend. Seeing Qin Tianxia leave, each faction also hurriedly exited. Only the Kong family was stopped by the fifth-ranked faction, the Lin family. "Wei on." Lin Guangming, the patriarch of the Lin family, approached with a face full of smiles. "Guangming. What is it?" "Ha ha. It's nothing much, just the position of deputy commander in the central war zone." Kong Weian sneered. "If that's not handled well, then Hua Zhanxiong would be unwilling to join your Lin family." These deputy commanders of the war zones, or even the commanders, are mostly controlled by some factions of Kunlun Mountain. This is part of the power control. "Weian, if he is unwilling to join, then I would trouble you to help me secure this position. Once it's done, I will give you whatever you want." "What are we being polite about? You just need to prepare what you need. This position belongs to your Lin family." Since Hua Zhanxiong was unwilling to join their Kunlun Mountain, then a slight maneuver would ensure he would lose everything. To think one could oppose the Tianshan with just one strength. That was impossible. "The items have long been prepared, just waiting for you to take action. My plan is also ready, ensuring that Qin Tianxia won't notice anything. Qin Tianxia has strict orders against such occurrences, but in appearance I will comply. Who would know otherwise? As long as the plan succeeds and he is framed with a crime, who would dare speak of injustice on his behalf?" "That's good.
Lin Guangming breathed a sigh of relief.
As long as Qin Tianxia does not discover anything, everything can be negotiated.
So shall we have a drink now? Lin Guangming proposed eagerly.
Sure. Please. The two exchanged pleasantries and exited the conference. In the back mountain, the disaster zone was eerily silent.
Qin Tianxia.
Have you seen my daughter? The king of the disaster beasts, Ming Tian, transformed into human form, his eyes filled with anger and anxiety as he questioned Qin Tianxia.
Your daughter? How would I know? Who else could stealthily take my daughter away?
Who else? Are you preparing for war?
Qin Tianxia's black eyes turned into golden dragon eyes, his aura surging defiantly. War.
If there's a war, then let's fight.
Tension filled the air.
Just as the atmosphere became charged, a subordinate of Ming Tian hurriedly approached, saying, Sir,
this is a letter from the young lady for you.
Ming Tian reached out to take the letter and slowly opened it. What greeted his eyes was the familiar handwriting of his beloved daughter, which read, Dad, I'm going to the human city to have some fun, don't think? The writing was vigorous yet playful, truly capturing his daughter's unique style. Moreover, he was well aware that his daughter had long been yearning to visit the human city. Thinking of his daughter, Ming Tian sighed softly. As a disaster beast, he was a symbol of calamity. Wherever he went, living beings suffered and all feared him. Yet his daughter was the complete opposite. Wherever she went, auspiciousness surrounded her and vitality flourished. Ming Tian raised his gaze and said, Qin Tianxia, if anything happens to my daughter in your city, I will crush Kunlun Mountain and annihilate the Dragon Kingdom.
I will accompany you to the end.
Qin Tianxia was unafraid. Currently, the situation between Kunlun Mountain and the disaster beast had reached a stalemate, with both sides evenly matched and neither could easily gain the upper hand. Moreover, he had fought Ming Tian multiple times. They were old adversaries. However, he never expected that Ming Tian's daughter would represent the opposing force of calamity, auspiciousness, which was truly inconceivable. Oof. I want to see my daughter within a month, or I will declare full-scale war. As soon as he finished speaking, Ming Tian's figure flickered and instantly transformed into a shadow, disappearing without a trace, leaving only a faint ripple in the air. Qin Tianxia looked in the direction where Ming Tian had vanished, his brow tightly furrowed. A month was too short of a time, and he did not wish for a full-scale war. It would inevitably lead to heavy casualties among the people of Kunlun Mountain.
Bring everyone search for Ming Tian's daughter. Qin Tianxia commanded in a deep voice. The capital. Everyone. Today we will all check into the Marriott Hotel near the God-slaying arena.
Chu Shangyang stood before the crowd. Generally speaking, during the competition, arrangements for the players' food, clothing, and accommodation would be meticulously handled. According to the principle of proximity, everyone would be arranged to stay at the large hotel next to the arena. This was the case for all competitions without exception. They all chose the Marriott Hotel.
Wow. Doesn't that mean we can have a great time after the competition?
Zhang Luer's eyes sparkled.
You little rascal, don't you see who's next to you?
Su Chen said, looking speechless.
Just kidding.
Zhang Luer awkwardly scratched his head. Quiet. Now we will distribute the team uniforms and battle armors. Chu Shangyang handed out a storage ring to each person, then said, in the competition we will wear a grade battle armors equipped with grade battle soldiers. As for the team uniforms, you will change into them now and we will set off for the Marriott Hotel to meet our opponents. With his words, 10 team members headed towards the changing room.
In the men's changing room. Brother-in-law, do you have any techniques for peeping? Hee.
Zhang Luer said with a mischievous smile, leaning close to Su Chen and speaking softly. Make another joke like that and he'll knock your head off. Su Chen shot him a glare and said unhappily. But speaking of it, he did have a peeping technique, Shadow Spirit Crow, which could perfectly share perspectives.
Ahem.
But Su Chen was not the kind of person who would do such things.
Well, fine. Zhang Luer said somewhat disappointedly.
The group soon changed into their team uniforms and walked out of the changing room. Not bad, everyone looks spirited just like Jiahao. Chu Shangyang nodded in satisfaction and commented.
The crowd replied. Ahem, now let's depart.
Chu Shangyang cleared his throat and said. At the same time, 2 official vehicles from the capital arrived, speeding them towards the Marriott Hotel. At this moment, the streets around the Marriott Hotel were already bustling with crowds.
Wow. So many talented individuals have come this time. I just saw Cheng Quan from the Guangwu Paranormal Academy. Not only that. There's also Shen Yang from the Moto Paranormal Academy. Each one of them is a strong contender for the championship. Look. It's the vehicle from the Military Weapons Paranormal Academy.
With exclamations, a vehicle bearing the insignia of the Military Weapons Paranormal Academy slowly stopped at the entrance of the Marriott Hotel. The team members and the instructional director got off the vehicle one after another, immediately sparking heated discussions among the surrounding crowd. Is that the white-clothed youth Kong Ling?
He looks quite handsome.
I heard he's from Kunlun Mountain. This raises the stakes for the championship. Yeah, I originally thought the championship would be between Motu and the capital, but I didn't expect the Military Weapons Academy led by Kong Ling to emerge. Captain, your reputation is quite impressive, huh? A nearby team member said with a smile. Kong Ling slightly raised his chin, pretending to be indifferent, and said, it's all just fleeting clouds.
However, the slight upward curve of his lips betrayed his inner pride. He captain leads us from the Military Weapons Academy to crush the capital in Modu. The team members cheered in unison.
Conling nodded. What about the capital's Paranormal Academy? I'm eager to meet the legendary Su Chen.
Just as he finished speaking, an intense wave of cheers erupted from the crowd. The uproar was deafening, several times louder than when the Military Weapons Academy had arrived.
It's the capital's Paranormal Academy. They finally arrived. Is Su Chen also in? Su Chen is amazing. Su Chen is powerful and majestic. Su Chen will defeat the opponents. In an instant, everyone was shouting as they were all looking forward to it. They wanted to see if Su Chen could indeed slay the god and defeat that so-called god descending from the mountain. The vehicle slowly stopped and Su Chen and the others got out. Brother-in-law, you really have a lot of fans. Zhang Luer joked, you could debut right here. However, not far away, Congling's expression was somewhat ugly.
He never expected Su Chen's popularity to be so high, far beyond his imagination.
Why?
He was hailed as the god descending from Kunlun Mountain. How could he not compare to Su Chen? Congling's heart surged with unwillingness as he walked straight towards Su Chen, saying, "You.
Are you Su Chen?"
Su Chen slowly turned his head. You are the child of light.
Yes, I am the child of light. I look forward to battling you.
Congling's voice was filled with fighting spirit. He wanted to prove that as a god descending from the mountain, he was not someone an ordinary person could easily defeat.
Defeating the strong with the weak. Good. Remember what you just said. Even as a descending deity, you are not someone you can easily defeat. Congling's eyes were filled with an arrogant pride.
He simply couldn't understand where Su Chen got his confidence.
Congling was a genuine 4th stage first-level practitioner. Could Su Chen's realm possibly be equal to his? But how could that be?
It couldn't be that Su Chen, after only a little more than a month of training, could catch up to the level he had reached after more than a year's effort.
A descending deity. Just an ant descending from the mountain. Even if adorned with the title of a deity, he is still just an ant, Su Chen said with a faint smile.
Nearby, the director of military arts Zhang Ming saw the tense atmosphere and hurriedly stepped in to mediate. The true strength will be revealed in the arena. When that time comes, the side lacking in strength should not lose face, Zhang Ming said, his gaze subtly shifting towards Su Chen, having already determined in his heart that Congling was stronger than Su Chen.
Zhang Ming. It's only been a year, how have you become so arrogant?
Chu Shangyang's voice rang out slow and steady. Wasn't Zhang Ming clearly implying that Su Chen was the weaker side? Director Chu, long time no see, Zhang Ming greeted with a smile. It's not that I'm arrogant, it's just that I have confidence in Congling.
Oh.
Just because he is the so-called descending deity of Kunlun Mountain. Chu Shangyang's lips curled into a cold smile, expressing disdain for Zhang Ming's fawning behavior towards Kunlun Mountain.
However, Zhang Ming paid no mind to Chu Shangyang's attitude. Yes, but that's not the whole story.
Director Chu should know that in the historical Great Second 100 School League, every contestant who reached the 4th stage first level has without exception won the championship, right?
Congling's 4th stage first level is his greatest confidence.
Our Military Arts Academy has a strong practitioner at the 4th stage first level, while the other side lacks this, giving him an edge in momentum.
Oh. Is that the reason?
He turned to look at Su Chen. Su Chen, what realm have you reached in your training?
Su Chen understood. I've been a bit lax in my training recently, so my realm isn't very high.
Hearing this, a wave of pride surged in Zhang Ming's heart. Even if Su Chen were to train faster, it was impossible for him to maintain that pace indefinitely. According to the investigation from a few days ago, Su Chen should only be at the 3rd stage 8th level. It doesn't matter, Su Chen, just tell me what it is. Chu Shangyang continued to guide him calmly. Su Chen nodded. Please take a look. In an instant, a boundless aura erupted from Su Chen, revealing his 4th stage first level realm.
Ah. Indeed, I haven't been training as fast as before.
Chu Shangyang smiled at Zhang Ming, eager to see his reaction. Zhang Ming felt his mind go blank, his entire being somewhat dazed.
Lax in training. Realm not high. Then what was this 4th stage first level aura in front of him?
Was this what Su Chen referred to as not high? At 18 years old, a 4th stage first level practitioner completely crushed the 19-year-old Congling. Congling remained silent for a long time, filled with shock. Su Chen had truly reached the 4th stage first level. Just a few days ago during the investigation, Su Chen was merely at the 3rd stage 8th level. Now in just a few days he had directly broken through to the 4th stage first level.
It took him 2 whole months to cross from the 3rd stage 8th level to the 4th stage first level. And Su Chen.
In just 3 days he had broken through from the 3rd stage 8th level to the 4th stage first level. Was this massive barrier from the 3rd to the 4th stage so easily broken before Su Chen as if it were made of paper?
Congling took a deep breath, continuously reassuring himself that it was fine.
Even if their realms were the same, he was confident he could defeat Su Chen. Director Chu, you truly are deep and unassuming. Zhang Ming's tone turned cold.
In that case, one can only say that Su Chen is impressive. The tension shifted as a smile appeared on Chu Shangyang's face.
I saw you two in a standoff from afar. What were you discussing? Director Lu Fonglan of Baiyuan approached with a smile, breaking the slightly tense atmosphere.
Ah, it's Fonglan. Long time no see. Indeed, long time no see, brother Chu Lu Fanglan said, her gaze landing on Su Chen filled with regret. I regret not recruiting you to our Baiyuan back then. One can only say it was faithful but not meant to be, Su Chen replied indifferently, shrugging.
Ah. Lu Fanglan sighed softly. Let's not stand here, let's go into the hotel.
Okay.
Fanglan, let's catch up later.
The two exchanged pleasantries and led their respective teams towards the Marriott Hotel. At this moment the roads around the Marriott Hotel were still bustling with people, lively and crowded. Not only were there teams from the second year participating, but teams from the other 100 school leagues including third year and first year teams were also arriving one after another. The 18th floor of the Marriott Hotel. Chu Shangyang pointed to a row of rooms. Rooms 1801 to 1810 are assigned to our Kyoto second year team. You can choose for yourselves, just scan your face to check in. As he spoke he took out a schedule chart. This is the schedule for the competition, everyone take a look. The team members took the schedule chart and began to examine it carefully.
Tomorrow on August 1st the opening ceremony and exhibition match of the 100 School League will be held. After that the individual matches will commence, lasting for 8 days until the finals on August 9th. After the finals there will be a 3-day break followed by the team competition, Death Ruins, for a duration of 7 days. The entire schedule adds up to nearly a month. Su Chen looked at the theme of the opening match with some confusion and asked, Director, what does the theme of this opening match, defeating the strong with the weak, mean? Our 100 School League has an opening match theme every year. This year's theme is defeating the strong with the weak. The rule for the exhibition match is that 3 first-year students will draw lots to face off against second-year students, while 3 second-year students will draw lots to face off against third-year students, making a total of 6 exhibition matches. This theme aims to tell us that even when at a disadvantage we should have the courage and determination to challenge the strong and triumph over them. Lastly he added, of course in an exhibition match everyone should just enjoy the spectacle. Truly defeating the strong with the weak is no easy. Defeating the strong with the weak sounds simple, but doing it is as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Of course this difficulty does not apply to Su Chen. He is a freak. Just a few days ago he had beaten the third-year Chu Yu at the family banquet. I think if the exhibition match draws my brother-in-law, then defeating the strong with the weak will just be like facing a thin veil of opposition. Zhang Luer said with a smile. Upon hearing this the other team members nodded in agreement. Defeating the strong with the weak. If Su Chen took the stage he would directly annihilate the third-year opponent without any chance to counter. Chu Shangyang gently shook his head, a faint smile appearing on his lips. Let's talk about the exhibition match tomorrow. For now everyone settle in and take a rest. He then clenched his fist in encouragement. Prepare well for battle. Go for it, young men. Kyoto will surely win. Go for it. Kyoto will surely win. Everyone shouted in unison, united in spirit. The opening ceremony commenced. After Chu Shangyang finished his instructions, Su Chen scanned his face at the recognition device and stepped into room 1801. As the door swung open an opulent interior surged forth, an expansive singular chamber exceeding 100 square meters adorned with lavish grandeur beyond compare. TSK, this splendor truly befits a 5-star hotel, Zhang Luer remarked from outside the door. Brother-in-law, are you all set? How about tonight? Su Chen opened the door with exasperation. Not a chance. Zhang Luer grinned impishly as he leaned in. Oh come on, brother-in-law. It's rare my sister isn't around, I'll take you somewhere to truly unwind. What do you say? No thank you. There's a demonstration match tomorrow, I need rest tonight. Let's make it tomorrow evening instead. Yesterday's Dream Path duel had drained his spiritual energy so thoroughly that he still hadn't fully recovered. Fine, then tomorrow evening it is. A sharp click echoed as the door slammed shut behind Zhang Luer. Su Chen stretched languidly and murmured to himself, a full day of rest, just what I need. High above the clouds crimson mist coiled thickly. The Blood Beast Church's supreme commander robed in black spoke coldly. Bloodthirsty sect master, how fares the task I entrusted to you? Tang Yi, the bloodthirsty sect master, trembled faintly as he bowed low. This subordinate has failed in his duty, no progress has been made thus far. The commander frowned slightly. No matter. For now set aside the matter of Su Chen. You oversee the capital region. All participating students from the 100 school tournament are currently lodged at the Marriott Hotel. Seize an opportunity and deliver them a stark warning. Assassination was not their ideal strategy. Slaying one man would not serve their ends. To strike fear into the hearts of the righteous, to make the Blood Beast Church's name known, was the essential prelude to the infection plan. That plan would cast the Church's terror across all of Longwa, shaking every soul to its core. Tang Yi lowered his head reverently. At your command, Supreme Commander. I shall spare no effort. Poof. Should this mission succeed, you shall oversee phase 1 of the infection plan. Upon hearing this, Tang Yi trembled with exhilaration. This subordinate pledges absolute devotion. May I never disappoint your supreme command. The infection plan was the Blood Beast Church's grand design, honed in secrecy over years of meticulous preparation. To Helmet's first phase would elevate Tang Yi, the bloodthirsty sect master, to infamy across Longwa, unleashing a tide of blood and dread that would send shivers through every corner of the land. Withdraw. As the clouds parted, their silhouettes dissolved into the thinning mist. August 1st dawned radiant and clear, the entire capital city thrummed with fervent anticipation.
The opening ceremony of the 100 School Tournament was about to commence in resplendent glory at the Godslayer Arena, the capital's largest venue purpose-built for the tournament, monumental in scale and capable of seating 300,000 spectators. At that moment the arena's spectator stands were already packed to overflowing, a sea of humanity. Each year the 100 School Tournament stood as one of Longwa's most celebrated spectacles, not merely a stage to test the prowess of youth but a beacon of the nation's future hope. Nearly every citizen of Longwa awaited the contest with bated breath, eager to witness the brilliance of these celestial prodigies firsthand. Roars of excitement filled the stands, vibrant, electric, alive. Beyond ordinary spectators, the foremost tiers were occupied by representatives from myriad powerful factions, martial academies, ancient clans, Taoist sects, Buddhist temples, beast-taming alliances, official institutions and military commands, all dispatching envoys to observe the competition. Their sole purpose: to scout among the outstanding young competitors, to recruit promising talents and infuse their own organizations with fresh vitality. Seated prominently in the front row sat Lady Li Qing, matriarch of the Li clan of Kunlun Mountain, attired in exquisite robes radiating noble grace and dignified poise. Who would have thought the Li clan's matriarch herself would descend from Kunlun this year to recruit talent? Zhang Tianan chuckled. Traditionally such mountain-based clans sent only trusted retainers to observe and scout. Yet this year Lady Li Qing's personal presence signaled deliberate intent. She smiled gently. My daughter wished to explore the mortal world, I brought her along. Li Xinyue beside her anxiously scanned the crowd, muttering, Mom, where's brother Kongling? I still haven't seen him. Li Qing softly patted her daughter's hand. He'll appear when the competitors enter, be patient. Oh. Finally Xinyue replied, visibly disgruntled. It was all Su Chen's fault. If not for him, brother Kongling wouldn't have been dispatched down the mountain, and she'd have had no one to play with. Later she'd make sure brother Kongling gave him a proper lesson. As time advanced, factional delegates gradually took their seats in the front rows. The Godslayer Arena's atmosphere grew ever more charged, pulsing with collective anticipation. Precisely at 10 o'clock, blinding light erupted across the arena's sky. A colossal holy sword materialized midair, blazing with apocalyptic might as it streaked toward the central arena platform. Boom! A thunderous detonation shattered the air. The holy sword exploded into countless shimmering starlight fragments, scattering like meteors. Simultaneously, host Mashio appeared high above the arena's center, resplendent in ceremonial attire. Good morning, everyone. Mashio boomed into his microphone, his voice reverberating across the vast arena and instantly igniting the crowd's fervor. A deafening oceanic roar erupted from the stands. Thousands of glow sticks and holographic placards waved in unison. The arena transformed into a boundless sea of jubilation. Bathed in starlight, Mashio declared with stirring eloquence, distinguished guests, dear audience members, welcome to the opening ceremony of the 250th Longwa 100 School Tournament. This is the Godslayer Arena in the capital, and I am your longtime friend Mashio. 3 centuries of trials and tribulations, 3 centuries of passion passed down. The 100 School Tournament bears Longwa's future and hope, witnessing generation after generation of celestial prodigies rise, shine and etch their legends upon history's annals. Today 100 elite academies from across the land send forth their brightest stars. To this hallowed field of honor they shall pour their youth, their fire, and inscribe their own immortal epics. His words faded, and instantly the colossal holographic display at the arena's heart ignited. 100 competing academies' crests blazed forth like constellations, circling, converging, then coalescing into a magnificent soaring dragon, majestic, awe-inspiring, breathtaking. In this world ravaged by monstrous beasts and invaded by alien races, upon this land battered by calamity yet standing unbroken, they are Longwa's guardians of tomorrow. Let us welcome these future heroes with our most thunderous applause. First to enter, the capital's delegation. Let us welcome them with our most thunderous applause. With a sweep of his arm, Mashio triggered the hologram's shift, revealing the capital's Esper Academy team before the roaring crowd. Foremost came a banner symbolizing the capital's glory, and bearing it proudly was Su Chen. Clad in a black dragon-embroidered robe, his posture was erect as a pine, yet the heavy banner rested effortlessly upon his broad shoulder. Su Chen lifted his chin slightly, his usually relaxed, carefree features sharpened under the spotlight into striking, unwavering resolve. Raven-black strands fell loosely across his brow, yet could not veil the profound starlit depths of his eyes. He needed no gesture, merely standing there, banner in hand, he became the undisputed focal point of the entire arena. It's Su Chen. Su Chen is unstoppable. Capital wins. Su Chen is unstoppable. Su Chen, it's Su Chen. Our capital's Su Chen. When Su Chen is serious, he's absolutely stunning, invincible. Capital wins. Cheers swell from the stands, wave upon wave cresting ever higher. Su Chen remained unmoved, his gaze fixed solely upon the arena platform. That was his battlefield. That was his stage. One should be spirited. Brother-in-law, your fame truly resonates like thunder. Zhang Lur exclaimed, unable to contain her admiration as she heard the heart-wrenching cries from the audience. The greater the fame, the higher the expectations, and thus the less room for failure. Su Chen's fighting spirit was thoroughly ignited amidst the waves of cheers from the crowd. In youth one should be full of vigor. Hey! Then brother-in-law, does that mean you can continue to participate in the 100 School League in the coming years? Su Chen chuckled lightly, no need, participating once is enough. If I am still competing in the 100 School League at this time next year, it might as well be called the BS League. At this time next year, who knows how much he will have grown. Zhang Luo scratched her head. Hee, that's true. If Su Chen were to compete next year, his opponents probably wouldn't stand a chance. The group conversed as they walked into their designated preparation area. Meanwhile, other participating teams from different academies were also entering one after another. Let us warmly welcome the Magic City Ability Academy, the host Masio proclaimed with passion. With the host's call, the team from the Magic City Ability Academy marched in unison, eliciting cheers from the audience. Magic City Ability Academy. Magic City Ability Academy. Following closely, the Military Ability Academy and the Northern Martial Academy also made their appearances. It was unclear how much time had passed, but eventually all the participants of the 100 School League had entered. At this moment, the grand curtain of the 100 School League officially rose. The host Masio stood at the center of the stage. Welcome to all the contestants from the 100 Ability Academies. Next we will have this year's theme opening ceremony match, Weak Defeat Strong. Now we will randomly draw the participants for the Weak Defeat Strong match for the first and second years. The enormous projection screen began to flicker rapidly as it randomly selected the names of the competitors. Soon the matchups for the first year versus second year duel were freshly announced. Following that, the list for the second year versus third year Weak Defeat Strong match was revealed. Second year Gao Yuan versus third year Li Yin. Second year Lu Sanfa versus third year Lu Sifa. Second year Su Chen versus third year Su Tianquan. When this matchup appeared before everyone, the entire venue erupted in an uproar. All attention was focused on the name Su Chen. What the heck? Su Chen is actually going to face a third year contestant in the Weak Defeat Strong match. This is definitely a dark scheme refund. Isn't this clearly trying to put Su Chen in a difficult position? Yeah, the strength gap between third year and second year is so large, how can they compete? Besides, Su Chen is only 18 years old, he should be a first year contestant. Humph, serves him right. If Su Chen hadn't advanced a grade to participate in the Weak Defeat Strong match, wouldn't he easily handle second year opponents? Various discussions arose and the atmosphere on the scene suddenly became tense yet fervent. Brother-in-law, your name is really on the list for the Weak Defeat Strong match. Zhang Luo looked at Su Chen with great anticipation. The previously somewhat boring Weak Defeat Strong themed match suddenly raised everyone's expectations because of Su Chen's name. Su Chen shrugged. Without me, how boring would the Weak Defeat Strong match be? Ha ha ha. That's true. If someone could genuinely achieve Weak Defeat Strong, that would be interesting. Zhang Luo laughed in agreement. Su Chen sneered. Weak Defeat Strong. Who the true weakling is, we still don't know. Since his name was on the list for this themed performance match, he would give it his all and fight vigorously. In the front row of the audience, the atmosphere was equally fervent. Is this Su Chen in the opening ceremony match from Yurjingdu Academy? Li Qing asked curiously. Yes, Lady Li, Zhang Tianan replied. Li Qing nodded and asked, what do you all think in this Weak Defeat Strong match? Who will win between the second-year contestant Su Chen and the third-year Su Tianquan? Although Su Chen's strength is remarkable, it is highly likely that Su Tianquan will win. Su Tianquan is a fourth-tier triple strength ranked among the top 20 experts in the third-year 100 School League. The principal of Magic City Academy spoke first, and he was full of confidence in Su Tianquan. That's about right. After all, Su Chen has been training for a short time. Other representatives from different factions echoed. Li Qing frowned slightly. Principal Zhang, what do you think? Among these people, the one who knows Su Chen's strength best must be Zhang Tianan. Zhang Tianan smiled mysteriously. Everyone please remain calm, the truth will soon be revealed. Su Chen will definitely win this match. Chu Yu, who is ranked in the top 10, has already been defeated by Su Chen, let alone the top 20 Su Tianquan. Moreover, Su Chen's strength cannot simply be measured by how long he has been practicing. Principal Zhang, are you being overly confident in Su Chen? The principal of Magic City Su Anmin showed a hint of disdain on his face and coldly said, I really can't believe that an 18-year-old boy can defeat Su Tianquan, who is 2 years older than him and has fourth-tier triple strength. In his view, a 1-year gap in training might be made up, but a 2-year gap is impossible to easily catch up on. Ha ha ha. Everyone will know soon enough. Zhang Tianan continued to keep them in suspense. Li Qing was about to speak when she heard the familiar voice of Kong Ling and Li Xin Yue. Kong Ling approached them with a face full of excitement. Brother Kong Ling. As soon as Li Xin Yue saw Kong Ling, a radiant smile appeared on her face and she hurried to greet him. Kong Ling, how have you been since you came down the mountain? Li Qing asked with concern. Not bad. But I really didn't expect that this time it was Aunt Li personally coming down to recruit talent. I guess it's because of that Su Chen. To have the matriarch of a family personally come down, Su Chen's allure must be considerable. Indeed, what do you think of this young man Su Chen? Li Qing asked seriously, wanting to hear Kong Ling's opinion to better understand Su Chen's potential. Kong Ling squinted slightly. His potential and strength are both astonishing. Given time, he will surely surpass me. One must admit that Su Chen's training speed is simply beyond imagination. At 18 he can reach the same cultivation level as he did at 19.
Such talent will undoubtedly lead to limitless achievements in the future.
Of course that is merely the future, as for now Kongling is definitely stronger than Su Chen. Li Qing was slightly taken aback, surprised that Kongling would give such a high evaluation. She pondered to herself, it seems that Su Chen is indeed a talent and she must find ways to recruit him into her own faction.
Who exactly is this Su Chen you all are talking about?
Li Xinyue muttered discontentedly, feeling a bit aggrieved as she was left out. Kongling's eyes twinkled as he smiled mischievously. Xinyue, how about I take you to meet him? Having been outperformed by Su Chen yesterday, today his childhood friend Li Xinyue arrived, making it a perfect opportunity to show off in front of Su Chen. In his view, Su Chen had no childhood sweetheart and no girls surrounding him, which indicated that Su Chen's charm was far less than his own. Now Kongling had outshone Su Chen.
P.S. I have a fever, posting one more and will rest for a day. Kongling, on the verge of tears, exclaimed, alright brother Kongling.
I want to see what abilities Su Chen possesses to break the prophecy of our Kunlun mountain.
Kongling smiled, turning to Li Qing respectfully saying, Aunt Li, I will take XINU to explore around first.
Li Qing beamed with a kind smile, replying, go ahead, but remember to come back early.
The two responded and walked toward Su Chen's direction.
At that moment the host Masio cast his gaze upon the contestant list, his eyes revealing a hint of unexpected surprise at Su Chen's name. Oh. It seems this year's theme match of defeating the strong with the weak is quite intriguing. Will the legendary figure Su Chen from the Kyoto Academy outshine, or will the third-year contestants prove to be stronger? Please, both contestants, prepare yourselves. The themed performance match will commence in 10 minutes.
The atmosphere in the venue was instantly ignited.
Everyone was eagerly anticipating whether Su Chen could truly defeat the third-year students, making defeating the strong with the weak no longer just an empty phrase.
Brother-in-law, are you confident about winning? John Lure curiously leaned in. If I don't make a move, I can win.
Do you believe it? How could that be possible?
If you can really win, I will marry my sister to you.
John Lure exclaimed incredulously. He had heard of a 3-7 split where 3 moves could make the opponent fall 7 times, but never of winning without making a move.
You'll find out soon enough.
Su Chen replied, casually glancing toward the distance and spotting Li Qingqing walking toward him. Why is she here? Before he could think further, his line of sight was blocked by Kongling.
Su Chen, if you can't win in the defeating the strong with the weak match, I wouldn't mind stepping in for you.
Kongling spoke without reservation, as he also wanted to showcase his skills in this themed match, but unfortunately he wasn't selected.
Fool.
Su Chen looked at him with disdain, too lazy to respond. You. Kongling was about to get angry but suddenly grinned mischievously. Su Chen, let me introduce you to my childhood friend Li Xinyue. His tone was filled with pride, as if he were flaunting a rare treasure.
You are Su Chen.
Li Xinyue looked Su Chen up and down, her eyes filled with scrutiny.
Su Chen gazed at the girl before him, asking, is there something you want?
He was well aware of Kongling's little trick and found such behavior exceedingly childish.
It's all your fault.
If it weren't for you, my brother Kongling wouldn't have come down the mountain. Li Qingqing approached with her arms crossed, her eyes full of disdain.
Who are you to call me a little fairy?
Li Xinyue instantly exploded, resembling a small cat that had its tail stepped on. Li Qingqing smirked slightly and directly sat down beside Su Chen, wrapping her arm around his sweetly, saying, I am Su Chen's woman, what do you say?
Brother Kongling, look at them.
Li Xinyue looked at Kongling with a sense of grievance. Kongling was also somewhat dazed. He had never heard of Su Chen being accompanied by such a stunning beauty. However, he still held an advantage.
Su Chen, the girl beside you seems a bit excessive, doesn't she?
Kongling said with a stern face, his voice cold.
Excessive.
Calling her a little fairy is already mild. Shi Yaoyao angrily approached, her face filled with displeasure. Of course her anger was primarily because of the sudden appearance of such a beauty beside Su Chen.
Oof. Who are you?
Li Xinyue found it absurd. Why did all these women swarm around Su Chen like moths to a flame?
Oh. I am Su Chen's girlfriend. Shi Yaoyao declared, hands on her hips. This statement left Kongling momentarily dumbfounded, his mind a blank.
One woman, one girlfriend.
Su Chen must be quite a player, right? Could there be a wife or a sister too? Damn.
In terms of charm, he couldn't compare at all. Was this some kind of marketplace?
Turns out he's just a big scumbag. Li Xinyue scoffed.
Being a scumbag requires one to have the capability, besides I willingly let him be one.
Does it concern you? Li Qingqing smiled sweetly. Exactly. Mind your own business.
Shi Yaoyao stood her ground, hands on her hips.
Li Xinyue opened her mouth momentarily at a loss for words.
She looked at the man before her. Could he be a reincarnated charm demon? How could he possess such great allure? Meanwhile, Kongling secretly wiped away tears at the corners of his eyes filled with envy.
What are you all doing here?
At that moment, Mu Shuer's voice came from behind her, tone carrying a hint of unwillingness. Su Chen turned around to see Zhang Luer had somehow left her seat and brought her sister over.
Shi Yaoyao and Li Qingqing furrowed their brows simultaneously, wondering if there was yet another expert. Kongling instinctively turned and asked, are you also here to find Su Chen? What charm did Su Chen possess that 2 women weren't enough and now there was a third? He doubted Su Chen could handle so many women. I'm looking for Su Chen.
Mu Shuer replied helplessly. She had been forcefully dragged over by Jian Luer to hold the scene. But did this situation even need her support?
Kong Ling on the verge of tears wore a bitter smile as he said, all right, I understand. You must be Su Chen's wife, right? Fine, I concede. He finished pulling Li Xinyue and leaving in a disheartened manner. Everyone. What nice weather we're having today. Su Chen coughed lightly, trying to break the awkward atmosphere. Su Chen, don't you know women can delay cultivation? How could that be? I feel that having a woman around makes cultivation more passionate. Su Chen frowned slightly upon hearing this. He felt Li Qingqing's words carried a different meaning, as if she were hinting at something, but he couldn't find the evidence. What women and what not? Just look at the match. Su Chen pointed at the stage where the first round of the defeating the strong with the weak match between the first-year and second-year students had already begun. Oof. Shi Yaoyao shot Li Qingqing a glare filled with discontent. Li Qingqing wore a faint smile, not responding. In her view, a little woman like Shi Yaoyao was simply no match for her as a big woman, both in terms of scheming and allure.
Mu Shuer's expression grew colder. Next time you dare to call me casually, there will be no pocket money for a month. Jian Luer broke out in a thin sweat, silently lamenting.
He really wanted to tell Su Chen, brother-in-law, couldn't you have mentioned your charm earlier?
That way I wouldn't have to go through the trouble of bringing my sister here to support you, resulting in such a chaotic scene.
Alas, one could only say that Su Chen was still the same Su Chen with charm unmatched by anyone. The arena.
A victory against odds-themed match unfolded on the raised platform, freshmen versus a trio of sophomores.
The bout concluded swiftly.
Unsurprisingly, the freshmen suffered a crushing defeat.
How dull. This outcome was inevitable. The odds of true underdog triumph are vanishingly slim. Indeed. Yet the sophomore match remains worth anticipation. After all, Su Chen is competing. Brothers. My brain's been loaned out to novel reading. I'm blindly backing Su Chen. Though the freshman's defeat cast a faint pall over the arena. The host's voice soon reignited the crowd's fervor. As expected, victory against overwhelming odds is no simple feat. Let us now await the sophomore victory against odds match in 10 minutes.
All that collective anticipation converged upon a single figure, Su Chen.
At the preparatory bench for third-year students of Modu Academy.
Han Xing, head of the third-year division, furrowed his brow, slightly concern flickering in his gaze.
Tianquan, are you certain you can utterly dismantle Su Chen? Su Tianquan wore unwavering confidence. Rest assured, Director. I possess absolute certainty of defeating Su Chen. Given Su Chen's previously confirmed cultivation realm, 3rd order 8th rank, his confidence was well-founded.
Han Xing exhaled faintly.
Do not underestimate him. Su Chen is formidable and enigmatic.
His realm may have already ascended.
Impossible.
We confirmed just 2 days ago he stood at 3rd order 8th rank.
In barely 48 hours, such advancement defies reason. Su Tianquan remains skeptical. You're right, regardless, never lower your guard.
Director, rest easy, I shall not disgrace us. To suffer an underdog triumph in this contest would be an unspeakable humiliation. The 10-minute preparation interval elapsed swiftly.
Host Maxio's voice boomed across the arena. Let us welcome our thematic exhibition match, Su Chen vs. Su Tianquan.
The moment those words rang out, the spectator stands erupted.
Su Shin. Su Shin. Su Shin is invincible. Crush your opponent, Su Shin. Hearing those thunderous cheers, envy and resentment surged within Su Tianquan.
I shall shatter you utterly. With that vow, he strode onto the arena, fury blazing in his heart.
Xiao Chenzi, obliterate them. Shi Yaoyao cheered. Good luck, little man, Li Qingqing added with a gentle smile. Su Chen flashed a calm OK gesture and vanished like a wraith, reappearing atop the arena. Su Chen, I hear you remain undefeated. Su Tianquan's face lit with eager anticipation. Is that not entirely ordinary? Oof. Ordinary or not, you shall fall before me today. And suffer your first loss. To claim Su Chen's inaugural defeat would be a feat worthy of boasting for years. Fool, Su Chen replied coldly, then turned to the referee. Might the other 2 join as well?
To him, battling 1 or 3 made no meaningful distinction. The referee hesitated, stunned into silence, then glanced uncertainly at the host.
Shall we?
Maxio gazed playfully into the stands and bellowed, what say you all, do you consent?
Consent. The response surged forth, unified, resonant and forceful, some thrilled by spectacle, others eager to witness Su Chen's downfall. Very well. Let the remaining 2 third-years ascend the arena. Maxio declared. Within moments, 3 third-year students stood arrayed before Su Chen. Su Chen, you dare this much arrogance? 3 of us against you, you'll last mere moments. Su Tianquan was dumbfounded. Su Chen treated them with such utter disregard, even volunteering to fight them all at once.
He lamented losing the chance to subdue Su Chen alone and claim sole glory.
Enough talk, begin already. Su Chen urged impatiently. The referee nodded, stepped forward and announced the victory against odds. Thematic match commences now. No sooner had the words left his lips than a headless knight materialized midair like a herald summoned from the abyss. Resolve this within 10 minutes, Su Chen remarked, stepping aside. 3 minutes, the headless knight intoned, low, icy, unyielding.
At his emergence, Su Tianquan froze, utterly bewildered. A royal-blooded beast of the Wang tier. And at third rank, fourth order. He could not fathom how Su Chen dared or even could command such a sovereign entity. Watch out. Before Su Tianquan could process the revelation, the headless knight spurred his steed forward and thrust a lance through the air. Clang. Lance met blade in a crystalline ring. Su Tianquan was hurled backward several meters, blood welling at the corner of his mouth. Insects dare mock my lord, the headless knight thundered, launching another assault. What are you waiting for? Help me. Su Tianquan cried desperately to his comrades, panic etching his features. The headless knight's appearance plunged the entire arena into stunned silence. My heavens, since when has Su Shen mastered the beast-taming arts of the Beast-Taming Alliance? And summon a royal-blooded beast as his opening move. Amazing. Looks like we won't witness Su Shen's personal combat today. Damn. Critics speak up, who predicted Su Chen's defeat. Step forward. At the Motu Academy third-year preparatory bench, Chu Yu watched the scene unfold, and the knot of frustration in his chest dissolved instantly. He burst into unrestrained laughter. Ha ha ha. At last, I'm no longer the only one battered senseless by that headless knight. He recalled yesterday's ordeal. Had it not been for his dispel skill, he'd have been shattered outright. Front row spectator seats. Su Chen, how can he tame beasts without forfeiting his innate abilities? Hai Bonin stared, disbelief stark upon his face. For members of the Beast-Taming Alliance, beast-taming demanded the permanent sacrifice of their innate powers. Yet Su Chen, why did he bear no such cost and yet command a royal-blooded beast beyond his own cultivation rank? Beyond every person lies another, beyond every sky lies a higher heaven, Xing Tianan murmured with enigmatic grace. Principal Zhang, no wonder your confidence runs so deep. Li Qing smiled warmly. Watching Su Chen, her admiration deepened, not merely with approval but with conviction. His potential was extraordinary. He must be secured. Ha ha ha. Zhang Tianan chuckled, turning toward the Motu Academy principal with playful teasing. Why the silence? The Motu principal sat hunched mute, his face ashen with suppressed shock. What could he possibly say? Su Chen defied all precedent, utterly confounding, wholly beyond prediction. Yet none stood more astonished than Kong Ling. Gazing at Su Chen upon the arena, he whispered softly, Su Chen, how deeply you've concealed yourself. With only 4th order first rank cultivation, he held no hope of overcoming the headless knight, 4th order 3rd rank. Thus he would need to invoke the Kong family's secret art. On the arena, the battle drew to its close. Ugh! Su Tianquan was flung violently toward the arena's edge, struck full force by the headless knight's lance, spitting crimson, collapsing motionless. Su Chen stretched languidly, strolled forward and said, was it not you who vowed to defeat me? Yet you lacked even the qualification to draw my hand. He answered pre-fight mockery with irrefutable might. Humiliation flooded Su Tianquan's face as he bowed his head. I have lost. Recalling his earlier arrogance, he felt only bitter absurdity. He hadn't even earned the right to witness Su Chen's true power. Blood debts must be repaid. If you lose, you must accept it. Stand straight when being hit. Su Chen said as he stepped down from the arena. In this solo competition, only the duel with Kong Ling was worth his full effort and serious consideration. The theme of overcoming the strong with the weak, Su Chen wins. The judge excitedly announced the result of the match. The audience erupted in cheers, their voices rising and falling. This is the true meaning of overcoming the strong with the weak. Alas! It seems that the legendary figure from Kyoto lives up to the name. Thank you, Su Chen, for demonstrating how the weak can defeat the strong. Next, the official start of the inter-school competition. Today is the first round with 1,000 contestants, narrowing down to 500. Matsuo's voice was passionate and resonated throughout the arena. As the words fell, 4 massive virtual screens appeared in the sky, randomly selecting the duel participants. The entire god-slaying arena had 4 platforms, allowing 4 matches to take place simultaneously. The 4 screens flickered simultaneously and 4 groups of competing contestants ascended the platforms, ready to face the challenges. Kong Ling, what is your relationship with Su Chen? Li Qing asked curiously in a low voice. Mistress, do you want me to invite Su Chen to join the Li family? Kong Ling frowned slightly, seemingly guessing Li Qing's intention. Indeed, Su Chen's potential is extraordinary. My Li family is in need of such talent. Li Qing fixed her gaze on Su Chen as he descended the platform, her eyes gleaming with greed as if she saw a rare treasure. As long as they could recruit Su Chen, the future of the Li family would be limitless. Kong Ling's face showed a hint of embarrassment. Aunt Li, my relationship with Su Chen isn't that good. After all, they were rivals, and how could their relationship be good while constantly at odds? I see. Li Qing sighed lightly, turning her gaze to Li Xinyue. Dear daughter, why don't you try to reach out and invite him? As the saying goes, opposites attract. Perhaps Li Xinyue's appearance would have unexpected effects. Aunt Li.
Let me go instead.
Kongling hurriedly spoke, his tone tinged with urgency.
What a joke letting his childhood friend go. With Su Chen's charm, what if he captivated Li Xinyue as well? That would be a huge loss for him. Aren't you on bad terms with Su Chen? Ha ha. We just reconciled. Aunt Li, leave it to me. Kongling chuckled awkwardly, patting his chest. The Li family is powerful, having Su Chen join would be a stroke of luck and he would likely agree. Alright then, it's up to you, Xiaoling.
Li Cheng nodded, a satisfied smile on her face.
No trouble at all, Aunt Li.
Kongling replied with a smile, but his gaze turned towards Su Chen in the distance, pondering how to persuade him to join the Li family.
Half a day later.
The first round of matches concluded entirely in the morning. Because the 1,000 participants were unevenly matched, some matches concluded as swiftly as lightning. Of course, Su Chen also succeeded in swiftly defeating his opponent, with his formidable strength smoothly advancing into the top 500. As for tomorrow, the second round of matches will be an even fiercer battle of 500 advancing to 250.
After the match, Su Chen left the god-slaying arena without hesitation.
The Kyoto ability users task hall buzzed with life, bustling and lively. It was a place for teams to accept missions as well as the hub for wilderness intelligence.
Various information intertwined in the air, tightly connecting all ability users. Hello, I would like to ask where there are dense groups of beastly creatures near Kyoto. Su Chen approached the front desk, politely inquiring.
The front desk smiled slightly, just about to speak, but when she recognized him she was momentarily stunned, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes.
Su God, what do you need this information for?
I just want to hunt beasts for profit, Su Chen shrugged and said casually. The profit was just a superficial reason. What he truly sought was to acquire killing points and enhance his strength.
I see.
Unfortunately, the areas with dense beasts are far away or consist of groups of 5th tier or higher which do not meet your requirements, Su God. Just then a rugged voice came from behind. Hey young man, are you looking for areas with dense beasts? Su Chen turned around to see a burly man, his eyes revealing a glimmer of anticipation. What?
Do you know of any?
The man Su Dafeng shook his head. Unfortunately, there's nothing here, but you could try your luck around Tao Village.
What is the reason for that?
Many hunting teams have encountered bloodthirsty demon wolves lingering near Tao Village, and they are likely to attack the village with roughly 500 of them. Su Dafeng said slowly, a hint of worry in his eyes. Wolves, being ascension species, tend to mark a target, much like thieves, crafty and cautious.
Then why not report it to the authorities? This is a major issue concerning the lives of an entire village. How can it be so neglected?
Su Dafeng shook his head helplessly. Without solid evidence, who knows if the wolves are planning an attack?
So there's nothing we can do.
Where exactly is the location?
Since that is the case, I can only go personally. If there really is a wolf pack, I will slay them all. If not, then it will just be a false alarm.
It's on the map, just look for Tao Village. Young man, I suggest you wait until you're at least 4th tier before going.
Su Dafeng kindly reminded. Thank you. Su Chen expressed his gratitude, carefully examining the map and confirming the direction before leaving.
Sigh. This young man is quite warm-hearted. I hope it's not a pack of wolves attacking the village.
Su Dafeng watched Su Chen's departing figure, silently praying.
In the evening, as the sun set, the sky was painted a brilliant orangerd. Su Chen had arrived within 2 kilometers of Tao Village. He saw many people fleeing in panic towards his direction, their faces filled with fear and despair.
Brother, what happened up ahead?
Su Chen grabbed one of the fleeing individuals. Wolves.
So many wolves.
The person's eyes were filled with terror as he stammered, his body trembling. A sense of unease rose within Su Chen. Did the wolves attack Tao Village?
Yes. Run. Hundreds of them.
Almost all the villagers are going to die. Quickly go back to find the authorities, perhaps there is still a glimmer of hope. As he spoke, the person broke free from Su Chen's grip and fled in terror. It was currently dusk, the time for hunters to return, which also led to the demon wolves choosing to act collectively at this hour.
Su Chen did not hesitate and continued swiftly towards Tao Village.
The fleeing individuals who saw him press on thought he was insane, as it seemed like a death wish to them. Minutes later, Su Chen arrived around Tao Village, where he saw several bloodthirsty demon wolves patrolling on the hillside, emanating a chilling demonic aura and a bloody scent, each one the size of a small car.
They can patrol too. Die.
A glint of cold light flashed in Su Chen's eyes as the shadow claw descended. The wolves had not even reacted before being torn apart, collapsing to the ground. When he arrived at the hillside and looked towards Tao Village, he saw devastation. Houses were collapsed, thick smoke billowed, and countless bloodthirsty demon wolves rampaged through the village. Severed limbs were scattered everywhere, and the air was thick with the stench of blood and death. Su Chen trembled slightly, clenching his fists as the killing scythe slowly materialized. Then let the blood of these beasts be repaid. Blood debts must be paid. His heart was filled with mixed emotions. Although these villagers were strangers to him, he was not a robot.
How could he not be enraged by the horrific scene before him?
Su Chen immediately activated the probing function and the information of the leading top bloodline demon wolf appeared in his mind. Name Bloodthirsty Demon Wolf, bloodline top tier realm 4th tier 3rd level attributes Dark Wind node. Bloodthirsty demon wolves as their name suggests feed on blood. Headless Knight.
Go kill it. Su Chen issued the command. Yes. My king. The Headless Knight's voice boomed as he rode a majestic warhorse like a black lightning bolt straight for the top bloodline demon wolf. Su Chen slightly closed his eyes, coldly stating, Eternal Night. The world changed color. The lingering twilight was instantly devoured by an inky darkness. Strangely, although the sun had not completely set, a crescent moon had quietly risen with the sun and moon shining together. 1,000 armies. An endless killing intent surged in the darkness as countless shadow soldiers materialized from the void. The perfected 1,000 armies technique unleashed terrifying power at this moment. 3 generals of the same realm as Su Chen also appeared, exuding overwhelming killing intent. Leave none alive. Su Chen's voice was deep and cold. The 3 generals received the order and immediately led 3,000 shadow soldiers surging toward the wolf pack like a tidal wave. In an instant, screams and wails echoed throughout the village. The hundreds of demon wolves caught in the onslaught of the shadow soldiers were utterly powerless to resist, merely becoming sheep to be slaughtered. Su Chen also personally took action. Shadows of swords gathered around him, striking each demon wolf with pinpoint accuracy, blood splattering wherever he passed. This was a one-sided massacre. The resistance of the demon wolves appeared so feeble. Someone has come to save us. They've finally arrived. Woohoo! Stay hidden. Let's stay hidden. The official support has arrived. The remaining surviving villagers saw the tide of shadow soldiers and reignited the flame of hope in their eyes. Kill. Bloodthirsty demon wolf. Kill. Bloodthirsty demon wolf. The delightful sound of killing points being credited continuously echoed in Su Chen's mind. About 20 minutes later, all the bloodthirsty demon wolves that attacked the village were slaughtered. My king. I will not dishonor my mission. The Headless Knight approached, holding the head of the top bloodline bloodthirsty demon wolf. Su Chen merely cast a cold glance, his gaze falling upon the numerous corpses of the villagers on the ground. A few dozen surviving villagers emerged one after another, their faces reflecting relief from surviving the calamity. Dad. With a heart-wrenching cry, a boy around 8 or 9 years old stumbled to a corpse, crying out loud. Dad, wake up, wake up. The boy vigorously shook the man's corpse, tears rolling down like beads from a broken string, yet all was in vain. Seeing this scene, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a pang in his heart. He stepped forward. I'm sorry. I arrived a bit late. At this point, there was nothing he could do. The boy looked up through his tears, his eyes filled with hatred, glaring fiercely at Su Chen, and shouted, It's all your fault. It's all your fault. If you had come earlier, my dad wouldn't have died. Exactly. What does the official do? Why did they come so slow? They must have taken their sweet time, otherwise our village wouldn't have been wiped out. The surviving villagers also began to voice their accusations. Su Chen looked at the ugly faces of the villagers before him, and the boy's eyes filled with hatred. The sympathy and compassion he once felt vanished in an instant, replaced by endless anger and heartbreak. You say. It's all my fault. Su Chen's expression darkened ominously. If you were so powerful, coming earlier would have prevented this disaster. You caused my dad's death. The boy continued his relentless tirade, speaking harshly. Upon hearing this, Su Chen's lips curled into a cold smile. At that moment, the Kyoto official organization finally arrived at the scene. The leader Zhang Liang, upon seeing the scene before him and Su Chen, displayed a hint of surprise and politely spoke. Su God. Did you resolve the bloodthirsty demon wolf attack in this village? Su Chen slightly shook his head, not yet resolved. The killing scythe appeared out of thin air. These damned demon wolves dare to possess innocent children. Die. He swung his arm heavily, and in an instant the boy was sliced in half, blood splattering. This scene left not only the remaining villagers dumbfounded, but even the members of the Kyoto official organization were stunned in disbelief. No. No sir, we haven't been possessed. We're all good people. Wah. Sir, please don't kill us. Su Chen sneered, his killing intent intensifying. The cunning demon wolves even know how to speak human language to beg for mercy. Die. The Death Scythe swung out again, and a black shadow blade sliced through like lightning, cutting all the surviving villagers in half without exception. Su Chen was not a soft-hearted fool. He had hurried all the way here to rescue them, only to be met with such accusations and complaints. He didn't expect their gratitude, but to be blamed instead. Apologies. Then let them die together. Living would just waste air. Zhang Liang, witnessing the scene, was startled and quickly said, Su God, it seems these villagers haven't been possessed by the demon wolves. Su Chen looked up, coldly staring at him. The persistent demon wolves dare to disguise themselves as members of the official organization. Before Su Chen could finish, Zhang Liang's expression changed and he quickly backtracked. Su God. I was blind just now. These villagers must have been possessed. Upon hearing this, the killing intent in Su Chen's eyes diminished slightly. He was now burning with rage. His goodwill was treated as malice, and he was unjustly accused. Who wouldn't be furious? Is there a gathering point for large beasts around 4th tier nearby? Su Chen pressed down his anger and inquired. Zhang Liang quickly checked the map, shaking his head. It seems not.
Su Chen's eyes flashed with disappointment as he softly said thank you. Wait, Su God. The demon wolves that attack the village are just a portion. The real wolf den has yet to be wiped out.
Would you like to give it a try? Zhang Liang suddenly spoke up. Su Chen furrowed his brow. Aren't those nearly 400 the main force of the demon wolves?
Not at all. There are nearly 2,000 bloodthirsty demon wolves in this area. They are divided into 3 groups, and the ones that attack the village today are merely one of the groups, while the strongest is the king-level bloodline, the moon-devouring wolf king. Upon hearing Zhang Liang's words, Su Chen's initially disinterested eyes suddenly lit up.
Where is it?
What is its precise realm?
Before going, I naturally must first ascertain the enemy's strength. Knowing oneself and the enemy ensures victory in every battle. Buddhists have arrived.
It's on the northern hillside. Today, the 1st of August, is precisely when the moon-devouring wolf king absorbs lunar energy at the summit. Its cultivation realm stands around 4th order 6th rank, Zhang Liang explained in detail. Absorb lunar energy. Su Chen furrowed his brow slightly, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes.
Could this wolf truly have awakened sentience?
Was it capable of enhancing its strength through moonlight?
Indeed.
The higher an immortal beast's realm and bloodline rank, the greater its intelligence. And this moon-devouring wolf king appears to have awakened a legendary immortal beast talent.
Zhang Liang spoke with lingering trepidation, his gaze edged with wariness.
An immortal beast talent.
Surely it can't be as simple as absorbing moonlight to grow stronger.
Su Chen found the very notion of awakened talents among immortal beasts astonishing. He had never heard of such a thing before.
Zhang Liang smiled faintly. It's entirely possible.
Don't jest, Su Chen replied sternly, then asked earnestly, tell me in detail about immortal beast talents.
Immortal beast talents are but a folkloric concept akin to how humans awaken latent abilities.
Such talents may emerge after an immortal beast consumes rare spiritual herbs or celestial treasures. Of course, should an immortal beast truly awaken a talent, it would invariably prove peerless in strength among its peers of the same realm.
Zhang Liang explained patiently.
An immortal beast was already formidable. With a talent, it would become unstoppable, a true force magnified beyond measure. Thank you, Su Chen said, then turned his gaze toward the hill, resolve already firm he would investigate for himself. Master Su, I strongly advise against going. The moon-devouring demon wolf bears royal bloodline and has reached 4th order 6th rank.
Its power is not to be underestimated.
Zhang Liang's face clouded with concern as he urged caution.
Don't worry, I'll retreat if I'm outmatched.
Within him burned a fierce desire to confront the royal-blooded moon-devouring demon wolf.
Moreover, if this moon-devouring wolf king met the criteria for inclusion in the Divine Beast Codex, it could become yet another formidable vassal.
Then please, Master Su, exercise utmost caution.
Zhang Liang implored once more.
Rest assured, Su Chen replied and strode resolutely from the village. Sir, how shall we report this?
One of Zhang Liang's subordinates asked awkwardly.
They had originally come to rescue Tar village, but the situation now was deeply ironic. The good news was that several survivors remained upon their arrival. The bad news was that Su Chen had mistaken them for bloodthirsty demon wolves and slain them all.
How shall we report it? Can't you see these surviving villagers are possessed by demon wolves? Zhang Liang retorted irritably.
In his view, the village's annihilation was no tragedy. Their earlier refusal to relocate to the city had sealed their fate.
Understood. Understood.
His subordinate nodded vigorously, catching the unspoken implication.
That's the spirit, withdraw.
With a decisive wave, Zhang Liang led his team away from the ravaged village.
Night fell. Moonlight spilled like liquid silver.
Humph, no wonder the Wolf King has endured so long. Every few dozen meters a wolf patrols vigilantly. Su Chen concealed himself in the shadows, gazing deep into the forest.
Row upon row of bloodthirsty demon wolves stood guard at regular intervals, alert and watchful. He surmised they were forming a protective cordon, ensuring the moon-devouring wolf king could absorb lunar energy undisturbed.
As Su Chen pondered, a soft footfall stirred behind him.
Amit Ba.
Master, what business brings you here at this late hour? To relieve yourself.
A wry voice rang out.
Su Chen whirled around to find 2 bald men clad in Taoist robes standing calmly behind him.
Who are you? Su Chen's pulse quickened and instantly activated his perception ability. Name: Fatian, affiliation Buddhism, cultivation realm 4th order 6th rank, ability class 8, Buddha light illumination. Note.
He narrowed his eyes slightly.
Buddhists. He recalled encountering Xuani, also a Buddhist, on a prior occasion and now wondered what brought these two here under cover of night. Greetings, Master. We are disciples of Buddhism.
Sensing a profound opportunity arising here tonight, we came to survey the area.
Fatian clasped his hands and bowed. Su Chen's eyes flickered shrewdly. He'd already devised a plan. As it happens, I sensed the same opportunity and came to see whether fortune might favor me.
Master, do not imitate us, Fatian replied with a gentle smile, yet suspicion glinted in his eyes.
Not at all, I was sent by Elder Taoist Xuani.
You surely know her.
Su Chen ventured cautiously. Xuani's standing within Buddhism surpassed theirs. She must be well known. Fatian and Fadi exchanged a glance, surprise flashing across their faces. You know our senior Aunt Shwani. Indeed. She informed me a wolf dwells upon this mountain, an auspicious omen, and instructed me to come and seize the opportunity. Chen spoke with calm assurance. The opportunity they referenced was almost certainly the moon-devouring wolf king, nothing else here warranted such attention. Fadian and Fadi turned away whispering softly. Do you believe him? Fadian frowned. Fadi nodded. Yes, we ourselves foresaw this demon wolf opportunity through Buddhist augury. Fadian paused thoughtfully, then a sly smile curled his lips. Then let us join forces, with him doing the heavy lifting while we claim the prize afterward. What say you? Though partially convinced, they still withheld full trust. Agreed. Fadi readily assented. They turned back smiling warmly. Master, you were indeed dispatched by Senior Aunt Shwani. Precisely. And the opportunity you speak of, is it not that demon wolf? Indeed. Since you're her envoy, shall we collaborate? Fadian offered enthusiastically. Of course. Here's my proposal: you engage the demon wolf directly, I'll clear the lesser bloodthirsty demon wolves from the mountainside. Let them battle the moon-devouring wolf king while he eliminated the underlings, gathering slaughter points, then seizing victory unchallenged. He held little regard for Buddhism, especially given his history with Shwani. Master, do you possess the requisite strength? Fadian scrutinized Chen up and down, skepticism plain in his gaze. There were easily 1,000 demon wolves throughout the mountain, a persistent dilemma for the two monks. They feared being overwhelmed mid-battle, as the lesser wolves might swarm them while confronting the wolf king. Naturally, else why would Elder Aunt Shwani have sent me? Chen gestured lightly and a phalanx of shadow soldiers materialized, standing rigidly in formation behind him. The two monks turned aside again to confer in hushed tones. We should accept. He's 4th order first rank and his summons are 3rd order. They'll hold the wolves at bay while we dispatch the moon-devouring wolf king. Fadian grinned wickedly. But what if we fail and he arrives before we finish? Fadi asked uneasily. Simple. We're both 4th order 6th rank, what threat does a mere 4th order 1st rank pose? If he obeys, we'll spare his life. If not, then Amitabha Buddha will receive his soul, reaping the benefits of others. Then I will trouble you, Master Su. I will go ahead with FAD. Fation and FAD revealed joyful expressions, transforming into a dazzling golden light as they rushed towards the moon-devouring wolf king at the mountain's peak. Chen watched the direction they left, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. TSK tisk, do they really think I am just a rookie? Since the moon-devouring wolf king has awakened its beastly talents, its strength should not be underestimated. Chen planned to first eliminate the demonic beasts in the mountain, gain slaughter points, then use these points to enhance his realm before dealing with the two Buddhists and reaping the benefits. The two of them could never have anticipated that he could swiftly enhance his realm in such a short time. Headless Knight, come forth. The Dark Elf and the Headless Knight instantly appeared, accompanied by 3000 shadow soldiers and 3 shadow generals who arranged themselves neatly behind him. Eliminate all bloodthirsty magic wolves on the mountain. Leave none alive. The shadow soldiers could perfectly blend into the darkness, making them ideal for assassination and stealth operations. We will not fail our mission. After receiving the order, the Headless Knight along with the Dark Elf and the shadow soldiers set off towards the mountain. Chen remained quietly in place, gazing towards the mountaintop, a glimmer of contemplation flashing in his eyes. At the mountaintop, the bright moonlight poured down like mercury, illuminating the peak as brightly as day. Fation and FAD cautiously hid in the shadows at the edge of the mountaintop, secretly observing the moon-devouring wolf king, which radiated twinkling starlight. At this moment, the moon-devouring wolf king lay quietly on the platform at the mountaintop, surrounded by the power of moonlight. Amitabha. This wolf king seems to have truly awakened its talent. Fation's voice carried a hint of admiration and excitement. He knew they had hit the jackpot this time. The strength of a beast that has awakened its talent is immeasurable. If they could capture this moon-devouring wolf king, the entire Beastmaster Alliance would owe a huge favor to their Buddhist sect. Moreover, they could use this wolf king to exchange for the Beastmaster Alliance's ultimate treasure, the Demon Suppression Tower. Fation, what should we do? FAD asked a bit nervously. Wait for 20 minutes, then we will strike together. If no other moon-devouring wolf kings come to assist, it means that Kid has successfully restrained the bloodthirsty magic wolves in the mountain, and then we can attack with full force. No wonder you are my senior brother, Fation, your plan is brilliant. FAD couldn't help but praise. Ha ha ha. Too kind, mainly because we encountered a rookie this time, which helped us greatly. The two exchanged a knowing glance, their eyes gleaming with greed, and then they patiently waited. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. Go. Fation was the first to strike. He suddenly struck with his palm, a massive golden handprint enveloped in overwhelming power surged towards the moon-devouring magic wolf. Boom. With a loud bang, the moon-devouring magic wolf, caught off guard by this sudden attack, staggered slightly but managed to withstand the blow, only taking a small step back. The moon-devouring wolf king lifted its head, anger flashing in its purple eyes. Aoo. It howled to the sky, attempting to summon the wolf pack for assistance. Not good. Phaeton thought to himself, his face showing a hint of tension. However, after waiting for a while, only a few scattered bloodthirsty magic wolves hurriedly arrived. Seeing this scene, Phaeton immediately grinned with satisfaction. Ha ha ha. That kid has indeed managed to restrain the bloodthirsty magic wolves in the mountain. Junior brother, let's attack. The two of them simultaneously waved their hands and dazzling rays of light burst forth like brilliant stars shooting towards the moon-devouring Wolf King. The moon-devouring Wolf King, seeing that its kin had not arrived in large numbers as expected, was filled with rage. It swung its sharp claws, unleashing several fierce blades of moonlight shooting towards Phaeton and FAD like silver lightning. Block it. Phaeton and FAD tightly gripped a large golden bell, forcefully taking the hit. Beast, today I Phaeton will eliminate you for the people. Phaeton's eyes were filled with killing intent. 10 minutes later, Chen also arrived at the mountaintop. He stood quietly to the side watching the fierce battle between Phaeton and FAD with the moon-devouring Wolf King. At this time, Phaeton and FAD were clearly at a disadvantage, their robes torn by the moon-devouring Wolf King's attacks. Chen lazily stretched arms crossed, quietly observing this intense battle, a hint of mockery glinting in his eyes. Ding! Detected a beast suitable for inclusion in the Beast God Chronicle. Moon-devouring Wolf King. Name: Moon-devouring Wolf King. Bloodline: King. Level: Realm 4th stage 6th level. Attributes: Light Dark Talent. Moonlight Power. Absorbs moonlight to accelerate realm enhancement. Additionally, can utilize moonlight to empower itself and enter lunar form. Chen was pleasantly surprised to see the system notification, not expecting that this magic wolf could indeed be included in the Beast God Chronicle. Moreover, this beast truly possessed such powerful talents. The awakening of a beast's talent had only been a legend throughout the history of the Dragon Kingdom. Never did he expect that this legend was indeed true. Therefore, this Wolf King must be captured at all costs. Damn it. This Wolf King is too strong. Even with treasures in hand, we are still no match for it. Phaeton's eyes were filled with shock and unwillingness. He never expected that even with the two of them and their treasures, they would still be pushed back by this Wolf King. What should we do now? Now we can only use that golden bell. Phaeton gritted his teeth, his eyes hardened, and a golden copper bell materialized out of thin air. With my blood. Suppress. Phaeton loudly recited the Buddhist incantation, spitting a mouthful of blood onto the golden bell. The bell began to rapidly enlarge, growing larger and larger until it was much taller than the moon-devouring magic wolf. Boom! With a tremendous crash, the golden bell heavily landed, trapping the moon-devouring magic wolf inside. We did it! Phaeton was filled with excitement. Senior brother is impressive. When we return, we will be praised by the elders. FAD also said excitedly. Phaeton humbly waved his hand. Oh, it's nothing, it was mainly thanks to that rookie who attracted the bloodthirsty magic wolves in the mountain, allowing us to succeed so smoothly. Oh. Are you talking about me, the rookie? At that moment, Chen slowly walked out, a faint smile on his face, but his eyes revealed a hint of coldness. Phaeton and FAD exchanged a glance and burst into laughter. Ha ha, I thought who it was. Phaeton then said, kid, you have helped us be sensible and leave and I can spare your life. What if I don't? Chen raised an eyebrow. If you don't, then we can only kill you. Even if you are sent by Master Xianji, it makes no difference. Phaeton's eyes were fierce as he threatened. They had come to suppress this moon-devouring Wolf King as part of a larger plan, and even brought the demon suppression golden bell, absolutely not allowing anyone to disrupt their plans. Kill me. Do you think that's possible? Amatba Master, you are merely at the first level of the 4th stage. What gives you the confidence to say such a thing? Phaeton's eyes were filled with mockery. Chen was merely bluffing. Chen nodded and said, that's true. But how about you take another look? At the same time, Chen spoke inwardly, system upgrade me to the 4th stage 4th level. Consumed 160000 slaughter points. Realm successfully upgraded to 4th stage 4th level. In an instant, Chen's aura began to surge wildly. The surrounding dark elements were drawn to this powerful aura, beginning to stir violently. Chen's realm rapidly increased from 2nd level of the 4th stage to 3rd level, then to 4th level. Feeling the surging power within him, Chen smiled in satisfaction. 4th stage 4th level, that will do. For him, defeating enemies of a higher level was the norm, and this time would be no exception. You were suppressing your cultivation realm all along. Phaeton's face was etched with utter bewilderment. What had he just witnessed? The youth before him had shattered 3 cultivation realms in a single breath. Aside from realm suppression, an inconceivable feat, he could fathom no other explanation. Suppressing my realm. I have no need for such artifice. Chen spoke with serene composure. Amitba. Regardless of how you ascended 3 realms, your insolence leaves us no choice. Today you shall not leave alive. Phaeton's gaze sharpened. Side by side with FAD, he assumed a battle stance. Nor do I wish to. At that very moment, tension coiled like drawn steel, the air thick with imminent violence. Suddenly, the golden bell behind them, shimmering with an eerie amber luminescence, erupted in thunderous, deafening clangs. Boom! 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 Each deep resonant impact struck like war drums, rattling eardrums and shaking the marrow. Your wretched golden bell, can it not even contain the moon-devouring wolf sovereign? Su Chen sneered.
Venerable layman, you underestimate this bell far too gravely.
Forged as a supreme Buddhist treasure, it ensnares all demonic beasts below the 5th tier. Once enveloped, escape is impossible even on wings. Phaeton wore unshakable confidence. Yet in the next instant, a cataclysmic boom rent the air. A slender fissure split the bell's seemingly impregnable surface. Crack, crack.
The fracture spidered outward with chilling speed. Phaeton whirled around, his face drained of color, eyes wide with terror.
How is this possible? Boom.
Overwhelmed beyond endurance, the golden bell shattered into countless glittering fragments, scattering like molten gold.
And within that shattered vessel, the moon-devouring wolf sovereign underwent a transformation both profound and terrifying. Already colossal, its form rivaling that of a large transport vehicle, the sovereign swelled further, now towering like a living mountain. Moreover, its fur darkened into a fathomless indigo, gleaming with an uncanny spectral radiance beneath the moonlight.
Azure lunar sigils bloomed across its lupin visage, while a crescent moon emblem blazed coldly upon its brow, imbuing its entire being with savage apocalyptic fury.
Has it awakened the lunar form? Su Chen murmured, brows faintly furrowed. Whoa. The moon-devouring wolf sovereign unleashed a sky-rending roar and launched itself forward.
Its massive forepaw slashed downward, trailing razor-edged gusts of lunar wind aimed straight at Phaeton.
With no golden bell to shield him, Phaeton had no avenue of retreat. Damn it. Immovable mountain. A colossal mountainous silhouette flared around his body, radiating immense unyielding chi.
Yet the instant the sovereign's claw met that mountainous aura, it crumbled like dry kindling. Phaeton was cleaved cleanly in two, blood spraying in a ghastly arc.
Senior brother.
Fad's eyes bulged like bronze bells.
How could the moon-devouring wolf sovereign possess such terrifying power?
Moments earlier they had held their own, fighting evenly matched.
Yet now utter annihilation in an instant.
Before he could grasp the truth, the sovereign's crimson blood-soaked eyes turned slowly, coldly, upon Fad. Fad's heart lurched violently, his face pale to ash.
Help me. Help me now, he shrieked desperately toward Su Chen. Help you. And let you betray me again.
Look at how many hairs remain on your head.
Su Chen's expression twisted with disdain. Damn you, if I won't aid you then you'll die, and so will you.
Blood vessels webbed Fad's eyes, his features contorted in madness.
Thud.
Before the final syllable left his lips, the sovereign's colossal paw smashed him into a crimson mist, dissolving utterly into the night air. Finally, the sovereign's frigid gaze settled upon Su Chen. Submit or perish.
Su Chen stood unmoved, calm as still water, then drew forth the demon sovereign scroll.
The scroll unfurled skyward, swelling with each passing breath.
Upon its 8th slot, the demon sovereign's seat, a faint spectral wolf-head sigil shimmered into view. Unabated fury burned in the sovereign's eyes.
With a furious howl it lashed out, its forepaw summoning searing arcs of lunar energy, coalescing instantly into razor-sharp blades of light that carved through the air toward Su Chen.
Clang.
Lunar blades collided violently with Su Chen's slaughtered demon sickle, sparks erupting like dying stars. Su Chen staggered back 2 steps, steadied himself, and ignited with blazing unquenchable battle lust.
If you refuse submission, I shall break you until you kneel. In an instant shadows converged. Countless shadow soldiers surged forth like ink-black tides, while the headless night and eternal night activated in unison. An endless legion of shadow soldiers swarmed the sovereign, ghostly silent, encircling it completely. This battle would demand his absolute unreserved might.
After all, he faced a sovereign bloodline beast who had awakened the lunar form, a creature of primal world-shaking terror. At the sight of that infinite ant-like horde, the sovereign swept its paw, obliterating a vast swath of soldiers in a single stroke. Yet more poured forth, relentless, ceaseless, as if birthed from the void itself. Behind Su Chen a pair of obsidian-black wings erupted, vast, jagged, heralding the descent of a true demon.
Gripping his slaughtered demon sickle, he soared into the heavens and descended upon the sovereign in a devastating vertical strike, engaging it in fierce, unyielding combat. For a time the moon-devouring wolf sovereign, fueled by raw monstrous power, bore the tidal onslaught of shadow soldiers and Su Chen's ferocious assault without yielding an inch. Each sweep of its claws sent torrents of gore and gale-force wind spiraling outward, each guttural roar vibrated the very air, humming like taut steel. Night reigned in hushed silence, except atop this mountain peak where cries of war, bestial roars, and clashing steel entwined in chaotic, brutal symphony. Minutes passed.
Under the unrelenting storm of assault, the sovereign began to falter, its movements growing labored, its breath ragged.
Shadow flash, sword dance.
Dozens of shadow blades materialized midair, black meteors streaking downward, embedding themselves precisely into the sovereign's smallest, most vulnerable wounds.
The sovereign shuddered violently, howling in agony.
Then, fixing its gaze upon Su Chen hovering high above it, launched itself upward, claws outstretched, to crush him into pulp.
Strength. Then let us test it. Su Chen's eyes hardened, raising his slaughtered demon sickle without hesitation to meet the blow. Hedon. Boom. Their collision unleashed a hurricane-force shockwave, shattering boulders and pulverizing earth for dozens of meters.
Su Chen was hurled backward over 10 meters before skidding to a halt, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Oof. I truly need a technique focused on raw strength, he thought grimly. The sovereign stared at him, astonishment flickering in its crimson eyes.
How could this human possess such overwhelming physical might? Boring. Try this instead.
A flash of ruthless resolve crossed Su Chen's eyes, and he activated the umbral demon abyss. Instantly a colossal vortex of black abyssal energy yawned open beneath the sovereign, a churning maw of pure darkness. From its depths a titanic ghostly claw erupted, vast enough to blot out the moon, and seized the sovereign's body in an iron grip.
Awoo! Its agonized shriek pierced the heavens. Submit or die.
Su Chen loomed above, voice echoing like a judgment cast from the deepest hells. The sovereign snarled defiantly, eyes blazing with unbroken fury. Awoo!
Awoo your mother. 3 seconds, submit or perish. Su Chen's patience had evaporated.
If the sovereign refused, he'd simply slay it and bind the next alpha wolf instead. Reluctance burned fiercely in the sovereign's gaze, but under the specter of annihilation it finally lowered, its massive head sank to its haunches, and the murderous fire in its eyes dimmed into weary submission.
Now, that's better. A faint satisfied smile curved Su Chen's lips.
At that moment the 8th slot of the demon sovereign scroll blazed with incandescent light, radiant, triumphant.
The moon-devouring wolf sovereign vanished, absorbed into the scroll, ascending instantly to the rank of 8th demon sovereign. Name: moon-devouring wolf sovereign. Bloodline: rank sovereign. Cultivation realm: 4th tier 6th level. Attributes: light, darkness. Innate talent: lunar energy. Chosen by the 8th demon sovereign seat, bestowed divine demon powers, lunar form duration doubled, lunar form physical resilience doubled. Studying the sovereign's updated profile, a flicker of quiet disappointment crossed Su Chen's eyes.
Pity it had not ascended beyond sovereign bloodline.
Still, subduing it was triumph enough. And eternal night.
It was the perfect complement to this sovereign.
Activate eternal night and the sovereign would instantly channel moonlight to awaken its lunar form. Perfect synergy. Now the solo tournament of the 100 academies. He could dominate it outright. Next, Su Chen turned his attention to his remaining slaughter points: 125060. System: allocate them.
The conspiracy of the bloodthirsty bishop. System: upgrade the Shadow Blade Dance to the true intent level, consuming 120000 kill points. The 6th tier combat skill Shadow Blade Dance successfully ascends to true intent level. In an instant the proficiency of the Shadow Blade Dance began to rise at a terrifying speed.
Small success, great success, perfection, true intent.
The comprehension of the true intent level surged into Su Chen's mind like a torrent.
After a long while, Su Chen slowly opened his eyes and softly exclaimed, awesome.
The true intent level of the Shadow Blade Dance brought about a complete qualitative change, no longer limited by fixed proficiency to determine the number of summoned Shadow Blades. For instance, at the small success stage he could only condense 12 Shadow Blades, but now with the breakthrough to true intent level this restriction was shattered. As long as the source energy within him continuously flowed, he could condense an astonishing number of Shadow Blades at will, with their power increasing geometrically. Just as Su Chen was immersed in joy, the moon-devouring Wolf King emerged from the Demon God Scroll. Its purple eyes mixed with crimson still flickered with a sense of unwillingness and defiance. Seeing this, Su Chen coldly asked, unwilling.
Care to fight again? The moon-devouring Wolf King nodded heavily as if responding, bring it on.
After being enhanced by the Demon God Scroll, it felt an unparalleled power in its moon form, invincible.
Your life is in my hands and you're still thinking of fighting me.
The Demon God Scroll had long been bound to Su Chen, and the life and death of those demon beasts inheriting the Demon God position were entirely in Su Chen's control. Upon hearing this, the previously arrogant moon-devouring Wolf King instantly deflated, clearly sensing the invisible connection with Su Chen. Without needing to think much, as soon as Su Chen willed it, it would instantly perish, turning into a cold corpse.
Awoo! It howled unwillingly. Rest assured you will definitely not lose by following me. Su Chen smiled faintly.
At this moment he already had new plans. Currently his Shadow Army was somewhat uniform, and he intended to expand the types of units in the Shadow Army, such as Shadow Cavalry, flying units, assassins, and so on. The moon-devouring Wolf King ignored Su Chen and headed straight back to the small world of the Demon God Scroll.
Stubborn Wolf, Su Chen chuckled, looking at the Headless Knight, and said, you as the second-in-command need to train it well. The group is always the main pet. The Headless Knight is the second, and the moon-devouring Wolf King currently ranks third.
The Headless Knight revealed a hint of embarrassment and said, Lord,
I can't defeat it.
It was only at the 4th tier 3rd level, while the moon-devouring Wolf King was at the 4th tier 6th level and possessed strong talents, making the gap in strength insurmountable.
Su Chen was silent for a moment, then let the group help you 2 against 1. Yes. I will not disgrace the mission.
In the Demon God Scroll there was the Moonshadow Sacred Tree. With the power of the Moonshadow Sacred Tree and the assistance of the group, they might still have a fighting chance.
The Headless Knight also returned to the Demon God Scroll. Group, why don't you go play? Su Chen gently looked at the adorable little group. The little group nodded its small head. MHM.
The 3 demon beasts all gathered in the Demon God Scroll. Su Chen shrank the Demon God Scroll and turned his gaze towards the distant mountains. The hunt continues. Since they had come this far, they naturally had to gather more kill points before returning, and there was still plenty of time. In the capital the night was as dark as ink, enveloping the entire city. Bloodthirsty bishop, when shall we attack?
In the God-killing hotel, several envoys and elite members of the Blood Beast Church waited for Tang Yi's orders from the opposite residential building.
Tang Yi was calm and unhurried, a sinister smile on his lips playing with blood in his hands.
Under his control, the blood coalesced into a scarlet rose exuding a nauseating bloody aura. No rush. It's 10 o'clock now, just when students are starting their nightlife. 3 o'clock is the most suitable. Once that group of students finishes their night and falls asleep, my great formation will perfectly control the situation and you can infiltrate and assassinate. The Blood Beast Church had not made any significant moves for nearly half a year. Today they intended to create a shocking event, letting those human leaders know that their opponents were always lurking in the shadows, never disappearing. Bishop, you're brilliant. But can you hold off those principals?
An old envoy flashed a hint of worry in his eyes. Their success in this operation depended entirely on whether the bloodthirsty bishop could hold off those principals, especially Zhang Tianan. Tang Yi chuckled lightly. I may not be able to deal with those above the 10th tier, but those below the 10th tier are not worth mentioning. He was a formidable 9th tier 8th level powerhouse, while Zhang Tianan was merely a 9th tier 6th level. Even with the principal of the Magic Capital Academy, he had no fear. He had fused with the blood essence of a royal level demon beast, and in a half-human half-beast state his power was enough to instill fear in anyone. Then we envoys can rest assured.
Please point out Su Chen's room.
1801 success would be best, but failure is also acceptable.
Tang Yi said indifferently. Yes. The old envoy, will do my utmost.
The old envoy said excitedly.
With his 4th tier 8th level strength, dealing with a Su Chen would be easy, right?
Go kill some people and prepare some fresh blood for me.
Tang Yi waved his hand and commanded. Yes.
Tang Yi looked up, gazing at the brightly lit god-killing hotel in the distance as the blood rose transformed into countless blood-colored butterflies and danced gracefully in the night sky, finally disappearing without a trace.
A bloody feast was about to commence.
In the early morning, the entire city fell into slumber.
Will the Blood Beast Church take any action tonight?
Zhang Tianan stood in the lobby of the god-killing hotel, inquiring with the personnel from the Ability Management Bureau. As the unified accommodation for the 100 Schools League, the god-killing hotel not only had teachers and even principals from various academies accompanying, but also the full protection of the Ability Management Bureau. After all, the students who could come to this god-killing hotel were all elites among elites, and their safety was of utmost importance. Sun Daigong, deputy director of the Kyoto Ability Management Bureau, stood respectfully aside. Principal Zhang, rest assured there will be facial recognition and checks by our official personnel for entry and exit. Additionally, we have 2 members of the Ability Management Bureau on each floor to ensure everything is foolproof.
To ensure the 100 Schools League, our Kyoto Ability Management Bureau has made ample preparations and cannot afford any slack.
Zhang Tianan still felt a bit worried. To strengthen the patrols, and once any suspicious individuals are found, capture them immediately.
Better to wrongly capture than to let go.
Yes. Sun Dai replied hastily.
When Zhang Tianan saw him agree, he felt a bit better. It's almost 1 o'clock now. Are there any students who haven't returned?
There is one, but it has been reported. Only one has not reported and is currently unaccounted for, Sun Dai replied truthfully.
Who is it? Zhang Tianan's heart tightened as he hurriedly asked. Su Chen.
Tang Yi's ferocity.
That kid hasn't returned. He hasn't come back, but don't worry, Principal Zhang.
I heard from the people at the Ability Management Bureau that he went to the wilderness to hunt monsters. Sun Dai said, his face filled with confusion.
Normally after a grand performance victory, wouldn't a genius celebrate? Yet Su Chen, instead of celebrating, plunged into the wild to hunt monsters right after the match.
Principal Zhang breathed a slight sigh of relief, shaking his head helplessly. That kid.
Always like this.
He really is a peculiar young man. Sun Dai chuckled and shook his head.
As long as he's fine, shall we go out for a stroll? The so-called stroll was actually to check suspicious locations.
All right. At 3 in the morning, the night was as dark as ink.
Sister.
My brother-in-law hasn't come home for the night. You must keep an eye on him when he returns. Zhang Luer complained while leaning on the doorframe, her tone filled with grievance. They had clearly agreed to relax together after the competition, but since the match ended, Su Chen hadn't shown up at all.
Stop blabbering. Mu Shuer didn't even look up.
Oh, sister. If you don't act soon, my brother-in-law really might get snatched away.
Good men are quite in demand. Good men aren't any less desirable than so-called goddesses.
Mu Shuer simply closed her eyes, ignoring her younger brother's incessant chatter, fully immersed in her cultivation. Zhang Luer sighed. She had been calling brother-in-law for so long, yet still couldn't make her older sister firm up her resolve. Just as he felt disheartened, Mu Shuer suddenly opened her eyes, a flash of surprise in her gaze.
Sister. Have you made up your mind? Zhang Luer's eyes brightened. No.
Mu Shuer's voice was heavy as she pointed out the window. The sky outside has turned red. Before her words faded, Zhang Luer had already realized the entire sky above the god-slaying hotel was completely shrouded in a thick inky blood color. At the same time, a figure hovered above the hotel. It was Tang Yi. Blood gushed from his palm, intertwining like a living being, weaving into a massive blood-colored net that covered the heavens and the earth, known as the Blood Barrier Formation. A bunch of pitiful creatures who have never cultivated spiritual power. Just stay in this blood barrier and wail in despair.
A cruel smile curled on Tang Yi's lips.
If those who haven't cultivated spiritual power remain in this blood barrier for too long, they will be forced to bleed from their orifices due to the invisible mental pressure. Of course, he never intended for the barrier to last long, it was merely a guise to attract firepower. The moment the barrier fell, the god-slaying hotel was immediately filled with cries of agony. Countless ordinary students were curled up on the ground, pale-faced, blood oozing from their mouths and noses, trapped in extreme pain. Meanwhile, the powerful individuals within the hotel instantly sensed the fluctuation of this spiritual power, and in a flash they soared into the sky. Bloodthirsty leader. Zhang Tianan, Sun Dai and Xia Anmin, three ninth-tier powerhouses, stood in midair, their gazes coldly locking onto Tang Yi. Tang Yi showed no fear. Long time no see, my old friends. The three exchanged glances, no words needed, they had already reached a consensus: eliminate him. Break the barrier. Before the words faded, three powerful auras surged into the sky and the three moved together, launching fierce attacks directly at Tang Yi. Tang Yi's smile widened, and with a wave of his hand the sky filled with blood instantly condensed into thousands of blood-colored swords, the blades glimmering with a chilling red light, exuding a nauseating smell of blood. Go! Countless blood-colored swords poured down like a torrential rain, densely shooting towards the three. What a disgusting ability! Zhang Tianan's face turned ashen. Within the blood beast sect, the most troublesome was this bloodthirsty leader, all because of his rank ability blood control, which allows him to manipulate all blood at will, shaping it to fight. To be called disgusting by you is a testament to your strength.
Tang Yi laughed wildly. Below, the cries grew more heart-wrenching. Many students could no longer hold on, their bodies starting to convulse violently.
Seeing this, Zhang Tianan's heart tightened and he quickly said in a deep voice, Anmin, Sun Dai, you two go break the barrier.
I'll hold him off.
The two hesitated for a moment but immediately turned. Every second the barrier remained, the students below faced more danger.
Zhang Tianan. Do you really think you can stop me alone? Tang Yi's eyes brimmed with killing intent. You'll find out when you try. Zhang Tianan's aura surged, fully unleashing his 9th tier 6th stage strength, engaging Tang Yi in battle.
At this moment the god-slaying hotel had become a hell on earth. Outside the god-slaying hotel the night was stained with blood. Oh, the Ability Management Bureau is indeed willing to spend resources. They even specially set up a barrier to protect the students. Chen had just returned from the wilderness and immediately spotted the blood-colored net enveloping the hotel, raising an eyebrow. But the next moment he sensed something was wrong. The instant his fingertips touched the barrier, an overwhelmingly powerful spiritual force surged along his fingertips, bringing a bone-chilling coldness and an evil presence forcibly keeping him outside. Further away, the sounds of battle in the sky were deafening, blood splattering everywhere, the stench of blood filling the air, making one feel nauseous. Chen looked up and at a glance he saw the situation. Zhang Tianan was being relentlessly suppressed by Tang Yi, retreating step by step, clearly at a disadvantage. Name: Tang Yi, affiliation 3rd Pope of the Blood Beast Sect, Realm 9th Tier 8th Stage, ability S-Class, Blood Control, Merged Monster, Blood Royal, Bloodline, God Devourer, Blood Bat King. Note: strong power. It is recommended that the host restart upon encountering him. Chen understood Zhang Tianan was merely at the 9th Tier 6th Stage, no wonder he was being suppressed.
At that moment a loud bang echoed.
The blood-colored barrier enveloping the heavens and the earth finally shattered under the combined attack of Li Qing, Xia Anmin and Sun Dai. As the blood color dissipated, the three figures flashed and quickly arrived beside Zhang Tianan, standing shoulder to shoulder, their gazes fixed firmly on Tang Yi.
4 against 1. This time we should be able to win.
Chen murmured to himself, no longer hesitating, his figure transforming into a shadow, silently infiltrating the chaotic god-slaying hotel.
The ruthlessness of Tang Yi. In the sky, Tang Yi faced the encirclement of 4 without fear, saying, 2 at the 9th rank 6-fold and 2 at the 9th rank 4-fold, this truly shows that you think highly of me. Bloodthirsty lord. The blood-colored barrier has been broken, surrender now.
Sun Dai shouted angrily, his abilities surging around him. Barrier.
I never expected it to succeed. Tang Yi licked his lips, today is merely an appetizer performance.
The real killing move is the infection plan, that is the true terror that can make the entire supernatural world tremble.
Enough talk. Take him down. Su Anmin shouted and the 4 instantly closed in on Tang Yi. Tang Yi grinned, since that's the case I'll indulge you in some fun.
Before his words could finish, a loud bang sounded. The clothes on Tang Yi burst open, flying pieces everywhere. Behind him a pair of enormous blood-colored bat wings suddenly unfurled, the membranes covered in strange black patterns. As he flapped them, a wave of foul wind rose and the blood-colored air swirled and howled around him. Not only that, but the left half of his body suddenly transformed, covered in fine dark red scales, his fingers became sharp blood claws, his ears pointed like those of a bat and fangs protruded from the corners of his mouth. His half-human half-beast form was terrifyingly hideous.
You have actually reached the realm of half-beast true form. Zhang Tianan's pupils constricted, his face filled with...
Ordinary half-human half-beasts merely exhibit sporadic characteristics of demon beasts like sharp claws and long tails, but Tang Yi's transformed body with a surge in power represents the pinnacle of half-human half-beast forms, far surpassing others of the same rank. Surprised. Tang Yi's eyes turned completely crimson, his right claw suddenly raised as several blood-colored claw blades tore through the air towards the 4. What comes next will be even more surprising.
Dodge. Zhang Tianan warned and the 4 quickly retreated.
The claw blades grazed their clothes, leaving 3 faint blood marks in the void, and the clouds they touched were instantly dyed dark red.
Is that all you've got?
Tang Yi scoffed. If this is your level, I don't mind slaughtering all of you today. You dare. Xing Tianan roared in anger, golden light bursting around him as he fully activated his abilities, Martial God Avatar. With a thunderous roar, a golden martial god phantom several dozen feet tall coalesced behind him, clad in golden armor and wielding a giant spear exuding overwhelming power, forcing back the surrounding blood-colored air.
Tisk tisk the old man, I didn't expect you to summon this form as well. Today I will surely take you down.
Xing Tianan leaped into the air, merging with the martial god avatar, the spear in his hand enveloped in tremendous force as he lunged towards Tang Yi, shouting, "Come and fight." The spear sliced through the air, the clash of gold and blood erupting in a deafening roar. Inside the god-slaying hotel, the lingering blood aura had yet to dissipate amidst the chaos. Su Chen floated with over 100 shadow swords, the scanning function fully activated.
Are there any casualties so far?
He looked at the personnel from the Supernatural Management Bureau rushing towards him, his tone urgent.
None at the moment, but many have suffered mental shock. Su Chen nodded, his gaze suddenly sharpening.
With a flick of his finger, 3 shadow swords shot out like meteors, accurately hitting a nearby passerby who was feigning a frantic escape.
Su God. What are you doing?
The staff member looked utterly bewildered.
He is one of the Blood Beast Church members. The staff member was completely dumbfounded. Su Chen was not even pretending anymore.
Could it be that his eyes could see through disguise in an instant? Don't be dazed, there are no hidden enemies here.
I'm going upstairs to check. Su Chen ignored his shock, his figure flashing as he swiftly ascended.
Meanwhile, 3,000 shadow soldiers seamlessly merged into the darkness, quietly guarding the panicked students and staff. If they encountered any infiltrators from the Blood Beast Church, they would strike without hesitation. On the 18th floor, the elderly envoy looked at the wide-open door of Su Chen's room, eyes filled with unwillingness and regret. This kid is really lucky he escaped again. It may not be necessary to kill him. The head of Kong Ling on the 17th floor has a high value as well, suggested a companion beside him.
The elderly envoy's eyes sparkled and he nodded. Let's go.
Just as the two finished off the guards on the 17th floor, they saw Kong Ling cautiously moving downstairs, pulling Li Xinyue along.
Envoy, how should we handle this? The elderly envoy's eyes flickered. You lead him to the forest behind the hotel. It's secluded and uninhabited, perfect for an ambush. To act here would likely attract support from the Supernatural Management Bureau and success would be uncertain.
But in that forest it would be as if calling for the heavens would yield no response.
Understood.
The elite member gripped his dagger tightly and charged towards Kong Ling, feigning an ambush. Kong Ling reacted extremely quickly, suddenly turning around, drawing his long sword with a crisp sound, accurately blocking the dagger.
Blood Beast Church members. Kong Ling frowned.
Since you've recognized me, you cannot be spared, the elite member sneered, pouncing once more. Kong Ling snorted coldly, raising his hand and summoning dozens of light swords that coalesced out of thin air, raining down like arrows towards the opponent.
PFF.
A light sword pierced cleanly through the elite member's thigh, blood spraying out.
Damn. This kid is so strong.
The elite member's face changed drastically. Not daring to linger, he turned and broke through the window, fleeing towards the forest behind the hotel.
If you think you can escape?
Kong Ling was furious and about to pursue, but was firmly held back by Li Xinyue.
Brother Kong Ling, don't chase the retreating enemy. What if there's an ambush?
Kong Ling hesitated for a moment, his fighting spirit increasing. What is there to fear?
I have protective treasures given by my family. Even if there's an ambush, I can still retreat unscathed.
Seeing that he was determined to go, Li Xinyue bit her lip. Then take me with you.
I can't let you take risks alone. All right. Fueled by anger, Kong Ling readily agreed, taking Li Xinyue's hand and following the blood trail towards the forest.
In the distance, the elderly envoy watched the scene, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. He then mimicked the call of a cuckoo, the clear bird call transmitting a signal amidst the chaos. Although he failed to kill Su Chen, eliminating the prodigy Kong Ling would still be a perfect harvest. Just as he turned to leave, Su Chen had already reached the 17th floor. All the guards here are dead. He rushed up to the 18th floor and the scene was the same. The hallway was splattered with blood, reeking of a heavy stench. He released his spiritual power, quickly scanning the entire building, and after sensing that all the students were safe, he finally let out a small sigh of relief.
Su Chen.
At that moment, Mu Shuer pushed open her door and saw Su Chen in the hallway, a glimmer of surprise and concern flashing in her eyes.
Are you all right?
I'm fine. Su Chen shook his head, his gaze falling on the wide-open door of his room.
Was there a fight? Did someone come into my room?
Yes, I heard some noise from next door, and when I came out I saw that your door had been opened by someone.
Tisk, looks like they came for me again. Su Chen sneered.
At this moment, several shadow soldiers appeared beside him, their fingers all pointing towards the direction behind the hotel.
Su Chen's heart stirred and he quickly stepped to the window, activating the scanning function.
He saw dozens of shadows rapidly gathering towards the small forest behind the hotel, all of them members of the Blood Beast Church.
So many people are rushing over.
There must be a conspiracy, Su Chen murmured, turning to Mu Shuer. You must immediately notify the personnel from the Supernatural Management Bureau to rush to the support of the small forest at the back.
With that, Su Chen transformed into a shadow, silently disappearing from the window, dashing towards the small forest. Mu Xuer did not dare to delay, turning and sprinting downstairs, her mind focused solely on one thought: bringing help as quickly as possible. In the sky, the fierce battle continued to intensify. Tang Yi, facing 4 opponents, was not at all at a disadvantage as he flapped his blood-colored bat wings. Countless blood blades and blood spears emerged, forcing the 4 to struggle to keep up. A hint of boredom gradually appeared in his eyes, but when he glanced down at the small forest, he suddenly spotted Kong Ling and Li Xinyue surrounded, and he burst into wild laughter. Everyone, why not take a look at the forest behind the God-slaying hotel? Hearing this, the 4 looked down in unison, only to see Kong Ling and Li Xinyue surrounded by an endless stream of blood beast church members layered upon each other, surging like a tide, and the 2 were in imminent danger. Xinyue. Li Qing's heart felt like it was being cut into pieces, and she couldn't help but want to rush down to rescue them. What a delightful surprise. Tang Yi instantly stood in front of the 4, saying, "Want to go help? That would be too boring. Why not just watch how they are torn apart by my blood beast church members? A 9th rank combat technique reserved. Break this barrier, and only then will you earn the right to rescue those 2 reckless youths." His eyes gleamed with mocking amusement. "And Min and I will hold off Tang Yi, Li Qing and Sun Dai. Focus all your strength on shattering the barrier." Zhang Tianan spoke swiftly yet steadily. Tang Yi bared his teeth in a grin. "Then go ahead, try it." Meanwhile, deep within the grove behind the Shinshin Hotel. "Oof. Why have you stopped running?" Kong Ling stood upright, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze locking onto the blood beast church disciple, who staggered to a halt before him. The disciple turned, his face twisting into a sinister, creeping smile. "Why not take a look behind you?" Kong Ling's heart plummeted. He whirled around, and there they were, shadowy figures surging forward with lethal intent, their footfalls crushing fallen leaves, growing louder with every heartbeat. "Brother Kong Ling, we've walked straight into a trap." Li Xinyue's face paled to ash. Kong Ling clenched his fists until his knuckles blanched, veins throbbing violently at his temples. "Damn it. How utterly shameless you are." "Shameless? Ha ha ha. You're just too foolish." Kong Ling recoiled as if struck by lightning, guilt crashed over him like a tidal wave. Indeed, he was foolish. Had he heeded Li Xinyue's warning, if he hadn't stubbornly pursued them, he would never have fallen into this hopeless predicament. "Oh. Young man, you do run fast. Then why stop now?" Mocking laughter echoed from behind. Qingfeng envoy approached, slowly flanked by several church members encircling them. "Brother Kong Ling, what do we do?" Li Xinyue trembled uncontrollably. Kong Ling drew a deep breath, suppressing his rising panic, then broke into a defiant grin. "I am not so easily killed." He raised his hand sharply and crushed an ancient unadorned jade token clutched in his palm, the ancestral safeguard bestowed upon him by his clan's patriarch before departure, potent enough to obliterate any being below 8th rank. The instant the jade shattered, an overwhelming force erupted, yet it carried a ravenous, devouring suction, draining Kong Ling's spiritual energy and vital blood chi in a single brutal surge. VVVV. Blinding golden light exploded forth, like a miniature sun igniting amid the trees. Within 100 meters, every living thing that touched its radiance shrieked in agony before dissolving into foul, steaming pools of crimson sludge. Kong Ling collapsed, limp hollow, a broken puppet crumpling to the earth. "Xinyue, run. The Blood Beast Church will send reinforcements." "Brother Kong Ling. I won't leave. I cannot abandon you." Li Xinyue dropped to her knees beside him, tears flooding her cheeks. "Tisk tsk, I knew it. I knew elite disciples like you always carry treasures." A cold, rasping voice slithered through the air. The Mao Dai envoy materialized as a flicker of darkness, silent, seamless, before them. And beyond, more than 10 Blood Beast Church members advanced in perfect formation, tightening the noose. Kong Ling's pupils contracted, despair flickered raw and stark across his eyes. He had assumed his family's prestige would shield him, had descended the mountain unburdened by excessive safeguards. Yet he had gravely underestimated the treachery and cunning lurking beyond the mundane world. "You may kill me, but spare the young woman beside me. Is that possible?" He lifted his head with immense effort, his voice edged with quiet supplication. "Ha ha ha. Boy, I love stealing another man's lover. Not only will I kill you, I'll savor your little beauty first." The Mao Dai envoy licked his cracked lips, eyes blazing with vulgar lust. "Perhaps we could even stream it live, make her our universal bodhisattva. Wouldn't that be delicious?" Suddenly a voice, casual, unhurried, cut through the tension. "Who's there?" The Mao Dai envoy spun sharply, only to see a tall, relaxed figure step out from behind a tree, hands tucked lazily in his pockets, expression utterly serene. "Su Chen. It's you." The Mao Dai envoy's pupils constricted. "Problem. Carry on, I'm merely here to watch." Su Chen leaned idly against a trunk, glancing over the group with detached curiosity, truly astonished to find these 2 fools entangled in such peril. "Since you've arrived, you won't be leaving. Today we eradicate you all at once." The Mao Dai envoy lunged forward, gripping a blood-tinged dagger. "Wait." Su Chen raised a hand, then turned toward Kong Ling on the ground. "Child of light, what price do you offer for your life and hers?" Kongling froze, bewilderment clouding his gaze. Could Su Chen truly defeat a 4th rank 8th tier envoy? I offer an 8th rank combat technique. Kongling clung to one last sliver of hope. Su Chen shook his head, then fixed his gaze on the Mao Dai envoy. And what do you offer to persuade me not to save them? I offer, the envoy began, then abruptly halted, fury igniting. Brat! You think you can stall time? Su Chen turned back to Kongling. A 9th rank shadow arts combat technique for both your lives. Agree and I save you. Refuse and I walk away now. I agree. Kongling didn't hesitate, not for a breath. He wagered Su Chen possessed some hidden artifact capable of reversing certain doom. Su Chen's eyes lit up, he snapped his fingers. Excellent. Then he glanced at the Mao Dai envoy. Here's my proposal, I stay and trade my life for theirs. In truth, he simply wished to remove these two nuisances so he could act freely. This Mao Dai envoy nearly 4th rank 8th tier. Apologies, but when the moon-devouring Wolf King awakens his lunar form, he'd crush him effortlessly. Oof. I'm no fool, I can kill you or them. The Mao Dai envoy sneered, clearly dismissing Su Chen's words as deceit. Is that so? Su Chen dissolved into a streak of shadow, vanishing without trace. Seconds later he reappeared exactly where he'd stood. Now, do you still believe you can kill me? The Mao Dai envoy's face cycled between ashen and livid. Fine. You swap your life for theirs. Slaying Su Chen was infinitely more profitable than killing Kongling. The boy would surely become a future scourge. Best to eliminate him now. As for Kongling, there'd be other chances. Su Chen, I don't need your pity. Run now. Kongling's voice cracked, his eyes burning with unshed tears. He'd never imagined Su Chen would save him this way. Yet his pride, unbending, unyielding, refused to accept protection from a lifelong rival. Su Chen rolled his eyes, blurred forward, in a flash appeared before Kongling and delivered a thunderous stinging slap. Slap. Kongling's head snapped sideways, blood trickling from his lip, dazed and disoriented. You. What the hell are you doing? Su Chen snapped. Remember, the 9th rank shadow arts technique. With that he seized them, one under each arm, lifted them like fledgling chicks, and hurled them skyward with explosive force. Their bodies arced high over the encirclement, tumbling toward the forest's outer edge. Su Chen, why? We're rivals. Kongling roared into the depths of the grove, voice trembling, heart torn asunder. Brother Kongling, no time for words. Fetch reinforcements, don't let Su Chen's sacrifice be in vain. Li Xinyue tugged his sleeve, wiping her tears fiercely. Kongling slammed his fist into the earth, a crater of flying soil erupting beneath him. Gritting his teeth, he growled, go. In silence he swore if Su Chen survived, Kongling would serve him body and soul for the rest of his days. Yet, a chilling premonition whispered through him Su Chen might not survive this. Meanwhile, Su Chen watched the two fools vanish into the distance and smiled wide, unrestrained, deeply satisfied. This was pure profit, a 9th rank shadow arts technique already secured, and slaughter points awaiting collection from the Blood Beast church members, sheer bliss. Well then, time to settle our business.